Chapter 1: The Awakening Ritual. Students, today is the day you awaken your martial soul. The awakening of your martial soul will determine your future destiny. Today, four prestigious universities have also come to our Beihai No. 1 high school. If any of you awaken a powerful martial spirit, the university teachers can offer you a guaranteed admission spot. Alright, headmaster, enough with the chit-chat. The awakening ceremony shall now begin. At Beihai No. 1 Middle School, on the high platform in the playground, the principal finished his speech. The students below the stage began to whisper among themselves, some rubbing their hands together excitedly, while others clenched their fists nervously. Among the crowd, Xiaohan remained calm, his eyes slightly narrowed, appearing very composed. I've been in this world for 18 years, and it's finally about to begin. That's right, Xiaohan is a time traveler who has been in this world for 18 years. 1,000 years ago, spiritual energy revived in this world, and strange beasts roamed freely, wreaking havoc on the blue planet. Everyone can awaken their martial spirit at the age of 18 and become a martial artist. Only martial artists can fight against alien beasts, so martial artists have a transcendent status and can regard ordinary people as ants. I wonder what kind of martial soul I can awaken. Xiaohan murmured, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, but he was not flustered. Although he did not awaken any cheat abilities, he still managed to cultivate to the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm through his own efforts, and his theoretical knowledge was always the best in the entire school. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't break through because he hadn't awakened his martial soul, he would have already entered the martial artist realm. Just then, a pretty young girl walked over. Brother Xiaohan. The girl immediately came up and took Xiaohan's arm. Xiaohan smiled. What's wrong? This girl is his girlfriend, Snow White. To be honest, Xiaohan didn't have any feelings for Bai Shuer at first, but he couldn't resist her. She would pester him 2 or 3 times a day, and she was also quite pretty, being the second most beautiful girl at Beihai No. 1 high school. In addition, Bai Shuer relentlessly pursued Xiaohan, so Xiaohan finally agreed. Although he could tell that Bai Shuer was after his talent, he couldn't refuse her offer since she was offering herself to him for free. He wasn't some abstinent monk. Brother Xiaohan, what kind of martial soul do you think you will awaken? Bai Shuer said sweetly, looking forward to it. She was with Xiaohan just to curry favor with him, since Xiaohan had already reached the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm before even awakening his martial soul, making him a top genius in the country. We're not sure about awakening our martial spirit, so let's take it one step at a time. Xiaohan answered seriously, but his hands were anything but. Bai Shuer came for his talent, and he came for Bai Shuer's burning skills. I believe Brother Xiaohan will definitely awaken a powerful martial spirit. Bai Shuer didn't pay attention to Xiaohan's actions. After all, she had put in a lot of effort to win him over. The students around them watched the sweet scene with envy, jealousy, and resentment in their eyes. I'm so envious. I wish I had a girlfriend like Bai, the school beauty. What are you envious of? Xiaoxin is the No. 1 in our school in both theory and martial arts talent. It's normal for Bai Xiaohua to be chasing after him. What kind of martial soul do you think Xiaoxin can awaken? Xiaoxin is at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm, so he must have at least an A-level martial soul, right? That's too little. I think Xiaoxin has at least an S-rank martial soul, and he's very likely to have an SS rank 1 too. The martial soul awakening ceremony is still underway. One by one, students went up on stage and began to awaken their martial spirits. Kai Kuan, F-grade martial soul overalls. Tanshen, blue shade grass, a D-level martial soul. Xiao Huahua, B-grade martial soul, spirit flame fire. As students awakened, many D-rank and even F-rank martial souls emerged, while B-rank martial souls were rare. The principal, standing on the platform, felt somewhat helpless upon witnessing this scene. Sigh, the quality of this year's students isn't very good. You have to understand that he spent a huge amount of money to bring admissions officers from the 4 universities to their school this year. If they don't even take a single student's eye, he'll be at a huge loss. Next, Snow White. At that moment, the teachers shouted loudly. Brother Xiaohan, I'm going. Snow White smiled sweetly. Xiaohan nodded. Go ahead. Bai Shuer clenched her fists nervously, walked onto the awakening platform, and then placed her hand on the awakening crystal. Immediately afterwards, a powerful burst of light erupted. Bai Shuer, S-rank martial soul, enchanting spirit fox. The teachers shouted loudly. The students below the stage immediately erupted in excitement. My God! The school beauty has awakened an S-level martial soul. The school beauty is awesome. Xiaoxin's girlfriend has awakened an S-level martial soul, so Xiaoxin will probably have to awaken an SS-level martial soul. Xiao Han's lips twitched when he saw this. The enchanting fox spirit is indeed a very suitable martial soul for Bai Shuer. Bai Shuer on the stage was clearly shocked, never expecting that she could awaken an S-level martial soul. It is important to know that the quality of martial spirits is divided into 8 levels from bottom to top: F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Those at the A level can be considered geniuses, and Beihai City produces only a handful of S-level individuals each year. As for the SS level, there are no more than 100 nationwide each year. As for SSS level, it's enough to go down in history. Not bad, not bad. The principal on the platform smiled with satisfaction. The appearance of an S-level martial soul is a good thing, at least there won't be none that would be noticed by the 4 major universities. The teachers from the 4 universities nodded in agreement, but they did not show any excitement. Although S-rank martial souls are indeed excellent, the 4 major universities are never short of geniuses, and they are already accustomed to S-rank martial souls. Bai Shuer stepped off the stage and came to Xiao Han's side. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Congratulations, Shuer. I believe that you can do it too, brother Xiao Han." Bai Shuer was still immersed in excitement. Just then, the teacher called out again, "Next, Zhao Yu." A boy with dyed yellow hair walked onto the stage and placed his hand on the awakening crystal. A green light appeared on the awakening crystal. Zhao Yu, a grade martial soul, emerald serpent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu became excited. He had always been a poor student, but he never expected to awaken an A-level martial soul. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Wow, Zhao Yu is so lucky. He awakened an A-level martial soul. But this green really suits him. I heard that he used to pursue Bai Shuer for a long time. At first, Bai Shuer kept him hanging, but when Xiaoxin showed his talent, Bai Shuer kicked him to the curb and went to lick Xiaoxin's boots. Ha, I remember now, but if Xiaoxin doesn't awaken a martial soul of a grade or higher, that would be quite embarrassing. How is this possible? Zhao Yu is only at the 4th level of martial apprentice realm and he can awaken an A-level martial soul, while Xiaoxin is at the 9th level of martial apprentice realm. Upon hearing the crowd's discussion, Zhao Yu's initially excited face instantly fell, and he glared resentfully at Xiao Han. However, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Xiao Han, since Xiao Han was still very likely to awaken an S or even SS-level martial soul. Humph, I didn't expect Zhao Yu to be so lucky. Bai Shuer snorted coldly, but brother Xiao Han is definitely more powerful than him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han smiled but remained silent. At this moment, the teacher on the stage shouted loudly again. Next up, Xiao Han. Chapter 2 God Level Choice System. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han calmly walked towards the high platform. Seeing this, the surrounding students started discussing it. It's finally here. Xiaoxin is finally about to awaken his martial soul. Theory comes first, and martial arts are also at the 9th level of martial apprentice. It would be absurd not to awaken an S-level martial soul. Everyone had high expectations for Xiao Han. After all, Xiao Han's performance over the past 3 years of high school has been truly astonishing. Even the principal on the high platform became expectant and began to introduce the university to the admissions officers of the 4 institutions. This is our school's most outstanding student, Xiao Han. His academic performance has always been the best in this grade, he has never made a mistake, and he also has a strong talent for martial arts. He reached the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm 2 months ago, and I believe he will soon break through to the martial warrior realm after awakening his martial soul. Upon hearing this, the admissions officers from the other 4 universities became increasingly excited. The only female admissions officer among them, Lin Qingxia from the Imperial Capital Academy, had her eyes light up when she saw Xiao Han. He's incredibly talented, and most importantly, he's just too handsome. What others don't know is that she's actually a sucker for good looks. Therefore, she immediately developed a strong interest in Xiao Han. Xiao Han stepped onto the awakening platform and placed his hand on the awakening crystal. The awakened crystal emitted a faint light. In an instant, a weed appeared, and at the same time, a shadow appeared behind Xiao Han. The teacher next to him was dumbfounded. Then, he stammered, "Xiao Han, twin martial souls, F-rank weed, F-rank shadow." Everyone was stunned by these words. No one expected that Xiao Han would awaken twin martial souls. Twin martial souls are extremely rare, even in the entire history of Earth. Moreover, usually, both of the 2 martial souls in a twin martial soul are very powerful. But Xiaohan awakened two F-rank martial souls? It should be noted that F-rank martial souls are known as useless martial souls, which, as the name suggests, are worthless. Ah, this is hilarious. Isn't Xiaohan known as the #1 genius of Beihai #1 high school? How come he awakened two F-level martial souls? From below the stage, Xiaoyu spoke first, laughing loudly and mocking. He used to lick Bai Shuer to the extreme, but Bai Shuer turned around and threw herself into Xiaohan's arms, and he had long held a grudge against Xiaohan. Bai Shuer looked at Xiaohan on the stage, her eyes no longer filled with the sweetness of before, but instead with endless indifference. She pursued Xiaohan only to curry favor with him, but now that Xiaohan has become a useless person, she's definitely going to break up with him. It's a pity, considering how much she sacrificed. But thinking about it, she didn't lose out. After all, Xiaohan is very powerful and handsome. Shuer, Xiaohan is such a good-for-nothing and doesn't deserve you. Why don't you be my girlfriend? I promise to treat you well for the rest of my life. Zhao Yu, with a smug grin, walked up to Bai Shuer and said excitedly. Bai Shuer glanced at Zhao Yu and said indifferently, "Get lost. She's not that bad at judging people. Zhao Yu only has an A-level martial soul, so her boyfriend should at least have an S-level martial soul. Moreover, Zhao Yu is too disgusting to look at. Even if Zhao Yu awakens an S-level martial soul, she will not consider Zhao Yu." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's face immediately fell. "Shuer, I will never give up pursuing you." The other students looked at Xiaohan on the stage and sighed. Who would have thought that although Xiaohan awakened twin martial souls, they were both F-rank martial souls? The era of a great hero has come to an end. Do you think Bai Shuer will continue to be with Xiaohan? I don't think so. Bai Shuer has an S-level martial soul. Does Xiaohan deserve it? Among them were those who gloated. Xiaohan on the awakening platform was not disappointed. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. Because of his cheat code. The money has arrived. Ding! The God-level choice system has been bound. Xiaohan smiled slightly and slowly walked down from the awakening platform. The principal on the stage sighed, "Alas, what a pity." The admissions officers from the 4 universities also shook their heads. Only Lin Xingxia from the Imperial Capital Academy cast an admiring glance at her. Xiaohan is not arrogant or impatient, and seems to have a good mindset. It's just a pity. If both of his martial souls were D-level, I could have specially recruited him into the Imperial Capital Academy, but F-level, sigh. Lin Xingxia was somewhat annoyed, as she really wanted to recruit Xiaohan into the Imperial Capital Academy and make him her student. Xiaohan stepped off the stage and looked up to see Bai Shuer with a cold expression. He immediately understood what was going on. This is absolutely classic. Having read many online novels in his previous life, he naturally understood this situation. As expected, Bai Shuer spoke coldly the next moment. "Let's break up, Xiaohan. I awakened an S-rank martial soul, while you only awakened 2 F-rank martial souls. We are not on the same path. We have become people from 2 different worlds." Seeing this, Zhao Yu, who was standing to the side, also showed a contemptuous expression. "Shuer is informing you, not discussing it with you, you good for nothing." Xiaohan remained calm. Good. Anyway, Xiaohan didn't lose out. He got Bai Shuer's first blood. TSK, this deadbeat simp probably never imagined that the goddess he's kneeling on the ground pursuing used to lie in bed and let Xiaohan take advantage of her. Bai Shuer was somewhat annoyed upon hearing this. "Is that all you can do?" Xiaohan immediately laughed. "What else can I do?" Fine, Xiaohan. I'll never talk to you again." Bai Shuer's face flushed red with anger. Xiaohan found it amusing. After Bai Shuer awakened her S-level martial soul, she became arrogant. She used to fawn over me, but now she's become much more assertive. That's normal, though. It's good that they ignore me, so I can go and pursue my own happiness. Xiaohan had long since grown tired of Bai Shuer. Just then, gasps of surprise rang out from the crowd. My God! School beauty Su Linglong has awakened the SSS-level martial soul, the Extreme Ice Phoenix. School beauty Su is awesome. I never expected that Xiaohan would awaken 2 useless martial souls, while school beauty Su actually awakened an SSS-level martial soul. An SSS-level martial soul, that's something that's worthy of being recorded in history. Xiaohan noticed the commotion and looked up, somewhat surprised. Su Linglong, the eldest daughter of the Su family, is the #1 beauty of Beihai #1 high school and has a very aloof personality. However, she was outmatched by Xiaohan in both theoretical knowledge and martial arts talent. Although she was also at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm, she was a full 10 days behind Xiaohan. That's why Xiaohan was the only one in the whole school who could talk to Su Linglong and could be considered her friend. Su Linglong, standing on the stage, smiled faintly and slowly walked down from the awakening platform. Surprisingly, she went straight to Xiaohan. Xiaohan, there's a saying that goes, there are no useless martial spirits, only useless martial artists. I believe you won't give up like this, right? As Su Linglong spoke, a barely perceptible hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Xiaohan was slightly taken aback. I can consider myself friends with Su Linglong, and we seem to have a lot in common, as we always seem to bump into each other, for example, at the milk tea shop, the library, or the martial arts training room. However, he didn't expect that this aloof school beauty would actually come over to comfort him. Just then. Bite. Selection is now open. Option 1, tell Su Linglong that I'm a good for nothing, a complete waste, and that I've given up on myself. Reward, a wife weighing 666 kilograms. Option 2, confess your love to Su Linglong, say the most affectionate words, and forcefully kiss her. Reward, 2 martial souls evolved to SSS rank. Chapter 3, The Awakening Crystal Exploded. Looking at the pale blue screen in front of him, Xiaohan's lips twitched slightly. Damn it! Is this system cerebral palsy? The first option is okay, but what's with this reward? A wife who weighs 666 pounds? Are you trying to kill me? But the second option, while offering a very tempting reward. This is just too outrageous. It's one thing for me to confess to Su Linglong, but it's another. And you even tried to force a kiss on me? Are you trying to get Su Linglong to kill me? You damn system. The Su family is one of the top families in the entire Dragon Kingdom, with countless powerful members. If he forcibly kisses the young lady, won't he be torn to pieces? 30 seconds left. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Damn it. Let's go for it. After some internal struggle, Xiaohan finally made a decision. He would rather die than have a wife who weighs 666 pounds. Immediately, Xiaohan changed his demeanor, his eyes gradually becoming affectionate as he looked at Su Linglong. Linglong, actually. I've had a crush on you for a long time. I was too timid and cowardly before, and I didn't dare to express my feelings to you. But now, I want to say, I love you. With that, Xiaohan rushed forward, grabbed Su Linglong, and kissed her. Their lips touched, and Xiaohan felt the incredible softness of Su Linglong's lips. That feels good. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well enjoy it as much as possible. Thinking about it, Xiaohan worked even harder. Su Linglong was startled by Xiaohan's sudden kiss and her eyes widened. She initially wanted to push Xiaohan away instinctively, but quickly stopped, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The students around were all stunned by what they saw. Dude, you're crazy. Still having a crush? You just broke up with Bai, the school beauty, and you're saying you've had a crush on Su, the school beauty, for a long time? And you really aren't afraid of dying? How dare he forcibly kiss the school beauty, Su? The students around him immediately showed envious expressions and admired Xiaohan. After a long while, their lips parted. Xiaohan released Su Linglong, closed his eyes, and prepared to face judgment. But the trial he had imagined did not happen. Xiaohan slowly opened his eyes and found that Su Linglong was looking at him with a shy expression. Are you telling the truth? Su Linglong blushed and asked tentatively in a soft voice. Xiaohan was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Su Linglong has a crush on me? But that's not right. In previous chance encounters, Su Linglong always had a cold expression and a cold tone when talking to him. There was no indication that she had a crush on him. However, Xiaohan had no choice but to admit it now, because if he didn't, he would only die a more miserable death. Yes, Su Linglong, I've liked you for a long time. Xiaohan's expression remained affectionate. Seeing this, Bai Shuer was furious. Xiaohan had never shown this expression when they slept together. Xiaohan, you bastard. You're such a piece of trash, how dare you confess to Su Linglong? I wouldn't even look at you. Zhao Yu, the #1 sycophant, also stepped forward and began to criticize and denounce. Xiaohan, your ex-girlfriend was Shuer, but you claim to have had a crush on school beauty Su for a long time. Have you no shame? Who are you doing this to? Then, Zhao Yu looked at Su Linglong with an excited expression. School beauty Su, you must not believe Xiaohan, that scoundrel. He's just playing you. Besides, he's a good for nothing and doesn't deserve you at all. Don't let this good for nothing bewitch you. Hearing what the two were saying, Xiaohan was about to speak. At this moment, Su Linglong's aura suddenly turned cold, and a phoenix phantom appeared behind her. Do you two have the right to speak here? The tone was extremely calm, yet it was chilling. Bai Shuer and Zhao Yu were so frightened that they shut their mouths and dared not say another word. Just then, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from Xiaohan's body. Instantly, Xiaohan's two martial souls appeared automatically. The weed gradually changed, emanating a sacred aura. The shadowy figure gradually grew larger, emitting waves of dark energy. Ding! Reward has been issued. The F-rank martial soul, Weed, evolves into the SSS rank martial soul, Chaos Green Lotus. The F-rank martial soul Shadow evolves into the SSS rank martial soul Eternal Night Monarch. Friendly reminder to the host, SSS grade is only the limit of quality, not the limit of the martial soul. The strength of these two martial souls far exceeds that of a normal SSS grade martial soul. Upon hearing the system notification, Xiaohan's lips curled into a slight smile. Alright, the cheat code is here. Soon, the weeds transformed into a blue lotus, and the shadow turned into a huge phantom of a monarch. Without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura, making even the extreme ice phoenix behind Su Linglong appear extremely weak. The students around them stared wide-eyed at the sight, their pupils filled with shock. What's going on? What happened to Xiaohan's martial spirit? How did it change from weeds and shadows into these two terrifying things? Clearly, none of the students had ever encountered this situation before. The principal on the stage was also somewhat bewildered. What's this? The admissions officers from the 4 universities, however, looked shocked. Could this be the legendary martial soul evolution? The teachers from the prestigious Shanghai University were shocked. That's right, spirit evolution has happened before in history, but nothing as heaven-defying as this. The teachers at Jiangnan Academy echoed this sentiment. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingxia's eyes were filled with surprise. The power of these two martial souls is terrifying, they're probably both SSS level. Lin Qingxia's voice was loud, and some students in the audience heard it clearly and spread the word. Soon, everyone on the playground knew that Xiaohan's martial soul had evolved, and it was very likely that it was an SSS-level martial soul. How is this possible? Zhao Yu's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. He had just been feeling happy, and now he was being slapped in the face, which was driving him to the brink of collapse. Why should I? Why is Xiaohan always so eye-catching? Brother Xiaohan, I was wrong before. I don't think we should break up. I was wrong about this. Shuer, I'll make it up to you tonight, okay? Bai Shuer looked regretful and pounced on Xiaohan. However, before Bai Shuer could even get close, Su Linglong deterred her with a single look. Xiaohan wanted to laugh when he saw this. You're going to make it up to me tonight? I'm already tired of you. I knew Xiaohan, you were no ordinary person. Su Linglong looked at Xiaohan with gentle eyes. Thanks. Xiaohan felt a little embarrassed, as he had just forcibly kissed Su Linglong. He felt somewhat embarrassed by his current state. At this moment, the principal on the platform excitedly said, Xiaohan, may I come up and have my martial spirit tested again? Our savior has arrived. Xiaohan quickly agreed, okay, principal. Then, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Xiaohan went directly onto the stage and placed his hand on the awakening crystal. In an instant, dazzling golden and black light appeared simultaneously. Then, bang! The awakening crystal exploded. The teacher in charge of awakening was utterly shocked by what she saw. Xiaohan, twin martial souls, Chaos Green Lotus and Eternal Night Monarch. Both of their martial souls are at least SSS level. Chapter 4, The Heavenly Secrets of Creation. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the scene erupted in chaos. Awesome! Xiaoshan truly lives up to his reputation as Xiaoshan. I knew it. How could Xiaoshan possibly awaken two useless F-rank martial souls? He was just gathering his strength. Why? Why is Xiaohan able to evolve his martial soul? The students all looked on with envy, and of course, there were also a group of people who were green with envy. On the high platform, the principal was extremely excited. May God bless my North Sea. Today, not only did Su Linglong, with her SSS-level martial soul, the Extreme Ice Phoenix, appear, but Xiaohan, with his twin SSS-level martial souls, also appeared. I'm afraid I can get promoted right here and now. The admissions officers from the 4 universities were so excited they took off. That's right, it took off directly, flew to the awakening platform, and came to stand in front of Xiaohan. This is a twin SSS-level martial soul. There is only one such case in the entire history of the Blue Star. The teachers from Jiangnan Academy rushed up and tightly grasped Xiaohan's hand, their expressions excited, as if they had seen their goddess stripped naked in front of them. Xiaohan, join our Jiangnan Academy. Name your price, just tell us what you want. Xiaohan's lips twitched slightly as he watched the teacher's frenzied behavior. Damn, he really had reason to suspect that the teacher was from Nantong. Teachers from both Shanghai and Sichuan universities crowded around the teachers from Jiangnan University as they approached Xiaohan. Xiaohan, come to our Shanghai University. What are those Jiangnan universities compared to us? They're not even worth a drop of our Shanghai University. Xiaohan, don't listen to him. Come to our Chuandu Academy. We have tons of beautiful women here. Xiaohan, don't listen to their bragging. Those women from Sichuan are all fierce. Come to our Jiangnan Academy, where the beauties are as gentle as water. Bullshit. The real goddesses are the young women of Shanghai. Come to our Shanghai universities. The teachers from the 3 universities crowded in front of Xiaohan, promoting their institutions like a pyramid scheme leader. Xiaohan was speechless. These teachers are really indecent. Criticize them. They absolutely must be criticized. Is Xiaohan the kind of person who lusts after beautiful women? Just then. Bang! The 3 teachers took off again. This time, however, he was blasted away. Hey, you 3, stop arguing. This kid is our Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Xingxia put away her fist and walked over. Xiaohan swallowed hard as he watched the scene. The martial arts realms are divided into martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial sect master, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial saint, and martial god. Each major realm is further divided into several minor realms, from the 1st to the 9th level. Those 3 teachers were all powerful experts at the 9th level of the martial grandmaster realm, yet they were blasted away by this woman from the Imperial Capital Academy with a single punch. That's too violent. No, I can't join this academy in the capital, or I'll definitely get punched by this woman. At this moment. Bite. New options have emerged. How can we stand still? Option 1, join Jiangnan, Shanghai, or Sichuan University. Reward, a 66-year-old wife weighing 666 pounds. Option 2, join a prestigious university in the capital. Reward, 9th rank cultivation technique creation heaven reaching art. 6. The reward has been upgraded. It's not just 666 gene 388 caddies, but also 66 years old. Damn system. If you want me to join the Imperial Capital Academy, just say so. You're still using the publish option? However, this 9th grade cultivation technique is indeed quite appealing. You should know that martial arts techniques and skills are divided into 9 ranks, from the lowest to the highest, from rank 1 to rank 9. The 9th rank is the most advanced cultivation technique. Actually, joining a university in the capital city is also an option. Look how beautiful this teacher is. Xiaohan looked at Lin Xingxia and nodded silently. At this point, the teachers from the other 3 universities began to angrily curse. Lin Xingxia. You have no sportsmanship. You ambushed us. Exactly. If you're so capable, let's face it head on. You think your Imperial Capital University is that great? It's only slightly better than ours. Lin Xingxia remained silent, only releasing her aura. The aura of a martial king was fully revealed. The 3 teachers immediately shut their mouths. You're awesome. Then Lin Xingxia walked up to Xiaohan and said, Xiaohan, would you be willing to join our Imperial Capital Academy? As the top of the 4 universities, our Imperial Capital Academy boasts the strongest teaching capabilities. Moreover, once you enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you will enjoy special privileges, such as free access to the martial arts hall and training rooms. At the same time, we will also give you a scholarship of 10 million. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan could only say, it smells amazing. I do. As Xiaohan finished speaking, a cultivation technique appeared directly in his mind. Ding! The reward, the creation heaven reaching technique, has been issued. Xiaohan was overjoyed. Lin Xingxia smiled and said, Okay, Xiaohan, Your teacher will be waiting for you at Imperial University. The other 3 teachers from the academy looked ashen-faced as dead pigs. At this moment, they were on the verge of tears. Twin SSS-level martial souls. Just like that, they were stolen. Wah-ha-ha. After exchanging contact information with Lin Xingxia, Xiaohan stepped down from the stage. Just as she was about to flee this place of trouble, Su Linglong ran straight to Xiaohan's side. Xiaohan. You just forcibly kissed her and you think you can run away? Su Linglong blushed and said angrily. Aha, how could that be? I was just looking for you. Xiaohan scratched his head, inwardly realizing something was wrong. It's a disaster. Her persona is ruined. Isn't Su Linglong supposed to be a cool and aloof school beauty? Fine, I forgive you. Su Linglong said in a coquettish tone. In fact, she had long harbored a crush on Xiaohan, and each of their chance encounters was carefully planned by her, just to exchange a few words with him. However, she was naturally aloof and didn't know how to get along with boys. By the time she decided to change, Xiaohan and Bai Shuer were already together. Now that Xiaohan has broken up with Bai Shuer, and for some unknown reason he forcibly kissed her, she must hold on to Xiaohan tightly this time. Linglong, which academy are you going to? Xiaohan found it strange that although the 4 teachers were shocked that Su Linglong had awakened an SSS-level martial soul, none of them went down to recruit students. Upon hearing this, Su Linglong chuckled, "You'll find out then." Xiaohan nodded, though he was puzzled, he didn't ask. Xiaohan then chatted with Su Linglong for a while, exchanged QQ contacts, and then went their separate ways. As Xiaohan walked home, his mind was focused on his martial spirit. The Chaos Green Lotus martial soul possesses absolute healing effects and can also create a chaos domain, within which one's own strength is amplified while the opponent's strength is weakened. The Eternal Night King martial soul possesses absolute suppressive power, is a first-rate assassination expert, can instantly teleport into any shadow, and can create the Eternal Night domain. Within the realm of Eternal Night, all light sources are forcibly blocked, leaving everyone except oneself in complete darkness. It will also have an impact on the enemy's mind. Unbelievable. That's incredible. Xiaohan was very excited. Just then, Bai Shuer, with tears in her eyes, blocked Xiaohan's path. Brother Xiaohan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Chapter 5 Martial Artist Certification. Please, Brother Xiaohan, I'll make it up to you tonight, okay? Snow White pleaded desperately, her humility evident. She was filled with extreme regret at this moment. She had just broken up with Xiaohan when he awakened twin SSS-level martial souls. If she had broken up with him a little later, Xiaohan would still be her boyfriend, and she wouldn't be in this situation. Unfortunately, there's no going back in life. Xiaohan gazed at Bai Shuer, her face streaked with tears, but felt no emotion. Just then, bite. A new choice has been made. Option 1, forgive Shuer, I'm a total simp. Reward, 666 caddies plus 66 years old plus a wife with a man. Option 2, reject Bai Shuer and state frankly that it's impossible for us. Reward, system issue Qi and blood pill. System branded Qi and blood pill, everything produced by the system is of the highest quality. Just one pill is enough to make the host's Qi and blood boil, as if they have been completely filled. Upon seeing the reward for option 1, Xiaohan was utterly speechless. Okay, so this is how you play it? Of course, he definitely wouldn't choose option 1. The reward for option 2 is also rather abstract. However, it was somewhat useful to him. Immediately, Xiaohan glared at Bai Shuer. We've already broken up, it's impossible. Bai Shuer seemed unwilling to give up and came up to grab Xiaohan's hand. Brother Xiaohan. Let's go to the hotel. Xiaohan's lips twitched slightly, but he maintained an indifferent expression. Roll. After that, Xiaohan didn't linger and headed straight home, passing Bai Shuer. Bai Shuer collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with tears of regret. It's ruined. I ruined everything. Xiaohan returned home. The parents immediately came to greet him, their faces full of concern. Son, how was it? What martial soul did you awaken? Xiaohan is the only child in his family. Both his parents are F-level martial souls and ordinary workers, so his family has always been poor. Mom and Dad, I have twin martial souls, both SSS level. Xiaohan didn't hide anything and said it directly. Upon hearing this, Zhao's parents were shocked. Really, son? Xiaohan felt somewhat gratified as he watched this heartwarming scene. Although my family is of modest means, we are all very happy together. It must be true. I've already been accepted into a prestigious university in the capital. And I even have a scholarship of 10 million. As he spoke, Xiaohan took out his phone to confirm this with his parents and transferred 5 million yuan to them. Mom and Dad, you don't need to work so hard anymore. Your son will take care of you in your old age. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao were very excited. They never expected their son to be so successful. You're such a great son. I knew you were the best. Mom made you a big meal, let's celebrate. After dinner, Xiaohan returned to his room. Back in his room, Xiaohan glanced at his phone and saw that Su Linglong had sent him a message. Su Linglong, what are you doing? The time was sent just now when Xiao Fan was eating. Xiaohan opened his phone and replied to the message. I just finished eating, what's wrong? The Su family home, Su Linglong's room. Su Linglong lay in bed, tossing and turning. Finally, her phone beeped, and Su Linglong opened it. Xiaohan, you big bad guy, I just finished eating, what's up? Upon seeing this message, Su Linglong was stunned. He just forcibly kissed me at noon today, and now he's turning his back on me tonight? Xiaohan, you big bad guy. It's all right now. After sending the message, Su Linglong rolled around on the bed in anger. Xiaohan looked at the message sent by Su Linglong, somewhat puzzled. But right now, Xiaohan is still thinking about cultivation. Then, Xiaohan took out the system-issue qi and blood pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, Xiaohan felt as if his meridians were filled. Hiss! Holy crap! Intense pain washed over Xiaohan's body. Xiaohan immediately activated the 9th grade cultivation technique given to him by the system, the Creation Heaven Reaching technique. Guided by the Creation and Heaven Reaching technique, the medicinal effects gradually subsided and ceased their reckless advance. Damn system! This qi and blood pill is seriously potent. Xiaohan cursed inwardly, then devoted himself entirely to cultivation. This qi and blood pill is indeed hundreds of times more potent than ordinary qi and blood pills. I'll take this opportunity to break through to the martial realm in one fell swoop. Under the influence of the Creation Heaven connecting technique, Xiaohan gradually absorbed the medicinal effects of the system brand qi and blood pill. Then, first level of warrior realm. Breakthrough in an instant. But it's not over yet. Double. Triple. Fourfold. Several hours passed. Xiaohan exhaled a breath of stale air and casually threw a punch. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. Martial Artist Realm Level 4, not bad, not bad. I can go get certified as a martial artist tomorrow. Xiaohan's lips curled up slightly. He broke through to the 4th level of the martial artist realm in one go, and his martial arts foundation was not only not weak, but also very solid. This is the charm of the 9th rank cultivation technique. Afterwards, Xiaohan took a shower and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning. Since he had already been admitted to a prestigious university in the capital, he naturally did not need to attend classes at school anymore. However, Xiaohan still got up very early and came to the martial arts center. He came here for two reasons. One was to purchase several martial arts manuals to further improve his strength. Another thing is to become a certified martial artist. After being certified, you can receive a martial artist allowance from the state every month, which is a full 20,000 yuan. Xiaohan didn't plan to use it himself, but intended to give it to his parents. After all, 20,000 yuan was really not enough for him to enter the Imperial Capital Academy in the future, and he could also try to obtain resources on his own. So I plan to leave these to my parents so they can have a better life. Hello, I'd like to process your martial arts certification. Xiaohan went directly to a window and handed over his ID card. The receptionist at this window was a young woman. Her face was average looking, but her breasts were enormous. The young lady was somewhat surprised to see Xiaohan. This guy is so handsome. However, her professionalism made the young lady react quickly. She took Xiaohan's ID card, scanned it, and then Xiaohan's information appeared on the screen. Xiaohan, 18 years old, is a student at Beihai No. 1 Middle School. The young lady was somewhat shocked upon seeing Xiaohan's message. He just awakened his martial spirit and he's already participating in the martial artist certification? This is absolutely outrageous. The young woman shook her head and then said, take this form and go participate in the martial artist certification. If you pass, come back to me and I'll give you a martial artist badge. Although the young lady said that, she didn't believe that Xiaohan could pass the martial artist certification. After all, he was too young. Who comes to participate in the martial artist certification right after awakening their martial soul? You should know that the martial artist certification is for battling real martial artist level beasts. Xiao Han, unaware of what the young lady was thinking, accepted the order. Thanks. Xiao Han smiled and then headed towards the martial artist certification area with the form in hand. The young woman sighed as she watched Xiao Han's retreating figure. I really want to see this handsome young man again, but unfortunately he's only 18 years old. How could he possibly pass the martial arts certification? Chapter 6. The entire audience was shocked. Holding the form, Xiao Han pushed open a heavy metal door and entered the martial arts certification assessment area. The venue is very spacious, about half the size of a basketball court. The ground and the surrounding walls are reinforced with a special alloy that has a cold, hard luster, obviously designed to withstand strong impacts. A few people were already standing scattered inside the venue. Near the entrance were 2 or 3 young people, who seemed to be there for the certification process, their faces showing obvious nervousness and anticipation. In a slightly further corner, 7 or 8 people were gathered together, seemingly observing, occasionally whispering among themselves, their eyes scanning the room with a scrutinizing gaze. Directly in front, a middle-aged man with a resolute face, wearing the uniform of the Martial Arts Association, stood there with his hands behind his back, his eyes like an eagle, scanning everyone who entered the venue, exuding an invisible pressure that belonged to a strong person. He was clearly the examiner for this exam. The examiner's gaze fell on Xiao Han, compared him with the electronic list in his hand, confirmed his identity, and then announced in a steady and powerful voice, "The assessment rules are very simple. Independently defeat an armored bull at the first level of the martial artist realm, within 10 minutes. Be ready and let's begin." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire venue. Xiao Han nodded, indicating that he understood. His youthful, even somewhat immature, face immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers on the sidelines. Hey, look at that kid, is he all grown up yet? He looks like a high school student. Is he here to get certified as a martial artist too? A burly man in mercenary uniform said in a low voice to his companion next to him, his tone slightly teasing. Probably some wealthy family sent their scion here to broaden his horizons. It's good to see something new. A first-level martial artist in armored form is tough and powerful, it's no joke. His companion curled his lip, clearly not optimistic either. TSK, these young people nowadays, they really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking that being a martial artist is so easy? On the other side, a martial artist who looked experienced shook his head, speaking with the tone of someone who had been there before. Several whispers, tinged with disdain, curiosity, and a hint of contempt, drifted over. Although they tried to keep their voices down, Xiao Han, with his current hearing, could hear them clearly in the relatively quiet testing area. Xiao Han ignored the discussions and remained calm. As the examiner raised his hand to signal, a heavy alloy door on one side of the venue slowly rose, emitting a dull creaking sound. In the shadows, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a massive, strange beast emerged with heavy steps. It stands nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a large body, covered in dark brown fur that gleams with a hard metallic sheen under the light. 2 thick, curved horns on its head, like sharp scimitars, gleamed with a chilling light. The target of this assessment is none other than the ironclad bull. Moo! As soon as the armored bull appeared, it let out a deep roar full of savagery. Its scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Xiao Han in the center of the arena, 2 thick white breaths spewed from its nostrils, and its 4 strong hooves began to paw at the ground, kicking up a cloud of gravel and dust. The next second, it exerted force with its hind legs, and its huge body, like a cannonball or a runaway heavy truck, charged toward Xiao Han with an incomparably fierce and unstoppable momentum. Even the hard alloy floor seemed to tremble slightly under its violent impact. Faced with this violent impact that would terrify an ordinary person, Xiao Han showed no panic whatsoever, remaining calm and composed. He didn't even summon his twin SSS plus martial souls, which were enough to shock the world, right away. Just as the armored bull's gleaming horns were about to pierce his chest, Xiao Han moved. He casually tapped his foot to the left, and his entire body floated half a meter to the side at an incredible angle, like a weightless willow catkin. Laugh! The bull almost brushed past his clothes, the gust of wind it created blowing the stray hairs on Xiao Han's forehead. The entire dodging action was fluid and effortless, as if he were not avoiding the deadly charge of a ferocious beast, but strolling leisurely in his own backyard. The few people on the sidelines who were waiting to see Xiao Han get knocked away or scramble to avoid the collision couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. This dodge, though seemingly simple, demonstrates an exquisite grasp of timing, speed, and distance, something a newbie who has just awakened their martial spirit could never achieve. Hey, this kid's got some skills. The burly man who had been teasing him earlier stroked his chin, his eyes showing some surprise. That footwork is very solid. The experienced martial artist also abandoned his contempt and became focused. The examiner, who had maintained a blank expression, narrowed his eyes slightly, his sharp gaze lingering on Xiao Han for a few more seconds like a searchlight. He could see that this young man had an extremely stable stance and his footwork was practiced and steady. It was no fluke. More importantly, just a moment ago, he sensed a blood and chi fluctuation from Xiao Han that far exceeded that of an ordinary 9th-level martial apprentice. This kid's physical strength and reaction speed, he's probably already firmly established himself in the martial artist realm. Moreover, judging from his calm and restrained aura, his foundation is exceptionally solid, which is definitely not something achieved through the use of pills. Interesting. The examiner thought to himself, beginning to take this overly young candidate seriously. Having missed its target, the armored bull became even more ferocious. It shook its head violently, its powerful hooves pounding the ground and creating several shallow craters. Adjusting its direction, it roared again, preparing to launch a second charge. Xiao Han looked at the beast, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. Warm up, almost over. He decided not to waste any more time and that it was better to finish quickly. After all, he still needed to go to the martial arts pavilion to choose some suitable martial arts techniques. This time, facing the armored bull charging at him like a miniature tank, Xiao Han did not choose to dodge. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking a step forward to meet the fierce airflow. In an instant, he took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm tensed up like a coiling dragon. The power of his martial arts level 4 surged out without reservation, flowing through his meridians and into his right fist. His bones and muscles emitted a series of subtle crackling sounds. No martial spirit was summoned. No fancy techniques were used. He relied solely on his physical strength, which was far superior to that of other martial artists of the same level, after being initially tempered by the creation heaven-reaching technique. Call. With a powerful punch, he slammed his fist toward the massive head of the armored bull charging toward him. The fist tore through the air with such speed that it even created a faint white shockwave. The air around the fist was rapidly compressed, producing a slight sound, like cloth being suddenly torn apart. Puff. A clearly audible explosion. Chapter 7 One Punch Kill. The girl regrets it. Xiao Han's fist struck the armored bull's neck precisely, hitting a relatively weak spot in its defenses. Bang! The dull thud was like a heavy hammer striking a muffled drum. A powerful force, visible to the naked eye, burst forth instantly through the tough hide. Moo-woo! The armored bull let out a strange roar mixed with pain and horror. Its huge body, as big as a small truck, suddenly shuddered, its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, and it was actually knocked back several steps by this punch. The heavy hooves scraped against the alloy floor, producing a screeching noise and a string of sparks. Its enormous head swayed uncontrollably, a clear look of confusion and dizziness flashing in its scarlet eyes, as if it had been struck hard on the forehead by an invisible hammer, causing its entire nervous system to briefly shut down. They gave the armored bull no chance to catch its breath or recover. Just as the bull staggered and lost its balance, Xiao Han moved. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, his figure closing in like a ghost, so fast that he left a faint afterimage in his wake. The creation and transcendence technique not only enhances one's chi and blood and realm, but also provides an astonishing boost to body control and explosive power. The second punch followed immediately. This punch, while seemingly lacking the earth-shattering power of the first, was more refined and restrained. An invisible penetrating force seemed to swirl around the fist, aiming directly at the back of the ironclad bull's left foreleg, near its heart. This punch contained a special hidden force generated by the operation of the creation heaven-reaching technique, making its penetrating power extremely strong. Puff! This time, the sound was even more muffled, like a fist striking thick leather, or like muffled thunder rolling in the dark clouds. The massive body of the armored bull suddenly stiffened, and the savagery and ferocity in its eyes vanished instantly, replaced by utter stillness. Before it could even let out its final wail, its limbs went limp, and with a loud thud, it crashed heavily onto the hard alloy floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. It twitched twice, then became completely still, devoid of any life force. From the moment the armored bull charged fiercely out of the alloy gate to the moment its massive body crashed to the ground, the entire process was so fast it was dazzling, probably taking less than 10 seconds. Even more incredibly, Xiao Han didn't even summon his martial spirit from beginning to end. With just his physical strength, he defeated a beast at the first level of the martial realm, known for its defense and impact, with just 2 punches. The entire testing area fell into a deathly silence in an instant. You could hear a pin drop. Whether it was the martial artists who had been watching with amusement or even a hint of disdain, or the young people who were also waiting for the assessment and were originally very nervous, they were all frozen in place, their eyes wide open, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief and horror. Instant kill? A heavily armored bull at the first level of the martial warrior realm was actually killed in 10 seconds by a boy who looked no more than 18 years old, with his bare hands? Is this some kind of movie shoot? Or am I seeing things? Many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes, repeatedly confirming the huge, motionless black shadow lying on the ground, and the tall, calm-looking boy standing beside it. The facts are undeniable. The first to react was the stern-faced examiner. His eyes also flashed with deep shock, but his professionalism allowed him to quickly regain his composure. He strode forward, squatted down, and carefully examined the fallen armored bull. He confirmed that it had indeed completely lost its ability to fight, and even its vital signs were extremely weak, meaning it was not far from death. He suddenly raised his head, and the scrutiny and slight surprise in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Han were now completely replaced by an emotion that was almost horrified. Is this kid a monster? Martial Artist Level 4. The burst of energy he unleashed just now was undoubtedly at the Martial Artist Level 4. And his foundation was terrifyingly solid. Most importantly, he's only 18 years old. He only awakened his martial soul yesterday? The examiner took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions. His voice trembled slightly, but he announced with exceptional clarity, "The assessment is passed." He paused, looking at Xiao Han's excessively calm face, and added 2 more words, emphasizing his tone: rating. Perfect. A perfect rating. This is extremely rare in martial arts certification assessments. Usually, only those geniuses whose abilities far exceed the assessment standards and who easily complete the task with overwhelming force can obtain it. Meanwhile, above the testing site, in a control room equipped with all-around monitoring equipment, the young woman who had previously greeted Xiao Han, a woman with a rather voluptuous figure but a professionally aloof demeanor, was staring in disbelief at everything happening on the monitor screen. Her small mouth was slightly open, enough to fit an egg. She was only slightly surprised when she saw Xiao Han casually dodge the first collision. But when she saw Xiao Han advance instead of retreating, and knock the armored bull to the ground with just 2 punches, she subconsciously covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes wide open, as if she had seen something that would shatter her worldview. On the screen, the boy stood upright with his fist clenched, his handsome face calm and composed, a stark contrast to the stunned onlookers around him. Her face flushed bright red instantly, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to her slightly dismissive and formulaic attitude, and her secret judgment that Xiao Han had no chance of passing the test. He's only just awakened his martial soul and he's already participating in the martial artist certification? Take this form and go participate in the martial arts certification. If you pass, come back to me. It's a pity he's only 18 years old. How could he possibly pass the martial arts certification? The words she had said before now felt like stinging slaps to her face. Oh my God. What have I just done? I actually misjudged it. How could I have thought that this young, handsome, and ridiculously talented genius was just a high school student who was recklessly trying his luck? He's not here to try his luck, he's clearly here to use overwhelming force. In an instant, regret, shock, and a touch of inexplicable shame intertwined, making her cheeks even redder, almost as if they were about to bleed. She couldn't even imagine what kind of expression she should have when Xiao Han came back with the certificate to process the badge. Inside the assessment room, he faced the examiner's perfect evaluation and the awe-inspiring, shocked gazes around him that seemed to want to devour him. Xiao Han simply flicked his hand casually, as if he had just swatted a rather strong fly rather than a ferocious beast at the martial arts realm. Chapter 8, Badge in Hand, but fate brings us together again. His expression was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the violence he displayed during the test, making those around him wonder if they were the same person. Xiao Han ignored the stunned onlookers and paid no attention to the examiner's complicated gaze. He nodded slightly to the examiner as a greeting, then turned and walked towards the exit. Wherever he went, the crowd instinctively parted to the sides, making way for him, their eyes following his back with awe and envy. Xiao Han thought to himself, all done. Next, I should go check out the martial arts pavilion. He stood in front of the same window again. The young woman behind the window was still lost in thought, her head bowed, her fingertips tapping unconsciously on the table. What I just saw on the surveillance footage was astonishing. Suddenly, she caught sight of someone approaching out of the corner of her eye, and her body trembled as she abruptly raised her head. Ah! Xiao Han, classmate. Her voice suddenly became sweet, and her cheeks flushed red. His eyes held a mixture of panic and a hint of admiration. He stood up in a panic, his elbow nearly knocking over the water glass on the table. Congratulations! You passed the assessment, and your score was excellent. She tried to keep her voice steady and sound professional, but her tone still wavered slightly at the end, betraying her true feelings. Please show me your identification information and your assessment certificate. I'll get you a martial arts badge right away. Xiao Han handed over the items, and seeing that the other party's attitude was obviously different from before, he roughly guessed why, but he didn't say anything. The young woman blushed even more when she accidentally touched Xiao Han's fingers as she took the voucher. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and began rapidly entering information into the terminal. All right, Xiao Han. A few minutes later, the young lady handed over a brand new badge with both hands. This is your martial arts badge, please keep it safe. Xiao Han accepted the badge. It felt slightly cool to the touch, and the material seemed more delicate than ordinary martial artist badges, with a subtle sheen. The front of the badge features the dragon emblem of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association, while the back is engraved with his name and a number PG00789. This special PG prefix seems to represent a perfect genius or something similar, highlighting its uniqueness. Your martial arts stipend of 20,000 federal credits has been deposited into your account. Please check it. Also, this is a resource package prepared by the association for every new martial artist, which contains some basic training supplies. The young lady then handed over a delicate little brocade pouch. Thank you. Xiao Han pinned the badge to his chest and casually put away the brocade pouch. Just as Xiao Han was about to turn and leave, the young woman, as if summoning her courage, blushed and said softly, Xiao Han, could I have your contact information? If you need anything in the future, you can just contact me. Her eyes were full of expectation and a little shy. It would be a lie to say you weren't tempted by such a young, handsome, and incredibly talented genius. Xiao Han turned around and glanced at her. Although the young lady has an ordinary appearance, her shy and timid demeanor at this moment makes her look very cute. However, he is currently focused on improving his strength and future plans, and has no time to deal with these matters. I'm sorry, I'm about to go on a wilderness training trip, so it might not be convenient for me. Xiao Han politely declined the offer with a reasonable excuse. The young woman forced a smile and nodded. Okay, alright then, I wish you a successful training. Be careful. Xiao Han nodded slightly, then turned and walked out of the martial arts center without lingering. Once you've completed your martial artist certification, the next step is to go to the martial arts pavilion to select suitable martial arts techniques, and then you can begin your real combat training. However, he had only taken a few steps out the door when he bumped into a group of people. There were about 5 or 6 of them, all of them looking like hooligans. The one in the lead had a head of striking yellow hair and a smug look on his face. He seemed to have just completed some mission and was bragging to his henchmen. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The one leading them was none other than Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was talking animatedly when he looked up and suddenly saw Xiao Han. The smug look on his face froze instantly. The next second, the humiliation of being oppressed by Su Linglong's aura and being secretly mocked by everyone during yesterday's awakening ceremony surged into Zhao Yu's heart. His face quickly turned from white to green, then from green to black, so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. His gaze unconsciously swept over Xiao Han, and when he saw the brand new martial artist badge on Xiao Han's chest, which even had a special luster, Zhao Yu's eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen a ghost, and he screamed. Impossible! How could you possibly pass the martial artist certification? His shout was extremely loud, immediately attracting the attention of people entering and leaving the martial arts center. Zhao Yu's henchmen were also dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, staring intently at the badge on Xiao Han's chest, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. Brother Yu, are you sure you're not seeing things? That really is a martial arts badge? Holy crap! Wasn't he a useless double F martial soul yesterday? And today he's a martial artist? This is fucking cheating, isn't it? He definitely cheated. The martial arts certification is so difficult, how could a piece of trash like him possibly pass? The whispers of the followers were neither too loud nor too soft, but clearly audible to those around them, including Xiao Han. Looking at Xiao Han's calm and composed demeanor, and then comparing it to his own smugness at only reaching the 4th level of martial apprentice and awakening an A-level martial soul, Zhao Yu felt a surge of pride. An uncontrollable jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, distorting his face. How could this guy, who was a laughingstock yesterday, suddenly become a martial artist today? And he even got a badge that looks extraordinary? Anger and jealousy consumed Zhao Yu's last shred of reason. He strode forward, blocking Xiao Han's path, his tone filled with undisguised malice and skepticism. Xiao Han, what kind of damn luck did you have? Tell me. Did you use some shady methods to get certified? Xiao Han stopped in his tracks, his gaze calmly falling on Zhao Yu's face, which was twisted with jealousy, as if he were looking at a roadside stone that was in his way. Good dogs don't block the way, get out of the way. His calm tone, devoid of any emotion, struck Zhao Yu like a resounding slap across the face. Among the onlookers, some even chuckled softly. Zhao Yu's face, already flushed with jealousy and anger, instantly turned a deep liver color. The humiliation of yesterday's awakening ceremony, the frustration of being ignored by Su Linglong, and the embarrassment of being publicly humiliated at this moment, all these emotions erupted in his chest like a volcano. What the hell did you say? Zhao Yu roared, his voice trembling. Xiao Han, don't think you're so great just because you got lucky and became a martial artist. I have an A-grade martial spirit. I was already at the 1st level of the martial artist realm yesterday. What are you anyway? Chapter 9. Even trash dares to bark and howl? He felt pretty good about himself. Xiao Han did get the martial artist badge, but he only awakened it yesterday. How strong can he be? At most, it's at the 1st level of the martial realm. I have an A-level martial soul, so I'm not necessarily afraid of him. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yu's courage grew a bit stronger. His spiritual energy circulated within him, and a flash of green light appeared on his arm. Hiss! A small, emerald green snake, entirely formed of energy, appeared out of thin air and coiled around his right arm. The small snake flicked its tongue, emanating a chilling aura. It was his A-grade martial soul, the Emerald Serpent. Die! Zhao Yu roared and swung his right fist fiercely. The emerald green snake on his arm seemed to come alive, baring its fangs and bringing with it a foul stench, rushing straight at Xiao Han's face. He used all his strength this time, confident that even if he couldn't seriously injure Xiao Han, he could at least make him flustered and miserable. However, faced with this fierce offensive, Xiao Han didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Not to mention summoning his astonishing twin SSS plus martial souls. Just as the emerald green serpent was about to devour him, Xiao Han's figure swayed gently, like a reflection on the water. Only a blurry afterimage remained in the same spot. Laugh! Zhao Yu's fist, accompanied by the emerald green snake, narrowly missed Xiao Han's afterimage. The force of the punch slammed into empty air, and the resulting wind even ruffled a few strands of hair on Xiao Han's forehead. What? Zhao Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and he was terrified. He didn't even see how Xiao Han dodged. This is absolutely unbelievable. Impossible. Zhao Yu didn't believe in this superstition. He activated his martial spirit again, his arm transforming into a green shadow, launching a series of fierce attacks on Xiao Han. The shadows of his fists and snakes intertwined, attempting to completely engulf Xiao Han. No matter how frantically he attacked, he could never touch Xiao Han. Xiao Han's every dodge was perfectly executed, completely anticipating his intentions. Zhao Yu's attacks couldn't even touch him, let alone hurt him. On the contrary, Zhao Yu himself was already panting heavily, his movements were distorted, and he was full of openings. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! What kind of footwork is that? It's so fast I can't even see it. Zhao Yu is at least a 1st-level martial artist, but he's just playing around with him. It's a complete mockery. That Xiao Han, he really only awakened his power yesterday? This strength, it can't be real. No wonder he has a special badge, he's definitely a prodigy. Hearing these comments, Zhao Yu became even angrier and more annoyed, feeling extremely ashamed. Damn it! Are you watching a show? All of you, get him. Crush him. Zhao Yu turned his head and roared at the few followers who were still in a daze. The henchmen, though intimidated by Xiao Han's strength, dared not disobey their leader's orders. They exchanged glances, and, steeling themselves, revealed their martial spirits. Most of them were D-grade or C-grade, like Iron Fist Bull, which didn't look very impressive. Then, the group yelled and mustered their courage as they charged toward Xiao Han. Court death. Xiao Han's eyes turned cold, and he was too lazy to play with them anymore. Since they insist on getting beaten up, then let them have their way. His figure flickered. This time, instead of dodging, they went straight at each other. The speed was even faster than before, and to onlookers it was almost a blurry line. He moved with the ease of entering an empty space, instantly rushing into the midst of his henchmen. His moves were clean and swift, so fast that no one could even see them. Bang! The first henchman who rushed over only saw a figure flash before his eyes, and then felt an irresistible force in his chest. He was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, and rolled several times on the ground before losing consciousness on the spot. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, there were several more muffled thuds. The remaining henchmen were sent flying in various awkward ways almost simultaneously. Screaming in pain, he fell to the ground groaning, and in the blink of an eye, he was too weak to fight anymore. The whole process was incredibly fast. From the moment Zhao Yu gave the order until all his followers lay down, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. Zhao Yu was completely dumbfounded, standing there frozen in place, his arrogance vanished without a trace, leaving only terror on his face. He glanced at his groaning subordinate on the ground, then at Xiao Han, whose hair was perfectly styled, and his legs began to tremble like leaves. The difference is too huge. They're not even in the same league. Escape! We must escape immediately. Zhao Yu had only one thought left in his mind. He suddenly twisted his body and was about to run away. But as soon as he turned around, a hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. Before he knew it, Xiao Han had silently appeared behind him. His face still had that expressionless look. Where did you run off to? Zhao Yu's body stiffened instantly. He slowly turned his head and met Xiao Han's calm eyes. He was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. Brother Xiao. No, Master Xiao. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind. Please, have mercy on me and let me go. Zhao Yu suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop, tightly hugging Xiao Han's leg, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face, completely losing his previous arrogance. Those around him were disgusted this guy's attitude changed way too quickly. Xiao Han frowned and casually flicked his foot. Zhao Yu was thrown around twice. Before he could even get up, he felt a weight on his face. His face was pressed firmly against the rough ground. It's Xiao Han's foot. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He struggled desperately, but the foot stepping on his face remained unmoved, and he could not budge it no matter how hard he tried. My cheek stung as I rubbed it against the ground. Xiao Han looked down at Zhao Yu at his feet, his eyes cold, as if he were looking at an insect that could be crushed at will. You piece of trash, how dare you be so insolent in front of me? Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with fear, humiliation, and utter despair. He knew he had bitten off more than he could chew this time, and had offended someone he absolutely couldn't afford to mess with. He tried to beg for mercy, but with his face being stepped on, he could only make muffled whimpering sounds. Xiao Han stepped on his face, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the silent crowd before slowly lifting his foot. He didn't even glance at Zhao Yu again, simply brushing off non-existent dust from the corner of his clothes. Then, he turned around and walked straight toward the martial arts pavilion. It seems like I just casually cleaned up some unsightly trash. Xiao Han completely ignored Zhao Yu, who was like a lump of mud behind him, and the gazes cast by the people around him, and walked straight into the deeper part of the martial arts center. The little incident just now was nothing more than squashing a fly after a meal. To him it didn't even warrant the slightest emotional fluctuation. The martial arts pavilion is one of the core areas of the martial arts center and an important place for all martial artists to improve their strength. The attic looks ancient and grand, with 2 stone lions standing on either side of the entrance, looking solemn and dignified. Once inside the attic, I discovered that the space was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Rows of bookshelves stood upright, neatly filled with various jade slips, animal hide scrolls, and books made of special materials. Chapter 10 Martial Arts Pavilion, the system's bizarre choice. Many martial artists moved among the bookshelves, some stopping to look intently, while others whispered to each other. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the surroundings. The martial arts techniques and skills here are truly dazzling, arranged in categories according to rank and type. The first and second rank areas are the largest, occupying most of the ground floor space, and are open to all certified martial artists. The third grade area is relatively small and is restricted, requiring certain permissions or points to enter. As for higher level martial arts techniques, they can only exist in legends at least, they are impossible to see in the martial arts center of Beihai City. Xiao Han didn't rush to look through the pages, but first sorted out his needs in his mind. The Chaos Green Lotus primarily focuses on life, purification, defense, and domain amplification. It boasts astonishing recovery capabilities and strong direct combat abilities, but currently lacks effective ranged attacks and burst damage. The Night King is primarily focused on assassination, stealth, spatial teleportation, and mental influence. Its core strengths lie in its unpredictable movements and deadly abilities, but it is somewhat lacking in direct confrontation. Movement techniques are essential. While the Night King's Shadow Leap is unpredictable, it's not foolproof, especially in open areas or places without shadows. Regular movement techniques are needed to compensate for this. Moreover, powerful movement techniques can also be used in conjunction with the Chaos Green Lotus for pulling and dodging. In terms of offense, the Eternal Night Monarch has the attribute of assassination, but it requires close combat. The Chaos Green Lotus is currently more supportive, and it also needs a powerful and simple attack skill to break through defenses or clear the field. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han began to wander among the rows of bookshelves. He quickly skipped over those flashy but impractical martial arts techniques and focused his attention precisely on a few second-grade martial arts techniques that were rated quite well. Phantom Step, a mid-level second-grade movement technique. When mastered, it can create 3 afterimages to confuse enemies, and its speed and agility are quite good. Stone Shattering Fist, a second-grade upper-level attack martial art, known for its fierceness and power. The fist force is concentrated, and when practiced to a high level, it can shatter a boulder with a single punch. Both of these martial arts manuals are pretty good choices, and they suit his situation quite well. The difficulty of cultivation is moderate, and for him, who is currently at the 4th level of the martial realm, they are very cost-effective. Just as Xiao Han reached out, preparing to take down the 2 jade slips containing martial arts techniques for careful study, the familiar electronic voice in his mind rang out once again at an inopportune moment. Ding! Host is facing a martial arts choice god-level selection has been activated. Xiao Han paused, and his eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Here it comes again, this damn system's surprise has arrived. Option 1, honestly choose Phantom Step and Stone Shattering Fist, follow the steps steadily, and become an ordinary martial artist. Reward, a bag of ordinary spiced sunflower seeds. Option 2, go to the most secluded northeast corner of the martial arts pavilion, perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows before the dusty, tattered, and unwanted ancient book, basic breathing techniques modified, and shout at the top of your lungs, Senior, your divine skills are unparalleled. This humble one sincerely seeks your teachings. Reward, unknown grade special footwork technique close at hand, far away plus unknown grade special fist technique destruction god fist fragment. Xiao Han. He looked at the long description of option 2, especially 3 bows and 9 kowtows and that ridiculously dramatic shout, and felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. This system. They really have no shame at all. Although forcibly kissing Su Linglong last time was quite reckless, at least the object was a stunning beauty, and by some twist of fate, it seemed to have even led to a marriage, making it a high-risk, high-reward situation. What about this time? Facing a tattered book and what's more, it's a damn basic breathing techniques modified. What is the basic breathing technique? That's a martial arts primer, a mass-produced book that even martial arts apprentices wouldn't bother to glance at. This revised edition is probably a version that some senior author messed up because they had nothing better to do. Just look at the thickness of the dust, and you can tell it's unwanted junk. Do you have to bow and kowtow 3 times and 9 times before this thing? And they even have to shout out those incredibly embarrassing lines? The martial arts pavilion was bustling with people, although not particularly densely packed. There were still dozens of martial artists inside. If he really does that, he'll definitely be the headline in Beihai City tomorrow. Shocking. Martial arts rising star Xiao Han, suspected of cultivating demonic power, kneels before a broken book and shouts about divine skills. Social death, commonly known as social death. That reward is just too good to be true. So close yet so far. And there's also Fist of Destruction. Just by hearing the name, you know it's no ordinary product. Its grade is still unknown. Given the nature of the system, an unknown grade usually represents a level far exceeding the norm. This is a top-tier martial art that can accompany me for a long time as I grow. Compared to the second-grade Phantom Step and Stone Shattering Fist, it's on a completely different level. Let's look at the rewards for option 1. A bag of spiced melon seeds? Is the system mocking me? Do I look like someone who's short of money to buy sunflower seeds? Xiao Han was torn between his inner thoughts and his own conscience. His gaze quietly fell towards the northeast direction of the martial arts pavilion. Upon closer inspection, the lighting over there was indeed much dimmer, and the bookshelves also had a sense of antiquity. In an inconspicuous corner, a thick, dusty, and damaged ancient book lay there all alone. Occasionally, someone would pass by, but they would completely ignore that place. Let's do it! Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Is face only worth a few copper coins? In the face of absolute power, nothing matters. As long as you are strong enough, you will definitely get back the face you lose today, tenfold in the future. Anyone who dares to laugh at us will be beaten until they dare not utter a sound. Besides, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's others who will feel embarrassed. Having made up his mind, Xiao Han took a deep breath, tried his best to maintain a blank expression, and walked towards the forgotten corner. His unusual behavior immediately attracted the attention of several martial artists nearby. Ha! What's that kid doing in that corner? Aren't those just some useless, trashy cultivation techniques lying around there? I don't understand. Judging from the badge on his chest, he seems to be a newly certified martial artist, or even a genius with a perfect rating. Maybe he's just very curious? We can't possibly guess the ideas of a genius. Xiao Han ignored those gazes and walked directly to the book Basic Breathing Techniques Modified. He forced himself to calm down, recalling the actions and lines required by the system, his toes almost curling up. Deep down, I was 100 times unwilling. 10-second countdown. Please execute as soon as possible, otherwise you will be considered to have forfeited option 2. The system's urging voice suddenly rang out. I'm going all in. With a hardened heart, Xiao Han's knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt down with remarkable speed and efficiency. This kneeling incident nearly made the eyes of the several martial artists watching him pop out of their sockets. Holy crap! He actually knelt down? Facing that tattered book? Then, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Han bent over and slammed his forehead heavily against the cold floor. Thump! 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 This is 3 bows. Then. It's 9 kowtows. Each kowtow felt like a heavy hammer blow to the hearts of the onlookers. They were completely stunned, their minds went blank, and they couldn't comprehend the unbelievable scene before them. This genius. Is he out of his mind? Just when everyone thought this was the absolute limit of incomprehensibility, Xiao Han raised his head, took a deep breath, and with all his might, opened his throat and shouted at the tattered book in an almost pilgrimage-like tone mixed with a bit of despair, Senior, your divine skills are unparalleled. This humble one sincerely seeks your teachings. The voice was incredibly loud and instantly spread throughout the entire martial arts pavilion. After shouting this, Xiao Han remained kneeling, his head bowed deeply, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into immediately. How embarrassing. I've never felt so humiliated in my life. System, I'll F your ass. Chapter 11, a social disaster scene? A divine skill acquired. When Xiao Han shouted, Senior, your skills are unparalleled, the first floor of the martial arts pavilion instantly became eerily quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone froze, their hands stopped moving, and their eyes all turned to the boy who was kneeling and prostrating himself before a tattered book. The martial artists, who had been talking in hushed tones, now stood with their mouths half open, as if they had suddenly been choked and had forgotten what they were about to say. Those who were engrossed in searching for martial arts techniques also looked up, completely bewildered by what had happened. What's going on here? Did this genius, who was just rated as perfect, mess up his breathing during practice and lose his mind? Or does she have mental problems? Kneeling and worshipping the basic breathing method revised? And they even called the senior a master of unparalleled skill? This move was absolutely astounding, completely overturning everyone's preconceived notions. Puff. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Ahem. That kid, isn't he Xiao Han who awakened 2 SSS plus rank yesterday? What's wrong with him? Are you crazy? Kowtowing to a piece of trashy breathing techniques? And calling it a senior's divine skill? TSK, it seems that having too much talent isn't a good thing either. It can easily lead to chi deviation. What a pity, such a promising talent. Although everyone tried to keep their voices down, they still clearly reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han remained kneeling, his head buried deep in the floor, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Society is dead. This is a massive social media frenzy. He just wants to disappear from the face of the earth immediately, or beg the system to have mercy and teleport him away so he can stop seeing him and being bothered by him. Just when he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it, the system's cheeky voice finally rang out slowly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the divine choice. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an unknown grade special footwork technique close at hand, yet far apart. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an unknown rank special fist technique, the Annihilation God Fist fragment. In an instant, two incredibly profound streams of information, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into Xiao Han's mind. Countless obscure and difficult to understand words, and extremely complex circuit diagrams, were like branding marks, deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. The exquisite footwork of so close yet so far, the secrets of body movement, and the domineering fist intent of the destruction god fist were clearly displayed in his consciousness as if enlightened. Xiao Han felt a boom in his mind, as if something had been completely unlocked. His understanding of body techniques and fist techniques instantly rose to an unbelievable level. That feeling was mysterious and indescribable. The system's rewards have never disappointed him. Feeling the surging information in his mind and the desire surging deep within his body, Xiao Han's originally stiff body suddenly trembled. An overwhelming surge of excitement and exhilaration, like a volcanic eruption, instantly washed away the previous embarrassment and shame. What's so bad about social death? What does face matter? In the face of true improvement in strength, everything else is fleeting. Besides, who said this means society is dead? Xiao Han's skin is as thick as a city wall. This little scene is nothing to him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han suddenly raised his head, and the embarrassment and stiffness on his face disappeared without a trace, replaced by a calm and unfathomable indifference. He slowly stood up, his movements fluid and natural, without the slightest awkwardness or panic, as if he hadn't been the one kneeling and kowtowing just moments before. He reached out and dusted off non-existent dust from his body, then carefully picked up the tattered book Basic Breathing Techniques Modified, holding it in his arms as if it were a rare treasure. After doing all this, Xiao Han slowly turned around and calmly glanced at the martial artists around him who were still in a state of shock and confusion. His eyes were calm, yet held a subtle, almost imperceptible mercy? It's like a peerless master pitying a group of ordinary people. How could you common people possibly understand the realm of a master like me? The martial artists whose gaze swept over Xiao Han felt a chill run down their spines. The words of mockery or doubt they had wanted to say were instantly stuck in their throats, and they couldn't utter them. For some reason they couldn't explain, they just felt that Xiao Han at this moment exuded a mysterious and unfathomable aura. It's completely incomprehensible. Could it be? Were their previous guesses wrong? Could it be that Xiao Han kneeling before that tattered book wasn't out of foolishness, but rather? Did they really discover some unparalleled martial arts technique? Once the thought came to mind, the more I thought about it, the more it seemed true. You must know, that was a top genius who had awakened two SSS plus martial souls. How could ordinary people like them possibly understand the mind of a genius? Perhaps, that unassuming book, Basic Breathing Method Modification, truly holds a tremendous secret. Only certain destined individuals can glimpse its secrets. And Xiao Han, without a doubt, is that destined person. Upon reflection, many martial artists began to look at Xiao Han with newfound respect. There was even a bit of envy and jealousy? If I had known that tattered book was a treasure, what would have been wrong with kneeling down? Who knows, I might be the next one to gain supernatural powers. Among the crowd, some people couldn't contain their excitement and secretly glanced at the corner that Xiao Han had discovered. Xiao Han naturally noticed the change in the gazes around him, and the corners of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Go ahead and figure it out. He clutched the Basic Breathing Techniques Modified tightly, his expression calm and composed, and walked steadily toward the exit of the martial arts pavilion. Stepping out of the martial arts pavilion, the sunlight outside was just right. Xiao Han took a breath of fresh air, feeling relaxed and extremely comfortable. The process was a bit embarrassing, but the result was great. So close yet so far. Fist of Destruction. Just hearing the name is impressive enough, and it makes me really excited. Especially close at hand, yet far apart, that's a martial arts technique. Movement-based martial arts techniques are always rare and precious, often unavailable even with a price. Not to mention that this is a special footwork of unknown grade. Just what I wanted came true, perfectly compensating for his lack of movement skills. As for the Fist of Annihilation, although it is an incomplete work, the word annihilation alone is enough to imagine its immense power. If we could find the whole thing in the future, that would be amazing. He suppressed his excitement and glanced around. The martial arts center is too crowded, it's not a good place to practice. I need to find a quiet place to properly study these two amazing skills. With this in mind, Xiaohan didn't delay any longer and quickened his pace, heading towards the outside of the martial arts center. Target, Field Area 1. The beasts there aren't very high level, perfect for practicing. Meanwhile, in the martial arts pavilion behind him, undercurrents were surging. As soon as Xiaohan left, many martial artists rushed to the previously neglected northeast corner. Their eyes were burning with desire, all fixed on that lone book, Basic Breathing Techniques Modified. Someone carefully picked up the tattered book, turning the pages one by one, pondering it carefully, trying to find some clues. Some people even imitated Xiaohan's earlier actions, bowing to the bookshelf while muttering prayers, hoping for divine power to descend from the heavens. Even worse, some people simply spread out their belongings in the corner, intending to spend the whole time there trying to comprehend that so-called divine skill. For a time, the martial arts pavilion was in complete chaos, with all sorts of bizarre and outrageous scenes unfolding. It was simply unbelievable. Xiaohan was completely unaware of these subsequent events. At this moment, he had already left the martial arts center and was hurrying towards Area 1 of the wilderness. Chapter 12, The Beginner Village? I'll just go on a rampage. After leaving the martial arts center, Xiaohan did not linger in Beihai City. Right now, he just wants to quickly familiarize himself with the new divine skill and then focus on improving his strength. Passing through the heavy city gate, the view suddenly opened up, and the air immediately became fresher. A faint, pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. This was the dangerous area outside the city, where humans and strange beasts vie for survival. Not far away, a huge alloy signboard is marked with bright red lettering, Field Area 1 Low Risk. Below the sign, there was a line of slightly smaller text, Main Beasts, various martial apprentice level beasts, occasionally appearing at the first or second level of martial warrior level. It is recommended that martial artist teams enter and pay attention to safety. Is it a low-risk area? For Xiaohan now, this place is no different from a beginner's village. He didn't immediately venture deeper into the woods, but instead cautiously found a relatively open clearing with a decent view. The scene of my death in the martial arts pavilion is still vivid in my mind. Although it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and I gained a divine skill, the feeling was still. Xiaohan's lips twitched slightly. He quickly shook his head vigorously, forcibly driving that incredibly shameful memory out of his mind. The world within reach. Xiaohan slowly closed his eyes, and a flood of information about this special footwork rushed into his mind once again. This footwork technique is not simply about pursuing speed, it also involves the ingenious application of spatial laws. With each step, the distance between people is reduced to an inch, and what is close at hand is actually far away. He began to try, following the cultivation method, slowly circulating the spiritual energy in his body, carefully gathering it in the meridians of his legs. The next moment, he took a step forward. My body seemed to have suddenly lost its coordination. I stumbled and almost fell to the ground. It was a far cry from the graceful and agile figure I had imagined. The circulation of spiritual energy is extremely complex, and the control required of the body far exceeds that of the previous second-grade movement technique, Phantom Step. Xiaohan was not discouraged. The more difficult it was to control, the more it proved its extraordinary nature. He quickly calmed himself down and tried again and again, from initially stumbling and faltering to gradually being able to take a few steps in a barely coherent manner. Although the movements still seem a bit clumsy and occasionally stiff, the speed has indeed improved significantly. With each step, it felt as if invisible steps were constantly shortening the distance beneath one's feet, making it at least 30% faster than relying solely on physical bursts of speed. Moreover, this is only a preliminary attempt and has not yet grasped its essence. Excellent. As expected of an unknown rank. Xiaohan secretly admired him. Just as he was basking in the joy of mastering the footwork, a low whimper suddenly came from the bushes not far away. Xiaohan paused, his gaze sweeping toward the source of the sound. Several pairs of eyes gleaming with an eerie green light emerged from the shadows, followed by 5 or 6 lithe, grayish-blue wolf-like beasts that slowly stepped out. They are slightly larger than ordinary wolves, with long and powerful limbs, sharp claws and teeth, and a faint blue aura surrounding their bodies. They are the D-level exotic beasts commonly found in Area 1, the wind wolves. These wind wolves are generally around the 7th or 8th level of martial apprentice. They are extremely fast and skilled at hunting in groups, making them a formidable opponent for ordinary newly promoted martial artists or lone martial apprentices. Awah! The lead wind wolf raised its head and let out a low howl, as if giving an attack command. The remaining wind wolves immediately dispersed, forming a semi-encirclement. Their green eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, and saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths, clearly regarding him as prey delivered to their doorstep. Perfect, I'll use you guys to test my new boxing technique. Instead of being nervous, Xiao Han smiled with interest. Facing the charging wind wolf, Xiao Han neither dodged nor avoided it. He did not summon the Chaos Green Lotus or the Eternal Night Monarch, nor did he fully unleash the power of his 4th-level martial artist realm bloodline. He simply took a deep breath, slowly clenched his right fist, and the profound meaning of the incomplete destruction god fist flowed through his mind. That was a destructive, ruinous, fist intent that crushed everything into nothingness. Although it is only a fragment, the artistic conception it contains is absolutely domineering. Xiao Han tried to incorporate a faint trace of the annihilation fist intent into his punch. He didn't deliberately pursue speed and power. The punch even looked a bit slow and light, as if he were just casually pushing forward. The wind wolf charging at the front was the fastest, opening its foul-smelling maw, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly, and lunging straight for Xiao Han's neck. However, just as its fangs were about to touch Xiao Han's seemingly slow fist struck first, gently landing on the side of the wind wolf's face. There was no earth-shattering sound, not even a dull thud. Laugh. It was as if something was instantly annihilated and decomposed by an invisible force. The wind wolf's forward momentum suddenly halted. The part of its face that touched the fist, its fur, flesh, and even bones began to disintegrate and dissipate at a visible speed, turning into the finest dust. In the blink of an eye, half of the wind wolf's head disappeared mysteriously, as if erased by an eraser. Before it could even let out a scream, its massive body lost all life and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hiss. The other wind wolves were so frightened by this bizarre and terrifying scene that they stopped abruptly, their green eyes filled with terror and confusion. They couldn't understand why their companion had died in such a bizarre way. Xiao Han himself was also surprised by the effect of this punch. He only mobilized a trace of the initial form of his fist intent and did not infuse much spiritual power, yet it still possessed such terrifying destructive power. Is it so dangerous that it will cause injury or death if it touches you? This destruction god fist is indeed domineering. Just as Xiao Han was stunned, the passive effect of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul quietly activated. He felt that the light around him seemed to have dimmed a bit, and the shadows under his feet seemed to have come alive, becoming more intense and profound. His senses became exceptionally sharp. He felt a faint gust of wind behind his head. It was another wind wolf attempting to ambush him from behind. Almost instinctively, Xiao Han's figure slid to the side and back as if blending into the shadows, the movement fluid and natural, as if he had always been standing there. So close yet so far. Although still somewhat raw, with the blessing of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, his use of shadows and the coordination of his movements instantly improved to a whole new level. The wind wolf that launched the sneak attack missed its target, while Xiao Han appeared beside it like a ghost. It was that same punch that looked like it had no power at all. Puff! The wind wolf's waist was severed by an invisible force, and its internal organs mixed with blood flowed all over the ground. What followed was a complete one-sided massacre. Xiao Han moved swiftly among the remaining wind wolves. His footwork became smoother and smoother, gradually evolving from initial stumbling to a style reminiscent of the song "The World Within Reach." Every punch he threw carried an aura of destruction, sometimes heavy, sometimes light. Throughout the entire fight, Xiao Han didn't even catch his breath. Within half an hour, dozens of wind wolf corpses lay on the clearing in the forest. Chapter 13: Encountering a Robbery, Fighting Back and Establishing Authority. Their deaths were bizarre and varied, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Xiao Han stood amidst the corpses, his brows furrowing slightly. In the battle just now, he didn't use much spiritual power at all. He mainly relied on the fist intent of the destruction god fist itself and the power of his physical body. With the creation heaven-reaching technique and the Chaos Green Lotus, the speed at which spiritual energy is restored is simply outrageous. As Xiao Han felt the spiritual energy in his dantian almost always full, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Chaos Green Lotus possesses powerful vitality and restorative effects. The creation and heaven-reaching technique is a 9th-grade cultivation method, and its efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy is far superior to that of ordinary cultivation methods. With these two factors combined, plus his physical body and blood energy far exceeding those of others at the same level, his endurance is simply unbelievably strong. How is this any different from a perpetual motion machine? This thought popped into Xiao Han's mind. He bent down and deftly extracted the alien beast core from the wind wolf's corpse. Most of these wind wolves were F rank, with only the stronger ones leading them reaching D rank. Although the grade is not high, the quantity is large. Before long, he had a small bag of glittering crystal cores in his hand, emitting a faint sense of energy. These items can be brought back to the Martial Arts Association and exchanged for a considerable amount of points and federal credits. Warm-up complete, it's time to go inside and take a look. Xiao Han weighed the bag of crystal cores in his hand and looked deeper into the wilderness. In the outer area alone, he became familiar with the 2 divine skills he had just acquired, and also tested his abnormal endurance in combat. After tidying his clothes a bit, Xiao Han identified the direction. He unleashed his increasingly refined near the end of the world technique, his figure flashing and disappearing into the depths of the dense forest in a few leaps, leaving only a mess behind. Xiao Han moved swiftly through the dense forest, his footwork more agile and unpredictable than ever before. The footwork technique Jiqi Tianya is something I've only just begun to learn. However, with the secret assistance of the Eternal Night Monarch Martial Soul, he was able to execute it quite smoothly and naturally. Real combat is indeed the best way to hone skills, and the integration of footwork with the environment improved rapidly. Beasts of the Wind Wolf level posed no real challenge to him. Xiao Han pondered to himself. He needs to find someone even more formidable to spar with. It's a good opportunity to test the power of Destruction God Fist. As the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Han did not stop and continued walking through the forest. He continued to move closer to the edge of Zone 1. The further you go, the thicker and taller the trees become, blocking out the sunlight and making the surroundings much darker. The stench of blood seemed to grow stronger in the air, and the distant roars and sounds of fighting of strange beasts could be faintly heard. This place seems to be a melting pot of all sorts of people. It's definitely not a good place. Xiao Han suddenly stopped moving forward. A series of heavy footsteps sounded, growing closer and closer, accompanied by heavy breathing. He reacted extremely quickly, immediately bending down and, using a giant tree as cover, stealthily crept over. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, he cautiously looked toward the source of the sound. A strange, boar-like beast of an astonishing size came into view. It was looking down, its nose sniffing and digging at the ground as if searching for something. This creature is covered in tough, keratinous skin, and its 2 thick, sharp fangs are particularly striking, making it clear that its defense and attack capabilities are not to be underestimated. Its dissipated energy fluctuations were clearly at the level of the 2nd level of the martial artist realm. Tusked boar, a D-level exotic beast, with amazing defense, fierce impact, and tusks that can pierce armor. Okay, you're the one. Xiao Han made a decision in his heart. This tusked boar is perfect for testing just how effective Fist of Destruction is at breaking through defenses. As he was deciding when to make his move, he suddenly noticed some unusual movement in the shadows of the trees behind him. He immediately became alert. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the dense forest and quickly surrounded him. Xiao Han immediately stopped all movement and turned his gaze to the 3 figures. These 3 people were all dressed smartly, in outfits suitable for fighting. They were covered in a strong smell of blood. You can tell at a glance that he's the kind of skilled fighter who spends his days risking his life in the wilderness. The leader was a bald, burly man with a strong build. The scar on his face was particularly noticeable, grotesquely running from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. This guy's cultivation level is probably at the 3rd level of the martial artist realm. As for the remaining 2, one was tall and slender, with a pair of sinister triangular eyes. The other one was much shorter and stockier, and always had a stern face. Both of them were at the 2nd level of the martial realm. These 3 people were clearly not good people, and they immediately surrounded him in a fan shape as soon as they appeared. Their purpose was obvious. Xiao Han's heart tightened. In the past, his fights with others were all friendly sparring, but this time it was clearly a matter of life and death. The scarred man grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. His eyes swept over the man, lingering for a moment, especially on the bulging bag at his waist. Then, greedily, he said, "Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to wander into a place like this all by yourself? TSK, you've got some good luck, look at your haul, quite a haul." The tall, thin man with triangular eyes chuckled. "Boss, why waste words with this brat? He looks so delicate and fair-skinned, probably some rich kid who's out here experiencing life, or a hothead who just passed his martial arts certification and doesn't know his place." The short, stocky warrior remained silent, only silently drawing his short-handled axe from his back and locking it firmly in his sights on Xiao Han. Scarface took a step forward, unleashing his imposing aura without reservation. "Kid, be smart and hand over all your crystal cores, money, and valuables right now. If I'm in a good mood, I might take pity on you and spare your life. Xiao Han remained calm, his gaze serene as he looked at them, and slowly asked, "Are you three serious about robbing me? Ha? You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn?" The tall, thin man's face instantly showed impatience as he said, "Boss, don't waste time with him. This newly certified newbie, killing him is fine, who would know it was us? Let's do it." Before he could finish speaking, the tall, thin man suddenly swayed, and the short knife in his hand, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, went straight for Xiao Han's throat. At the same time, the scarred man let out a deep roar, and his thick-backed broadsword, accompanied by a whistling sound, came crashing down like Mount Tai, with astonishing force. The short, stocky martial artist then quietly circled around from the side, his short axe precisely blocking Xiao Han's space to dodge to the left. The three worked together seamlessly, and countless martial artists had met their tragic ends because of their perfect teamwork. Faced with this sudden attack, Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement. Just when I was worried about not finding a suitable sparring partner, someone conveniently provided me with a pillow. Just in time. He didn't even bother to summon the Chaos Green Lotus for defense. He didn't take this level of attack seriously. Snort. Just as the blade and axe were about to touch his body, Xiao Han's figure suddenly became illusory and then merged into the air. In that instant, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was instantly activated by him. The next moment, to the astonishment of the three robbers, Xiao Han's figure vanished into thin air. Chapter 14: The First Battle of the Two Souls, a decisive struggle. The scarred man and the tall, thin man attacked with a sharp whooshing sound, slashing and thrusting fiercely. The target was the location where Xiao Han disappeared. However, their weapons only pierced through a faint shadow remaining in the air. The short, stocky warrior's axe also missed its mark, nearly striking the muddy ground. With a soft thud, came the sound of a weapon slicing through a phantom. The attack missed, and all three froze. Scarface reacted the fastest. His facial muscles twitched, his pupils constricted, and he roared, "Where is he? Everyone watch out. This kid's movement technique is too unpredictable." In fact, without him saying much, the other two had already sensed that something was wrong. The target boy disappeared abruptly and without a trace. Only a shadow remained, a shadow deeper than the surrounding darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Unfortunately, before his warning had even faded completely, the unexpected event had already occurred. Xiao Han's figure did not vanish into nothingness. He was completely submerged in the shadow beneath his feet. The shadow, stirred by the Eternal Night King's martial spirit, was now incredibly active. At this moment, so close yet so far is no longer just a footwork technique, but more like the power bestowed upon him by the shadows. The space seemed to twist and fold beneath his feet. With one step, he silently circled behind the relatively short and stocky martial artist. The surrounding light seemed to dim a bit, and the short, stocky martial artist felt a chill run down his spine. An indescribable sense of crisis instantly enveloped his heart, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Without thinking, he turned around and swung his axe to block. Unfortunately, it was too late. An ordinary-looking fist, devoid of any spiritual energy or even the faintest sound of air being torn apart, gently landed on his vital spot on his back. Its fist of destruction. Puff! The short, stocky warrior froze abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief and horror. He felt an indescribable, destructive force instantly penetrate his body, violently rushing into his internal organs. Wherever that power passed, life, like ice and snow scorched by the blazing sun, quickly melted and collapsed. He opened his mouth, trying to scream, but only spat out a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Immediately afterwards, his aura dissipated rapidly, like a punctured balloon. The light in his eyes dimmed quickly and his tall body slumped to the ground, lifeless. From Xiao Han's disappearance to the short, stocky martial artist's death, the whole process was as fast as lightning, taking only a breath or two. Third brother. Scarface and the tall, thin man both let out a horrified scream at the same time. They witnessed their companion die. That's a genuine second-level martial artist. But they couldn't see clearly how he died, or even how the other party made the move. A bone-chilling cold instantly gripped their hearts. This is fear. Fat sheep? This is nothing short of a monster wearing human skin. The tall, thin man's triangular eyes were filled with fear. Ambush? Robbery? They all forgot about it. Only one word remained in his mind: escape. Unfortunately, Xiao Han's cold gaze had already locked onto this target. The tall, thin man turned to run away. Xiao Han's figure became blurry again, drawing an extremely eerie arc in the shadows. so close yet so far, combines with the shadow power of the eternal Night King. He moved through the darkness, ignoring the distance, and in an instant blocked the tall, thin man's path. They completely blocked his escape route. Get out of my way! The tall, thin man was at his wits' end, his face contorted with madness. He channeled all his spiritual power, his short sword flashing out a chilling net of blades that swept towards Xiao Han. He was trying to force his opponent back, hoping to give himself a chance to survive. Faced with this desperate counterattack, Xiao Han's eyes remained completely unmoved. His body swayed slightly. The angle was extremely tricky, narrowly avoiding most of the blade's slash. At the same time, he clenched his right fist again. A more solidified, destructive intent gathered at the tip of the fist. Target, head. The fist tore through the gaps in the blade net with incredible speed, arriving before the opponent could react. The tall, thin man felt a blur before his eyes. An overwhelming and terrifying force slammed into his temple. Bang! A dull cracking sound rang out. The tall, thin man's head shrunk completely, and his skull collapsed and deformed. Red and white, splashing everywhere. The madness and fear on his face were frozen in time. His body stiffened and he leaned back, crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Another one has died. In the blink of an eye, only one of the three arrogant robbers remained. The remaining scarred man was completely stunned. He stood there, trembling violently, the scar on his face twitching. All that remained in his eyes was boundless horror and despair. That's too fast. That's incredible. That's so weird. This is not even a contest on the same level. Their martial arts realm cultivation, which they were so proud of, was utterly insignificant in front of this young man. Demon, devil. Scarface let out a shrill scream, his voice distorted. His psychological defenses have completely collapsed. He could no longer muster any thought of resistance, and didn't even dare to utter a harsh word before turning around and running away. He used every ounce of strength in his legs to run wildly into the depths of the dense forest, wanting to get as far away from this menacing figure as possible. Want to leave now? Too late. Xiao Han watched the scarred man's disheveled retreating figure, his tone indifferent. He didn't chase after them immediately, but instead, a thought crossed his mind. Buzz. A vibrant, verdant lotus flower, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, quietly appeared behind him. The lotus petals were layered upon each other, flowing with a profound life force. It was his other SSS plus martial soul, the Chaos Green Lotus. Although the Eternal Night King was skilled at pursuit, Xiao Han wanted to test the Chaos Green Lotus's attack methods. With the appearance of the Chaos Green Lotus, Xiao Han's aura also changed, becoming less cold and mysterious and more vast and majestic. He pointed his fingers like a sword, aiming them in the direction Scarface had fled. Call out. A solid azure lotus petal detached from the chaotic azure lotus phantom and instantly transformed into a stream of light, moving so fast that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to catch it. The lotus petals had incredibly sharp edges, drawing a faint blue trail in the air, carrying a chilling aura that could purify all evil spirits, and precisely caught up with the scarred man who was fleeing for his life. As Scarface was running wildly, he felt a chill run down his spine as an overwhelming and sharp aura pierced through his body. He looked down and saw a crystal clear, jade-carved tip of a blue lotus petal protruding from his chest, still stained with warm blood. Well. Scarface froze, his running motion coming to an abrupt halt. The fear and despair on his face froze, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes quickly faded. His massive body staggered forward a few steps before finally collapsing to the ground with a thud. The remaining force of the azure lotus sword chi did not diminish, pinning him to the ground. Blood gushed out, staining the fallen leaves beneath him red. The three robbers, including one at the third level of the martial arts realm, were all killed in less than a minute. Chapter 15: An Unexpected Discovery, The Mysterious Valley. The stench of blood that filled the air was gradually replaced by the fresh scent of grass and trees in the forest. Xiao Han looked at the three gruesome corpses on the ground with a calm expression, as if he had just casually crushed a few troublesome insects. He stepped forward and quickly began to search the three men. The harvest was meager. Aside from dozens of exotic beast cores of varying quality, which totaled only tens of thousands of federal credits, there was also a crudely made first-grade martial arts technique called mountain-splitting axe technique, which Xiao Han casually discarded, not even bothering to bring into the system space because it would take up too much space. Poor wretch. Xiao Han curled his lip, looking somewhat disgusted. It seems that robbery is not a promising profession. He was preparing to use his spiritual power to destroy the three corpses and eliminate any trace of them, so as to avoid leaving any loose ends and causing any unexpected changes. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, which had been quietly suspended in his sea of consciousness, suddenly felt an extremely slight yet exceptionally clear tremor. The feeling was wonderful, like a compass finding the right direction, pointing with a hint of longing to a certain place deep in the forest. Xiao Han paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. The Night King is in charge of shadow, space, and stealth, and is extremely sensitive to special energy fluctuations. What can elicit a reaction in it is certainly not an ordinary thing. He abandoned his plan to dispose of the corpses, since this area was teeming with strange beasts, and it wouldn't be long before these three corpses became food for some creatures. Following the faint sense transmitted by the Eternal Night King, Xiao Han adjusted his direction and used the close at hand, far away technique, his figure disappearing into the depths of the dense forest like a ghost. He gradually deviated from the routes that martial artists usually took. The trees around him became increasingly ancient and robust, with intertwined vines, and the area was rarely visited by people. The surrounding air was much more humid. A thin mist rose silently. The deeper you go, the thicker the fog becomes. The distance within sight is drastically shortened. Later, the fog became so thick that it was almost impossible to disperse, and everything in front of us was a blur. There was a deathly silence all around. Even the chirping of insects and birds had completely disappeared, leaving only his barely audible footsteps, which seemed unusually abrupt as they spread through the mist. However, Xiao Han keenly noticed another change. The concentration of spiritual energy here is rising at an alarming rate. It's several times more concentrated than outside. The damp air seemed to be filled with pure energy particles, and just one breath invigorated him. Such abundant spiritual energy. Could this place be hiding some rare and precious treasure? Xiao Han's heart stirred slightly, and he became even more cautious in his actions. Such a desirable place often also means immense danger. He slowed his pace, secretly circulating the power of the Eternal Night King to suppress his movements to almost nothing. At the same time, the five senses are heightened, and one is alert to the slightest movement around them. Finally, the dense fog was over. The scenery before my eyes suddenly became clear. He realized that he had unknowingly walked into a rather deep valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, yet sunlight managed to pierce through the thin fog, illuminating the valley floor in scattered spots. What startled him even more was that this valley was full of rare and precious herbs and medicines that were hard to find elsewhere. Clumps of star grass shimmering with a faint light. The leaves of the magnolia are like jade. He even spotted several blood-clotting flowers that were quite old. Any one of these plants could fetch a good price in the martial arts market. Xiao Han managed to resist the urge to pick it immediately. His eyes were fixed on the innermost part of the valley. The source of the feeling given by the Eternal Night King is there. He leaned against the mountain wall, crouching low as he reached forward, deliberately avoiding the medicinal herbs. The goal is to reach the depths of the valley. Finally, at the bottom of the valley, there is a fairly open stone platform. He found the root cause that made the martial spirit react. It was a strange plant that was half a person's height. It looks a lot like a lotus flower. Its entire body was a deep, shiny black, as if it were absorbing all the light around it. Only at the edges of the petals could one see wisps of silvery gray light flickering and shifting. Upon closer inspection, the space around the silvery gray light seemed somewhat distorted, revealing very faint spatial fluctuations. The black lotus grew there quietly, without any earth-shattering grandeur, yet it possessed an indescribable sense of mystery and antiquity, as if it didn't belong in this world. Next to the black lotus, there is a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet is covered with the marks of wind and sun, and is engraved with some blurry ancient symbols, most of which are illegible. What is this thing? Xiao Han's pupils suddenly contracted. My heart started racing uncontrollably. The dark lotus flower gave him a strong sense of danger, yet it also possessed an irresistible allure. In particular, the faint spatial fluctuations resonated with the power of the Eternal Night King in an inexplicable way. He was almost certain that this thing was definitely not an ordinary rare treasure. It might even be related to the martial soul itself. Xiao Han couldn't resist any longer and was about to get a closer look. Roar. There was absolutely no warning. A terrifying roar suddenly exploded out. The sound was so loud it made my ears ring, as if it were going to tear my soul apart. The voice came from the shadow behind the black lotus. The entire valley shook violently from that earth-shattering shout. The dense fog was instantly dispersed by the sound waves, revealing the source of the roar. That was a gigantic beast, as large as a small mountain. It resembles a giant ape, but its entire body is covered with jet-black scales that gleam with a cold, metallic sheen. A pair of crimson eyes, like two giant lanterns, were fixed on Xiao Han, filled with violence, bloodlust, and an inviolable majesty. What made Xiao Han's scalp tingle the most was the terrifying aura emanating from this black giant ape, which crashed down on him like a raging tidal wave. That oppressive aura far surpassed any opponent he had encountered before, and was even more terrifying than the aura that teacher Lin Qingxia had casually exuded during the awakening ceremony. Martial Master Realm. And it's definitely not as simple as just entering the Martial Master Realm. At least at the mid-stage of the Martial Master Realm, or even higher. Under this terrifying pressure, Xiao Han felt his breath catch in his throat, as if his blood was about to freeze. His body tensed up uncontrollably, and even moving a finger became extremely difficult. The difference is too big. A fourth-level martial artist facing a terrifying beast that is at least a mid-level martial master is simply like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree. Run! We must run immediately. The thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind instantly. However, the giant black ape's crimson eyes had already locked onto his aura, and the terrifying pressure was so strong that it imprisoned him in place, making it extremely difficult for him to even use the close to the ends of the earth technique to escape by taking advantage of the shadows. The shadow of death loomed over his heart like never before. Just at this critical moment, the system's slightly cheeky notification sounded in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Host detected to be in an unprecedented dire situation, with an overwhelming will to survive. God-level choice triggered. Chapter 16: A Desperate Struggle. Ding! Host detected to be in an unprecedented dire situation, with an overwhelming will to survive. God-level choice triggered. Current situation: encountering a mid-level or possibly higher martial master level beast, the black-scaled mad ape. My life is in grave danger, and I am less than 3 seconds away from death. Option 1: burn half of the host's current health to forcibly break free from the locked aura and use the close at hand, far away ultimate escape technique. Reward: 1 one-time substitution item. The life-saving golden cicada pill can be used to sacrifice oneself once under a fatal attack, randomly teleporting away to escape. Cost: damage to foundation. Cultivation level drops to the first level of martial artist, requiring a large amount of resources to repair. Option 2: take life and death lightly, fight if you dare. Choose to confront the black-scaled mad ape head-on and fight for a sliver of hope in this desperate situation. Reward: based on the host's performance in this battle, survival time, damage dealt, fighting spirit, etc., you will gain partial control of the mysterious Black Lotus suspected to be a spatial attribute treasure, and have a very high chance of obtaining information on subsequent fragments of the Annihilation Godfist. Please make a choice within 3 seconds. Countdown: 3. The cold, mechanical sound echoed in my mind, like a death knell. Xiao Han's mind became unusually clear at this moment. Option 1 means survival. The golden cicada pill, a substitute for death and teleportation, sounds incredibly tempting. However, the price was equally enormous. He burned half of his vital energy, his cultivation level plummeted by 3 levels, and his foundation was damaged. This meant that almost all his previous efforts had been in vain, and it would take an unknown amount of time and resources to recover. More importantly, his mindset. Deserting in the face of battle and relying on props to survive would forever cast a shadow on his path of martial arts. He, Xiao Han, is a transmigrator, a genius who awakened twin SSS plus martial souls. How could he cower before the battle even begins and become a homeless dog? Option 2, a near certain death. It could even be described as a certain death. A 4th-level martial artist versus a mid-level martial master? This isn't just a challenge beyond one's level, it's like an egg hitting a rock, an ant trying to shake a giant tree. But the reward: partial control of the mysterious Black Lotus. A sequel to the Destruction God Fist. Either of these things would be enough to drive countless powerful individuals mad. The spatial fluctuations emanating from the Black Lotus subtly resonated with his Eternal Night Monarch, making it an absolute heaven-defying treasure. He had already experienced the power of the Annihilation God Fist if he could obtain the remaining fragments. To run away, to survive, but to lose one's future. Fight to the death, but there's a 1 in 10,000 chance to seize that incredible opportunity. 2. The system's countdown continues. The black-scaled mad ape seemed to have noticed something unusual about the ant in front of it. A hint of impatience flashed in its scarlet eyes, and a low roar came from its throat. The terrifying pressure intensified again, and Xiao Han felt his consciousness begin to blur. Damn it! I'll risk it. In a flash, Xiao Han made a decision. Having accomplished nothing in my past life, I've finally gotten a head start in this one. Am I really going to run away like a coward? The path of martial arts is inherently defying the heavens, fighting against the heavens, battling the earth, and fighting against man. If one doesn't even dare to take this risk, how can one talk about reaching the pinnacle? Fortune favors the bold. System. I'll choose option 2. Xiao Han roared inwardly, almost using all his soul power. Fuck them. Fight to the death. Ding. Host's selection confirmed. Option 2. I'm indifferent to life and death. If you're not convinced, then fight. Selected. Rewards will be awarded based on performance after the battle. As the choice was confirmed, an indescribable, indomitable fighting spirit, seemingly originating from the depths of his soul, erupted. This fighting spirit, like a wildfire, instantly ignited his almost crushed will. That was an arrogant attitude of my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. It's a resolute determination to splash your blood even if it means my death. Boom. It was as if some invisible shackles had been forcibly broken free by this soaring battle intent. The terrifying pressure that had been binding him like a tangible entity actually loosened for a moment. Although it was still as heavy as a mountain, he could feel his body again and could mobilize the spiritual power within him. Roar. For the first time, a clear hint of surprise flashed in the giant, scarlet eyes of the black-scaled mad ape opposite it. It could clearly sense that this tiny creature, as insignificant as dust, had not collapsed under its overwhelming pressure, which was enough to crush mountains. Instead, it had unleashed a tenacious will that even surprised it. This ant dares to rebel? After the accident came boundless rage. The black-scaled mad ape felt its authority challenged. How dare an ant bare its teeth before a dragon? Roar. A more violent, more ferocious roar, seemingly capable of tearing the entire valley apart, exploded with a deafening roar. The sound waves transformed into visible ripples, completely dispersing the surrounding mist, causing the ground to tremble violently, and countless fragments of rock to be thrown into the air. The black-scaled mad ape suddenly stood upright, its massive body pounding against its chest covered in jet-black scales, producing a muffled sound like a drumbeat. Thump! 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 Each sound seemed to strike Xiao Han's heart, bringing an unparalleled sense of oppression. Its crimson giant eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, filled with a violent intent to destroy everything. The terrifying aura was several times stronger than before. The brief respite Xiao Han had just gained was instantly overwhelmed by even more intense pressure. But he did not back down. Instead, his eyes became even sharper. The will to fight has been ignited. There is no turning back. Then, let's fight. The terrifying pressure, like a landslide or a tsunami, pinned Xiao Han to the spot, his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. However, the moment he made the desperate choice, an indomitable will surged forth from the depths of his soul, forcefully shaking the solid blockade of his aura. Roar. For the first time, a hint of anthropomorphic surprise flashed across the black-scaled mad ape's crimson eyes. This ant wasn't terrified? It even dared to defy its majesty? After the initial shock came a volcanic eruption of rage. Open for me. Xiao Han's eyes were bloodshot, and the creation heaven-reaching technique within his body was running wildly, squeezing out every bit of spiritual power. Buzz. Two completely different, yet equally noble and vast auras suddenly bloomed behind him. A vibrant green lotus, shimmering with the soft glow of life, rises slowly, its petals unfurling as if bearing the weight of a newly born universe, vast and boundless. At the same time, the shadow beneath his feet writhed and boiled like a living thing, coalescing into a blurry, deep, and seemingly all-consuming phantom of a monarch, the eternal night monarch. Twin SSS plus martial souls, manifesting simultaneously. Although the aura of the black-scale mad ape, a martial arts master, was terrifying, the aura of the twin souls was like two small boats in a stormy sea. It may seem insignificant, but its high rank and profound nature give it an innate nobility and majesty that even made the furious black-scale ape pause in its movements. Chapter 17, Advancing instead of retreating. Now. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Han's mind raced. However, the ape's pause lasted less than half a second. Provoked by two higher-level martial spirit auras, it completely went berserk. Roar. Amidst a deafening roar, the black-scale mad ape's right fist, the size of a millstone and covered in thick black scales, slammed down towards Xiao Han's head like a meteorite falling from the sky, accompanied by a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air. Before the fist even arrived, the terrifying force of the punch made it difficult for Xiao Han to breathe, and the ground around him cracked inch by inch. Fast. Too fast. A furious attack from a martial master is something he simply cannot dodge at his current speed. At the critical moment, the phantom of the Night King suddenly merged into the shadow beneath his feet, and the surrounding light dimmed abruptly. So close yet so far. Xiao Han's figure instantly became blurry and elusive, like an ink droplet merging into water. The shadow beneath his feet flowed and folded strangely, and his body slid several meters to the side and back at an angle that completely defied the laws of physics. Boom! The mad ape's iron fist slammed into the spot where Xiao Han had just stood, causing the ground to tremble violently. A terrifying crater several meters deep suddenly appeared, sending rubble and dust flying into the sky. The sharp wind from the punch grazed Xiao Han's cheek, bringing a burning stinging sensation, and a few strands of black hair were torn off and fell to the ground by the force of the wind. That was close. Xiao Han was still shaken, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If it weren't for the synergy between close at hand and the shadow power of the Eternal Night King, that punch would have been enough to turn him into mincemeat. We can't just take the beatings. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Taking advantage of the moment when the mad ape's punch missed and its old strength had just dissipated before new strength could be generated, he advanced instead of retreating. He clenched his right fist, and a faint yet extremely condensed Annihilation Fist intent flowed out from his understanding of the incomplete Annihilation Fist and gathered on the tip of his fist. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a terrifying atmosphere of annihilation and the collapse of all things. Break for me! Xiao Han let out a low shout, exerted force with his feet, and moved like lightning, throwing a punch at the mad ape's thick arm that had just been raised. Clang! A piercing, metallic clang, like a heavy hammer striking fine iron, suddenly rang out. Xiao Han felt an unparalleled force of recoil coming from his fist, which made his entire arm go numb and his tiger's mouth almost split open. Upon closer inspection, all that could be seen on the black scale mad ape's arm, which was covered in thick scales, was a shallow, almost negligible white mark. It hadn't even managed to break through the scales. Holy crap! This defense, is this some kind of cheat code? Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in his mind. His strike, imbued with a trace of destructive intent, could inflict considerable damage even against a beast at the peak of the martial realm. Yet, when it struck this mad ape, it merely tickled it. The martial master realm is terrifying. Although Xiao Han's attack failed, it thoroughly enraged the Valley Overlord. Its crimson eyes were practically spitting fire, and its other massive, fan-like claw, carrying a bloody wind that seemed to tear everything apart, swept toward Xiao Han's head with lightning speed. Before the claws even arrived, their sharp aura already stung Xiao Han's skin. This claw strike was faster and more ferocious than the previous punch. Moreover, its coverage area was enormous, making it impossible to avoid. Xiao Han's pupils shrank sharply. Unable to dodge in time, he had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Azure Lotus protects the body. With a thought, the illusory image of the Chaos Green Lotus behind him suddenly shone brightly, and streams of soft yet resilient green light descended, instantly condensing into a semi-transparent green lotus shield in front of him. Boom! The mad ape's sharp claws slammed into the Azure Lotus shield, producing a dull, drum-like thud. The Azure Lotus shield trembled violently, its surface rippling with waves, and its light dimmed considerably in an instant, but it ultimately withstood this terrifying blow. However, the terrifying impact still penetrated the Lotus shield and struck Xiao Han hard. Puff! Xiao Han felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood, but he forced it back down. The blood and chi in my body surged wildly, and my internal organs seemed to have shifted. Instant pain spread throughout my body. But he gritted his teeth and held on, and wasn't directly knocked away. At the same time, the life force of the Chaos Green Lotus began to take effect, and streams of pure and gentle energy flowed throughout his body, quickly repairing his damaged meridians and internal organs, and the turbulent blood and chi also quickly calmed down. The recovery ability is not bad. Xiao Han felt his injuries were rapidly improving and felt somewhat relieved. The Chaos Green Lotus's support abilities are truly extraordinary in terms of survival. But the black-scaled mad ape clearly wasn't going to give him a chance to catch his breath. The ant blocked or dodged both attacks in a row. Although the ant paid a price, it felt humiliated and became increasingly agitated. Roar! The mad ape roared even more furiously to the sky. It abandoned close combat, its massive body leaning back slightly. In its gaping maw, extremely dense, jet-black energy began to gather frantically. Sizzle, sizzle. A sickeningly loud screech of energy friction filled the air, and the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed and distorted by that energy. An energy sphere, over a meter in diameter, pitch black, and with destructive electric arcs flashing across its surface, rapidly condensed and took shape in the mad ape's mouth. The energy sphere emitted a terrifying, chilling aura, as if it contained the power to destroy everything. An unprecedented, terrifying sense of crisis, as if death were gripping his throat, instantly enveloped Xiao Han's entire body. He clearly felt that his aura was firmly locked by that black energy ball, and no matter where he fled, this attack would follow him like a shadow. Xiao Han's scalp tingled instantly, and every hair on his body stood on end. This blow absolutely cannot be taken head-on. If you accept, you're doomed. The jet black energy ball that condensed in the mouth of the black-scaled mad ape emitted a destructive aura that was almost tangible, like the Grim Reaper's scythe hanging behind Xiao Han's neck. The vital energy was locked in place, and the soul trembled as if it would be completely annihilated in the next second. To take the hit head-on? That would be certain death. Escape? Under the lock of qi, even close at hand, far away, might not be able to completely break free. Once grazed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Han's brain was working at an unprecedented speed, his adrenaline was surging, and his survival instinct was squeezing out every last bit of potential. Just as he was on the verge of despair, he keenly caught a glimpse of something unusual. A subtle, almost imperceptible, discordant dimness seemed to flicker deep within the black scale mad ape's violent and insane crimson eyes. Is it just my imagination? No. Considering the unusually dense yet eerie spiritual energy in this valley, and the mysterious black lotus at the bottom of the valley emanating spatial fluctuations. Is this mad ape guarding this place related to the black lotus? Has it paid a price for wielding such terrifying energy? Or is its control not perfect? Chapter 18 Fortune lies in peril. An extremely crazy idea suddenly flashed through Xiao Han's mind like lightning. Fortune favors the bold. Let's take the gamble. System. I'll choose option 2. I'll fight to the death. The roar in his heart still seemed to reverberate in his ears. Since we've made the decision not to back down, let's see it through to the end. Just as the destructive energy ball was about to be ejected, Xiao Han not only did not retreat or dodge in the slightest, but instead made a move that would baffle any onlooker he moved. The creation heaven-reaching technique was pushed to its limit, and the spiritual power within his body surged like boiling magma, causing the muscles in his legs to bulge. Beneath his feet, the power of the eternal night monarch martial soul erupted completely. The dense shadows, like the deepest ink, instantly engulfed and enveloped him, and the surrounding light dimmed rapidly. So close yet so far. His figure blurred and became illusory in an instant, moving swiftly through the shadows like a ghost, actually facing the terrifying energy pressure head-on. At an incredibly tricky angle, it charged headlong into the blind spot of the energy ball's attack below and to the side of the black-scale mad ape's massive body. The mad ape's attention was now fully focused on the energy ball poised to be released, and on its prey that it had locked onto. It never expected that this ant, which it considered doomed, would dare to launch such a daring, even suicidal, counterattack at this critical juncture. Roar! A clear look of astonishment flashed across the mad ape's crimson eyes. This brief moment of surprise caused an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible deviation in its control over the energy ball. At the same time, Xiao Han had already closed in. He endured the pressure of the mad ape's aura that was pushing his body to the brink of collapse, clenched his right fist, and poured out all the annihilation fist intent he had comprehended from the incomplete annihilation fist without reservation, pushing it to its limit. The target was not the indestructible black scales, but the relatively vulnerable eye that had just flashed with an unusual fluctuation. Break! With a suppressed growl, Xiao Han's fist seemed to pierce through the barrier of space, carrying a terrifying intent of annihilation and destruction, striking the black-scaled mad ape's lantern-sized left eye solidly. Put! It was like a ripe watermelon being violently smashed by a heavy hammer. The viscous liquid, mixed with broken tissue, suddenly splattered out. Awah! A piercing, extremely painful scream, loud enough to tear eardrums, suddenly echoed throughout the entire valley. The massive body of the black-scale mad ape trembled violently, and the destructive energy ball that was about to be unleashed in its mouth completely lost control, hurtling past the mountain wall like a wild horse. Rumble! The energy ball slammed into the hard mountain wall in the distance, creating a deafening roar. The entire valley seemed to tremble and shake. The mountain wall that was hit head-on collapsed instantly, creating a huge gap. Rocks flew through the air, and dust filled the air. The terrifying aftershocks of energy raged out, destroying all the spiritual herbs and medicines in the surrounding area. A successful strike. Xiao Han dared not relax in the slightest. The black-scaled ape, having lost an eye, had not lost its fighting ability. On the contrary, it had fallen into an unprecedented state of frenzy. The boundless agony, and the humiliation of being severely wounded by a creature as insignificant as an ant, drove it completely insane. Roar! 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 The mad ape's remaining right eye became even more crimson and terrifying, almost dripping blood. Its massive body writhed wildly, its thick arms and sharp claws flashing. It slammed and tore wildly in all directions without any order, creating gusts of foul wind and smashing the hard ground into one terrifying crater after another. However, Xiaohan keenly seized a glimmer of opportunity. Even though the mad ape was extremely ferocious, the loss of an eye severely affected its sense of balance and distance. Its originally fierce attacks became chaotic and exposed more weaknesses. Now, despite the churning blood and qi within his body and the excruciating pain in his internal organs caused by the aftershocks of the energy, Xiaohan quietly channeled the life force of the Chaos Green Lotus, rapidly repairing his injuries, while his figure once again merged into the shadows. The so close yet so far footwork was unleashed at full power, like dancing on a blade, narrowly avoiding the mad ape's frenzied attacks, and closing in once again. This time, his left fist was also clenched tightly, and a more refined, spiraling, penetrating force was integrated into his destruction fist intent. The target remains the mangled, bloody wound around the left eye. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Again. Another dull thud. Xiaohan's left fist, as swift and precise as a venomous snake emerging from its hole, struck the mad ape's eye socket wound once more. The hidden force contained in the fist, like a high-speed rotating drill, instantly penetrated and frantically destroyed the internal tissues. A whoa! This time, the black-scaled ape couldn't even let out a complete roar, only a hoarse whimper like a broken bellows. Its massive body trembled violently, and the extremely violent aura emanating from it rapidly dissipated like a balloon punctured by a sharp weapon. A devastating blow. A fatal blow. 2 consecutive attacks targeting the same vital point finally and completely destroyed this terrifying martial master level beast. But Xiaohan knew in his heart that it wasn't over yet. A cornered beast will fight back, and that is often the most dangerous situation. He dared not be careless in the slightest, forcibly squeezing out the last bit of spiritual power remaining in his body, and the power of his 2 souls was once again mobilized to the limit. The phantom of the Chaos Lotus slowly emanated a soft and holy azure light behind him, and a pure power that purified and dispelled all evil flowed out like a stream. The phantom of the Night King exuded an increasingly deep and dark aura of shadow. Xiaohan pointed his fingers like a sword, skillfully guiding and attaching the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus to his right fist, which contained the fist intent of the Destruction God Fist. The cyan light of purification and the gray-black aura of destruction, 2 completely opposite forces, strangely merged for a moment under his will. Die! Xiaohan used his last bit of strength to deliver a punch containing dual power, slamming it hard into the black-scale mad ape's dull, one-eyed eye. Puff! This time, there were no screams, no struggles. The massive body of the mad ape suddenly stiffened, and the last glimmer of light in its remaining right eye was completely extinguished. Its towering body, as majestic as a small mountain, crashed backward. Thump! The earth trembled violently once more, and smoke and dust filled the air. The valley fell into a deathly silence. Huff, huff, huff. Xiaohan could no longer hold on. His legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath like a dying fish. My whole body ached, my bones felt like they were falling apart, my internal organs were burning, and my spiritual energy was completely drained. Even moving a finger felt incredibly difficult. A narrow escape. He gazed at the enormous, lifeless corpse of the strange beast lying not far away, a bleak yet incredibly joyful smile appearing on his face. Mid-stage martial master? I've taken them down. Although the process was extremely dangerous, and it was only through the system's choices, the characteristics of the dual souls, the power of the divine skill, and a tiny bit of luck that they managed to fight their way out of a life or death situation, they ultimately won. Just as his consciousness began to blur, the system's friendly notification finally arrived in his mind, albeit belatedly. Chapter 19 Rapid Improvement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a desperate choice in a dire situation and successfully killing a target far exceeding your own strength. The black-scaled Mad Ape Martial Master Level 4. Combat Performance Rating, S+, Fearless, Bold and Meticulous, Precise Strike, Last-Minute Comeback. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a desperate choice in a dire situation and successfully killing a target far exceeding your own strength. The black-scaled Mad Ape Martial Master Level 4. Combat performance rating, S+, fearless, bold yet meticulous, precise strike, last-minute comeback. Calculating rewards based on the host's performance in this battle. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a special reward, initial control of the Shadow Lotus core. Congratulations, host. Your SSS-level martial soul Eternal Night Monarch has begun its evolution by absorbing the primal energy dissipated from the Shadow Demon Lotus. Eternal Night King's evolution path, Shadow Overlord, Void King. Please choose for yourself. The host is currently in a weakened state and unable to make a choice regarding martial soul evolution. The evolution choice will be temporarily reserved, and the host can make the choice later. Congratulations, host, on mastering a new ability Shadow Devouring. A series of system notifications, like Sweet Rain, nourished Xiaohan's nearly exhausted soul. Exhaustion, weakness, and pain seem to be greatly diluted at this moment. Initial control of the Shadow Lotus? Evolution of the Eternal Night King? Shadow Devouring? Just hearing the name is enough to get people excited. Especially the name Shadow Lotus, which sounds so similar to the mysterious black lotus deep in the valley. Could it be? With a sliver of strength, Xiaohan raised his head with difficulty, his gaze once again fixed on the dark lotus flower that had been guarded by the black-scaled mad ape in the deepest part of the valley. At this moment, the black lotus still stood there quietly, its entire body dark, with silver-gray luster flowing around its edges, as if it had existed since time immemorial. But unlike before, Xiaohan vaguely sensed that a mysterious connection seemed to have been established between him and the black lotus. A subtle, almost imperceptible feeling that originates from the depths of the soul. With a thought, he tried to mobilize the power of the Eternal Night King martial soul to touch and sense the black lotus. In an instant, a cold, dark, yet incredibly pure and vast energy surged from the direction of the black lotus like a burst dam, instantly merging into his body and flowing into his martial soul. The long-dormant phantom of the Night King, after absorbing this energy, was like a parched land receiving rain. Suddenly becoming more active, the previously blurry figure began to solidify, and the shadow aura emanating from its body became increasingly profound and powerful. At the same time, Xiaohan clearly felt that his control over the power of shadow and his understanding of the power of space were improving at an incredible speed. The feeling was incredibly mysterious and indescribable, as if some ancient and mysterious power was gradually being grasped by him. A new ability Shadow Devouring? Xiaohan's heart stirred, and he focused his mind on the new ability he had just comprehended. Instantly, a flood of information rushed into my mind. Shadow Devourer, as the name suggests, devours shadows. But it doesn't just devour ordinary shadows, it devours all shadows that contain negative energy, dark attributes, and the aura of death. For example, the residual negative energy after a beast dies, or the malevolent energy that dissipates after a battle. Even shadow energy in certain special environments can be devoured and absorbed by the shadows, transformed into nutrients for the evolution of the Eternal Night King, or directly strengthened. This is simply an incredible ability. Especially in such a dangerous and bloody wilderness area, it's simply a divine skill. Thinking of this, Xiaohan, enduring his weakness and pain, struggled to his feet. He staggered to the corpse of the black-scaled mad ape and attempted to activate Shadow Devour. With a thought, the power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul quietly began to circulate. The next moment, a strange scene unfolded. A visible black mist began to slowly rise from the massive, ferocious corpse of the black-scale mad ape. As if drawn by an invisible force, they continuously converged towards Xiaohan's body, eventually merging into the shadow beneath his feet and being devoured and absorbed by the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul. As the black mist continued to pour in, Xiaohan clearly felt that the aura of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was slowly but steadily increasing. I also felt a slight replenishment of energy, and my originally weak body seemed to have regained some strength. Although the increase isn't exaggerated, the ability to become stronger simply by picking up corpses is practically a bug. A glint of light flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. This shadow devouring, combined with the Eternal Night King's evolution, is practically a peerless divine skill tailor-made for him. With this ability, he could do whatever he wanted in this dangerous wilderness, killing monsters, leveling up, and becoming stronger quickly. A beast at the martial master level indeed contains immense energy. In a short while, the negative energy emanating from the black-scale mad ape's corpse was completely devoured by the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul. The once oppressive corpse had become dull and lifeless, as if it had lost all its essence. As Xiaohan felt the spiritual energy within his body slightly restored, and the subtle improvement in his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, his heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. It feels so good to become stronger. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and scanned his surroundings. The battle was quite intense, especially the out-of-control energy ball from the black-scaled mad ape at the end, which has likely attracted the attention of some powerful beasts in the vicinity. This place is not safe to linger. Moreover, the Eternal Night King's evolutionary choices still await him. The Shadow Overlord? The Void Monarch? Both sound incredibly powerful, making it difficult to choose. However, before making a choice, there is something even more important to do. Collect the loot. The crystal core of a martial master level beast, and that mysterious Shadow Lotus. The exhaustion from surviving the ordeal washed over me like a tidal wave, every muscle screaming in protest. Xiao Han collapsed on the cold ground, breathing heavily. His lungs burned with pain, but his lips parted involuntarily into a grin, and his eyes gleamed with barely suppressed excitement. We won! With his cultivation at the 4th level of the martial artist realm, he directly confronted and ultimately killed a genuine 4th level martial master realm beast. This achievement is enough to shake the entire city of Beihai, and even among those prestigious universities where geniuses gather, it is considered astonishing. The interplay of excruciating pain and ecstasy put him in a peculiar state of heightened excitement. He didn't immediately check the spoils of war, but forced himself to calm down, focused his mind on his body, and silently began to circulate the creation and heaven-reaching technique. As soon as the cultivation technique was activated, it was like a dry riverbed receiving a trickle of water, with strands of pure spiritual energy slowly flowing through the nearly depleted meridians. Although the recovery is slow, it's better than nothing. Chapter 20 Shadow Devouring. At the same time, the illusory image of the chaotic blue lotus in the sea of consciousness swayed gently, and a gentle blue light flowed out. This vibrant energy seeped into his limbs and bones, silently nourishing his injured internal organs and meridians, and the pain of his body being torn apart was also relieved considerably. The combined effect of the two forces is quite significant. Although he is far from a full recovery, at least he has regained some strength to move. Call. Exhaling a long breath of foul air tinged with the smell of blood, Xiao Han supported himself on the ground and shakily got to his feet, barely managing to stand up. Without delay, he walked unsteadily toward the pile of black-scaled ape corpses on the ground. As soon as you get close, a strong stench of blood mixed with a faint smell of burning hits your nose, along with an indescribable chilling aura. Shadow Devour. Xiao Han silently chanted in his heart, and the power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was activated once again. Wisps of pale black mist rose from the massive corpse of the black-scaled ape. As if sucked in by something, it twisted and swirled, finally disappearing into the shadow beneath Xiao Han's feet and being swallowed whole by the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul. As the black mist continued to pour in, Xiao Han could feel that the originally somewhat blurry shadow of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul seemed to become a little clearer. A faint but pure energy returned, and my legs, which had felt like they were filled with lead, seemed to feel lighter. Good stuff. Xiao Han's heart stirred. This amount of energy is nothing compared to what he just used up, but the experience of turning waste into treasure and leveling up is really great. Once no more black mist emerged from the corpse, Xiao Han began to search for the belongings left behind by the martial master realm beast. First, the crystal nucleus. He endured the soreness in his arm and, with some effort, managed to pull a crystal core the size of an adult's fist from the ape's hard skull. The crystal core is pure jet black, with a starlight-like sheen flowing across its surface. The energy inside is both pure and abundant. Just holding it in your hand, you can feel its astonishing energy. A martial master level 4 crystal core. Hey, if I took this to the martial arts center, it would be enough to buy a decent villa, right? Xiao Han weighed the rather heavy crystal core in his hand, feeling quite pleased with himself. This is worth far more than those 3 penniless robbers combined. He stored the crystal core into his system space and then began to search the enormous corpse of the mad ape. Soon, he discovered something unusual. On the back of the mad ape, near the shoulder blades, there are a few scales that are different from the surrounding ones. The color is darker, and the edges have a special silver-gray sheen. When you touch it, you can even feel a very faint sense of spatial distortion. Scales with spatial attributes? Xiao Han's thoughts shifted, and he thought of the mysterious shadow lotus at the bottom of the valley. This mad ape has been guarding this place for years, so it's probably absorbed some spatial power. These few scales are definitely excellent materials for crafting defensive or spatial artifacts. Without hesitation, he pried off and carefully stored away these special scales. Finally, he looked at the mad ape's 2 thick, long, spear-like fangs. The fangs gleamed with a cold light, their tips exuding a sharpness capable of piercing through defenses, making them excellent material for forging weapons. After stripping away all the valuable items, Xiao Han finally stopped. Although he was covered in injuries, he was in a very good mood. Just then, the system's emotionless voice rang in my mind. Ding! The Eternal Night Monarch Martial Soul Evolution choice is ready. Please select the evolution direction. Option 1, Shadow Overlord. Description: enhances absolute control over shadow and dark energy, significantly increases the efficiency and potential of Shadow Devourer, unlocks the nascent domain type ability, Eternal Night Domain, can suppress and weaken enemies within the domain, amplifying one's own shadow-based abilities, and increases resistance to negative status effects and mental attacks. Evolution focus: control, devour, domain. Option 2, Void King. Description: enhances the understanding and application of spatial power, significantly improves the effect of the near the ends of the earth footwork, and has a chance to learn related abilities such as spatial traversal and dimensional exile, increasing resistance to spatial blockade and confinement. Evolution focus: space, traversal, exile. 2 options, 2 different paths, were laid out before Xiao Han. The Shadow Overlord, just the name sounds intimidating. He controls shadows, devours everything, and can even create the Eternal Night Domain, making him the undisputed king of the darkness. This synergizes perfectly with the Shadow Devourer he just used, greatly enhancing his ability to engage in direct combat and control the battlefield. The Void King exudes an air of mystery. Spatial power: that's one of the most advanced and mysterious powers. Traversing space and banishing enemies, just thinking about it is exhilarating. This matches his close at hand, yet far away footwork perfectly, elevating his speed and unpredictability to a new level. Xiao Han unconsciously thought of the quiet shadow lotus deep in the valley. The demonic lotus possessed both a dark aura and spatial fluctuations. Shadows? Space? It seems that both evolutionary paths are somewhat related to this mysterious magic lotus. He has many cards in his hand. Creation Heaven Reaching Technique is for sustain and building a foundation, Chaotic Green Lotus is for healing and survival, Eternal Night Monarch is for stealth, ambush, and movement, Destruction God Fist is the main source of damage, Close at Hand and Far Away is the key to escaping and surprise attacks, and Shadow Devouring is a cheat code for quickly becoming stronger. Choosing Shadow Overlord will allow him to go deeper down the path of darkness and devouring, fully tapping into the potential of Shadow Devouring. Combined with Eternal Night Domain, his ability to fight head-on will absolutely skyrocket. Choosing the Void Monarch will max out his spatial talent, potentially turning Close to You, Far Away into a true space travel game, granting him incredible survival and ambush abilities, and even the absurd-sounding ability of Exile. One leans towards control and domain suppression, while the other leans towards extreme speed and spatial mystery. Xiao Han frowned, unsure of what to do. Both options are very attractive, both pointing to the path of the strong. The Shadow Overlord and his current abilities, especially Shadow Devourer, are more in line with the dark attributes of the Eternal Night King, and also correspond to the shadow in the name of the Demon Lotus. However, the Void King's spatial abilities match the spatial fluctuations of So Close Yet So Far and the Demon Lotus, making its potential seem even more immeasurable. How should I choose? The Void King's spatial power is elusive and unpredictable, with boundless potential. Just thinking about traversing the void is exhilarating. But Xiao Han's gaze ultimately fell on the words Shadow Overlord. Space, though powerful, is too ethereal and elusive to truly master. It would take an unknown amount of time. In comparison, the Shadow Overlord and his newly acquired Shadow Devourer ability are a perfect match, allowing the Night King to fully unleash his inherent dark attributes. How should I choose in Chapter 21? More importantly, the mysterious black lotus deep in the valley is called the Shadow Lotus. The word shadow is no coincidence. Choosing the Shadow Overlord might allow you to seize this incredible opportunity more quickly. Fortune and wealth are found in danger, but one should not be reckless and charge headlong into it. Xiao Han quickly made a decision in his mind: Shadow Devouring is the most practical growth skill at the moment, maximizing its potential is the key. Besides, who says that shadow domination can involve space? That Demon Lotus itself contains spatial fluctuations. System, I choose Shadow Overlord. Ding. Host selection confirmed. Eternal Night Monarch Martial Soul Evolution Direction locked, Shadow Overlord. Evolution begins. The moment the system notification sound ended, an unimaginable, vast and boundless source of shadow energy suddenly erupted from Xiao Han's body. This energy did not come from the outside, but originated from the Eternal Night Monarch Martial Soul itself, as if an ancient power that had been dormant had finally awakened. Boom! An intensely dense black light surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping Xiao Han completely and forming a huge, constantly writhing black cocoon of light that hovered in mid-air. On the surface of the cocoon of light, countless mysterious runes floated and undulated, exuding a heart-pounding tremor. The aura was profound, seemingly leading straight to some bottomless dark abyss. Ugh! An indescribable, excruciating pain suddenly washed over every inch of Xiao Han's flesh and blood, even piercing his heart and soul. Body and soul seemed to be forcibly stuffed into an invisible furnace by a brute force, undergoing the most primal power of shadow to completely dismantle and then reassemble. As the meridians ruptured inch by inch, the intense pain was immediately followed by a surge of shadow energy that washed away and repaired them. In the blink of an eye, the reconstructed meridians were far more resilient and expansive than before. The bones emitted muffled cracking sounds as they struggled to break free, a constant feeling of shattering washing over them. Yet, a strange force enveloped them, making the bones denser and their color deeper as they shattered and reformed. The feeling of the soul is the strangest, as if it has been thrown into an eternal night without stars. Countless fragments of knowledge about shadows, darkness, devouring, and control transformed into a torrent of information, forcibly instilling it into his consciousness and imprinting it on the deepest part of his soul. This pain was far more intense than when I cultivated the creation heaven-reaching technique and absorbed the chi and blood pill. It was a true case of scraping the bone to remove poison and undergoing a complete transformation. Xiao Han clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from between them. His muscles were bulging and he was trembling violently and uncontrollably. Yet, deep in his mind, he was perfectly clear-headed, exuding a stubbornness and a fierce determination to never give up. He could clearly see that his understanding and manipulation of shadow power was improving at an almost unreasonable speed. Previously, when he used the power of the Eternal Night King, it was mostly due to the instinct of his martial spirit or some insights gained from the close to the ends of the earth movement technique. But things are different now. He felt he had touched the root of the shadow, understanding why it existed, how it flowed, and how it devoured everything. The feeling was so wonderful his mind suddenly cleared, as if he was born to be the master of this darkness. At the same time, the newly acquired Shadow Devour ability also underwent tremendous changes under the influence of this evolutionary power. Originally, it was just passively absorbing the negative energy around it with mediocre efficiency. Now, it's like it's been equipped with some powerful engine, and its absorption speed and conversion efficiency have increased more than tenfold. Xiao Han even felt a strong sense of hunger. An impulse from the depths of one's soul to devour all darkness and negative energy. He felt that if he wanted to, he could even swallow all the shadows that lingered in this valley hole. The excruciating pain was still agonizing, but Xiao Han had begun to adapt. He even tried to actively guide this vast and pure evolutionary power to cleanse every corner of his body, stabilize his rapidly growing sense of power, and incidentally repair the injuries left from the previous battle. The life force of the Chaos Green Lotus was also quietly cooperating with the reshaping power of the shadow energy to ensure that his body would not actually collapse in this violent evolution. What surprised Xiao Han even more was that, with the evolution of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, the spiritual power in his dantian, which was almost depleted, was forcibly activated and spontaneously accelerated the circulation of the creation heaven-reaching technique. The rich spiritual energy in the surrounding world, as well as some of the pure energy that had dissipated during the evolution process, were all frantically drawn into the body by the cultivation technique. The barrier of the fourth level of martial artist realm groaned under the impact of this power, and could be broken at any moment. Time slipped away quietly amidst this extreme pain and rapid transformation. After an unknown amount of time, the enormous black cocoon of light enveloping Xiao Han gradually withdrew its radiance inward, and the writhing motion completely subsided. Click! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and a fine crack appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Bang! The cocoon of light suddenly exploded, transforming into countless particles of the purest shadow energy. These particles did not dissipate. Instead, they were drawn together by an invisible force and rushed into Xiao Han's body, which was suspended in place. At this moment, Xiao Han was still the same Xiao Han. His clothes were long since tattered rags, revealing a lean and muscular body covered in fine scars. But the feeling he gave off had completely changed. His aura became profound and unpredictable, and a subtle pressure naturally emanated from his body. It was the aura of a controller, and his mere presence made the surrounding darkness subdue. Behind him, the phantom of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul reappeared. The evolved Night King is no longer the blurry outline of the past, but has become exceptionally solid and majestic. It was a king clad in jet black armor, the material of which was indescribable, as if woven from the purest shadows, flowing with a deep luster. His face was still shrouded in shadow and could not be seen clearly, but where his eyes should have been, 2 points of burning dark starlight shone through, cold, indifferent, and looking down on everything. He simply floated there quietly, causing a subtle distortion in the entire space, and the light dimmed slightly as it passed by him. Shadow Overlord. Xiaohan slowly raised his hand, his 5 fingers spread open, and his mind stirred slightly. Call. The shadows on the ground around him, like soldiers receiving orders, instantly came to life, rushing towards his palm and condensing in the blink of an eye into a ball of dark energy that kept changing shape. The energy sphere emanated a chilling sense of devouring and annihilation. This is the power of the Shadow Overlord? Xiaohan felt the surging power within his body, as well as an unprecedented sense of closeness and control over the surrounding shadows, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He felt like he had become the son of the night, and wherever there was shadow, he was king. Although the spiritual power within his body had not yet truly broken through the barrier, it remained steadily at the peak of the 4th level, and his foundation was extremely solid. It's only a matter of time before I break through to the 5th level of the martial artist realm. More importantly, through this evolution, his physical strength and soul power have both increased significantly. Chapter 22 Great Improvement. Thanks to the combined effects of the Chaos Green Lotus and the power of evolution, his previous injuries have been mostly healed. He stood up, stretched his limbs, making cracking sounds, and his whole body was full of explosive power. Their gazes involuntarily turned to the deepest part of the valley, where the dark lotus flower stood quietly, the Shadow Lotus. The initial control reward from the system established a subtle and mysterious connection between him and the mysterious demonic lotus, as if he could touch the power hidden within it with just a thought. Without hesitation, Xiaohan concealed his aura and cautiously approached the Shadow Lotus. The closer he got, the clearer the throbbing from his soul became. The faint spatial fluctuations and the rich aura of shadows in the air seemed to be gently calling to him. Upon approaching the demon lotus, Xiaohan could clearly see that the silver-gray luster flowing along the edges of the deep, ink-black lotus petals was not still, but rather subtly distorting the surrounding space at an extremely delicate frequency. It's you! Xiaohan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and stretched out his finger, trying to gently touch the petals of the demon lotus with a wisp of spiritual power containing the aura of the Eternal Night King, the Shadow Overlord. The moment they touched it, something unexpected happened. There was no repulsion as one might imagine, nor any conflict of energy. The Shadow Lotus seemed to have met a long-lost relative. It trembled slightly, and a cool, pure, and boundless energy instantly surged into Xiaohan's body like a flood bursting its banks, flowing along his fingers. This energy is extremely peculiar, containing both the immense power that dominates the shadows and a mysterious fluctuation that distorts space. Hiss, such pure energy! Xiaohan was jolted, feeling as if his entire body was instantly filled with this energy, and every cell was cheering with joy. Initial control was indeed key. The process of refining the core of the Shadow Lotus was smoother than expected, almost like water flowing into a channel, without any obstacles. The immense energy of the demon lotus surged within his body, and a portion of it, as if drawn by a force, actively merged into the majestic phantom of the Shadow Overlord behind him. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul greedily absorbed this power of the same origin, just like a gluttonous beast, and its newly evolved aura began to rise and stabilize once again. The shadow armor became increasingly solid, and the dark stars in its eyes shone even brighter, as the characteristics of Shadow Overlord were thoroughly consolidated and deepened. The other part of the energy directly washed over and merged into Xiaohan's limbs and bones, nourishing his body and soul. Just then, the creation heaven-reaching technique within his body seemed to receive a strong stimulus, and without Xiaohan's active guidance, it began to operate wildly on its own. The speed of his cultivation technique reached an unprecedented extreme, like a huge vortex, rapidly refining and absorbing the demonic lotus source energy that surged into his body, transforming it into the purest spiritual power to replenish his nearly depleted chi. Boom! An overwhelming force, like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, suddenly erupted. That incredibly solid 4th-level barrier of the martial realm was as fragile as paper under the impact of this pure energy, and was instantly shattered. Martial Artist Realm Level 5. However, this is just the beginning. The energy contained in the Shadow Lotus was simply too immense, and the speed at which it was refined and absorbed was astonishing. Before the newly broken through realm was fully stabilized, an even more turbulent torrent of energy swept in once again. The chi is expanding wildly, the meridians are being widened and reinforced, and the quality and quantity of spiritual energy are soaring at a visible speed. Boom! Another muffled roar, as if some shackles within me had been broken once more. The barrier of the 5th level of the martial realm peak was breached without posing any significant obstacle. Martial Artist Realm Level 6. Only now did the violent torrent of energy gradually subside, eventually merging completely into Xiao Han's body and being fully refined and absorbed by the creation heaven-reaching technique. Hu. Xiao Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air with a faint dark luster, feeling the unprecedented surging power within his body, and his face revealed an uncontrollable look of ecstasy. Breaking through 2 levels in a row. He soared from the peak of the 4th level of the martial realm to the 6th level of the martial realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, this was not due to an unstable foundation caused by a forced upgrade. On the contrary, under the dual effects of the creation heaven-reaching technique and the shadow demon lotus origin, his foundation was even more solid and profound than before. Every bit of spiritual energy was incredibly pure, and the strength of his physical body was raised to a new level. 6th level of martial artist realm. Xiao Han clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force surging through his fingertips, his eyes gleaming. If I were to face the black scale mad ape again now, even if it were at its peak, I might be able to go toe-to-toe with it. Of course, this is only a preliminary estimate. After all, there is a huge gap between the martial master realm and the martial warrior realm. But with his shadow overlord in 6th level cultivation, he would never be as pathetic as before. At least he would have the confidence to maneuver and even find an opportunity to counterattack. It was totally worth it. This risky foray into the valley was an absolute steal. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Han began to try out his newly acquired ability. With a thought, the light within a radius of several meters centered on his body suddenly distorted and dimmed, as if shrouded in an invisible black veil, instantly transforming into the prototype of an absolute dark domain. Being in this domain, Xiao Han felt his senses were magnified infinitely. Any rustling of wind or grass within dozens of meters around him, even the slightest flow of energy in the air, was clearly fed back into his mind. At the same time, he could sense that this area exerted a natural suppression and interference on the outside world. Although it was still very weak at the moment, it was enough to affect the enemy's judgment and actions. The prototype of the Eternal Night Domain. Although its range is not large and its interference is limited, its effect will be absolutely amazing when combined with assassinations and surprise attacks. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Then, he tried to use close at hand, yet far apart again. Call out. With a swift movement, leaving a faint afterimage behind, he instantly appeared 10 meters away like a ghost. The speed was at least 50% faster than before. Moreover, the trajectory was more unpredictable, as if it completely ignored the law of inertia, drawing several zigzag lines in the air that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. What surprised him even more was that while using his footwork, he could more freely draw upon the power of the Eternal Night King, briefly blending his body into the surrounding shadows to make tiny leaps. Although the jump distance is currently only 1 or 2 meters and it consumes a lot of energy, it undoubtedly makes his movements more unpredictable and elusive, giving him a powerful trump card whether he is chasing or escaping. Chapter 23. This place is not safe to stay. With his inner power surging and his newly acquired abilities still being practiced in his mind, Xiao Han finally took another look at the Shadow Lotus. The luster of the demon lotus visibly dimmed, as he had devoured a significant portion of its core essence. However, this demonic lotus itself is a rare object containing the power of space and shadow, and its value is immeasurable. Now is not the time to touch it. The anomalies in the valley, and the black scale ape, were all strange, and no one could guess what else was lurking in the shadows. Having secured the biggest benefits and significantly increased their strength, there's no need to wade into these troubled waters any further. Walk! He quickly disposed of the black scale mad ape's corpse, erasing all traces of his presence. The power of the Night King was activated, and his aura instantly disappeared, merging with the surrounding darkness. After taking one last look at the dark, demonic lotus, Xiao Han's figure disappeared into the shadows of the valley. The technique so close yet so far was executed, with unpredictable and elusive footwork, disappearing into the distance without a sound. It's time to go back to Beihai City. Then, go to the capital. The dense forest outside the valley returned to silence. Xiao Han's figure leaped and darted through the shadows. With close at hand, yet far away, combined with Shadow Overlord, he became almost an integral part of the environment, making him undetectable even to the most seasoned hunters. Instead of taking the route to the martial arts center, he went in circles and sneaked back to the outskirts of Beihai City. The materials for the martial master level beasts are too eye-catching. A martial artist who's only been certified for a few days takes out something like this and sells it at the martial arts center? He's just asking for trouble. He gleaned a clue from the memories of those unfortunate robbers and contacted a materials dealer known as Rat in Beihai's underground circle. The agreed-upon place was an inconspicuous second-hand store. The air was filled with a dusty and musty smell of old things, which was pungent. The shop was very dark. A short, thin man with a goatee was examining a rusty copper coin with a magnifying glass. He didn't even look up when Xiao Han came in. "Where is the stuff?" Without further ado, Xiao Han placed the cloth bundle containing fangs and scales on the counter. The mouse put down the mirror, a cunning glint flashing in its murky eyes. He carefully opened the cloth bag, picked up a piece of grayish silver scale, rubbed it between his fingers, and then picked up the fong and tapped it to listen to the sound. "Wow! Good stuff!" He smacked his lips, his greed barely concealed, but he quickly suppressed it. "A martial master? He just died recently? Kid, you've got some nerve." Xiao Han remained expressionless. "Name your price." Hee, the rat rubbed its hands together. "These scales have some spatial properties, good material for forging equipment. The fangs are hard enough too. Pack them up, this price." He held up 5 fingers. 50 million federal credits? Xiao Han's eyebrows twitched. This price is simply taking advantage of him as a greenhorn who's just starting out. "Kid, the materials for martial arts training are good, but they're obtained through questionable means. I, rat, am taking the risk." The mouse stroked its goatee, striking a fair pose as if it had been wronged. Xiao Han twitched the corner of his mouth but didn't reply. The aura of a 6th-level martial artist was slightly released. The power of Shadow Overlord was activated, and the already dim light in the shop suddenly dimmed, making the air feel heavier, and an invisible pressure weighed heavily on the rat's heart. The mouse's fake smile froze instantly, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on its forehead. When she looked at Xiao Han again, a chilling sense of fear shot straight to the top of her head. 6th-level warrior. This aura is gloomy and domineering. This kid is no pushover, he's a tough character. I was just thinking of giving him a good thrashing? That's like an old man hanging himself, he's got a death wish. Ahem, young man, I was blind. I didn't recognize your greatness." The mouse's face immediately plastered with a fawning smile, its attitude completely changing 180 degrees, becoming nothing short of a lapdog. "I was senile and quoted the wrong price just now. 50 million for such top-quality materials is indeed too low. 80 million. 80 million federal credits, plus these cultivation resources, what do you think?" He frantically pulled out several bottles of pills and a few energy crystals from under the counter, all items commonly used by martial artists. Xiao Han glanced at the items. The quality was acceptable, and the price met his expectations. He was too lazy to waste any more time arguing with this kind of person. Make a deal. The transaction process was very efficient. 80 million was deposited into an anonymous bank account, and with the pile of cultivation resources, the gains from this adventure in the valley were truly substantial. As for the most valuable martial master level 4 crystal core, its energy fluctuations are too conspicuous and its value is too high. It would be too easy to cause trouble to sell it in a place like Beihai City. It's better to save it for when we go to the capital. After dealing with his spoils, Xiao Han walked out of the second-hand store with a light step, as if he had just gone out to buy soy sauce. "I'm home." As soon as the door opened, Wang Xiulan saw him, and her heart, which had been in her throat, suddenly fell back into her stomach. "Xiao Han. Where have you been these past few days? I was so worried." Wang Xiulan's eyes instantly reddened. She grabbed him and carefully checked him from head to toe, as if afraid he was missing a single hair. Xiao Jiangwo, who was standing next to him, didn't say anything, but his face, which had been tense, visibly relaxed. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine." Xiao Han felt a warmth in his heart and said the story he had prepared in advance. "I went out to train for a few days, my strength has improved a bit, and I also made a little money." He didn't mention a word about robbing ruthless bandits or hunting martial arts masters and exotic beasts, so as not to let his parents overthink and worry unnecessarily. Then he brought up the matter of reporting to the Imperial Academy ahead of time. "You're leaving so soon?" Wang Xiulan's heart, which had just settled, tightened again, and tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably, filled with reluctance. The capital city, that's the heart of the Federation, full of experts. You must be very careful going there alone. Xiao Jiangwo frowned, his tone serious, but the pride and arrogance between his brows were impossible to suppress. "My son has made something of himself and is going to study at the top university in the country. This is a great honor for our family. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I can take care of myself." Xiao Han smiled and comforted them, then took out an anonymous bank card and handed it over, saying, "There's 100 million federal credits in here, along with these pills and resources. Keep them for yourselves. Don't work so hard anymore, it's time to enjoy your retirement. 100 million? Xiao Jiangmo and Wang Xiulan stared at the flimsy card, their hands trembling uncontrollably, almost thinking they had misheard. They never even dared to dream of having so much money in their entire lives. Xiaohan, this is too much money, we can't accept it. Wang Xiulan realized what was happening and quickly pushed the card back. Mom, this is money I earned through my own hard work, it's clean money, so you can take it without worry. Now that I'm capable, I can't let you suffer along with me. Xiaohan's attitude was firm. These resources can also help regulate your bodies and are beneficial for longevity. Xiao Jiangwo looked at his son, sensing the unusual composure and confidence he exuded. After a moment of silence, he patted Xiaohan's shoulder heavily. Okay. Good son. Your parents will listen to you. But you absolutely must be careful out there. Money can be earned anytime, but your safety is the most important thing. Chapter 24 Departure from the Capital. Mom, don't worry, I've remembered everything. Xiaohan patted his mother's hand and then looked at his father beside him. The words of repeated admonition still echoed in my ears, and the worry in my parents' eyes was heavy. I stayed home for another day and made sure I explained everything I could think of. Ultimately, we still have to leave. His family's reluctance and anticipation, mixed with the unique hustle and bustle of the train station, saw him off on his journey. Destination, Beijing. Beihai Maglev train station. The platform stretched as far as the eye could see, its cold metallic sheen extending along the way. A low hum filled the air, it was the breathing of the orbital energy field. A silver-white maglev train hovered silently, its sharp lines cutting into the line of sight. This is the transportation artery between the federal capital cities, making traveling 1,000 miles a day a reality. Xiaohan's train ticket was for a first-class seat. The cubicle wasn't big, but it felt very cozy. The seats are so inviting and supportive. The control panel feels cool to the touch and responds quickly. Outside the car window, the buildings and fields that were initially distinguishable quickly became a blur of flowing colors. The oppressive feeling brought by speed, through the thick carriage walls, slightly squeezed my eardrums. This is the power of technology, shrinking the space to an inch. The train started moving, and you could hardly feel any bumps, but the speed was increasing rapidly, and it soon left Beihai City behind. Xiaohan closed his eyes and focused his mind on his body. The spiritual power of a sixth-level martial artist is like a rushing river, flowing slowly through the widened and reinforced meridians under the guidance of the creation heaven-reaching technique. With each cycle, one can feel the condensation and growth of power. At the same time, he diverted a portion of his attention to communicate with the eternal Night King behind him, the Shadow Overlord martial soul. With a slight thought, the shadow in the corner of the cubicle moved and extended gently as if it were alive, changing into various shapes under his control. Sometimes it transforms into a jet-black dagger, sometimes it coalesces into a flowing shield, and finally it silently merges back into the original shadows, as if it had never existed. His mastery of shadow power has reached a whole new level. He became increasingly adept at using the shadow devouring ability. Although there was not much negative energy on the train to devour, he could clearly feel the desire emanating from the depths of his martial soul, like a lurking beast waiting for a chance to feast. The capital city. As the power flowed through his body, Xiaohan's thoughts drifted toward his destination. The heart of the Huaxia Federation, a place where countless geniuses gather, is a true den of dragons and tigers. As the premier university in the Federation, the level of competition at Imperial Capital University is unimaginable. It is a gathering place for the most outstanding geniuses from all over the country and even the world. S-level martial souls are probably only considered to be entry-level, and SSS-level martial souls are by no means rare. Lin Xingxia, the icy beauty instructor who sent 3 martial grandmaster-level teachers flying with a single punch, possesses unfathomable strength. She seems to value herself highly, which presents both an opportunity and an unknown challenge. Su Linglong. That face, both embarrassed and angry, flashed through my mind. With her SSS-level Extreme Ice Phoenix martial soul, she was once the most admired and favored daughter of heaven in Beihai City. When we parted, she said she hadn't decided where she was going yet. Could she be at the Imperial Academy too? Xiaohan's lips unconsciously curled up. Thinking back on that forced kiss, he still found it quite exciting. Of course, she wasn't the only familiar face, or rather, potential rival, in the capital. The sheer number of prodigies and geniuses is enough to make one's scalp tingle and one's hands itch with excitement. I am currently at the 6th level of the martial realm, possessing twin SSS plus level heaven-defying martial souls, cultivating the creation heaven-reaching technique, and even having divine skills by my side. With this setup, you could walk around like a madman in Beihai City. But if you throw it into the big pot of mixed stew in the capital, it probably won't even make a decent splash. I heard that S-rank martial spirits are everywhere there, and SSS rank ones are not uncommon. But Xiao Han lazily shifted into a more comfortable position and leaned back in his seat. That's what makes it exciting. A peaceful life? That's not for him. This new world, full of unknowns, made him feel truly alive, and his blood was boiling. Lost in thought, a sickeningly sweet female voice suddenly blared over the loudspeaker in the carriage. Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the final stop of this train, Beijing Central Station. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. Have a pleasant journey. We've finally arrived. Xiao Han opened his eyes. The view outside the window was no longer a rapidly flowing mass of color. Instead, the massive shadows of towering skyscrapers slashed across the sky, their outlines becoming increasingly clear and oppressive. The train slowed down, making almost no sound, and smoothly glided into the platform, finally coming to a steady stop. He stood up, picked up his simple bag, pushed open the door of the compartment, and joined the crowd of people getting off the train. The moment my foot touched the solid ground of the platform, buzz! An indescribable, immense aura swept over us. It was heavy, bustling, and filled with omnipresent energy fluctuations, pressing down on my heart and making it hard to breathe. Compared to this commotion, Beihai City is practically a small pond. The platform was frighteningly spacious as far as the eye could see. It stretched as far as the eye could see. The crowd surged, shoulder to shoulder, everyone hurrying along, their faces showing expressions of excitement, solemnity, or numbness. The air was filled with the auras of various martial artists, strong and weak, and the density was astonishingly high. Xiao Han even keenly sensed several extremely fast-moving powerful pressures, so fast that he couldn't pinpoint their exact location, yet they made all the muscles in his body, a 6th-level martial artist, tense up involuntarily. It seems that a 6th-level martial artist is really nothing special in this place. Above, instead of the real sky, there was a realistic simulated dome with blue sky, white clouds, and sunlight streaming down, illuminating the entire interior of the massive station, which was constructed of steel and glass. It did indeed have the feel of a futuristic temple. Looking into the distance, one sees a dense cluster of towering buildings, with various uniquely shaped flying machines nimbly weaving between them. They trace dazzling trails of light, weaving together a vibrant yet coldly efficient picture of a future city. Xiao Han stood still, being pushed and shoved by the crowd, but temporarily stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the outline of this magnificent steel forest. The air he breathed in carried a restless energy that was both exciting and stressful. This is the capital city. The heart of the Chinese Federation. A cradle of the strong, a gathering place for geniuses, and of course, it can also be the graveyard of countless people. Opportunities abound, but dangers lurk everywhere. The sheer size and grandeur of this central station in the capital city had already far exceeded his expectations. He composed himself, suppressing the initial shock of arriving, and followed the directions given by Lin Qingsha to find the floating station. To the Imperial Capital Academy. Xiao Han announced his destination as he got into a self-driving hovercar. The car silently rose into the air, blending into the busy yet orderly traffic. Outside the car window, the bustling metropolis of the capital city was laid out before us. Skyscrapers pierced the sky side by side, futuristic flying machines weave nimbly between them, and people and vehicles on the ground are densely packed, like flowing sand. The hovercar moved forward, and the surrounding environment gradually changed. The hustle and bustle of the city fades away, replaced by a dignified atmosphere that has settled in. At the edge of the horizon, a vast and imposing complex of buildings appeared. The ancient and modern styles are strangely blended together, exuding a sense of profound weight from the accumulation of history. From afar, one can see towering towers, the outline of a massive training ground, and a cluster of teaching buildings. Just looking at it from a distance, one can feel the weight of this premier federal university. This place is probably as big as 10 Beihai No. 1 middle schools. Xiao Han estimated in his mind. The hovercar landed in front of a huge gatehouse. Above the gate tower, the four large, gilded characters Imperial Capital Academy exude an air of authority in their elegant, flowing script. Xiao Han followed the instructions and found the new student reception area. There weren't many people inside. The person in charge of registration was a middle-aged male teacher, wearing a school uniform, looking to be in his 30s, with a somewhat procedural arrogance on his face. He didn't even look up at Xiao Han, pointing to the form next to him. New here? Fill out the form. Take out your ID, Martial Soul Awakening Certificate, and Martial Artist Certification Badge. Chapter 25, The Basics Are Okay. Xiao Han handed over the documents as instructed. The teacher picked up the form and glanced at it. When he saw the age 18 years old, the special PG prefix on the Martial Artist Certification Badge and the cultivation level of 6th level of Martial Artist, he was impressed. Finally, she raised her head and looked at Xiao Han with a scrutinizing gaze. Oh? 18 years old, 6th level of Martial Artist realm? Your foundation is not bad. His tone was flat, making it impossible to discern whether it was praise or something else. Instead, it carried a habitual indifference. From Beihai City? Coming from a small place, it's not bad to have this level of cultivation. However, this is the Imperial Capital Academy. The 6th level of the martial realm is just the beginning. This attitude caused Xiao Han to raise an almost imperceptible brow. A 6th level martial artist would cause a sensation in Beihai City, yet here he was only described as just getting started? He didn't argue, but calmly asked, "Teacher, where should I go next?" "Take this temporary ID card, go over there to register your information, and then wait for the class assignment notice." The teacher tossed a metal tag to him, then looked down at his terminal, seemingly too lazy to say anything more. Xiao Han took the sign, thanked him, and turned to walk towards the information entry area. While he was waiting to have his information entered, several other new students who were also there to complete the procedures walked by. One of the young men was tall and had an imposing presence. He exuded the aura of a martial master, which drew the attention of those around him. "See that? That's the top scholar from Jiangnan province. It said he awakened an SS-level berserk battle ape, and he was already at the 2nd level of the martial master realm before he even entered the academy." Hiss. Martial master realm. We're still struggling in the martial warrior realm, and they've already surpassed us by a whole realm. That's nothing. I've heard there are several monsters in this year's special recruitment class. Not only do they have SSS-level martial souls, but their cultivation levels are also unfathomable. There are even rumors that someone has awakened something beyond SSS level. Beyond SSS rank? Really? Who knows? Anyway, the Imperial Capital Academy is never short of geniuses and monsters. S rank is only considered excellent here, and only SSS rank is qualified to enter those core circles. The intermittent chatter reached Xiao Han's ears, giving him a more direct understanding of the fierce competition among the capital's universities. S-grade items are everywhere, but only SSS grade can be considered core? My own SSS Plus doesn't seem to be the absolute top tier here. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he found it even more interesting. If every victory were as easily crushed as in Beihai City, it would be far too boring. The data entry was completed quickly. The teacher in charge looked at Xiao Han's information and retrieved his awakening ceremony record. He seemed a little surprised that Xiao Han, with his 2 SSS plus martial souls, hadn't been specially recruited, but he didn't ask any further questions. He simply stated in a formulaic manner, "Alright, your enrollment procedures are complete. Based on the comprehensive evaluation, you have been assigned to the Martial Arts Academy, Class 7, Year 1. Here is your official student badge and dormitory key. Go to the dormitory area and find your room yourself. Grade 1, Class 7? Ordinary class?" Xiao Han accepted the badge and key, his heart unmoved. He guessed that it was probably because during the awakening ceremony, although he displayed 2 SSS plus martial souls. However, it did not reveal its true combat strength, and since the martial artist certification was only a basic assessment, the overall evaluation was naturally not very high. That's fine too. He didn't like to show off, so being assigned to a regular class actually saved him a lot of trouble. It was a good opportunity for him to develop quietly and get familiar with the environment and rules of the academy. When one's strength is sufficient, the so-called class division becomes completely meaningless. After packing his things, Xiao Han turned and left the reception area, heading towards the dormitory area. The Imperial Capital Academy covers a vast area, but thankfully it has an internal shuttle system. Following the map on his badge, he took a shuttle bus to the freshman dormitory area. Outside the window, buildings of various styles flashed by, cultivation towers exuding rich spiritual energy, research centers full of advanced technology, and huge training grounds and entrances to trial realms scattered throughout the area. The spiritual energy within the academy far surpasses that of the outside world. The students walking among it all possess a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, none of them are weak. The air here seems to be filled with the scent of competition and struggle. Xiao Han's gaze was calm, but his heart was already churning with unsettling emotions. Life at the Imperial Capital Academy officially began for him as an ordinary student in Class 7. Beneath the calm surface, however, lay an extraordinary future. Imperial Capital Academy, Martial Arts Academy, Class 7, first year. Compared to the magnificent buildings outside, some futuristic and others ancient, Class 7's classroom seemed exceptionally simple and unadorned. Standard alloy desks and chairs, a huge intelligent teaching light screen, and that was it. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was far less than that at the reception area or on the main road outside, but it was still much stronger than in Beihai City. When Xiao Han entered the classroom, there were already more than 20 people sitting inside. Most of the students looked curious about the new environment, but were also a little reserved. They chatted quietly in twos and threes, forming several vague little circles. Their auras mostly hovered between the high level of the martial apprentice realm and the third or fourth level of the martial warrior realm. They would be considered quite good outside, but in this Imperial Capital Academy, they could only be considered ordinary. His arrival didn't attract much attention, only a few people glanced at him casually before turning away. Clearly, a new face with a reserved demeanor and an unremarkable appearance wasn't enough to garner their full attention. Xiao Han casually found an empty seat by the window and sat down. Not long after, a middle-aged male teacher wearing a school uniform, with his hair neatly combed, but whose eyes showed a hint of weariness and perfunctoriness, walked in. His name is Zhou Kai, and he is the temporary class advisor for Class 7. Well, everyone's almost here. Zhou Kai cleared his throat, his voice not loud. I am your class advisor for the next year, Zhou Kai. I think you all knew the rules of Imperial Capital University before you came here, so I won't go into details. The strong are respected, resources are earned through competition, don't expect something to fall from the sky. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the classroom as if completing a task. Today we'll start with a simple baseline test, a combination of theory and practice, to give me a general idea of your level. Don't be nervous, it's just for reference. As soon as he finished speaking, a rather burly young man with an aura reaching the peak of the 9th level of the martial artist realm chuckled from the small circle at the front of the classroom. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for those around him to hear. A reference? It's just a formality. Some people, no matter how good their placement test scores are, they'll still have to stay in Class 7, won't they? The young man who spoke was named Lei Ming, a 9th level martial artist. His martial spirit was said to be a B+ grade earth-splitting wild bear. Among the freshmen in Class 7, he was considered outstanding and was implicitly the leader of a small group in the class. His family has some connections in the capital. Although he can't get into the top genius classes, he feels superior in the regular classes. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Han with a seemingly casual look, clearly implying something. Chapter 26 Retirement Class. Xiao Han had just arrived and naturally didn't know about these intricacies. He just thought it was some idiot trying to get attention and didn't even lift his eyelids. Lei Ming's henchman immediately chimed in. That's right, Brother Lei is right. Some people, I don't know what kind of luck they had, they can get into the capital's universities even though they are not very good. I heard he's at the 6th level of the martial realm. TSK, that level of cultivation wouldn't even rank him in our Class 7. He's probably a relative from some small town. That's probably it, otherwise why would they be assigned to our retirement class? Their murmurs weren't loud, but Xiao Han, with his exceptional hearing, heard them clearly. He then realized that his cultivation level of the 6th level of martial arts, coupled with his status as a 7th class student, had made him a nepotism beneficiary in other people's eyes? Interesting. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips. His idea is to develop in a low-key manner, but if someone insists on coming up to make things difficult, he doesn't mind stretching his muscles a bit. The class advisor, Zhou Kai, seemed unfazed by these minor conflicts, or perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered with them, and directly initiated the theoretical testing program. Buzz. A virtual screen appeared on each student's desktop, rapidly flashing various tricky and strange questions about martial arts history, mythical beast illustrations, principles of martial arts techniques, and analysis of martial arts skills. The classroom fell silent instantly, with only the sound of fingers rapidly tapping on the screen and some students discussing in hushed tones with furrowed brows. What might be a brain-racking problem for others is not much more difficult for Xiao Han than 1 + 1 = 2. After all, he came here with the reputation of having the highest theoretical scores in Beihai #1 high school in history, and with the advantage of being a transmigrator, he already knew these basic knowledge by heart. His fingers moved randomly across the screen, so fast that they almost left after images. In less than 5 minutes, while most people were still struggling with the questions on the first page, Xiaohan had already submitted his answer sheet, and then yawned and looked out the window listlessly. This scene naturally caught the attention of many observant people. Pretentious. Lei Ming saw Xiaohan's leisurely appearance, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he spat under his breath. He himself felt that the questions were somewhat difficult and was struggling with them. Seeing Xiaohan's attitude made him even more annoyed. Class teacher Zhou Kai also noticed Xiaohan handing in his paper early. He frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. In his view, submitting the paper so quickly means either a genius or a fool, with the latter being more likely. 10 minutes later, the theory test ended. The results were immediately displayed on the large screen at the front of the classroom. The number 1 name is none other than Xiaohan. Score, full marks. The entire classroom fell silent for a moment. All eyes were focused on the boy sitting by the window, still staring out the window as if in a daze. A perfect score? You should know that the theoretical test question bank of the capital's universities is notoriously large and difficult. Scoring 70 or 80 points is considered excellent, let alone a perfect score. That's simply unbelievable. Lei Ming's disdain froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He himself, relying on his family's academic background, only scored in the 80s, while this kid got a perfect score? Is he really just a bookworm who only knows how to study by rote? Class teacher Zhou Kai was also stunned for a moment, then looked at Xiaohan a few more times, and finally a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. To achieve a perfect score in theory at least demonstrates that this student possesses top-tier learning ability and a solid foundation of knowledge. Perhaps, they weren't admitted through connections? Your theoretical scores are good. Zhou Kai's tone softened slightly. However, in the path of martial arts, strength ultimately matters. Next, the practical test, follow me. With their own thoughts, everyone followed Zhou Kai to an open-air training ground behind the teaching building. In the center of the training ground are a series of fighting arenas made of special alloys. The rules are simple: randomly select your opponents, come up on stage for a duel, and stop when you've made your point, Zhou Kai announced. I will give you a preliminary rating based on your performance. The lottery results came out quickly. Lei Ming was lucky his opponent was a student at the 7th level of the martial realm who looked rather thin. Go Lei Gu. Let's show that kid what's what. Amidst cheers, Lei Ming walked onto the stage with a proud smile. The battle begins. Roar! Lei Ming roared, and the phantom of his B+ great earth-splitting bear martial soul appeared behind him, emanating a violent and heavy aura. He stomped his foot, causing the arena to tremble slightly, and charged towards his opponent like a cannonball. The student at the 7th level of the martial realm was clearly intimidated by Lei Ming's aura and hurriedly summoned his martial soul as seemingly harmless D-rank wind sparrow in an attempt to create distance. However, Lei Ming's speed far exceeded his expectations. His large, fan-like hand grabbed the phantom of the wind sparrow and squeezed it hard. Bang! The phantom of the wind sparrow let out a mournful cry and disintegrated instantly. Immediately afterwards, Lei Ming delivered a powerful punch imbued with an earthy yellow light, directly striking his opponent's chest. The student only had time to barely cross his arms to block. With a sharp crack and a cry of pain, the student flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing onto the edge of the ring. His arm was twisted at an odd angle, clearly broken. Sold out instantly. Clean and efficient. A peak 9th level martial artist against a 7th level one is a complete and utter crushing defeat. Good. Brother Lei is awesome. Lei Ming's followers immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The other students also turned to look, their eyes filled with awe. This level of skill is indeed top tier in Class 7. Lei Ming basked in the attention of the crowd, smugly surveying the entire scene before finally fixing his gaze on Xiaohan, a provocative smile curving his lips. Next, Xiaohan, class advisor Zhou Kai read out the name expressionlessly. Xiaohan calmly stood up, preparing to walk towards the arena. Just then, Lei Ming, who had just stepped off the stage, suddenly spoke up, "Teacher." Zhou Kai looked at him. "What is it?" "Teacher, I'm very interested in this student who got a perfect score in theory." Lei Ming pointed at Xiaohan with a playful smile on his face. "How about I be his opponent and personally test the practical abilities of our theoretical genius?" Wow! These words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. What is Lei Ming trying to do? Is he taking the initiative to challenge? And he specifically challenged Xiao Han, who had just scored full marks on the theory test. This is clearly an attempt to publicly humiliate Xiao Han. All eyes were on Xiao Han, some with sympathy, some with schadenfreude, and some with curiosity. Class teacher Zhou Kai frowned and looked at Xiao Han. What do you mean? Xiao Han didn't stop walking, heading straight for the arena. His voice was calm and even, as if he hadn't noticed the provocation in Lei Ming's words. Fine. I was just worried about not having anyone to practice on. Since you insist on offering yourself up as a punching bag, then I'll accept without hesitation. Xiao Han sneered inwardly, a cold glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. Seeing Xiao Han accept the challenge so readily, a hint of surprise flashed in Lei Ming's eyes, which then turned into even stronger contempt. He believed that Xiao Han was just too proud to admit his mistake and had no idea what he was about to face. The two stood facing each other in the center of the ring. He exuded an unrestrained aura, displaying the undisguised power of a peak 9th level martial artist, carrying the weight and ferocity of a monstrous earth-shattering bear. He possessed a restrained aura, as calm as a deep pool of water, seemingly just an ordinary 6th level martial artist. The stark contrast instantly heightened the tension in the crowd. The class advisor, Zhou Kai, watched the two facing off and, unusually, became somewhat interested. He wanted to see if this kid, who got a perfect score on the theory, was truly confident or just arrogant and ignorant. Are you ready? Zhou Kai asked. They both nodded at the same time. Test, begin. Chapter 27 One Punch Kill. The atmosphere on the arena suddenly froze. Lei Ming's aura surged, and his spiritual power at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm flowed like a tangible substance, causing the alloy arena beneath his feet to seem to sink slightly. The illusory image of the earth-splitting bear behind him roared, bringing a savage and heavy sense of oppression. Kid, you got a perfect score on the theory test, huh? Lei Ming grinned maliciously, cracking his muscles. Today I'll show you that in the Imperial Capital Academy, fists are the only true measure of power. He wanted to establish his authority. He wanted to crush this theoretical genius who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the whole class, and solidify his position in Class 7. Before the words were even finished, thunder rumbled. Bear charge. He let out a low roar, stomped his foot hard, and his whole body was enveloped in an earthy yellow light, like an out-of-control heavy truck, crashing into Xiao Han. The speed and power were so great that the strong wind generated even made the students in the front row below the stage feel a stinging pain in their cheeks. If this collision were to actually happen, even a martial artist at the 7th or 8th level of cultivation would suffer broken bones and tendons. However, faced with this fierce attack, Xiao Han's figure was like a willow catkin in the wind, only swaying slightly to the side. Whoosh! Lei Ming's powerful slammed into Xiao Han, almost grazing his clothes, before crashing heavily into empty air. The immense force even caused ripples to appear on the energy shield at the edge of the arena. Lei Ming's attack missed, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. What a quick reaction! But it must have been luck. He refused to believe it, twisted his waist, and swung a powerful bear-like slap at Xiao Han's head with a whooshing sound as it tore through the air. But Xiao Han's figure became elusive again. His footwork was mysterious, as if he could shrink the distance between people or move like a ghost, always managing to easily dodge thunderous attacks at an incredible angle just before they were about to strike. So close yet so far. This special footwork technique, obtained from the system, supported by the spiritual power of a 6th-level martial artist, combined with the evolved Shadow Overlord's control over the subtle details of the environment, allowed Xiao Han's movement skills to reach an unbelievable level. On the arena, Lei Ming, like a clumsy giant bear, kept swinging his heavy fists and sharp claws, bringing up gusts of wind and creating a terrifying scene. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was like a butterfly dancing in a storm, each dodge appearing so calm and unhurried, even carrying a hint of mockery. Bang! Boom! Crack! Lei Ming's attacks missed repeatedly, either hitting empty air or grazing the hem of Xiao Han's clothes without even touching a single hair. The students below the stage initially thought Lei Ming was intimidating and had victory in his grasp, but gradually their expressions changed from anticipation to surprise, and then from surprise to blankness. I'm not seeing things, am I? Thunder can't hit? Xiao Han's movement technique is so strange. It's impossible to see how he moves. Is this really a 6th-level martial artist? This speed and reaction are faster than many peak martial artists, right? Could it be that he wasn't hired through connections? Discussions gradually arose, and the gazes directed at Xiao Han changed from initial disdain to suspicion and uncertainty. Lei Ming's expression grew increasingly grim, his initial confidence turning into rage and embarrassment. He felt like a monkey being made a fool of, having lost all face in front of everyone. Stop right there! Lei Ming was completely enraged, his eyes bloodshot, and he roared angrily to the sky. Martial soul possession. Earth-shattering frenzy claw. The illusory image of the earth-splitting bear behind him suddenly merged into his body, and his body seemed to swell up, his muscles bulged, and his skin surface shone with an earthy yellow luster. An even more violent and ferocious aura than before suddenly erupted. His claws were spread wide, and his 10 fingers became as hard and sharp as steel, gleaming with a terrifying cold light. This time, he no longer pursued single-point attacks, but instead used both claws simultaneously, bringing with him dozens of sharp claw shadows that, like a storm, sealed off all the space around Xiao Han that he could dodge. Claw shadows intertwined into a net, and earth and yellow energy surged, leaving deep scratches on the arena floor. This attack covered a vast area and was several times more powerful than before. It seemed that Lei Ming was truly enraged and wanted to tear Xiao Han to shreds in one strike. Are you finally getting serious? Faced with this overwhelming attack, Xiao Han's eyes finally narrowed slightly. The figure that had been dodging as if taking a leisurely stroll suddenly stopped. He stopped dodging. Just as countless sharp claw shadows were about to strike, Xiao Han slowly raised his right fist. There was no earth-shattering grandeur, nor any dazzling lighting effects. But the instant he clenched his fist, an indescribable, terrifying aura, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, quietly coalesced on his fist. Fist of Destruction. Although it was only a fragment, and although Xiao Han had only grasped a smattering of it, the fist intent that originated from chaos and destroyed everything was already taking shape. Now! Xiao Han's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a fleeting opening in the claw shadow network, and his right fist seemed to pierce through the barrier of space. It arrived first despite being late, and charged straight out into the raging torrent of energy. This punch, seemingly ordinary, contained an extreme power of annihilation. The fist landed precisely on the point in front of Lei Ming's chest where the energy was most violent but also most unstable after Lei Ming was possessed. There was no earth-shattering noise, only a dull, heart-stopping plop sound. Like a punctured balloon. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, click. The hard, earthy yellow sheen on Lei Ming's body instantly cracked like a spiderweb. The raging, earth-shattering bear phantom behind him let out a mournful howl, and its light dimmed at a visible speed, almost dissipating. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming force surged through his fist and violently entered Lei Ming's body. Puff! Lei Ming's sinister smile froze instantly, replaced by boundless terror and pain. He felt an indescribable destructive force explode inside his body, as if his internal organs had been shredded. It was as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth, and his body flew backward like a tattered sack. Boom! Thunder slammed heavily against the energy shield at the edge of the arena, bounced back, fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and then completely lost consciousness. A terrifying fist-shaped indentation appeared on his chest, and his breath became extremely weak. One punch. Just one punch. Just a moment ago, Lei Ming was almighty and arrogant, unleashing the strongest attack of his martial soul possession at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, and he was just instantly killed? There's definitely something wrong with Chapter 28. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if petrified, dumbfounded as they watched the boy in the center of the ring slowly retract his fist. What just happened? What did they see? A connected student at the 6th level of the martial realm instantly killed a class powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm who had also used his martial soul. Is this a dream? Lei Ming's henchmen, their faces still frozen with pride and cheers, were now deathly pale and dazed. Class teacher Zhou Kai, who had always seemed somewhat weary and perfunctory, was also dumbfounded at this moment, his hand holding the record board trembling slightly. He looked at Lei Ming, who had fainted, and then at Xiao Han on the arena, whose breathing remained steady as if he had just casually swatted a fly. His eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, and deep confusion. This is really a 6th level martial artist? The terrifying intent and explosive power contained in that punch made even his teacher, a martial arts master, feel a slight tremor in his heart. This kid is definitely suspicious. Xiao Han seemed oblivious to the ghostly stares around him, calmly withdrawing his fist and even symbolically dusting off non-existent dust from his sleeves. He walked to the edge of the arena, looked at his homeroom teacher Joe Kai, who was still in a daze, and asked in a flat tone, "Teacher, is the test over?" "Ah. Oh. It's over. It's over." Joe Kai suddenly came to his senses and nodded hurriedly. His gaze towards Xiao Han had completely changed. It was no longer scrutinizing and indifferent as before, but filled with surprise, solemnity, and even a trace of fear. He quickly walked onto the arena, briefly checked Lei Ming's injuries, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was just seriously injured and unconscious and not in any danger to his life. At the same time, his evaluation of Xiao Han had risen to an unprecedented level. Monster! This is definitely a monster. A 6th level martial artist can instantly kill a peak 9th level martial artist with a single punch? This combat power is probably enough to rival some students who have just entered the martial master realm. How could someone like him be assigned to Class 7? Was it a deliberate arrangement by the Academy's higher-ups? Or, is there something wrong with this kid's file? Joe Kai was filled with doubts, but he maintained his composure on the surface and announced the result: Xiao Han wins. Combat rating. Excellent. He initially wanted to give it a perfect rating, but considering the potential impact, he decided to temporarily set it at excellent. However, he has decided that he must report this situation to the college immediately. Xiao Han didn't care about this at all, ratings and such were meaningless to him. He nodded calmly, and under the awe, curiosity, and disbelief of his classmates, he stepped off the stage and returned to his seat by the window, continuing to look out the window as if the person who had just shocked everyone with a single punch was not him at all. The atmosphere on the training field exploded completely because of this battle. Holy crap! He killed him in seconds? Thunderous! Peak 9th level of martial artist, and he even used martial soul possession. And just like that, one punch? What the heck was that fist? Why am I getting scared? 6th level of martial artist? You're kidding me. He's definitely hiding his true strength. Wow! When did Class 7 produce such a formidable talent? Discussions, exclamations, and gasps of surprise swept across the training ground like a tidal wave. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, who walked down from the arena, dusted off his sleeves, and casually looked out the window. Awe, curiosity, disbelief, a complex mix of emotions swirled in the eyes of the onlookers. Lei Ming's henchmen were as white as paper, not daring to breathe, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Xiao Han. Looking back now, all those previous mockery and comments were like dancing at the gates of the king of hell. The biggest change was in the class advisor, Joe Kai. This middle-aged teacher, who had previously seemed listless and indifferent to everything, was now a stranger to the world. He jogged down from the ring in a few quick steps, his face beaming with an enthusiastic, even somewhat obsequious smile, a stark contrast to his previous indifference. Xiao Han. Oh dear, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Joe Kai moved closer to Xiao Han, his tone full of concern and his eyes full of warmth. Are you thirsty? I have some special energy drinks here. Want a bottle to replenish your energy? As he spoke, he frantically pulled a beautifully packaged bottle of blue liquid from his spatial ring and tried to shove it into Xiao Han's hand. His movements were just like a salesman meeting a super VIP customer. The students around him twitched in disbelief. Teacher Zhou, your face changes so fast. You're wasting your talent not studying acting. Xiao Han glanced at him and said indifferently, No need, teacher. Oh, don't be so polite, don't be so polite. Joe Kai's smile remained unchanged, and he became even more enthusiastic. Xiao Han, your strength is truly hidden. I was blind to your abilities before and neglected you, please don't take it to heart. In the future, if you need anything in class, just tell the teacher. Cultivation resources, academic credits, as long as the teacher can help, I will definitely do my best. He now knew perfectly well that Xiao Han was definitely not someone with connections, but a genuinely powerful and capable individual. A 6th level martial artist can instantly kill a peak 9th level martial artist with a single punch? Such combat power is unmatched in the entire first year. How could someone like this be assigned to Class 7? Either the information is wrong, or some important person deliberately arranged for him to develop in a low-key manner. In either case, my previous attitude was absolutely suicidal. I must make amends immediately and cling to this potential benefactor. Xiao Han didn't react much to Joe Kai's 180-degree turn, he just found it a bit noisy. He nodded and said perfunctorily, Understood, teacher. Joe Kai wanted to say something more, but a small commotion came from the entrance of the training ground. A group of students dressed differently from the uniforms of Class 7 walked in, led by a tall, arrogant young man. This young man exuded a calm aura and sharp eyes, and his body faintly emanated a stronger aura than thunder. He was clearly at the level of a newly entered martial master. He was followed by several people, each of whom possessed the aura of a martial artist at the 8th or 9th level, clearly not students from an ordinary class. I heard that a formidable person emerged from Class 7? A 6th level martial artist, who knocked Lei Ming down with a single punch. The young martial master at the head of the group scanned the entire arena with a condescending scrutiny, finally fixing his gaze on Xiao Han, who had just stepped off the stage. A playful smile curved his lips. So it's you? The appearance of this group immediately attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 29, The Genius Chen Feng. It's Chen Feng from Class 3. A martial master at the 1st level. A genius with the SS-level martial soul Swift Wind Wolf. Why are they here? Class 3 is the top class. They must have heard about Xiao Han and came to see what was going on. Students in the honors classes have always had a natural sense of superiority over students in the regular classes. Chen Feng's arrival made the already somewhat chaotic scene even more turbulent. Zhou Kai frowned almost imperceptibly when he saw Chen Feng, but still stepped forward and said politely, "Chen Feng, what brings you here?" Chen Feng didn't even look at Zhou Kai. His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Han, filled with undisguised provocation and contempt. "It's nothing, I just heard that your Class 7 has a theoretical genius who is also very good in actual combat, so I came here specifically to see for myself." He emphasized the words theoretical genius, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A 6th level martial artist can kill a peak 9th level martial artist with a single punch? Such nonsense can only fool trash like you ordinary students. Chen Feng scoffed, his eyes sharp as knives. "Kid, dare to exchange a few blows with me? Let me see if you really have any skill, or if you're just bragging." Wow! These words caused another uproar in the audience. Chen Feng, a genius at the 1st level of martial master, actually challenged Xiao Han. This is no longer a friendly competition, this is clearly a sabotage attempt. It's an elite class crushing the regular class. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their eyes darting back and forth between Chen Feng and Xiao Han. One is at the 1st level of martial master realm, and the other is at the 6th level of ostensibly martial warrior realm. The difference is too great. It's like heaven and earth. No matter how monstrous Xiao Han is, he couldn't possibly cross an entire major realm, right? Lei Ming's henchman's eyes lit up with renewed hope as they watched Xiao Han with schadenfreude. "Serves you right for being so arrogant. Now you've met your match. Let's see how you die." Zhou Kai's expression changed, and he was about to speak to stop him when he saw Xiao Han raise his eyelids and look at Chen Feng, his expression still calm. Just then, a familiar system notification sounded in Xiao Han's mind. Ding! Provocation detected against the host. God-level choice system triggered. Option 1, refuse the challenge and swallow your anger. Reward, Ninja Turtle title slightly increases defense and taunt value by 100% when worn, 1 ordinary health potion. Option 2, accept the challenge and defeat the challenger Chen Feng in public. Reward, special item Breakthrough Talisman ignores bottlenecks and forcibly raises you to a minor realm effective below Martial King realm, and increased proficiency in Destruction Godfist. Xiao Han. System, are you trying to scare me off by giving me this reward? A Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle title? Plus 100% taunt value? Do you think I'm not troublesome enough already? And that Breakthrough Talisman, which forcibly raises you to a minor realm. That thing is simply heaven-defying. As for improving his proficiency with Destruction Fist, that's something he urgently needs right now. There was absolutely no choice. Amidst the worried, sympathetic, or gloating gazes of the crowd, Xiao Han uttered 2 words, his voice not loud, but clearly carried throughout the entire training ground. Calm and composed, as if Chen Feng were not a martial arts master genius, but just a random passerby he struck up a conversation with on the street. Chen Feng was slightly taken aback by Xiao Han's decisive answer, and then his contempt deepened. "Ha, you've got guts. Then let's go to the central arena, ring number 3. Don't say I'm bullying you, I'll give you half an hour to prepare." He felt that Xiao Han was being completely stubborn and had no idea about the insurmountable gap between the martial master realm and the martial warrior realm. Perfect timing. In front of more people, we'll crush this arrogant brat and make those guys from the regular classes face reality. It won't take half an hour, Xiao Han shook his head. It can be done now. After saying that, he ignored the stunned Chen Feng and the shocked students around him, and walked straight out of the training field. Chen Feng watched Xiao Han's departing figure, his face turning pale and then red. This kid, he's such a damn good actor. Just wait until we get to the arena, then I'll see how I deal with him. He snorted coldly and followed with his men. Zhou Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He just took a deep look at Xiao Han's back with a complicated expression, and then quickly followed. The students in Class 7 looked at each other in bewilderment, and finally surged out like a tide. Martial Artist Level 6 versus Martial Master Level 1. A dark horse in the regular class versus a genius in the honors class. The news spread like wildfire among the first-year students at the imperial capital's universities. The Central Battle Arena is a place specifically for students of the Imperial Capital Academy to conduct formal competitions and resolve grudges. The venue is much larger than a typical training arena or ring, and is surrounded by seating for thousands of spectators. When Xiao Han and Chen Feng arrived at Arena Number 3, it was already surrounded by students who had rushed over after hearing the news. Not only were there a large number of first-year students, but also quite a few upperclassmen in their uniforms, all drawn to this lopsided contest. The audience was buzzing with noise and discussion. Have you heard? Xiao Han from Class 7 is going to challenge Chen Feng from Class 3. Who is Xiao Han? I've never heard of him. That's the guy who got a perfect score on the theory test and then knocked out Lei Ming with one punch. Holy crap! Is this for real? A 6th level martial artist can one-shot a peak 9th level martial artist? That's an incredible feat. Awesome my ass. Lei Ming is nothing but trash in front of Chen Feng. Martial master and martial warrior are two completely different concepts. That's right, spiritual energy transforms into qi, condensing the true meaning of martial arts. The methods of a martial master are simply unimaginable to a martial warrior. Xiao Han dared to accept the challenge. Either he really has a trump card, or he's a fool. I think it's probably the latter. They got carried away by the victory. This is going to be good. I'll bet on Chen Feng finishing the fight within 10 moves. 10 moves? You think too highly of that kid. I'll bet 3 moves. Almost no one had a good opinion of Xiao Han. After all, the gap between the martial master realm and the martial warrior realm is a recognized huge chasm, and very few people are able to cross it. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Xiao Han and Chen Feng stepped onto the wide and sturdy number 3 arena. Chen Feng stood in the center of the arena, arms crossed, unleashing the full power of a first-level martial master. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing those nearby to feel their breath catch in their throats. He looked down at Xiao Han opposite him with disdain, as if he were looking at an ant. Xiao Han remained calm and composed, his aura restrained, as if he couldn't sense the powerful pressure from the other party. However, deep within his calm eyes, a barely perceptible glint of sharp light flashed. Martial Master Realm? Perfect. The thunder just now wasn't even a warm-up. This time, perhaps we can be a little more serious. Under the operation of the creation and heaven-reaching technique, the spiritual power within his body, like a dormant dragon, began to slowly awaken. The 2 martial souls, Eternal Night Monarch and Chaos Green Lotus, also began to tremble slightly, ready to unleash earth-shattering power at any moment. Let the first battle at the Imperial Capital Academy announce its arrival with the defeat of a martial arts genius. The referee, standing below the ring, glanced at the 2 facing off, and after confirming that both were ready, announced in a deep voice. The duel begins. Chapter 30 Xiao Han, is he finished? The moment the referee finished speaking, Chen Feng moved. A whoa! A wild and ferocious wolf howl resounded throughout the entire arena. A giant wolf phantom, with a lithe build, bluish-gray fur, and a pale blue aura surrounding its body, suddenly appeared behind him. SS-level Martial Soul Gale Wolf. As his martial spirit manifested, a powerful aura far surpassing that of a martial artist swept out from Chen Feng's body like a tsunami. The spiritual power of a first-level martial master erupted without reservation, condensed and heavy, with a sharpness like a gust of wind, instantly enveloping the entire arena. What's even more unsettling is that as he unleashed his aura, the air in the arena area beneath his feet seemed to thicken, with faint blue swirling winds forming a blurry force field. The nascent stage of a domain. This is one of the hallmarks of a martial master. Although it is still very immature and far from being as well controlled as a real domain, it can already suppress and interfere with enemies within its range. Chen Feng's eyes were arrogant, with a cruel smile on them. He pressed down on Xiao Han opposite him with a powerful aura that was a mixture of martial soul pressure and the nascent form of a domain, as if it were a tangible force. He wanted to seize the initiative and use the absolute difference in their levels of cultivation to directly crush the mind of this arrogant brat. Even through the energy shield, the audience below the ring felt a pang of heart palpitation and difficulty breathing. So powerful. Is this what the martial master realm is like? The sheer aura alone is enough to take your breath away. That Xiao Han, is he finished? How can we stop him? However, Xiao Han, who was at the center of the storm, remained unmoved, like a pillar in the middle of the storm. Chen Feng's oppressive aura, powerful enough to make even ordinary peak martial artists lose their composure, vanished silently from Xiao Han's body, like a mudox sinking into the sea. He remained standing there, calm and composed, as if the raging air currents and invisible force fields around him were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Only Xiao Han himself knew that the power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul had already been quietly operating within his body. After evolving into the Shadow Overlord, his control over shadows and negative energy greatly increased. Chen Feng's imposing aura was not enough to shake him in the slightest. Even the slightest hint of wind energy contained within that nascent domain was silently guided and neutralized by the power of the Eternal Night King. Chen Feng's smile froze slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's blocked? There's not a single reaction? Is it an act? Or is something really strange? He didn't believe in superstitions and couldn't bear to lose face in front of a good-for-nothing from an ordinary class. Interesting. Looks like you're not just all talk. Chen Feng sneered, a fierce glint in his eyes. Then try taking one of my moves. Swift wolf claws. He let out a low growl, and the phantom of the Gale wolf behind him suddenly raised its front paws, merging with his movement. Chen Feng brought his 5 fingers together, veins bulging on his arms, and pale blue spiritual energy instantly condensed. It transformed into a giant energy claw sharper than steel, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound, and slashed down at Xiao Han's head. This claw strike was not only incredibly fast, but also extremely powerful. Before the claw wind even arrived, several clear white marks had already been scratched onto the hard alloy floor of the arena by the invisible force. Even more terrifying was that the power of the nascent domain around the claw shadow also moved, making the air even more viscous, as if to imprison Xiao Han in place, leaving him with no way to escape. Martial arts techniques combined with the power of the domain. Power multiplied. So fast. This claw attack is something even a martial artist cannot withstand. It's over. Many people instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene that was about to unfold. However, just as the sharp wolf claws were about to touch Xiao Han's head, Xiao Han moved. There was no panic dodge, nor any head-on confrontation. His body seemed to have lost its weight, merely swaying slightly towards the shadows beside him. Whoosh! Like a drop of water merging into the ocean, Xiao Han's figure instantly disappeared into the not-so-deep shadow beneath his feet, vanishing without a trace. So close yet so far. Combined with the Shadow Master's control over shadows, the eeriness of this footwork is brought to its extreme. Put! Chen Feng's powerful and unstoppable claw strike landed squarely on empty air. The force missed its mark, causing him to stagger and nearly lose his balance. The giant energy claw slammed onto the arena with a deafening roar, leaving a shocking claw mark and sending debris flying. What? Chen Feng turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Where are they? Below the ring, the audience, who were originally ready to cheer or feel sorry, were now all dumbfounded, like ducks with their necks being choked. Disappeared? What's going on? Am I seeing things? It's movement technique. Such a bizarre movement technique. He's merged into the shadows? Holy crap! What level of footwork is that? Just as Chen Feng was filled with doubt and searching for Xiao Han's whereabouts, a shadow behind him moved as if it were alive. The next moment, Xiao Han's figure emerged from the shadows without warning, appearing behind Chen Feng as if by teleportation. The timing was perfect. It was precisely the moment when Chen Feng's old strength was exhausted, his new strength had not yet arisen, and his mind was most unstable. Not good. Chen Feng was a martial master with rich combat experience. He instantly sensed the danger behind him, his scalp tingled, and he turned to defend without thinking. But it was too late. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he threw out both fists at once. His left fist, as black as ink, seemed to contain a black hole capable of devouring everything. The power of Shadow Devour was quietly activated. The right fist, seemingly ordinary, possessed a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine, a power capable of destroying everything. It was none other than that destruction god fist. With both fists, one on the left and one on the right, they struck the protective spiritual energy that Chen Feng had hastily gathered, as fast as lightning. Snap! A sharp sound, like glass shattering. The light blue protective aura on Chen Feng's body, which was strong enough to withstand the full force of an ordinary peak martial artist, collapsed instantly like paper under Xiao Han's fists. The power of the left fist's, shadow devouring, instantly invaded Chen Feng's body like a leech, frantically devouring his spiritual power, making him feel weak all over and his strength rapidly draining away. The intent of the destruction god fist in his right fist was like an indestructible sharp cone, directly piercing through his remaining defenses and imprinting itself hard on his vital back. Puff! Chen Feng felt a heart-wrenching pain in his back, followed by a devastating force exploding within his body. His internal organs seemed to shift instantly, and his meridians were severed. The shock and disbelief on his face froze instantly. As if struck head-on by a battering ram, he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, and his body flew backward uncontrollably once again. This time, it flew higher and farther than Laming had. Chapter 31. That wasn't a sneak attack. Bang! Like a kite with a broken string, Chen Feng flew over most of the arena and crashed heavily onto the energy shield in the distance, making a dull thud before slid softly to the ground. He struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his face turned ashen, his whole body trembled violently, and his eyes were filled with terror and confusion. Defeated? He himself, a genius at the first level of martial master, and the possessor of an SS-level martial soul, actually. He was ambushed from behind by a mere 6th level martial artist. No, that wasn't a sneak attack. That was a thunderous strike after seizing an opening. One move. He was defeated in just one exchange? Below the ring, there was a deathly silence. Everyone froze, their minds blank. What just happened? Swift wolf claw. Blend into the shadows. A surprise attack from behind. Break through the defense with 2 fists. He coughed up blood and flew backward. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It's so fast that people can't even react. When they came to their senses, they saw Chen Feng, the arrogant martial arts genius, slumped in the corner of the arena like a dead dog, while Xiao Han, the 6th level martial artist whom they had previously underestimated, was slowly withdrawing his fists and standing in the center of the arena, spotless. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a volcanic eruption. Holy crap! What did I just see? Chen Feng was instantly killed? One move. Really just one move? A 6th level martial artist defeated a 1st level martial master? Is this even human? What kind of fist technique is that? It's ridiculously difficult to break through defenses. And that movement technique. It's practically an assassin's divine skill. A monster. It's definitely a monster. Screams, gasps, and gasps of shock merged into a massive sound wave that nearly blew the roof off the central battle arena. Those who were certain that Xiao Han would lose, and even bet that Chen Feng could win in a few moves, were now feeling their faces slapped repeatedly, their cheeks burning red. Lei Ming's henchmen were trembling with fear, looking at Xiao Han as if he were a demon god crawling out of hell. Even Chen Feng, a martial master, was defeated in one move. Their previous mockery of Xiao Han was simply like the god of longevity hanging himself. They had no desire to live. Class teacher Zhou Kai stared wide-eyed, dropping the whiteboard he was using to take notes to the ground with a sharp thud, but he was completely oblivious. He rubbed his eyes hard, and after confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he muttered to himself, "A monster, he really is a monster." Class 7? Is this the kind of person Class 7 can keep? He was now incredibly grateful that he had been quick to change his tune and adapt his attitude in time. On the stage, Xiao Han glanced at Chen Feng, who was lying on the ground. When Chen Feng met Xiao Han's gaze, he trembled with fear and struggled to admit defeat, but due to his severe injuries, he could only make a hoarse sound. Xiao Han had no interest in adding another kick. An opponent of this caliber didn't even qualify him to use his martial soul true body. He turned around, looked at the referee who was completely stunned, and said in a calm tone, "Teacher, may we announce the results now?" "Huh? Oh. Yes, okay." The referee snapped out of his daze, his eyes filled with awe and disbelief as he looked at Xiao Han. He took a deep breath, mustered all his strength, and announced loudly, "The winner of this duel is Xiao Han." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers once again. This time, it's no longer about questioning or watching the spectacle, but about genuine shock and admiration. With the strength of a 6th level martial artist, he directly crushed a genius at the 1st level of martial master. This battle was enough to cause a sensation among the first-year students of the entire Imperial Capital Academy. Xiao Han's name is destined to resound throughout the entire freshman group today. Under the gaze of countless fervent, worshipful, and awe-inspiring eyes, Xiao Han simply nodded calmly, as if he had done something insignificant, then turned and stepped off the stage. The martial master realm seems to be nothing special. A thought flickered in his mind as he listened to the notification from the system in his mind. The breakthrough talisman had been obtained, and his proficiency with the destruction god fist had also increased. A barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Life at this university in the capital seems to be more interesting than I imagined. What happened at Arena Number 3 in the central battle hall was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, and the ripples it created swept through the entire Imperial Capital Academy at an unimaginable speed. Breaking news! Breaking news! Xiao Han, an ordinary student from Class 7 of the first year, at the 6th level of the Martial Warrior realm, instantly killed Chen Feng, a genius at the 1st level of the Martial Master realm from Class 3, with a single move. Really? A one-hit kill across a whole realm? And it's Chen Feng with an SS-level martial soul? There's a video. It's gone viral on the internal forums. That movement technique is inhuman, he just blends into the shadows to launch a sneak attack. And those punches, Chen Feng's protective aura is as flimsy as paper. Holy crap! This is a regular class student? Are you kidding me? This level of skill would be enough to put him in the core class. Class 7, that legendary retirement class? What kind of monster came out this year? Perfect in theory, unparalleled in actual combat. Just who is this Xiao Han? The name Xiao Han instantly flooded all communication channels, forums, and gossip groups within the university. Countless new and returning students, and even some mentors, were alarmed. While it's not entirely impossible for a martial artist to defeat a martial master, such a swift and decisive victory, especially when it happened to a freshman, is absolutely explosive news. Xiao Han's unpredictable movements and terrifyingly powerful fist techniques, in particular, have sparked countless speculations and discussions. Many curious individuals began to delve into Xiao Han's background, but aside from the top student in theory at Beihai No. 1 High School and F level martial soul, this is old information, and new information has not yet been widely disseminated. There is still much information available. Aside from basic information, nothing was found, which only added to his mystique. Zhou Kai, the temporary class advisor of Class 7, was standing at the edge of the training field, watching the medical staff hurriedly carry away the unconscious Chen Feng. Looking again at Xiao Han in the distance, who had regained his composure and seemed unaffected, I felt my worldview had been slightly shaken. With trembling hands, he opened his communicator and played the complete battle video he had just recorded. Along with his own carefully worded report, which praised Xiao Han to the skies, he sent it to the Academic Affairs Office of the Martial Arts Academy. He knew that an abnormal existence like Xiao Han was definitely beyond the capabilities of an ordinary class teacher like him. This matter must be reported. Inside a solitary tower suspended above the clouds at the Imperial Capital Academy. This is one of the office areas of the core power figures in the academy, so rich in spiritual energy that it almost becomes tangible. Outside the window, clouds drift and gather, offering a view of the vast university complex below, like the perspective of a deity. The office is spacious and bright, with a simple yet extraordinary style. Lin Xingxiao was sitting behind an office desk made of an unknown type of jade, browsing the information that had just been transmitted to her on the screen. Chapter 32. Come to my office. On the screen was the complete video of Xiao Han's battle against Chen Feng, along with Zhou Kai's report filled with shock and admiration. The video repeatedly showed Xiao Han disappearing into the shadows, suddenly appearing, breaking through Chen Feng's defenses with both fists, and severely injuring him with a single blow. Lin Xingxiao's stunningly beautiful face remained calm and expressionless, revealing no emotion. However, a strange light flickered in her deep, star-like eyes. 6th level of martial artist. Shadow-type movement techniques and control, and that destructive intent fist technique. She tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, making a crisp sound. Chaos Green Lotus, Eternal Night Monarch, these two martial souls are indeed not so simple. Back in Beihai No. 1 High School, she had a different opinion of Xiao Han, not only because of his extraordinary theoretical achievements and solid foundation as a 9th-level martial arts apprentice, but also because of an intuition. In hindsight, her intuition was right. This kid is hiding a big secret. Twin SSS plus? No, I'm afraid it's more than that. Lin Xingxia shook her head slightly. It shattered the crystal when it awakened, and now it can instantly kill a martial artist even if it crosses a major realm. Interesting. She turned off the light screen, picked up an internal communicator from the table, and pressed a number. "It's me." A cool yet magnetic voice rang out. "Notify Xiaohan from Class 7 of the first year of the Martial Arts Academy to come to my office immediately." Xiaohan had barely returned to Class 7's classroom and hadn't even had a chance to sit down when Zhou Kai burst in like a whirlwind, his face displaying a complex expression of excitement, awe, and a touch of nervousness. "Xiaohan! Xiaohan!" Zhou Kai ran up to Xiaohan, his voice trembling slightly. He tried his best to maintain the demeanor of a class teacher, but couldn't hide the fawning tone in his voice. "Instructor Lin Xingxia wants to see you." "Lin Xingxia?" Xiaohan raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing this. What does that beautiful martial king realm instructor who specially recruited him from Beihai City want with him? Was it because of the defeat of Chen Feng earlier? "Understood, teacher." He nodded slightly and stood up. "Hey! I'll take you there. I'll take you there." Zhou Kai hurriedly came forward, his eagerness so great that the surrounding classmates couldn't bear to look at him. Xiaohan did not refuse and left the classroom with him. On the way, Zhou Kai kept talking non-stop, describing how extraordinary Lin Xingxia's status was in the academy and how powerful she was. He also reminded Xiaohan to perform well, acting like an old father who was afraid that his son-in-law would neglect his daughter. After passing through several distinct teaching areas and taking the internal high-speed escalator, Xiaohan finally arrived in front of the towering building that seemed to reach into the clouds. Zhou Kai was stopped at the tower entrance, while only Xiaohan was allowed to enter. Upon entering Lin Xingxia's office, Xiaohan discovered that it was more spacious than he had imagined, and the view was excellent. A faint fragrance and a rich spiritual energy permeate the air, invigorating the spirit. Lin Xingxia was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with her back to him, gazing into the distance. She wore a well-tailored silver-white instructor's uniform, which perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. Her long, cascading hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and even just her back view exuded an indescribable powerful aura and breathtaking beauty. "You're here?" Lin Xingxia turned around. Her eyes were calm and deep, as if they could see into people's hearts. Under her gaze, Xiaohan felt a subtle pressure. This woman's strength was far greater than he had anticipated. "Professor Lin." Xiaohan greeted him neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Sit." Lin Xingxia pointed to the sofa next to her. Xiaohan sat down as instructed. Lin Xingxia sat down opposite him and personally poured him a cup of tea that exuded a misty spiritual aura. "Try this calming tea, it helps to focus your mind and calm your spirit." "Thank you, mentor." Xiaohan thanked him, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. A warm current slid down his throat, instantly invigorating him and dispelling much of the fatigue from days of cultivation and battle. "Nice one. I saw your performance at the awakening ceremony in Beihai City." Lin Xingxia got straight to the point. Twin martial souls, Chaos Green Lotus and Eternal Night Monarch. The test result at the time was SSS+. Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat. He knew the main event was about to begin. "But I also saw your fight with Chen Feng just now." Lin Xingxia continued, her tone carrying a hint of inquiry. "The strength you've displayed, especially your uncanny movement and ability to break through defenses, seems inconsistent with the known characteristics of your two martial souls. Moreover, defeating a first-level martial master with a single move at the 6th level of the martial artist realm is not something that can be easily accomplished with just an SSS+ level martial soul." She paused, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. "Could you explain, Xiaohan? After you awakened, did you encounter anything unusual?" "It's here." Sure enough, that's what they wanted to ask. Xiaohan's mind raced. The system's secrets must never be exposed. He showed a thoughtful expression, then said frankly, "Instructor Lin has keen insight. After awakening, during a training trip, I was fortunate enough to obtain some special inheritances left by senior masters, including some incomplete cultivation techniques and martial arts skills, which allowed my strength to improve somewhat, well, relatively quickly." This statement is partly true and partly false. The martial arts techniques and skills were indeed given by the system, so calling it inheritance is not wrong. As for the senior masters, that's pure fabrication. Lin Xingxia looked at him quietly without saying a word. A silence fell over the office for a moment, with only the silent clouds drifting by outside the window. Xiaohan appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly on guard inside. This woman, surely she doesn't believe it? After a moment, Lin Xingxia slowly spoke, her tone revealing neither joy nor anger. "A special inheritance, that's not uncommon in the martial arts world. It seems your luck is indeed quite good. She seemed to accept this explanation and did not ask for further details. This made Xiao Han secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Your potential far exceeds my expectations. Lin Qingxia changed the subject, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. With your current strength and potential, it would be a waste for you to continue staying in an ordinary class like Class 7. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He sensed something. I've already spoken to the hospital administration. Lin Qingxia said, I'm going to transfer you to the core class of the first year of the Martial Arts Academy Class 0. Core class. Class 0. Although Xiao Han had just arrived, he had already heard about the class division system of the Imperial Capital Academy. Above the regular classes are the honor classes, and above the honor classes is the real core. The core class brings together the most outstanding geniuses in the entire grade, enjoys the best resources from the academy, and is personally guided by the most powerful mentors. And Class 0 is the core of the core, mysterious and powerful. Just then, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing an important decision. The God-level choice system has been triggered. Option 1, accept Lin Qingxia's proposal and join Core Class 0. Rewards, priority access to Core Academy resources, partial, temporary accelerated cultivation access to the Creation Heaven reaching technique, and a large amount of academic credits. Option 2, politely decline Lin Qingxia's suggestion and continue to develop discreetly in Class 7. Reward, temporary title Master of the Way of the Sneaky slightly enhances stealth effect, basic cultivation resource pack X1, 1 month of quiet cultivation time. Chapter 33 I choose to join Class 0. Xiao Han was presented with two choices, but he barely thought about them. Master Go Dao? That thing isn't very useful to him now. Basic resource package? His account is practically overflowing with money, he doesn't need this. A month of peace and quiet, quietly developing? It sounds good, but waiting around isn't a solution. Luck is what matters when resources and opportunities come together. In comparison, the reward for the first choice is simply dazzling. Priority access to core resources. The cultivation technique will accelerate. There are still a lot of credits to be earned. Isn't this exactly what he came to the Imperial Academy to get? As for the challenges of the core class? Xiao Han, who has ever been afraid of? Thank you for your high regard, Professor Lin. Xiao Han raised his face, his tone resolute. I choose Class 0. Seeing how decisive he was in his choice, Lin Qingxia showed a hint of approval on her face. Having talent isn't enough, she admires ambitious and adventurous young people even more. Very good. Lin Qingxia nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. What Class 0 can offer you is far beyond what the regular classes can provide. I will personally be one of your mentors and fight for the best possible conditions for you. Personal guidance from a martial king level expert? Xiao Han's heart warmed even more. Need I say more about the benefits? But Lin Qingxia changed the subject slightly, her tone becoming more serious. The core class, especially the 0 class, is much more complex than you think, and the competition is much fiercer. Those who can get in, aren't they all the chosen ones? Who doesn't have some hidden skills and arrogance? There, no one will sympathize with the weak people, will only step on you to climb up. You'd better hold on tight. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a heavy weight in people's hearts, a reminder as well as an expectation. Xiao Han felt that weight, and at the same time felt a surge of energy rising in his chest. Cruel? A prodigy? Perfect. He didn't come to the university in the capital to just coast alone. I will, Professor Lin. Xiao Han met Lin Qingxia's gaze confidently and answered. After saying goodbye to Lin Qingxia, Xiao Han did not return to Class 7. Instead, he was enveloped by a gentle energy and appeared in a completely different area in the next instant. This is no longer the standard layout of an ordinary teaching building, but a huge, independent platform suspended in mid-air. Above the platform, the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost liquefied, forming a faint white mist that swirled around. Taking a breath of it made one feel refreshed and invigorated, and even accelerated the circulation of one's cultivation. At the center of the platform stands an ancient yet grand hall, surrounded by dozens of independent meditation rooms, each radiating a considerable energy fluctuation. Core Class 0. The true gathering place of the elite first-year students at the capital's prestigious universities. As soon as Xiao Han stepped onto the platform, several sharp gazes were cast upon him from inside the hall and the surrounding quiet rooms. These gazes contained powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, carrying scrutiny, curiosity, and undisguised arrogance. More than 20 students had gathered in the hall, and without exception, they all exuded an aura far exceeding that of martial artists. Most of them were between the first and third levels of the martial master realm, while a few had even more profound and refined auras, reaching the fourth or even fifth level of the martial master realm. The most eye-catching figure was a young man standing at the very front of the hall, with his hands behind his back. He was tall and handsome, yet he exuded an aloofness that kept strangers at bay. His eyes shone brightly with every blink, and his powerful aura seemed to have reached the peak of the martial master realm. He's several levels above Chen Feng. When those gazes fell upon Xiao Han, and they sensed his unmistakable sixth-level martial artist cultivation, their curiosity and scrutiny quickly transformed into undisguised astonishment, confusion, and a strong sense of disdain and contempt. Martial artist realm level 6? What's going on? Did we come to the wrong place? Are you kidding me? This is class 0. When did they start accepting martial artists? I bet he was just someone with connections who was forced into the job. What bad luck! It dragged down the average level of our class 0. The low murmurs rose without any attempt to conceal their disapproval, filled with rejection and hostility. They are all geniuses selected from various base cities and top forces. Each of them possesses a martial soul of S level or higher, has an outstanding record, and is proud and arrogant. Naturally, they look down on a transfer student with a low level of cultivation. Xiao Han seemed oblivious to the malicious stares and whispers, calmly walking to a corner of the hall and standing silently. He wasn't there to make friends, nor to argue. Class 0 is just a stop on his path to becoming stronger. These so-called geniuses will only be left far behind him in the future. Just then, an even more terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, instantly enveloping the entire platform. The previously noisy discussion abruptly ceased, and all the students, including the cold young man at the peak of the martial master realm, became solemn and bowed in unison. A middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, with a stern face and sharp eyes like a hawk, appeared silently on the high platform in front of the hall. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but the power he exuded with every move caused the space to subtly distort. A martial grandmaster. Qingjin, the mentor of class 0. Qingjin's gaze swept over each student below as if it were a physical object, finally lingering on Xiao Han for a moment. His brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, but he said nothing more. Everyone is here. Qingjin's voice was deep and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. Starting today, class 0 will have one more person, Xiao Han. The introduction to Qin Town consisted of just a few words, without a single superfluous explanation. These words struck like a thunderclap, creating a buzzing sound from below. Although the voice wasn't loud, everyone could feel the dissatisfaction and skepticism in it. Many people's expressions changed. Some people had already guessed it, but when the mentor said it himself, it felt completely different. Especially Luo Bing, who was standing at the very front, suddenly felt his aura sink, and a chill pierced the skin. The feeling was directed at Xiao Han. Hogging the toilet without doing anything. He chuckled, his voice not loud, yet everyone could hear him clearly. This person is called Luo Bing, a peak 9th level martial master, with an SS+ level martial soul Ice Soul Mystic Dragon. He is one of the recognized leaders in class 0 and also the most promising character to reach the martial king realm before the end of the first year. He values the 0 class spot the most, considering it sacred. What's the point of forcibly inserting a martial artist here? This is a slap in the face to all the members of class 0. Qingjin seemed not to have heard Luo Bing's barbed words at all, or rather, he didn't care at all. He continued, I called you here today to give you a new task. With a wave of his hand, a three-dimensional image of a jungle immediately appeared in mid-air, exuding danger. The battle for resources in the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest, located in Resource Realm number 3, is teeming with strange beasts and has a troublesome environment. Qingjin pointed to the map. However, there's something good inside the Shadow Crystal Orchid. This thing is very effective for martial arts training, especially for those specializing in shadow and mental techniques. Mission: 5 people per team, enter the dense forest, and find as many Shadow Crystal Orchids as possible. Limited time offer, 7 days. Rank them by quantity and quality upon return. Top 3, generous rewards, priority to choose core techniques, a lot of credits, and personal guidance from mentors. The team that comes in last place will have double the credits deducted and will have to undergo a punitive trial. Chapter 34: Forming your own team. Team up. Resource competition. Rewards and punishments. Inside the hall, the air suddenly tightened, and all the students' breathing became heavier. This is not only a contest of strength, but also a golden opportunity to seize rare resources. Form your own teams and depart in half an hour. Shinjin spoke softly, then closed his eyes and said no more. With a buzz, the hall erupted in chaos. Students who were on good terms immediately huddled together, while those with outstanding abilities were instantly surrounded by people and became highly sought after. On Luo Bing's side, for top students at the 5th level of Martial Master Realm gathered in the blink of an eye. A formidable team was thus formed, clearly aiming for first place. Other teams quickly formed as well, each hoping to find a strong team to team up with in order to secure a good ranking and avoid punishment. Xiaohan was the only one standing alone in the corner, ignored by everyone. Martial Artist Realm Level 6? In this kind of task, what is it if not a burden? Who would be so foolish as to bring a burden upon themselves? Several undisguised sneers came from the side. Those people were enjoying the show and seemed to have already foreseen his miserable fate of having his points reset to 0 and being punished. Time slipped away quietly, and everyone found their place, except for Xiaohan, who still stood alone. Luo Bing seemed to have noticed the commotion, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. The meaning couldn't be clearer: you're useless, nobody even wants you in a team. Just then, Shinjin opened his eyes and looked towards the corner. Xiaohan, you don't have a team? Yes, mentor. Xiaohan responded, his voice flat. Shinjin's face remained expressionless. The mission must be completed in a team. Since no one has chosen you. Before he could finish speaking, a slightly clear, hesitant female voice interrupted. Mentor, our team is still missing one person. Everyone turned to look. A petite, pretty girl with pigtails raised her hand. Standing beside her were 3 teammates, all at the 1st or 2nd level of the Martial Master Realm, considered to be in the lower middle of Class 0. The 3 men's faces clearly showed their reluctance. They had obviously been dragged there by the girl. This girl's name is Xia Yubing. She is at the 2nd level of Martial Master and possesses an S-rank auxiliary martial soul called Moonlight Elf. She seems to have a somewhat gentle personality. Shinjin glanced at Xia Yubing's team, then looked at Xiaohan, and nodded, okay. Xiaohan, you can join Xia Yubing's team. Thank you, mentor. Xia Yubing breathed a sigh of relief and gave Xiaohan a friendly yet slightly apologetic smile. The 3 people in her team looked even more disgusted, their disdain practically overflowing. Xiaohan didn't care about any of that. He nodded to Xia Yubing as a greeting and then stood down next to the group. It's better to be forced into an unpopular team than to be ineligible for the mission. He accepted the arrangement readily, but secretly he noted down the auras and martial spirit fluctuations of the other teams, especially Luo Bing's team. Class 0 is indeed a very competitive place. Everyone is holding back their energy. A dark, dense forest? Perfect timing, it's time to open the eyes of these so-called geniuses. He quietly circulated the creation heaven reaching technique, feeling the powerful energy within his body and the faint tremors of the 2 divine-level martial souls. The corners of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. This battle for control is probably more interesting than we think. Half an hour later, all the squads of Class 0 had assembled. Without saying anything more, Instructor Shinjin directly announced the warm-up mission before the Dark Forest Resource Competition to go to the West Mountain Hunting Ground on the west side of the academy and hunt down 10 heart crystals of the Ironback Grey Wolf, a beast at the 2nd level of the Martial Master Realm. The team that finishes in the shortest time and works best together will be able to choose the starting area first in subsequent Dark Forest missions. The West Mountain Hunting Ground, despite its name, is actually a small mountain range surrounded by the Academy's array. It houses many low-level exotic beasts, specifically for students' practical training. Although the Ironback Grey Wolves are only at the 2nd level of Martial Master, they usually travel in packs and cooperate well. In addition, their thick skin and tough flesh make them a considerable trouble for students at the initial stage of Martial Master. TCH, Ironback Grey Wolf? A piece of cake. As soon as they stepped into the hunting grounds, Gao Zhuang, the tall, strong, and imposing member of Xiaohan's temporary team, curled his lip in disdain. He was at the 2nd level of the Martial Master Realm, wielding a mountain-splitting axe with considerable skill, and he was confident that dealing with a few Grey Wolves would be no problem. Brother Gao is awesome. A skinny team member with a pointed face and a small-built skinny monkey immediately flattered him, but the wolf pack is very cunning, so we still have to be careful. If you ask me, why don't we let this Xiaohan go ahead and scout the way first? His cultivation is high and his movement technique is good. The skinny monkey is at the 1st level of the Martial Master Realm. His martial soul seems to be some kind of sensory rodent. He is quick-witted but timid. He emphasized the words high and good in his mouth, making it clear that he wanted Xiao Han, a burden at the 6th level of martial arts, to be used as cannon fodder to scout ahead. Another female member of the team was named Longyu. She had a cold and beautiful appearance and a cold temperament. She was a 2nd-level martial master and wielded an ice blue long sword. She listened to the skinny monkey's words, only glanced coldly at Xiao Han, and remained silent, clearly acquiescing. In her mind, what else could a 6th-level martial artist do besides being bait? This. Team leader Xia Yubing was a little embarrassed. She was soft-hearted and felt it wasn't right to treat her new teammate this way. How about we go together? We can look after each other. Yubing, you're just too soft-hearted. The tall, strong man interrupted her bluntly. How can you get good results if you keep dawdling? It's settled then. Kid, go check that pile of rocks up ahead for wolf dens. We'll wait for your news here. He bossed Xiao Han around as if Xiao Han were his servant. Xiao Han remained expressionless throughout, as if he hadn't heard the sarcasm and malice in their words. He merely glanced at his teammates and found it somewhat amusing. Is this the genius of Class 0? They're all scheming and arrogance, but their actual abilities are just so-so. He had no interest in arguing with these people and nodded, okay. Without waiting for their reaction, he moved swiftly and silently, like a ghost, toward the pile of rubble ahead. Hey, you're pretty sensible. Seeing this, the skinny monkey chuckled softly. Gao Zhuang and Lang Yu also looked completely at ease. Xia Yubing watched Xiao Han's disappearing figure, sighed softly, and felt somewhat worried. Xiao Han unleashed the close at hand, yet far apart technique with astonishing speed, yet it was completely silent. The shadow affinity brought by the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul made him almost blend into his surroundings. For him, the so-called exploration was nothing more than taking a walk. Deep within the pile of rocks, the stench of wolves filled the air. Xiao Han, who was lying in wait, spotted 20 or 30 iron-backed gray wolves. The two were exceptionally robust, and their fierce aura was so overwhelming that it made it hard to breathe even from a distance. They were at the 3rd level of the martial master realm. He didn't disturb them, and quietly retreated, needing to hurry back and tell the others. They hadn't gone far when an even stronger stench of blood and wolf wafted on the wind, accompanied by a faint commotion. Chapter 35, Surrounded. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Immediately afterwards, a piercing wolf howl exploded, tearing through the air, accompanied by the panicked shouts of his teammates, coming from the direction he had just left. Oh whoa! The piercing howls of wolves were deafening. Oh no! It's a pack of wolves. We're surrounded. Damn it! How can there be so many? Gao Shuang! Hold on! Ouch! My arm! The teammates' panicked shouts and screams were mixed together. Xiao Han frowned and moved even faster. He rushed out of the sheltering bushes, but the sight before him made him pause. The place he had just left was now completely submerged by a gray torrent. A dark mass of at least 50 iron-backed gray wolves. They surged in from all directions, trapping Gao Zhuang, Shouho, Lang Yue, and Xia Yubing in the center. Gao Zhuang wielded his mountain-splitting axe, the blade whipping through the wind, each strike powerful and heavy, smashing away the charging gray wolves. But there were too many wolves, and they were fearless. As soon as one fell, 2 more would take its place. Blood quickly appeared on Gao Zhuang's body, and his breathing became increasingly heavy. The cold moon sword emanated a chilling aura, drawing a frigid area around her to barely protect her. A thin layer of frost had even formed on the ground beneath her feet. But she could only protect herself, she couldn't help others. The skinny monkey was completely thrown into disarray, leaping and bounding about, trying to dodge with his agility, but was repeatedly forced back into the enclosure by the ferocious gray wolf. His clothes were torn to shreds, and he had several claw marks on his body. Xia Yubing's Moonlight Elf martial soul was already operating at full power, with gentle moonlight constantly showering down, attempting to heal her teammates' wounds and suppress the ferocity of the wolf pack. However, she was only at the 2nd level of the martial master realm, and her limited support was hardly effective against such a large pack of wolves. The most troublesome were the 2 alpha wolves, which were significantly larger. Their imposing presence as martial masters at the 3rd level was overwhelming. They paced around the perimeter, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Xiao Han! Where is that damned Xiao Han? As Gao Zhuang hacked and slashed, he roared and screamed, blood and foam splattering with his movements. He just left, and the wolves showed up. Did he lead them there? Definitely. I knew he was no good. The skinny monkey screamed, his face a mixture of fear and resentment. Lang Yu remained silent, but her grip on the sword tightened, and the chill emanating from her seemed to intensify. Xia Yubing looked around anxiously, trying to find Xiao Han's figure, and her heart couldn't help but feel a little flustered. With the defense line on the verge of collapse, a shadow of despair fell over the hearts of the four. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, drowning out the wolf howls and the clash of weapons. It's so noisy. It was bland, even a little impatient. Whoosh! A figure flashed by. Xiao Han appeared at the edge of the encirclement without warning. He's back. His gaze swept across the field, taking in the few genius teammates who were scrambling around and blaming each other. He had no expression. Waste. The voice wasn't loud, but it pierced the ears of Gao Zhuang and the other three like needles. All four of them froze, then their faces burned with shame and anger, and they could hardly believe their ears. It's already this late. This burdensome fellow at the martial artist level actually dares to mock them? However, the next second, all the expressions on their faces froze instantly. Xiao Han's figure swayed again, as if he had merged into the wind, or stepped into a crevice in the shadows. So close yet so far. His figure darted through the dense wolf pack at high speed, leaving only blurry afterimages. Those fiercely attacking ironback grey wolves couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. He didn't even draw his weapon, he simply held his fingers together like a sword and occasionally threw a seemingly casual punch. Puff! A grey wolf that was about to pounce on Xia Yubing had its head explode like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Fist of destruction. The fist force, imbued with a sense of destruction, was a devastating blow to these alien beasts, whose defenses were decent but whose interiors were fragile. Puff! 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 Xiao Han's figure danced like the Grim Reaper, each flash accompanied by the fall of an ironback grey wolf. He didn't make any earth-shattering noise or dazzling light effects, he only had extreme speed, precise judgment, and swift, decisive killings. The two wolves, both at the third level of martial master, seemed to sense the threat and abandoned their attack on Gao Zhuang and the others. They roared and pounced on Xiao Han. Careful! Xia Yubing gasped in shock. Xiao Han didn't even glance at them. His figure left a blurry shadow in place, but his true form appeared like a ghost beside each of the wolves. The right fist, still that seemingly ordinary punch, carried a terrifying aura that could annihilate everything, and accurately struck the alpha wolf's relatively weak neck. Snap! The cracking sound of bones breaking. Before the wolf could even let out a howl, its massive body collapsed limply to the ground, lifeless, as if it had lost all support. Upon seeing this, the other wolf's eyes flashed with fear, and it actually turned to run away. Xiao Han made a grabbing motion in the air with his left hand. The power of the Night King was quietly activated, and the surrounding shadows seemed to come alive, transforming into invisible ropes that instantly wrapped around the wolf's limbs, causing it to slow down drastically. The next moment, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of it. It was still just one punch. Puff! The second wolf, a martial master at the third level, followed in its companion's footsteps. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Xiao Han appeared, to the moment the two strongest alpha wolves were instantly killed, and then to the moment he slaughtered the ordinary grey wolves like cutting melons and vegetables, the whole process probably took less than a minute. When the last ironback grey wolf fell, filled with resentment, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. All that remained was the strong stench of blood and the wolf carcasses scattered all over the ground. The four men, Gao Zhuang, Shouo, Lang Yue, and Xia Yubing, stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Xiao Han, who stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood, dusting off his sleeves as if he had just crushed a few ants. Their minds were completely blank. Martial artist realm level 6? Exploring the way? Cannon fodder? Waste? Fuck trash. This is a ferocious dragon crossing the river. It's a humanoid monster. The tall, strong man's hand gripping the axe trembled slightly, his face alternated between pale and flushed with shame, shock, and fear. Overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, he wished he could disappear into the ground. The skinny monkey collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes filled with awe and obsequiousness as he looked at Xiao Han, all traces of his previous disdain gone. Even Lang Yu's perpetually icy face showed a rare expression of emotion. Her fingers tightened slightly around the sword hilt, and her gaze towards Xiao Han was filled with complexity and inquiry. Xia Yubing stared wide-eyed, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she looked at Xiao Han's retreating figure, her cheeks slightly flushed. What are you standing there for? Xiao Han turned around and glanced at them. Mission objective: 10 heart crystal cores. Dig them up yourselves. After saying that, he walked straight to the corpses of the 2 wolves at the 3rd level of Martial Master, skillfully cut open their chests, took out 2 heart crystal cores that were obviously larger and purer in energy than ordinary crystal cores, and casually threw them into his spatial ring. As for the rest, even a mosquito is still meat, but he was really too lazy to dig up dozens of low-level crystal cores himself. Ha! Oh. Okay. Fine. The 4 of them snapped out of their daze and hurriedly began collecting crystal cores. However, their movements were somewhat stiff, and their eyes kept glancing at Xiao Han with awe. Chapter 36: Bowing and Scraping. Especially the tall and strong and the skinny monkey, who were so disdainful of Xiao Han before, are now extremely respectful, even to the point of being ingratiating. Soon, all 10 crystal cores needed for the mission were collected, with some even left over. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Brother Xiao Han, Gao Zhuang scratched his head, forcing a simple, honest smile, his previous arrogance completely gone. I was very rude just now, please don't take it to heart. This time, thanks to you, otherwise we. Yes. Brother Xiao Han is incredibly powerful. I was blind to his greatness. Skinny Monkey quickly chimed in, bowing and scraping. Although Lang Yu didn't speak, she nodded slightly to Xiao Han as a way of expressing her gratitude and approval. Xiao Yubing walked to Xiao Han's side and whispered, Xiao Han, thank you. Xiao Han waved his hand, interrupting them, mission accomplished, go back. He couldn't be bothered with such insincere pleasantries. Strength was the only way to earn respect. The atmosphere within the team underwent a dramatic transformation because of this battle. On the way back, no one dared to point fingers at Xiao Han anymore. Instead, they subtly centered their attention around him. When they returned to the rendezvous point, they found that most of the teams had already returned, and Luo Bing's team was prominently among them, looking arrogant, clearly having completed the task with ease. Seeing Xiao Han's team return, many people cast gloating glances, especially upon seeing the bloodstains and disheveled appearance of Gao Zhuang and the others, who sneered in hushed tones. Luo Bing didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. Xinjian's figure appeared silently. He glanced around, his gaze settling on Xiao Han's team. He then looked at the 10 standard crystal cores they had submitted, as well as the 2 obviously higher quality triple-headed wolf crystal cores that Xiao Han had taken out. For the first time, a barely perceptible ripple appeared on his stern face. Time taken, 17 minutes. Xinjian's voice was still deep, but with a hint of something different. Xiao Han's team, rating, excellent. He paused, then turned his gaze to Xiao Han and added, Xiao Han, you did a good job. These 6 simple words resonated like thunder in the ears of all the students in Class 0. Instructor Qin Jin, notoriously strict, actually, publicly praised someone? And that transfer student at the 6th level of the martial realm? All eyes instantly focused on Xiao Han, filled with shock, disbelief, and curiosity. Luo Bing suddenly raised her head, her icy gaze shooting at Xiao Han like a sharp sword, carrying a hint of surprise and a strong sense of resentment. Xiao Han met all gazes, his expression remaining calm. Excellent? Not bad? It seems this was just a warm-up. The real challenge is yet to come. He looked toward the dark, dense forest in the distance, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. This game has only just begun. Xinjian's mentor's words, you did a good job, carried immense weight. Inside Class 0's hall, the whispers and snickers that had started with Xiao Han's team's return suddenly ceased, like ducks being choked. All eyes turned to Xiao Han, their faces a mixture of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Especially Luo Bing, whose perpetually unchanging icy face showed a noticeable change for the first time. He turned his head sharply, his sharp, almost tangible gaze fixed on Xiao Han, as if trying to see right through him. A 6th-level martial artist, rated excellent, and even received praise from Xinjian? How is that possible? Although his team completed the mission easily and in less time, they only received a good rating. The 3 men, Gao Zhuang, Shouhou, and Lang Yu, were momentarily speechless, and their gazes toward Xiao Han completely changed. The previous contempt and disdain had vanished, replaced by deep awe, and even a hint of relief that he hadn't gone too far. Xiao Yubing's mouth was slightly open, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Xiao Han, who remained calm and composed beside her, and a blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks. This new teammate seemed far more mysterious and powerful than she had imagined. All right, warm up over. Xinjian ignored the student's commotion, his voice remaining calm. Get ready. Next, I'll announce something important that will affect your resource acquisition over the next few months. Upon hearing the word major event, all the students immediately focused their attention, holding their breath. Even Luo Bing temporarily shifted her scrutinizing gaze from Xiao Han to her instructor. The tasks and announcements for Class 0 often signified tremendous opportunities, but also came with fierce competition. Xinjian's gaze swept over the crowd, and he slowly said, according to the Academy's annual plan, the trial realm will officially open in 3 days. Trial realm. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became heated. Even a proud and arrogant genius like Luo Bing couldn't suppress the excitement that flashed in his eyes. The trial realm is one of the most important resource realms controlled by the Academy. It is open once every 3 months and lasts for 15 days. Xinjian's voice echoed in the quiet hall. The secret realm is vast and the environment is complex and diverse, from volcanoes to ice fields, from swamps to ancient forests. There is nothing that is not only strange and wonderful. Not only does it contain a large number of powerful beasts, but it also grows rare spiritual herbs that are rarely seen in the outside world, and there are even some ancient ruins and fragments of inheritance scattered around. He paused, then emphasized, every opening of the trial realm is the best opportunity for you to quickly improve your strength and acquire resources. It's also a crucial moment to widen the gap between you. All the trainees' breathing became somewhat rapid. It's true that the imperial capital's academies are rich in resources, but top-tier resources are never easily obtained. Credits, mission contributions, rankings, all require competition. And venturing into trial realms is undoubtedly one of the most efficient ways to achieve this. The rules for this secret realm trial are similar to those of the past, Xinjian continued. Once you enter the secret realm, you will need to hunt as many exotic beasts as possible, collect spiritual herbs, and explore ruins to obtain trial points. The higher the level of the exotic beasts, the rarer the spiritual herbs, and the greater the value of the ruins, the more points you will receive. 15 days later, the rewards will be distributed based on the ranking of the points. The top 10 will have the opportunity to enter the second floor of the Academy's Core Techniques Pavilion to select a technique or martial art, or choose any rare material from the list. The top 3 will, in addition to the above rewards, receive an extra opportunity to be personally guided by a mentor at the Martial King level or even higher. The second level of the Core Cultivation Techniques Pavilion. Personal guidance from a Martial King realm instructor. These rewards are enough to drive any martial arts master level student crazy. Of course, Xinjian's tone shifted, his eyes sharpening. Where there is opportunity, there is risk. The secret realm is fraught with danger. Powerful beasts, treacherous environments, and even competition from other students could all cost you your life. Before entering the secret realm, you must sign a waiver of liability. The Academy only cares about the results, not the process. Chapter 37 caused an uproar. The harsh rules did not deter anyone, on the contrary, they fueled the competitive spirit and adventurous drive inherent in these prodigies. As Core Class 0 students, you have the right to enter the secret realm first and choose your initial landing area. Xinjian concluded, this is both an advantage and a pressure. If your performance is surpassed by students from the regular classes or even the honors classes, it will be a disgrace to the entire Class 0. Did you all understand? Understood, came the unified reply, filled with high morale. Very good. Xinjian nodded. Make your own preparations for the next 3 days. Dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinjian's figure vanished without a sound, just as he had appeared. The hall erupted in chaos. The trial realm. It's finally about to open. My greatsword has been itching for a fight for ages. This time I'm determined to break into the top 10. The second floor of the Core Techniques Pavilion. It's said that there are 7th grade martial arts techniques inside. Brother Luo, shall we team up again this time? We must win first place. Someone immediately approached Luo Bing. Poof. Luo Bing glanced coldly at the man, but her gaze drifted unnoticed toward Xiao Han in the corner, without immediately agreeing. Xiao Han ignored the heated discussion around him, as he was absorbed in the system notification sound ringing in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to face a major opportunity and challenge. The God-level selection system has been triggered. Option 1, play it safe and forego this trial realm. The Academy's treacherous survival is paramount. Reward, Insights into the Path of Steadfast Cultivation Basic Edition, 1 bottle of Grade 3 healing pills, and 15 days of peaceful cultivation time. Option 2, rise to the challenge, participate in this trial realm, and achieve the Peak Hunter achievement solely kill at least 1 Peak Martial Master level 9 beast within the realm. Reward, 1 piece of in-depth information about the Shadow Lotus, and insights into the advancement of the close at hand, faraway movement technique minor completion. Xiao Han looked at the two options, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Option 1? Insights into the Tao of the Go Dao? Healing pills? 15 days of tranquility? This reward is an insult to his identity as a transmigrator and his god-level system. What he has in abundance right now is the ability to heal chaotic green lotus, and what he needs least is the methodical, quiet cultivation. And option 2. Shadow lotus. Ever since he obtained this wondrous object in that mysterious valley and evolved his eternal night monarch martial soul, Xiao Han has never been able to forget it. The immense energy and dual characteristics of space and shadow contained within it definitely conceal a great secret. The clues provided by the system are invaluable. There are also advanced insights into so close yet so far. This footwork technique has already shown amazing effects in previous battles. If he can achieve a minor level of mastery, his speed and unpredictable footwork will surely soar again, and his survivability and killing ability will be greatly improved. As for that achievement goal, independently kill a 9th level martial master peak alien beast? This is incredibly difficult. Keep in mind, he's only at the 6th level of the martial artist realm. To leapfrog a major realm and 3 minor realms to kill a peak level alien beast is a pipe dream for anyone. But he is Xiao Han. He possesses twin SSS plus or possibly higher martial souls, masters the destruction god fist and close at hand, and also has a god level selection system. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean he can't. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. That's exactly what he wants. System, I choose option 2, Xiao Han silently replied without hesitation. Ding. Host selection successful. Please complete the achievement Peak Hunter before the trial realm ends. We look forward to your outstanding performance. Friendly reminder, peak martial master level beasts are tough and strong, and may even have mastered the rudiments of a domain. Please be prepared to be thoroughly defeated. Carrot. The system's annoying notification sound disappeared. Xiao Han took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. The trial realm, here he comes. For the next 3 days, a tense yet exciting atmosphere permeated the entire Imperial Capital Academy. News of the trial realm spread quickly, and countless students were actively preparing for it. The Academy's trading market, mission hall, and training rooms were all packed with people. Prices for various healing pills, antidotes, high-energy nutrition bars, and wilderness survival tools have skyrocketed. Information about the division of the inner areas of the secret realm, the distribution of known dangerous beasts, and possible ruins has become the most popular traded items. Xiao Han was not idle either. First, he used the credits he had just received and the money he had earned from selling materials to go to the university's logistics exchange office. He was greeted by a rather shrewd-looking senior student who immediately became enthusiastic upon seeing the special badge on Xiao Han's chest that represented his Class 0 identity. "Junior brother, what do you need?" "We have everything here, pills, talismans, equipment, intelligence." Xiao Han said directly, the pills for healing and restoring spiritual energy must be of high quality. Also, do you have any information about areas with abnormal shadow energy or spatial fluctuations within the trial realm? He hadn't forgotten the reward clue given by the system related to the Shadow Lotus. These 2 areas with abnormal energy were most likely connected to the Shadow Lotus. The senior student quickly selected several highly effective but expensive pills for him, and then searched for them in the internal database. Anomalies in shadow energy. There are records in the depths of the dark forest, the center of the Black Swamp, and the Shadow Canyon of the Meteorite Mountains. As for abnormal spatial fluctuations, these are relatively rare. There have only been reports of instability near the space-time turbulence zone, but that area is extremely dangerous. It's said that even Martial King-level experts dare not venture there lightly. Xiao Han silently memorized these place names, paying a considerable amount of credits and federal currency. Aside from purchasing supplies, Xiao Han spent almost all his remaining time in the Zero Class's exclusive gravity training room. Instead of rushing to break through to the 7th level of the martial realm, he continued to consolidate his cultivation at the peak of the 6th level, practicing close to the end of the world and destruction god fist over and over again. With his deliberate practice, so close yet so far, became increasingly smooth and natural, and he became more adept at blending into shadows and short-distance flashing. He gradually discovered more techniques to utilize the destructive intent of destruction god fist, moving beyond mere head-on clashes to attaching it to the fist's edge, creating a more penetrating and annihilating effect. At the same time, he was also distracted by sensing the 2 martial souls within his body. The Chaos Green Lotus is full of vitality, providing a continuous source of life force and regeneration. Although the Green Lotus domain is still in its infancy, it can already subtly influence the surrounding environment. The Eternal Night King became increasingly profound. The characteristics of the Shadow Overlord allowed Shao Han's control over shadows to increase day by day, and the ability to devour shadows became one of his trump cards for rapidly recovering and accumulating power. The Eternal Night domain is also in its nascent stage, yet it already possesses terrifying power to deprive people of light and suppress their senses. Chapter 38 Time Flies. During this period, Shao Han became increasingly adept at controlling his twin martial souls, and his coordination with them became more and more refined. Xia Yubing's team members Gao Zhuang, Shou Ho, and Leng Yu also came to visit. After all, Shao Han's strength is undeniable. Who wouldn't want to follow a big shot like him? Sorry, I'm used to being alone. Shao Han didn't waste any more words and directly refused. Are you kidding me? Entering a secret realm and having to act as a babysitter? He doesn't have that kind of free time. Days passed by. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day has arrived for the opening of the trial realm. As dawn broke, the central square of the Imperial Academy was already packed with people. It was a sea of black, all of them students. None of them were easy to deal with. The air was thick with restlessness and an undisguised competitive spirit. In the center of the square stands a massive stone gate, 100 meters high. The door was covered with crooked and twisted patterns, giving it a strange sense of space. This is the entrance to the trial realm. Shao Han stood at the front of the crowd. Class 0 had priority. He could feel the stares coming from all directions: curiosity, awe, and of course, jealousy and hostility. Especially on Luo Bing's side, the coldness almost froze the air. Shao Han completely ignored him. He simply stared at the spatial gate, his 2 divine-level martial souls trembling slightly, conveying excitement. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Trial realm. The hunt has begun. The atmosphere in the central square of the Imperial Capital University was both oppressive and intensely passionate. Thousands of students stared at the massive stone gate. The air was thick with an irrepressible longing, and even the space itself seemed to tremble slightly. Buzz. The patterns on the stone gate suddenly lit up, the light dazzling. Intense spatial fluctuations spread outwards. The light at the center of the door distorted, forming a rotating black vortex that exuded an inexplicable suction force. Trial realm, open. Instructor Qin Zhen's voice echoed across the square. Class 0 students, enter first. Remember, you only have 15 days. Show your strength and fight for the glory that belongs to you. Before the words had even faded, Luo Bing led the way, and the figures of Class 0 shot out, rushing towards the vortex. Shao Han followed at a leisurely pace in the middle and back of Class 0's group. He could clearly sense the coldness emanating from Luo Bing's side, a coldness that carried scrutiny and provocation. He responded calmly and followed suit. The feeling of weightlessness gripped my heart suddenly, 100 times more intense than riding a maglev train. The colors before my eyes blurred into a bizarre and surreal mess, and all I could hear was a buzzing sound. It only took a few breaths. I was standing on solid ground again. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. It's a completely different world from the modern city outside. This place feels like a corner completely forgotten by time. The branches and leaves of the giant tree blocked out the sky. Thick vines entwined the tree trunks, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves, exuding a damp, earthy smell. The spiritual energy in the air was so dense that it was almost impenetrable. Just taking a breath made one feel refreshed, and the spiritual energy within the body circulated faster. Yet within this rich spiritual energy, there was also a faint, gloomy, decaying, and even deathly aura. This aura caused most of the students to frown slightly, instinctively circulating their internal energy to resist it, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. But Shao Han was like a fish returning to water. This dark and decaying aura might be a negative influence on others, but for the dormant Eternal Night King martial soul within him, it was simply the most delicious delicacy in the world. Without any deliberate guidance, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul automatically activated, emitting a joyful hum. An invisible suction force emanated from Shao Han's body, silently drawing in the surrounding dark energy and decaying factors, like rivers flowing into the sea. Shadow Devour. In this special environment, the efficiency of this ability is more than 3 times higher than in the outside world. The pure shadow energy was absorbed and refined by the martial soul, and the originally somewhat illusory king image of the Eternal Night King became more solid at a visible speed, and its aura also steadily increased. Comfortable. Shao Han made a mental assessment, but his face remained expressionless. Like the other freshmen, he pretended to be curious and looked around at the completely unfamiliar primeval jungle. That dark, decaying aura, even carrying a hint of death, would make others feel a tightness in their chest and require them to circulate their internal energy to resist, but for him it felt like soaking in warm water, making him feel completely comfortable. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul within his body buzzed excitedly, operating autonomously and greedily absorbing the special energy floating in the air. Shadow Devour. Without Xiao Han needing to actively urge it, this talent thrived in this environment, its efficiency more than tripling. Dark, decaying energy factors were continuously absorbed and refined into the purest shadow power, nourishing the Eternal Night King's martial soul. The once somewhat blurry phantom of the monarch was becoming clearer and more solid at a slow but steady pace, and his aura was also rising steadily. This feeling of secretly getting stronger, wow, that's awesome. Everyone, stay alert. Luo Bing's voice was as cold as ice. This is the outer edge of the Black Mist Forest. The beasts here aren't high level, but there are many of them, so don't be careless. Proceed in a fan shape according to the previous groups, and cover each other. He naturally took over command. Although the proud and arrogant students of Class 0 knew that the secret realm was not a playground, they quickly adjusted and formed several temporary teams, and began to cautiously explore the depths of the forest. Xiao Han remained the same as always, hanging alone at the side and rear of the group, neither too close nor too far. Rustle. The bushes ahead suddenly shook violently, and several dark figures darted out so fast they left afterimages. It's a three-headed shadow leopard. Its size is similar to that of an adult cheetah, and its fur is jet black and glossy, almost blending into the shadows. Only its eerie green eyes are particularly chilling in the dim light. Martial Master Level 1. Their target was clear, to pounce on the unlucky guy at the very front of the group. Holy crap! Watch out! The student reacted swiftly, uttering a curse as a long, flaming sword appeared in his hand. Without a second thought, a blazing blade of light slashed out. However, the Shadow Panthers were extremely agile. One of them was forced back by the blade's edge, while the other two slid along the ground and circled around from both sides, their claws snapping out and bringing with them a pungent, fishy smell. You're asking for death. Immediately, reinforcements arrived from the side, and with flashing swords, they instantly engaged the two shadow cheetahs in battle. It must be said that these Class 0 students are indeed quite skilled, each of them is a master at the second or third level of the martial master realm. But the shadow cheetahs were too cunning. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the shadows of the trees, their attack angles were tricky, and their speed was fast. For a time, even the combined efforts of several geniuses were somewhat flustered and faced many dangers. Just then, unnoticed by anyone, a gust of wind, light and seemingly insignificant, struck the side of a shadow cheetah that was about to launch a sneak attack from the shadows. Puff! A very faint thud, as if something had been punctured. The shadow cheetah's tough fur and strong muscles were as fragile as tofu under that seemingly powerless fist, instantly denting and cracking. A strange, destructive force penetrated its body, directly turning its internal organs into a puddle of minced meat. Before it could even let out a scream, its body went limp, it crashed heavily to the ground, twitched twice, and then fell completely silent. The one who made the move was naturally Xiao Han. He seemed to casually brush off a fallen leaf, without even pausing his steps, and continued walking forward at a leisurely pace. Luo Bing was about to give instructions to her teammates to focus fire when she paused almost imperceptibly. He glanced quickly at the grotesquely dead shadow leopard on the ground, then looked at Xiao Han's leisurely back, his brows twitching almost imperceptibly. That punch just now, there was some skill involved. Moreover, this guy seems to have an inexplicable suppressive power over these shadow-type beasts. Chapter 39 Good Nutrients. The battle ended quickly, with the three Shadow Panthers being killed by the combined efforts of the group. Xiao Han stood beside the cheetah's carcass, seemingly examining the spoils of war, but in reality, he was secretly activating Shadow Devouring. After the three-headed shadow cheetah died, the negative energy and fragments of its remnant soul, as if drawn by an invisible force, transformed into three wisps of black energy that silently entered Xiao Han's body and were greedily absorbed by the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul. A refreshing feeling spread throughout his body, and the aura of the Eternal Night King grew stronger. This is truly excellent nourishment, Xiao Han thought with satisfaction. Similar encounters continued to occur throughout the rest of the journey. The Black Mist Forest lives up to its name. Most of the strange beasts that inhabit it possess negative attributes such as darkness, venom, and corrosiveness. Examples include hordes of bone-rotting lizards, ghost-faced spiders that spew poisonous mist, and soul-devouring mud monsters lurking in the swamps. These strange beasts caused considerable trouble for the other students, requiring them to be careful and consuming a lot of spiritual energy. But for Xiao Han, this place was simply paradise. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul possesses extremely high resistance and restraint against these negative energy attributes. The poisonous fog, curses, and mental shocks that cause headaches for others are greatly reduced in effectiveness when they fall on him, and are even directly absorbed and transformed by his martial soul. His attacks, whether they were fists imbued with the intent of destruction or ordinary attacks occasionally enhanced with a trace of the power of the Eternal Night Monarch, could inflict terrifying damage on these alien beasts far exceeding their realm. While other teams were still locked in fierce combat, Xiao Han had already effortlessly resolved his own troubles, then leisurely walked to the corpse, observed it for a moment, and absorbed all the dissipated energy. Along the way, the number of strange beasts he hunted was almost equal to the total number hunted by a small team. More importantly, under this continuous nourishment, the aura of his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul is growing at an astonishing rate, getting closer and closer to the limit that the 6th level of the martial realm can withstand. As a result, he has become increasingly adept at incorporating shadows into the world within reach. Although Xiao Han tried to conceal this change, it still attracted the attention of those who were interested. Luo Bing's gaze toward Xiao Han had shifted from initial scrutiny to deep apprehension and bewilderment. He simply couldn't understand how a 6th-level martial artist could hunt down these strange beasts, which even he had to take seriously, so easily and effortlessly. Could it be that he's hiding his true strength? Or is his martial spirit extremely special? The other students in Class 0, who had initially ignored Xiao Han, now felt awe and curiosity towards him. No one dared to treat him as an ordinary martial artist anymore. This transfer student is shrouded in mystery. Xiao Han was well aware of the changes around him, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He was immersed in the thrill of rapidly increasing strength, while also constantly familiarizing himself with and adapting to the environment of the secret realm. Just after they had ventured about 100 miles into the Black Mist Forest, Xiao Han's Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, which was joyfully absorbing energy within him, suddenly trembled slightly. It's no longer the general affinity for the dark energy around us, but a more distinct and intense throbbing. It was as if something far away was resonating with it. This feeling of resonance. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly contracted. The feeling was so similar to when I sensed the shadow lotus in that mysterious valley on the outskirts of Beihai City. Although faint, that unique fluctuation, containing both spatial and shadow characteristics, is absolutely true. Could it be that a treasure similar to the shadow lotus is hidden deep within this trial realm? Or, is it a clue about the shadow lotus? The reward notification for the system task instantly popped into my mind. Xiao Han's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. He forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, and calmly looked up in the direction from which the senses were coming, a region deeper within the Black Mist Forest, shrouded in dense black mist, a place so impenetrable that even perception could hardly penetrate it. It seems it's time to break away from the main group and act independently. The true secret of the hidden realm may be waiting for him ahead. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and a hopeful smile curved his lips. This trial is getting more and more interesting. The unique fluctuations emanating from the depths of the Black Mist Forest attracted Xiao Han's senses like a magnet. The throbbing of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul grew clearer, carrying a primal desire. He glanced at the zero-class team behind him, which was gradually widening the distance between them. Luo Bing's cold, scrutinizing gaze still seemed to be glued to his back. Xiao Han's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, but he didn't say anything more. The Zero team stopped to deal with a few of the corrosive worms they had just eliminated. The air still smelled of a pungent, sour stench. In that brief moment, Xiao Han's figure disappeared into the thick shadow cast by a giant tree nearby. Almost instantly, his entire body became blurry, and then he disappeared completely. When it reappeared, it was already 100 meters away, and after a few leaps, it completely disappeared behind the thick fog and dense forest. Having left the group, Xiao Han had no more scruples and pushed close to you, yet far apart to its limit. His movements were no longer simply running, rather, they were making short spatial leaps between different shadows, silently and at an astonishing speed. The deeper you go into the forest, the more oppressive the environment becomes. The sky above was completely swallowed up by thick fog, the light was extremely dim, and it was pitch black all around, with almost nothing visible. The air had changed. It was no longer simply spiritual energy, but rather filled with a peculiar energy that was cold, lifeless, and carried a faint sense of decay. If an ordinary martial artist were to reach this point, they would likely find it difficult to breathe, and their spiritual energy circulation would be greatly affected. But Xiao Han felt completely comfortable. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul trembled joyfully within his body, and the shadow devouring ability was more active than ever before. It didn't even need his active activation, it spontaneously devoured and absorbed the special dark energy around him. These energies flowed into the body without causing any discomfort. Instead, they quickly transformed into the purest primal power, nourishing the martial spirit. The previously somewhat blurry phantom of the monarch was becoming more solid at a speed that could be clearly perceived, and the oppressive aura was growing heavier and heavier. At the same time, Xiaohan felt that his understanding of close to each other was also deepening rapidly, especially the techniques such as shadow fusion and dark steps, which he used more and more freely, as if it were instinct. Roar! A deep roar exploded from the thick fog ahead. 3 pairs of scarlet lights shone in the darkness, flickering uncertainly. Immediately afterwards, the 3 strange beasts pounced out. They were a size larger than the shadow cheetahs we had encountered before, their bodies covered in dark scales that reflected a faint, cold light in the dim light, and their texture appeared exceptionally hard. Black-scaled demonic leopard, martial master level 4. The 3-headed demonic leopard was extremely fast, creating a sharp whooshing sound as it lunged at Xiaohan from 3 directions in a triangular formation. This pounce was swift and ruthless. Any student at the 6th level of the martial arts realm would probably not even have time to react before being torn to pieces instantly. Xiaohan didn't even stop walking. Just before the claws were about to touch his body, his figure suddenly became illusory and distorted, and then with a poof, it vanished on the spot, turning into a few wisps of barely perceptible black smoke that blended into the surrounding darkness. The 3 black-scaled demonic panthers' attacks all landed on empty air. Chapter 40: A simple and unadorned punch. So close yet so far. Even though it's so close, it's still a world away. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost behind the demonic leopard on the left. There was no earth-shattering momentum, just an ordinary punch. Fist of Destruction. A fist imbued with a trace of destructive intent landed precisely on the relatively weak back of the leopard's neck. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Before the ferocious black-scaled demonic leopard could even let out a mournful howl, its massive body collapsed limply to the ground as if all its bones had been removed, its crimson eyes instantly dimming, its life force extinguished. Seeing this, the other 2 demonic leopards were not afraid at all. Instead, they were aroused and roared as they pounced again, one on the left and one on the right, blocking all of Xiaohan's escape routes. Xiaohan slightly shifted his body, like a slippery fish, narrowly avoiding the deadly pounce of the demonic leopard on his right. At the same time, his left hand spread its 5 fingers, and an invisible force of shadow quietly surged forth. Night King Shadow Binding. Just as the leopard was about to launch a sneak attack from the left, it suddenly felt its body sink as if it had entered a sticky swamp, and its speed was suddenly reduced. That brief pause sealed its fate. Xiaohan's figure, like a persistent, lingering ailment, drew close once more. It was still that same simple, unadorned punch. Puff! A muffled thud as flesh and blood burst open. The second black-scaled demon panther followed in its companion's footsteps. The last remaining leopard finally felt fear, let out a terrified roar, and turned to flee into the thick fog. Trying to leave? Xiaohan scoffed. He did not give chase, but simply stood there and flicked his finger in the direction the demonic leopard had fled. Call out! A highly condensed cyan light shot out like a meteor and instantly disappeared into the thick fog. Chaotic Azure Lotus Finger. This is an attack method he has initially mastered, which highly compresses the purification and life force of the Chaos Green Lotus to form a finger force with powerful penetrating and purifying effects. A whoa! A short, piercing scream came from the thick fog, then abruptly stopped. A moment later, Xiaohan walked to the corpse of the 3-headed black-scaled demon leopard. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul trembled joyfully, and 3 streams of shadow energy and remnant soul fragments, even more concentrated and pure than before, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into 3 slender black wisps that rushed into Xiaohan's body. Feeling great. An indescribable sense of comfort spread throughout my body. The solid figure of the Night King seemed to be draped in an even deeper layer of shadow armor, making his aura of supreme authority even stronger. Xiaohan could clearly feel that his martial soul was just one step away from undergoing a transformation. Wow, this experience pack is getting more and more substantial. Xiaohan weighed the 3 crystal cores he had just acquired and casually tossed them into his spatial ring. Martial Master level 4, not bad. But compared to that, the restlessness of the Eternal Night King within him ignited a greater passion within him. 3 streams of pure energy surged in, and the illusory image of the martial spirit visibly solidified, exuding a powerful and overwhelming aura. I feel comfortable and relaxed all over. So close. Xiao Han could sense that if that invisible membrane were to be broken, the Eternal Night King would be able to undergo his first true transformation. He followed the increasingly clear fluctuations from the source and continued deeper into the black fog. They encountered several more groups of hapless strange beasts on the way. Martial Master Level 5, Level 6. There are even giant creatures that can control poisonous miasma. If placed outside, it would be enough to give an ordinary martial arts team a run for their money. Unfortunately, they encountered Xiao Han. His movements were elusive, and his punches were deadly. They couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes before becoming the Night King's snack. The aura of his martial spirit rose steadily, growing stronger and stronger. The feeling of being about to burst made Xiao Han's heart race. It'll be soon, very soon. After taking down another squawking soul-eating raven, the black mist ahead thinned. The strange fluctuation that was drawing him in suddenly became incredibly clear and intense. Xiao Han paused, holding his breath. At the end of the black mist, a huge black outline was vaguely revealed. It wasn't a palace, it looked more like an altar or a tomb that had sunk halfway underground. The building is made of a black stone unlike any I've ever seen before. Its surface is smooth, yet strangely dull, and any light that falls on it disappears without a trace. The stone is covered with dense ancient symbols, most of which are now blurred and heavily eroded by the passage of time. A sense of desolation and deathly stillness washed over me, mixed with a powerful and unsettling feeling that sent chills down my spine. Even from a distance, Xiao Han felt a tightness in his chest, and his soul trembled slightly. That fluctuation, yes, that's it. Originating from the same source as the Shadow Lotus, carrying the aura of space and shadow, it emanates from the depths of this ruin. Found it. Xiao Han concealed his aura and moved over step by step. The Eternal Night King within him was more active than ever before, pushing his senses to their limits and capturing every anomaly in the surrounding space. The ruins have no door. At the entrance, there was a shadow that was constantly changing shape. The scene in that area was distorted, the light bent and the space was slightly deformed, giving off a viscous, sluggish feeling. Pure, unfathomable black. A strong sense of repulsion emanated from that shadow, warning all living things. Just then, a withered leaf was swept up by the wind and drifted towards that shadow. The moment the leaf touched the edge, without even a sound, it quickly turned gray, withered, and shattered, finally turning into a pinch of fine powder and disappearing completely. Xiao Han felt a chill run down his spine. This thing is really powerful. We probably shouldn't even touch it using ordinary methods. He continued to approach. 9 meters. 8 meters. When he stepped into the area less than 10 meters from that distorted shadow, a sudden change has occurred. A strange resonance occurred between the Eternal Night King martial soul within him and the shadow barrier. The barrier, which was originally filled with repulsion and danger, softened after sensing the pure aura of the shadow overlord emanating from Xiao Han. Instead of launching an attack, the ripples softened as if they had encountered a kindred spirit, even conveying a sense of closeness and welcome. Xiao Han's heart stirred, and he tentatively extended his right hand, condensing a wisp of pure Eternal Night King power at his fingertips, slowly touching the distorted shadow. There was no energy shock as expected, nor any terrifying spatial tearing. His fingers, as if passing through a cool curtain of water, disappeared into the barrier of shadow without any hindrance. The barrier did not reject him, instead, it seemed to have a life of its own, actively parting to the sides to make way for him, creating a passage that could only accommodate one person at a time. As expected. Xiao Han understood. This relic, or rather this barrier, has a very deep connection with the Eternal Night Monarch, and may even be connected with the Shadow Lotus. Without further hesitation, he took a deep breath and stepped into the shadow barrier. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. It felt as if I had stepped from one world into another dimension in an instant. Chapter 41 hides a great terror. The black mist forest outside has disappeared. Before me lay a deep, winding corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor are not solid, but flowing, deeper dark matter, whose form is constantly changing. The ground beneath my feet wasn't rock, it felt cold and hard, like a solidified shadow. The air was thick with the smell of ancient dust, as well as purer and heavier shadows and spatial energy. The spatial laws here are strange, everything looks distorted, and the scenery in your line of sight is being pulled invisibly. Xiao Han turned around, but the entrance was gone, leaving only a writhing darkness. It was as if he had been locked in a separate space. Just then, a vast, ancient, and terrifying will that had been dormant for countless years swept in from the deepest part of the ruins, slow but irresistible. This will did not show obvious hostility, but was more like an instinctive probing. However, the pressure made Xiaohan feel as if his soul was about to freeze. The hairs on his body stood on end, and his heart pounded wildly. What on earth is hidden deep within these ruins? That vast and ancient will swept over his entire body, cold, indifferent, high above, looking down on everything. Xiaohan's blood ran cold, his skin tightened, and every hair on his body stood on end. This was definitely not the kind of imposing aura that any ordinary beast could possess. It was more like the embodiment of a rule, an order, so heavy that it made it hard to breathe. Gulp. He heard himself swallowing, the sound exceptionally clear. This place is absolutely terrifying. Strangely, the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul throbbed even more intensely, without the slightest fear, but instead filled with excitement and longing, like a lost child finding his way home and sensing the source. The Chaos Lotus swayed gently, emitting a soft life force that diluted the deathly stillness brought by the ancient will. Xiaohan composed himself and suppressed the shock in his heart. Since we're already here. Fortune favors the bold, and since this relic is so deeply connected to his martial spirit, it must hold an immense opportunity. He shuffled along the winding corridor with light steps. The material beneath their feet was cold and hard, with a chill rising straight up and an aura of pure darkness. The flowing dark walls on both sides constantly changed, occasionally twisting into a ferocious beast's head, or revealing a blurry human figure, before quickly merging back into the darkness without a trace. The space here is very unstable. Things always seem distorted and stretched, and even your sense of direction starts to get confused when you walk inside. Fortunately, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was particularly sensitive to spatial fluctuations here, guiding him in the dark and preventing him from getting lost. After walking about 100 meters, the corridor suddenly opened up. The path ahead was no longer narrow, but resembled a dilapidated hall, perhaps used for sacrificial rites. In the middle of the hall stood several broken black stone pillars, covered with incomprehensible runes. What attracted Xiaohan's attention even more were the mottled murals on the walls on both sides. The art style is old-fashioned, with bold lines, yet it possesses a breathtaking and awe-inspiring power. The first mural depicts an endless, dark void. A giant blue lotus took root within, its leaves obscuring the Milky Way, and countless worlds were born and destroyed as the lotus petals opened and closed. Beneath the shadow of the blue lotus stood a blurry figure, clad in jet-black armor, wielding an equally jet-black spear, overlooking the myriad realms. Xiaohan's pupils suddenly contracted. Chaos Lotus. Eternal Night King. Isn't this the final form of his twin martial souls? Or rather, their origin? He quickly looked at the next picture. In the scene, Xinglian and the king encounter a terrifying enemy. Countless bizarre and destructive creatures emerged from the void rifts and fought fiercely with the Azure Lotus and the king, causing the heavens and earth to shatter. Stars shatter, the world withers. The heavenly green lotus was also severely damaged, its petals stained with blood in falling to the ground. The king's figure dimmed, and the spear in his hand broke. The murals in the background are even more blurred and incomplete. It probably depicts a crushing defeat. The blue lotus collapses, the king falls, and only fragments remain scattered across various worlds. This ruin appears to be the place where one of the important fragments lies dormant. The information in the mural was so astonishing that Xiaohan was shaken and couldn't recover for a long time. Could his time travel and his twin martial souls be related to this ancient war? He was still immersed in the awe he felt from the murals when a colder, more dangerous aura silently locked onto him. Hiss! A strange, sharp screech suddenly rang out in the hall. From the deepest shadows of the hall, a strange figure slowly emerged. That was a monster that couldn't be described using common sense. It wasn't very big, about 3 meters tall, and its outline was somewhat human-like, but its limbs were sharp bone blades, with a faint, cold light gleaming at the joints. The body seemed to be formed from pure shadow energy, its surface covered with a layer of flowing, liquid metal-like black substance. It has no eyes, no mouth or nose, its face is completely smooth, and in the very center is a constantly twisting black crystal, the darkness inside of which seems to lead to another dimension. What's most unsettling is that the space around it is slightly distorted. It itself is like an unstable spatial singularity, moving silently yet with a sharp, cutting edge. Martial Grandmaster Realm. And he's definitely not a novice martial arts master. The extremely condensed shadow and spatial power made Xiaohan feel that he was not facing a living thing, but some kind of divine weapon that could unleash world-destroying power. Relic Guardians. This thought flashed through Xiaohan's mind in an instant. This strange monster is clearly the guard here. There was no communication, no warning. The moment it appeared, the black crystal on the smooth surface of the Guardian's face suddenly lit up. Call out. A shadow ray, condensed to its extreme, carrying the power to tear space apart, arrived directly in front of Xiao Han as if by teleportation. Quick! It's faster than you can imagine. It even exceeded Xiao Han's reaction limit. Not good. In this life or death situation, Xiao Han had no time to think. The power of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul erupted instantly. So close yet so far. His figure left a blurry afterimage in place, narrowly shifting half a meter to the side. Sizzle! The shadow ray grazed his shoulder, kicking up a cloud of blood. Even just a graze, and his clothes and flesh were sliced open by an invisible blade, the cuts reaching the bone. A cold and domineering spatial and shadow force instantly invaded his body, frantically destroying his life force. Hiss! Xiao Han gasped, a sharp pain instantly spreading throughout his body. If it weren't for the Chaos Green Lotus's life force surging up immediately, frantically repairing his injuries and purifying the alien energy, this blow would probably have crippled half of his body. Is this the power of a martial grandmaster? He was horrified. Killing the black-scaled mad ape, a 4th-level martial master, had taken some effort, but it was nothing compared to the effort he felt now. Chapter 42 Fast. Bizarre. Unpredictable. The Guardian's casual strike nearly killed him. The difference between them was simply worlds apart. Before Xiao Han could catch his breath, the Guardian's second wave of attacks had already arrived. Its bone blade-like limbs suddenly pushed off the ground, and its entire body transformed into a blurry black line, tearing through space and appearing behind Xiao Han. The bone blade, imbued with the power to distort space, silently slashed toward his back. Quick! Weird! Impossible to defend against. Xiao Han felt a chill run down his spine, and his sense of crisis reached its peak. He didn't even have time to turn around. He could only rely on his fighting instincts to gather the shadow power of the Eternal Night King behind him. At the same time, the close to the ends of the earth technique was activated again under his feet, and he pounced to the side in a sorry state. Put! Despite his lightning-fast reaction, the condensed shadow shield was instantly torn apart by the bone blade, and the sharp blade tip still sliced through his spine, leaving several deep wounds that exposed the bone. The Chaos Green Lotus exerted its power once more, its emerald light flowing and repairing the injuries. However, the foreign energy that had invaded its body was like a maggot clinging to its bones, extremely difficult to expel. Cough cough. Xiao Han staggered to the ground, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In just 2 exchanges, he was already severely injured. How are we supposed to fight like this? The Guardian's attacks combined the eeriness of shadows with the speed of space, making them completely unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Its attack power far exceeded Xiao Han's tolerance limit. Even with the Chaos Green Lotus's abnormal regenerative ability, it couldn't withstand such consumption. A sense of despair, like a cold tide, began to spread in his heart. His speed, which he was so proud of, was like a tortoise crawling in front of the Guardians who could tear space apart. His invincible Destruction God Fist probably couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. The Night King's shadow control was even more of a futile effort in front of him. The gap is enormous. So enormous it's suffocating. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. The Guardian gave Xiao Han no time to think. Like an emotionless killing machine, it locked onto Xiao Han's aura once again. The black crystal on that smooth face began to accumulate energy again, and an even more terrifying fluctuation spread out. The shadow of death loomed over Xiao Han's heart like never before. Am I really going to die here? Just when I was in despair, the familiar yet slightly cheeky system notification sound rang out in my mind like heavenly music. Ding! Host detected to be in a life or death situation. God-level selection system activated immediately. Current choice. Option 1, burn 50 years of your lifespan to forcibly activate the system's spatial teleportation function and randomly escape this ruined teleportation location unknown. You might be teleported directly to a monster's lair or into spatial turbulence. Reward, Master of Survival title when equipped, escape speed plus 10%, 1 heart protecting pill special effect. Option 2, fight to the death. Confront the martial grandmaster level Guardian head-on and utterly defeat him. With unparalleled will and overwhelming battle intent, seize the core inheritance of the ruins and obtain the martial grandmaster level technique, Shadow Void Scripture, which matches the power system of this place. Rewards, Defiant of Fate and Slayer of the Sect rare title slightly increases success rate in challenging opponents of higher levels. Eternal Night Monarch martial soul evolution opportunity requires the core inheritance, and clues to the subsequent fragments of Destruction God Fist. 2 options, like ice and fire, were placed before Xiao Han. Option 1, survive. But the price is 50 years of lifespan and the unknown risks that may be faced in the future. Moreover, the title of Master of Survival and the heart protecting pill seem to carry a strong sense of mockery. Option 2, risk your life. The risk is enormous, almost certain death. But the reward is breathtakingly generous. The core legacy of the ruins. The martial grandmaster level technique, the shadow void scripture. The evolutionary opportunity for the eternal Night King. Clues to the sequel to the Annihilation Fist. Any one of these rewards would be enough to drive countless martial artists crazy. Especially the shadow void scripture, which is clearly a technique originating from the same source as the Guardian's power. Its value is immeasurable. And there's the Eternal Night Monarch's evolutionary opportunity, which is a god-level martial soul. Escape? This word doesn't exist in Xiao Han's dictionary. From being ridiculed for awakening the dual F martial souls to defying fate by forcibly kissing the school beauty. From risking his life in the martial arts pavilion to exchange for divine skills, to fighting black apes in the mysterious valley, all he has come this far has relied on his indomitable spirit and willingness to risk his life. Burning one's lifespan to survive? That's not Xiao Han's style. Martial Grandmaster realm, so what? Xiao Han suddenly raised his head, the last trace of despair in his eyes completely replaced by a raging fighting spirit. It was a kind of almost insane determination. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, straightened his slightly hunched back, and a terrifying aura far exceeding that of a 6th-level martial artist erupted like a dormant volcano. System, I want to choose option 2. He roared inwardly. Ding. Host selection successful. Commendable courage, admirable spirit. Please unleash your inner power. Friendly reminder, martial grandmaster level guardians possess the rudiments of a domain, and their energy is nearly inexhaustible. Best wishes to the host, good luck .. The system notification sound disappeared. The next moment, within Xiao Han's body, the two dormant divine-level martial souls seemed to sense the host's overwhelming fighting spirit of do or die and simultaneously emitted a deafening roar. Buzz. A phantom image of a primordial blue lotus, reaching to the heavens and the earth, slowly bloomed behind him. The lush green lotus leaves unfurled, exuding a magnificent and boundless vitality, illuminating the entire dilapidated hall with a verdant glow. A surge of rich life energy flooded into Xiao Han's body like a tidal wave, frantically repairing his injuries and replenishing his depleted spiritual power. The nascent azure lotus domain instantly opened, attempting to resist the spatial distortion and oppressive force brought by the Guardian. Roar! At the same time, a phantom of the Night King, clad in jet black armor, wearing a ferocious crown, and wielding a shadow spear, suddenly materialized. Profound, majestic, and domineering. Endless dark energy converged from all directions, merging into the king's body. The nascent eternal night domain unfolded simultaneously, complementing the azure lotus domain. One was bright, the other dark. One was alive, the other dead, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Twin martial souls, unleashing their full power. Xiao Han's eyes were bloodshot as he felt the unprecedented surge of power within his body, as well as the soaring fighting spirit transmitted by his two martial souls. He burst into wild laughter. Come on! You beast! Today, it's either you or me who dies. He bravely faced the Guardian's terrifying attack, which was about to be fully charged, his right fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. A wisp of dark, destructive aura, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, began to gather at the tip of his fist. Destruction God Fist. Unleash its full power. Dark energy intertwines with the intent of destruction. Chapter 43: A Sudden Change. Destructive energy frantically condensed within the Guardian's twisted crystal, like a rapidly expanding black hole, emanating a terrifying suction force capable of devouring souls. The entire sacrificial hall was trembling violently, and the ancient murals on the walls seemed to come alive, their light and shadow distorted, emitting a silent wail. Xiao Han's dual martial soul domains were like two small boats in a raging storm, teetering on the brink of collapse under the pressure emanating from the Guardian. The azure lotus domain flickered with emerald light, while the eternal night domain surged with darkness. Fine energy cracks even appeared at the boundary between the two. Put! Xiao Han spat out another mouthful of blood, his face as white as paper. His shoulder, previously grazed by the shadow ray, and his back, slashed by the bone blade, were still wreathed in stubborn, gray-black energy, like maggots clinging to his bones, constantly eroding his life force. Even with the overwhelming life force of the Chaos Green Lotus pouring in, it could only barely prevent the injury from worsening. The repair speed could not keep up with the rate of destruction. This is the martial Grandmaster realm. The power of the domain has already begun to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, and every move contains suppression at the level of rules, far surpassing the martial master realm. However, at this critical moment of life and death, a sudden change occurred. When the phantoms of the two divine-level martial souls, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, completely solidified, they unleashed their most primal aura. The Guardian, who had been as indifferent as a machine, paused slightly on his smooth face, and the frequency of the light flashing on the constantly twisting black crystal in the center became momentarily disordered. A subtle, yet undeniable, sense of surprise rippled across the Guardian's calm, still aura, like a pebble thrown into a tranquil lake. It seemed stunned. Although it was only a brief moment, even shorter than the blink of an eye, it was as clear as lightning in the night for Xiao Han, who had elevated his mental perception to the extreme and was constantly on the verge of life and death. This thing, it even has intelligence? A bizarre thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind, but the instinct for survival had already overwhelmed everything. Opportunity. Now is the time. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han squeezed out all the remaining spiritual power in his body, along with the power that his two martial souls had just gathered. So close yet so far. His figure blended into the shadows beneath his feet, which were made even deeper by the eternal night, like a ghost. Instead of fleeing in a straight line, it appeared behind the Guardian from an angle that completely defies the laws of physics, as if it were teleporting. At the same time, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul resonated even more strongly with the darkness and spatial energy deep within this ruin. The extremely pure energy seemed to have found an outlet, actively converging towards the Eternal Night King and merging into its phantom. Xiao Han felt that his connection with this distorted space had deepened slightly. His movements, which were originally extremely unstable due to the pressure of the Guardian, became smoother in an instant, barely avoiding the locking range of the destructive energy core that was about to erupt. Break! A hoarse roar burst forth from deep within Xiao Han's throat. Instead of running away, he poured all his strength, all his will, all his unwillingness and madness into his right fist. Fist of Destruction. This time, the fist no longer only contained a dark aura of destruction, but also incorporated a wisp of purer and deeper dark power from the Eternal Night King. Even the Chaos Lotus separated a trace of its original purifying power and wrapped around it. Life and death, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Opposing forces, in a highly unstable manner, strangely fused together for a moment on Xiao Han's fist. This punch embodied his current energy and spirit, his understanding of life and death, and his determination to defy fate. The target was the black crystal in the center of the Guardian's smooth face, which was shimmering slightly and seemed to still hold a trace of surprise. The Guardian clearly did not expect that this dying ant would not only not take the opportunity to escape, but would instead dare to launch an attack on it. The energy fluctuations that had just subsided surged up again, but it was a fraction of a second too late. Boom! The fist slammed solidly into the black crystal on the Guardian's chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor the expected rampage of energy. The expected explosion did not occur. The black crystal was far more solid than Xiao Han had imagined. But the strange fusion of the three powers of destruction, darkness, and purification contained in the fist was like the most deadly poison, frantically seeping into the point of contact. Crack! A very faint, yet clearly audible, crisp sound emanated from within the black crystal. The Guardian's body, composed entirely of shadow, suddenly stiffened. Its smooth face contorted violently, as if it were enduring unimaginable pain. The light on the surface of the black crystal in the center rippled violently, like the surface of a lake where a stone has been thrown in. Then, a crack as thin as a hair spread out from the center of the crystal. Although it is small, it is indeed a crack. Roar! A roar, no longer the inhuman, beastly screech of before, but filled with rage and pain, erupted from the Guardian's body. A storm of energy, far more violent and chaotic than before, swept out from its center. Puff! Xiao Han was struck as if by an invisible giant hammer. Blood gushed out in midair, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into a broken stone pillar in the distance before rolling to the ground. It felt as if all the bones in my body were broken, my internal organs were displaced, and my vision was blurring. If the Chaos Green Lotus hadn't immediately unleashed an unprecedented green light of life, enveloping him and frantically repairing him, this impact would likely have killed him. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Han coughed violently, each cough carrying fragments of broken internal organs and blood clots, but his eyes gleamed with the excitement and madness of surviving a catastrophe. It was a success. Although the price was high, his punch did indeed damage the core of the Guardian. That crack is proof. This beast is not invincible. At the same time, the Guardian finally recovered from its brief loss of control. It glanced down at the tiny crack on the crystal on its chest, its smooth face contorting into an even more ferocious expression. It was completely enraged. Previously, it might have simply regarded Xiao Han as a slightly special intruder who needed to be eliminated. But now, this ant has actually harmed it. This is a desecration of its existence. For the first time, a trace of icy killing intent mingled with the Guardian's indifferent aura. It was no longer a mere elimination, but a complete and traceless annihilation. Chapter 40 for the Dark Spear. Buzz. The Guardian's body, composed of pure shadow, began to tremble slightly, no longer converging into a single energy ray or launching a close-range attack. It slowly raised its arms, which were like bone blades. The surrounding space groaned under the strain, and visible ripples spread outwards from it. Dark energy surged towards it like a tide, coalescing, compressing, and twisting between its bony, blade-like arms. It is no longer a ray, nor an energy ball. Instead, it was a jet-black spear formed from pure dark energy and fragments of shattered space. Runes flowed across the spear, emanating a chilling aura. At the spearhead, space was distorted to an extreme degree, as if connecting to a void of annihilation. Just being pointed at by that spear from afar, Xiao Han felt as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His Eternal Night domain and Azure Lotus domain were as fragile as paper, easily pierced and suppressed by that incomparably sharp aura. The shadow of death descended once again, as if it were a tangible reality. This attack was more terrifying, more utterly devastating, and more desperate than any previous one. The Guardians have unleashed their true killing move. The glimmer of hope that had just been ignited was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over its head. Xiao Han's heart sank to the bottom. He could clearly feel that his body was completely exhausted from that punch. Although the Chaos Lotus was still repairing him, its speed was far from keeping up with the accumulation of injuries. The Eternal Night King was also somewhat weakened due to the forced resonance with the power of the ruins. Faced with this pitch-black spear that embodies the power of the Guardian's true form and may even contain a trace of true domain power, what can he use to block it? Is this really the end? Despite giving it your all, what you get in return is still an insurmountable chasm. A hint of bitterness spread across his lips. The moment the pitch-black spear took shape, a terrifying aura of annihilation engulfed Xiao Han like a tidal wave. It was no longer a simple energy oppression, but more like a judgment from a higher dimensional rule, aiming to completely erase him from existence. Where the spear tip pointed, space twisted into a grotesque vortex, as if opening a giant maw leading to nothingness. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed inwardly, his survival instinct overriding all other thoughts. He's like a wrecked boat in a raging storm. To fight back is tantamount to shipwreck and certain death. His only way out is to brave the waves. So close yet so far. At this moment, Xiao Han pushed this divine-level footwork to an unprecedented extreme. His figure was no longer merely blending into the shadows, but flashing and leaping wildly within the distorted and shattered spatial rifts. Each step was accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound of space tearing apart, and the solidified shadowy ground beneath their feet was cut with deep grooves by an invisible force. The space of the sacrificial hall groaned under the oppressive force of the black spears, as if it might collapse at any moment. The spear was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, each swing creating terrifying spatial rifts that silently cut towards Xiao Han's location. In the confined space, under a deadly attack, Xiao Han had no chance to catch his breath. He wasn't dodging, he was dancing on the edge of death. He brought the power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul to its fullest potential, perfectly matching the theme of so close yet so far. His figure became elusive, sometimes blending into the shadows of the wall, and sometimes vanishing into thin air just before the spear was swung, appearing in another shadow several meters away. Sizzle! 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 Despite Xiao Han's extreme speed, the Guardian's attack was too strange and swift, and its range was extremely large, almost blocking all escape routes. A spatial rift grazed his thigh, instantly slicing through a large chunk of flesh, revealing the stark white bones. The aftershock of another spear struck his left arm, instantly numbing it and nearly causing him to lose his grip on his fist. Excruciating pain. Unbearable pain surged through his nerves like a tidal wave, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Inside his body, the chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul suddenly accelerated its rotation. The green life energy is no longer a gentle stream, but a torrent that bursts its banks, rushing through every part of the body. The muscles are wriggling, trying to heal, the blood vessels are attempting to reconnect, and the numb nerves are sending prickling, needle-like pains through them. These are signs of recovery. But within the wound, the eerie gray-black energy and the invisible spatial tearing force clung tightly to the newly formed tissue, like maggots clinging to a bone, constantly damaging the lotus's repair and bringing waves of excruciating pain. The injury won't heal. Even though Xiao Han's twin martial soul domains were suppressed by the Guardian's domain, they were not just for show. The faint emerald glow emanating from the Chaos Lotus stood out starkly in the distorted darkness, stubbornly pushing open the tiny area and dispelling the suffocating sense of distortion. Although the area was small and the effect was limited, this slight interference caused the Guardian's absolute control over the space to falter slightly. The attack occasionally misses by just a tiny bit. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul is now Xiao Han's other pair of eyes. No, it is an even more acute perception. Darkness and shadow became its domain, guarding every flow of energy, and every subtle distortion of space was clearly reflected in Xiao Han's mind. Dancing on the edge of a knife, dodging between life and death. The tug of war between excruciating pain and recovery continued, but Xiao Han forced himself to calm down and focus all his attention on the perceptions transmitted by the Eternal Night King. He kept a close eye on the Guardian. Every time this thing swings the deadly black spear and tears through space, the energy fluctuations within its body are different. He noticed a detail. The moment the black, gleaming crystal on the Guardian's chest shines brightest is when the spear is most powerful and the spatial distortion is most terrifying. When it performs that kind of small-scale, high-frequency spatial cutting, in addition to the crystal on its chest, there are several inconspicuous spots on the surface of its body that will also flash in sync, with a particularly strong energy reaction. Those few points. Like the energy nodes that supported in performing such delicate spatial operations? A crazy thought exploded deep within Xiao Han's consciousness. This is the only way to survive. It's a high-stakes gamble where one wrong step could lead to utter ruin. His dodging route began to change. Instead of simply creating distance, they approached the issue from a more dangerous and closer angle to the Guardian. The speed was even deliberately slowed down by a beat. He's trying to lure the Guardian into changing his attack pattern. Ha, ha! Xiao Han gasped for breath, the taste of blood in his throat. After narrowly dodging the spear tip once again, he suddenly looked up and roared hoarsely, "Is that all you've got? Useless trash. Provocation. Blatant provocation." The Guardian's face, devoid of features, remained unchanged, but the surging shadow energy around it visibly surged violently. The attack suddenly became even more frenzied. It seemed to understand Xiao Han's intentions, and instead of simply locking on and pursuing, it began to predict Xiao Han's dodge direction, swinging the black spear faster and more densely. Instead of large-scale spatial tearing, it transforms into countless tiny, cunning spatial blades, piercing and cutting at a high frequency. The entire sacrificial hall was buzzing, and the air was filled with a sharp, piercing sensation as if it had been cut open. Xiao Han felt as if he were locked in a cage made of countless blades that was constantly shrinking, with less and less room to maneuver. Chapter 45. The adventure just now was a success. Puff! A spatial rift coiled around Xiao Han's calf like a venomous snake. He didn't have time to completely dodge it, and half of his calf was instantly torn apart, leaving a bloody mess. The excruciating pain made his vision go black, and he staggered, almost falling over. Call out! Almost simultaneously, another afterimage of a spear came from the side, grazing his waist and ribs, leaving another deep wound that exposed the bone. Xiao Han grunted, his body flying out like a rag doll, crashing into the stone pillar again. He struggled to get up, but found that the gray-black corrosive power at the wounds on his calves and ribs was more intense than ever before, and the repair speed of the Chaos Green Lotus was instantly suppressed to the minimum. "Damn it," he roared, his body trembling violently. His injuries were too severe. If this continued, even the Chaos Green Lotus's regenerative abilities wouldn't last long. But his eyes were unusually bright. The adventure we just had was a success. When the Guardian changed its attack pattern and began making high-frequency, small area cuts, he clearly detected more intense energy fluctuations in those areas. They are indeed the key nodes supporting this attack pattern, and are very likely the weak points of this shadowy body. The Guardians did not give him any more time. It seemed dissatisfied with its killing efficiency, and the black crystal shone brightly again, gathering even more terrifying energy, clearly preparing to unleash a stronger killing move to completely eliminate this stubborn intruder. The shadow of death loomed once again, but this time, there was no despair in Xiao Han's eyes, only a desperate madness. He knew he had no more chances to dodge or recover. This was his last chance. He must strike its weakness with overwhelming force before the Guardian can finish charging up. The remaining spiritual energy within his body, like a dried-up riverbed, was forcibly channeled by him and flowed towards his right fist. The Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, the two great martial souls, also sensed his resolute determination and emitted a final roar, squeezing out their remaining power and converging it into his fist. Fist of Destruction. This time, what was gathered on the fist was no longer a strange fusion of three powers, but the purest shadow dominance power of the Eternal Night King. The true meaning of destruction from the Destruction God Fist and the last remaining wisp of purification power from the Chaos Green Lotus were compressed to the extreme in a more stable and condensed way. On the fist, gray and deep black intertwined, emanating a terrifying aura that was both deathly still and full of destructive power. This power was so concentrated that the surrounding space could not contain it, and fine cracks appeared. Xiaohan struggled to his feet, his body swaying precariously, but his eyes were sharp as knives. He locked onto the few points on the Guardian's body where the energy fluctuations were most intense, as well as the black crystal on its chest that was gathering power. He was going to gamble. Gamble on his speed, gamble on his strength, gamble on his incredible luck that could change his destiny. I'm betting everything on this punch. A low growl emanated from deep within his throat, carrying a bloody and defiant tone. The next moment, Xiaohan's figure, like an arrow released from a bow, carrying his right fist which had gathered all his power, rushed towards the Guardian who was gathering his strength without hesitation. He intends to attack where the enemy must defend. He wants to directly confront the martial emperor. A piercing screech tore through the deathly silence of the sacrificial hall. The black crystal in the center of the Guardian's smooth face shone brightly, like a condensed black hole, frantically devouring all the light and energy around it. The jet-black spear, which condensed its own power in fragments of space, had an annihilation aura at its tip so dense that it had become tangible. The surrounding space twisted and shattered violently like boiling water, emitting a tooth-grinding groan. A decisive blow. This was undoubtedly a fatal strike. With this attack, let alone Xiaohan's current state of exhaustion and severe injury, even if he were at his peak, he would probably not escape the fate of being completely annihilated. There is nowhere to retreat, nowhere to escape. The shadow of death transformed into cold tentacles, tightly gripping Xiaohan's throat, the feeling of suffocation more intense than ever before. However, in this desperate situation, a near-mad light suddenly burst forth from the depths of Xiaohan's bloodshot eyes. He no longer tried to activate close to the ends of the earth for futile dodging. His body swayed precariously, as if he would collapse completely at any moment, but his hunched back suddenly straightened up. Come on! A hoarse roar, mixed with blood and defiance, exploded from the depths of his throat. Within his body, the dried-up spiritual energy riverbed was forcibly squeezed out its last trickle at the cost of burning his life essence. The creation heaven-reaching technique was operating at an unprecedented speed, with every cell groaning and trembling. Behind him, the phantoms of the two divine-level martial souls, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, seemed to sense the host's resolute will to perish together with the enemy, and also emitted a final and most brilliant roar. Buzz! The Chaos Green Lotus no longer maintained its vast domain. All the boundless life force and the extremely pure purification light, like rivers flowing into the sea, condensed into a thin line of emerald green with specks of gold, which wrapped around Xiaohan's right fist. Roar! The phantom of the Night King suddenly shrank, transforming into an extremely deep dark mark, imprinted on Xiaohan's fist. The domineering power of the Shadow Ruler and the strange steps of spatial control were fully integrated at this moment. Fist of Destruction. It was still the same incomplete fist technique, but at this moment, under Xiaohan's relentless urging and with the support of the two divine-level martial soul source powers, the intent of this punch reached an unprecedented peak. It is no longer a simple destruction, no longer mere darkness, and certainly not a gentle purification. Instead, fusion. Destruction is its bones, darkness its flesh, and purification its soul. Three distinct and even mutually restraining forces achieved an extremely subtle yet incredibly solid balance on Xiaohan's fist, which was burning with life and will. The fist's edge was no longer a mixture of gray and depth, but had transformed into an indescribable, chaotic color. It was as if all things had just begun, yet also as if the universe had come to an end. That aura was no longer violent. Instead, it was extremely restrained, with only a faint fluctuation emanating from it, yet it caused the surrounding distorted space to pause slightly. The black spear that the Guardian was about to throw seemed to sense this unusually dangerous aura. The annihilation vortex at the tip of the spear spun faster, clearly intending to take the initiative and completely eliminate the threat. Now! Xiaohan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. So close yet so far. Instead of retreating, his figure transformed into a blurry streak of light, like a moth drawn to a flame, rushing headlong towards the Guardian that embodied world-destroying energy. He didn't choose the energy nodes on the surface of the Guardian's body, he had only one target, the black crystal that was shining wildly and served as the core of all energy. Chapter 46: The Minimal Cost. Attack where they must defend. Break through the enemy's defenses by targeting a single point. The Guardian's movements froze for a moment. It seemed completely unprepared for the ant to not flee in fear when faced with its deadly attack, but instead dared to launch a charge. But it is, after all, a terrifying existence at the martial grandmaster level, with reaction speeds that are extremely fast. The pitch-black spear that was originally about to be thrown paused slightly at the tip, and the terrifying energy instantly changed direction, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, piercing straight at Xiao Han, who was coming towards him. Fast. Too fast. Wherever the spear passed, sections of space collapsed, leaving behind a dark trail. However, just before the spear was about to hit Xiao Han, his figure appeared at a completely illogical angle. Like teleportation, it was forcibly moved half an inch to the side in the extremely distorted space. Under the pressure of life and death, he actually grasped the profound meaning of "so close yet so far" even more deeply. He didn't completely dodge, but instead, with minimal cost, he grazed the edge of the spear and cut into the Guardian's close range. Put. The terrifying annihilation power contained in the spear instantly vaporized Xiao Han's left shoulder and half of his chest just by grazing it. Even the life energy of the Chaos Green Lotus didn't have time to react. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Xiao Han's consciousness like a tsunami, but he bit his tongue tightly, forcibly maintaining the last shred of clarity in his right fist, which was condensed with all his power and shimmering with a chaotic light. Undeterred, it struck the Guardian's chest with deadly precision, hitting the wildly beating black crystal. Thump! A deep, muffled sound, as if striking ancient ice, rang out. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Immediately afterwards. Snap! A crisp, heavenly cracking sound suddenly rang out in the hall. All that could be seen was the surface of the black crystal on the Guardian's chest, which was indestructible and could barely be marked even by the previous full-force attack of Destruction God Fist. Centered on the point where Xiao Han's fist landed, a fine, spiderweb-like crack suddenly appeared. Although the crack was tiny, it kept spreading, like a crack made on ice, rapidly spreading throughout the entire crystal. Ha! A scream, no longer the inhuman, beastly screech of before, but a shriek filled with unbelievable pain and rage, suddenly erupted from the Guardian's body. Its body, composed of pure shadow, trembled violently, and the energy of the jet-black spear in its hand instantly went out of control and exploded. A violent surge of energy swept out like a hurricane. Xiao Han, who was directly hit, was blown away by the out-of-control energy storm before he could even utter a sound. His body crashed through several broken stone pillars like a tattered sack, finally embedding itself deeply into the wall at the far end of the hall, his fate unknown. The Guardian staggered back a few steps, looking down at the core crystal on its chest, which was riddled with cracks and whose light was dimming rapidly. Its smooth face was contorted in extreme pain. It's injured. Its core was severely damaged by an ant in its eyes, in a way it could not understand. This is an unprecedented disgrace. An uncontrollable rage erupted within it, like a volcano. Buzzing. The entire sacrificial hall groaned under the weight of the Guardian's fury. Dark spatial rifts, like living things, roamed and cut across its body, more dense and more violent than ever before. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the shallow, human-shaped hole in the wall. The life force there was extremely weak, but like a candle flickering in the wind, it stubbornly refused to be extinguished. It will crush him. In the most cruel way, crush this ant that dared to desecrate it, along with its soul, into nothingness. A terrifying killing intent, as if it were a tangible force, permeated the entire ruined space, causing it to tremble as if succumbed to the Guardian's wrath. The excruciating pain of being embedded in the wall almost caused Xiao Han to completely lose consciousness. It felt as if his bones had been crushed and then haphazardly pieced back together, and his internal organs seemed to have turned into a pile of mud. Every weak breath was accompanied by excruciating pain. The area from my left shoulder to my chest was completely empty, even the pain had become numb, there was only a sense of emptiness as if I had been completely erased. That was the terrible mark left by the power of annihilation. If it weren't for the primordial green light of the Chaos Green Lotus acting as a last line of defense, protecting his heart and sea of consciousness and constantly repairing his broken body, he would probably be a cold corpse embedded in the wall by now. Roar! Inside the sacrificial hall, the Guardian's roar unleashed an even more violent energy storm. The black crystal on its chest, riddled with cracks, flickered with light. The energy it emitted no longer coalesced into the previous pitch-black spear, but instead transformed into countless fine, chaotic, and irregular spatial rifts, like a runaway meat grinder, frantically slicing through every inch of space in the hall. Stone pillars collapsed, the ground cracked, and the ancient murals on the walls rapidly peeled away and blurred under the onslaught of energy. The entire ruined space groaned and trembled under the Guardian's fury, as if it were about to collapse completely at any moment. Wounded beasts are often more dangerous because they have lost their reason and are left with only a pure desire for destruction. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Han coughed up a mouthful of black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. The green light of the Chaos Green Lotus suddenly intensified, forcibly suppressing the churning blood and qi, and a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. I can't die here. With his last ounce of strength, he used his still intact right arm and legs to break free from the dent in the wall and stagger to the ground. Almost the instant he landed, several pitch-black spatial rift blades silently sliced through him, blocking all his escape routes. Although the Guardian's attacks were chaotic, they were also more concentrated and harder to defend against. So close yet so far. Xiao Han's mind raced, and the power of his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was pushed to its limit, creating a faint resonance with the already distorted dark space. His figure flickered like a candle in the wind, narrowly passing through the gaps between several cracked blades. Sizzle! A sharp blade still grazed his back, tearing open the wound that had just been barely repaired by the power of the Azure Lotus, exposing the bone once more. Damn it, Mad Dog mode? Xiao Han cursed under his breath. The excruciating pain made him grimace, but it also ignited the ruthlessness in his bones. Although the Guardian was berserk, its attacks had clearly lost their previous precision and focus, and were more like an impotent rage that was venting its power. This might be an opportunity. While dodging the spatial rift blades that rained down like a storm, he forcibly activated the Creation Heaven Reaching technique, attempting to draw a sliver of power from the chaotic energy around him. Chapter 47, We Can't Outlast It. The shadow-devouring ability of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was passively activated, and he greedily absorbed the pure shadow energy dissipating around him, including even the wisps of primordial power leaking from the core crack of the Guardian. Although it was only a drop in the ocean compared to his current consumption, it was better than nothing. At least it could restore some of the Eternal Night King's power and maintain the operation of close to the ends of the earth. However, the Guardian's domain suppression remained like a persistent leech, omnipresent. Every dodge was incredibly difficult, and every spatial jump felt like it was tearing his soul apart. This won't do. Simply dodging and harassing it won't outlast it. Xiao Han's mind raced. We must find a way to weaken its domain suppression, even if only for a moment. Twin martial souls, the nascent form of a domain, overlapping? A crazy thought surged into his mind. The Chaos Lotus's domain focuses on purification, life, and defense, while the Eternal Night Monarch's domain focuses on shadow, space, and suppression. Their attributes are completely different, even somewhat contradictory. What would happen if they were forcibly superimposed? I can't worry about that anymore. Xiao Han's eyes hardened, and with a thought, the phantoms of the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch reappeared behind him. Although they were much dimmer and more illusory than before, they still exuded the unique pressure of a god-level martial soul. Melt! He let out a low shout, attempting to guide and converge the two completely different forces. Buzz! The vibrant green aura of life collided violently with the deep, dark shadows. There was no violent explosion as expected. Instead, it was like water and oil, repelling each other, yet barely intertwining and merging under the forceful restraint of Xiao Han's powerful mental strength. A strange, extremely unstable field, with its light flickering and its edges constantly twisting and trembling, spread out from Xiao Han at its center. Half of it is a vibrant green, and the other half is a dark black that devours light. At the boundary between the two, energy clashes violently, constantly annihilating and regenerating, forming a chaotic and indistinct zone. As soon as this temporary dual domain was formed, the omnipresent sense of spatial distortion and oppression around it was actually weakened by a slight amount. Although the area was small and extremely unstable, and could collapse at any time, it did buy Xiao Han a precious breathing space. The Guardian seemed to have also noticed the interference of this strange domain with its power, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Countless spatial blades surged toward Xiao Han like a tide, trying to tear this obstructive domain and the people inside to shreds. However, thanks to this brief respite and the slight resistance brought by the dual domains, Xiao Han was noticeably more at ease when dodging. The footwork of so close yet so far has become smoother and more unpredictable, and can even use the power of the Eternal Night domain to perform shadow jumps with shorter distances but faster frequency. Like a tireless ghost, he traversed and wandered through the raging energy storm, occasionally seizing the gaps in the Guardian's attacks to unleash a trace of destructive fist intent. Harassing attacks on non-core parts of the Guardian, while not causing substantial damage, can further enrage it and make its attacks more chaotic. Just as Xiao Han was struggling to hold on and trying to find a new weakness, his pupils suddenly contracted. The cracks that were originally scattered on the black crystal on the Guardian's chest began to slowly heal at a visible speed, nourished by the shadow energy surging around it. Although it's not fast, it is indeed healing itself. Damn! It can even restore health? Xiao Han's heart sank. This thing's regenerative ability is insane. It can even repair the cracks that I risked my life to create? If things continue like this, once its core is fully restored, my advantage will vanish, and I won't even be able to roam and harass it anymore. I'll be doomed. It must happen quickly. We must find a way to destroy it completely. Attacking the core crystal alone is not enough, or rather, my current strength is not enough to completely destroy that crystal in one blow. There must be other weaknesses, or special methods of countering them. Xiao Han's gaze swept rapidly across the entire sacrificial hall as he dodged the attack. Since this is the ruins of some powerful being, this guardian was clearly created to watch over this place. So, will the being that created it leave behind any information about it? Or any means of controlling it? His gaze finally fell on the broken stone pillars and the ancient murals on the walls, which, although blurred and peeling, still revealed their general outlines. When he entered earlier, he saw murals that seemed to depict the origins of the Chaos Lotus and the Eternal Night King, as well as an earth-shattering battle. The image of the Guardian also seemed to have appeared in some corners. Could it be that the key to breaking the deadlock lies in these seemingly inconspicuous murals and stone pillars? In the instant he was distracted in thought, the Guardian seized the opportunity, and a thick spatial rift, like a black lightning bolt, suddenly appeared beside him and slashed down fiercely. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Han's mind. He instantly pushed his dual domains to their limits and simultaneously activated the close-to-the-world footwork, twisting his body at an incredible angle. Put! The spatial rift grazed his side, avoiding vital organs, but still tearing away a large patch of flesh and blood. The dual domains were instantly torn open, and the intense energy conflict caused his blood and chi to surge, almost making it impossible for him to maintain the stability of the domains. Concentrate, kid. Don't be in such a hurry to die. The system's slightly teasing voice suddenly rang in Xiao Han's mind, which invigorated him. System? You have a way? Xiao Han asked anxiously while dodging the attack. As for solutions, the system is omnipotent, of course, the system said cheekily. But, isn't it boring to just tell you the answer directly? I've already given you the hint, go find it yourself. Friendly reminder, if you delay any longer, that rock will fully recover. After saying that, the system went silent again. Xiao Han was speechless. This damn system always knew how to keep things mysterious at crucial moments. Hint? Mural? Stone pillar? He forced himself to calm down, continuing to deal with the Guardian while focusing more on observing his surroundings. The murals depict grand scenes, including towering blue lotuses swaying and shining, a dark king who devours everything and reigns supreme in the night sky, and scenes of the two fighting side by side against some unknown enemies with distorted forms and evil auras. The image of the Guardian does indeed appear in the corners of several murals depicting the great battle, seemingly as servants or weapons of those unknown enemies. On one of the murals, Xiao Han's gaze suddenly froze. The mural seems to depict the end of a great battle, where the Chaos Lotus and the Eternal Night King defeated a powerful enemy. However, it itself was also severely damaged, its radiance dimmed. And at the center of the image, instead of a blue lotus or a king, stood a building strikingly similar to the sacrificial hall before them. Chapter 48. I don't believe you for a second. In the center of the building, there also stands a statue of a guardian, but unlike the one in front of us, the guardian in the mural does not have a black crystal embedded in his chest, but nothing at all. At its feet lay countless broken fragments, similar in material to the crystal on its chest. Around the guardian statue, there are some extremely complex and twisted runes. These runes seem to form a huge array, firmly imprisoning the guardian statue in place. What made Xiao Han's heart pound even harder was that on the dome of that building, there was a blooming, black lotus flower. Its form subtly echoes the shadow lotus he encountered in the valley and the evolution direction of the martial soul rewarded by the system. Could it be that the core of this guardian's power was not innate, but was implanted later? And do these murals and runes record methods to control or even destroy it? A bold guess flashed through Xiao Han's mind like lightning. Damn system, can't you just click on the prompt directly? Friendly reminder? I don't believe you for a second. Shao Han mentally ranted, desperately dodging the Guardian's storm of spatial blades while forcibly immersing his mind in the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, attempting to capture that elusive hint. The Guardian's attacks became increasingly frenzied. Although the crack in the crystal on its chest was slowly healing, the energy fluctuations emanating from it became even more chaotic. Clearly, Shao Han's desperate attack had had a far more profound impact on it than it appeared on the surface. Each cut made by the spatial rift blade carried an unstable and volatile aura. Just then, Shao Han's Eternal Night Monarch martial soul trembled violently. It wasn't because of the Guardian's attack, but rather a resonance originating from this ancient space. Previously, he had only vaguely sensed the connection between his martial spirit and the ruins, but now, as he focused his attention completely, this sense became clearer than ever before. His perception seemed to penetrate the raging energy storm, no longer limited to the Guardian himself, but spreading like a tide to every corner of the entire sacrificial hall. Those broken stone pillars are not inanimate objects. The faded murals on the walls are more than just records. Within his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul perception, inside the stone pillar and deep within the murals, were engraved mysterious runes that were extremely complex, obscure, yet contained immense energy. These runes, like countless stars, are scattered throughout the hall, interconnected in a mysterious way to form an invisible network of unimaginable size. And the Guardians stand at the very center of this network. The black crystal on its chest, which is slowly repairing itself, is the hub of this energy network. Every attack by the Guardian, every time it invokes the power of space, is clearly reflected on this rune network, causing the runes in specific areas to flicker and the energy to flow. The contents of the murals he had seen earlier flashed through his mind like a movie in fast forward. The towering, primordial blue lotus purifies all things, bringing boundless vitality. The Dark King reigns over eternal night, wielding shadows and traversing the void. The two stand side by side, fighting against a terrifying enemy from an unknown dimension, distorted in form, and exuding an ominous aura. A cataclysmic war raged, stars fell, and the void shattered in the end, the azure lotus withered, the monarch crumbled, and everything was reduced to countless fragments scattered across the myriad realms. One of the murals depicts the prototype of this sacrificial hall. The Guardian statue in the center of the mural has a hollow chest, broken crystals at its feet, and is bound by intricate rune chains. I see. A flash of inspiration cleaved through the fog like lightning, and Shao Han instantly understood. This Guardian is not the original owner of the ruins, nor even an independent life form. It is more like a program, a powerful Guardian created and controlled by the core power of the ruins through these rune networks. Its source of power is the ruins themselves, with the black crystal on its chest serving as an energy interface and controller. The stone pillars and murals throughout the hall are the lines and nodes that control it. Attacking the Guardian's main body, especially the crystal with self-healing ability, is certainly effective, but as long as the ruin's energy supply continues and the rune network remains intact, it can continue to recover and may even become stronger. The real weakness is not the Guardian itself, but the ruin that sustains its existence, these seemingly insignificant rune nodes. Damn it, after all that, I turned in the wrong direction. Shao Han cursed under his breath, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Now that we've found the right strategy, there's nothing to hesitate about. His evasive maneuvers suddenly changed. Instead of simply creating distance and dodging attacks, they began to consciously move closer to the nearest stone pillar engraved with complex runes. The stone pillar was riddled with wounds from the energy shockwaves of the previous battle, but the runes on it still emitted a faint yet resilient light, echoing the crystal on the Guardian's chest, with the flow of energy clearly visible. The Guardian sensed Shao Han's intention almost the instant he changed direction. Ho! A shriek, sharper and more piercing than ever before, suddenly rang out. The voice was filled with terror and rage, as if Shao Han had touched its most core taboo. Buzz! The energy fluctuations around the Guardian instantly became even more violent. It seemed to have given up on repairing the crystal in its chest, allowing the crack to widen again, and instead gathered all the power it could muster. It transformed into thicker, more solid, and terrifyingly annihilating black spatial rifts, like black venomous pythons that came to life, frantically strangling and killing Shao Han. It would stop at nothing to prevent Shao Han from getting close to that stone pillar. Pressure. Unprecedented pressure. Shao Han felt as if he were in a cage that was shrinking rapidly and filled with blades. Deadly threats were everywhere, and the space was being cut into pieces. Even the agility and movement in so close yet so far became extremely difficult, and several times he narrowly missed the edge of the crack, leaving behind large amounts of blood. He could even clearly feel that the Guardian's cold will had completely locked onto him, and the attack was no longer held back at all, it was a fight to the death. Are you crazy? It's just a slight bump on a pillar, why are you getting so worked up? Xiao Han said, having the leisure to complain even while awkwardly dodging the attack. This only confirmed his suspicions. These runic pillars were definitely the Guardian's Achilles' heel. Let's give it our all. A resolute glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He took a deep breath and poured all the spiritual power he had left, along with the last bit of primal power squeezed out from his two martial souls, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, into his legs and right fist. Chapter 49. Hurry! 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 So close yet so far. His speed soared to its limit at that moment. It was no longer a strange dodge, but transformed into a straight streak of light with an indomitable momentum. Ignoring the several spatial rift blades attacking from the side, and enduring some of the damage, they still forced their way toward the stone pillar that was so close at hand. Put! Put! Two sharp blades instantly tore his thigh and side, blood gushing out, and the excruciating pain almost made him faint. But he gritted his teeth and used the impact to his advantage, making him even faster. At the same time, the Guardian's powerful attack, which had gathered all its strength and was enough to instantly injure even a martial grandmaster, had transformed into a dark beam of destructive light, tearing through space and arriving in an instant, its target aimed directly at his back. Hurry! 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 Xiao Han's eyes were fixed on the stone pillar and the key rune at its center, which he had seen in the murals and which served as the core of energy flow. Now! Just as the Guardian's destructive beam was about to strike his back, Xiao Han finally rushed to the stone pillar. He suddenly twisted his body, concentrating all his strength, all his will, and all his hope into his right fist. The true meaning of destruction from the Destruction God Fist merged once again with the purest shadow dominance of the Eternal Night King in a violent manner. Chaotic light shone on the fist, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. Break it for me! A roar echoed throughout the entire sacrificial hall. Without hesitation, Xiao Han's right fist, carrying all his strength, slammed into the slightly glowing core rune on the stone pillar. Thump! A dull thud resounded, as if striking a resilient yet fragile point. Time seemed to freeze for a moment once again. Click! Click! A clear cracking sound came from inside the stone pillar. The core rune that had been struck by Xiao Han's fist suddenly dimmed, and then spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread out, covering the entire rune. Buzz! The entire stone pillar suddenly trembled violently, as if it had lost some kind of core support, and the internal energy flow instantly became chaotic. Almost at the same time, Hohoa, the Guardian, let out an even more shrill and painful scream. Its huge shadowy body suddenly stiffened, and the violent energy fluctuations around it weakened instantly, like a punctured balloon. The destructive beam of light that was about to hit Xiao Han's back also lost much of its power, and its trajectory was slightly deviated. It works! It really works! Xiao Han was overjoyed. However, before he could even rejoice for more than a second, an even more terrifying backlash suddenly erupted from the violently trembling stone pillar and the shattered core runes. This force was not directed at the Guardians, but rather precisely targeted the culprit who destroyed the rune Xiao Han. It was a chaotic, violent, and destructive torrent of primal energy, as if the entire ruins array was punishing the intruders. Holy crap! Xiao Han's expression changed drastically. He tried to back away, but found himself firmly held in front of the stone pillar by an invisible force, unable to move at all. Just as the violent torrent of energy was about to completely engulf him, the Guardian's attack, though weakened, was still deadly and followed closely behind. Wolves in front, tigers behind. Xiao Han has once again fallen into an unprecedented predicament. Holy crap! Xiao Han's expression changed drastically. The torrent of backlash energy surging from the broken runes of the stone pillar was violent and chaotic, carrying a primal aura of destruction, as if it were the punishment for the entire ancient ruins being provoked, and instantly locked onto him. An invisible force held him firmly in place in front of the trembling stone pillar, making it impossible for him to break free. At the same time, the dark beam of destruction behind them, though weakened considerably, was still deadly, carrying the Guardians' last madness and resentment, tearing through space and roaring towards them. Ahead lies a violent backlash of energy, behind lies the desperate pursuit of the Guardians. A true dead end. More complete and suffocating than ever before. Escape? Where to escape to? Under this double lock and spatial disorder, so close yet so far, was almost useless. To withstand it head-on? Given his current exhausted state, he would be instantly reduced to dust no matter which side attacked him. Damn it, I've gone too far. A bitter feeling flashed through Xiao Han's mind, but it was quickly replaced by an even stronger sense of ruthlessness. A dead end? Then let's see who dies first. The Guardian's power was weakened by the destruction of the runestone pillars, that's a fact. The core crystal on its chest still bears the crack, that's also a fact. It has now abandoned all defenses, concentrating all its power into this one strike, that's equally a fact. This means, it is also at its most vulnerable moment right now. I'm taking the gamble. A terrifying light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, a kind of madness that was driven by a desire to survive even in the face of death. He abruptly stopped his futile attempt to break free from the stone pillar's grip, and instead, with a desperate gamble, concentrated his remaining strength once more into his right fist. It wasn't a destructive beam of light blasting behind them, nor was it a futile defense against the torrent of energy in front of them. There is only one target: the black crystal on the Guardian's chest, which is covered in cracks and whose light flickers erratically. Smash it, you son of a bitch! A hoarse roar echoed throughout the crumbling sacrificial hall. Behind him, the illusory image of the chaotic green lotus shone brightly, no longer a soft, life-giving green light, but condensed into a nearly solid, emerald green cone that pierced Xiao Han's back. The immense life force and purifying power, like a flood bursting its banks, forcibly poured into his already collapsing body. This was an overdraft, a burning out. Before him, the phantom of the Night King completely merged into his right fist, and the domineering power of the Shadow Overlord and the resonance with the relic space reached their peak. The space around the fist began to distort and collapse, as if a miniature black hole was being formed. At this moment, he pushed the unfinished Secrets of Destruction fist to an unprecedented extreme by burning his life and soul. Annihilation. Devouring. Purification. The three primordial forces were no longer a forced fusion as before, but were forcibly twisted into one under the pressure of life and death in a way that was almost destructive. On the edge of the fist, the chaotic color was extremely dense, no longer just light, but transformed into a viscous, seemingly all-consuming, chaotic liquid. Now! Xiao Han suddenly threw a punch. There was no earth-shattering sound, even the sound of something breaking through the air was extremely faint. But wherever this punch passed, whether it was the violent energy torrent from the stone pillar's backlash or the annihilating aura emanating from the edge of the Guardian's destructive beam, everything crumbled upon contact. It was as if they had encountered their natural nemesis, and were easily decomposed, devoured, and annihilated by that chaotic fist intent. For the first time, a flicker of fear appeared on the Guardian's smooth face. It seemed to want to deflect the attack, to retreat, to defend itself. But it was too late. Chapter 50. Congratulations, host. It had exhausted all its strength to unleash this fatal blow, and now it was at the moment when its old strength was depleted and its new strength had not yet been generated. Xiao Han's punch was a culmination of all his will, power, and the final essence of his two divine-level martial souls. Puff! A soft sound, like a bubble bursting, rang out. The fist, shimmering with chaotic liquid, struck the center of the crack in the black crystal on the Guardian's chest with perfect precision. Time seemed to freeze completely at that moment. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling display of light. There was only deathly silence. Immediately afterwards. Click. Click. Like the sound of ice cracking, it rang out from inside the black crystal, dense and crisp. The Guardian's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the violent energy fluctuations around it dissipated rapidly like a receding tide. It slowly lowered its head and looked at the crystal on its chest, which served as the core of its power. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, which quickly spread to the entire crystal. A short, dry syllable emanated from the Guardian, carrying endless resentment and bewilderment. The next second. Boom! The black crystal shattered with a deafening roar. It transformed into countless tiny, jet-black fireflies, scattering in all directions. Without the support of its core, the Guardian's massive body, made of pure shadow energy, melted and disintegrated inch by inch, like snow exposed to sunlight or a sandcastle washed away by the tide on a beach, starting from the point of contact with the fist. Countless black specks of light rose up, like dancing ashes, swirling and scattering in the air before gradually merging into this ancient, dark space and disappearing. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire sacrificial hall from beginning to end also dissipated. Only the residual energy from the stone pillar's backlash remained, raging in the air like rootless duckweed for a few moments before gradually subsiding. The entire sacrificial hall fell into a deathly silence. Only Xiao Han's heavy, weak breathing remained. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the Martial Grandmaster Level 4 Ruins Guardian Elite Template. Overall rating, SSS+. detected that the host, with a cultivation level of martial artist level 6, has crossed 2 major realms and 3 minor realms to defeat a powerful enemy at the martial grandmaster level 4, achieving the impossible challenge achievement. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the special title, Defiant of Fate. When worn, it creates a mental deterrent against enemies at the martial grandmaster level and below. When fighting enemies at the martial grandmaster level, all attributes are slightly increased. Congratulations, host, you have gained preliminary exploration access to the core area of the ruins. Restrictions on some areas have been lifted, allowing you to explore some inherited information. Detection indicates that the host's Eternal Night Monarch martial soul has absorbed a large amount of pure energy of the same origin, and the host's fighting will has broken through its limits. The martial soul evolution opportunity has been fully triggered. Please choose an evolution direction or meet the evolution conditions as soon as possible. Congratulations, host. You have obtained clues to the remaining fragments of the Fist of Annihilation stored in the system space. You can view them at any time. A series of system notification sounds, like heavenly music, rang out in Xiaohan's nearly dried up sea of consciousness. Thump! His tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and boundless fatigue and excruciating pain overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Xiaohan could no longer hold on. His vision went black, and his body went limp as he fell backward, crashing heavily onto the cold, broken ground. Almost every part of his body was unharmed. Multiple bones were fractured, muscles were torn, meridians were severed, and internal organs were shaken to the point of being like mud. The hole in his left shoulder was still shocking. It was a permanent wound left by the power of annihilation, and even the Chaos Green Lotus could not repair it for an exceptionally long time. But on his face, a hideous smile stretched out, yet it was filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe. Ha, I survived. A faint sound escaped from his chapped lips. Just before his consciousness faded into darkness, he could feel the Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul emitting an unprecedented soft green light, like a warm tide enveloping his broken body. A vast and pure life energy began to slowly and steadily heal his wounds and nourish his parched soul. We won. In a brutal and extreme manner, he ultimately won this seemingly hopeless battle. And the harvest was equally abundant, enough to make one's heart tremble. Dead silence. After the Guardians completely disappeared, the vast sacrificial hall fell into a chilling silence, with only Xiaohan's heavy, bellows-like breathing echoing in the empty space. Cough, cough, cough. Every breath caused excruciating pain, pulling at almost every inch of his broken bones and torn muscles. The void on his left shoulder, created by the vaporized power of annihilation, was particularly striking. The residual destructive energy at the edges stubbornly resisted the Chaos Green Lotus's repair with each surge of green light. All of these were accompanied by a subtle, crackling sound, like ice crystals shattering, and an indescribable stinging pain. He lay on the cold ground, feeling like a lump of mud that had been violently kneaded, unable even to move a finger. The glaring SSS Plus rating and the title Defiant of Fate on the system panel seemed particularly ironic at that moment. Damn it! I almost really died here. Xiaohan grinned, pulling at the wound on his face, wincing in pain, yet unable to suppress a laugh. He survived, in an almost impossible way, from a genuine martial grandmaster. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul was operating at an unprecedented efficiency, its gentle yet boundless life energy washing over his broken body like a warm tide. The broken bones are slowly mending, the torn muscles are regrowing, and the dried-up meridians are being nourished and repaired little by little. Although the process was slow, that inexhaustible force gave him immense comfort and support. System, this time, you've shown some conscience. Xiaohan silently complained in his heart, then began to struggle to get up. He used his still movable right hand to support himself on the ground, mobilizing the last bit of strength that the Chaos Green Lotus had just restored, in an attempt to prop himself up. The creaking sound of bones grinding together was clearly audible, and waves of excruciating pain washed over him, causing his vision to blur and cold sweat to instantly soak through his tattered clothes. Hiss. He gasped, gritted his teeth, and with his indomitable will, slowly pushed himself up from the ground and leaned against the wall behind him. This simple action almost exhausted all the strength he had just recovered. He gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the center of the hall, where the Guardians had vanished. There were no physical remains left there, nor were there any treasure chests or altars as one might have imagined. Instead, there was a slowly rotating, deep energy vortex that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Chapter 51: The Unknown Dimension. The vortex was composed entirely of pure, extreme shadow energy, with faint, distorted spatial cracks visible at its edges, like black lightning, constantly appearing and disappearing. It is not static, but flows slowly according to a mysterious law, exuding an ancient, vast, yet fatally attractive aura. The moment the vortex appeared, the eternal night monarch martial soul within Xiao Han's body trembled violently, emitting an extremely joyful, even somewhat urgent, buzzing sound. A powerful longing from the depths of his soul, like the loudest horn, urged him to approach that vortex. It was as if that place held what it needed most, its final resting place, and the source of its strength. This feeling is 100 times stronger than when I sensed the shadow lotus before. This is the core of the ruins? A flash of understanding crossed Xiao Han's eyes. The guardian was both the key and the door. Only by defeating it could the true treasure be revealed. He struggled, dragging his badly injured body, moving step by step, extremely slowly, toward the shadowy vortex that exuded endless allure. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge, with blood constantly seeping from the wounds, leaving scarlet marks behind. But he didn't care at all. The joyful roar of the eternal night monarch's martial soul grew louder and louder, and the attraction originating from his soul grew stronger and stronger, as if an invisible hand was pulling him forward. Finally, he arrived in front of the whirlpool. Upon closer inspection, the pure shadow power and distorted spatial laws became even clearer, and the immense energy fluctuations almost suffocated him. The center of the vortex was incredibly deep, as if it connected to another unknown dimension. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han extended his scarred and blood-stained right hand and gently touched the slowly rotating vortex of shadow. The instant your fingertips touched the vortex. Buzz. It was like the explosion of the singularity at the beginning of the universe, or like the simultaneous fall of countless stars. An indescribable, vast torrent of information, mixed with pure energy powerful enough to burst a martial emperor, surged into his mind and body like a bursting dam, flowing wildly from his fingertips. Ugh! Xiao Han felt as if his head was about to explode. Countless ancient, obscure, and profound runes, images, ideas, and fragments of laws, like the most violent storm, were assaulting his soul. That is the ultimate mystery of shadow, the deep laws of space, and an ancient tradition called the Shadow Void Scripture. The Book of Shadow Void. A top-tier cultivation technique that points directly to the martial grandmaster realm, and may even surpass it. Its core is to perfectly fuse the power of shadow with the power of space, control the void, traverse dimensions, transform into eternal night, and dominate the shadow. At the same time, there are also some more fragmented, older, and more obscure pieces of information, like pearls buried deep in the river of time, occasionally shimmering with a faint light. That's about the origin of the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night King. Although it was just a few words, a fleeting glimpse, it vaguely pointed to an extremely distant and ancient era, a terrifying war that swept across the heavens and involved unimaginable beings, and the true secret of the birth of these two legendary martial souls. This information was too complex and profound for Xiao Han to fully understand and absorb with his current level of cultivation and soul strength. He could only barely imprint it deep within his soul, like planting seeds waiting to sprout. The immense energy that surged in at the same time was even more direct. That is the purest source of shadow and spatial power accumulated at the core of this ruin over countless years. The moment this energy entered his body, it was sensed by the two divine-level martial souls within Xiao Han's body. The Chaos Lotus swayed gently, actively guiding a portion of the energy to repair Xiao Han's collapsing body, while simultaneously emitting a gentle purifying power to neutralize any potential violent energy within it. The Eternal Night King martial soul, like a gluttonous beast that had been starving for billions of years, let out a satisfied and majestic low roar and opened its arms completely. Boom! The immense power of shadow and space, as if finding an outlet, surged wildly into the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul. The phantom of the Eternal Night King, which had already taken a step on the path of Shadow Overlord, began a truly earth-shattering, profound evolution under the nourishment of this homogeneous, pure, and vast energy. Its phantom solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, no longer a blurry outline, but as if it were wearing a solid armor woven from the deepest darkness and broken starlight. The armor was engraved with countless mysterious runes, flowing with chilling shadows and spatial fluctuations. Its face was still blurry, but its eyes had become like two black holes that devoured everything, deep, majestic, and full of domineering power. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that before emanated from the evolved Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, even causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Xiao Han could clearly feel that his control over the power of shadow and his perception of spatial fluctuations were soaring exponentially. At the same time, the mantra and operating route of the Shadow Void Scripture that he had just obtained in his mind became incredibly clear under the influence of this energy, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. To his even greater surprise, he discovered that this Shadow Void Scripture had a strange compatibility with the creation heaven-reaching technique he had previously cultivated. The creation and transcendence secret is all-encompassing and all-embracing, a method for laying an unparalleled foundation, like the most expansive land. The Shadow Void scripture, on the other hand, specializes in shadow and space, much like the most powerful, mysterious, and deadly towering demonic tree that has grown on this land. The combination of the two is not in conflict, but rather complementary and mutually reinforcing. The creation heaven-reaching technique can provide the Shadow Void scripture with a more powerful, purer, and more inclusive spiritual foundation. The Shadow Void scripture can transform the power derived from the creation heaven-reaching technique into the ultimate application of shadow and space in the most efficient and powerful way. Great! That's wonderful! Xiao Han was overjoyed. He knew he had to start cultivating immediately. This was not only to absorb the enormous energy that could burst him at any moment, but also to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and completely integrate the Shadow Void scripture into himself. This legacy will completely change his future. He endured the excruciating pain emanating from all parts of his body and the throbbing sensation brought on by the flood of information deep within his soul. Xiao Han struggled to sit cross-legged, right in front of the slowly rotating, still continuously surging dark vortex. He closed his eyes and let his mind sink into his body. Chapter 52 Perfect Synergy. The creation heaven-reaching technique suddenly activated, like a giant furnace, beginning to refine and absorb the immense inherited energy. At the same time, following the unique methods of the Shadow Void scripture, the pure power of shadow and space is guided to flow through new and mysterious meridian routes. It complements the eternal night monarch martial soul, which is undergoing a frenzied evolution. The chaos green lotus floated above his dantian, emitting a soft green light, stabilizing his body and soul, ensuring that he would not collapse in this sudden and enormous transformation. At this moment, the three top-tier cultivation techniques and martial spirits began to work in perfect coordination in an unprecedented way. Xiao Han's aura began to rise at an alarming rate. This incredible stroke of luck, gained on the brink of death, is finally beginning to truly transform into his own power. And this ancient ruin, silent for countless years, has finally welcomed its new, perhaps destined owner. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Han's mind was completely immersed in that vast ocean of energy and the profound inheritance of cultivation techniques. The shadow vortex was right in front of him, like an inexhaustible spring, constantly gushing out the purest and most primal shadow and spatial energy. The quality of this energy is far superior to the thin spiritual energy in the outside world, and it is even several levels higher than the black scale mad ape crystal core that was absorbed before. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even a martial arts master, facing such a massive and violent infusion of energy, the only outcome would probably be being burst apart, with their soul and spirit destroyed. But Xiao Han is different. Within his body, the two great divine skills were operating at an unprecedentedly high speed with unprecedented coordination. The creation and transcendence technique is like a bottomless furnace that embraces all things, taking control of the vast energy flowing into the body. Through its profound methods, it undergoes initial refinement and purification, removing the dross and retaining the essence, transforming it into the gentlest and most promising creational spiritual power, laying the most solid foundation for everything that follows. The newly acquired Shadow Void scripture is like an ancient behemoth awakening, greedily and precisely extracting the shadow and spatial attributes from the spiritual power of creation. Following its unique, mysterious, and ruthless path, it opened up new energy channels within Xiao Han's body. These channels are directly connected to the eternal night monarch martial soul, which is undergoing a frenzied evolution, forming a perfect and efficient cycle. Energy surged in, was refined by the creation heaven-reaching technique, then guided by the Shadow Void scripture, and finally merged into the eternal night monarch's martial soul. Nourishing its evolution, the evolving eternal night king, in turn, developed a deeper understanding of the laws of shadow and space, which merged into Xiao Han's soul, enhancing his comprehension and control over the Shadow Void scripture. This is a perfect positive cycle. Meanwhile, the chaos green lotus, suspended above the Dantian Sea of Qi, was not idle either. It swayed gently, casting a soft yet resilient emerald light. This light did not directly participate in energy refining, but rather, like a stabilizing force, firmly secured Xiao Han's physical body, meridians, and soul. Under such a terrifying energy surge and rapid rise in cultivation level, the slightest carelessness could shake one's foundation or even lead to demonic possession. But with the protection of the Chaos Green Lotus, all these potential dangers were invisibly resolved. Its purifying power can also neutralize any ancient negative imprints or violent auras that may remain in the inherited energy from the ruins themselves, ensuring that every bit of power Xiao Han absorbs is pure and flawless. Two divine skills working together, and two divine martial souls complementing each other. Under such extravagant conditions, the once incredibly solid barrier within Xiao Han's body was now as fragile as thin ice under the sun. The bottleneck of the 6th level of the martial realm peak was almost completely washed away the moment the energy torrent surged in. Boom! A powerful aura, far surpassing anything before, erupted from Xiao Han's body, causing his chi to expand and his spiritual energy to surge. The 7th level of Warrior Realm. But this is just the beginning. The energy of the shadow vortex seemed inexhaustible, and the refining efficiency of the creation heaven-reaching technique and the shadow void scripture was frighteningly high. The evolution of the eternal night monarch martial soul continued, with each pulse bringing a massive amount of pure energy and insights into the laws. With almost no pause, the aura that had just stabilized surged again. The 8th level of the Warrior Realm. Immediately afterwards. Martial Artist Realm, 9th level. In a short period of time, he broke through 3 minor realms. If the geniuses in the outside world who had to cultivate for years or even decades to break through a single realm knew this, they would probably be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. However, Xiao Han's breakthrough is far from over. Peak of the 9th level of the Martial Artist Realm. Only one step away from the enormous threshold that stands between all martial artists, the Martial Master Realm. The journey from martial artist to martial master is not merely an accumulation of spiritual power, but a leap in one's level of life. One needs a deeper understanding of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one's own martial spirit, and the power of laws, to condense the true meaning of martial arts, and refine chi into chi, in order to break through the realm. Ordinary martial artists are often stuck at this step for years, or even their entire lives, and may never be able to cross it. But at this moment, for Xiao Han, this insurmountable barrier seemed to not exist at all. The Shadow Void scripture brings not only cultivation techniques, but also a profound understanding of the 2 supreme laws of shadow and space. The evolution of the eternal night monarch martial soul has directly imprinted this understanding into the origin of his soul. Within the body, the powerful spiritual energy derived from the creation heaven-reaching technique began to spontaneously compress and condense under the guidance of the Shadow Void scripture, transforming into a higher level of energy form. Wisps of nascent chi, carrying the charm of shadow and space, began to circulate in the meridians. That invisible barrier of realm trembled violently under the dual impact of the immense energy and profound insights. Break for me. Xiao Han let out a low shout in his heart. Boom. It felt as if something inside his body had been completely shattered. A shockwave, far more powerful than any previous breakthrough, swept outwards from his center. The remaining rubble and dust in the sacrificial hall were swept away by this shockwave. Even the slowly rotating shadow vortex seemed to be affected, its rotation speed increasing slightly. A brand new, sharp, and heavy pressure emanated from Xiao Han. Martial Master Realm. Success! The moment Xiao Han stepped into the Martial Master Realm, he felt that the whole world had changed. Their senses became incredibly sharp, they could see every rustle of grass and the flow of energy within a radius of hundreds of meters. Their affinity for the spiritual energy floating in the world increased dramatically, and with each breath, they could inhale and exhale more than 10 times the amount of spiritual energy they used to. More importantly, he could clearly feel that what was surging within him was no longer just spiritual energy, but a more refined and lethal force containing his own martial will. Shadow Void Chi. With a thought, a wisp of chi, faintly gray-black in color and with subtle spatial ripples at its edges, appeared at his fingertips, radiating a chilling sharpness and a devouring aura. Chapter 53 Martial Master Realm, Level 3. This wisp of chi alone is far more powerful than the spiritual power that was unleashed at full strength before. This is a martial master. The difference between them and a martial warrior is like heaven and earth. However, the surprises weren't over yet. The energy from the shadow vortex continued to pour in. Having just broken through to the martial master realm, his physical strength, meridian resilience, and soul power all experienced a comprehensive surge, and the energy he could contain and refine also increased exponentially. With almost no pause, his cultivation level soared like a rocket, continuing its rapid ascent. Peak of the 1st level of Martial Master. Martial Master Realm Level 2. Peak of the 2nd level of Martial Master Realm. Martial Master Realm Level 3. Finally, when the torrent of energy from the shadow vortex began to slow down and stabilize, Xiao Han's realm also remained steadily at the 3rd level of the Martial Master Realm. He soared from the 6th level of the Martial Artist Realm to the 3rd level of the Martial Master Realm. It spanned a massive gap of 6 minor realms plus 1 major realm. This rate of improvement is enough to scare a lot of people to death. It's simply astonishing. Call. Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, and 2 deep beams of light flashed by, as if they could pierce through the void. He exhaled a breath of stale air, which left a long, grayish-black trail in the air that lingered for a long time, even containing subtle distortions like spatial rifts. Feeling the unprecedented surge of power within him, the overwhelming sense that he could tear through space and control the shadows with every move he made brought a satisfied smile to his lips. Martial Master Level 3. This feeling is fucking awesome. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking with a crisp sound, exuding an explosive sense of power. The severe injuries he sustained in the previous battle with the Guardian, which had almost crippled him, were being repaired by the relentless efforts of the Chaos Green Lotus and nourished by the life force brought about by his breakthrough in realm. He has now recovered to about 70–80%, with only some internal organ tremors and lingering hidden dangers from the annihilation power in his left shoulder remaining. He can fully recover with just a little recuperation. He looked inward at himself. The chi had expanded more than 10 times compared to before, and what flowed within it was an extremely condensed gray-black chi that shimmered with shadows and spatial runes, far surpassing the strength of other chi of the same level. After being tempered by immense energy and repaired and nourished by the Chaos Green Lotus, the body became stronger and more resilient, faintly radiating a layer of precious light. Its strength was probably enough to withstand the full force of an ordinary martial artist's attack. Their soul power has also undergone a qualitative leap, with their thoughts becoming clearer and their perception range and precision greatly improved. Let's take a look at the two martial souls. The Chaos Green Lotus floated above the Chi-Si, its 12-petaled lotus platform becoming even more solid and dazzling. Each lotus leaf seemed to be carved from the purest jade, flowing with a rich life force and purifying divine light. Its ability to repair, defend, and purify also increased with the improvement of Shao Han's realm, becoming even more powerful. However, the Eternal Night King's martial soul underwent a tremendous change. It stood quietly in the depths of Shao Han's sea of consciousness. The originally blurry phantom completely solidified, transforming into a majestic figure wearing a shadow void battle armor and a king's crown. Countless mysterious runes flowed across the armor, seemingly containing the ultimate secrets of shadow and space. Its eyes were like two slowly rotating black holes, deep, cold, and domineering. Just looking at them felt like they could suck one's soul into them. The evolutionary direction of Shadow Overlord has been completely stabilized, and driven by the Shadow Void scripture and enormous energy, it has begun to demonstrate its terrifying power. Shao Han could clearly feel that his control over shadow power, his affinity for shadows, and his perception and use of space had all reached a completely new level. He even had a vague feeling that he could try to briefly summon a portion of the Eternal Night King's power into reality, rather than just having the martial soul phantom possess him. Martial Master Level 3, combined with the initial evolution of the Eternal Night Monarch, as well as close at hand and destroying Godfist, Shao Han silently estimated his current combat strength. Now, if we were to face that Guardian of the Ruins again, even at its peak, perhaps, we wouldn't necessarily be able to avoid a direct confrontation. The tremendous gains have brought unparalleled confidence. The rewards from this perilous journey to the ruins far exceeded his expectations. Next, we'll explore the core area of this ruin to see if there are any other surprises besides the legacy of the Shadow Void scripture. Shao Han stood up, stretched his limbs, felt the surging power within him, and cast his gaze into the deeper part of the sacrificial hall, to the area that had previously been blocked by the Guardians and could not be explored. This time, no one can stop him. The surging power of a martial master at the third level coursed through his body. Shao Han adjusted to this unprecedentedly powerful sensation, his gaze fixed intently on the deeper parts of the sacrificial hall. With the Guardians gone, that area was no longer obstructed, revealing its true form. This core area is not large, it is more like a small treasure room, or a place where energy naturally condenses along with the core inheritance. The air was filled with shadows and spatial energy so dense they were almost tangible. Taking a breath of it made one feel refreshed and one's cultivation subtly improved. Strange crystals are scattered and inlaid on the ground and walls. Some are a deep, dark purple, with what appears to be a galaxy flowing inside. They are cool to the touch, yet contain pure spatial fluctuations. These are extremely rare void dark crystals, which are excellent materials for crafting spatial equipment or cultivating spatial attribute techniques. Shao Han showed no mercy. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he collected all the void dark crystals he could see, more than a dozen pieces the size of a fist. Each piece would be enough to cause a martial king to fight over if placed in the outside world. Besides the void dark crystal, there were also areas where solids, resembling black glass, condensed, emanating an extremely cold and devouring aura. This was condensed shadow essence, a highly concentrated product of shadow energy, possessing immeasurable value for cultivating shadow attribute techniques or strengthening shadow-type martial souls. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul emitted a joyful buzzing sound in its sea of consciousness, clearly showing its extreme craving for these essences. Shao Han also scraped them off one by one and carefully put them away. These essences can not only accelerate the growth of the Eternal Night King, but also serve as an auxiliary resource for cultivating the shadow void scripture, with effects far surpassing ordinary spirit stones. Tisk, I've struck it rich. Xiao Han muttered to himself as he rummaged through the loot. The value of these void dark crystals and shadow essence alone probably exceeds the total amount he obtained from selling the materials he had previously acquired at the martial master level, and they are strategic resources that are priceless and unavailable for purchase. Just when he thought his gains were limited to this moment, his gaze swept over a relatively intact stone wall. This stone wall seems different from the murals depicting the great battles before. Instead of grand scenes, it depicts individual human figures in various strange and powerful poses. Chapter 54, a sequel to the Destruction God Fist. This is... Xiao Han's heart stirred, and he looked closely. The movements of those humanoid patterns were strikingly similar to the Destruction God Fist he cultivated. But it was more complex, more profound, and contained a much deeper artistic conception. He immediately focused his mind and immersed himself in the process, deducing the meaning of the fragmented Destruction God Fist in his mind. As each pattern was verified, he felt that many obscure and difficult parts of the original fist technique suddenly became clear, and a more violent and pure destruction true meaning began to brew in his heart. The inscription on this stone wall is the continuation of the Destruction God Fist. Although it is still not a complete technique, only 3 new moves have been added, it is already a world of difference compared to the previous prototype with only 1 move. These 3 new moves focus on penetration, shock, and annihilation, respectively, and perfectly embody the word annihilation. Xiao Han couldn't help but extend his right hand, and the dark shadow void chi within his body circulated according to the new method, slowly throwing a punch. Without any earth-shattering force, the space in front of the fist suddenly distorted, emitting a faint sound like shattering glass, and a pitch-black crack that was almost invisible to the naked eye flashed by. Hiss! Such power! Xiao Han was startled. With only a preliminary understanding, a casual punch was enough to shake space itself. If combined with the power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul and unleashed at full strength, its power would probably... He suppressed the urge to practice immediately and memorized the boxing manual on the stone wall. The biggest gains from this trip to the ruins were undoubtedly the Shadow Void scripture and the evolution of the Night King, but the discovery of the subsequent fragments of the Annihilation Fist was also an unexpected surprise, greatly enhancing his ability to launch direct attacks. Just as Xiao Han had collected all the treasures and boxing manuals he could find and was feeling completely satisfied, he suddenly felt the entire sacrificial hall begin to tremble slightly. Buzz! Buzz! The vibration came from the soles of my feet and became clearer and clearer. The thick, heavy shadows and spatial energy in the air are dissipating and becoming thinner. The swirling shadow vortex in the center of the hall dimmed in luster and slowed down, visibly shrinking. On the wall, cracks appeared, fine lines spread out, and gravel and dust fell down in a flurry. The energy is running out? This place is going to collapse. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. This ancient site appears to have fulfilled its purpose and is now exhausted. We can't stay any longer. He quickly glanced at himself, checking his hull. Nothing was missing. The evolution of the Shadow Void scripture, the Eternal Night King martial soul, and the unexpected acquisition of the 3 follow-up forms of the Annihilation Godfist. This adventure yielded far more than expected, making me feel like a completely different person. It was worth it. He glanced one last time at the crumbling hall, the very place that had witnessed his transformation. Without hesitation, Xiao Han's mind raced, and the Shadow Void scripture began to operate on its own. A very faint gray-black halo enveloped him, making him almost indistinguishable from his surroundings. His presence, his figure, even his very existence, faded away, silently slipping into the ever-darkening light and shadow. The concealment techniques inherent in the Shadow Void scripture are far superior to any methods he had known before. He walked briskly back the way he came. The distorted shadow barrier at the entrance was still there, but the fluctuations were noticeably weaker and less stable. Xiao Han approached. The barrier seemed to recognize the same aura emanating from impure shadow and spatial power, tempered by the Shadow Void and the Night King. Without any obstruction, the barrier gently parted, making way for a path. Xiao Han took a step forward. In a flash, he was enveloped by a thick black fog once again. Behind him, the shadowy barrier connecting the ancient ruins closed and collapsed without a sound after he left, disappearing completely into the black mist forest without a trace. Standing in the black mist forest again, Xiao Han felt completely different. When he first entered, the cold and oppressive energy here made him very uncomfortable, and he had to be careful in everything he did. Now, the faint, dark energy permeating the forest felt rather light to him, who possessed the Eternal Night King martial soul and cultivated the Shadow Void Scripture. The Shadow Void Scripture circulated within his body, and the surrounding dark energy seemed to have found its home, naturally being drawn in and refined by him, perfectly replenishing the energy he had just consumed after his breakthrough. It's time to leave. Xiao Han checked the direction. The powerful senses granted by the Eternal Night King's martial soul allowed him to easily pinpoint the approximate location of the secret realm's exit. At the same time, he also keenly sensed that there seemed to be a lot of human martial artists' auras fluctuating in that direction, including some martial masters. They were probably other students or forces that had entered the secret realm. Although his strength has increased dramatically and he is now at the 3rd level of the martial master realm, with many trump cards, he doesn't take ordinary martial masters seriously at all. Having just experienced a major battle and a significant upgrade, he didn't want to immediately expose himself to the public and attract unnecessary trouble and prying eyes. Sometimes, developing in a low-key manner and playing the fool could be quite enjoyable. A playful smile appeared on Xiao Han's lips as he pushed off with his feet. The so close yet so far footwork technique is unleashed. Compared to before, now incorporating the spatial understanding of the Shadow Void Scripture and the shadow control of the Eternal Night King, this footwork technique has become even more unpredictable. His figure left a faint afterimage in place, and in the next instant, he appeared under the shade of a tree 100 meters away. The whole process was silent, as if he had teleported. This was not just about speed, but also involved the initial stage of short-distance spatial jumping. Swish! 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 A shadowy figure, almost invisible to the naked eye, like a ghost leaping through the forest, avoided all areas where there might be traces of human activity, and sped toward the exit of the secret realm at an astonishing speed. This trial in the secret realm should be coming to an end. The outside world must be quite lively because of his disappearance, Xiao Han thought with some anticipation. He wondered what expressions his comrades from Class 0 and Instructor Qingjin would have. Deep within the black mist forest, a blurry shadow, like a ghost, silently darted among the gnarled roots of ancient trees in dense shadows. Xiao Han's figure almost blended into the environment. The operation of the Shadow Void Scripture was extremely profound, not only perfectly concealing his own aura, but also giving him an almost instinctive affinity for the shadow energy around him. With its enhancement, the so close yet so far footwork has long transcended the realm of mere speed. Each step carries a hint of spatial leap, leaving almost imperceptible afterimages among the tree shadows, and in the next instant, it appears dozens of meters away. Chapter 55 missing? The odds are against them. Compared to the cautious and deliberate approach he took when he arrived, the black mist forest now seemed like his own backyard to Xiao Han. The dark energies that once made him feel oppressed and dangerous are now more like gentle tonics, naturally absorbed and refined by the tiny circulation that forms around his body, replenishing the slightly empty chi in his body after his breakthrough. The powerful perception brought by the evolution of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul is like the most sophisticated radar, covering a vast area. He could clearly see the flow of energy in the forest, the distribution of strange beasts, and even some deeply hidden traps or natural dangers. Along the way, he deliberately avoided all areas with strong energy fluctuations and also bypassed paths where other students might be active. He noticed that the number of strange beasts in the forest seemed to have decreased significantly since he entered. The few low-level beasts he occasionally encountered, who didn't even catch a glimpse of him, had their skulls silently pierced by the incredibly condensed dark shadow void chi he casually pointed out, leaving them no time to even scream. It seems most people have already left, or are stuck here forever, Xiao Han thought to himself. He was already well aware of the cruelty of the trial realm. Each opening was a selection process where opportunity and death coexisted. The closer one gets to the exit of the secret realm, the more traces of human activity are left behind. Occasionally, lingering battle fluctuations can still be sensed, and a faint smell of blood and residual energy permeates the air. Finally, faint human voices could be heard from ahead. Xiao Han paused, silently blending into the dense shadow of a giant tree, concealing the last trace of his aura, and adjusting his heartbeat and breathing to an extremely slow frequency. His gaze pierced through the layers of branches and leaves, looking hundreds of meters away at that familiar area radiating spatial fluctuations, the exit of the secret realm. This harvest was not bad. I got 3 crimson flame fruits, which can be exchanged for a lot of credits when I get back. Screw you. I almost got swatted to death by that giant earth bear. Damn it, those freaks in Class 0 took all the good spots, and were left only to scrape by on the outskirts. Shoo! Keep your voice down. You dare talk about Class 0? I heard they suffered heavy losses this time too, and apparently, someone is missing? Missing? Who is it? Luo Bing or that new, formidable guy? I don't know, it seems to be that Xiao Han, the one who knocked Lei Ming down with one punch during the opening test. TSK, pretty fierce guy, what a pity. Disappearing in a secret realm is most likely a terrible thing. The chatter came intermittently, mixed with sighs and schadenfreude. Hidden in the shadows, Xiao Han listened to the discussions, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. Missing? Most likely dead? He stroked his chin, realizing that his departure from the group to act alone had indeed caused some misunderstandings. But perhaps it was for the best. He carefully observed the situation in the exit area. There was a temporary registration point there, where several university professors sat looking tired, responsible for verifying identities and registering the spoils. Qin Jun, the instructor of Class 0 and a martial grandmaster, was also among them. He frowned slightly and his sharp eyes scanned each student who came out, as if he was searching for something. The area near the exit wasn't as heavily guarded as I'd imagined, nor were there any particularly strong auras lurking nearby. It seemed that while the academy cared about the safety of its students, it was already quite accustomed to such accidents during trials and wouldn't make a big fuss over the disappearance of a single student. After confirming that it was safe, Xiao Han did not reveal himself immediately. He calmly adjusted his state in the shadows. First, he deliberately dissipated the gray-black aura formed by the shadow void scripture on his body surface, which was almost able to isolate perception, so that his aura would become normal again. Well, he definitely couldn't expose the aura of a third-level martial master, so he would suppress it to the peak of the 9th level of martial warrior. It would be a little higher than when he came in, which would also be in line with the common sense of slight improvement after training. Then, he slightly activated his inner energy, creating a few wounds on some insignificant parts of his body, tearing a few corners of his clothes, and casually wiping some of the beast's blood from his storage space. Finally, he deliberately messed up his hair to make himself look travel-worn, with the fatigue and dishevelment of a great battle. I looked at the blurry reflection in the puddle from left to right. His breathing was low enough, the wound looked quite realistic, his clothes were torn just right, and his hair was a messy tangle. Okay, that's the just crawled back from the brink of death vibe. He twitched the corner of his mouth. One should always keep a low profile. Finding a secluded passage, Xiao Han steadied himself and stepped into the distorted halo of light. The world spinning around is but a fleeting moment. When I opened my eyes again, I was greeted by blinding sunlight and noisy crowds. It was still the same central square, the sunlight was dazzling, and the damp, decaying smell of the black mist forest was gone from the air. But the atmosphere was completely different. The hustle and bustle, the restlessness, and the eagerness of everyone when they came in had completely vanished. The square is now eerily quiet. Students gathered in twos and threes, speaking in hushed tones. Many of them wore expressions of exhaustion and lingering fear, and some even uttered soft sobs. There was a somber atmosphere in the air, like the aftermath of a major battle. Xiao Han's appearance blended in with the group of newly arrived students without causing any trouble. His appearance is too standard. However, at the registration desk, the instructors paused for a moment. Especially Qin Jun, that martial grandmaster from Class 0. Almost the instant Xiao Han appeared, Qin Jun tensed up. The sharp sense of oppression sent chills down one's spine even from a distance. His brows furrowed into a knot as he stared intently in Xiao Han's direction, as if he wanted to see right through him. Xiao Han understood everything perfectly, but his face remained calm and composed. He walked straight to the registration desk, ignoring the pressure that was almost tangible. Name, class. The instructor in charge of registration began, his voice carrying a hint of routine wariness, but he paused noticeably when he glanced at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, Martial Arts Academy, Class 0. He said calmly as he handed over his identification card. Upon hearing this, the registration tutor's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his ID card. Xiao Han? The instructor subconsciously raised his voice and turned to look at Qin Jun. Qin Jun remained silent, but the oppressive feeling intensified, and the surrounding air seemed to grow heavier. The instructor swallowed hard and quickly lowered his head. Submit the trial results. Xiao Han nodded and calmly took out several dull low-level alien beast cores from the most ordinary storage ring issued by the Academy, not the newly acquired trophy. Chapter 56, Bad Luck. There are 5 in total. 3 Ironback Grey Wolf Crystal Cores Martial Artist Realm Level 1-2, and 2 Shadow Leopard Crystal Cores Martial Apprentice Realm Peak. Yes, just these 5, and they're of pitifully low quality. They're probably only worth a few hundred credits in total. When the 5 meager crystal cores were placed on the recycling table, not only did the instructor in charge of registration twitch slightly, but even Qingjin, who had maintained an icy expression, showed a clear look of astonishment and disbelief. A genius student who could instantly kill Lei Ming with one punch in the entrance test, was specially recruited into Class 0 by instructor Lin Qingxia, and showed amazing combat power in the previous warm-up mission. After so many days of entering the secret realm trial, what is his final gain? This is even more outrageous than going home empty-handed. The registration mentor opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to ask something, but after glancing at Xiao Han's expressionless face and then at Qingjin's imposing aura beside him, he swallowed his words and silently recorded 5 crystal cores low level on the registration form. Then, after hesitating for a moment in the remarks column, he wrote evaluation, qualified. Alright, you can leave now, the tutor said somewhat stiffly. Thank you, mentor. Xiao Han put away his identity token, nodded to Qingjin again, seemingly unaware of the other's almost tangible gaze, and turned to leave. Xiao Han. Just as he turned around, Qingjin finally spoke, his voice deep and carrying an undeniable authority. Xiao Han paused, turned around, and calmly looked at the instructor of Class 0, Instructor Qin. Is there something you need? Qingjin's sharp gaze was fixed on him, as if trying to find even the slightest flaw in his face. What did you encounter in the secret realm? This is a very skillful question. It doesn't directly question his achievements, but rather inquires about his experiences. Xiao Han's face revealed a perfectly timed bitter smile, carrying a hint of unbearable memories and a touch of survivor's relief. I wasn't very lucky. I got separated from the team not long after I went in. Later, I accidentally entered a dangerous area and barely escaped with my life. Most of the time I was hiding and running for my life. I'm already very lucky to have come out alive. I didn't gain anything special. His tone was sincere, his expression natural, and coupled with his carefully dressed, disheveled appearance, he was highly credible. Qingjin gave him a deep look, his eyes shifting uncertainly. Xiao Han's explanation sounded reasonable. Getting separated and encountering danger in the secret realm was a common occurrence. Moreover, the aura that Xiao Han was exhibiting at this moment was indeed only at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm. Although he was slightly stronger than when he entered, it was still in line with the logic of a slight breakthrough after a hard battle. But Qingjin felt something was off. His intuition told him that this young man seemed to be hiding something. But no matter how he investigated, he couldn't sense any stronger power fluctuations from Xiao Han, nor could he see any trace of disguise. Finally, Qingjin slowly nodded, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. It's good that you're alive. Go back and rest first. Yes, thank you for your concern, mentor. Xiao Han nodded again, then turned and merged into the crowd, quickly disappearing at the end of the square. Watching Xiao Han's departing figure, Qingjin frowned, remaining silent for a long time. The instructor in charge of registration leaned over and whispered, Instructor Qin, is this really all Xiao Han gained? Could it be? His breathing is fine, and his mental state is consistent with someone who has just experienced danger. Qingjin interrupted him, his voice still low. Perhaps we had too high expectations of him. Even geniuses don't always have smooth sailing. Even so, the lingering doubt in Qingjin's heart did not dissipate. He always felt that this young man named Xiao Han was far more complex than he had imagined. Meanwhile, Xiao Han, who had already left the square, was leisurely walking back to the dormitory area, feeling the surging power within his body and the vast inheritance in his sea of consciousness. The smile on his lips could no longer be completely concealed. Yeah, as expected, keeping a low profile is the key. The feeling of playing dumb to outsmart others is really great. This trip to the secret realm has yielded far more than I imagined. It's time to digest it all. As for the surprise of my comrades from Class 0 and my mentors, let them speculate. The real excitement is just beginning. When Xiao Han appeared at the entrance to the 0 class's exclusive rest area, the previously noisy atmosphere instantly quieted down. Dozens of gazes were simultaneously cast upon them, a complex mix of emotions swirling within them. There was astonishment, surprise, curiosity, and of course, a few undisguised expressions of contempt and disdain. Xiao Han? You're back? A surprised voice rang out, tinged with disbelief. It's Xia Yubing. The girl with the soft, sweet voice, her large, watery eyes wide, hurried towards us, her face full of concern. That's great. We all thought you. Are you all right? Did you encounter any danger in the secret realm? Her concern was sincere and pure, like a clear stream that diluted the slight discomfort caused by the unfriendly gazes around her. Seeing her anxious expression, Xiaohan felt a warmth in his heart and gave her a reassuring smile. Well, I was lucky. I ran into a little trouble, but it's all resolved. I'm sorry to have worried you. It's all right, it's all right. Xia Yubing patted her chest, letting out a long sigh of relief, her eyes slightly red. Clearly, she had been genuinely worried about Xiaohan. However, not everyone is as friendly as Xia Yubing. Ha, you're really tough. A cold voice rang out, carrying undisguised sarcasm. It was Luo Bing who spoke. This undisputed strongest genius of Class 0, a peerless prodigy with the cultivation of the 5th level of martial master and an SS-level ice-type martial soul, was currently leaning against the wall not far away with his arms crossed. His handsome face was covered with a layer of frost, and his eyes were sharp as knives, coldly slicing over Xiaohan. He couldn't understand it, nor could he accept it. A transfer student who was only at the 6th level of the martial realm in his opinion, someone who was almost equivalent to a connected person in his eyes, had been missing for so many days in the trial secret realm full of dangers, where even some of them, the veteran 0-class students, had been lost. How could he still walk out unscathed? This was practically a silent mockery of Class 0, and even of Luo Bing's strength. While the other students in Class 0 weren't as direct as Luo Bing, their eyes conveyed similar messages. After the initial shock came deeper suspicion and scrutiny. Just then, a powerful aura descended. Instructor Qin Jin appeared at the entrance of the rest area at some point. His face was calm and his eyes were deep. He walked over slowly and his gaze immediately fell on Xiaohan. Chapter 57: A Lucky Breakthrough. Xiaohan, you're back. Qin Jin's voice was unreadable, but the invisible pressure emanating from him, a martial grandmaster level, made the surrounding air tense. Instructor Qin. Xiaohan nodded slightly, his attitude neither humble nor arrogant. Qin Jin walked up to Xiaohan and looked him up and down several times, his gaze seemingly trying to penetrate his skin and see the secrets deep in his soul. Could you tell me about your experiences in the secret realm? Qin Jin asked casually, his tone carrying the usual concern of a mentor for a student. I see from the data on your trial bracelet that during your disappearance, you had several records of abnormal energy fluctuations and absorption, far exceeding what you should be capable of at your level. Did you encounter some special opportunity? It's here. Xiaohan understood. He knew that it was impossible for him to completely hide the Academy's monitoring methods when he absorbed the energy of the shadow vortex and improved his cultivation. However, he had already prepared his explanation. With a perfectly timed expression of exhaustion, relief, and a touch of embarrassment, Xiaohan scratched his head, his tone tinged with a hint of luck. Reporting to Master, I was indeed quite lucky. After getting separated from the team, I panicked and wandered into an area with particularly dense dark energy. There weren't any powerful beasts there, so I hid there for a few days and took the opportunity to cultivate. Unexpectedly, the effect was quite good, and I managed to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the martial artist realm. He calmly released his suppressed aura, the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, no more, no less, perfectly confirming his statement. As for the energy absorption far exceeding his cultivation level, it can be explained by the environmental enhancement of that special area, as well as the uniqueness of his own dual SSS plus martial souls. After all, no one knows just how abnormally efficient an SSS plus martial soul's cultivation is. This explanation sounds flawless. It explained the abnormal energy, the improvement in cultivation level, and also why the harvest was so meager he was too busy hiding and cultivating. Qin Jin gave Xiaohan a deep look, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Xiaohan's answer was flawless, his aura was indeed that of a peak 9th level martial artist, and his mental state also matched the description of someone who had survived a calamity and made some progress. Could it be that I'm just overthinking it? Did this kid just get incredibly lucky? Qin Jin was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Yes, it's good that you came back safely. Peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, that's quite an improvement. It seems that this secret realm wasn't entirely fruitless for you. His tone remained calm, but the scrutinizing quality had not completely disappeared. However, just because Qin Jin can accept this statement temporarily does not mean that others can. Especially Luo Bing. Ha, luck? Luo Bing sneered, straightening up from the wall and walking step by step toward Xiaohan, her eyes almost freezing cold. Stumbled into a place rich in energy? Just happened to be free of powerful beasts? Just happened to be the perfect opportunity for you to break through? Xiaohan, isn't this story a bit too coincidental? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the rest area. All eyes were once again focused on Xiaohan. Luo Bing walked up to Xiaohan, towering over him by half a head, and looked down at him with an arrogant and provocative tone. I'm more inclined to believe that you found a safe place to hide for more than 10 days. As for that energy fluctuation, it's probably because your two so-called SSS plus useless martial souls indiscriminately absorbed some scraps, right? What did you say? Xia Yubing was a little angry and wanted to retort, but Xiaohan stopped her with a look. Xiaohan looked at Luo Bing calmly, his eyes as still as a deep well, as if her provocation was just a gentle breeze brushing across the water. So? Xiaohan asked calmly. So? Luo Bing's lips curled into a mocking smile. I don't believe that a trash who survived by luck and hiding deserves to be in our class 0. I also don't believe that your so-called peak of the 9th level of the martial realm is worthy of Instructor Qin's earlier comment of not a small improvement. His aura suddenly surged, and the powerful pressure of the peak 5th level of martial master surged towards Xiaohan like a tide, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop several degrees. I, Luo Bing, the top student of class 0, now challenge you. Luo Bing's voice was resolute and carried an undeniable force. Let's have an exchange match and see how much real talent you have as a so-called genius. Let everyone see if you really deserve to stand here. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire rest area erupted in an uproar. Luo Bing is actually going to personally challenge Xiaohan. This is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Everyone knows that although Luo Bing is arrogant, his strength is truly formidable. Ordinary martial arts masters at the 3rd or 4th level cannot last more than 10 moves against him. Even if Xiaohan really breaks through to the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, there is still a huge gap between him and Luo Bing. This is not communication at all, it is a one-sided crushing and humiliation. Xia Yubing's face turned pale as she looked at Xiaohan with worry. Instructor Qin frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. The competition within Class 0 was already fierce, and he generally wouldn't interfere with such challenges unless someone died. All eyes were on Xiaohan, waiting for his response. Is it to humiliatingly refuse and admit one's inadequacy? Or to overestimate one's abilities and accept the challenge, only to be brutally trampled underfoot? At this moment, when everyone was watching and the atmosphere was extremely tense, Xiaohan heard that familiar yet slightly cheeky notification sound in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a critical decision and the God-level choice system has been triggered. Option 1, a moment of patience brings calm, a step back opens up a vast sky. Refuse Luo Bing's challenge, admit your inferiority, and temporarily lie low. Reward, 10,086 points of Gudao experience, turtle breathing technique proficiency upgraded to perfection. Note, this technique has a certain chance of causing the host to prematurely enter a state of dementia. Option 2, the brave prevail when paths cross. Genius? We'll fight geniuses. Accept Luo Bing's challenge and defeat her in public to prove who the real trash is. Reward, 30% increase in current mastery of the Shadow Void scripture, and a random minor divine ability in either the shadow or space element. Xiaohan looked at the two options in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This system is still as dog-like as ever. Option 1's rewards are outrageous, experience points for the peaceful path technique? A perfected turtle breathing skill? And it even comes with the risk of Alzheimer's disease? Who would dare choose that? Now let's look at option 2. Accept the challenge and defeat Luo Bing. The rewards are incredibly tempting. A 30% increase in proficiency with the Shadow Void scripture. This is a fantastic item that can directly boost his strength. Plus, there are random minor magical abilities. Risk? Chapter 58 Exchange Match? For others, a peak 9th level martial artist challenging a peak 5th level martial master is indeed a life or death situation. But for Xiaohan, who had just emerged from the ruins, whose true cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the martial master realm, who possessed 2 divine level martial souls, and who had mastered many trump cards such as the Shadow Void scripture, the Destruction God Fist, and close to the ends of the earth. Luo Bing? Top student in class 0? He. A slight ripple finally appeared in Xiaohan's eyes. It was a dangerous glint beneath the calm surface of a lake, where undercurrents surged. He raised his head, meeting Luo Bing's cold and oppressive gaze, and a playful smile slowly curved his lips. An exchange competition? He repeated it softly, his voice not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Okay. I accept. Okay. I accept. Xiaohan's voice wasn't loud, and even carried a hint of nonchalance, but it was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples in the 0 class's exclusive rest area. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable uproar erupted. He agreed? Are you crazy? A peak 9th level martial artist fighting a peak 5th level martial master? This is practically suicide. Did I hear that right? Xiao Han actually dared to accept Senior Luo Bing's challenge? This is going to be interesting. Although the outcome is pretty much a foregone conclusion. It's hard to say. This Xiao Han is a bit strange. He defeated Lei Ming with a single punch when school started. Lei Ming is only at the 9th level of the martial realm. How can he compare to Senior Luo Bing? He's more than a whole major realm below him. A murmur of discussion arose, with most people looking at Xiao Han as if he were a fool or a brave man, the kind who doesn't know his own mortality. They acknowledged that Xiao Han might have some strength, or even some luck, but in the face of an absolute difference in their cultivation levels, all of that seemed pale and powerless. Xia Yubing's face turned pale with anxiety. She tugged at Xiao Han's sleeve, her voice trembling with tears. Xiao Han, don't be impulsive. Senior Luo Bing, he's very strong. It's not shameful to admit defeat. Xiao Han turned his head and met the girl's worried eyes. He smiled reassuringly but didn't say anything. His gaze returned to Luo Bing, still calm, but with an indescribable quality, like a hunter spotting interesting prey. Luo Bing was taken aback at first, seemingly not expecting Xiao Han to agree so readily, and then she laughed in anger. What he hated most was Xiao Han's feigned composure, as if everything was under control. In his view, this was the greatest contempt for him, the top student of Class 0. Very good. Luo Bing's voice was icy cold, each word seemingly squeezed out from between her teeth. You have guts. I hope your strength matches your courage. Without another word, he turned and walked towards the depths of the rest area, to the training ground reserved for internal sparring among the Class 0 students. His back view was filled with absolute confidence that he was about to crush his opponent. Instructor Qingjin gave Xiao Han a deep look, his eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. He neither stopped him nor expressed his opinion, but simply followed silently. Class 0 values competition, even encourages it, and as long as it doesn't go too far, he won't interfere. He also wants to see what this boy, whom even he can't quite figure out, is hiding. Let's go. Let's go see. Senior Luo Bing is going to personally teach the newbies a lesson. Quickly notify the class next door. This is big news. The students in Class 0 immediately became excited and followed suit. The news of the challenge spread like wildfire throughout the entire freshman area of the Imperial Capital Academy, and even some senior students who were paying close attention to the movements of Class 0 came to investigate. In an instant, the area outside the small training ground exclusively for Class 0 was crowded with students who had come to watch the spectacle. The dense crowd craned their necks, whispering and making various guesses and bets in private. The vast majority of people bet that Luo Bing could finish the fight within 10 moves, and some even thought that 3 moves would be enough. The training ground for Class 0 is not large, but it is of extremely high standard. The ground was paved with hard obsidian, strong enough to withstand the full force of a martial master. Energy barriers flickered around the perimeter to prevent the aftershocks of the battle from leaking out. Luo Bing took the lead and walked to the center of the martial arts arena, standing with her hands behind her back. He was tall and handsome, yet at this moment he was covered with a layer of frost that kept everyone at a distance. With a thought, a powerful and icy aura suddenly erupted from him. Peak of the 5th level of Martial Master Realm. The powerful pressure, like a tangible cold current, instantly swept across the entire training ground, causing the air temperature to plummet and even causing a thin layer of white frost to condense on the obsidian ground. Some students with lower cultivation levels who were standing nearby couldn't help but shiver, their faces turned pale, and they all retreated. Even more chilling was the faint outline of a domain emanating extreme cold that was vaguely emerging around Luo Bing. Within the domain, snow and ice drifted, and a chilling aura permeated the air, seemingly capable of freezing all life. His senior Luo Bing's ice domain seems to have improved again. That's too powerful. Just with that aura, anyone below the 3rd level of the Martial Master Realm probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. Why isn't Xiao Han moving? Has he been scared out of his wits? Faced with Luo Bing's powerful and intimidating aura, which was as strong as an iceberg, Xiao Han, who stepped onto the field last, appeared unusually ordinary. He was still wearing the same slightly worn clothes stained with a little blood. He wasn't particularly burly, and his aura was extremely restrained, like a stone thrown into the sea that didn't cause the slightest ripple. He stood there calmly, as if the overwhelming pressure and icy domain released by Luo Bing were merely a gentle breeze. This extreme contrast caused a moment of silence to fall over the previously noisy area. Luo Bing's brows furrowed even more. Xiao Han's calmness made him feel a faint yet very real unease. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, like punching cotton, powerless and unable to be used. He desperately wanted to tear apart that composed mask worn by the other party. Instructor Qin Jin walked to the edge of the field, acting as a temporary referee. His sharp gaze swept over the two, his voice completely calm. The rule is, stop when you've made a move, do not harm their life or their very foundation. He paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, the duel begins. The moment the word start was uttered, Luo Bing moved. He didn't even summon his martial spirit. To deal with someone he considered a trash at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, he didn't even need to use his SS-level martial spirit. Ice spikes. A cold glint flashed in Luo Bing's eyes, and she pointed her right hand forward into the void. In an instant, the air in front of him condensed rapidly, and dozens of sharp ice spikes, each half a meter long and gleaming with a cold blue light, appeared out of thin air. With a piercing sound, they shot towards Xiao Han like a dense rain of arrows. Where the ice spikes passed, the air seemed to freeze, leaving clear white trails. Each ice spike contained terrifying power capable of easily piercing steel plates and bone-chilling cold. Chapter 59, Class Zero's Chief? This was a probing attack that Luo Bing often used, fast, wide-ranging, and powerful enough to throw most opponents of the same level into disarray. He intended to use this strike to completely shatter Xiao Han's laughable confidence. The students watching gasped in shock, as if they could already see Xiao Han being pierced by ice spikes and frozen into an ice sculpture. Xia Yubing covered her mouth in alarm, her eyes wide open, her heart pounding in her throat. However, just as the dense ice spikes were about to hit him, facing this extremely fierce attack, Xiao Han not only did not dodge or defend, but the corner of his mouth curled up into a barely perceptible smile. That curve carried a hint of amusement, a hint of disdain. Luo Bing, the top student in Class 0? Peak of the 5th level of Martial Master Realm? He. Perfect, I'll use you to test my newly acquired power. He finally prepared to make his move. Luo Bing's eyes flashed with a cold light, and her aura exploded completely without reservation. Snap snap. A bone-chilling cold spread wildly from him, and the hard obsidian ground of the training ground was quickly covered with a thick layer of frost. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless tiny ice crystals, reflecting a cold luster. The oppressive aura of the peak 5th level of Martial Master, mixed with the increasingly solidified nascent form of the Frost Domain, pressed down fiercely on Xiao Han opposite him like an invisible iceberg. Ice Prison. Luo Bing gave a low shout and pushed forward with both hands. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. The frost that had been merely covering the ground seemed to come alive, with countless sharp ice spikes rising from the earth like fangs sprouting from the ground. In mid-air, even more ice blades and icicles materialized out of thin air, densely packed, blotting out the sky and the sun, and with a shrill whistling sound that tore through the air, shooting towards Xiao Han from all directions without any blind spots. Ice spikes sealed off the ground, ice blades sliced through space, icy air froze perception, and a domain suppressed action. This was Luo Bing's furious, all-out attack. He wanted to use this cage of ice and snow to completely crush and freeze that arrogant new student. It's over. How can we dodge this? What a terrifying area of effect attack. Senior Luo Bing is getting serious. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone was stunned by the catastrophic scene. Xia Yubing was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that was about to unfold. Instructor Qin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slightly raised the power within his body, ready to intervene at any moment to prevent Xiao Han from being seriously injured. However, Xiao Han, who was in the center of the ice storm, did something that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. He didn't move. At least, it looks like nothing has happened. Faced with the ice spikes and blades that came crashing down like a storm, he didn't even summon his martial spirit, remaining calm and collected. Just as the first icicle was about to pierce the ground beneath his feet, and the first icicle was about to tear the hem of his clothes, Xiao Han made a move. His movements weren't fast. In fact, one could say they were leisurely. He turned slightly to the side, and the icicle, strong enough to pierce a steel plate, grazed the hem of his clothes and plunged into the ground, kicking up a cloud of ice shards. He lightly lifted his foot, as if taking a stroll in a courtyard, his toes touching the tip of a newly sprouted icicle. His figure floated upwards half a foot like a ghost, just enough to avoid several ice blades sweeping down from below. Then, his figure began to blur. Like a reflection in water, like willow catkins in the wind, or like a shadow blending into the air. So close yet so far. Under the silent operation of the Shadow Void scripture, Xiao Han brought this already unpredictable footwork to an inconceivable level. His body seemed to lose weight as he weaved through the impenetrable storm of ice blades. Every step he took was perfectly timed, and every dodge was just right. He always managed to avoid an attack at the last second, with the smallest movement and the most incredible angle. Those ice blades, sharp enough to tear steel, flew past his hair. The icicles, imbued with terrifying cold, fell close to the tip of his nose. He was like a master dancer, performing an elegant and composed waltz on the edge of death. Ice and snow were his stage, and murderous intent was his accompaniment. The entire training ground became a one-man show for him. The inescapable net laid out by Luo Bing, the ice prison that would have driven any opponent of the same level to despair, now looked like a joke. All the attacks seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. How is this possible? His footwork, what kind of footwork is that? I can't hit it at all. Damn it! He doesn't seem to be using any strength at all. The gasps from the sidelines rose and fell, from initial worry to disbelief and astonishment, and then to utter shock. The frost on Luo Bing's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a livid look, and deep in her eyes, shock and shame were hard to hide. His proud attack, his all-out ice prison, couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes? This is an absolute disgrace. I don't believe it. Luo Bing roared, her inner energy surging wildly, her hands forming hand seals even faster, unleashing more ice spikes and blades, instantly doubling her attack frequency. The temperature in the entire training ground plummeted again, the chill almost materializing. However, it didn't work. Xiao Han's figure remained as elusive as a ghost, moving with ease through the increasingly violent blizzard. The more frantically Luo Bing attacked, the more weaknesses he exposed, and the rhythm of his attacks became chaotic due to his loss of emotional control. When masters clash, victory or defeat often hinges on a single, albeit narrow, decision. Just as Luo Bing's aura momentarily froze due to forcibly unleashing her power. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. A sharp glint finally flashed in those usually calm and collected eyes. Now! Almost at the same moment Luo Bing's flaw appeared, Xiao Han's figure, which had been strolling leisurely, suddenly disappeared. It wasn't just a fleeting afterimage at extreme speed, but a true, teleportation-like disappearance. The next moment, he had already appeared in front of Luo Bing. The two were less than half a meter apart. Luo Bing's pupils suddenly contracted, and an extreme sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. He didn't even have time to react. He could only watch helplessly as a fist, an ordinary-looking fist, even somewhat thin, slowly approached his chest. It lacked any earth-shattering grandeur. There was no dazzling brilliance. Even the fluctuations in the protective aura were so weak that they could be almost ignored. It was like a gentle push between friends, a playful gesture. However, Luo Bing, a genius at the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm, felt a terrifying aura from this seemingly harmless punch that was enough to make his soul tremble. That was destruction. That was annihilation. No! Luo Bing was terrified. She wanted to retreat, to defend herself, and to summon her martial spirit. But it was too late. Chapter 60. The fist's force never stops. Xiao Han's fist was already imprinted on his chest. There was no earth-shattering noise as I had imagined. There was only a faint, almost inaudible pop sound, as if a bubble had burst. Immediately afterwards, snap! A sound like shattering glass rang out. The frost armor on Luo Bing's body, formed by the power of Qi in the frost domain and capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an ordinary martial artist, was as fragile as paper, instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and then shattered with a bang. The punches never stop. That seemingly slow fist contained an indescribable, tyrannical, and destructive intent, as well as a terrifying power far beyond anyone's imagination. Martial Master Realm Level 3. This is Xiao Han's true power at this moment. Puff! Luo Bing felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge into his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly destroying his protective aura and shattering the nascent, not yet fully stable domain. The violent power ravaged his internal organs. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a shrill arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the edge of the training ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After struggling for a moment, he completely lost consciousness. One punch. Just one punch. From the moment Xiao Han disappeared to the moment Luo Bing was sent flying backward, the entire process was so fast that it took less than a second. Just moments before, the training ground was a frozen wasteland, teeming with danger now. All that remained was billowing smoke and dust, and Luo Bing lying at the edge of the field, her fate unknown. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their expressions a mixture of shock, standing there motionless. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Several seconds passed. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, making a clear sound that broke the deathly silence. Immediately afterwards, boom! Like a volcano that has been dormant for a long time, it has finally erupted. We won? Am I seeing things? Senior Luo Bing was defeated in one punch? This is impossible. That's a peak 5th level martial master. What just happened? I only saw Xiaohan suddenly appear in front of Senior Luo Bing, and then it was over? Isn't he at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm? How could he possibly send Senior Luo Bing flying with a single punch? Monster! This is definitely a monster. Exclamations, doubts, gasps, and incoherent discussions all converged into a massive wave of sound that nearly blew the roof off the entire training ground. No one could believe what they were seeing. The freshman they thought was connected, lucky, and survived by hiding, Xiaohan, who they believed was at most at the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, actually killed Luo Bing, the top student of Class 0, a top genius among the new generation of the Imperial Capital Academy, and at the peak of the 5th level of the martial master realm, with a single punch? This isn't just a challenge beyond your level, it's a myth. It's an absolute fantasy. Xiao Yubing covered her mouth, her big, watery eyes wide open, her mind completely blank. She had imagined many possible endings, but she never expected it to be like this, a crushing defeat. Instructor Qingjin stood at the sidelines, his face revealing undisguised shock for the first time. His sharp gaze was fixed on the calm figure standing in the center of the arena, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Martial Master Realm. The power and intent contained in that punch just now were definitely at the martial master level. Moreover, it was far more than just a beginner martial master. This kid, he's been hiding his true abilities perfectly. Everything he said before was a lie. The separation, the hiding, the good luck in breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the martial realm, it was all nonsense. No wonder he dared to accept the challenge so calmly. No wonder he was so calm and collected when facing Luo Bing's all-out attack. Qingjin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and looked at Xiaohan with an unprecedented solemnity and curiosity. Amidst the deafening roar and shock of the crowd, Xiaohan, the instigator, seemed to remain detached from the situation. He slowly withdrew his fist, still looking calm and collected, as if he had just casually swatted away a fly, rather than being the top genius of Class 0 at the Imperial Capital Academy. He glanced indifferently at Luo Bing, who was lying unconscious in the dust in the distance. His gaze was calm and unwavering, as if he were looking at an insignificant object. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes mixed with shock, awe, fear, and curiosity, he turned around, took a step, and calmly walked off the training ground. Step by step, I walked toward the exit of the rest area. His figure, though not particularly tall from behind, became incredibly mysterious and unapproachable in everyone's eyes at that moment. He didn't say a word, but with that decisive punch, he proved to everyone. Who is the real loser? Who is the real genius? The commotion inside and outside the training grounds continued, and the discussions about this battle were destined to remain the hottest topic in the capital's academies for a long time to come. Xiaohan, however, had already left the commotion behind him. Feeling the slightly surging blood and qi within his body from the punch, and hearing the system notification in his mind, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The Shadow Void manual has been upgraded by 30% and is now available. As for that random little supernatural power, well, I'll study it slowly when I get back. Class 0? A prestigious university in the capital? It seems things are starting to get interesting. Xiaohan's figure disappeared at the exit of the 0 class's exclusive rest area, leaving behind a raging storm that could not be calmed for a long time. At the edge of the training ground, Luo Bing remained unconscious. Several familiar students hurriedly lifted him up, preparing to send him to the medical room. More people gathered in the center of the field, pointing to where Xiaohan had just stood and where Luo Bing had fallen, excitedly discussing that unbelievable punch. What kind of fist technique was that? I didn't even see it clearly. That was fast. How did he suddenly appear in front of Senior Luo Bing? Definitely a martial master. I could feel the power of that punch even through the energy shield. Martial Master Realm? Wasn't he only at the peak of the 9th level of martial warrior realm? Instructor Qin confirmed that before. Bullshit. He's definitely hiding his strength. This Xiao Han has been strange ever since he enrolled. Double SSS plus martial souls. Is it really that monstrous? More than a whole realm above him, one punch and he's dead? I told you long ago, how could someone who gets noticed by instructor Lin Xingxia be a simple character? The news spread like wildfire. No, it was as if it had sprouted wings and swept through the entire Imperial Capital Academy at a speed far beyond anyone's imagination. The university's internal forum was instantly ignited. Chapter 61 Instructor Lin. Something terrible has happened. Breaking news. Class 0's top student, Luo Bing, was instantly killed by freshman Xiao Han with a single punch. Video evidence. A martial artist at the 9th level suspected vs a martial master at the 5th level peak. The result is astonishing. In-depth analysis, Xiao Han's mysterious footwork and the terrifying intent contained in that punch. Double SSS plus martial souls reappear with divine power? Is it extraordinary talent or another fortuitous encounter? The betting is open. Let's bet on what level of opponent Xiao Han will instantly kill next. The university forum exploded. Holy crap! Huge news from Class 0. Freshman Xiao Han knocks out top student Luo Bing with a single punch. No way? That Xiao Han with twin useless martial souls? What kind of interstellar joke is this? There's video evidence. Although it's blurry, it's definitely Xiao Han. Luo Bing was lying there so neatly. Wow, this guy's cheating, right? Wasn't he just a martial artist before? Luo Bing is a 5th level martial master. Just a wild guess, a secluded adventure in a hidden realm. It's an incredible opportunity. Double SSS plus? I even laughed at him before. Now I'm a little embarrassed. Various posts flooded the screen, with clicks and replies skyrocketing. Xiao Han. His name, along with his twin martial souls that were once labeled as useless, once again dominated the university's trending topics. The difference this time was that no one mocked. The discussion forum was filled with shock, awe, curiosity, and even a kind of indescribable chill. Hidden strength? A secluded adventure in a hidden realm? Instant kill of a higher level opponent? A mysterious inheritance? New labels flew in like snowflakes, sticking to Xiao Han, adding even more mystery to his already vague image. The university's leadership couldn't possibly remain silent. The detailed report on Xiao Han's one-punch victory over Luo Bing at the 0-class martial arts arena, along with his previous unusual record of disappearing and then returning in the trial realm, was quickly compiled and submitted to higher levels. It is said that several old guys who have been out of the public eye for a long time have become interested in this suddenly appearing double SSS+. The Imperial Academy, a dedicated area for instructors. The office was spacious and bright, but the furnishings were unusually simple, exuding a rugged atmosphere. Lin Xingxia leaned back in the ally office chair, her long, straight legs casually crossed. She was flipping through a research report on alien beast materials, her beautiful face expressionless, looking somewhat bored. Knock knock. A knock on the door. Go in. Lin Xingxia didn't look up. A young teaching assistant wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed open the door and came in hurriedly, his face showing barely suppressed excitement and shock. Professor Lin. Something terrible has happened. Lin Xingxia then lifted her eyelids, her narrow phoenix eye sweeping over, revealing a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. What's the panic? Is the sky falling? The teaching assistant shuddered under her gaze, quickly regaining her composure before speaking rapidly. It's not like the sky is falling, but it's almost like it. Just now, in the 0 class's internal training ground, Xiao Han, the one you recommended, clashed with Luo Bing, the 0 class's top student, and then Xiao Han knocked Luo Bing out with a single punch. Oh? Lin Xingxia raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curving her lips. Instantly? How exactly? The teaching assistant swallowed hard and carefully described the battle he had learned, especially Xiao Han's ghostly movements and his seemingly casual punch at the end. After hearing this, Lin Xingxia's amused expression deepened. She waved, signaling the teaching assistant to leave. The office door closed again. Lin Xingxia stretched out her slender fingers and tapped the table rhythmically. Tap. 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 His phoenix eyes gleamed, a smile playing on his lips. Martial Master Realm, and more than one level. This kid has been hiding his true strength. Disappearing in the secret realm for so many days, he must have gained some incredible benefits. Ancient tradition? Interesting, getting more and more interesting. She had long sensed that Xiao Han was no ordinary person. The strange phenomena that occurred when Beihai No. 1 Middle School awakened, and the calmness it displayed when facing dire straits, all made her remember this boy. After that, he didn't hesitate to choose the high-risk, high-reward option and came to the Imperial University in the capital. How could someone like that possibly be content with mediocrity? However, this surprise came too fast and was a bit too explosive. Tap your fingertips lightly on the optical computer's operating interface. A notification to meet with the mentor was precisely sent to Xiao Han's student terminal through the university's internal system. As soon as Xiao Han returned to the somewhat simple freshman dormitory, before he could even sit down properly, the student terminal on his wrist vibrated. Looking up, I saw a summons notice from Mentor Lin Qingxia on the screen. As expected, Xiao Han muttered to himself, not surprised. The commotion at the martial arts arena was so great that it even revealed part of his strength. He had long anticipated that it would alarm certain people, especially Lin Qingxia, his mentor. The energy fluctuations within the secret realm could not be hidden from the academy. The excuses used to explain things away in Qingtown were good luck and special circumstances, but for Lin Qingxia, this unfathomable martial king or perhaps even higher, the same excuses probably won't work. However, he was prepared. After tidying his clothes slightly mainly to maintain the persona of fighting hard to break through, Xiao Han got up, left the dormitory, and walked towards the mentor's private area. The way the students looked at me on the street was completely different from before. Disregard and mere curiosity have vanished, replaced by undisguised awe and a thirst for knowledge. Several bold girls even tried to approach him, but he calmly turned them away. Looks like that punch worked pretty well, Xiao Han thought, saving him a lot of trouble. Being low-key is fine, but appropriately displaying one's strength earns more respect and peace. Soon, they arrived outside Lin Qingxia's office. He adjusted his expression, making himself look both exhausted from surviving a disaster and invigorated by a breakthrough, while also conveying the respect due to his mentor. Knock knock. Enter. Push open the door. A heavy, oppressive aura pressed down on us. In the office, Lin Qingxia remained in her usual lazy and casual posture, leaning back in her chair. But that feeling was sharp and compelling, as if it could penetrate all pretense. Even when restrained, the aura of a martial king is enough to make an ordinary martial artist tremble. Xiao Han felt a slight chill, but bowed respectfully and asked, "Instructor Lin, you wanted to see me?" Lin Qingxia didn't speak immediately, but just looked him over from head to toe. Her red lips curved into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. "Xiao Han, what you gained in the trial realm is much more than what you told Xinjin." His voice was languidly magnetic, yet his words carried considerable weight. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. The real drama was about to begin. He gave a wry smile, with a hint of helplessness at being seen through. "My mentor has a keen eye. My little tricks can't fool you." "A little trick?" Lin Qingxia chuckled, leaning forward slightly, the oppressive aura suddenly intensifying. "You made me soar from the 6th level of martial artist to the point where I could kill Luo Bing, a peak 5th level martial master, with a single punch. This can't be explained by little tricks." Her voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "Tell me, what exactly did you encounter in the secret realm? Don't try to fob me off with good luck or stumbled upon a treasure trove. I don't have much patience." Chapter 62. What kind of inheritance? The last sentence, though spoken calmly, sent a clear sense of danger through Xiao Han. This beautiful instructor was no pushover. Xiao Han remained silent for a moment, as if organizing his thoughts or weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of frankness, reporting to Master, "I did indeed obtain a fragmented ancient inheritance by chance deep within the secret realm." "Oh? An ancient tradition?" Lin Qingxia's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her interest growing. "What kind of tradition?" "I can't explain the specifics either. The inheritance seems to be related to my martial spirit, and it contains some cultivation methods and combat techniques." Xiao Han said, half truthfully, attributing everything to the mysterious inheritance. "It was during the process of absorbing the power of the inheritance that my strength was able to break through. Because I was worried that it would be too shocking and attract unnecessary trouble, I concealed that it wasn't an intention to deceive my mentor." As he spoke, seemingly to prove his point, he stopped deliberately suppressing the energy within his body. A powerful aura, though far less expansive than Luo Bing's, was more refined and pure, carrying a hint of darkness and sharpness, and slowly emanated from his body. Martial Master Realm. and a solid second-level martial master realm. Although this aura was released and then immediately withdrawn, it was enough for Lin Qingxia to clearly perceive it. Lin Qingxia looked at Xiao Han, her eyes flickering uncertainly. Martial Master Realm Level 2. This level, combined with his SSS plus martial souls and the possible existence of a mysterious inheritance, makes it somewhat plausible that he could kill Luo Bing, whose foundation wasn't particularly solid, with a single punch. Although she had a gut feeling that Xiao Han was still holding back, since he had already been frank to this extent, pressing him further would only seem petty. An ancient tradition, Lin Qingxia leaned back in her chair, the oppressive pressure dissipating as she regained her languid demeanor, a playful smile playing on her lips. Looks like you're quite lucky. She paused, then changed the subject. However, Xiao Han, you must remember. Luck and fortuitous encounters are ultimately just external forces. True strength requires your own efforts and wisdom to control. The capital's universities are very complex, filled with countless geniuses and prodigies, and the hidden dangers far exceed your imagination. Revealing all your cards too early may not be a good thing. These words were both a warning and a reminder. Xiao Han understood and respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I understand." "Good that you understand." Lin Qingxia waved her hand. "All right, go back and consolidate your cultivation. The competition in Class 0 will only get fiercer. Don't think that just because you defeated Luo Bing, you can rest easy." "Yes," disciple takes his leave. Xiao Han bowed again, then turned and left the office. The door closed gently behind me. Only when the heavy door completely isolated the inside from the outside did Xiao Han exhale the stale air that had been stuck in his chest. The invisible pressure in the office still felt like it was stuck to his skin, heavy and sluggish, making every nerve in his body tense. Lin Qingxia. This mentor is far more troublesome than the Martial King Realm identity stated in the information. Those few words, though seemingly casual, were actually a test of his bottom line. If he hadn't reacted quickly and shifted the blame entirely to ancient traditions, his true colors would probably have been exposed by now. Martial King Realm, Tisk. Xiao Han clicked his tongue lightly, the lingering fear in his heart quickly replaced by another emotion: excitement. If all the universities in the capital were like Luo Bing and Qin Feng, it would be too boring. That's what makes it powerful. Inside the office. The smile on Lin Qingxia's face slowly faded, and her fingertips unconsciously tapped on the smooth tabletop, making a soft tap sound. An ancient tradition, and it's also related to twin martial souls. She repeated Xiao Han's words in a low voice. The chaotic azure lotus, the Night King. These two SSS plus martial souls, which have never been recorded in any ancient texts, are themselves mysterious. Add to that this dubious inheritance. Xiao Han. This student, whom she had taken in on a whim, seemed to harbor far more secrets than she had initially anticipated, and far more interesting. Outside the door, Xiao Han had just taken a step to leave. Click. The door behind me was pulled open again without warning. He paused, then turned around. Lin Qingxia remained reclining in her chair, but her scrutinizing and pondering had faded somewhat, replaced by a more direct appreciation, and even a hint of amusement at the spectacle. "Wait." Her voice rang out, its tone languid yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Xiao Han was slightly surprised. "Does the mentor have any further instructions?" Lin Qingxia didn't answer directly. Her slender fingers tapped on the table, the soft tapping sound particularly clear in the quiet room. She just stared at Xiao Han, and it felt like she could see right through him, from his skin to his bones. Martial Master Realm Level 3. She suddenly blurted out these words, her voice low, yet like a needle, piercing precisely into Xiao Han's heart. "You deliberately suppressed your movements to the second level just now, but judging from your expression, your true strength probably lies in having just stabilized your third level, right? Moreover, your foundation is quite interesting, much more solid than any other Martial Master Level 3 I've ever seen." Xiao Han. Damn. I figured it out. He had deliberately concealed his cultivation level to avoid frightening people, but the instructor still saw through it at a glance. This level of perception is simply inhuman. Seeing that Xiao Han remained silent, but his embarrassment at being caught red-handed was quite convincing, Lin Qingxia burst out laughing. The clear laughter dispelled the previous seriousness in the office, adding a touch of teasing instead. All right, stop looking like you just lost your parents. Everyone has their little secrets. I'm not that interested in digging into people's secrets." She waved her hand casually, then sat up slightly, her previous languidness dissipating and her expression revealing seriousness. Xiaohan, I have to admit, you are much more outstanding than I expected. Your talent, your temperament, and this, good luck of yours, all suit my taste. Originally, the plan was to put you in Class 0 and observe you for a while. Now it seems, she drawled, that the ordinary 0 class environment might already be limiting for you. Lin Qingxia's tone became solemn. I've decided. From today onwards, I will personally guide your cultivation. Furthermore, I will propose to the Academy that you be formally transferred to the core sequence of Class 0. This means that the Academy's top cultivation resources will be prioritized for you. Chapter 63. What on earth is all this? Personal guidance? Core sequence? Top-tier resources being allocated? Even with his calm and collected nature, Xiaohan's breathing quickened slightly upon hearing these successive bombshells. He knew very well what this meant for a freshman who had only recently enrolled. This is simply a meteoric rise. Just then, that familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host is facing an important decision. The God-level choice system has been activated. Option 1. Accept Lin Qingxia's guidance and officially enter the core sequence of Class 0. Rewards: Lin Qingxia's favorability plus 10, eligibility for top-tier cultivation resources. Specific details depend on subsequent performance, and 10,000 random academy contribution points. Option 2. Politely decline Lin Qingxia's offer, expressing a preference for freedom and independent cultivation. Reward: 100 insights from a lonely cultivator, a rare collector's edition of street literature. System issue: hard will pill 1. After taking it, bones become hard for 3 days, and walking is accompanied by background music. Looking at the bizarre reward of option 2, Xiaohan's lips twitched involuntarily. 100 insights from a solitary cultivator? A rare, lowbrow literary edition? A system-branded toughness pill? Walking with its own background music? What is all this nonsense? The system still has that familiar cheeky feel. Without almost any hesitation, Xiaohan made a decision immediately. Why would someone forego a beautiful mentor and top-tier resources to choose solitary cultivation techniques and indomitable pills? Unless he's lost his mind or been kicked by a donkey. Thank you for your kindness, master. Xiaohan raised his head, his gaze clear and firm, his tone sincere. I was worried before that although the environment in Class 0 was good, the competitive pressure seemed insufficient. To receive your personal guidance and enter the core sequence to accept even more severe challenges is something I could never ask for. Without any affectation, he frankly expressed his desire for a more competitive environment. Seeing the undisguised expectation and fighting spirit in Xiaohan's eyes, Lin Qingxia nodded in satisfaction, her phoenix eyes filled with even more appreciation. She likes young people who are goal-oriented and dare to fight. Very good. Lin Qingxia's red lips curled slightly. Since you agree, from today onwards, you are a member of the core sequence of Class 0. The biggest difference between the core sequence and ordinary 0-class students lies in the degree of resource allocation. She began to explain in detail. First, you will gain access to an independent Grade A cultivation room, where the concentration of spiritual energy is more than 3 times that of an ordinary cultivation room, and it is equipped with various auxiliary cultivation facilities such as gravity regulation and a simulated environment. Xiaohan's eyes lit up. An A-level training room. This is one of the top training facilities in the Imperial Capital Academy, and it is said that only a very few core geniuses and instructors are qualified to use it. Secondly, you will gain access to the second level of the Star Pavilion. Lin Qingxia continued, the Star Pavilion is the core location for our Imperial Capital Academy to collect martial arts techniques and skills. The first floor is open to all students, but it mainly houses techniques and skills ranging from 1st to 5th rank. The second floor houses precious martial arts techniques and skills from the 6th to the 8th rank, and even some incomplete 9th rank inheritances. Only core students and instructors are qualified to enter and view them, and they have one free opportunity to make a copy every month. Rank 6 to 8. Rank 9 incomplete. Xiaohan's heart raced again. Although the grade of the creation heaven-reaching technique he was currently cultivating was unknown, it was definitely beyond the 9th rank. However, the accompanying martial arts techniques, close at hand and destruction godfist, while powerful, were both incomplete and urgently needed to be completed or replaced. He had just acquired the Shadow Void scripture and needed more high-level martial arts techniques to unleash its full power. The access to the second level of the Star Pavilion was a godsend for him. Finally, and most importantly, Lin Xingxia emphasized slightly, core students have priority and greater autonomy in various secret realm explorations, resource competitions, and selection for international exchange opportunities organized by the Academy. This means more opportunities, more challenges, and a faster pace of growth. Xiao Han took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. He knew that these top-tier resources were not given away for no reason. Sure enough, Lin Xingxia changed the subject, her eyes sharpening. Of course, rights and obligations go hand in hand. The competition for the core ranks is far more brutal than you imagine. Currently, there are 9 people in the core sequence of Class 0. With you, there are 10. Each of these 9 people is a top genius selected from the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. The weakest one has the cultivation of the 4th level of Martial Master and possesses a powerful martial soul of at least SS level. Among them are direct descendants of ancient martial arts families, possessing unique skills and profound knowledge. There are chosen ones who have had extraordinary encounters, with unpredictable and ever-evolving methods, and there are even a few whose backgrounds are so mysterious that even I can't find out the details, but their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Within the core sequence, resource allocation is not equal, but determined by strength ranking and contribution. There are monthly assessments, and those who rank at the bottom will be directly kicked out of the core sequence and demoted to ordinary students. Ordinary Class 0 students can also challenge core students to take their place. Here, there is no tenderness, only the naked law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak, and the winner takes all. Lin Xingxia stared intently at Xiao Han. Luobing might not even be worthy of carrying their shoes. Although you killed him with a single punch, you're still at the bottom of the core ranks. Are you ready? Brutal competition rules, formidable rivals, mysterious background. All of this did not frighten Xiao Han. On the contrary, it made the blood in his body start to boil. Bottom? When has Xiao Han ever been willing to be at the bottom? Don't worry, mentor. Xiao Han grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes sparkling like stars. I like places with challenges. Looking at the confident and fearless look in the boy's eyes, Lin Xingxia was slightly taken aback, and then the corners of her lips curved into an even more captivating smile. This little guy certainly didn't disappoint her. The true circle of geniuses, the true stage. Xiao Han felt that his magnificent life at the Imperial Capital Academy had truly begun from this moment on. Xiao Han held the updated student card, which felt slightly heavy in his hand. The symbols representing his identity and access had subtly changed. The key to the A-level independent training room felt cool to the touch, and 10,000 Academy contribution points were directly transferred to his account, instantly making his balance considerable. 10,000 contribution points. I should be able to exchange for some good stuff on the second floor of the Star Pavilion. Xiao Han's heart stirred slightly, and he gained a more intuitive understanding of the top-tier resources described by Lin Xingxia. This beautiful mentor was indeed generous. Chapter 60 for the prestige a genius should have. After saying goodbye to Lin Xingxia, Xiao Han did not return to the crowded freshman dormitory. He changed direction and headed straight for the deeper part of the Zero Class's exclusive area. Core members deserve better treatment. After passing through a light curtain that required special access verification, the space in front of me suddenly opened up. No longer the bustling public area, this place is now a series of independent courtyards, quiet and filled with an incredibly thick spiritual energy that makes you feel refreshed with just one breath. Each courtyard is surrounded by invisible energy fluctuations, forming small spirit-gathering arrays and defensive barriers, separated by flowers, plants, and trees, ensuring they do not disturb each other. A07. Xiao Han found his address and swiped his card on the access control. Drop. The door opened. The interior is very spacious, with a meditation room, a bedroom, and even a small alchemy room. It has everything you need. He focused his attention on the innermost cultivation room, where the spiritual energy was almost impenetrable, and the walls were covered with densely packed runes that glowed faintly. This must be the A-level cultivation room that Lin Xingxia had mentioned. TSK, this place. Xiao Han looked around and felt much more comfortable. It's much better than that pigeon coop. That makes sense. Just as he was about to look around again, the restrictions on the courtyard suddenly trembled slightly. Someone outside touched the communication array. Someone came knocking on our door so quickly? Xiao Han walked to the door and lifted the restriction. A large man was standing outside the door. The young man was nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body and a tanned bronze complexion. Just his presence made the air seem heavier. He glanced at Xiao Han from head to toe, his gaze direct and sharp, undisguisedly assessing him, with a hint of hostility. "You are Xiao Han?" the young man asked, his voice deep and muffled, resonating in his chest. "I heard you knocked Luo Bing down with one punch?" Xiao Han showed no extra expression. "What is it?" "My name is Shirley." The young man grinned, revealing very white teeth. Combined with his physique, the smile looked somewhat naive, but the eagerness to fight emanating from him was even stronger. "It's in the core sequence, ranked 5th. Luo Bing is quite arrogant, but he's actually quite capable. It's interesting that you were able to take him down with one punch." Shirley raised his hand and patted his chest twice with a muffled sound, like the beating of a drum. "However, just taking down Luo Bing isn't enough. If you want to gain a foothold in the core ranks, you have to show people your true abilities. How about it, do you dare to come with me to the training grounds for a couple of rounds?" Challenge. They came so quickly. Xiao Han wasn't surprised. In places like the core ranks, might makes right. As a newcomer who rose through the ranks in that manner, it would be strange if he wasn't being watched. 2 trips? Xiao Han raised the corner of his mouth. "Sure. However, I'm not responsible if you accidentally break it." Shirley was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. His laughter was so loud and powerful that it made the courtyard gate vibrate. "Good lad. You're arrogant. I like it. Let's go. Right now. To the core training ground." The core training ground is located in the very center of the Zero class area. That place was much sturdier than ordinary martial arts arenas outside, and its energy protection was also stronger. Even if 2 martial grandmasters were fighting fiercely inside, no one outside would feel anything. When Xiao Han followed Shirley here, he found that there were already a few scattered figures standing around the training ground. Clearly, news of Shirley challenging the newcomers has already reached the ears of the other core members. One of the figures stood out, Xia Yubing, who had previously invited Xiao Han to team up with her. Upon seeing Xiao Han, a look of worry crossed her face. She seemed about to say something, but was stopped by a woman with a cold gaze beside her. Instructor Qingjin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, but a hint of curiosity lingered in his eyes. He wanted to see for himself how Xiao Han, whom he had misjudged, would perform when facing the truly formidable opponents in the core sequence. Shirley's Titan body SSS awakening level has increased again. In terms of pure physical defense, there are few in the martial master realm who can break through it. Luo Bing lost because she underestimated her opponent and was careless. Shirley is different. He'll make it difficult for you to hit him even if you just stand there. What kind of skills does this newcomer Xiao Han have? Can he really withstand Shirley's Titan-like body? Several core members whispered among themselves, their gazes shifting between Xiao Han and Shirley. They admitted that Xiao Han's victory over Luo Bing was impressive, but Shirley was a different kind of formidable fighter, known for his defense and strength, and was the undisputed tank of the core group. In the center of the training ground, Shirley stretched his limbs, producing a series of crackling sounds. He looked at Xiao Han, his fighting spirit high. "The rules are simple, stop when you've made your point. Surrendering or losing your fighting ability means you've lost. Are you ready?" Xiao Han nodded. "Any time is fine." "Good." Shirley shouted, his blood and chi erupted, and dense rock patterns appeared on his bronze skin. His figure seemed to grow taller, and a heavy, mountain-like aura spread out. Titan's body. Martial spirit possession. Come on. Let me see how powerful your punch is. Shirley planted his feet firmly on the ground, adopting a defensive stance, intending to take Xiao Han's attack head-on. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Shirley's aura was indeed much stronger than Luo Bing's. His pure physical strength and defensive power could be felt from a great distance. Without any politeness, he moved swiftly, employing the close-at-hand, far-away footwork technique, his figure closing the distance like a ghost. His right fist clenched tightly, his blood and chi surging, and the intent of destruction coalescing. It's still fist of destruction. Facing an opponent like Shirley, Xiao Han also wanted to test the limits of his punch. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into Shirley's forearm as he blocked, producing a dull thud, as if a heavy hammer had struck tough leather. The violent power was unleashed, and the special alloy ground beneath Shirley's feet sank slightly, but he himself only swayed slightly and his blocking arm went numb. He didn't even take a step back. Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd outside the stadium. It's blocked? He took Xiao Han's punch head-on? Shirley's defense is indeed freakish. Xia Yubing covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. The power of that punch that instantly killed Luo Bing was still vivid in her mind, yet Shirley had actually blocked it head-on. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Jin's eyes. Shirley shook his slightly numb arm and grinned, such powerful strength. Such bizarre fist intent. I almost couldn't withstand it. Let's go again. He stomped his foot, and a wave of earthy yellow energy spread out, causing the entire training ground to tremble. Instead of backing down because of Xiao Han's attack, he took the initiative to charge forward, his huge fist smashing towards Xiao Han with a whistling sound that tore through the air. It wasn't fast, but it was powerful and heavy, sealing off all of Xiao Han's escape routes. Xiao Han's eyes were calm, but his steps changed, and, close to each other, yet worlds apart, began to move again. This time, his figure was no longer simply rushing forward or dodging in a straight line. Instead, under the shadow of Shirley's punch, he seemed to blend into the shadow in the air, narrowly avoiding the powerful punch from an extremely tricky angle that defied the laws of physics. Chapter 65 is even stranger. At the same time, his figure became somewhat blurry in the instant he dodged, as if leaving a faint afterimage in place. He subtly incorporated the power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul, as well as the spatial insights brought by the Shadow Void scripture, into the world within reach. Shirley's punch missed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he felt that Xiao Han's aura seemed to disappear for a moment, as if it had blended into the surrounding environment. The core members off the field also noticed something was wrong. His footwork seems a little different from when he fought Luo Bing? That's even stranger. I almost missed his trajectory just now. Instructor Qin Jin frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Xiao Han's figure. His speculation about the ancient inheritance deepened. This footwork clearly carried a hint of space and shadow, and was definitely not an ordinary movement technique. Xiao Han didn't give Shirley much time to react. While dodging the attack, he pressed forward again. This time, in addition to the destructive intent, his fist was also subtly covered with a very faint, almost imperceptible, dark luster. The Night King, the power of the Shadow Ruler. The destruction fist is unleashed once again. The target was still Shirley's blocking arm. Bang! There was another muffled thud, but this time, the outcome was completely different. The seemingly indestructible rock-like skin on Shirley's arm flickered with a dark luster the moment it touched Xiao Han's fist, and the luster mysteriously seeped into it. Snap! A faint cracking sound rang out. Shirley's expression changed drastically. He felt a cold and domineering force ignore his tightened body defenses and directly invade the meridians and bones of his arm, bringing a piercing pain and numbness. His proud defense seemed to have been disintegrated from within by some force in the face of this punch. Thump thump thump. Shirley could no longer maintain his previous composure, staggering back 3 steps. His blocking arm trembled unnaturally, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his rock-like skin. What kind of power is this? Shirley stared at Xiao Han in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. The area outside the stadium fell silent once again. If the first time they blocked it was unexpected but reasonable, then this time, Xiao Han used the same method but achieved a completely different effect, which was completely beyond their comprehension. His fist is suspicious. What was that just now? Shadow energy? It doesn't seem like it. Completely ignoring part of Shirley's defense? The core members looked at each other, and they all saw shock and solemnity in each other's eyes. Xiao Han calmly withdrew his fist, looked at the horrified Shirley, and said indifferently, "Want to continue?" Shirley felt the persistent numbness and tingling in his arm, as well as the strange power that restrained his tightened body. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm not fighting anymore. I lost." He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Xiao Han's strength and fist intent were already extremely terrifying, and coupled with this strange method that could penetrate defenses, he had no chance of winning at all. Xiao Han nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave the training ground. Wait! Instructor Qin Jin suddenly called out to him. Xiao Han stopped and looked at Qin Jin. Qin Jin gave Xiao Han a deep look, his gaze complex. "The method you just used was from your ancient heritage?" Xiao Han understood what Qin Jin was asking. He nodded and replied half-jokingly, "I guess so. It's just some small techniques from the inheritance. I haven't mastered them yet, so I'm not very proficient." Not very skilled. Qin Jin's lips twitched. Not very skilled, and he could easily break through Shirley's tightened body? What would happen if he became skilled? He waved his hand, not pressing the matter further. "All right, I understand. You've defeated Shirley, and no one will question your position in the core sequence anymore. Go back and cultivate diligently. Yes, mentor. Xiao Han replied, and calmly left the training ground under the complicated gazes of the crowd. Watching Xiao Han's departing figure, the core members around the martial arts arena had different expressions. The previous disdain, doubt, and curiosity have now turned into deep fear and solemnity. This newcomer is more mysterious and more powerful than they imagined. Xia Yubing watched Xiao Han's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, her face filled with worship. Instructor Qingjin gazed at the sky, muttering to himself, double SSS plus martial souls, mysterious inheritance, endless tricks. Lin Xingxia has really struck gold this time. As Xiao Han walked back to his courtyard, he was still reflecting on his brief encounter with Shirley. The Titan's body truly lives up to its name. If it weren't for the fact that the shadow power evolved from the Eternal Night King possesses certain armor-piercing and corrosion properties, it would be quite difficult to break through its defenses so easily. These guys in the core sequence are definitely not easy to deal with. Luo Bing, Shirley, the next 7 probably each have their own unique skills. Instead of feeling pressured, he felt his blood getting slightly hot from the challenge. 0 Class Core Sequence. The true stage for the capital's academic institutions. That's interesting. Having defeated Shirley, Xiao Han had essentially secured his place in the core ranks. The eyes that had been secretly observing him became less scrutinizing and more wary. Ignoring the outside turmoil, he returned to the A07 independent courtyard and immediately devoted all his energy to cultivation. The treatment afforded to those in the core ranks is indeed well deserved. In the Grade A cultivation room, the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost tangible mist. Inhaling even a single breath brought immense comfort to one's entire body. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and began circulating the creation heaven-reaching technique. The surrounding spiritual energy immediately formed a massive vortex, surging wildly into his body. The cultivation efficiency is more than 3 to 5 times higher than that of the outside world. The chaotic azure lotus martial soul swayed gently, emitting a soft azure light, greedily absorbing pure spiritual energy to nourish itself, while also replenishing Xiao Han's physical body and meridians. The eternal night monarch martial soul remained hidden in the shadows, silently absorbing the wandering shadows and spatial energy in the space, complementing the shadow void scripture, and its aura became increasingly profound and refined. Besides the spirit energy room, the accompanying gravity room surprised Xiao Han even more. He directly adjusted the gravity to 10 times his own limit. Under terrifying pressure, every time he circulated his qi and blood, and every time he practiced his cultivation technique, he could feel a subtle tearing and reorganization coming from deep within his body. The effects of the creation heaven-reaching technique on tempering the physical body were maximized, and the bones, muscles, and meridians became more resilient and solid under this extreme pressure. A few days later, Lin Xingxia summoned Xiao Han. It was still the same office, but this time, Lin Xingxia's gaze towards him held less scrutiny and more pure appreciation, along with a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. Chapter 66. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. You've made rapid progress. Lin Xingxia leaned back in her chair, tapping the table lightly with her fingertips. However, your understanding of the shadow void scripture seems to focus too much on devouring and stealth, neglecting the mysteries of space itself. While close at hand is powerful, you can still improve your spatial control. She didn't give a long speech, but just pointed out some minor deviations in Xiao Han's cultivation of the shadow void scripture and application of the close at hand and far away in a few words, and shared some insights about the key point of breaking through from the martial master realm to the great martial master realm. These seemingly simple pointers were like a sudden awakening, making things that were previously unclear to Xiao Han suddenly clear. Having a wise teacher to guide him was indeed better than trying to figure it out on his own. Thank you for your guidance, mentor, Xiao Han said sincerely. Your comprehension is excellent. Lin Xingxia nodded slightly. Don't be stingy with the contribution points I'm giving you. Go to the second floor of the Star Pavilion and find a few martial arts techniques suitable for your current stage, especially those that can complement your chaotic green lotus martial soul. Relying solely on a fragmented fist technique and movement method is still a bit too narrow a path. Xiao Han had the same idea. His battle with Shirley made him realize the limitations of his offensive methods. While the Annihilation Fist is powerful, it would likely struggle against a purely defensive opponent like Shirley, unless countered by the power of Shadow. The Chaos Lotus currently focuses more on support, defense, and recovery, lacking direct offensive capabilities. After bidding farewell to Lin Xingxia, Xiao Han headed straight for the Star Pavilion. With his access to the core sequence, he successfully entered the second level. Unlike the bustling first floor, the second floor of the Star Pavilion was exceptionally quiet and solemn. The space was several times larger, and the bookshelves were more antique, with jade slips, animal skin scrolls, and metal books on them emitting faint energy fluctuations. A few figures, who appeared to be students or instructors, moved about among them, their expressions focused. The martial arts techniques here start at least at the 6th rank, and you can even see rare inheritances marked with 7th rank or 8th rank. The air is filled with a profound sense of knowledge and power. Xiao Han's goals were clear: first, to find the sequel fragments of Destruction God Fist or Close at Hand and Far Away, and second, to find an attack or support martial skill that could be compatible with the Chaos Green Lotus martial soul. He paced slowly among the bookshelves, his spiritual energy sweeping over each jade slip. The Overlord Spear Technique, rank 7, unparalleled in its ferocity, unsuitable. The Formless Sword of Flowing Water, rank 7, elegant and agile, not quite in line with his style. The True Art of 10,000 Beasts, rank 8, a body refining technique, conflicting with the Creation Heaven reaching technique. There are countless high-grade martial arts techniques, but those that perfectly match the characteristics of one's dual martial souls are extremely rare. Especially for martial souls like the Chaos Green Lotus, which are biased towards life, purification, and domain, the corresponding attack methods are even rarer, with most being supportive. Just as Xiao Han was feeling a bit dizzy and was preparing to first copy a 7th grade wood type attack martial skill to make do, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! The system has detected that the host is making an important decision. The God-level choice system has been activated. Option 1, choose the 7th grade wood type attack martial art, Azure Wood Entangling Hand, and proceed with a steady and methodical approach. Reward, a complete copy of this martial art, and a copy of Introduction to Basic Botany sponsored by the Academy Library. Option 2, proceed to the corner of the 3rd row, 7th column of Section C. You find an unnamed ancient book with a peeling cover, yellowed pages, and what appears to be a toilet paper substitute. Carefully infuse it with your own chaotic Azure Lotus primordial spiritual power for 3 breaths, silently chanting, Azure Lotus, quickly manifest your power, grant me divine skill, and conquer all. Reward, unknown rank chaotic Azure Lotus exclusive attack martial art Azure Lotus sword song fragment, and a box of fresh breath mints, a must-have for dates. Xiao Han. Toilet paper alternative? A nerve-wracking solution? System, are you sure you didn't make a typo? And what's with this fresh breath mint thing? Is it implying I'm going on a date with someone? Looking at the familiar recipe and taste of option 2, Xiao Han's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Although the mission description is full of flaws and even somewhat insulting to his SSS plus Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul, the reward. Azure Lotus sword song fragment. Just from the name, you can tell that this is definitely an attack skill tailor-made for the Chaos Azure Lotus. As for that little bit of shame, compared to the 3 bows and 9 kowtows I did at the Martial Arts Pavilion last time, this time I just silently recited it, it's nothing compared to the greatness of the matter. Fortune favors the bold, and divine skills are left unseen even on toilet paper. Xiao Han encouraged himself and made his choice without hesitation. He casually walked towards Section C, his eyes scanning the bookshelves. Finally, in an inconspicuous corner, he found a tattered ancient book, just as the system described, with a peeling cover, yellowed and brittle pages, carelessly stuffed in a corner, as if it might fall apart at any moment. There wasn't even a name on it, just some blurry ink marks. No one around was paying attention. Xiao Han took a deep breath, pretending to be flipping through the book, his fingertips quietly touching the ancient text. A wisp of pure, vibrant azure spiritual energy, brimming with life force, flowed from his fingertips and carefully seeped into the delicate pages of the book. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. At the same time, he closed his eyes and silently chanted in his heart, Green Lotus, quickly show your power, grant me divine skills, and strike through all the nerves. The moment he completed this somewhat bizarre operation, the tattered ancient book seemed to be activated, silently transforming into specks of blue light that merged into his fingertips and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a vast and profound torrent of information surged into Xiao Han's mind. The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. It wasn't a complete technique, it only contained the starting stance and the cultivation method for the first move, Lotus Movement. However, the sword intent contained within it deeply shocked Xiao Han. This is an extremely unique sword technique. It does not simply pursue sharpness or power, but rather integrates the life, purification, and a trace of the true essence of chaos of the Chaos Lotus into the sword moves. When the sword is drawn, it is like a lotus blooming, full of vitality yet concealing a sharp killing intent. Wherever the sword energy passes, it purifies evil spirits, cuts off falsehoods, and can even draw upon the wood-type spiritual energy in the world and turn it into its own. Its grade far surpasses all the martial arts techniques on the second floor of the Star Pavilion. It's at least grade 9, and possibly even higher. I've made a fortune. Xiao Han suppressed his inner elation. The system rewarded mints also appeared in the system space. They were beautifully packaged and looked quite high-end. Xiao Han decided to keep them for now, thinking they might come in handy. He withdrew his hand without making a sound, as if nothing had happened. He casually browsed through the information for a few more moments, then used his contribution points to make a copy of the data on the analysis of the weaknesses of the alien beasts before leaving the Star Pavilion. Back in training room A07, Xiao Han immediately began to study the Azure Lotus Sword Song. Chapter 67: A Terrible Choice. With the experience of Destruction God Fist and close at hand, coupled with the extraordinary comprehension brought by Creation Heaven Reaching technique, he quickly grasped the basics. With fingertips brought together to form a sword, wisps of cyan sword energy flickered and swirled, sometimes as agile as a swimming fish, sometimes as sharp as a blade, carrying a charm that was both inexhaustible and purifying. Cultivation knows no time. In the days that followed, Xiao Han completely immersed himself in cultivation. He made the most of the top-tier resources in the core sequence, including the A-level training room, the gravity chamber, Lin Qingxia's occasional guidance, and the Star Pavilion's data. With the Creation Heaven Reaching technique and the Shadow Void scripture progressing in tandem, his cultivation steadily improved. At the third level of the Martial Master realm, his foundation became incredibly solid, and he even showed a faint tendency to advance to the fourth level. Close to you, yet far apart, incorporates more spatial awareness, with increasingly ghostly and unpredictable footwork, and more skillful short-distance shadow jumps. The destructive intent of Destruction God Fist has become increasingly refined, and its power is even greater than before. Although the newly acquired Azure Lotus Sword Song is only a fragment, he has already mastered the opening stance and the first move, Lotus Movement. The chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul finally has a decent means of attack, making up for one of his major shortcomings. The synergy between his twin martial souls has become increasingly seamless. The Chaos Green Lotus focuses on frontal attacks, sustain, and purification, while the Eternal Night Monarch focuses on unpredictability, assassination, and control. The combination of the two has made his fighting style more versatile, and his strength is now vastly different from when he first entered the academy. Time flies, and the annual grand event of the university competition, is getting closer and closer. Xiao Han stood in the center of the cultivation room, slowly finishing his practice, feeling the surging power within his body, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Is this a university competition? Perfect, let's test the results of our training over this period of time. Geniuses from the imperial capital's universities, I hope you can bring me some surprises. Ding! Important event detected for the host university grand competition. God-level selection system activated. Xiao Han's eyelids twitched, and a bad premonition immediately filled his heart. This system, every time it appears, it's never for good. No, every time it appears, it makes him pay some kind of price. Option 1, stability is key. Prepare for the academy competition step by step, consolidating your current skill level and martial arts proficiency to strive for a decent ranking. Reward: 1 bottle of refreshing pill, common quality, better than nothing, might even save you from yawning a few more times. Option 2, take a gamble and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Head to the third basement level of the old book building, one of the forbidden areas of the academy. Find the deepest wall, said to be covered in ghost faces, and shout at it, "Listen up, friends inside. I'm the junk collector next door. Bring out your old techniques, secret manuals, and magical treasures for sale." Shout for 1 minute, ensuring your voice can cover the entire third basement level. Reward: Academy Grand Competition Champion's Blessing effect. During the competition, the host's overall strength is temporarily and slightly increased, luck is slightly increased, and there is a certain chance of triggering enlightenment in battle, and a very small chance of obtaining one of the weakness prediction fragments related to the final opponent. Xiao Han. He silently looked at the task description for option 2, his lips twitching uncontrollably a few times. An old bookstore? 3 basement levels? A wall of ghost faces? A university in the capital city has a place like this? It doesn't sound like a respectable place. And the task description, shouting collecting junk at a wall of ghost faces? For a minute straight? And the sound has to cover the entire third basement level? Is this system afraid he's not socially insane enough? Last time, bowing and kowtowing to this broken book in the martial arts pavilion was already outrageous enough, but this time it's upgraded to shouting in a place that's supposedly haunted? And this slogan. "I'm the rag and bone collector next door" is absolutely shameful. Xiao Han could even imagine how friends inside would react to these words. Wouldn't they just rush out and beat him to death on the spot? Let's take a look at the rewards. Blessings to the champion of the university competition. Temporarily boosting overall strength, increasing luck, and even offering a chance for enlightenment. This is practically a god-tier buff for the upcoming competition. Not to mention the extremely low probability of obtaining the weakness prediction fragment. If we could actually get our hands on that, wouldn't the finals be a sure thing? In comparison, Xiao Han felt that the biggest use of the mind-refreshing pill in option 1 was probably to relieve the mental fatigue caused by excessive shame after he completed option 2. Fortune favors the bold, integrity is worthless. Xiao Han took a deep breath, silently reciting this slogan he had learned from who knows where, forcibly suppressing the intense sense of shame. For the sake of strength, for the championship, for more abundant resources, he endured this little social death. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Selection confirmed. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Task validity period, 24 hours. Friendly reminder, the underground area of the old book building is a forbidden area of the academy, usually deserted, but still protected by basic restrictions and energy detectors. Please be discreet and avoid being discovered by the academy's enforcement team, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The system is not responsible for rescuing anyone. I know, you talk too much, Xiao Han muttered to himself, annoyed. He began to recall and inquire about information about the old book building. This place was indeed not well known within the university, and was even somewhat shrouded in secrecy. It is said that the place contains some extremely old, even incomplete and low-value books, and because of its antiquity and gloomy environment, it has gradually become less frequented. As for the 3 underground floors and the so-called ghost face wall, there are many supernatural legends associated with them, and they have been listed as restricted areas that should not be entered without permission. Forbidden areas are great, forbidden areas are wonderful, there are fewer people in forbidden areas, making it easier to call. Xiao Han comforted himself and began to formulate an infiltration plan. The old library was located in the relatively remote northwest corner of the academy, a place rarely visited, which made it easy for him to sneak in. The key was how to avoid any possible restrictions and patrols. However, this was not a difficult task for him, who possessed the Shadow Void scripture and near the end of the world. The night was as dark as ink, the moon was hidden and the stars were few. In the northwest corner of the Imperial Capital Academy, a forgotten building stands quietly, the old library, whose reputation is obscure and even carries a touch of eeriness. Unlike the brightly lit and bustling areas of the university, this place is filled with an old and decaying atmosphere, with only a few dim streetlights barely outlining its mottled shape. A figure almost blended into the shadows, gliding silently along the corner of the wall. Xiao Han activated the Shadow Void scripture, concealing his aura to the extreme. The power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul covered his entire body, as if he were cloaked in the camouflage of night. The ubiquitous energy detectors and patrols within the academy were rendered useless to him. Chapter 68: The Man in Black. His movements were elusive, easily bypassing several weak energy nodes. The basic restrictions surrounding the old library building were dilapidated and ineffective. A side door was slightly ajar. Xiao Han moved slightly and slipped into the building. A heavy smell of dust mixed with a lingering chill hit me. The building was dimly lit, with only moonlight filtering through the high windows, illuminating the dust particles floating in the air. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, the sound particularly clear in the deathly silence. Xiao Han didn't look around much and headed straight for the underground area. The stairs leading underground were narrow and steep, covered in thick dust and cobwebs. The deeper you go, the more intense the cold and damp feeling becomes. An indescribable energy fluctuation permeates the air, ancient, decaying, and lifeless, yet it also harbors a strange vitality. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul within his body trembled slightly, showing no rejection but rather an affinity and excitement. The energy here seems to share the same origin as it, or rather, it is very compatible with it. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. It seemed there was something truly special hidden beneath this old bookstore. 3 underground floors. It was darker and more oppressive here than upstairs. The air was bone-chillingly cold, and even its movements seemed stagnant. The bookshelves around were haphazardly arranged, piled high with dusty ancient books and tattered scrolls, exuding a musty smell. Deep inside, a wall caught Xiao Han's attention. The walls were an eerie dark gray with an uneven surface. Upon closer inspection, they were found to be made up of countless distorted and tormented human faces stacked together. The stone walls exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine, and countless eyes watched silently in the darkness. The ghost face wall. Xiao Han confirmed that this was the place the system task was referring to. He steadied himself and prepared to begin that incredibly embarrassing task. Despite my inner complaints, I had to handle this small matter properly for the sake of the Academy Grand Competition Champion's blessing. However, just as he adjusted his breathing, gathered his emotions, and prepared to sing. Swish! Swish swish! Several extremely faint whooshing sounds rang out. Several subtle yet powerful auras suddenly emerged from the dark passage on the other side. Xiao Han's pupils suddenly contracted, and all the muscles in his body tensed up instantly, as the power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul flowed secretly. 5 figures slowly emerged from the darkness. They were also dressed in stealth-friendly night clothes, and their agile movements revealed well-trained teamwork. The leader was tall and imposing. Although he had deliberately concealed his aura, the subtle fluctuations indicated that he was a high-level martial master, and might even have reached the edge of a grand martial master. The remaining 4 are all experts at the mid-stage of the martial master realm. This is definitely not an ordinary student or instructor at the academy. The 5 people's attention instantly focused on Xiao Han, with scrutiny and vigilance. The air froze instantly. Neither side spoke, but an invisible killing intent clashed fiercely in the darkness. Are they also after these 3 underground levels? What's their goal? Xiao Han's mind raced. In this situation, if they were to speak out as planned, it would be tantamount to exposing themselves. The opponent's origins are unknown, and their strength is formidable. A direct confrontation is not a good option. We must strike first, create chaos, take the opportunity to complete the mission, and then slip away. The thought only flashed through my mind. Buzz. Without warning. The power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul suddenly erupted. Centered on Xiao Han, extreme darkness instantly spread, like a giant black cloth, completely engulfing the entire 3rd underground level. Sight and perception were all forcibly suppressed by this sudden dark domain. Who goes there? Careful! The other party was clearly not expected Xiao Han to act so decisively and ruthlessly, and their exclamation revealed their panic. In the absolute darkness where one couldn't see their own hand in front of their face, Xiao Han's figure disappeared without a trace, like a drop of water merging into the ocean. So close yet so far. Accompanied by the shadowy leaps of the Eternal Night King, he moves silently through the darkness. The next moment, a fist-shaped energy containing terrifying and destructive intent tore through the darkness and struck a slightly slower martial artist on the flank of the opposing team with perfect accuracy. Fist of destruction. Puff! The martial artist only had time to let out a muffled groan before his protective aura shattered. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a bookshelf in the distance and falling silent. Chaos erupted. Enemy attack. Form ranks, the leader shouted sharply, unleashing a powerful aura in an attempt to stabilize the formation and dispel the airy darkness. But Xiao Han's attacks never stopped. A cyan light flowed from his fingertips, carrying purification and vitality. One after another, condensed cyan sword energies were generated out of thin air, like nimble fish, weaving through the darkness, striking at the vital points of the others with tricky angles. The first move of Azure Lotus Sword Soam, Lotus Movement. Although it is an incomplete piece, the concealment and lethality of the Azure Lotus Sword Chi are greatly enhanced under the blessing of the dark domain of the Eternal Night King. Jingle bells. Clashing weapons, exploding energy, and muffled groans echoed through the darkness. The opponent was indeed not weak, especially the leader, who wielded a battle sword. The sword light was so sharp that it could cut through part of the darkness and protect the 2 people beside him. But Xiao Han's attack was too strange. He is omnipresent, sometimes unleashing devastating punches with fierce and domineering power, sometimes attacking with agile and cunning sword energy, and sometimes quietly operating with the power of shadow devouring, absorbing dissipated energy and the life force of his opponents. He is a top hunter hidden in the shadows, whose every move is precise and deadly. The 5 opponents were instantly scattered, 2 of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the remaining 3 stood back to back, desperately guarding the area, both shocked and furious, but they couldn't even pinpoint Xiao Han's exact location. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Han seized an opening and flashed past the ghost face wall. There wasn't time to deliver a full minute-long speech, but the minimum requirement was, "Listen up, everyone inside. I'm the junk collector from next door. I'm bringing out all my old cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and magical treasures to exchange for money. A sound, not loud but loud enough for the system to detect, was shouted out quickly amidst the fighting and energy explosions, only to be drowned out by a larger wave of chaotic noise. Ding! Host detected transmitting critical voice information in the target area, but the transmission was interrupted due to unforeseen circumstances. Minimum mission requirements have been met. Reward, Academy Grand Competition Champion's Blessing, has been issued. There is a very small chance that the acquisition of the weakness prediction fragment will fail. A system notification sounded in my mind. Done. Xiao Han no longer wanted to fight. These people are not easy to deal with, especially the leader. If they get bogged down or attract the attention of the Academy's experts, then things will get complicated. Slip. His figure suddenly sank into deeper shadows, and the power of the Night King was activated to an unprecedented degree. With a flash of spatial fluctuation, so close yet so far vanished from its original spot, directly breaking away from the battle and rushing back to the passage it had come from. Trying to run? Stay here. The leader reacted quickly, realizing that Xiao Han was about to slip away, and shouted loudly. A fierce and unparalleled blade of light flashed, tearing through the dense darkness and slashing straight at the direction where Xiao Han had disappeared. Unfortunately, it was too late. The blade's edge missed its target, leaving only a shocking slash mark on the solid wall. Xiao Han's presence was completely gone. Chapter 69 Safe Departure. The leader stood motionless, his face ashen. He glanced at his groaning, severely wounded companion on the ground, then sensed the lingering, eerie energy fluctuations in the air. Annihilation, life purification, darkness, space. A feeling of apprehension welled up uncontrollably in my heart. Captain, that guy. A subordinate who was lucky enough to escape serious injury approached, his voice trembling, clearly terrified. Very strong, with very strange abilities, and judging by his appearance, he knows this place like the back of his hand. The leader lowered his voice. Our location has been exposed. Mission suspended. Retreat immediately. On the other side. Xiao Hanjin was like a fish returning to the sea, moving silently through it. He easily left the old library area, and after a few spatial flashes, he was back in the normal area of the academy, disappearing into the night once again. He leaned against a large, leafy tree, standing in its dense shade, and slightly adjusted his somewhat rapid breathing. The encounter just now was short, but extremely dangerous. The group's strength and background were all strange. Their ability to infiltrate the third basement level of the old bookstore meant their target was definitely not simple. The forbidden area of the academy, the ghost face wall, and these mysterious intruders. Xiao Han frowned slightly. The waters of the Imperial Capital Academy were even more murky than he had anticipated. However, we can't worry about that for now. We'll talk about who those people are and what they want later. Most importantly, the system task is complete. He could feel an inexplicable blessing power entering his mind. Although I was a little disappointed that I didn't get the weakness prediction skill, this adventure was still a great success no matter how you look at it. As for the secrets of the old bookstore and the identities of those people, we can dig them out slowly when we have the strength and opportunity. Right now, the most important thing is the upcoming university competition. With the champion's blessing in hand, he felt an even greater sense of anticipation for the upcoming competition. He glanced one last time in the direction of the old bookstore, a slight smile playing on his lips, before his figure vanished again, completely disappearing into the boundless night. A night breeze blew through the window pane, bringing a touch of coolness. Xiao Han's figure silently slipped into the shadows of the courtyard and returned to his own private little house. The events that unfolded on the third basement floor of the old bookstore, those mysterious and powerful auras, and his final, incredibly dangerous escape, even now, recalling them still makes his heart skip a beat. The waters of academia are truly deep. Ding! The exploration mission in the forbidden area of the old book building minimum requirement has been completed. The champion's blessing reward for the university competition has been distributed. The reward, a random minor ability, has been distributed. The system notifications that kept ringing in his mind interrupted Xiao Han's thoughts. He shook his head, putting aside the mysteries of the old bookstore for the time being, and focused his attention on the actual gains from this adventure. I haven't had time to look at the previous rewards yet. With a thought in mind, he first checked the random minor divine ability he had obtained after defeating Luobing. Random minor ability, Shadow Avatar. Effect: consumes a large amount of martial spirit power and spiritual power to condense a shadow avatar in the shadows that possesses a portion of the host's original strength, currently about 30%. The avatar can exist for a period of time depending on the energy invested by the host, can execute simple commands, and possesses some stealth and combat capabilities. Note, destroying the avatar will cause a slight backlash to the main body. Shadow avatar? Xiao Han's eyes lit up instantly, and a surge of joy rushed to his head. This thing is practically a divine skill tailor-made for his Eternal Knight Monarch martial soul. 30% of the strength is in top tier, but it's all about how you use it. Reconnaissance and exploration? Perfect. In critical moments, it can also be used to confuse the enemy, create opportunities to escape or counterattack, or even take the fall for someone else. Although being destroyed will have backlash, compared to my life, that backlash is nothing. High consumption? Limited duration? None of these things matter to him. The Chaos Green Lotus provides a near-infinite mana bar, and with the insane recovery speed of the Creation Heaven reaching technique and the Shadow Void scripture, endurance is never a problem. Great stuff! Really great stuff! Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This, Shadow Avatar, will definitely be another powerful trump card for him to use in his future adventures, to protect himself, cough. Then, he turned his attention to the newly acquired Champion's Blessing for the university competition. This name sounds awesome, I wonder how effective it will be. Grand Competition Champion's Blessing, a mysterious and profound blessing of fortune will take effect during the Academy Grand Competition. Effects include, but are not limited to, a temporary, slight increase in overall combat power, a minor increase in luck, and an increased probability of triggering enlightenment during battle. Please experience the specific effects for yourself. Experience it for yourself? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. This system was quite good at keeping people in suspense. He tried to feel and guide this so-called blessing power. Buzz. A mysterious, indescribable energy, warm and comforting, instantly flowed throughout my body. He felt his 5 senses had become exceptionally sharp, his mind was unusually clear, and even the flow of spiritual energy within his body seemed to be smoother. The mental energy that had been depleted during the infiltration of the old bookstore and the brief exchange was instantly restored to full strength. What surprised him even more was that, in this state, his understanding of the martial arts techniques he had learned seemed to have increased dramatically. Some parts of the Shadow Void that were originally obscure and difficult to understand suddenly became clear. The spatial conception of the so close yet so far footwork is felt more clearly and intensely. The true meaning of destruction and the fist of destruction seems to be more condensed and pure. Even the first move of the incomplete Azure Lotus Sword Song that I had just acquired and hadn't practiced much, Lotus Movement, automatically conjured up many exquisite variations and ways of using it in my mind. Holy crap, this blessing, is it really that effective? Xiao Han was genuinely surprised. The system message said this would take effect during the competition, but it's only a preliminary guide, yet the effect is already so immediate. This precious surge in comprehension must not be wasted. Xiao Han immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation technique to stabilize his newly broken through to the 3rd level of the martial master realm. At the same time, he diverted some of his attention to begin practicing the Shadow Avatar. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul was mobilized. The shadow in front of him began to twist and writhe restlessly. Slowly, a blurry human figure emerged from the shadows. The figure was composed entirely of pure dark energy, making its face indistinct, but its outline resembled Xiao Han's by about 70–80%. It's done! Although it was the first attempt, the avatar that was formed was still very crude, and its power fluctuations were extremely unstable. It only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it collapsed with a poof and disappeared into a few wisps of black smoke. But Xiao Han had already grasped some of the tricks of the trade. He could sense that with more practice and improved proficiency, the solidity, strength ratio, and duration of his avatar would definitely improve. Afterward, he immersed himself in the enlightenment of the Azure Lotus Sword Song and made the most of the time to digest the benefits brought by the recent surge in his comprehension. Chapter 70 is finally coming. A green light shimmered at my fingertips. A phantom blue lotus silently condensed, its petals trembling slightly. Call out. The lotus petal instantly transformed into an extremely condensed sword aura, slicing through the air and leaving only a faint spatial ripple that vanished in an instant. It's done. This move, Lotus Movement, is more powerful and more concealed than before the seclusion. A night of intensive practice passed quickly. The special state of enlightenment from the Grand Tournament Champion's Blessing slowly receded like the tide, and the clarity in my mind faded somewhat. Xiao Han opened his eyes. It's a pity that he couldn't advance further in his cultivation level, but it was also within expectations. However, the consolidation and enlightenment gained that night were immensely rewarding. His actual combat strength has taken another solid step forward. In particular, the newly mastered Shadow Avatar, although only at a preliminary level, combined with other improved martial arts skills, adds another trump card to his deck. Now, facing his former opponent again, Xiaohan is confident that he will win more easily. He stood up, his bones crackling softly. I walked to the window and pushed it open. The morning sun was shining brightly, its warmth washing over the courtyard and dispelling the last vestiges of chill from the night. A new day has begun. In the distance, from the direction of the central area of the university, faint sounds of commotion could be heard. The university competition is finally here. In the past few days, the atmosphere in all the universities in the capital has become very lively. The area around the central training ground had been newly decorated, with colorful flags fluttering in the wind, and a huge light screen suspended in mid-air, playing exciting moments from previous competitions and the rules of this year's competition. Countless young students, their faces filled with excitement, anticipation, nervousness, and other emotions, flocked to the registration point from all directions. Have you heard? It's said that Luo Bing from Class 0 is in seclusion this year, trying to break through to the 6th level of the Martial Master realm, determined to avenge her previous defeat. What's Luo Bing compared to those in the core sequence? They're the real monsters. Especially the top 3, they're said to all have the combat power of a Grand Martial Master. And then there's Xiaohan, the freshman who knocked Luo Bing out with a single punch. I wonder how he'll perform this time. Him? He was lucky. I heard that he later challenged Shirley, who was in the core sequence, and won by a narrow margin. I guess that's about it. It's hard to say, this guy is very mysterious. Various discussions and speculations abounded, with everyone discussing their favorite to win the championship. As Xiaohan listened to the faint commotion coming from afar, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Luo Bing? Shirley? Core sequence? His gaze had long since transcended these so-called geniuses. This competition is not only a test of his cultivation achievements during this period, but also a stage for him to truly make a name for himself in the Imperial Capital Academy, acquire more resources, and gain a firm foothold. Grand Tournament Champion's Blessing, Shadow Avatar, plus his own dual SSS plus martial souls and numerous fortuitous encounters that brought him hidden advantages. He was eagerly anticipating the expressions on the faces of those so-called hot players when all these cards were revealed. Feeling the surging power within his body and the faint blessing that was supporting him, Xiaohan's eyes shone with confidence. The annual grand event for universities in the capital city, the university competition, has finally begun amidst great anticipation. On this day, the usually deserted central training ground was surprisingly crowded. The high viewing platform was packed with people, a dense, dark mass. It wasn't just the teachers and students from the academy, there were also representatives from major powers and members of martial arts families from all over the country, as well as many journalists carrying cameras and microphones. The flashes of the cameras never stopped, recording this celebration of young geniuses. Above the training ground, several huge energy screens floated, playing a loop of the exciting scenes from past competitions and the detailed rules for this one. The air was thick with restlessness, a tension between excitement and nervousness, as countless young and passionate gazes converged on the high platform in the center of the venue. The opening ceremony was short, but grand enough. The academy's elderly principal, with his white hair and beard, made a personal appearance. His voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the room. He spoke of the academy's glorious history and emphasized what the competition meant for each student. It wasn't just about who had the strongest fist, but also a ladder to climb higher. Then, a senior academic official stepped forward and announced the prizes for the competition in a loud and clear voice, and those were truly substantial prizes. Those who rank at the top will gain access to higher levels of the Star Pavilion. Inside are high-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills that countless people dream of. There's an even greater chance of obtaining a spot in a special secret realm trial controlled by the Academy, a true meteoric rise. The one who stands out the most might even be promoted exceptionally and directly given the status of a prospective mentor. Whoosh! Each award brought forth a deafening roar of cheers and shouts from the crowd. Countless young trainees had their eyes burning with ambition, eager to rush onto the stage, defeat everyone else, and prove that they were the best. Of course, all eyes were on Class 0, especially on the 10 students in the core group. They were touted as the top seeds in this competition and the biggest favorites to win the championship. At this moment, they stood at the very front of the line, enjoying the spotlight. The subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from them made the ordinary students around them subconsciously hold their breath. Xiaohan stood in the core group, his position not particularly conspicuous, yet he still attracted countless curious, inquisitive, and even questioning glances. Look! That's Xiaohan, the freshman who knocked Luo Bing out with a single punch as soon as he entered school. I heard he later challenged Shirley and won with great difficulty. I wonder how far he can go in this competition. Double SSS plus martial souls. It's truly enviable, but his cultivation level seems to be only at the 3rd level of martial master, right? He's at the bottom of the core ranks. Oomph, it's just luck. If he encounters a truly powerful opponent, he'll definitely be exposed for what he really is. A cacophony of voices surged forth, some expressing amazement, others envy, and still others undisguised sourness. Xiaohan remained oblivious, his expression calm as he surveyed the bustling crowd around him with a detached gaze. He could clearly feel the power of the Grand Tournament Champion's blessing, flowing slowly through his body, making his senses sharper than ever before and bringing him to his peak condition. Suddenly, he felt a cold gaze fall upon him. Following his senses, he looked up and met a pair of icy blue eyes as clear as autumn water. Su Linglong. Today, she wore a simple, moon-white martial arts uniform that accentuated her slender and alluring figure. Her stunningly beautiful face was as pure and aloof as snow, and her noble demeanor, like a phoenix blooming in the snow, instantly attracted the attention of at least half of the audience. This former top school beauty in Beihai City is now a prominent figure at the Imperial Capital Academy. As the owner of the SSS-level Extreme Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, she is powerful and one of the favorites to win the championship. At that moment, she seemed to be searching for something in the crowd. When her eyes briefly met Xiaohan's, a barely perceptible ripple flashed in her cool eyes. She was slightly startled, then quickly looked away as if burned. A very faint blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks, so quickly that it was almost an illusion. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seemed that the accidental kiss from last time had left a deep mark on this aloof school beauty. Not far away, the other members of the core sequence were also attracting attention. Chapter 71, The Elimination Rounds, have officially begun. Luo Bing stood at the head of the group, the paleness on her face had faded considerably, and her aura was more refined and profound than before her injury, sharp and intimidating. Not only had her injuries healed, but her cultivation seemed to have even increased. He noticed Xiaohan's gaze, snorted coldly, his hostility and fighting spirit undisguised. He remembered the humiliation of being knocked unconscious by a single punch last time, and he was determined to get his revenge 100-fold in this competition. Shirley stood next to Luo Bing, his physique still as imposing as a small mountain. When he looked at Xiaohan, he felt a mix of emotions, a little intimidated, yet unable to suppress his desire to give it a try. The top 3 in the core sequence were even more eye-catching. Each of them possessed a restrained yet powerful aura, and their energies subtly clashed with each other, making the air feel oppressive. Clearly, they all regarded each other as tough nuts to crack. Hey! You're Xiaohan, right? A reporter with a microphone suddenly appeared out of nowhere, squeezed in front of Xiaohan, and said with a beaming face, "I'm from the Capital Martial Arts Express. Could you briefly tell me your goals for this competition?" Xiaohan's brows twitched. Before she could finish speaking, she swayed and slid behind a tall classmate. A calm, even voice drifted over, "Sorry, the match is about to start, I need to prepare." The reporter's outstretched microphone missed its target. Looking in the direction Xiaohan had disappeared, he could only sullenly mutter, "Hey, is this guy a slippery eel?" Meanwhile, the top students from other classes also sent their fighting spirit signals to the area where Class 0 was located. Especially when he was targeting Xiaohan, the provocation was completely undisguised. Class 0 is strong, but they're not pushovers either. Who is the real dragon? Let's find out when we clash in the ring. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Instructor Qinzhen's calm voice silenced all the noise, and everyone in Class 0 looked over. You all know the rules of the competition. I'll just emphasize one point: heavy-handedness is allowed, but killing is strictly prohibited. This is the Academy's bottom line. Anyone who crosses it will die. His gaze swept over each student, finally settling on Xiaohan, lingering for a moment longer, his curiosity and expectation impossible to conceal. Safety first, act within your capabilities. Of course, I hope you can give it your all and bring glory to Class 0. Go! Yes, mentor, everyone responded in unison. Thump! A melodious and solemn bell rang out, echoing throughout the entire capital's academy. The referee's loud voice rang out, "The 137th Imperial Capital Academy Grand Competition, Elimination Rounds, officially begin." All contestants, please proceed to your respective arenas immediately. Boom! As if a long accumulated flood had found its outlet, the entire training ground instantly erupted in excitement. Countless participating students surged towards the hundreds of designated arena areas like a tidal wave. Xiaohan stood still, feeling the surging crowd around him and the suddenly rising fighting spirit in the air, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It's here! Without further hesitation, he took a step and his figure merged into the surging crowd, heading towards the number 73 arena assigned to him. The real battle begins now. The preliminary rounds of the Imperial Capital University competition officially began after the bell rang. Tens of thousands of students surged like a floodgate opening towards the hundreds of arenas scattered across the vast central training ground. The clamor, shouts, and the sounds of weapons clashing converged into a surge of heat that soared into the sky, pushing the atmosphere of the entire academy to its first climax. The preliminary rounds use a random matching elimination system, designed to quickly filter out students who are not strong enough, paving the way for more intense competition later on. As a result, most of the arenas were surrounded by crowds of spectators, especially those with seeded players or well-known talents, which were packed with people 3 or 4 layers deep. In contrast, Xiaohan was assigned to arena number 73, which was in a relatively remote location, and the surrounding audience was much sparser. But that doesn't mean the battles here are unnoticed. At least, when Xiaohan, wearing the Zero Class Core Sequence uniform, stepped onto the stage, many eyes immediately focused on him. It's him! That freshman Xiaohan. Zero Class Core Sequence? I heard he got in through connections, and his actual strength is at the bottom of the core. TSK, what good luck! Matched with him in the first round. Isn't this a freebie? Amidst the murmurs, Xiaohan's opponent stepped onto the stage. He was a burly, arrogant young man with the cultivation of an 8th-level martial artist, a minor expert even in an ordinary class. When he saw Xiaohan, a flash of disdain crossed his eyes, quickly turning to excitement. Kid, you're Xiaohan, the one who got lucky and got into Class 0? The young man cracked his knuckles as he cracked his knuckles, his voice booming. I heard you only know theory? Today, let me, your grandpa, teach you how to fight in real combat. Just thinking about climbing over the core members of Class 0 is exciting. This young man was Wang Mang, who had awakened the C-level martial soul, violent savage ape, possessing innate divine strength. He saw this match as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to climb to the top, already fantasizing about how he would become famous and attract countless attention and resources after defeating Xiaohan. The thought of being able to rise to the top by stepping on the core members of Class 0 is exhilarating. Below the ring, the already sparse audience became more alert. They wanted to see what kind of person this controversial freshman, who supposedly got into Class 0 by sheer luck, really was. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll find out once we take it out for a spin. The referee was a serious-looking middle-aged mentor. He glanced at the two men and said in a businesslike tone, "Say your names, check your equipment, and get ready." Wang Mang, with a loud voice, eagerly announced his name, and at the same time, a flash of earthy yellow light appeared on his body, instantly activating his martial soul, violent savage ape. His already robust body seemed to swell even more, exuding a menacing and oppressive aura. Xiaohan. Xiaohan calmly gave his name without even lifting an eyelid. His opponent's provocation and momentum were nothing more than a breeze to him. The match begins. The referee swung his arm down sharply. Kid, catch me. Wang Meng roared, and with a loud thud, he shot towards Xiaohan like a cannonball. A fist the size of a clay pot, whipping up a vicious wind, hurtled straight at Xiaohan's face. He's going to make one move. Let's crush this fake student from Class 0 in the most brutal and direct way, and show everyone who the real strongman is. But just as Wang Meng's fist was about to hit Xiaohan's nose, an unexpected change occurred. The figure of Xiaohan, who was originally standing there, became slightly blurred. It wasn't so fast that it left an afterimage, but rather a more eerie feeling, like a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror, which would dissipate at the slightest touch. The next moment, he was gone. Wang Meng's powerful punch landed squarely on empty air. The immense force lost its target, causing him to stumble forward and nearly fall. Where are they? What's going on? Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat, filled with utter shock. He hadn't even had time to steady himself, nor had he found Xiaohan's shadow. An invisible and intangible gust of wind, yet carrying a terrifying and destructive force, had silently attacked from his side and rear. That wasn't even a direct attack, it was a fist gust of wind condensed to its fullest extent. But the sense of annihilation contained within it made Wang Meng's hair stand on end. A chilling fear, originating from the deepest recesses of his soul, gripped him tightly, rendering him immobile. Puff. Chapter 72 Instant Kill. Before Wang Meng could even react, the force of the punch struck his side with overwhelming power. The protective martial spirit light shattered like paper, followed by excruciating pain. Everything went black, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily outside the arena and immediately losing consciousness. The entire process, from the referee's announcement to Wang Meng's defeat, took less than 2 seconds. The area around the arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the boy on the stage who remained calm, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. What just happened? Speed. Extremely fast speed. They didn't even see how Xiaohan moved. And that fist wind. It didn't hit directly, yet it contained such terrifying power that it directly shattered the defense of a martial artist at the 8th level. The referee was also stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly walked to the edge of the ring, checked the unconscious Wang Meng, and confirmed that he was only seriously injured and unconscious and not in any danger to his life. He took a deep breath and looked at Xiaohan with a look of surprise and uncertainty. Will number 73, Xiaohan wins, the referee announced loudly, his voice carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible, unease. After a brief silence, low gasps and whispers erupted around the arena. Instant kill? Wang Meng is at least at the 8th level of the martial realm. He couldn't even withstand a single move from him? What kind of movement technique is that? It's too fast. He didn't use his martial spirit at all. It was just the force of his fist. The voices that had previously expressed disdain or doubt towards Xiaohan have now disappeared, replaced by shock and apprehension. Xiaohan seemed oblivious to the reactions around him, calmly walking off the stage to await the next match. The following matches were almost identical to the previous one. Whether they were elites at the 8th level of the martial realm, outstanding individuals at the 9th level of the martial realm, or even a few quasi-martial masters who were quite famous in ordinary classes, they were all like clay chickens and earthenware dogs in front of Xiaohan. He didn't even use that fist wind that contained the meaning of annihilation again. Sometimes, he would simply stroll leisurely through the storm of attacks from his opponents, appearing like a ghost beside or behind them, casually pointing a finger or striking with a palm, and the opponent would fall to the ground. The so close yet so far footwork under his feet is not just fast, but also carries a spatial charm that is as elusive as a gazelle hanging by its horns. Combined with his perception and combat awareness far exceeding those of his peers, as well as the mysterious enhancement brought by the Grand Tournament Champion's blessing, these martial arts realm opponents couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Every battle ended swiftly and decisively, so fast it was astonishing. He never summoned his twin martial souls, nor did he fully reveal his aura as a martial master. He simply crushed each opponent with ease and grace in a manner that was almost playful. Arena number 73 gradually became an anomaly. The battles here ended so quickly that even the assistants recording the scores were a bit overwhelmed. While other arenas were still locked in fierce combat, Xiaohan had often already finished 3 or 4 battles. This unusual behavior naturally attracted the attention of higher authorities. On the viewing platform, the gazes of some team leaders from other academies, representatives from various forces, and senior mentors from within the academies responsible for discovering talent began to frequently turn toward the direction of Arena number 73. Make a note of this, Arena number 73, Class 0 Xiaohan, currently has a perfect record of 5 wins, all of which were instant kills without using his martial soul. His movement is unpredictable and his footwork is astonishing, suggesting that he may have mastered a profound footwork martial art. Preliminary assessment indicates that his strength far exceeds the 9th level of the martial artist realm, and he may have already entered the martial master realm. He is listed as a key target for observation. A middle-aged professor from a prestigious university in Shanghai, with a refined and scholarly demeanor, whispered instructions to his assistant beside him. That Xiaohan is quite interesting. Not far away, an old man representing a top martial arts family stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. This footwork seems to contain spatial intent? This kid is not simple. Quick! Get me detailed information about Arena 73. Also, the footage of his previous entrance exam and challenges against Luo Bing and Shirlei. A tutor in charge of internal talent evaluation at the academy said urgently into the communicator. Even the broadcast screen would occasionally switch the camera to ring number 73. Although each time it could only capture the moment when Xiaohan won easily, it was enough to make more people notice the name. The atmosphere in the rest area where Shift 0 was located was somewhat subtle. Xiaohan is amazing. He won again. It was so easy. Xia Yubing waved her little fist, her face full of excitement, making no attempt to hide her admiration. Luo Bing stood not far away, her face cold, looking at Xiao Han's calm and collected figure on the light screen, her clenched fists turning slightly white at the knuckles. He could sense that Xiao Han had become stronger than when they fought last time. That composure, that control over the rhythm of the battle, was something no martial artist could possess. A sense of shame and a strong sense of crisis surged into his heart at the same time. Shirley touched his chest, as if it still ached faintly. He grimaced and muttered under his breath, "This guy seems even faster now. He definitely wasn't going all out last time he fought me." Instructor Qingjin crossed his arms, watching Xiao Han's performance with a hint of satisfaction and surprise in his eyes. He had known for a long time that Xiao Han was hiding his strength, but he hadn't expected him to be this powerful. It seemed that the boy's gains in the secret realm were far more astonishing than he had imagined. When the first round of preliminary rounds came to an end, Xiao Han unsurprisingly advanced with a perfect record. He remained undefeated and didn't even break a sweat, becoming one of the most dazzling and mysterious rising stars in the entire preliminary rounds. Discussions about Xiao Han from Class 0 spread like wildfire throughout the capital's universities. Countless people are speculating about the true strength hidden within this seemingly out-of-the-box newcomer. What are his limits? Does he truly deserve to challenge those established and renowned core prodigies? Xiao Han slowly walked off the stage, ignoring the various complicated gazes cast upon him. Feeling the increasingly active spiritual power and sharper senses within his body due to the Grand Tournament Champion's blessing, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Warm-up is over. Next, he'd probably encounter some opponents who could pique his interest a little, right? He was somewhat looking forward to it. The clamor of the preliminary rounds gradually subsided, and the Imperial Capital Academy Grand Competition ushered in the more brutal elimination stage. After the first round of trials, tens of thousands of students remained, and those who survived were all the best in their respective classes. The fighting spirit in the air became increasingly concentrated, carrying an air of iron and blood. Chapter 73: Blazing Flames Burn the Sky. The format has become simple and brutal: random matchmaking, one-on-one, and if you lose, you're out. Every match could be the end for a genius. There is no room for luck. There were far fewer fighting rings in the central martial arts arena, but there were far more spectators. None of the trainees who have made it this far are pushovers, so their duel is naturally attracting a lot of attention. Xiao Han was still standing on stage number 73, waiting for his first opponent. During the preliminary rounds, he won so easily, like it was a game, advancing with a perfect record. Many people are watching him, but no one can see how strong he really is. He's kept it all hidden. Now that the knockout stage has begun, everyone wants to see if he can remain so calm when he encounters a tough opponent. Soon, the opponent arrived. He was of average height, with a slightly rebellious air about him. His name was Li Yan, and he was at the first level of the martial master realm. His awakened martial soul is the B+ grade Blazing Lion. He is very skilled in fire-type martial arts. In the preliminary rounds, he blasted away several people with his ferocious attack power, and he can be considered a well-known genius. Li Yan had clearly studied Xiao Han and knew that this person's movement technique was very strange, and his strength was definitely more than what it seemed on the surface. However, he was confident in his explosive power of fire, believing that as long as the firepower was strong enough to suppress Xiao Han's room to maneuver, he would have a chance to win. Xiao Han, right? The top student in Class 0? Li Yan shrugged, sparks flying from his body. You had your moment in the spotlight during the preliminary rounds, but you only ran into a bunch of mediocre players. Today, I, Li Yan, will test your mettle. Without wasting words, the referee waved his hand and announced, first round of the elimination tournament, arena number 73, Xiao Han vs. Li Yan, the match begins. Roar! Li Yan didn't bother with any probing. He went all out from the start. He let out a low roar, and the illusory image of the fiery lion martial soul behind him instantly became clear, its mane floating like burning flames, and a violent and scorching aura immediately swept over the entire arena. Blazing flames engulfed the heavens. Li Yan pushed his hands forward forcefully, and a surge of fire elemental spiritual power erupted, turning into a sea of crimson fire. It looked as if it wanted to burn everything down, and it swept over Xiao Han. Where the flames passed, the air twisted and turned, and the special material floor of the arena turned red with heat. This move had a huge range, covering almost half of the arena, clearly intended to leave Xiao Han nowhere to hide. The audience gasped in surprise, many feeling sorry for Xiao Han. Such a powerful fire attack would be too much for even a martial artist of the same level to withstand head-on, let alone Xiaohan, whose cultivation level still seemed to be hovering around the martial artist realm. Faced with this overwhelming sea of fire, Xiaohan's expression remained unchanged, as calm as an old well, without even lifting his eyelids. The sea of fire was about to engulf him. Just then, he moved. He didn't retreat, he didn't block, but instead took a step forward. This step is quite mysterious. A faint, almost invisible shadow rippled around him, forming an inexplicable connection with the power of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul. He pushed the close at hand, faraway footwork, combined with the concealment techniques of the Shadow Void scripture, to its limit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The raging flames grazed the edge of his clothes, and the heatwave ruffled his hair. But he was like a shadow untouched by the fire, nimbly weaving through the gaps in the sea of flames. The movements weren't fast, in fact, they were rather leisurely. But with each step, he perfectly avoided the most intense flames, repeatedly teetering on the edge of danger, yet nothing happened to him. What? Li Yan's expression changed drastically, filled with disbelief. His most prized area of effect attack was broken just like that? That guy was as slippery as an eel, wandering around in his own fire. I don't believe it. Li Yan roared, his hands forming hand seals again as he activated his martial spirit. More flames spewed out, transforming into dozens of ferocious fire lions that roared and pounced on Xiaohan from all directions, determined to bury him completely. The entire arena had become a fiery hell, with temperatures soaring so high that people outside the arena felt their faces being roasted. But Xiaohan's figure became even more elusive. He would disappear into the elongated shadow on the ground, only to emerge from another shadow a second later. His figure swayed for a while, leaving several shadows to confuse people. A moment later, it would leap using the shadows cast by the burning flames, appearing in strange locations as if by teleportation. He incorporated the shadow control power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul into the close-to-each-other footwork technique. Their already unpredictable movements have become even more elusive. Li Yan's attacks became increasingly frenzied, and the pack of fire lions chased after that fleeting shadow, but they couldn't touch a single hair on it. His spiritual energy was draining away rapidly, sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his breathing became labored. Looking at Xiaohan again, he was still as calm and composed as ever. He even had time to observe how his opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations became chaotic due to anger and anxiety. Is this guy a monster? Li Yan felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of powerlessness washed over him. His fire seemed to have missed its mark, hitting cotton and wasting his energy. That's about it, Xiaohan thought to himself. After this battle, he tested the combined effects of the Shadow Void scripture and Near the End of the World, and became more proficient in controlling the power of shadow. Seeing that Li Yan's energy had surged continuously and his aura had clearly paused for a moment, Xiaohan didn't dawdle any longer. Just as Li Yan unleashed another enormous fiery Lion King, preparing to fight to the death, Xiaohan, who had been moving like a shadow, suddenly stopped. The next moment, he shot out like an arrow, completely ignoring the still burning fire around him, and rushed straight towards Li Yan. The speed was outrageous. A dark shadow instantly tore through layers of flames. An alarm bell rang in Li Yan's mind. He instinctively wanted to retreat, and at the same time, he quickly created a thick fire shield in front of him. But Xiaohan was faster. Annihilation! With a low shout, Xiaohan's right fist arrived. This punch looked ordinary, without any earth-shattering noise, and there wasn't much visible light on the fist. However, the space around the fist slightly distorted. An aura of utter devastation, condensed to its extreme, mixed with wisps of deep shadow power, quietly dissipated. Puff! A soft popping sound, like a bubble bursting. Li Yan's prized flame shield, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a martial artist of the same level, was as fragile as paper and was instantly pierced by that seemingly ordinary fist. The fist continued its momentum, its terrifying penetrating power and destructive intent striking Li Yan precisely in the chest. Well! Li Yan's expression froze instantly, the flame in his eyes quickly extinguished, replaced by horror and pain. He felt an indescribable destructive force penetrate his body, instantly destroying his protective spiritual power and shaking his internal organs. Bang! With a muffled thud, Li Yan was thrown backward as if hit by a speeding train, his body arching as blood traced a gruesome arc in the air before he crashed heavily off the stage. After struggling for a moment, he lost consciousness completely. Chapter 74 Xiaohansheng. The entire venue fell into a brief silence once again. Although it wasn't as swiftly decided as the preliminary rounds, the process of this battle was even more thrilling. Xiaohan never summoned his martial spirit. He easily defeated a martial master level 1 genius with considerable strength by relying solely on his strange movement technique and that earth-shattering punch at the end. His ability to move freely through flames and even blend into the shadows, as well as his terrifying fist force that could easily pierce through flame defenses, left an extremely deep impression on everyone present. Hiss. What a bizarre ability. He's not afraid of Li Yan's flames at all? What kind of movement technique is that? It's like being a shadow. That last punch, its penetrating power was terrifying. Li Yan's flame shield couldn't stop it at all. This guy, he's definitely hiding his strength. He must also be a martial master. The discussions rose up again like a tide. This time, no one questioned Xiao Han's strength anymore. Instead, there was more curiosity and apprehension. The referee gave Xiao Han a deep look and announced the result of the match. Xiao Han wins on arena number 73. Zero shift rest area. We won. Xiao Han won again. Xia Yubing jumped up excitedly, her face flushed. Luo Bing's face was ashen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The shadow affinity that Xiao Han displayed made him feel uneasy. That power seemed to be an innate counter to many elemental martial souls. Shirley stroked his chin and grinned. This guy's punches seem to be even harder than last time. Instructor Qin Jin nodded, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. Xiao Han's performance did not disappoint him. He knew how to gradually reveal his strength instead of blindly pursuing instant kills, which was excellent. His use of shadow power had also become increasingly refined. It seemed that his trip to the secret realm had indeed yielded more gains than he had imagined. Xiao Han calmly stepped off the arena, feeling the slightly active blood and qi within his body due to the battle, as well as the heightened senses brought by the Grand Tournament Champion's blessing. The opponents in the knockout stage were indeed much stronger than those in the preliminary rounds. Although they still couldn't put real pressure on him, they at least gave him a little exercise. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the other arenas where fierce battles were taking place in the distance. The opponents ahead will only get stronger. It's getting interesting. A faint hint of anticipation appeared on Xiao Han's lips. He was eager to know just how far the geniuses of the Imperial Capital Academy could push him. The intensity of the elimination rounds has escalated to a fever pitch with each round of selection. Those who have made it this far are all seasoned elites, each with their own trump cards and pride. Xiao Han's next opponent soon appeared on arena number 73. This man, named Shirtai, was a 4th-level martial master and quite well known within the academy. He was unremarkable in appearance and had a sturdy build, but when he stood there, he was like an unshakable mountain. His martial soul was an extremely rare SS-level defensive martial soul of mountain-suppressing black tortoise. Hey, Xiao Han, right? I heard you're pretty tough with your fists and agile with your movements. Shirtai spoke in a deep voice, arms crossed, a scrutinizing look in his eyes. But in front of me, Shirtai, fancy tricks are useless. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee immediately announced, the match begins. Suppressing mountain black tortoise, possess me. Shirtai shouted, and earthen yellow light surged from his body. Behind him, a huge phantom of a black tortoise appeared, its thick shell gleaming with a metallic luster. Immediately afterward, the black tortoise phantom merged into his body, and a layer of solid earthen yellow armor quickly covered Shirtai's body, making his aura as steady as a mountain. Mystic Tortoise Barrier. Shirtai clasped his hands together, and a surge of powerful earth elemental spiritual energy erupted forth, rapidly condensing into a massive energy shield half a meter thick in front of him. The shield was covered with mysterious tortoise shell patterns, exuding an aura of indestructibility. After doing all this, Shirtai grinned and looked at Xiao Han provocatively. Come on, let me see if your fists can crack this turtle shell of mine. The audience below the ring immediately perked up. It's Shirtai. His mountain-suppressing Xian turtle martial spirit is known as having unparalleled defense among its peers. This is going to be interesting. Will Xiao Han's strange attack be able to break through Shirtai's defense? I doubt it. Shirtai's defense is too comprehensive. Not only does he have a martial spirit attached to him, but he also has this mysterious turtle barrier. Even ordinary martial masters at the 5th level might not be able to break through it easily. Xiao Han looked at the iron turtle in front of him, who was wrapped up tightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy is really planning to just stand there and take the beating. He didn't stand on ceremony either. With a swift movement, he unleashed the so close yet so far footwork, appearing like a ghost to Shirtai's side, and unleashed a punch imbued with the intent of destruction. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into the energy shield, producing a dull thud that made your teeth ache. The shield trembled violently, its earthy yellow light flashing rapidly, but it withstood the attack, though its color dimmed slightly. Shirtai remained motionless, chuckling in a deep, muffled voice, "You're quite strong, but unfortunately, you're still far from it. You're too green to crack my shell." Xiao Han's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. His figure moved again, like a fleeting shadow, rapidly circling around Shirtai, throwing punch after punch. Bang! 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 The dull thuds echoed through the arena. Each punch was powerful and heavy, its destructive intent seemingly tearing everything around it apart. However, Shirtai's mystic tortoise barrier was more resilient than imagined. It trembled continuously under Xiao Han's storm of attacks, its light flickering, but it showed no signs of breaking. Shirtai remained as steady as a rock, allowing Xiao Han to attack him, only occasionally adjusting the angle of his shield to precisely concentrate his defensive power at the point of impact. He was determined to use this most primitive and humiliating method to exhaust Xiao Han's spiritual power. Time passed second by second. The scene fell into an eerie stalemate. Xiao Han's attacks were fierce and tireless, but Shirtai held firm, unmoved. His stubborn and unyielding spirit was infuriating. This guy is really something else, Xiao Han thought to himself, slowing his attacks slightly. He could sense that while his destruction god fist was incredibly powerful, his opponent's defense was also ridiculously strong. Relying solely on boxing techniques is unlikely to be effective in the short term. The students watching also began to discuss it, and their voices grew louder and louder. What's going on? Why are Xiao Han's attacks completely ineffective? Shirtai's defense is insane. How many punches have he landed, and it still hasn't broken through? I knew it. Xiao Han's previous victories were mostly due to his opponents not being strong enough, or being countered by his strange movement techniques. When he encounters a true defensive genius like Shirtai, his offensive power seems inadequate. It seems this biggest dark horse is going to suffer a crushing defeat here today. What a pity. No matter how good your movement skills are, it's all for nothing if you can't break through the opponent's defense. You can't expect to exhaust your opponent to death, can you? In the break room of Shift 0, Xia Yubing clenched her small fists nervously, her palms sweating. The faint sneer on Luo Bing's lips became clearer at this moment, as if she couldn't wait for Xiao Han to suffer a setback. Instructor Qin Jin remained calm, but a sense of scrutiny crept into his mind. He wanted to see how Xiao Han would handle this situation. Chapter 75 was a bit difficult. On the arena, Shirtai saw that Xiao Han's attacks had slowed down and assumed that he was running out of spiritual energy. He laughed smugly and said, "What's wrong, Xiao Han? Out of strength? My turtle shell isn't so easy to smash." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han stopped what he was doing, looked at Shirtai with a strange smile on his face. "Indeed, it's a bit strenuous to hit him with your fist." His eyes narrowed slightly, and he decided not to hold back any longer. "Since brute force isn't working, let's try something else." The chaotic azure lotus martial soul within him trembled slightly at that moment. An aura completely different from that of the eternal night monarch quietly spread out. It was an ultimate purity, brimming with vitality, yet containing a sharpness that could purify all things and shatter illusions. Strands of extremely pure azure spiritual energy, like gentle streams, flowed from Xiao Han's dantian, converging along his meridians towards his fingertips. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingers forming a sword shape. At his fingertips, a faint bluish light quietly bloomed, like a star quietly shining in the night, or like the first green shoot emerging from the frozen earth in early spring. A profound and unfathomable sword intent silently spread out from Xiao Han's center. This sword intent was neither domineering nor sharp. Instead, it possessed a gentle and refined quality, yet it commanded respect without the slightest disregard. What is that? Such strange energy fluctuations. It's not the shadow power he used before. What is he planning? Does he have some other trump card up his sleeve? All eyes were focused on Xiao Han's fingertips, which were glowing with a bluish light. Xiao Han took a deep breath, activating the creation heaven reaching technique within his body to its fullest extent, unleashing the power of the chaotic azure lotus martial soul without reservation. The profound meaning of the first form of the azure lotus sword song flowed through his mind. The lotus stirs. He murmured softly and gently pointed his finger forward. Call out. A slender cyan sword aura shot out from his fingertip. This sword energy was completely different from his previous domineering and unparalleled destruction god fist. It was small, even somewhat weak, and its speed was not fast. It drifted and elusive, as if a gentle breeze could disperse it. There was no earth-shattering power on the sword energy, only a layer of faint blue light flowing around it, like a clear blue pool, deep and tranquil. However, this seemingly harmless cyan sword energy caused Shirtai on the arena, as well as all the highly skilled martial artists below the arena, to change color. From that cyan sword energy, they sensed an indescribable, terrifying characteristic purification. Dispelling illusion. It was as if all the filth and falsehood in this world would have nowhere to hide before this cyan sword energy, be completely purified, and return to their origin. Alarm bells rang in Shirtai's mind, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged into his heart. He roared, and all his spiritual power surged into the mystic turtle barrier. The already thick energy shield solidified even more, and the earth and yellow light almost became tangible. The cyan sword energy arrived leisurely, gently touching the indestructible, mystic tortoise barrier. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar. The moment the sword energy made contact with the shield, a bizarre scene unfolded. The cyan sword energy, as if possessing a life of its own, silently seeped into the earth and yellow energy shield like spring rain. Then, centered on the point of contact, fine cyan lines, like vines, rapidly spread across the shield. Click, click, click. A teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out. Under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the incredibly sturdy, mystic turtle barrier, which even Xiaohan's continuous attacks with the Destruction God Fist could not shake, rapidly melted and disintegrated like snowflakes blown by a spring breeze or an ice sculpture exposed to the scorching sun. Wherever the cyan patterns passed, the earthy yellow energy dissipated, turning into the most primordial spiritual particles that vanished into the air. No! This is impossible! Shirtai roared in disbelief, his eyes wide with rage. His proud, absolute defense had been breached in such a bizarre way. That cyan sword energy seemed to completely ignore his energy structure, purifying and erasing him directly from the source. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the once invincible Xian turtle barrier shattered under the erosion of the cyan sword energy, turning into countless points of light. The remaining force of the cyan sword energy did not diminish, it remained as gentle and elusive as ever, continuing its advance. Shirtai was terrified and tried to dodge, but the sword energy, though seemingly slow, actually locked down all his escape routes. He could only watch helplessly as the cyan sword energy lightly swept across the mountain-suppressing black tortoise armor on his body. Put! A soft sound, like a sharp blade cutting into rotten wood. The tough tortoise shell was no match for the cyan sword energy and was easily pierced. Finally, the cyan sword energy struck Shirtai's chest. Ugh! Shirtai let out a shrill scream, his whole body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily off the stage. A hole the size of a finger appeared in his chest armor, and blood gushed out. He was seriously injured and had passed out. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by the unbelievable scene before them. With a flick of his finger, the azure lotus sword she effortlessly shattered all laws. That seemingly weak sword energy possesses such a strange and terrifying ability to break through defenses. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and gasps erupted like a volcanic eruption. My God! What kind of martial art is that? Too strong. Too bizarre. Shirtai's defense is practically made of paper in front of him. One sword strike pierces through the defense. This is the real trump card. Xiaohan! 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 Countless gazes converged on the calm figure standing in the center of the arena, filled with awe, shock, and a hint of indescribable fervor. Xiaohan slowly withdrew his fingers, feeling the comfort brought by the chaotic azure lotus martial soul within his body. The first move of the azure lotus sword song, Lotus Movement, truly did not disappoint him. Its purifying and dispelling properties made it a natural nemesis to all kinds of energy defenses. He glanced calmly at the unconscious Shirtai below the stage, then surveyed the boisterous audience, a faint smile playing on his lips. In this battle, he showcased the Azure Lotus Sword Song for the first time in a major competition, and his stunning performance undoubtedly solidified his status as a dark horse champion. Those who had previously questioned his lack of offensive power now bowed their heads in shame. The Imperial Capital University competition has become even more exciting and unpredictable because of Xiaohan's presence. The Imperial Capital University Grand Competition, after several rounds of fierce competition, has finally entered the battle for the top 8. Those who have made it this far are all true top geniuses from within the universities, and every match attracts countless eyes. Chapter 76 Absolute Speed. Xiaohan's name is now one of the most well-known in the academy. He went from being a ridiculed double F waste to becoming a double SSS plus prodigy, and in the competition, he defeated strong opponents with overwhelming force, even killing Luo Bing, the top student of Class 0, and breaking through the absolute defense of the defensive genius Shi Tai with a single finger. Every match he played became the focus of attention. Now, he will face his opponent in the quarterfinals. The atmosphere in the center of the arena was both tense and intense. Xiao Han stood on one side of the arena, his calm gaze fixed on the other side. His opponent was another genius in the core sequence of Class 0 Feng Wuying. A peak 5th level martial master, he possessed an SS-level wind-type martial soul, Spirit of Gale, and was renowned for his extreme speed and explosive power. Xiao Han, your strength is indeed astonishing. Feng Wuying's voice was cold and sharp. True to his name, he was tall and slender, like a shadow that could ride the wind at any moment. The cyan aura swirling around him silently proclaimed the extraordinary nature of his SS-level wind-type martial soul, Spirit of Gale. However, in the face of absolute speed, all fancy techniques will be ineffective. The words had barely left his mouth when the referee abruptly brought his raised hand down. The match begins. Spirit of Gale, possess me. With a low shout, Feng Wuying's body was suddenly enveloped in a dense azure light, and he vanished abruptly from his spot as if dissolved by the wind. On the arena, in an instant, green shadows darted about, dozens or even hundreds of blurry figures intersecting, each trailing a sharp wind blade trajectory, cutting through the air and emitting a teeth-grinding shriek. Holy crap! Is this teleportation? My eyes. My eyes can't keep up. How can we fight like this? Can Xiao Han even detect his true form? From the stands, gasps of surprise rose and fell. Many students with weaker cultivation levels were already feeling dizzy. The scene on the arena was simply a visual disaster. Xiao Han stood still, the surrounding air turbulently stirred up by the rapidly moving wind. Feng Wuying's movement trajectory was indeed strange. Those afterimages were not mere illusions, but rather possessed a certain degree of offensiveness and covered a wide area. While close at hand, yet far apart, possesses exquisite movement techniques that allow him to weave through the gaps in the wind blades, this pure evasion puts him at a significant disadvantage, let alone providing an opening for a counterattack. Hiss! 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 Dozens of condensed, almost tangible wind blades came from all directions, blocking the attack from various tricky angles. Xiao Han lightly touched the hard arena floor with his toes, his figure elusive, narrowly avoiding the deadly blue light each time. All you can do is hide? Feng Wuying's voice seemed to come from every afterimage at the same time, carrying a hint of mockery. Let's see how long you can last. The offensive intensified suddenly. The arena was almost completely covered by the raging wind blades, leaving Xiao Han with increasingly limited space to move. He took a deep breath. If this continues, it will be only a matter of time before our spiritual energy is exhausted, or, if we are not careful, our defenses will be torn apart by those all-pervasive wind blades. Since the other party is showing off his skills, let him see what real speed is. The Eternal Night King martial soul within his body quietly began to operate. A dark, murky current spread from beneath his feet, quickly connecting and merging with the dappled shadows cast by the arena floor. Xiao Han's figure also began to look unreal. No longer relying solely on footwork to dodge, but rather becoming an integral part of the shadows, stealthily moving and roaming among Feng Wuying's rapidly shifting cyan afterimages in an even more incredible way. He stopped running away. He's hunting. Feng Wuying immediately sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Han's speed, in terms of sheer straight-line burst, might not be as fast as his, but the way he moved by blending into the shadows and freely switching between light and darkness sent chills down his spine. His attacks missed time and time again. Those wind blades seemed to vanish into thin air, or as if swallowed by the invisible darkness. He wanted to pinpoint Xiao Han's true identity, but the other's figure flickered erratically in the shadows, moving east and west, making it impossible to determine. Every time he thought he had caught Xiao Han's trail and launched an attack, he only managed to shatter a dissipating phantom. However, Xiao Han's true form may have already appeared in his blind spot. What kind of monster is this guy? Feng Wuying's unease began to grow. His pride and joy in his extreme speed seemed almost laughable in the face of his opponent's unpredictable movements. In order to sense Xiao Han's movements, he had to divert some of his attention, which caused a slight, almost imperceptible, stagnation in his originally smooth attack rhythm. Now! Xiao Han had been waiting for this opening. As Feng Wuying's rapid wind blade attack missed, a brief fluctuation in his aura occurred during his shifting movements. Shadow Avatar. A surge of pure shadow energy erupted from Xiao Han's body. In the shadow less than 3 meters behind Feng Wuying, where his mind pointed, a person with the exact same face, aura, and figure as Xiao Han appeared out of thin air. The shadowy figure formed without the slightest pause, its left hand transforming into a claw, its right hand clenched into a fist, its spiritual power surging within its body. It was none other than the starting stance of the Destruction God Fist. Just as Feng Wuying was about to adjust his posture and launch a new round of attacks, he never expected that such a thing would suddenly appear from behind him. Oh no! He was terrified and tried to twist his body to block, but the shadow avatar's fist came too fast and was too close. Bang! A dull, loud bang. The fist, imbued with an aura of domineering destruction, landed squarely on Feng Wuying's back. The protective aura around his body shattered instantly, and the violent force of the fist penetrated his body, causing his spiritual energy to surge and dissipate. Feng Wuying felt a sweet taste in his throat and let out a suppressed groan of pain. He staggered forward uncontrollably, his body momentarily stiff and unbalanced. The shadow avatar landed a successful blow, but its energy was depleted and it quietly dissipated. Just as Feng Wuying lost control of his body, Xiao Han's true form appeared beside him. The lotus stirs. Xiao Han formed a sword with his fingers, a wisp of bluish light flickering uncertainly at the tip. The light was not particularly intense, but it exuded a chilling aura that purified all things and pierced through illusion. Losing his balance, Feng Wuying could only watch helplessly as the blue light magnified before his eyes. Put! A slight sound. The cyan sword energy, though seemingly gentle, shattered Feng Wuying's body defenses and the energy armor formed by his martial soul. Feng Wuying groaned again, the light in his eyes quickly fading. The blue light on his body dissipated, and he collapsed, propelled off the stage by a clever force, crashing heavily to the edge. A small tear appeared in the front of her clothes, and bright red blood quickly seeped in. The referee strode forward, quickly checked the situation, and immediately announced the results. Xiao Han wins this match. Chapter 77 Advancing to the Top 8. After a brief silence, a deafening roar erupted. Holy crap! What was that just now? A shadow clone? Someone suddenly appears out of nowhere and attacks you? How the hell are you supposed to defend against that? First, he merged into the shadow, rendering Feng Xiao's speed useless, then he summoned a clone to backstab him. That was such a flashy move. How many more tricks does he have up his sleeve? And what was that last blue light? It looked so mysterious. Brother Xiao's awesome voice cracks. I hereby declare that Xiao Han is my new idol. Everyone was stunned by the new abilities Xiao Han displayed. His uncanny movement in the shadows and the shadow avatars that appeared out of nowhere completely overturned their understanding of martial arts combat. Shadow avatar, and that sword aura that purifies energy. Lin Xingxia tapped her fingertip lightly, lost in thought. The inheritance he received is even more ancient and powerful than I imagined. Below the stage, Xia Yubing finally loosened her clenched fists, let out a long sigh, and a blush of excitement spread across her face. Xiao Han has once again torn open a gap in what seemed like an unsolvable situation. Instructor Qinjin frowned, staring at the figure on the arena. Shadow Clone was no ordinary martial art. The energy manipulation and spatial mysteries involved far exceeded his understanding. In the zero-class rest area, Luo Bing's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He abruptly turned his head away, unwilling to look any longer. As Xiao Han stepped off the stage, the surrounding murmurs nearly drowned him out. He adjusted his breathing slightly. The shadow avatar did indeed bring some weakness, but the practical effect of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul merging with the shadow, as well as its power as a surprise attack method, were both verified. The top 8. Who will be next? The atmosphere in the training ground suddenly tensed up as the draw results for the quarterfinals were announced. Xiao Han's rival Sherpatian. A tough nut to crack that consistently ranks high in the core sequence. Peak of the 7th level of Martial Master Realm, SS-level Martial Soul, Heart of Mount Tai. His Sherpatian. Someone in the audience gasped. Little Mount Tai Sherpatian. Xiao Han is in big trouble now. It's more than just a big problem. I heard that even 3 martial artists of the same level couldn't break through Sher Potion's petrification defense. It would be difficult for you to even hit him while he's standing still. Feng Wuying is fast, but his attack power is scattered. Sherpatian is good at both offense and defense, especially his rock armor. Combined with the power of the earth, he is practically a mobile fortress. Amid the murmurs, Su Linglong's fingertips twitched slightly. She knew very well how much the difference in cultivation level would be magnified when facing an opponent like Sherpatian who specialized in defense. On the arena, Sherpadian stood tall and imposing, with a resolute face and an aura of imposing weight. He looked at Xiaohan, his voice steady. "I've heard of your reputation. However, my arena is not a place for you to stand on. Please advise me," Xiaohan replied, his calm demeanor masking his heightened alertness. The referee's hands signaled battle. Roar! With a low shout, Sherpadian activated his SS-level martial soul, Heart of Mount Tai. A yellowish-brown light burst forth from his body, his skin rapidly turned to stone, his muscles bulged and rippled, and in the blink of an eye, a rock giant nearly 3 meters tall rose from the ground, every inch of his body gleaming with a hard metallic luster. Thump! The stone giant stomped heavily, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. An invisible force field spread out from him, the arena floor became visibly viscous, and the air became heavier. Earth bind! Xiaohan suddenly felt his feet stop, and his movements became sluggish. Sherpatian's control over the power of the earth allows him to directly alter local terrain and restrict his opponents. Very strong control. The power of the Eternal Night King's martial soul flowed quietly, attempting to break free from this constraint, but with little success. Sherpatian's two fists, now solidified as rock, clashed together with a resounding clang, carrying an overwhelming aura as he strode straight toward Xiaohan. Taste my Mount Tai collapse. The enormous rock fist, carrying immense force, crashed down. With a light tap of his toes, Xiaohan used the close-at-hand, far-away footwork to its fullest extent in the restricted environment, narrowly avoiding the thunderous attack. The rock fist slammed into the arena, creating a deep crater and sending rocks flying everywhere. Just dodging isn't enough. Sherpadian grinned, his attack becoming even fiercer. Xiaohan took a deep breath and stopped dodging. He lowered his body slightly, and the power of shadow quietly gathered in his right fist. He then unleashed the Destruction God Fist with overwhelming force. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Sherpatian's rock-hard chest. The scene of Sherpadian staggering backward as expected did not occur. The massive rock body merely swayed slightly, and where it was struck, the surface of the rock cracked slightly, but the earthy yellow energy surged and quickly healed the cracks. Xiaohan paused slightly. This punch, infused with the corrosive power of shadow, would have severely injured or killed an ordinary martial arts master at the 5th or 6th level, yet it could only leave this small mark on him. Ha ha! Xiaohan, my Mount Tai body is not so easily broken. Sherpadian laughed and swept his fist across the room. Xiaohan dodged again, his brows furrowing involuntarily. This defense is indeed tricky. The lotus stirs. He pointed his fingers to form a sword, and a streak of azure sword energy shot out, heading straight for the joints of the stone-breaking sky rock armor. Bite! The azure lotus sword chi hit its mark precisely. After a crisp impact, the sword energy dissipated, leaving only a faint white spot on the rock surface. This. A low gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Xiaohan's previously incredibly sharp methods of breaking through defenses have now become ineffective. Sherpadian said in a deep voice, "It's useless. My martial spirit is connected to the earth. As long as I stand firmly on the ground, my power will be inexhaustible, and my defense will be indestructible." The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Xiaohan, relying on close at hand, yet far apart in the shadowy affinity of the Eternal Night King, dodged and weaved under Sherpatian's storm of attacks, constantly searching for that one possible weakness. Sherpadian, on the other hand, was like a mobile fortress, launching wide and sweeping attacks. Each strike carried the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. At the same time, the omnipresent power of the earth constantly interfered with Xiaohan's movements, compressing his space for maneuver. Xiaohan's spiritual energy was being rapidly depleted. Sherpatian's defense was like a giant millstone, constantly eroding his sharpness and strength. This guy is a real iron lump. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Xiaohan's forehead. He tried to activate the Shadow Void scripture to comprehend the power of space and attempted to make a short-distance spatial jump to get behind Sherpadian, where the defense was relatively weak. However, the space around Sherpadian was filled with dense earth energy, forming an invisible barrier that severely interfered with his perception and control of the space. Several attempts nearly resulted in the opponent seizing an opening and launching a successful counterattack. Hateful. Chapter 78. You can't break through my defense. Sherpadian spoke in a deep, gruff voice, his smugness almost overflowing. Xiaohan, that's enough. Your petty tricks aren't even worthy of tickling me. Xiaohan's chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing was a little rapid, and beads of sweat from his forehead slid down his cheeks, splashing onto his clothes and spreading a small dark patch. He did not respond immediately. A certain hidden power within him, guided by his will, was slowly awakening from its slumber. It was a feeling completely different from what he had used before, gentle yet with a nascent domineering power. "Oh?" Xiaohan finally spoke, his voice rising slightly at the end, carrying a hint of something unspeakable. In an instant, a faint blue halo rippled outwards from him, its range not wide, barely encompassing the small area of about 10 meters where the two of them were. There was no spectacular display, no dazzling brilliance, it simply unfolded naturally. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul, that azure lotus that seemed to exist only in his spiritual sea, was now swaying gently, and a strange rhythm was emanating from the opening and closing of its petals. The rock armor covering Shirpotion's body, that thick layer of earthy yellow energy, was originally connected to the earth's energy veins beneath his feet, forming an integral and indestructible whole. But the moment the pale blue halo touched him, he felt his whole body freeze. It wasn't a strong impact, nor a sharp sting, but rather an indescribable sense of detachment. It was as if his proud rocky body, connected to Mother Earth, had been gently smoothed out by something, and then loosened a little bit. The heaviness of the rock remains, but its texture, so hard it's almost despairing, seems to have subtly changed, no longer so pure. What the hell is this?" Shirpadian finally lost his composure, his voice filled with surprise and doubt. He could feel that his proud earth elemental energy was being eroded by an inexplicable force, or rather, it was being purified. "This feeling is so eerie. Now." Xiaohan took a deep breath, as if that breath had drawn upon the last reserves deep within his dantian. The shadow power of the Night King no longer pursues stealthy infiltration, but is transformed into the deepest underlying color. He pushed the destructive intent of Destruction God Fist to its extreme. Even the newly awakened Chaos Lotus sent forth a wisp of strange vitality and purifying power, which silently wrapped around the fist. "Destruction, erosion." Xiaohan shouted in a low voice, which was a little hoarse, but his whole body shot upwards like a cannonball. "Open it for me." This punch was unremarkable, and it didn't even generate much wind. Shirpadian only felt a blur before his eyes, and the fist was already imprinted on his rock armor. The fist was aimed at the area below Shirpotion's left rib, where his rock armor was relatively weak after being attacked by the Destruction God Fist and Azure Lotus Sword Song in succession, and was slightly weakened by the Chaos Breathing Domain. Snap! A faint but clear cracking sound rang out, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears amidst the noisy martial arts arena. Shirpotion's indestructible rock armor finally developed a noticeable crack under Xiaohan's ultimate punch, which combined multiple forces. The crack spread rapidly like a spider web. "No. Impossible." A look of horror flashed in Shirpotion's eyes. He wanted to mobilize the power of the earth to repair it, but found that the Cyan domain power was like a leech, slowing down his energy circulation. Bang! The next instant, the violent destructive force of the fist and the power of shadow erosion erupted completely. Shirpotion's left side armor shattered with a deafening roar, sending hard rock fragments flying everywhere. His massive body was struck as if by a battering ram, and he let out a painful groan, staggering back several steps, each step leaving deep footprints on the hard arena floor. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xiaohan didn't stop after his successful attack. His figure followed closely, and taking advantage of the moment when Shirpotion's defense was broken and his aura was unstable, he rushed forward and rained down his fists, each punch accurately striking the previously torn wound. Bang bang bang! Shirpadian was struggling to stay afloat, and new cracks kept appearing on his petrified body, while the earthy yellow energy light dimmed rapidly. Finally, Xiaohan delivered a palm strike imbued with the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus, slicing into Shirpotion's neck, which was now unprotected by his rock armor. Shirpotion's massive body stiffened abruptly, the light in his eyes quickly faded, and his enormous rock body began to crumble inch by inch, reverting to human form. He collapsed softly to the ground, unconscious. Huff, huff. Xiaohan was breathing heavily, his face pale, and his spiritual energy was almost completely exhausted. This battle was harder to win than any of the previous ones. The referee was stunned for a moment before reacting. He quickly stepped forward to check and then loudly announced, "Xiaohan wins this match and advances to the semi-finals." The entire venue was initially deathly silent, then erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. He won. Xiaohan won again. Incredible. He actually broke through Shirpotion's Mount Tai body. What is that final Cyan domain? It seems so mysterious. This Xiaohan is simply a monster. Just where are his limits? The way the core trainees looked at Xiaohan had completely changed. From initial disdain and doubt, to later solemnity and fear, and now, awe. By defeating Sherpadian, who was known for his defense in the core sequence, Xiao Han solidified his top position in the core sequence through a hard-fought battle, and officially announced to the entire Imperial Capital Academy that he had entered the ranks of the Academy's top geniuses. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Qingxia's lips. This little guy always managed to surprise her. Xiao Han took a few deep breaths to calm his surging blood and qi, nodded slightly to the audience, and calmly walked off the stage. The semi-finals. He did it. The battles to come will only be more difficult, but he is fearless. He knows that every hard-won victory is a stepping stone to a higher peak. Xiao Han defeated Sherpadian and successfully advanced to the top 4 of the Academy competition. This battle was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples everywhere. The entire Imperial Capital Academy, and even the various forces following the event through live broadcasts, were shaken. A dark horse. A complete dark horse. A martial master at the 3rd level, a suppressed level in everyone's eyes, directly confronted Sherpadian, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the martial master realm, and even won. Just what kind of monster is this Xiao Han? That Cyan domain, and that final punch that broke through the defense, were absolutely stunning. Twin SSS plus martial souls, truly living up to their reputation. In just a few days, Xiao Han's name went from being a slightly well-known freshman to becoming the most dazzling new star in this competition. His previous victories over Lei Ming, Chen Feng, and even Luo Bing were brought up again and placed alongside his victory over Sherpadian, making him seem even more unfathomable. Countless eyes were fixed on him, some in amazement, some in awe, some in envy, and some inquisitive. Xiao Han himself, however, had no time to pay attention to the noise outside. After stepping off the arena, he politely declined Lin Qingxia's suggestion to celebrate together, and also declined the concerned greetings from Xia Yubing and others, and went straight back to his private training room. Chapter 79 SSS Rank Infernal Dragon. His battle against Sherpadian was a hard-fought victory, leaving him nearly exhausted of spiritual energy. Although his chaotic green lotus martial soul was continuously recovering, the mental fatigue was difficult to dispel quickly. More importantly, the shadow of the semi-finals weighed heavily on his mind. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Han circulated the Creation Heaven Reaching technique and the Shadow Void scripture to recover his energy while pulling up information on his semi-final opponents. On the screen, the image of a handsome young man with a hint of wickedness popped up. Long Outyan, the top student in the core sequence of the Imperial Capital Academy, is recognized as the strongest genius. He is 19 years old and at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master realm. His martial soul is an SSS level, Purgatory Demon Dragon, which is dominated by killing, destruction, and the awe-inspiring power of dragon might. It is recorded that he once single-handedly killed a mutated beast at the 2nd level of the Martial Grandmaster realm during a secret realm trial. Below the information are several battle videos. In the videos, Long Outyan's figure is like a demon, possessed by the Purgatory Demon Dragon martial soul. Every move he makes is full of earth-shattering power. Flames and darkness intertwine, and the dragon's roar shakes the soul. Opponents of the same level can hardly last more than 3 moves against him. Peak of the 8th level of Martial Master Realm. SSS-level Purgatory Demon Dragon. Xiao Han's brows furrowed tightly. Sherpadian's defense had already exhausted all his strength, and he even had to use the rudimentary form of the Chaos Life Domain to barely win. This Long Outyan, however, not only far surpassed Sherpadian in cultivation level, but his martial soul rank had also reached a terrifying SSS level, and his attack power was renowned for its destructive force. This was almost a one-sided battle. Xiao Han took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He wasn't without trump cards: the Shadow Overlord trait after the Eternal Night Monarch's evolution, the newly comprehended Azure Lotus Sword Song, and the follow-up moves of the Destruction God Fist were all his reliance for daring to fight. But against an opponent of Long Outyan's caliber, these seem insufficient. The difference in their levels of understanding is like an insurmountable chasm. Unless a miracle happens. Xiao Han muttered to himself, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He knew that his greatest source of miracles was the cheeky system that always brought surprises. As if hearing his thoughts, the long-lost system notification sounded in his mind at just the right time. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing a critical decision. The God-level choice system has been activated. The host is about to face the semi-finals of the university competition. The opponent is formidable, and the outcome is uncertain. Please make the following choices to give yourself a chance in the upcoming battle. Xiao Han's spirits lifted. Here they come. Option 1, steady and methodical approach. The host may spend the next 3 days in seclusion, diligently studying the combat footage of the opponent, Long Out Yen, analyzing the characteristics of his martial soul and the weaknesses in his moves, and formulating a meticulous and targeted tactic. Select Reward. The Academy's Academic Affairs Office will kindly provide you with a Dragon Out Yen Weakness Analysis Report top secret version, 50% accuracy, and a bottle of quick-acting healing pill Martial Master level, medium quality. Looking at option 1, Xiao Han's lips twitched. A weakness analysis with a 50% accuracy rate? What's the difference between that and flipping a coin? It's not as reliable as doing his own analysis. As for healing pills, he has the Chaos Green Lotus, so he doesn't urgently need them. This option emphasizes survival, but can it really hold its own against a powerful and arrogant opponent? He turned his attention to the second option. Option 2, fortune favors the bold. Take a gamble and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Within 24 hours, the host must travel to the forbidden area behind the Imperial Capital Academy Thunder Punishment Cliff. At the summit of Thunder Punishment Cliff, draw upon the divine lightning of the 9 heavens to temper your physical body for a quarter of an hour. Friendly reminder, non-professionals should not attempt this. The system is not responsible if you are struck to a crisp, dear, and amidst the roaring thunder, shout at the top of your lungs with your Dantian energy, Thunder God, help me. I will fight 10. Continue for 1 minute. The effect will be even better if your shout resounds for miles around. Choose Reward. If the host survives to complete this feat, the system is pessimistic about this. They will receive Dual Martial Soul Origin Exceeding Limit Awakening. The Chaos Green Lotus and Eternal Night Monarch Martial Soul ranks will temporarily and significantly surpass SSS Plus during the semi-finals, with a massive increase in power, and temporary thunderous body greatly enhances physical strength, lightning resistance, and explosive power, lasting until the end of the semi-finals. Failure penalty. At best, cultivation will regress and martial spirit will be damaged. At worst, the soul will be scattered on the spot and reduced to ashes. This system will observe 3 seconds of silence for the host as appropriate. Puff. Even with Xiao Han's calm and composed nature, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood at this moment. Thunder Punishment Cliff. That's one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Imperial Capital Academy. Legend has it that Thunder Punishment Cliff is perpetually shrouded in raging lightning, and even martial grandmasters dare not easily set foot there. Tempering one's body with divine lightning from the heavens? What's the difference between that and courting death? Even more outrageous, they would shout, God of Thunder, help me. I'll take on 10 of them, while being struck by lightning. The scene was too beautiful for Xiao Han to imagine. If other people in the academy saw it, the legend of Xiao Han wanting to fight against heroes on Thunder Punishment Cliff, only to be struck by lightning and lose his mind, would probably immediately replace his title of Dark Horse Genius and be passed down through the ages. This isn't just social suicide, it's a reckless flirtation with death. But Xiao Han's gaze was fixed on the reward for option 2. Dual Martial Soul Origin Exceeds Limit Awakening. Temporary Thunderous Body. The Chaos Azure Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch were already beyond SSS Plus in existence. If their rank were to temporarily surpass that by a significant margin, what terrifying power would they possess? Add to that the physical enhancement brought by the thunderous body. This reward is practically tailor-made for him to deal with Long Out Yen. If choosing option 1 means facing 9 deaths and 1 chance of survival, then choosing option 2 means facing death and living. Risk and reward are always directly proportional. Xiao Han's breathing became heavy. He knew very well that with his current strength, his chances of winning against Long Out Yen were less than 10%. Even with a surprise trump card, it would be difficult to make up for the huge gap in cultivation level and martial soul level. Option 1 may seem safe, but it is actually a slow death. Option 2 is a near certain death, but it contains the only hope of turning the tide. Damn it, let's do it. Xiao Han slapped his thigh suddenly, a hint of madness and determination flashing in his eyes. In both his past and present lives, has he ever feared a challenge? Now that the system has provided this path, even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, he must brave it. So what if I get struck by lightning? So what if I shout a few shameful slogans? For victory, for greater strength, and to live up to those expectant eyes, what are these risks and costs? System, I choose option 2. Xiao Han roared in his mind. Ding. Host has made a choice. Commendable courage, but touching intelligence. Please make thorough preparations for your journey to Thunder Punishment Cliff. Best of luck, though the chances are slim. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Countdown begins. The system's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude and mockery, but Xiaohan had no time to pay attention to it. He stood up, his eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 80, No Madness, No Life. Thunder Punishment Cliff. Long Out Yen, I'm here. Xiaohan's mind raced. This trip is absolutely a matter of life and death. We can't be without elixirs and lightning-resistant treasures. The thunderous body skill given by the system is awesome, but we still have to wait until we withstand the divine lightning tempering before we can really use it. Those old guys guard the forbidden area like an iron barrel trying to sneak in? Difficult. But don't be a coward. Fortune favors the bold without madness, there is no life. Xiaohan suddenly pushed open the door of the training room, and in a flash, he disappeared into the thick night without making a sound, heading straight for the forbidden area behind the Imperial Capital Academy. The night was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and not even a single star showed its face. The back mountain of the Imperial Capital Academy is a continuous stretch of hills, a desolate place that is usually deserted, but now appears even more eerie. Thunder Punishment Cliff is the most sinister mountain in this area. From a distance, the mountain peak looked like a black pillar piercing the sky, its top always shrouded in a dark cloud, from which flashes of lightning occasionally appeared, and the rumbling thunder made people feel uneasy. Xiaohan pushed the movement technique of close at hand, yet far apart to its limit, and the shadow power of the Eternal Night King enveloped him completely. He darted through the woods like a ghostly figure. The university guards were like blind and deaf people, they didn't notice a thing. He also bypassed all the hidden restrictions. The closer one gets to Thunder Punishment Cliff, the stronger the restless energy of lightning in the air becomes, making it hard to breathe. Before we knew it, 2 hours had passed. Xiaohan finally reached the bottom of Thunder Punishment Cliff. He was almost ambushed several times, but he managed to avoid it thanks to his quick thinking and his ghostly footwork. Xiaohan looked up and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" The dark cliffs rise straight up, their tops completely obscured, with only rolling black clouds visible. Their imposing presence seems to devour everything, sending chills down one's spine. System, tell me honestly, is this godforsaken place even fit for a human? Xiaohan grinned, his skin stinging like it was being pricked by needles, all because of the chaotic lightning particles in the air. Ding! Host, rest assured, this system never cheats anyone unless I can't resist. Thunder Punishment Cliff is a place where heaven and earth's thunder converges, and it certainly has miraculous effects on those who cultivate thunder attribute techniques or have special physiques. Of course, for ordinary people, this is the perfect crematorium, a one-stop service guaranteed to satisfy you, and your ashes will be scattered cleanly. Xiaohan. He decided to stop wasting his breath on this unreliable system. Taking a deep breath, Xiaohan began to climb up the steep mountain wall. He didn't know whether what awaited him at the top of the cliff was a transformative opportunity or an abyss of no return. But he knew that this was his only option at the moment. Driven by that slim chance of victory, he went without hesitation. As night deepened, Xiaohan did not climb Thunder Punishment Cliff as expected. At the foot of the mountain, the system's cheeky voice sounded again. Host, given the extremely high mortality rate at Thunder Punishment Cliff, and out of humanitarian concern mainly because I'm afraid no one will provide me with entertainment if you die, I've found you a treasure trove with slightly lower risk and equally considerable rewards. Are you touched? Xiaohan remained expressionless, but a chill ran through him. The system had unexpectedly changed its mind. New Quest Guide, the abandoned entrance to the number 7 small secret realm behind the Imperial Capital Academy. Objective, the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal found in the lair of the secret realm's core guardian beast, the Netherworld Spider Peak 9th level Martial Master. Bonus task, stand before the Netherworld Spider, hands on hips, and shout at the top of your lungs, "Hey! You fiend, quickly hand over your treasure, and I'll spare your life, for 10 seconds. Mission rewards: 1. Chaos Breakthrough Pill, helps the host forcibly break through the current bottleneck, greatly increasing cultivation level, no side effects, a system-exclusive collector's edition, Dragon Soul Intimidation Exemption, temporary, greatly weakens the mental suppression effects of Dragon Might, extremely effective against Long Outyen. A Chaos Breakthrough Pill? An exemption from Dragon Soul Intimidation? Xiaohan's eyes lit up. These rewards were like a godsend. Especially the latter, which was extremely targeted. As for that shameful slogan, "What does shame matter when it comes to strength?" He quickly turned and, following the system's guidance, arrived at an extremely secluded mountain hollow. Pushing aside the vines, a dilapidated stone door emitting faint spatial fluctuations was revealed the entrance to Secret Realm 7. This secret realm is said to have been abandoned long ago and its energy depleted. I never expected to find such an opportunity here. Xiao Han muttered to himself, circulating the shadow void scripture, and his figure quietly merged into the distorted light and shadow behind the stone gate. Within the secret realm, darkness reigned. The air was thick with violent and chaotic energy, a stench of decay and sulfur mingling together, nauseating the senses. The ground was cracked, scorched earth, and distant mountains rose and fell, devoid of life, save for the occasional glimpse of a menacing black shadow, a testament to the danger of this place. Xiao Han pushed the eternal night monarch martial soul to its limit, his figure stealthily moving in the shadows. His close to the ends of the earth footwork made him as elusive as a ghost, and soon Xiao Han arrived inside. Hiss! Suddenly, a stench wafted from the piles of rocks on both sides. It was 6 enormous, bone-rotting poison lizards, each with the strength of a 4th or 5th level martial master. Their emerald green vertical pupils flashed with cruel light, and foul-smelling venom dripped from their gaping maws. Good timing! Xiao Han was not surprised but delighted, as it was a good opportunity to test his strength. Instead of retreating, he advanced, and the chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul instantly appeared, scattering azure light and spreading purification power, dispelling some of the poisonous miasma in the air. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Lotus Stirring. Several streaks of azure sword energy shot out, accurately piercing through the 3 heads of the 3-headed lizard. At the same time, his left fist was already extended, Destruction God Fist. With the power of shadow carrying the intent of destruction, one punch sent half of the other poisonous lizard's body exploding into a pile of bloody mincemeat. The entire process was swift and unparalleled. Shadow Avatar. Xiao Han uttered a low shout. A figure identical to him materialized from the shadows, also unleashing the Azure Lotus Sword Chi, instantly binding the remaining 2 poisonous lizards tightly. Xiao Han's true form was like a real shadow, swiftly circling behind them and unleashing a series of devastating divine fists without any fancy moves. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled thuds, the last poisonous lizard was finally dealt with. In just over 10 breaths, Xiao Han's chest rose and fell slightly, but his fighting spirit grew even stronger. This godforsaken place is indeed teeming with much more ferocious beasts. Without stopping, he continued to sneak deeper into the secret realm. The further they went, the stronger the beasts they encountered became, including several ruthless characters at the 7th or 8th level of the martial master realm. Xiao Han unleashed all his trump cards, the sharp purification and unparalleled killing power of the Azure Lotus Sword Song, the fierce and domineering power of the Annihilation Divine Fist, the eerie restraint of the Shadow Avatar, and the unpredictable movements of the Close to the Horizon step, all of which he used to their fullest potential. The fierce battles continued, inevitably adding several deep, bone-revealing wounds to his body. Blood soaked his clothes, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and sulfur, adding to the tragic atmosphere. But he always managed to defuse the crises one by one with his rich combat experience and ruthless determination. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, the terrain suddenly opened up ahead. A huge circular valley appeared at the edge of the field of vision. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. An extremely powerful aura came from the depths of the valley, accompanied by dark energy fluctuations that were almost solidified. In the center of the valley, an enormous spider web covered the entrance to the deep cave. At the entrance of the cave, a giant spider, as large as a small hill, lay quietly, its 8 scarlet compound eyes flashing with a chilling light in the dim light. Netherworld Spider. The oppressive aura emanating from it was far greater than any of the strange beasts they had encountered before, making it almost impossible for Xiao Han to breathe. Chapter 81. Keep it up, you can do it. Beneath the netherworld spider, a fist-sized, jet-black crystal, with what appeared to be a swirling river of stars within, was radiating an alluring energy fluctuation, the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal. System, are you sure you want me to shout that in front of it? Xiao Han looked at the netherworld demon spider's ferocious mandibles, his lips twitching slightly. Ding. Host, please trust the professionalism of this system. Fortune favors the bold, shame is the gamble for the future. Go for it. You can do it. Xiao Han took a deep breath. Damn it, for the Chaos Breakthrough Pill and the Dragon Soul Intimidation Exemption, he'd risk it all. He emerged from the shadows, hands on his hips, gathered his strength, and roared at the top of his lungs, "Hey! You fiend, quickly hand over your treasure, and I'll spare your life." The sound echoed through the valley, sounding unusually abrupt and silly. The netherworld spider's 8 blood-red compound eyes stared intently at Xiao Han, initially stunned, as if it hadn't realized what this tiny human was doing. Xiao Han's scalp tingled, but he still gritted his teeth and continued to roar, while secretly channeling his spiritual power, ready to make a move at any moment. I'll spare your life. 10 seconds felt like an eternity. When it finished roaring the last word, the netherworld spider seemed to finally understand that this was a blatant provocation. It let out a sharp, piercing screech, and the terrifying sound waves made Xiao Han's blood surge. Boom! The netherworld spider raised its two enormous claws, covered in black carapace, and slammed them down at Xiao Han. Now! A glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He pushed the close-at-hand technique to its limit, his figure turning into a blur as he narrowly avoided the attack. At the same time, he reached out to grab the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal. Puff! Crystal acquired. Hiss! The netherworld spider was completely enraged, and the entire valley seemed to tremble under its fury. Countless jet-black spider silk shot out from its mouth like sharp arrows, blocking all of Xiao Han's escape routes. At the same time, a thick, dark green poisonous mist spread out. Not good. Xiao Han sensed a fatal crisis. Without hesitation, he directly burned 30% of his vital energy. His spatial awareness, honed in so close yet so far, reached its peak at this moment. His figure weaved through the dense spiderwebs and poisonous fog, as if dancing on a knife's edge. The chaotic azure lotus cast a blue light, struggling to resist the corrosive effects of the poisonous fog. Put! A spider silk thread grazed his arm, spraying blood, and a sharp, numbing sensation instantly followed. Xiao Han gritted his teeth, stuffed the Dark Night Star Soul Crystal into his pocket, and rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm without regard for anything else. Behind him, the netherworld demon spider unleashed devastating attacks and deafening roars. He could even feel the scorching, bloody wind blowing against the back of his neck. The shadow of death had never been so close. After an unknown amount of time, when Xiao Han scrambled out of the broken stone gate, he was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, his face was as pale as paper, and his left arm was swollen and black, clearly indicating that he had been poisoned. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, but his eyes gleamed with the joy of surviving a disaster. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: 1 Chaos Breakthrough Pill Temporary Dragon Soul Intimidation Exemption. The host has been infected with the venom of the netherworld spider. The Chaos Azure Lotus Martial Soul is working diligently to purify it, and it is expected to be cleared in 3 hours. Xiao Han collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He stared at the Chaos Breakthrough Pill in his hand, sensing the profound information about the Dragon Soul's aura that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Although the process had been extremely arduous, even bordering on near death, the price was worth it. With these 2 trump cards, he finally had a fighting chance against Long Outyin in the semifinals. Xiao Han, dragging his nearly broken bones, staggered back to his private courtyard and collapsed onto the futon in his cultivation room. The pursuit by the netherworld spider had been too perilous. If it weren't for the life force of the Chaos Green Lotus keeping him afloat, he probably would have perished in that dilapidated secret realm. Trembling, he pulled out several healing pills from his storage ring, disregarding their grade, and stuffed them into his mouth. He then activated the Creation Heaven Reaching technique in conjunction with the purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus to begin dissolving the remaining spider venom in his body and repairing his injuries. Cough, cough. I almost became a spider snack. Xiao Han thought with a wry smile. Just then, the system's cheeky voice rang out in my mind again. Ding. Host, in view of your heroic suicidal act in the 7th secret realm and your successful performance of toying with a peak 9th level martial master beast, this system is deeply moved mainly because you amused me, and hereby super doubles the mission rewards. Xiao Han was stunned. Was there really such a good thing? The original rewards, Chaos Breakthrough Pill, and Dragon Soul Intimidation Exemption, have been automatically revoked. A newly upgraded reward package is now being issued. Please check it. Reward 1, Martial Soul Origin Awakening Temporary. Effect: upon activation, the host's 2 SSS plus Martial Souls Chaos Azure Lotus and Eternal Night Monarch will be temporarily elevated to an indescribably higher, unknown rank, and the Martial Soul Awakening level will receive an unbelievable, massive boost. Duration: 30 minutes. Friendly reminder: the power is too overwhelming, so please be careful not to overpower yourself, dear. Reward 2, Perfect Enlightenment of Cultivation Techniques and Martial Arts Skills Temporary. Effect: the host can designate a cultivation technique or martial art they have already mastered, temporarily elevating it to its theoretically perfect state upon activation. Understanding and application of that technique martial art will reach its peak. Duration: 1 hour. Note: this is a trial card. It will not be valid after expiration. The final interpretation rights belong to this system. Xiao Han's breath hitched, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Martial Soul Awakening. temporarily promoted to an indescribable, unknown, higher rank. What kind of godlike operation is this? His current dual SSS plus martial souls, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, are already enough to overwhelm a generation of geniuses. If he were to go even higher. Xiao Han's mind went blank. The scene was too beautiful. He dared not think about it too much, for fear that he would go crazy with joy first. And that perfect enlightenment of martial arts techniques. Designate a specific cultivation technique or martial art, and you can directly reach the theoretically perfect level. What does that mean? This means that the devastating fist moves that he has been dreaming of, the more profound sword intent chapters in the Azure Lotus Sword Song, or even the unpredictable spatial mysteries of Close to You, Close to the End of the World, could all be completely mastered, integrated, and made into his own within just 1 hour. System. My dear system. You've really given me a helping hand in this time of need. No, you've sent me a volcano in the snow. Xiao Han's voice trembled with excitement, and he almost jumped up from the prayer mat to kowtow to the system. Either of these two rewards would be enough to make him laugh in his sleep for days. Now, two incredibly powerful temporary advantages have been delivered to his doorstep, practically a super trump card tailor-made for his upcoming semi-final match against Long Outyen. He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain instantly bringing him back to his senses, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming joy that was about to burst forth from his heart. Time is running out. With the semi-finals approaching, he doesn't have much time left to squander. The most urgent task is to recover from the injury as soon as possible and get myself back to an unprecedented peak. At the same time, we must carefully consider the best time to use these two temporary divine skills and how to maximize their combined effects. In the blink of an eye, under his conscious urging, the chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul suddenly erupted with a more concentrated and pure life force than before. The emerald green light, like flowing water with substance, gently enveloped his entire body. Wherever it passed, the torn flesh wounds began to writhe and heal at an astonishing speed, and the numbness and burning pain that had penetrated deep into his bones also subsided rapidly. The poison of the netherworld spider within his body, under the illumination of the Azure Lotus holy light, was purified and dissipated little by little, like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, until it vanished into nothingness. At the same time, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul deep within his sea of consciousness also emitted wisps of icy, profound shadow power. This power did not participate in the healing process, but rather acted like the calmest ancient well, helping him quickly eliminate distracting thoughts, concentrate his mind, and immerse himself in a deep state of cultivation, maximizing his absorption of the elixir's power and restoring his energy. Chapter 82 Senior Long Outyen. An hour later, Xiao Han opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. His injuries had completely healed. His spiritual power had also recovered to its peak state. In fact, due to the breakthrough he had made after being pushed to the limit, his cultivation had subtly improved a bit, and he was only a step away from the 4th level of the Martial Master realm. The awakening of the martial spirit's origin lasts for 30 minutes and must be used at the most critical moment. Xiao Han pondered, a perfect enlightenment of a cultivation technique or martial skill lasts for an hour, which is relatively generous. If Long Outyen's Purgatory Demon Dragon domain is too troublesome, perhaps I can upgrade the Shadow Void scripture or close at hand to perfection and seek a breakthrough in space. He carefully considered all possibilities, adjusting his state of mind to a state of calm and tranquility, yet concealing his sharp edge. The battle drums for the semi-finals of the Imperial Capital University competition have finally sounded amidst great anticipation. The entire central training ground was packed, filled with a cacophony of voices. Cameras from major media outlets were already focused on the athlete's tunnel, countless eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. He's here. It's Senior Long Outyen. Someone shouted, and the entire stadium fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more enthusiastic cheers. A tall, slender figure slowly emerged from the contestant tunnel. The young man possessed striking features, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his handsome face exuding a captivating, almost sinister charm. His dark red outfit further accentuated his extraordinary aura. He was none other than Long Outyen, the top student in the core sequence of the Imperial Capital Academy, the undisputed strongest genius. As soon as Long Outyen appeared, an invisible, terrifying pressure spread out. He released the aura of the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master realm without reservation. In the distance, it seemed as if a ferocious infernal dragon was roaring behind him, making the air scorching and oppressive. This aura alone was enough to make countless students with slightly weaker cultivation levels feel terrified and have difficulty breathing. So strong. Is this the strength of Senior Long Outyen? His aura alone is so terrifying. as expected of the owner of the SSS-level Purgatory Dragon Martial Soul. It seems this year's champion is definitely his. In the VIP section, a look of seriousness flashed in Professor Lin Qingxiao's beautiful eyes. Su Linglong's jade-like hands clenched slightly, and a rare expression of worry appeared on her usually cool face. Amidst the deafening cheers, Long Outyan stood arrogantly, basking in the worship of the crowd, his gaze haughty, as if the arena were his own personal throne. Then, another figure emerged from the passage. It's Xiao Han. Compared to Long Outyan's dazzling brilliance, Xiao Han's appearance was much calmer. He was still wearing a plain blue martial arts uniform, his expression calm and his steps steady. However, when he stepped onto the arena and faced Long Outyan from afar, his deep eyes suddenly burst forth with an astonishing brilliance, like stars suddenly shining in the dark night, burning with an indomitable fighting spirit. Faced with Long Outyan's almost suffocating pressure, Xiao Han stood straight as a spear, without yielding in the slightest. You do have some guts. Long Outyan's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, not taking Xiao Han seriously at all. In his view, Xiao Han was just a dark horse who had just awakened a dual useless martial soul and got here by relying on the system and a lucky encounter. Sensing the starkly different auras emanating from the two figures on the stage, the referee took a deep breath and announced loudly, the first match of the semi-finals of the Imperial Capital Academy tournament, Xiao Han vs Long Outyan. The match begins. No sooner had he finished speaking than Long Outyan moved. Without any probing or fancy maneuvers, his spiritual power erupted like a volcano, a dark red light shooting into the sky and condensing into a gigantic phantom of a demonic dragon above the arena, unleashing a deafening roar. SSS-level Martial Soul, Purgatory Demon Dragon, unleashing its full power. The terrifying dragon's might instantly swept across the entire arena, and the tangible mental pressure made countless spectators dizzy, and even some martial arts masters couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, a dark red domain rapidly expanded from Long Outyan's center. Within the domain, the air distorted, flames and darkness intertwined, as if one were truly in the deepest hell. This was his Purgatory domain. Die. Hellfire Dragon Breath. Long Outyan swung his arms, and the enormous phantom of the demonic dragon opened its huge mouth. A dark red energy beam containing extreme destructive power, with the momentum to incinerate everything, slammed straight toward Xiao Han. At the same time, the flames and dark energy within the Purgatory domain transformed into countless sharp blades, attacking from all directions and completely blocking all of Xiao Han's escape routes. This strike was Long Outyan's killing move, enough to instantly vaporize an ordinary opponent at the 7th or 8th level of the Martial Master realm. He wanted to crush this dark horse who dared to challenge his prestige in the most domineering way. Faced with this overwhelming and inescapable terrifying attack, Xiao Han felt an unprecedented pressure. The might of the Purgatory Dragon eroded his spirit, the Purgatory domain suppressed the flow of his spiritual power and the execution of his movement techniques, and the earth-shattering dragon breath locked away all his life force. The shadow of death loomed over him, but there was no fear in his eyes, only an intense fighting spirit that had been ignited. Come on. Let me see what's above SSS+. Under the horrified gazes of Long Outyan and the entire audience, Xiao Han did not dodge or defend, but instead exploded. System. Martial Soul Origin Awakening. Now. Ding. Host command received. Martial Soul Origin Awakening temporary, activated. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying power erupted from Xiao Han's body. The illusory image of the chaotic azure lotus martial soul behind him seemed to come alive at this moment. It was no longer a faint blue light, but transformed into an ancient divine tree rooted in the chaos and nothingness, with its branches and leaves spreading into the depths of the universe. The blue light is no longer gentle, but carries a sharpness and vitality that seems to have created the world. Each leaf seems to contain a world. At the same time, the illusory image of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial spirit on the other side also underwent an astonishing change. It was no longer a blurry shadow outline, but solidified into a supreme figure that seemed to have emerged from eternal darkness, draped in endless night, with eyes as deep as the starry sea, exuding a terrifying aura that controlled the shadows of all things and devoured all light. Dual martial souls. Double transformation. Blue and black, life and death, light and darkness, two completely different extreme forces were perfectly fused within Xiao Han's body, yet erupted with distinct differences. That power transcended the limits of SSS+ and surpassed the comprehension of everyone present. It did not belong to any known system in this world. It was filled with an ancient, primal, yet supreme aura. Buzz. Centered on Xiao Han, an invisible force instantly spread out. Long Outyan's prized Purgatory domain seemed to have encountered its natural enemy in the face of this incomprehensible power. The twisted flames were extinguished instantly, the dense darkness dissipated rapidly, and the terrifying dragon's might crumbled like ice and snow. Even the phantom of the demonic dragon behind Long Outyen let out a painful wail and became illusory. Chapter 83. No. Impossible. The domain was instantly destroyed. Long Outyen's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. His purgatory domain, one of his strongest trump cards, had been broken so easily and so thoroughly? The infernal dragon breath that was hurtling towards Xiao Han was greatly weakened by the impact of this terrifying power, and even began to tremble unstably. Xiao Han's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. He could clearly feel the surging power within his body, a power that seemed capable of destroying the world. Every cell cheered, every meridian roared. The vitality and purification of the Chaos Lotus, the shadow and nothingness of the Eternal Night King, reached an unprecedented level of fusion and explosion at this moment. He knew that his moment had arrived. In an instant, the newly generated power within Xiao Han's body, like an ancient god awakening after sleeping for billions of years, swept across the land with a roar. The chaotic blue lotus phantom behind him was no longer just lush and green, but suddenly swelled up and transformed into a towering divine lotus that seemed to be rooted in endless chaos and whose branches and leaves reached into the unknown universe. Above the lotus petals, there was no longer a simple blue light, but a chaotic halo that was hard to describe. It seemed that countless worlds were born and died within it, and the primal vitality of creation and the terrifying aura of final annihilation were intertwined, sacred and majestic. On the other side, the phantom of the Eternal Night King also underwent a tremendous transformation. No longer a blurry shadow, but solid as a substance, it has transformed into a supreme monarch draped in starlight and standing on the edge of the underworld. His eyes were so deep they seemed to devour all light and soul. What surrounded him was no longer just a simple shadow, but a more primal and pure chaotic shadow, as if it were the end of all things returning to stillness, radiating a terrifying pressure that would make even gods and demons tremble. With the blessing of Martial Soul Origin Awakening, the dual martial souls have surpassed the SSS+ level and reached an unknown realm that cannot be measured by the current level. Boom! Two completely different supreme auras spread out like a storm from Xiao Han's center. Long Outyen's proud SSS-level purgatory demon dragon martial soul let out a mournful cry in the face of these two auras. The huge demon dragon phantom trembled violently, and the dark red light dimmed rapidly, as if a mouse had seen a cat and instinctively felt fear and suppression from the depths of its soul. His infernal dragon breath, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, shattered like fragile glass under the impact of this new force, disappearing without a trace before it even touched Xiao Han. No. Impossible. What kind of martial soul is this? How could the martial soul's rank be temporarily upgraded? The arrogance and contempt on Long Outyen's face had vanished, replaced by deep horror and disbelief. He felt that his purgatory domain was like paper in front of this power, being mercilessly torn apart, purified, and devoured. He never imagined that his proud SSS-level martial soul would one day be completely suppressed in such a domineering way. The battle had begun, the arrow was on the bowstring, ready to be released. Long Outyen suppressed the turmoil within him, his face contorted with extreme rage and resentment. He roared, unleashing his spiritual power with unrestrained frenzy. Even if your martial soul is strange, the difference in cultivation level is not something you can overcome. Purgatory demon dragon, kill it! The remaining phantom of the demonic dragon let out a resentful roar, gathering its power once more. Countless chains of pitch-black flame shot out from the void, wrapping around Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt the unprecedented, all-encompassing power surging within him, his eyes remaining calm and undisturbed. Long Outyen's death throes were, in his eyes, nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. System, perfect enlightenment of cultivation techniques and martial arts, designated Destruction Godfist. Ding! Host's command received. The Destruction Godfist has been temporarily upgraded to the perfect realm. In an instant, all the profound mysteries of the Destruction Godfist, from the first move to the subsequent moves that Xiao Han had not yet fully mastered, and even its core meaning of destruction, flooded into Xiao Han's mind like a sudden enlightenment, and he instantly understood them. At this moment, Xiao Han's Destruction Godfist has reached its theoretical limit. Xiao Han took a deep breath, his eyes, which shimmered with chaotic light in the dark glow of eternal night, locked onto Long Outyen, who was rushing towards him madly. He moved. Without making a grand gesture, he simply took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. The so close yet so far footwork, enhanced by the chaotic shadow of the Eternal Night King, incorporates an even more unpredictable spatial power. With each step, it seems to traverse the gaps in the shadows, leaving no trace. Boom! Long Outyen's determined flame chains all missed their mark, crashing onto the arena and creating deep craters. Where is he? Long Outyen's pupils shrank sharply, and he frantically scanned the area with his divine sense, but he could not find any trace of Xiao Han. The next instant, an extreme sense of crisis came from behind him. Xiao Han's figure appeared silently behind Long Outyen, as if emerging from the deepest nightmare. On his right fist, the purifying divine light of the chaotic green lotus and the chaotic shadow power of the eternal night king intertwined and entwined, and a destructive true intent that seemed capable of annihilating all things was condensing at the tip of his fist. The perfected version of Destruction God Fist. The first punch. Xiao Han's voice was calm and undisturbed. The punch was simple and direct, yet it contained a terrifying power that could make the world lose its color. Long Outyen turned around in horror, hastily conjuring up purgatory demon flame to protect his body, while simultaneously grabbing at Xiao Han with a claw. Bang! Fists and claws clashed. Long Outyen's demonic dragon claws, capable of tearing through metal, shattered like rotten wood before Xiao Han's punch, which contained multiple extreme powers. The punch continued, easily tearing through the infernal demonic flames on his body and slamming heavily into his chest. Puff! Long Outyen felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A terrifying fist-shaped indentation appeared on his chest, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His proud SSS-level martial soul characteristics were greatly weakened in the face of the ultimate purification power of the Chaos Green Lotus, and the power of the demonic flames was greatly reduced. Furthermore, the chaotic shadow power of the Eternal Night King strangely penetrated his energy defenses, striking directly at his body. Adding to this was the devastating, annihilating essence of the perfected Destruction God Fist. With just one punch, the strongest genius recognized by the Imperial Capital Academy was already severely injured. Xiao Han's figure flashed again, appearing beside Long Outyen as he flew backwards. The second punch. It was still a simple and unadorned punch, but it was extremely fast and extremely ruthless. Long Outyen's eyes were filled with despair and resentment. He wanted to resist and roar, but all his efforts were in vain in the face of Xiao Han's overwhelming power. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Long Outyen's vital dantian. The violent destructive power instantly destroyed the spiritual energy core within his body, which was not yet fully condensed. The power of chaotic shadow eroded his meridians, while the purifying power of the chaotic green lotus, like a leech, extinguished his last will to resist. Chapter 84 Deathly Silence. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the training ground. Long Outyen's body was sent flying from the center of the arena like a broken sack by Xiao Han's seemingly casual punch. He flew in an arc and crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was completely unable to fight and passed out. It only took a few breaths. The entire training ground was deathly silent. Whether it was the students and mentors in the audience or the bigwigs in the VIP seats, they were all frozen in place, speechless and dumbfounded. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was so shocked by Xiao Han's earth-shattering and overwhelming strength that their minds went blank, and they were completely unable to understand what was happening before their eyes. That's Long Outyen, the top student at the Imperial Capital Academy, the owner of the SSS-level Purgatory Demon Dragon Martial Soul, and the undisputed strongest contender for this year's championship. To think that Xiao Han could defeat him so decisively, even in a humiliating way, with just 2 punches? SSS plus martial soul temporarily upgraded to an unknown higher rank? A fist technique or martial art at its perfect state? Just how many unbelievable secrets is Xiao Han hiding? What exactly is this seemingly ordinary F-rank dual useless martial soul of his? In an instant, countless questions and shocks crashed into the hearts of everyone present like a tsunami. On the arena, Xiao Han slowly withdrew his fist and stood still. The terrifying chaotic aura and eternal darkness around him gradually subsided, and he returned to his usual calm. It was as if the earth-shattering scene just now had nothing to do with him. Only he himself knew what kind of heaven-defying trump card those 30 minutes of martial soul origin awakening and 1 hour of perfect enlightenment of cultivation techniques and martial skills were. Now, he has won. A clean and decisive victory, a truly exhilarating one. The training ground remained deathly silent for several dozen breaths before erupting into a deafening clamor, like a pot of boiling oil. We won. 2 punches. Long Outyen was actually defeated by 2 punches. Am I dreaming? That's Long Outyen, the top student in the academy. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. A cacophony of frenzied shouts swept across the arena like a tsunami. Countless eyes were fixed on the calm figure on the stage, filled with disbelief, awe, fervor, and a sense of voyeurism. In the VIP section, representatives from various powerful factions wore solemn expressions. The head of the Su family's eyes flickered, as if he were plotting something. The instructors from the 4 universities whispered among themselves, exchanging shocked glances. Lin Xingxia's tense body relaxed, but the shock in her beautiful eyes lingered for a long time. She knew Xiao Han was extraordinary, but she never imagined he was this extraordinary. The power that erupted so suddenly was beyond her comprehension. While relieved, there was more worry. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Xiao Han's revealed trump card was too astonishing, inevitably attracting countless greedy eyes. Standing on the arena, Xiao Han felt the surging power within him recede like a tide, replaced by a deep-seated weakness. The phantoms of his dual martial souls also dimmed, returning to their original forms. He exhaled a heavy breath, which slightly relieved the tightness in his chest. He forced himself to remain composed, not letting himself show the slightest sign of distress. We won. It was earned through a near-death experience. The sense of elevation brought about by the awakening of martial soul origin and the perfect enlightenment of cultivation techniques and martial skills was rapidly fading, but the profound mystery of briefly touching a higher level of power had been deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. The referee's hands were still trembling, and his voice was wavering, but he managed to finish his sentence. In the first semi-final match of the Imperial Capital University competition, Xiao Han wins. The Federal Network crashed. Hashtag Grand Competition of Universities in Beijing. Hashtag Dark Horse Xiao Han. Hashtag 2 punches take down Long Out Yen. Such terms and phrases appeared out of nowhere and topped the trending search list like a virus. Countless posts, videos, and analyses sprang up like mushrooms after rain, each attempting to dig up Xiao Han's ancestors for 18 generations. Xiao Han staggered off the stage, refusing all those who tried to approach him. He even gave a vague answer to instructor Qin Zhen's concerned inquiry. He only nodded slightly to Xia Yubing and Luo Bing. Luo Bing glanced at him, her lips moved, but she ultimately said nothing. However, she couldn't hide her resentment and vague fear. Xia Yubing quickly took a few steps forward, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back, though the anxiety lingered. He walked straight to his private courtyard. The door slammed shut, shutting out all the noise from the outside world. The next moment, it felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed. Xiao Han slid down against the door panel, his throat making hoarse breathing sounds like a broken bellows. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the semi-finals. You have successfully advanced to the finals of the university competition. Rewards: 1 use of Martial Soul Awakening, lasts 30 minutes, 1 use of Mastery of Cultivation Techniques and Martial Arts, lasts 1 hour, Grand Finals Champion Gift Pack, can only be opened after winning the Grand Finals. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, causing Xiao Han's tense nerves to relax slightly. The trump cards that had been used up were actually replenished. This thing is his hard currency for winning the championship. Not daring to delay for a moment, he struggled to move to the futon and sit cross-legged. His cultivation technique circulated on its own, greedily absorbing the energy particles between heaven and earth. He closed his eyes, trying to capture and remember every strange feeling he had just experienced when his martial spirit stirred and his fist techniques reached a divine level. These 3 days were not just about recovery, but also about reflection and sublimation. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the highest floor of the university, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost palpable. Investigate. Investigate this Xiao Han to the death. In the chief seat, an elderly man with white hair and beard, the vice principal of the academy, a martial saint, spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. His martial soul is definitely not something that can be summarized as a mere SSS+. That kind of temporary elevation in rank. I have never heard of such a thing. And his cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, especially that set of fist techniques, the domineering intent within them that annihilates everything, does not belong to any known inheritance system in our federation, a senior instructor added solemnly. Could it be that some lost ancient tradition has awakened within him? Some speculated. The possibility is not low. But to be able to force an F-rank dual useless martial soul to this level, and even temporarily unleash a higher grade, this kind of inheritance is probably not just the legendary god level, but even at least the saint level. No matter who he is, this kid must be in our hands. If he can't be used by us, we absolutely cannot let him fall into the hands of our rivals. Encrypted commands were issued from the conference room, and countless forces lurking in the shadows of the Federation began to quietly operate around the name Xiao Han. Outside Xiao Han's secluded courtyard, a slender figure appeared silently. It was Lin Xingxia. She stood outside the door, which was tightly shut, and the faint breaths coming from inside made her heart tighten. "Come in, Instructor Lin," Xiao Han's voice came from inside, tinged with obvious fatigue. Lin Xingxia pushed open the door. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the futon, his face as white as paper, but his breathing had become much more steady. "You." She took a few steps closer, the words on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't know where to begin. "Are you still holding on?" Xiao Han opened his eyes, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said in a smile, "I won't die, I'm just a little weak." Lin Xingxia sat down opposite him, her slender fingers unconsciously curling up. She was silent for a while. "Xiao Han, your mentor won't ask you about the things you possess. But you need to understand that while you've made a name for yourself in today's battle, you've also put yourself in a very difficult position. Right now, countless eyes are watching you from the shadows." Xiao Han looked at her without saying anything, waiting for her to continue. Chapter 85, Living Towards Death. "My opponent in the finals is Yi Wuchen." Lin Xingxia's voice was slightly lower than usual, carrying a rare solemnity. As soon as she spoke, the surrounding air seemed to become heavier. "Yi Wuchen, the one ranked first in Class 0 who has never appeared in public?" Xiao Han continued. "It's him." Lin Xingxia handed over a thin sheet of paper. "The academy has kept him well hidden. He has the cultivation of the 9th level of martial master and possesses the SS+level, void body, martial soul." She paused for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. "This martial spirit is very troublesome. Ordinary fist and foot techniques, as well as those colorful energy impacts, are mostly like a mudox sinking into the sea, not even making a ripple. Moreover, most of the methods he usually uses are not aimed at your body." Xiao Han took the few pages of paper, and when his fingertips touched them, he felt a slight coolness. "Spirit, soul, and spatial distortion." He read it word by word and whispered the key words. "Indeed, this is even more difficult to deal with than someone as tough as Long Outyen. Long Outyen is like a mountain standing before you. You know how high and dangerous it is, and there's always a direction to confront head-on. This Yi Wuchen is like an invisible fog. You don't even know which corner he will emerge from or how he will strike you. No matter how powerful the Destruction God Fist is, it's futile if it can't even touch the person, or if its power is completely neutralized by the void state. It's still uncertain how effective the purification power of the Chaos Green Lotus will be against this void. More than that," Lin Xingxia added. "Information suggests that his ethereal body can withstand some attacks from even martial grandmaster level experts. What's more troublesome is that he has also mastered an extremely powerful mental technique that can directly interfere with an opponent's 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses, and even create all sorts of chaotic illusions to confuse people." Xiao Han let out a soft breath, and the light in the room seemed to dim a little. "But..." Lin Xingxia's voice rang out again, breaking the brief silence. "That ethereal body is not truly without flaws. Ultimately, it is built upon the understanding and application of spatial and spiritual power. If we can find the gaps in its ethereal transformations, or attack it in a way that is beyond its comprehension, theoretically, it can be effective." Her words carried a certain weight of expectation. "Your spatial talent that you displayed in the battle before, and that unconventional explosive power, might be the fulcrum to pry open his tortoise shell." Xiao Han gently stroked the edge of the document with his fingertips. "Nothingness, immune to attack." In his mind, some profound fragments from the Shadow Void scripture about the intertwining of void and shadow flashed by. "I will do my best to adjust over the next 3 days, Xiao Han said, his voice calm yet carrying a weighty quality. "Thank you for the reminder from Instructor Lin, and for this information as well." Lin Xingxia stood up, walked to his side, and patted his shoulder lightly twice. "Just do your best, get some rest, and get back to peak condition. You've already won against me." After she finished speaking, she paused, her usually crisp and capable tone now carrying a very subtle, almost imperceptible pause. "Of course, I would much rather see you bring back that honor with your own eyes, honorably and legitimately." Lin Xingxia's figure quickly disappeared outside the door. The training room door closed with a soft sound, and the room returned to silence. Xiao Han stood alone, the information about Yi Wuchen still lying open on the table, the handwriting clear. He walked over slowly, picked up the papers again, and his gaze fell on the 4 words void body. 3 days. He muttered to himself, lightly tapping the words with his fingertip. The Shadow Void scripture, the world within reach. Yi Wuchen, perfect, let's see if your nothingness can hide, or my shadow can devour everything. Time was of the essence, but his fighting spirit only intensified. Yi Wuchen, the void body? Immune to attacks? Perfect. Let him see if power above SSS Plus can break through that so-called void when it encounters a martial skill at the perfect realm. Throughout the capital city, and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom, all eyes focused on the martial arts competition's grand finale 3 days from now. The unexpected dark horse, Xiaohan, would face off against the reclusive champion of Class 0, Yi Wuchen. Would this epic duel continue the dark horse's legend, or defend the title of champion? Xiaohan was unaware of and indifferent to the clamor from the outside world. He only knew that for that supreme glory, and to live up to the expectations of all those who supported him, he had to fight with all his might once again, facing death to live. The battle drums of the finals seemed to be beating in his ears. The day before the final of the Imperial Capital University competition, the air seemed to freeze, only to be ignited by a surge of emotions in the next second. The entire capital city's academic institutions know, the entire capital city were in an uproar because of this upcoming showdown. Drones from various media outlets hovered over the university like a buzzing swarm of bees, striving to capture images from every corner. Long lines formed at the university gates from early morning, with countless ordinary citizens and martial arts enthusiasts hoping to witness this pinnacle battle of the younger generation. The area around the martial arts arena has been completely transformed. Countless sophisticated live streaming devices are scattered throughout the area, with cameras focused on the center of tomorrow's event, awaiting its commencement. Inside the academy, groups of students chattered amongst themselves. Xiaohan and Yi Wuchen were the absolute focus of attention, with various analyses and speculations arising, and some even secretly setting up betting odds on a wide variety of games. Despite the deafening noise outside, the cultivation room in the independent courtyard of core sequence S07 was eerily quiet. Xiaohan sat cross-legged on a futon, his breathing long and even. Inside the cultivation room, the rich spiritual energy, far exceeding that of the outside world, actively flowed into his body, nourishing every inch of his muscles, bones, and flesh. He wasn't trying to break through a bottleneck, but rather meticulously refining his spirit and energy, harmonizing them to their peak. Tomorrow he will face Yi Wuchen in a duel, the most perilous challenge he has faced since his transmigration. Yi Wuchen's void body is immune to most attacks, and combined with his elusive spiritual and spatial techniques, he is indeed a formidable opponent. My thoughts wandered, and memories of the past came flooding back. The martial spirit awakening ceremony featured 2 laughable, useless F-rank martial spirits, drawing ridicule from the entire audience. By Schwer's undisguised contempt and determination, Zhao Yu's smug and arrogant face. Immediately, the god-level selection system was bound. The first choice was shameful, but also yielded huge rewards. He forcibly kissed Su Linglong, which resulted in the evolution of 2 martial souls, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, both of which were at the SSS Plus level. The Beihai City Martial Arts Center's assessment, a first attempt at recognition. On the brink of life and death in a low-risk area outside the city, he turned around and killed the robber. The mysterious valley brought about a transformation. The black-scaled mad ape was slain, and the Eternal Night King evolved once more. Stepping into the capital's academy, he rose from an ordinary student whom everyone could bully to a powerful figure who slapped faces and made a strong comeback, eventually reaching the Core Zero class and shocking countless people. The ancient ruins of the Black Mist Forest Secret Realm, the Martial Sect Guardian, the Shadow Void Scripture, and the sequel to the Fist of Annihilation. In the university competition, he advanced triumphantly all the way, defeating Luobing, overpowering Shirley, and then in the semi-finals, his 2 earth-shattering punches brought the arrogant Long Outyan down from his pedestal. Every choice is accompanied by enormous risks and unimaginable pressure. Every breakthrough is the result of sweat, blood, and even a life-or-death struggle. The system was his greatest asset, but his own efforts, unwavering will, and decisiveness at crucial moments were equally indispensable. The ever-renewing power of the Chaos Green Lotus, the unpredictable mystique of the Eternal Night King, the all-encompassing nature of the creation heaven-reaching technique, the profound mystery of the Shadow Void Scripture, the graceful and agile close at hand, the domineering destruction of the Destruction God Fist, the purifying and killing power of the Green Lotus Sword Song, and the newly emerging Shadow Avatar. These factors together constitute his current strength. Buzz. The communication jade talisman at her waist vibrated slightly. Chapter 86 is not absolutely invincible. Xiaohan's mind stirred, and a clear, cool voice, tinged with barely perceptible concern, rang out, "Finals, good luck." "I'm here." It was Su Linglong. Those 6 simple words warmed Xiaohan's heart. This seemingly aloof girl was actually more sensitive than anyone else. Immediately afterward, another message arrived, carrying Xia Yubing's unique liveliness. Junior brother Xiaohan, you must beat that Yi Wuchen to a pulp tomorrow. I believe in you. Iceface also asked me to give you my regards, she's too shy to say it herself, hee hee. Xiaohan smiled. The ice-cold face Xia Yubing was referring to was naturally Luobing. The last message came from Professor Lin Xingxia, go all out, don't hold back. I'll handle things with the higher-ups at the academy. This undoubtedly reassured him. The support from his mentor, Lin Xingxia, was more substantial than any flowery language. This care and support, like a gentle stream, flowed into Xiaohan's heart, making his original determination to win the championship even more solid. He took a deep breath, letting these warm emotions settle in his heart, and then focused his attention back on tomorrow's opponent. Yi Wuchen. SSS-level, void body. Immune to most physical and energy attacks. Skilled in mental magic and spatial distortion. Peak of the 9th level of martial master realm. The university's true trump card, kept hidden away. These keywords kept swirling in Xiaohan's mind. Illusions, mental attacks, spatial manipulation, traversing the void. Xiaohan simulated dozens of possible battle scenarios. What if his destruction god fist couldn't hit directly? What if the purifying power of the Azure Lotus Sword Song had limited effect on weakening the void body? What if he was trapped in his opponent's mental illusion? Every possibility presented him with a dilemma. But his fighting spirit was high. The void body is not absolutely invincible, Xiaohan murmured to himself. He thought of his eternal Night Monarch martial soul, which inherently contained the attributes of shadow and space. Especially after evolving into the Shadow Overlord and cultivating the Shadow Void scripture, his understanding of these two powers was now completely different. Perhaps we can use space against space, and use shadows to break through nothingness. A vague idea gradually became clear in his mind. In this battle, he no longer intends to hold back anything. With his cultivation at the 3rd level of Martial Master, he even had a premonition that if the battle became intense enough, he might be able to use the pressure to break through the bottleneck and advance to the 4th level of Martial Master. The Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, both SSS plus martial souls, will unleash their power without reservation. The simultaneous operation of the Creation Heaven Reaching technique and the Shadow Void scripture provides a continuous source of spiritual energy and profound Shadow Void power. The 3 core martial arts techniques, Destruction Godfist, Azure Lotus Sword Song, and So Close Yet So Far, will combine with his dual martial soul characteristics to unleash the strongest destructive power. The ability Shadow Avatar will also serve as a surprise weapon, playing a crucial role at critical moments. The 2 temporary opportunities to use the Martial Soul Origin Awakening and Perfect Enlightenment of Cultivation techniques and martial skills, rewarded by the system, were his biggest trump card, which allowed him to confront Yi Wuchen head-on. The system was unusually quiet before the finals, issuing no new optional tasks. This made Xiaohan realize that the rewards he had earned through countless near-death experiences were his only hope for winning the championship. That's good. Fewer bizarre and deadly missions will allow him to focus more on the battle itself. As night deepened, the noise outside the window seemed to gradually subside, leaving only the rustling of the wind through the leaves. Inside the cultivation room, Xiaohan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as a deep pool, but beneath that calmness shone a light sharper than the stars. The spiritual energy within his body surged like a volcano about to erupt, ceaselessly flowing, yet perfectly controlled by him. The brilliance of his dual martial souls was contained within him, the auras of chaos and eternal night intertwining to form a unique balance. His energy and spirit had been adjusted to an unprecedented peak. Tomorrow will be the day of the decisive battle. Yi Wuchen, no matter how strange or powerful you are, I, Xiaohan, will go all out to seize that ultimate glory. The highly anticipated finals of the Capital University competition finally kicked off amidst thunderous cheers. The central training ground was packed with people, the atmosphere intense and fiery. Countless eyes were focused on the contestants' tunnel, anticipating the arrival of the ultimate showdown. The first to appear was Yi Wuchen, the top student of Class 0. Clad in pristine white, his expression indifferent, he slowly walked onto the arena. In an instant, a vast and powerful aura surged forth from his body. His terrifying cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Master realm was on full display. Behind him, a deep and ethereal SSS-level martial soul phantom appeared and disappeared, radiating a heart-palpitating aura. Even more astonishingly, the space around his body was slightly distorted, as if he could transform into nothingness and be immune to all magic. This was his legendary, nothingness body. Peak of the 8th level of Martial Master. This is Yi Wuchen's true strength. An SSS-level martial soul. And that void body, how is Xiao Han going to fight it? Exclamations rose and fell. In the VIP section, Lin Qingxia's jade-like hand clenched slightly, and Su Linglong's cool eyes also rippled. As everyone held their breath, Xiao Han appeared at the entrance of the passage. He was still dressed in blue, his expression calm, and he stepped onto the arena, facing Yi Wuchen from afar. Boom! An aura that was in no way inferior to Yi Wuchen's, and even more refined and ancient, suddenly erupted from Xiao Han's body. His true cultivation at the peak of the third level of martial master was revealed. Although his realm was slightly inferior, the quality of that power made countless powerful figures change color. Even more terrifying was that behind him, a chaos lotus rooted in chaos, sacred and majestic, and an eternal night king draped in eternal night, reigning over the shadows, appeared simultaneously, their dual SSS plus martial soul phantoms overwhelming and shocking the entire audience. Double SSS plus martial souls. He was hiding it so well. A martial master at the third level, yet his aura can overpower high-level martial masters. Monster! This is definitely a monster. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The match begins. The referee's voice was drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Yi Wuchen's eyes narrowed, and he no longer held back. He formed hand seals, and his SSS-level martial soul shone brightly behind him. Void exile. In an instant, the arena space violently distorted, and invisible cracks appeared out of thin air, as if to completely devour Xiao Han and exile him to an unknown dimension. This was his trump card, a move that would kill without hesitation. Xiao Han's expression remained unchanged as he simultaneously pushed the creation heaven-reaching technique and the shadow void scripture within his body to their limits. With a thought, he commanded, "Dual domains, open." The chaos green lotus cast down billions of green rays, brimming with vitality and purifying all evil. The Night King emanates endless shadows, devouring everything and controlling nothingness. Two completely different nascent domains instantly overlapped, with blue and black intertwining to form a unique chaotic eternal night domain, which actually withstood the distorted spatial power. Chapter 87: The Champion. The world within reach. Xiao Han's figure flickered, merging into the shadows, moving freely through the raging spatial rifts like a ghost. He had already activated perfect enlightenment of cultivation techniques and martial arts, his target being the Destruction God Fist. The Annihilation Fist. Xiao Han unleashed a punch, the perfected annihilation, true meaning condensing into the fist's edge, shadow power and chaotic energy intertwined, directly targeting a certain obscure point in Yi Wuchen's ethereal body's operation. Azure Lotus Sword Song, Lotus Movement. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and several Azure Lotus Sword Chi containing ultimate purification power shot out, blocking Yi Wuchen's retreat. Boom! 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 On the arena, an energy storm raged. Yi Wuchen, relying on his ethereal body, constantly shifted between reality and illusion, dodging most of Xiao Han's attacks. At the same time, he activated his mental techniques to create numerous illusions, interfering with Xiao Han's perception. Xiao Han's eyes shone brightly, the chaos green lotus purified the illusion, and the Eternal Night King saw through the falsehood. Sometimes he would use the Destruction God Fist to directly confront Yi Wuchen, each punch landing with a visceral impact, causing Yi Wuchen's blood and chi to surge. Other times he would use the Azure Lotus Sword Song to weaken him from a distance, the purifying power making his ethereal state extremely unstable. This was an ultimate clash of will and skill. Space distorted, the ground cracked, and the entire training ground shook violently. Xiao Han had several deep, bone-revealing wounds on his body, and his blue robes were stained with blood, but his fighting spirit only increased, and he became more and more courageous in battle. Yi Wuchen was also in bad shape. His void body had been greatly depleted, and Xiao Han's strange attack methods were impossible for him to defend against. Blood also spilled from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Han, you are indeed very strong. But this ends here. A madness flashed in Yi Wuchen's eyes. He clasped his hands together, and his SSS-level martial soul ignited behind him. Void. Annihilation. A terrifying aura, powerful enough to destroy everything, emanated from him, as if the entire arena was about to be shattered. Now! Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Shadow Avatar. A figure exactly like him emerged from the shadows, wielding the same Azure Lotus Sword Chi and Annihilation Fist intent. Burn my essence, shatter eternity. Xiao Han roared, burning 30% of his life essence without hesitation. In an instant, the power within his body surged to its limit, and the perfected Destruction God Fist was sublimated once again, as if he was about to unleash a world-shattering strike. The main body and the avatar acted simultaneously. Two ultimate annihilation divine fists, containing all of Xiao Han's power and burning with the essence of life, were like two destructive stars, one on the left and one on the right, tearing through the void, ignoring the annihilating fluctuations, and fiercely slamming towards Yi Wuchen. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens. An intensely bright burst of energy shot into the sky, engulfing everything. The protective shield of the entire training ground flickered violently, nearly collapsing. When the light faded and the smoke and dust filled the center of the arena, a bottomless crater appeared. Covered in blood, Yi Wuchen collapsed in the ruins, completely incapacitated. His powerful SSS-level martial spirit phantom also dissipated. At the edge of the giant pit, Xiao Han knelt on one knee, leaning on a longsword formed from a green lotus that he had summoned at some unknown time, panting heavily. He was covered in blood, his clothes were torn, and his aura was extremely weak, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. He won. Dead silence. Utter silence. A few breaths later, the referee's trembling voice resounded through the sky. The winner of the Imperial Capital Academy Grand Competition Finals is Xiao Han. Whoa! Thunderous cheers and screams instantly engulfed the entire capital. Xiao Han. This name is destined to resound throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom today. Xiao Han. Champion. The raging tide, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down, almost lifted the dome of the entire central martial arts arena. The referee's announcement of the winner Xiao Han was like the fuse of a powder keg, instantly igniting all the pent-up emotions. They've gone mad. Utterly gone mad. Students, mentors, and even the media reporters with keen senses couldn't resist and flocked to the ring like a tidal wave. The next second, Xiao Han, his clothes torn and covered in blood, was tossed high into the air by the excited crowd. Once again. Under the sunlight, that slightly pale face, yet bearing an indomitable smile, became the sole focus of the entire room. The award ceremony followed immediately, with remarkably high efficiency. The principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, an old man who appeared ordinary but possessed a profound aura, personally stepped onto the temporarily erected platform. The old principal wore a gentle smile, his appreciation and expectations for Xiao Han undisguised. Xiao Han. The principal's voice, amplified by the sound system, clearly reached every corner. Congratulations on winning the championship of this year's university competition. Your performance is nothing short of miraculous. You have proven to everyone that while talent is important, unwavering will and a never-give-up spirit are the true keys to becoming a strong person. Thunderous applause. The principal personally pinned a special badge on Xiao Han, symbolizing the glory of a champion. It was a badge meticulously crafted from starry mithril, engraved with the totem of the Imperial Capital Academy and a sharp sword. It felt warm and slightly cool to the touch, with a faint spiritual energy flowing through it. Immediately afterwards, a waiter walked over gracefully carrying a tray on which lay an ancient scroll. This is your champion's reward list. The principal smiled and handed the scroll to Xiao Han. Xiao Han took it, unfolded it, and looked at it. Permanent access to the third floor of the Star Pavilion. The qualification to cultivate in the special secret realm, Chaos Pool, is valid for 1 month. 1 million contribution points to the university. In addition, there are various other cultivation resources. Hiss. When the details of the prize were announced, a collective gasp erupted from the audience, louder than ever before. The third floor of the Star Pavilion. That's the sacred place where the Academy stores the most top-level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills. Even ordinary core students who can set foot on the second floor are proud to boast about it for a long time. The special secret realm, the Chaos Pool. Just hearing the name exudes an extraordinary aura. The fact that the Academy offers it as a champion's reward speaks volumes about its incredible value. And then there's that 1 million contribution points. Just throwing them at it could drive countless people crazy. The cultivation resources it could exchange for would be astronomical. That's incredibly extravagant. Xiao Han gripped the scroll tightly, his heart churning with turmoil. He could clearly feel the enormous depletion in his body caused by burning his own essence, as well as the severe injuries left by the fierce battle with Yi Wuchen. These rewards are like a godsend. No, they're like a rocket in the snow. It was the absolute key to his rapid recovery of strength and even his pursuit of another breakthrough. He composed himself and bowed slightly. Thank you, Academy, thank you, Principal. The voice wasn't loud, but it conveyed a sense of composure and determination. In the area where the Academy's top officials were located, the usually aloof and powerful figures looked at Xiao Han with an unprecedented sense of solemnity and inquiry. The potential this kid has shown and the endless stream of hidden cards he's played have far exceeded their expectations. Amidst the crowd, Mentor Lin Xingxia gazed at the figure on the stage, who, despite being covered in blood, still shone brightly. A smile of immense satisfaction involuntarily curved her lips, and pride almost overflowed from the depths of her heart. The surprises this boy, whom she forced to bring back from Beihai City, kept coming one after another. Instructor Qin Jin grinned widely and generously gave Xiao Han on the stage a thumbs up, looking extremely proud. Below the stage, a faint blush appeared on Su Linglong's usually aloof and pretty face. She gazed at Xiao Han, her deep-seated admiration and worship almost overflowing. Xia Yubing, standing beside her, was completely uninhibited, excitedly waving her little fists and shouting, "Junior Xiao Han is amazing! So cool! Ah!" Chapter 88 Good luck. Even Luo Bing, who had clashed with Xiao Han in the past, and Shi Lei, who had been defeated by him, and other core members, were now completely convinced. Luo Bing pursed her lips, her eyes filled with complex emotions, but ultimately she let out a soft congratulation. Shi Lei, on the other hand, exclaimed heartily, "Xiao Han, you're really awesome." Xiao Han earned everyone's respect with his undeniable strength. After the awards ceremony, there was the routine post-match press conference. Faced with a barrage of questions and tricky questions from the media, Xiao Han maintained his consistent style. "Xiao Han, may I ask how you managed to evolve your F-rank dual-useless martial soul to such an extent in such a short time?" a reporter asked preemptively. Xiao Han smiled faintly. "I was lucky and encountered some fortuitous events." "Was the extraordinary power you unleashed in the semi-finals and finals related to your martial spirit? Has your martial spirit's rank surpassed SSS+?" Another reporter pressed for an answer. "I suppose so. As for the rank, I'm not entirely sure myself." Xiao Han answered ambiguously, his face bearing a guess-what expression, leaving the reporters scratching their heads in bewilderment, yet utterly helpless. He was a man of few words, especially when it came to his own secrets. He simply thanked the university and his mentors for their guidance and said he would continue to work hard. This low-key and mysterious attitude only added to his unfathomable image in the eyes of others. The press conference ended abruptly, and Xiao Han declined all invitations to banquets and celebrations. Under Lin Xingxia's cover, he quickly returned to his private courtyard. Bang! Closing the courtyard gate shut out all the noise from the outside world. Xiao Han swayed and almost fell. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. Damn it, showing off is fun for a moment, but it's a disaster afterwards. He chuckled to himself, trying to find humor in his own misery, and dragged his exhausted body, staggering into the cultivation room. He sat down cross-legged and immediately took out the reward scroll awarded by the principal from his storage ring. With a probe of divine sense, the contents of the list clearly appeared. Permanent access to the third floor of the Star Pavilion. You can freely view all cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, and secrets within the third floor. Special Secret Realm Chaos Pool, one of the forbidden areas of the Academy, rumored to be a source of chaotic energy left over from the founding of the Academy, possessing incredible effects on martial spirit evolution, physical tempering, and realm comprehension. Usage period, 30 days. Academy contribution points, 1 million points. Champion exclusive resource pack, contains 1 grade 9 healing elixir, 9 turn rejuvenation pill, 10 grade 8 cultivation aid pills, purple extreme spirit nourishing pill, several high-level exotic beast cores and several rare refining materials. Looking at this dazzling array of rewards, even Xiao Han, with his calm and composed nature, couldn't help but breathe more rapidly. The third floor of the Star Pavilion means that he can access the most advanced cultivation methods in the Dragon Kingdom. He might be able to find the complete chapters of Destruction Godfist and Azure Lotus Sword Song, or even find a Shadow Void type divine skill that is more compatible with the Eternal Night King. The Chaos Pool. The mere mention of chaos was enough to excite him. His chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul might gain tremendous benefits there, and even evolve again. If he uses this month properly, his strength could definitely undergo another earth-shattering transformation. 1 million contribution points instantly transformed him from a poor boy into a millionaire, allowing him to exchange for countless rare resources in the Academy's treasury as long as he had enough contribution points. And that 9-turn rejuvenation pill is exactly the healing elixir he needs right now. This is a huge win. Xiao Han's eyes gleamed. For him, winning the competition was not just an honor, but also a solid stepping stone to a higher level. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately took out the 9-turn rejuvenation pill, which emitted a rich medicinal fragrance, and swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir melted upon entering his mouth, transforming into a powerful yet gentle life energy that rapidly flowed throughout his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged meridians and depleted essence. At the same time, he activated the creation heaven reaching technique and the shadow void scripture, combining them with the purification and vitality power of the chaos green lotus martial soul to accelerate the refining of the medicinal power. He knew that the end of the university competition was just the beginning. Beyond the Dragon Kingdom lies a vast world. The threat of alien beast invasion still hangs over humanity, and those lurking enemies will not give up just because he won a championship. The road ahead is long, and only by constantly becoming stronger can we take control of our own destiny and protect everything we want to protect. The Chaos Pool. Xiao Han murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to enter that legendary secret realm and take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve another earth-shattering leap in his strength. The Imperial Capital Academy Grand Competition has come to an end, but the storm it stirred up has only just begun to sweep across the entire Dragon Kingdom Federation. Have you heard? A prodigy has emerged from the Imperial Capital Academy. He possesses twin martial souls, and both are SSS+ level. That's not all. Xiao Han has been overcoming all odds all the way, and in the finals he even defeated Yi Wuchen, the top student of Class 0. It is said that he also possesses a mysterious lineage. His fist techniques and sword skills are unheard of and incomparably domineering. Crossing boundaries is as easy as eating a meal. A 3rd-level martial master can directly confront a peak 8th-level martial master. He's simply inhuman. Tea houses, taverns, streets, and alleys, the virtual world. Xiao Han's name is spreading like wildfire everywhere. Double SSS plus martial soul, mysterious inheritance, champion of the academy competition. Each of these labels is enough to grab attention, and when all these labels are combined on one person, the sensational effect is unimaginable. Xiao Han's name seemed to sprout wings overnight, flying from the Imperial Capital Academy to every corner of the Federation, becoming an idol worshipped by countless young martial artists and a highly sought-after hot commodity in the eyes of various forces. Sure enough, the day after the competition ended, the entrance to the Imperial Academy was bustling with traffic. Countless figures representing the top powers of the Dragon Kingdom flocked to the scene like sharks smelling blood. There were long-established martial arts families, top sects with profound foundations, representatives of the federal military in crisp uniforms, and even some reclusive forces that rarely show their faces. Their only goal was to recruit Xiao Han. Xiao Han, we are the Wang family of Jiangnan. Our patriarch speaks highly of you and wishes to invite you with the treatment due to a core member of the Wang family. You can choose from 3 ninth-grade cultivation techniques, and there will be plenty of rare and precious materials. Young friend Xiao, I am an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. If you are willing to join my sect, the position of the sect leader's personal disciple will be vacant, and the sect's forbidden area, the Tomb of 10,000 Swords, will be open to you. Comrade Xiao Han, I am from the Special Recruitment Office of the Federal Military. As long as you nod your head, you will start with the rank of Major General, receive preferential treatment in military merit resources, and have unlimited potential in the future. Chapter 89. Not in control of one's own fate. Although the Academy had anticipated this and set up numerous checkpoints to try to filter out most of the harassment for Xiao Han, which of these forces wasn't someone with extensive connections and influence? Various invitations, gifts, and solicitation letters flew into Xiao Han's secluded courtyard like snowflakes. Even more extreme, some have directly offered marriage as a condition for alliance. Young Master Xiao, my daughter is 16 years old. Though she is of delicate appearance, she is gentle and virtuous, possessing an S-rank water-type martial soul. She is a perfect match for you. If you are willing, my family is willing to offer a spiritual vein in the south of the city, plus 30 million federal credits as a dowry. A middle-aged fat man with a bloated belly and wearing a tacky gold-embroidered robe finally managed to catch Xiao Han, who was about to leave, after being screened by Lin Xingxia. He then proceeded to promote his product with great enthusiasm. Xiao Han looked at the timid girl behind him, whose appearance was indeed only average, and his lips twitched. He politely but distantly cupped his hands and said, I appreciate your kindness, senior. However, I am focused on martial arts and have no intention of starting a family for the time being. I hope you will understand. The fat man wanted to continue the argument, but Xiao Han's indifferent gaze chilled him to the bone, and he retreated sheepishly. These guys will use any means necessary. Lin Xingxia appeared beside Xiao Han at some point, watching the fat man's fleeing figure, and curled her lip. Professor Lin. Xiao Han bowed. Come with me. Lin Xingxia led Xiao Han to a secluded pavilion. The higher-ups at the academy have already blocked more than 90% of the harassment for you, but there are always some flies that are hard to guard against. You're a piece of Tang Monk's flesh now, and everyone wants to take a bite. Her expression grew more serious. Xiaohan, you must remember that the olive branches extended by these forces are all tied to unseen threads. They are eyeing your potential and the secrets you may possess. Once you accept, it means you will be bound to their chariot, and many times you will have no choice in the matter. Some forces may appear respectable on the surface, but they do a lot of dirty work behind the scenes. If you really want to choose a patron, you have to keep your eyes open and not be blinded by temporary gains. Xiao Han nodded. He naturally understood this principle. In recent days, he had politely declined most offers of recruitment, maintaining only polite contact with a few forces with relatively clean backgrounds or potential future cooperation opportunities, such as the Su family, remaining neither humble nor arrogant, and leaving no room for error. Thank you for the reminder, mentor. I understand. Looking into his calm eyes, Lin Xingxia secretly admired him. This young man was so composed at such a young age. It was truly remarkable that he could remain sober in the face of such a huge temptation. All right, as long as you know your limits. Lin Xingxia put away her seriousness and returned to her usual sassy mentor persona. The academy has done everything it can to stop them, but there are always some who slip through the net. You're like a piece of Tang Monk's flesh now, everyone wants a bite. Remember, every olive branch that's offered comes with a strings attached. They see your potential, and maybe they also see a secret about you. Once you accept it, you're on their boat, and often you have no choice in the matter. Some forces may appear respectable, but they have a lot of dirty deeds behind the scenes. If you really want to choose a patron, keep your eyes open and don't be blinded by short-term gains. Xiao Han nodded, indicating that he understood. In recent days, he had indeed only maintained polite contact with relatively clean forces like the Su family, politely declining all others without leaving any room for negotiation. Seeing his calm expression, Lin Xingxia inwardly praised him. This kid, facing such a great temptation, can still remain so composed. Within the academy, Xiao Han's status has indeed changed. Before, he was an exception, a controversial figure. Now, he is the undisputed number one, an existence that all students look up to. Wherever he goes, he is met with awe, envy, and even admiration. Those who used to look down on him now greet him politely as Senior Xiao. He poured all 1 million contribution points, the prize money for winning the grand competition, into the academy's treasury. Pills to stabilize his cultivation level, spiritual liquids to temper his body, rare and precious materials to repair his soul, and rare materials with spatial and shadow attributes were all prepared for the next evolution of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul. The mentor in charge of the redemption looked at the astonishing numbers on the list, his hands trembling, and his attitude became extremely respectful. With everything prepared, Xiao Han's goal was clear the Chaos Pool. That was a special cultivation realm awarded to the champion, said to help martial spirits evolve, temper the physical body, and enhance realm comprehension. The hidden dangers left by burning the source, and the injuries from the battle with Yi Wuchen, all need to be completely resolved and further improved with the power of the Chaos Pool. That day, he greeted Lin Xingxia and Su Linglong, and went alone to the Chaos Pool deep within the forbidden area of the academy. The path to the Chaos Pool is quite hidden, with several layers of restrictions and tight security. Xiao Han walked along the quiet stone path, flanked by tall ancient trees, with dappled sunlight filtering through. He appeared relaxed, but in reality, all 6 senses were activated, and the perception of his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul quietly spread out. Since gaining fame, I've always felt like there are eyes watching me from the shadows. Some are curious, some are in awe, but some have ill intentions. I know I am now a light in the darkness, attracting everyone. Behind the flowers and applause lies an unseen knife. Reaching a corner, Xiao Han paused. His eyes glanced at the dense grove of trees not far behind him. There, a faint fluctuation of energy emanated, vanishing in an instant. He didn't stop, he kept walking forward, and sneered inwardly. It seems some people still can't hold back. This trip to the Chaos Pool is unlikely to be peaceful. However, he's not someone to be trifled with. Anyone thinking of taking advantage of him should first consider their own limitations. The Chaos Pool is a must-have. Those who stand in our way will be utterly crushed. Thinking of the immense power the Chaos Pool might bring, Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement. The Chaos Pool is located at the innermost part of the forbidden area of the Imperial Capital Academy. It is a mysterious pool shrouded in a thick, liquid-like, chaotic mist. The pool wasn't large, only about 100 square meters. Yet it seemed to hold a newly born world within it. The air contained not ordinary spiritual energy, but a more primordial, ancient, and primordial chaotic energy. The moment Xiaohan stepped inside, he felt a sense of lightness throughout his body, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. His twin martial souls within him instantly erupted with an unprecedented thirst for power. Buzz. The illusory image of the Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul emerged on its own. It anchored itself in the void, its 12th grade lotus platform swaying gently. Each lotus petal unfolds, greedily absorbing the extremely pure chaotic energy around it. The feeling was like a wandering child finally returning to its mother's embrace, warm and joyful. On the blue lotus, Tao runes flickered and radiance flowed, and its aura became more sacred and solemn at a visible speed. At the same time, the Eternal Night Monarch's martial spirit also stirred, transforming into a deep, dark shadow that weaved through the chaotic mist. Those chaotic energies that seemed incompatible with its properties were strangely decomposed and absorbed the moment they came into contact with it. It is completely transformed into the purest source of shadow and spatial power. Chapter 90 Changes in Twin Martial Souls. The illusory image of the Eternal Night King was now visibly solidifying. An indescribable pressure spread out, and its power to control shadows and space was quietly increasing at an astonishing speed. His resonance with the shadow void reached an unprecedented level. Many of the profound and mysterious meanings of the scriptures that were once difficult to understand now appear clearly in my mind, as if the clouds have parted to reveal the sun. Xiaohan forced himself to calm down. The excitement was almost overwhelming. He immediately sat cross-legged on the warm, smooth jade stone by the pool. Without a moment's hesitation, the creation heaven-reaching technique and the shadow void scripture began to operate with a roar. With both divine techniques unleashed simultaneously, Xiaohan's body instantly transformed into a vortex that devoured everything. The dense, primordial energy in the surrounding area immediately found a channel to pour out. One after another, chaotic-colored dragons roared and surged forward, frantically drilling into his limbs and bones, surging through every meridian, and tempering every inch of his flesh and blood. The hissing sound continued incessantly. On his body, specks of black, sticky, foul-smelling substance kept seeping out. These were the last stubborn filth hidden deep within his body, which were now being forced away by the powerful scouring of the chaotic energy. Between the bones, crackling sounds rang out one after another, each crisp sound indicating the transformation of the bone tissue, making it increasingly indestructible and faintly revealing a jade-like luster. Within the dantian, the spiritual energy vortex spun wildly at an unprecedented speed. Compression. Purification. Expand again. The space in his dantian expanded dramatically, containing far more refined and powerful energy than ever before. The sea of consciousness was also thrown into turmoil. The chaotic energy transformed into the purest source, repeatedly cleansing his soul. The soul became incredibly solid, crystal clear, and flawless. The hidden dangers left by the burning of his source in the previous life or death battle with Yi Wuchen, along with the physical and mental exhaustion and many hidden injuries after the battle, were rapidly restored at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of this divine energy. Not only has it been completely repaired, but its foundation is even more solid than before the injury. This is truly an unexpected delight. What truly shook Xiaohan to his core and filled him with immense joy was the unusual movement of his twin martial souls. Chaos Lotus. Eternal Night King. At this moment, these two primordial martial souls were deeply attracted by the pure energy of the chaos pool and began to merge uncontrollably. The hazy, vibrant light of life and the deep, dark glow of the eternal night were no longer clearly separated. The two slowly rotated, attracting and permeating each other, gradually forming a state of interdependence where each is intertwined with the other. The unparalleled purifying power of the chaos green lotus gradually cleansed away the last trace of impurities that might exist in the shadow origin of the Eternal Night King. At the same time, the unpredictable spatial power of the Eternal Night King also endowed the chaos green lotus with an unprecedented agility and unfathomable mystery. The phantoms of the two souls solidified and solidified again at an astonishing speed as they merged. The aura they exude is increasingly ancient, increasingly magnificent and vast, pointing directly to the primordial truth before the creation of heaven and earth and before the separation of chaos. Xiaohan was suddenly enlightened and clearly perceived that his understanding and control of the great forces of heaven and earth, such as chaos, life, purification, defense, shadow, stealth, space, and even spiritual influence, were soaring wildly in a way that was almost like an epiphany. In the blink of an eye, he had reached a completely new level that he never dared to imagine before. This profound understanding directly impacted his martial arts skills. The true meaning of destruction in the Annihilation Fist, empowered by chaotic energy, seemed to possess an additional domineering power capable of creating the world and an ultimate significance of annihilating all things. He even vaguely sensed that the subsequent fist techniques were already taking on a blurry outline. The Lotus Movement move in the Azure Lotus Sword Song is even more refined, and its purifying and deceptive properties are more pronounced. He could almost see an azure lotus blooming at the tip of the sword, cleansing the world of all filth and falsehood. The close-at-hand, far-away footwork became even more elusive after the Eternal Night King deepened his understanding of spatial power. He seamlessly integrated the abilities of Shadow and Void, truly achieving the ability to switch between close-at-hand and far-away at will. Time flew by as Xiao Han devoted himself to his arduous cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. The chaotic energy within the chaos pool was thinning at a visible rate, while Xiao Han's aura was rising steadily, like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating terrifying power. Finally, as the 1-month deadline was approaching, boom! A deep, rumbling sound emanated from Xiao Han's body, as if some invisible barrier had been shattered. An aura far more powerful than before surged from his body, stirring up the mist within the entire chaos pool. Peak of the 3rd level of Martial Master Realm. Broken. Martial Master Realm, Level 4. Martial Master Realm, 4th level, Early Stage. Middle Stage. Late Stage. Peak. His cultivation level soared like a rocket, eventually settling firmly at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Master Realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. When Xiao Han opened his eyes again, a flash of light appeared in them, deep and profound as if they contained a starry sky. He slowly stood up, feeling the surging, overflowing power within him, and a confident smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. A complete transformation. These 4 words perfectly encapsulate his current state. His physical strength was comparable to that of a high-level martial artist, the spiritual power in his dantian was several times more abundant and refined, and his soul was even more condensed and clear. With a thought, he could control everything within 100 meters. Although the aura of the twin martial souls was more restrained than before, Xiao Han could clearly sense that they had become more powerful and unfathomable. The vitality and purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus, and the shadow and spatial power of the Eternal Night Monarch, had all reached a new level. This chaos pool truly lives up to its reputation, Xiao Han muttered to himself, clenching his fist and feeling the explosive power. Compared to before he entered, his strength has increased several times over. In his previous battle with Yu Wuchen, he won with great difficulty, and even burned his own life force. Now that he has met Yu Wuchen again, Xiao Han is confident that he can easily crush him without even having to use his last tricks. A month has passed so quickly, it feels like a dream. Xiao Han brushed his clothes. He was wearing the same old robe, but now it gave him an air of calm and composure. He glanced back at him. The water in the chaos pool was no longer as thick as before and had become much clearer. He nodded slightly, a silent expression of gratitude. Then, he turned around and stepped outside. The sunlight outside the pool was bright and dazzling, yet it also carried a vibrant sense of life. With his inner strength surging and ready to explode, he could see the path ahead more clearly. Xiao Han's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Bring on those lurking in the shadows, those unknown challenges. Xiao Han accepted it all. Outside the chaos pool, sunlight poured in. Xiao Han stood tall and elegant, feeling the surging power within his body, and felt incredibly clear-headed and relaxed. Peak of the 4th level of Martial Master Realm. It's just a matter of time before we reach the 5th level. If this kind of cultivation speed were to be told, probably no one would believe it. He didn't linger. With a thought, his figure transformed into a faint phantom, rushing towards the Star Pavilion deep within the academy. The opportunities in the Chaos Pool are indeed extraordinary, but they are more about laying a solid foundation and improving one's realm. To truly transform this surge in power into real combat strength, we still need to rely on the subsequent chapters of top-tier martial arts techniques. Star Pavilion. The sacred place of martial arts in the hearts of countless disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy. With the reward of winning the grand competition, Xiao Han traveled smoothly all the way to the 3rd level, which he had only heard of in legends before. My foot had just stepped inside. In an instant, an ancient and weathered feeling, far more intense than that of the 2nd layer, surged towards me. Chapter 91, Overbearing Destructive Aura. The space on this 3rd floor is several times more spacious than that on the 2nd floor. A pale golden halo permeated the air, as if an invisible wisdom had settled within it. Rows of warm jade bookshelves, containing jade slips, animal hides, and strange metal books, each one containing astonishing energy. Xiao Han spread his divine sense and felt a slight tremor in his heart. The books here are all of the lowest grade, with grade 7 and grade 8 martial arts techniques scattered throughout. Deeper inside, on a solitary stone platform, several scrolls of incomplete heavenly grade and near heavenly grade manuals were releasing terrifying pressure. It is indeed a good place. Xiao Han's mind stirred slightly, but he forced himself to calm down. What he sought on this journey was the sequel to the 5 ultimate martial arts manuals: the Creation Heaven Reaching Technique, the Shadow Void Scripture, the Annihilation Divine Fist, the Azure Lotus Sword Song, and the World Within Reach. Acquiring any one of them would make his trip worthwhile. Once the thought was made up, the senses of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul silently reached out. He was also immersed in the profound mystery of his own cultivation technique, and began to search within this vast volume. The Star Pavilion has so many treasures on its 3 floors that searching aimlessly is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Time flows on. Xiao Han moved continuously between the bookshelves. He would pause occasionally, take out a jade slip to examine it, and then shake his head and put it down. He then focused his mind, trying to detect the subtle, different energy fluctuations in the air. Upon reaching a corner where there were mostly fragments and incomplete writings, Xiao Han abruptly stopped. An ancient stone platform made of dark blue-green rocks, upon which rests a roll of dark yellow animal hide. The animal hide roll was no bigger than the palm of my hand, with tattered edges and an unremarkable appearance. Xiao Han, however, sensed a pure and domineering destructive intent within it. This fluctuation originates from Fist of Destruction. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stepped forward and reached out to take the animal skin scroll. Rough to the touch, bearing the marks of time. The moment the spiritual energy entered, the overwhelming and unstoppable destructive fist intent suddenly counterattacked. Fortunately, his physical body was resilient and his spiritual power was strong enough, otherwise, he would have been injured. Really? Xiao Han was deeply moved. The animal skin scroll contains the 3 subsequent moves of the Destruction God Fist. Although it is still incomplete, its power is far beyond what he has already mastered. He tried his best to calm his turbulent emotions and carefully put away the animal skin scroll. His divine sense spread out again, carefully exploring the surroundings. Since the fragments of the Destruction God Fist are hidden in such a remote place, could the sequels to the other martial arts techniques also be? Xiao Han searched for a long time, examining almost every inch of the 3 floors. As a result, there were no further clues about the Creation of Heaven and Earth technique, the Azure Lotus Sword Song, or the World Within Reach. Just as he was feeling slightly disappointed and preparing to redeem the rest of the Annihilation Fist, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a black crystal stone covered by layers of restrictions and placed in a shadowy corner. The crystal was about the size of a fist, completely black, with intricate and mysterious silver runes covering its surface. It exuded a deep, cold aura, while also carrying a strange fluctuation that distorted space. This is... Xiao Han's heart stirred, and the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul trembled slightly at this moment, conveying a strong desire. He stepped forward and examined it closely. The fluctuations there shared the same origin as the Shadow Void Scripture he cultivated, yet they were far more profound and mysterious. The advanced method of the Shadow Void Scripture. Xiao Han's breathing quickened slightly. He could sense that this black crystal contained far more than just the continuation of the cultivation technique. It might even represent a qualitative transformation. He attempted to touch the restriction, and a massive flow of information flooded his mind. Fragment of the Void Codex, Shadow Monarch Chapter. Required contribution points, 800,000. Hiss. Xiao Han gasped. Just a fragment of the story required 800,000 contribution points. The subsequent 3 forms of the Shattering God Fist were only priced at 500,000 points. The value of this Shadow Monarch chapter was evident. Although the follow-up techniques of the other 3 cultivation methods were not found, obtaining the advanced methods of Destruction God Fist and Shadow Void Scripture made this trip a huge success, far exceeding expectations. Exchange. Xiao Han didn't hesitate at all. The 1 million contribution points he received as a reward for winning the previous competition, plus his subsequent accumulations, were just enough to pay for these 2 exorbitantly priced books. The person in charge of exchanging the 3 levels of books was an old man with white hair and beard and a profound aura. When he saw the animal hide scroll and black crystal that Xiao Han took out, as well as the 1.3 million contribution points that had been crossed out, a look of surprise flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He gave Xiao Han a deep look, but did not say anything. He simply went through the exchange process. Xiao Han felt no heartache at all when his contribution points were instantly reduced to almost 0. Instead, he felt an eager excitement. Upon returning to the core sequence A07 independent courtyard, Xiaohan immediately activated all protective restrictions and entered the cultivation chamber directly. He first unfurled the animal hide scroll containing the 3 subsequent forms of the Destruction God Fist, immersing his consciousness within it. The violent fist intent and the true meaning of destruction assaulted his mind like a raging storm. Break the army. Split the stars. Return to nothingness. The names of the subsequent 3 techniques are simple and direct, yet they exude a domineering and world-destroying power. Each move was more complex than the ones he had mastered before, and the application of power was more exquisite. In fact, it seemed that he had even touched the edge of the laws. After meditating for an unknown amount of time, until the essence of these 3 fist techniques was initially imprinted in his mind, Xiaohan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Even with only a preliminary understanding, he felt that his comprehension of the word annihilation had deepened another layer. Then, he held the jet-black Shadow King crystal in his palm. As the Shadow Void scripture circulated, strands of extremely pure shadow and spatial primal power, along with a massive torrent of information, surged from the crystal into his body and sea of consciousness. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul let out a satisfied groan, greedily absorbing the energy. Twisted shadows appeared on Xiaohan's body's surface at times, and ripples spread through the space at other times. His control over shadows and his understanding of the void began an astonishing transformation at this moment. Originally at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Master realm, the bottleneck in his cultivation was actually loosening slightly during the process of comprehending the advancement methods of these 2 major techniques. He could clearly feel that his strength was undergoing another qualitative leap. His understanding of the Martial Master realm had also become more profound and thorough. That was exhilarating. Xiaohan felt a surge of pride. The gains from this trip to the Star Pavilion were immeasurable. With the enhancement of these 2 trump cards, his future path would undoubtedly be much broader. Once he has fully digested these 2 inheritances, his strength will reach a whole new level. The monthly assessments of the core students at the Imperial Capital Academy have always been an important basis for testing students' abilities, reshaping internal rankings, and even determining resource allocation. This assessment is particularly noteworthy because of the recently concluded university competition. Xiaohan, in particular, who, with the strength of a 3rd-level martial master, fought against and defeated a group of top geniuses including Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, became the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 92 Core Sequence Monthly Assessment. The aftermath of the competition had not yet subsided, and discussions about Xiaohan were in full swing. His mysterious SSS plus dual martial souls, unpredictable movement techniques, and domineering fist and sword skills have all become topics of great interest among the students. Some people revered him as a god, while others secretly resented him, believing that he had relied on some kind of secret technique to unleash his extraordinary strength during the competition, and now that the secret technique had failed, he might have revealed his true colors. The atmosphere in the training grounds of the core sequence was as tense and explosive as a fully drawn bowstring. All the core members gathered here, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Luo Bing, Shirlei, and the others, who had lost the competition, looked at the calm figure not far away with complicated expressions. Xiaohan stood in the crowd, dressed in green, his aura restrained, only revealing the fluctuations of his cultivation at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Master realm. This startled many. Peak 4th level of Martial Master. How long has it been? Only 10 days since the competition ended, and he's already broken through again? Moreover, he skipped 3 levels and directly reached the peak of the 4th level. This speed is simply terrifying. Instructor Qingjin stood in the center of the training ground, scanned the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "The monthly assessment for the core sequence begins now. The rules remain the same, a round-robin points system. Winners gain 1 point, losers gain no points. The final ranking will be based on the total points. Everyone, pay attention. This is related to your cultivation resources and task allocation for next month." As Instructor Qingjin announced the rules, the list of opponents for the first round appeared on the light screen above the training ground. Xiaohan's name was prominently listed, and his opponent was Shirlei. Shirlei's expression changed slightly, and then a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. His defeat to Xiaohan in the competition was a thorn in his side. Although he knew Xiaohan's strength was unfathomable, he had been training diligently during this time, hoping to get revenge after the competition. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. "Xiaohan, I was careless last time. This time, I will go all out." Shirley stepped onto the martial arts stage, his muscles bulging, his SS-level Titan body martial soul already activated, his body glowing with a bronze light, making him as majestic as a small mountain. Xiao Han walked onto the stage, his expression calm, and nodded slightly, please. At the referee's signal, the fight broke out. Shirley roared and charged at Xiao Han like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, each step he took causing the arena to tremble slightly. He swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks, and slammed it towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han swayed slightly, choosing not to engage in a direct confrontation. With the close at hand, far-away footwork technique, which incorporates the essence of the Shadow Void scripture, his figure seemed to merge into the air, elusive and unpredictable, causing Shirley's ferocious attacks to miss completely. All you do is dodge. Shirley roared, his attack speed increasing and his range widening. Hide? No, I'm looking for your weakness. Xiao Han's voice seemed to come from all directions. The next moment, his figure appeared like a ghost behind Shirley. There was no fancy opening move, just a seemingly casual punch. The Annihilation Fist integrates the follow-up meanings of the 3 new insights gained from the Star Pavilion, as well as the understanding of power penetration from the Shadow Void scripture. This punch was no longer simply a powerful and destructive strike, but rather carried an indescribable restraint and penetrating quality. Before the fist even touched Shirley's body, an invisible wave pierced through his seemingly indestructible Titan-like defenses. Kara! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed within Shirley's body. His once proud defense crumbled like paper under Xiao Han's punch. Shirley's expression changed drastically, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. He could feel a domineering and strange power raging within him, destroying his meridians and internal organs. Xiao Han's punch did not directly send him flying, but the internal damage it caused was far more terrifying than the last time. You punched me. Shirley managed to utter a few words, his eyes filled with horror. This was no longer an attack method he could comprehend. Xiao Han withdrew his fist and stood still, not continuing his attack. The referee reacted quickly, immediately went to check Shirley's injuries, and then announced, Shirley is unable to fight, Xiao Han wins. The entire room fell silent. How long has it been? Last time Xiao Han defeated Shirley, he at least managed to withstand a few punches and let Shirley hold on for a while. This time, it was just one punch. Without even using his martial spirit, he directly pierced through Shirley's strongest defense with a single punch, severely injuring him. This Xiao Han is even stronger than during the grand competition. And by a significant margin. Shirley staggered and was dragged off the stage by his arms. Something was stuck in his throat, and in the end, he could only squeeze out a heavy sigh from between his teeth. This time, I'm truly speechless. Next match, Luo Bing vs Xiao Han. The referee's voice had barely faded when a figure had already leaped up. Luo Bing, she's here. A chill ran through me, seemingly even colder than the early winter outside. She stopped, and spoke each word clearly and distinctly, Xiao Han, I lost last time. This time, I won't. Before the words were even finished, an extremely cold aura suddenly exploded out. With the SS Grade Extreme Ice Fox Martial Soul fully activated, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted, fine ice crystals condensed in the air, and a layer of white frost quickly covered the ground. As the realm of ice and snow expanded, countless icy blades gleaming with a cold light appeared out of thin air, their tips pointing directly at Xiao Han. Xiao Han remained calm. A very faint blue light swirled around his body, almost blending into the surrounding light. Chaotic green lotus. Beneath that azure light, the icy domain that Luo Bing had spread out with all her might actually caused the shrill chilling air to stagnate slightly, and its sharpness was also weakened invisibly. Drink! Luo Bing didn't give him any more chance to adapt. The ice blades whipped up a storm and slashed towards him with a whooshing sound. She herself touched the ground with her toes, her figure dancing among the ice shards, each landing point carrying a bone-chilling cold, eager to drag Xiao Han into her most proficient close-quarters freezing rhythm. But Xiao Han was faster. Or rather, his movement exceeded Luo Bing's expectations. With the blessing of the Shadow Void scripture, the close at hand, far-away footwork is no longer just a simple dodge. He transformed into an elusive shadow, weaving through the gaps in the ice blades. Each movement was fraught with danger, yet somehow managed to render all of Luo Bing's subsequent attacks futile. Luo Bing's breathing became rapid, and her attacks became increasingly fierce, with the density and speed of her ice blades reaching their limits. But the more she did this, the more gaps were revealed in her meticulously constructed attack network. A slight pause. The ice explosion unleashed by Luo Bing at full power had just dissipated, and the new ice blades had not yet fully condensed. Now, Xiao Han's figure suddenly disappeared from Luo Bing's perception. It wasn't a fleeting, extremely fast-moving phantom, it was truly gone. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Luo Bing. Less than 3 feet long. The Song of the Azure Lotus Sword. He drew his fingers like a sword, and a point of blue light flickered from his fingertips. The lotus stirs. The glint of green light left her finger silently, yet it carried a sharpness that could cleanse all things, piercing straight into Luo Bing's chest. Luo Bing felt a chill run through her body, far exceeding the coldness of her own body. In the critical moment, all her spiritual energy recoiled wildly, condensing into several thick ice crystal barriers in front of her, upon which the phantom of a spirit fox roared. However, that cyan sword energy became stronger when it encountered a stronger opponent. The ice crystal barrier crumbled upon contact, disintegrating layer by layer, and the phantom of the spirit fox let out a mournful cry before turning into ice shards. The azure light penetrated her last protective aura without any obstruction. Chapter 93 Complete Destruction. Puff. A slight sound. It was placed on her chest. Puff. Luo Bing groaned, her strength drained away in an instant, she collapsed, and her consciousness faded. Another trick. This time, Xiao Han didn't even use the Destruction God Fist, relying solely on a wisp of sword energy from the Azure Lotus Sword Song. The entire venue was deathly silent. If defeating Shirley earlier only proved that his strength in the competition was not a fluke, then easily defeating Luo Bing now shatters all doubts. He didn't get weaker, he got stronger. His martial arts skills and agility have reached a level that others can only look up to. In the following rounds of battles, Xiao Han's opponents became increasingly formidable. Geniuses at the top ranks of the core sequence, including those at the 5th, 6th, and even 7th levels of the martial master realm, took turns appearing on stage. The results, however, were surprisingly consistent. A martial master at the 5th level, known for their strength? Xiao Han's 3 subsequent moves of the Destruction God Fist clashed head-on, directly shattering the power and defense that Xiao Han was so proud of. A 6th level martial master, skilled in ranged attrition? Xiao Han used the spatial mysteries of the Dark Shadow Void scripture in conjunction with the close at hand, yet far apart technique to close the distance in an instant, instantly negating the opponent's ranged advantage, and then finishing them off with a single punch. 7th level of martial master, with a formidable domain? Xiao Han slightly released the aura of his 2 martial souls, without fully unleashing his domain. Yet, the ancient and powerful pressure, combined with his ghostly movements and formidable attacks, tore apart the opponent's domain and shattered it. He was practically unbeatable in the ring. The attack methods are endless, sometimes domineering and unparalleled, sometimes unpredictable and mysterious, and sometimes purifying and invisible. His movements were unpredictable, as if he could blend into the shadows and traverse the void. Its defense and recovery abilities are equally astonishing. Occasionally, when it is grazed by an opponent's attack, the aura of the Chaos Green Lotus flows through it, and the injury is quickly healed. All the core members, whether former rivals or bystanders, were stunned by the strength Xiao Han displayed. During the competition, they thought they had glimpsed Xiao Han's limits. Now I realized that it was just the tip of the iceberg. This young man is unfathomable. The assessment is over. Xiao Han won all his matches, losing 0 points, and is undisputed at the top of the leaderboard. As instructor Qingjin gazed at the dazzling name on the screen and then at the calm figure standing on the arena, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. He thought he had figured out Xiao Han's true nature, but this kid always manages to surprise him. The Imperial Capital Academy, no, the entire Dragon Kingdom Federation, is likely to usher in a new chapter because of Xiao Han. This month's core sequence assessment is over. Instructor Qingjin's voice carried a hint of emotion. Based on the points ranking, the new core sequence rankings are as follows. When Instructor Qingjin announced Xiao Han as the first name, no one in the audience objected. Instead, they expressed heartfelt awe and admiration. Xiao Han, come to me. Lin Xingxia's message came swiftly. Xiao Han had just come out of the gravity chamber, still carrying the lingering oppressive feeling. Upon hearing this, she immediately went to her private courtyard. The courtyard is quiet and elegant, with an old plum tree leaning to one side, its fragrance wafting in the air. Lin Xingxia changed into a fiery red outfit that accentuated her alluring figure. She was leaning against a soft couch by the window, casually tossing a warm-colored jade pendant between her fingers. Seeing Xiao Han enter, her eyes flickered, a half-smile playing on her lips. Oh, isn't this our academy's newly promoted #1? How does it feel? Are you walking with a swagger now? The sarcasm in his tone was undisguised. Xiaohan casually pulled up a chair and sat down, rubbing his temples with a slightly helpless expression. It's all right. It's just that there have been a lot more invitations to visit lately, and it's quite a hassle to turn them all down. He is now ranked first in the core sequence, receiving top-tier resources from the Academy, an independent top-level cultivation cave, and his monthly allocation of cultivation resources has increased several times over. He has even gained access to some of the Academy's confidential files. These changes gave him a deeper understanding of the Imperial Capital Academy's foundation and even the martial arts system of the entire Dragon Kingdom Federation. Naturally, there were also attempts by various parties to curry favor and win them over. Lin Xingxia chuckled, the jade pendant pausing on her fingertip. Serves you right. Who told you to cause so much trouble, almost tearing the sky apart? But being number one in the core sequence is just a stepping stone for you in the Academy. True strength isn't achieved by staying in a comfortable nest. Xiaohan leaned forward slightly, sensing the underlying meaning in Lin Xingxia's words. She was about to get down to business. Sure enough, Lin Xingxia sat up straighter, her expression becoming more serious and less casual than usual. I plan to arrange a new training program for you, an off-campus mission, to go to a rather dangerous place to gain some experience. An off-campus mission? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes. Lin Xingxia nodded. No matter how good the cultivation resources are in the Academy, and how fierce the competition is, there is still a layer between them. Some things you can't understand unless you actually see blood and experience life and death. If you want to go further, you have to go to more real battlefields and explore more unknown and dangerous places. She paused for a moment, then continued, the location of this mission is a newly discovered small secret realm. What's special is that this realm seems unstable. One end of it connects to a chaotic alternate dimension. According to our preliminary investigation, not only are there unique alien beasts that are completely different from those on Earth, but there may also be some rare and unusual creatures that are rarely seen outside. Of course, the level of danger has also increased exponentially. A chaotic alternate dimension. Xiaohan paid close attention to these words. His Eternal Knight Monarch martial soul seems to have some inexplicable connection with this kind of power. Lin Xingxia watched Xiaohan's pensive expression without urging him, but her expression became even more intriguing. This mission is not just a training exercise. I've heard some rumors that the appearance of that small secret realm may be related to some ancient ruins that have been dormant for a long time, or even some hidden extraterrestrial forces. For you, this may be a starting point to explore a wider world. I understand. Xiaohan said almost without hesitation. I'll take this mission. Comfort was never what he sought. The glory days of the university competition are over. He longs to test himself and seek breakthroughs on a broader and more dangerous stage. The mention of ancient ruins and extraterrestrial forces in Lin Xingxia's words stirred something within him. Seeing Xiaohan agree so readily, Lin Xingxia's eyes showed a hint of approval. I knew you were brave and fearless. But this time it's no small matter, so don't be careless. We still have very limited knowledge of the specifics of that secret realm. Although you may be a big shot among your peers, the outside world is far more complex and dangerous than you can imagine. Chapter 94: The Entrance to the Secret Realm. In preparation for his off-campus experience, Xiaohan has been making final preparations these past few days. With his status as the top member of the core group and his accumulated contribution points, he took quite a few good things from the Academy's treasure trove. Top-grade healing pills and spiritual energy recovery potions were being exchanged in large quantities. He also acquired several powerful offensive and defensive talismans. A lightweight inner armor made of specially tanned exotic animal hide is worn close to the body. It is thin yet tough and does not hinder movement in the slightest. He also continued his cultivation practice. The creation heaven reaching technique and the shadow void scripture circulated day and night, and the auras of the two great martial souls, the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch, became increasingly refined. He was already attempting to break through the barrier of the 5th level of the Martial Master realm. Despite its sturdiness, it was inevitable that it would loosen in the face of the massive accumulation of resources and his extraordinary comprehension. A breakthrough is just around the corner. The weather was perfect. After Xiaohan finished packing, he went straight to Lin Xingxia's courtyard without delay. Lin Xingxia was already in the courtyard. When she saw him coming, she tossed him a storage bag. This is for you, it might save your life. Xiaohan caught it and immersed his consciousness into it. 3 jade talismans, quietly and peacefully. One was as red as fire, another as blue as the sea, and the last one was a strange void color, with faint spatial fluctuations lingering around it. In addition, there was a bronze token that looked quite old. Lin Xingxia's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. 3 jade talismans, representing my 3 trump cards. One for a powerful attack, one for self-defense, and one for spatial teleportation, all possessing the power of a martial king. Remember, do not use them until the very last moment. Lin Xingxia pointed to the storage bag in Xiao Han's hand. The bronze token inside was made of ordinary material, but it exuded an ancient charm. This thing is bronze, and it doesn't look very impressive. Her voice was flat. If it really comes to the point where you can't call for help from heaven or earth, I can crush it and know where you are right away. Xiao Han's hand tightened. Everything in the storage bag was heavy. He paused, then carefully put the storage bag away from his body. This student thanks the mentor. Lin Xingxia waved her hand impatiently, reverting to her decisive and efficient mentor persona. All right, get out of here. Enough nonsense, come back alive, understand? She changed the subject, becoming more serious. The outside world is full of wicked people who can ruin you without consequence. Don't think that just because you get first place every time in school, you're something special. There are plenty of old guys out there who could slap you to death. Xiao Han grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Student knows. Teacher, just relax and watch how I arrange everything perfectly so they can all return in style. He didn't say much, turned around and left with long, hurried steps. The sunlight stretched his shadow long, until it gradually disappeared. Lin Xingxia stood there for a long time before letting out a soft hum, seemingly directed at someone. You brat, you'd better make me proud, and stop making this old man mess around with you. The wind blew by, and she was left alone in the courtyard. Xiao Han left the stone-paved path in the academy behind. His steps were unhurried, yet carried an indescribable steadiness. The power within his body surged, and he felt much clearer about the intricacies of martial arts. He didn't know what lay ahead. But that feeling, trapped in my chest, was about to burst forth. The universities in the capital were merely the first stepping stone on his long journey. More thrilling adventures, more formidable opponents, and more outrageous opportunities await him in the distance. He walked out of the high walls of the capital's academy step by step. Beyond the wall lies another world. Without the invisible shield of the university, all that remains is a primitive, barren desolation. Xiao Han moved alone, his figure so fast that only a pale blue afterimage remained, shuttling between strangely shaped rocks and withered meadows. His destination was clear, a small, hidden secret realm in the wilderness, which Lin Xingxia had mentioned casually before. After running for several days, the continuous mountain ranges receded rapidly. There was a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere in the surrounding air. Ahead, a huge, incredibly thick gray fog rolled back and forth along the ground. In the thickest part of the gray fog, an extremely irregular, pitch-black crack hung suspended in mid-air, like a living thing, expanding and contracting, creating ripples in the space that made one's scalp tingle. The entrance to the secret realm is here. Xiao Han stopped and stared intently at the spatial rift. Even with his current level of cultivation, he felt a chill run down his spine when he looked at this thing. It wasn't fear, but an instinctive reaction to this unknown force. He took out the bronze token that Lin Xingxia had given him from his pocket. The token felt warm to the touch. With a surge of spiritual power, a soft blue light rippled from the token, protecting him from all sides. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han took a step forward, his figure disappearing into the strange black rift. The world is spinning. Everything around was shaking violently. This feeling is far more domineering than a teleportation array. Fortunately, Xiao Han had a strong physical body and a solid soul, and he was able to stabilize himself in an instant. The surrounding scenery quickly became clear. A strange world of distorted light and shadow unfolds before your eyes. The sky was a deep, dark purple. Countless fragments of stars floated on it, shimmering with a cold, eerie light. The ground beneath my feet was scorched black, crisscrossed with ravines. Strange, colorful plumes of smoke occasionally shot out from the cracks in the ground. The air was filled with violent and chaotic energy. That energy carried a strong corrosive quality. If an ordinary martial arts master stayed here for even a short while, their bones would probably be completely dissolved. However, the moment Xiao Han's eternal night monarch martial soul came into contact with this energy, it not only did not feel any discomfort, but instead revealed an extreme desire. Those violent energies rushed towards the eternal night monarch martial soul. It devoured them frantically. Transformed into the purest power of shadow and void, it nourishes the martial spirit itself. Ha, here it comes. Xiao Han grinned, extremely pleased. This godforsaken place. For others, entering here would be a near certain death. For him, it was an absolute paradise. A sacred place for cultivation. He moved his feet carefully, pushing the shadow void scripture to its limit, and the near the end of the world footwork was also unleashed, leaving a series of faint shadows in the shattered space. Hiss! A sharp, piercing screech erupted from the side. A dark figure lunged at them. It was a strange beast, about the size of a water buffalo, but with 3 heads covered by compound eyes and 6 segmented limbs, the ends of which were sharp and gleamed with a cold, eerie light. The aura it exuded was already at the 2nd level of the martial master realm. It's quite creatively designed, Xiao Han thought to himself, and instead of backing down, he moved forward. He didn't even use his martial spirit. With just a clench of his right fist, the creation and heaven reaching technique began to circulate rapidly within his body, and the condensed destructive fist intent gathered in his fingertips and palms. Fist of destruction. Facing the beast's slashing limbs, Xiao Han neither dodged nor evaded, but instead unleashed a powerful punch. Where the fist struck, the air was torn apart, producing muffled thuds. Bang! Chapter 95 Peak 7th level of Martial Master begging for gold tickets. A slight tingling sensation ran through his knuckles, and Xiao Han shook his wrist. The monstrous beast's severed head was still twitching, and foul-smelling black blood was gushing out. He reached out and a crystal core flew out from the beast's corpse. It was slightly heavy in his hand, but its surface was not very smooth, and there was a faint energy surging within it. This thing is quite different from the crystal cores of the monsters outside, exuding a wild and chaotic aura, which is quite helpful to his 2 martial souls in the shadow void scripture. That's interesting. Xiao Han weighed the crystal core in his hand, then casually slipped it into his sleeve. Without stopping, he continued walking deeper into the secret realm. The further you go in, the more viscous the invisible, chaotic energy becomes, almost dripping with water. The strange beasts lurking around were all more troublesome than the last, and their forms were even more bizarre. There are those shadow lurkers that are completely transparent and blend into the shadows of the surrounding rocks. They can launch sneak attacks silently, yet they are extremely ruthless. There are also those bone-spitting beings that are as big as small mountains, covered in bony spikes, and spewing out highly corrosive venom from their mouths. Even a little bit of it can cause trouble. There are even elemental aberrations that can control the chaotic energy of this place and create energy storms, making them incredibly powerful. These people are at least at the 3rd level of Martial Master, and it is not uncommon for the more powerful ones to be at the 5th or 6th level of Martial Master. Xiao Han practically fought his way through. When the mood struck, he would use the Destruction God Fist to smash them head-on, regardless of whether they had copper skin or iron bones. With one punch, flesh and bones would fly together. Sometimes, when the time is right, the Eternal Night King's martial soul is unleashed, and his figure transforms into a faint shadow. Coupled with the ghostly movement technique of so close yet so far, those strange beasts often have no time to react before they are beheaded. Occasionally, he would try out his newly acquired Chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul. The misty azure sword energy seemed gentle, yet it could cleanse evil and shatter illusions, and it was remarkably effective against certain special beasts. After a series of battles, he became more and more adept at using his power. After the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul devoured a lot of special energy and crystal cores in this place, its dark and profound aura became even more refined. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar, like an earthquake, came from ahead, accompanied by a ferocious howl that sent chills down one's spine. Xiao Han moved swiftly, hiding behind a huge dark purple crystal, and quietly poked half his head out. Hundreds of meters away, smoke and dust filled a sunken basin. A giant lizard, its body engulfed in dark purple flames and its size resembling a small hill, was locked in combat with a strange bird that had wings on its back, resembled a griffin, but dragged a ferocious scorpion tail. Both beasts were at the peak of the 7th level of the Martial Master realm. Every time they pounced and rammed, the ground cracked and the surrounding space rippled. The scattered rocks and vegetation were turned into dust by the dissipated energy. Tisk, these two are having quite a fight. Xiao Han stroked his chin. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Master realm right now. If he were to go up and fight those 2 big guys head-on, he probably wouldn't gain any advantage. He simply concealed all his presence and patiently lay low. When ferocious beasts of this caliber clash to the death, the outcome will inevitably be one injured and the other killed. As expected, after a fierce and earth-shattering battle, the giant lizard, with its superior physique and endurance, found an opening and tore the strange bird's neck off in one bite. The strange bird let out a mournful cry, and its massive body crashed to the ground, its fate sealed. However, the lizard was also in bad shape, its body covered with deep claw and bite marks that revealed the bone, and even the dark purple flames on its body had weakened considerably, clearly indicating that it was also at its last gasp. It was panting heavily, about to go forward and devour the strange bird's carcass to recover some of its strength. At that moment, Xiaohan made a move. With a light tap of his foot, he activated the near the ends of the earth technique. His figure blurred for a moment, and he had already traversed hundreds of meters of space, appearing like a ghost beside the heavily injured and dying giant lizard. Two distinct yet subtly resonant martial soul powers, one green and one black, surged forth from within his body at the same time. The twin realms of chaos and eternal night, open. A slight scolding. The nascent blue and black domain suddenly spread out, perfectly enveloping the giant lizard within it. The vibrant life and purification of the blue lotus, and the deathly silence and deprivation of the eternal night, intertwined, causing the giant lizard's massive body to stiffen abruptly, its movements visibly slowing down, and its ferocity greatly diminished. The Annihilation Fist Star Rift. Xiaohan threw a punch, the power on his fist condensed to the extreme, carrying a destructive fist intent like a falling meteor, hitting the giant lizard's head precisely on the huge wound that the strange bird had previously scratched. Put! The already precarious giant lizard's massive head exploded like a watermelon from that punch. It was a close call, but no real danger. Xiaohan exhaled a breath of turbid air, quickly stepped forward, and took out the crystal cores from the corpses of the two strange beasts. The energy contained in these two crystal cores is far more abundant and pure than that of the previous ones. Just as he was about to carefully sense it, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul within his dantian suddenly trembled violently. An unprecedented sense of longing, accompanied by a vague directional guidance, was clearly transmitted into his mind. Xiaohan's expression shifted slightly as he gazed deeper into the secret realm. There, a thick, almost impenetrable dark purple mist rose and fell, obscuring everything. Could it be some extraordinary opportunity? The trembling of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul grew increasingly urgent, much like a child who had been starving for 3 days seeing candy, urging him to venture deeper into the dark purple fog. The chaos and purity of the energy in that area far exceeded that of before. Xiaohan pushed the shadow void scripture to its limit, his figure nimbly weaving through broken rocks and twisted spatial crevices, avoiding some wandering beasts whose auras were clearly not weak. The closer you get to that thick fog, the heavier the oppressive feeling in the air becomes, as if a slumbering, ancient ferocious beast is lurking within, making you unconsciously hold your breath. After passing a giant, dark purple crystal that shimmered with an eerie light, the thick fog ahead was already within reach, no more than 100 meters away. Just as he was about to press on and plunge inside to find out what was going on. Whoosh! 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 3 extremely sharp whooshing sounds shot out from the left, right, and rear directions simultaneously without warning. The timing was incredibly precise, precisely at the moment when his previous strength had just been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. It's not a strange beast. The force carried in this strong wind was clearly the spiritual power unique to human martial artists. Xiaohan's scalp tingled, and almost instinctively, he activated the close-at-hand, far-away footwork, his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul power condensing into a thin, cicada wing-like shadow shield on his body. His entire body twisted suddenly in a posture that would be extremely difficult for an ordinary person to do. A dark blue wind blade narrowly grazed his cheek, leaving his skin burning with pain. At the same time, he brought 2 fingers of his left hand together like a sword, and a condensed azure lotus sword energy shot out, colliding violently with a short spear that was attacking from the left, creating a small patch of dazzling light. His right hand shot out with lightning speed and firmly caught a short arrow that shimmered with a ghostly green light, which was shot from the right. The insidious power attached to the arrow was instantly neutralized by the chaotic green lotus power emanating from his palm upon contact. Chapter 96, inviting young friend Xiaohan back as a guest. Thump! 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 The 3 figures emerged from their hiding places almost simultaneously, and the muffled thuds when they landed demonstrated their solid cultivation. There were 5 people in total, all dressed in matching dark gray outfits, with menacing metal masks on their faces, revealing only pairs of cold, emotionless eyes. The aura emanating from them was at least at the 5th level of martial master, and the burly man in the lead, who was wielding a thick-backed broadsword, exuded an astonishing pressure that reached the peak of the 8th level of martial master. The 5 worked together seamlessly, clearly indicating they were well-trained assassins or suicide squads. Your reaction time is quite fast. I underestimated you, Xiaohan. A hoarse voice, like a blunt instrument scraping against metal, suddenly rang out in the silent secret realm. Xiaohan paused. The dull thuds of the planes hitting the ground came one after another. 5 figures approached from different corners, their dark gray outfits almost blending into the dim light. Their faces were covered by menacing metal masks, obscuring their expressions. Only their undisguised murderous intent emanated from them with each approaching footstep. The leader was exceptionally burly, carrying a thick-backed broadsword that gleamed coldly. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly. Peak of the 8th level of Martial Master Realm. The other 4 are at least at the 5th level of the Martial Master Realm. These people came for him. Xiao Han's heart sank. It was no coincidence that the other party addressed him by his first name. This was an ambush specifically targeting him. News of the expedition to the secret realm has been leaked. Looks like some people still won't give up. He let out a soft snort, tinged with mockery and barely suppressed anger. Those guys in the academy have some nerve, daring to make a move during a training mission. If recruitment fails, must they resort to drastic measures? My master has come to invite young friend Xiao Han to come back as a guest. A deep laugh came from under the mask of the burly man, and the word invite in his words was emphasized. Will you walk by yourself, or will our brothers break your limbs and drag you back? Visiting? A cold glint appeared on Xiao Han's lips. Is this a trap? Are you the lackeys of the Su family, or the Wang Inli families? The aura behind the mask suddenly turned violent. Kid, you're asking for it. Take him down. In an instant, a murderous aura erupted. 4 assassins at the high-level Martial Master Realm attacked simultaneously from 4 directions. The flashing blades and the shadows of swords, interspersed with the piercing force of fists, created a dense and continuous attack, clearly a combined technique practiced countless times. Just you guys? Xiao Han pressed forward instead of retreating, a long-lost feeling of heat surging up from the depths of his body. Since the university competition, he had indeed missed the feeling of being surrounded by several strong opponents. Boom! The shockwave emanated from him and swept violently in all directions. 2 beams of light, one blue and one black, both distinct yet intertwined, shot up from behind him. A blue lotus, seemingly rooted in chaos, with enormous leaves that appear to support the heavens. A king, clad in a robe woven from stars and holding a scepter formed from nothingness, looked down upon all living beings. Twin SSS plus martial souls. The sheer power was so overwhelming that it distorted the air itself, causing the 5 ambushers to catch their breath and instantly suppress their previous arrogance. The burly man at the head of the group was breathing more heavily beneath his metal mask. Good lad, you've got some skills. No wonder the master specifically asked for you. His voice trembled slightly, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper ruthlessness. No matter how powerful your martial spirit is, the hurdle of cultivation level isn't easy to overcome. Let's all attack together and cripple him. Xiao Han did not retreat. The 2 completely different forces, the creation and heavenly connection technique and the shadow and void scripture, surged within his body, reaching their peak. With the so close yet so far footwork unfolding, he transformed into an elusive shadow, dodging and weaving between deadly attacks. Each shift was precisely to avoid the sharpest point, without the slightest error. Clang! A crisp sound. Xiao Han flicked his finger, and a condensed azure lotus sword energy tore through the air, striking the spine of a sword-wielding assassin precisely. A tremendous force surged forth, and the assassin's longsword flew out of his hand and spun around. Before the other party could react, Xiao Han swayed slightly and disappeared into the thick shadow cast by a huge crystal, vanishing without a trace. Spatial power. And he can even merge with shadows. The voice of the burly man at the head of the group, hidden behind his mask, was filled with astonishment. He realized that the intelligence was wrong, and this kid's methods were far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure solidified behind another assassin wielding 2 axes. Silently. Fist of Destruction. A simple, unadorned punch, yet it contained a destructive aura capable of shattering mountains and splitting valleys, and also carried the unique penetrating properties of the shadow void scripture. The assassin felt a chill run down his spine, his soul seemed to tremble, and he hurriedly turned to defend himself. It's too late. Xiao Han's fist pierced through his protective spiritual energy and slammed solidly into his chest. Puff! The assassin, a 6th-level martial master, had his ribs shattered inch by inch. He was thrown backward, the blood spurting from his mouth staining the air red, before crashing heavily onto a dark purple crystal and falling silent. His internal organs and meridians had been completely shattered by that violent and insidious fist force. One punch. One punch was all it took to finish him off. The remaining three, along with the burly man at the peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm, all had their muscles twitch uncontrollably beneath their masks. "You son of a bitch! Combined attack formation, kill him!" The burly man at the head of the group was furious. His aura not only did not diminish but increased. The thick-backed broadsword in his hand hummed, and a layer of eerie blood-red light appeared on the blade. He's going all out, even resorting to some secret technique to stimulate potential. The other two assassins were also seasoned veterans. They immediately changed positions, their auras linked, and a force far exceeding the sum of the three individuals' individual power pressed down on Xiao Han. Xiao Han remained unfazed. The chaos lotus behind him swayed gently, its vibrant green petals scattering specks of fluorescent light that merged into his body, rapidly replenishing his depleted spiritual energy. At the same time, the illusory figure of the Eternal Night King suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes a crack. An invisible wave quietly spread out. The other two assassins, who were about to surround the enemy, froze, as if their thoughts had been choked by something. Great opportunity! The song of the Azure Lotus Sword Lotus stirring the 9 heavens. Xiao Han formed a sword shape with his fingers and made a forward sweeping motion. In an instant, 9 cyan sword energies appeared out of thin air, each one solid and incomparably sharp, carrying a pure aura that cleanses all things. 9 blue lotuses bloomed in the air, drawing 9 graceful yet deadly arcs, attacking the 3 people. Wherever the sword energy pointed, it revealed a flaw. The angle was so tricky and the speed so fast, it was beyond comprehension. The burly man at the head roared furiously, his blood-red broadsword dancing like a halo of light, its blade gleaming as he tried to block all incoming sword energy. However, his proud blood-fiend blade chi melted away as quickly as ice and snow under the blazing sun when it encountered the Azure Lotus sword chi. Restraint. Absolute restraint. Put. Put. 2 soft sounds of flesh being pierced. The burly man managed to block most of the sword energy thanks to his formidable cultivation, but 2 sword energies still tore through his protective spiritual power, leaving 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds on his arms and ribs. The cyan purifying power clung to it, like a maggot clinging to a bone, frantically devouring his life force, causing excruciating pain. Chapter 97. Difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. The other 2 assassins, both at the high-level martial master realm, were not so lucky. Although they tried their best to resist, they were still at a disadvantage in the face of Xiao Han's elusive sword energy. One person had his chest pierced by 3 sword energies, while another had both arms severed by 2 sword energies. He screamed and fell to the ground, losing his fighting ability. In the blink of an eye, of the 5 ambushers, only the heavily wounded, scarred, burly man was still struggling to hold on. How could that be? The burly man with the scar on his face knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, blood gushing from the wound on his chest, soaking a large part of his clothes. He couldn't understand how a mere martial master at the 4th level could possess such bizarre combat power. In the blink of an eye, the skilled men he brought were either dead or crippled. His 2 companions, both at the high-level martial master realm, couldn't even withstand more than a few moves from him. 3 holes were pierced through his chest. He collapsed limply, lifeless. The other one was in even worse shape. Both arms were severed at the shoulders, and he was writhing in agony, completely crippled. Now, only he, the leader, is left, clinging to life here. Xiao Han strolled over, his face expressionless and his voice devoid of emotion. "Who sent you? Speak, and I'll give you a quick death." The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted with grotesque scars. "Pa. Dream on. Our master will avenge us. You won't escape, you brat." Before he finished speaking, his aura suddenly became violent, and his spiritual power began to flow in reverse, clearly indicating that he was about to perish together with the enemy. Trying to self-destruct? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of disdain. Just as the scarred man was about to activate the remaining spiritual power of the valley, Xiao Han's figure suddenly swayed before his eyes. 1, 2, 4. 4 Xiao Han's appeared simultaneously, rushing in from different directions, their fists and swords flashing, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Shadow Avatar. His heart skipped a beat. What the hell was this? He forcibly suppressed the urge to self-destruct, trying to identify Xiao Han's true form, but it was too late. One of them, Xiao Han, silently approached him from behind and punched him. Fist of Destruction returned to the ruins. A subtle yet domineering fist force surged through his internal organs, threatening to extinguish all his life force in an instant. The scarred man's body jolted, and the madness and ferocity on his face froze. The light in his eyes quickly faded, and finally, with a thud, he knelt down and fell completely still. Xiao Han's several illusory figures merged into one, and he gently exhaled. Dealing with these people may seem effortless, but it's actually quite mentally taxing. These assassins were quite skilled and their teamwork was decent. If he hadn't had so many trump cards and his methods were unexpected, he probably would have had to put in a lot of effort. He quickly searched the storage items on the people's bodies, and apart from some healing medicine and a few fragments of spirit stones, he didn't find anything that could directly identify the mastermind. The other party was very meticulous in their work. No matter who it is, this feud is now set in stone, he thought to himself. He looked up at the area still shrouded in thick, dark purple mist, and the throbbing of the eternal night monarch martial soul became increasingly clear, as if something was drawing him from the depths of the mist. Now that we've dealt with these short-sighted fools, it's time to go and see what secrets are hidden over there. Xiao Han had just relaxed for a moment when a chilling sensation suddenly exploded from behind him. He. A hissing sound like a broken bellows. That scarred face guy, who should have been dead after being hit in the back by his destruction god fist, returned to nothingness, actually managed to get up again, trembling and supporting himself on the ground. The hideous metal mask on his face was mostly shattered, revealing a face twisted beyond recognition, his eyes bloodshot, filled with madness and resentment. Strange, dark purple lines crawled out from his heart, writhing as if alive, emanating an eerie aura that sent chills down one's spine. "You bastard!" Scarface's voice sounded as if it had been ground out from the ground, each word filled with bone-chilling hatred. "You think this is all?" Xiao Han's heart tightened. This guy is fucking weird. The aura emanating from him now is even more ferocious and chaotic than when he was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial master realm. It's like a volcano about to explode. "You're pretty tough." Xiao Han's tone turned cold, but he didn't panic. "It seems that you cowardly guys have quite a few ways to save your lives." Scarface's face twitched, as if he were enduring immense pain, yet the madness in his eyes grew ever stronger. "This is the soul-devouring blood curse bestowed by my master. It burns away all my life and soul, in exchange for even greater power. Today, you are doomed." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly let out a roar that sounded inhuman towards the sky. The chaotic energy around him poured into his body like madmen, and the dark purple patterns instantly became dazzlingly bright. A terrifying aura that far exceeded the 8th level of the martial master realm and even vaguely touched the threshold of the 9th level of the martial master realm crashed down. "Blood Fiend. Mad Dragon Domain." Scarface roared, his body shimmering with crimson light and dark purple energy, creating a crimson field several tens of meters in diameter. Within the field, blood energy surged, ghosts howled, and countless ferocious blood-red dragon shadows darted about. The corrosive and binding power instantly enveloped Xiao Han. At the same time, he raised his thick-backed broadsword high, the blade surging with blood-red light, and an incredibly solid phantom of a blood-red dragon coiled around the blade. The force of the blade was so great that it seemed to cleave the space itself in two. Secret technique, Blood Dragon Soul Devouring Slash. This strike was the culmination of his burning life force and soul, his final desperate attack. Before the knife even came down, its sharpness and eerie power that locked onto the soul made Xiao Han's skin tighten and even his soul feel a little unsteady. "Pull me down with you? Dream on." Despite being trapped in a desperate situation, Xiao Han remained even calmer. At the critical moment of life and death, the creation heaven-reaching technique and the shadow void scripture within his body operated wildly at an unprecedented speed. The chaotic green lotus in his dantian swayed gently, sprinkling pure life force. The phantom of the eternal night king in his sea of consciousness also opened his eyes, dark and profound, as if he had seen through the essence of space. This immense pressure, on the contrary, ruthlessly tempered his soul. Some of his previously sluggish understandings of so close yet so far and spatial leaps were forcibly broken free of their shackles in this life or death situation. In an instant, countless profound insights about spatial nodes flooded my mind, and the previously blurry nodes suddenly became clear. This is it. Just as the crimson dragon shadow reached him, Xiao Han's figure flashed mysteriously, narrowly avoiding the earth-shattering strike. The blade flashed with a sharp whistle as it struck the spot where he had been standing, blasting a deep, bottomless crack in the ground, filling the air with the smell of blood. The scarred-faced strongman's attack missed, and the energy that was already violent due to the secret technique became even more unstable. He staggered a step, and the black and purple patterns on his body flickered. He stared in disbelief at Xiao Han, who appeared several feet away. That kid actually managed to escape from his blood dragon soul devouring slash. Xiao Han shook his slightly numb arm. That movement had taken a considerable toll. "Is that all you've got?" He looked at the scarred man, his voice laced with mockery. "Trying to drag me down with you? Despite being trapped in a desperate situation, Xiao Han's eyes grew increasingly calm. On the brink of life and death, the creation heaven reaching technique and the shadow void scripture within his body operated wildly at an unprecedented speed. The chaotic green lotus within the dantian swayed gently, sprinkling pure life essence. The illusory image of the eternal Night King in the sea of consciousness also opened its eyes, dark and profound, as if it had seen through the essence of space. The pressure, the extreme pressure, was like a heavy hammer, shattering his somewhat sluggish understanding of the close to you, yet far away and spatial leaps. In an instant, countless insights about spatial nodes flooded my mind, and the originally blurry nodes became clearly visible. Now. Chapter 98. He succeeded. Xiao Han didn't even glance at the deadly cold light. He pushed off the ground with both feet, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The target is not the scarred face. It is not any seemingly safe way out. He chose a location that no one expected. So close yet so far. He pushed his cultivation technique to its peak. In this round, he went all in on a distance he had absolutely no chance of winning. One that far exceeds the limits his body can currently withstand. Buzz. The surrounding scenery instantly distorted, stretched, and deformed. All that remained in my field of vision were chaotic blocks of color, churning wildly. Xiao Han felt his bones groaning and his internal organs churning, as if they were about to burst out of his body. A surge of heat rushed up my throat. He forcefully suppressed the fishy, sweet taste. Boom! A loud bang resounded, making people's eardrums throb. The crimson blade light barely grazed his vanishing afterimage before striking empty air. A jagged chasm was torn open in the hard ground, deep and terrifying, still emitting wisps of smoke. A terrifying energy storm spread wildly in all directions. The nearby massive crystal formations were utterly fragile before this power, instantly turning into dust. As for the two assassins who were injured by the Azure Lotus sword song and were hanging by a thread, there wasn't even time to utter a sound. In the aftermath of this violent chaos, both body and soul were annihilated. What? The scarred-faced burly man's pupils shrank drastically. His deadly strike, which he had locked onto with all his might, had missed. Just as he was filled with doubt and uncertainty, Xiao Han's figure staggered out from the shadows dozens of meters away, his face as pale as paper. Clearly, that long-distance spatial jump had taken a heavy toll on him, and he had even suffered serious internal injuries. But he succeeded. Before the scarred, burly man could react, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and his mind raced. Shadow Avatar. A shadow clone identical to him instantly materialized from the shadows beside him, carrying the same aura as the original. It fearlessly pounced on the scarred, muscular man who was briefly exhausted from unleashing his ultimate attack. The wind from his fist howled, and it was clearly the starting stance of the Destruction God fist. A mere trick. The scarred-faced burly man, though startled, remained calm and forcefully suppressed the backlash within his body, swinging his sword to parry. Although he was in poor condition, his eyesight was still sharp, and he immediately recognized that this was just an energy clone. However, this is exactly the opportunity that Xiao Han needs. The moment the shadow avatar drew the scarred man's attention, Xiao Han took a deep breath. In his eyes, a blue lotus bloomed in his left eye, and eternal night descended in his right. The power of the chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul and the power of the eternal night monarch martial soul surged forth from his body without reservation. His left hand was held together like a sword, the Azure Lotus sword intent condensed, purifying all evil, its sharpness unmatched. His right hand was clenched into a fist, the destruction fist intent rose, domineering and incomparably annihilating everything. The two great divine skills, creation heaven reaching technique and shadow void scripture, were simultaneously activated to their maximum potential, and the spiritual power within the body poured into the arms like a flood bursting its banks. Xiao Han's bones emitted a series of fine popping sounds, a sign that his power was being condensed to its extreme. Two completely different martial arts essences were colliding fiercely within his body at this moment, yet strangely moving towards unification. I'll see you off. He squeezed out a few words, his left hand forming a sword gesture, his right hand clenching into a fist, his movements slow yet containing an indescribable weight, drawing a broken circle in front of his chest. The azure light and the black aura intertwined, life and death coexisted, and a chilling power surged forth. Chaos. Annihilation. Azure Lotus Eternal Night Strike. There was no deafening roar, only a hazy beam of light bursting forth from between his crossed palms. Wherever the beam of light pointed, ripples spread through the void, followed by the gradual spread of cracks, and the surrounding spatial structure groaned in despair. As Scarface cleaved the lifelike shadow in two with a single stroke, a chill suddenly ran through him, and an instinctive fear gripped him. He wanted to retreat, to avoid it, but was horrified to find that the air around him had stagnated, and he was pinned down by that inconspicuous gray beam of light. No! He let out a beastly roar, his muscles bulging, squeezing out all his remaining strength and even life potential, pouring it all into the thick-backed broadsword, which he held horizontally in front of him. Boom crack! A belated, deafening roar, a mixture of explosions and shattering, finally erupted violently in this strange space. A violent torrent of energy surged and poured out in all directions, instantly obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Those solid, dark purple crystals couldn't even withstand half a breath before vaporizing completely, leaving not even a trace of dust. At the eye of the storm, Scarface's all-out defenses, along with his man and his sword, were silently and completely disintegrated and vanished without a trace under that gray beam of light, leaving nothing behind. Pooah! Xiao Han's body swayed violently, a metallic taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mist, his face quickly turning ashen. This attack drained his last bit of spiritual power, and even his very essence was shaken. He staggered, his body swaying precariously, but he forced himself to straighten his back, his chest heaving violently. Before I could even catch my breath, waves of intense dizziness washed over me. Driven by sheer willpower, he hastily grabbed a handful of pills from his storage ring and swallowed them without even looking at them closely. Before the effects of the medicine had fully dissipated, he had already activated close to you, yet far apart once again. Guided by the faint yet clear direction of the eternal Night King Martial Soul, he locked onto the location, and with a flash, disappeared into the still unsettled smoke and raging energy. All that remained was scorched earth and a lingering smell of decay. The acrid smoke and chaotic energy fluctuations indicated the fierce battle that had taken place here not long ago. He, Xiao Han, is not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who wants to mess with him should be prepared to pay a heavy price. Before the smoke and energy turbulence had completely subsided, Xiao Han, guided by the increasingly clear guidance of the Eternal Night Monarch Martial Soul, traversed and leaped through the distorted space several more times. The previous battle, especially the final Chaos Annihilation Azure Lotus Eternal Night Strike that combined two martial arts techniques, had almost drained him. At this moment, his face was still pale, but his eyes were unusually bright. Those assassins, especially the scarred man who burned his life force to cast the soul-devouring blood curse, put considerable pressure on him. However, it was precisely under the pressure of being on the brink of life and death that he gained a deeper understanding of the meaning of returning to the void in the fist of destruction and the spatial leap in the world within reach. Especially when forcibly making ultra-long-distance space jumps, the feeling of tearing and the blurry perception of spatial nodes, when recalled now, actually have a lot of insights. The soul-devouring blood curse, that's ruthless enough. As Xiao Han swallowed pills to recover, he sneered. Those cowardly fellows truly had an endless array of tricks up their sleeves. However, after this battle, the spiritual power within his body, under the operation of the creation and heaven-reaching technique, became more refined, like steel that had been forged. The bottleneck of the fourth peak of the martial master realm had already loosened, and it seemed that he could step into the fifth realm at any time. He didn't choose to return the way he came or search for an exit. The appearance of those assassins indicated that the place had been exposed, and there might have been some changes in the Academy's arrangements that he was unaware of. But the yearning conveyed by the Eternal Night Monarch's martial spirit, like a lighthouse in the darkness, grew stronger and stronger, and its direction became increasingly clear. Chapter 99: A stunning lineup. Wealth and honor are always hidden behind the sharp edge of a knife. Xiao Han stumbled as an invisible energy blade grazed his left shoulder, causing a burning pain. He grunted and exerted force with his feet to forcibly stabilize his body, which was almost falling apart due to the distortion of space. The further you go in, the denser and more difficult it becomes to defend against these invisible and intangible cuts. Old man Lin, your good intentions are really going to kill me. Xiao Han cursed through gritted teeth, but his voice was torn to shreds by the violent energy turbulence around him as soon as it came out. If it weren't for the fact that he possessed two SSS plus martial souls as a foundation, and had the two top-tier cultivation techniques, Creation Heaven Reaching Technique and Shadow Void Scripture, tempering his body day and night, anyone else would probably not even have a single intact bone left by now. After traveling through this bizarre and distorted zone for an unknown amount of time, the dense, dark purple mist ahead finally began to thin out slightly. As the fog dissipated slightly, a unique area was revealed, fragmented and torn apart by a violent energy storm and visible spatial rifts. In the heart of the chaos, an ancient, dilapidated altar stood alone. The altar was made of a black rock that Xiao Han had never seen before. The desolation and deathly silence emanating from it were somewhat similar to some of the things he had encountered in the Black Mist Forest ruins. The stone pillars of the altar were covered with strange, indistinct runes, most of which had been worn away by time. However, Xiaohan was still able to discern a hidden connection between some of the remaining patterns and certain symbols on the murals depicting the origin of the dual martial souls. At the very top of the altar, at the core where all the energy storms in the entire chaotic area converge, a fist-sized rhomboid crystal floats silently. The crystal was dark and deep, with an aura that seemed to devour all light. The Eternal Knight Monarch martial soul in his sea of consciousness trembled violently at this moment. A desire originating from the deepest part of his bloodline urged him on, almost making him rush forward regardless of everything. No mistake, this is it. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. But obtaining that crystal is clearly not that easy. 3 powerful, suffocating auras lingered around the altar. One of them was several times larger than any of the beasts they had encountered before. Its scales gleamed with a cold, hard metallic luster, and it occasionally spewed out eerie, dark blue flames from its massive mouth. It was the netherworld fire lizard, and its strength had already reached the 7th level of the martial master realm. At the other end, there are 3 pairs of transparent wings as thin as cicada wings. Its figure is elusive. Every time it flaps its wings, it creates tiny spatial ripples in the air. It is called Void Shadow. It is also at the 7th level of martial master, but it is even more strange and troublesome because of its speed. The last one, which was also the most troublesome for Xiao Han, was a jet black mass that looked like a pure condensation of shadow energy. It had no fixed shape, only a pair of scarlet eyes that opened and closed in the shadows, releasing a terrifying light. This was called Soul-Devouring Nightmare. The pressure emanating from this guy was significantly higher than the other 2, and he had firmly stepped into the 8th level of the martial master realm. TSK, this is much more extravagant than those few bugs from before. Xiao Han grinned. But inappropriately, the image of Instructor Lin's smiling face, like an old chrysanthemum, and his earnest words flashed through his mind. Boy, there are great opportunities and great terrors in the depths of the secret realm. Whether you can get them depends on your ability and your fate. Of course, it mainly depends on whether the few preparations I have given you are enough for you to be reckless. What a load of rubbish, they're practically ripping people off. He muttered to himself, but his attention remained highly focused. The life or death struggle he had just experienced gave him a greater grasp on how to use his own strength. He didn't rush forward. Instead, he used a huge spatial fragment as cover to carefully conceal his aura and observe the movements of the 3 strange beasts. The soul-devouring dark nightmare was undoubtedly the leader, and the activity range of the other 2 strange beasts was vaguely centered around it. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Han made a move. He quietly activated the Eternal Knight Monarch martial soul, and a wisp of extremely thin shadow power spread out like a hair, lightly touching a floating, unstable energy crystal in the distance. Buzz! When the energy crystal was activated by an external force, it instantly burst forth with dazzling light and chaotic energy fluctuations. Roar! The netherworld fire lizard, with its extremely volatile temperament, was the first to be startled by this sudden turn of events. It abruptly turned its massive head and let out a deafening roar, followed by a large burst of dark blue flames that sprayed towards the direction where the energy crystal exploded, instantly engulfing that area completely. Now! Xiao Han's figure faded away from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already close to the side of the void shadow. The beast reacted extremely quickly, its 3 pairs of wings flapping rapidly, its body about to vanish into nothingness and merge into the space. Trying to leave? Too late. Annihilation Fist, its power penetrates 9 layers. After his battle with the scarred, burly man, Xiao Han's control over his fist power had reached a state of perfection. This punch was highly condensed and restrained, without a trace of arrogance, yet it contained a terrifying penetrating force that could break through anything and destroy everything. Put! The seemingly illusory and unpredictable body of the void shadow suddenly stiffened, letting out a short and shrill shriek. Its extremely fast form suddenly froze, and then, like a piece of shattered glass art, it broke into pieces and dissipated into countless points of light. Its core crystal was actually shattered into dust from a distance by Xiao Han's seemingly casual punch. With a single blow, Xiao Han killed his enemy. Without pausing, spatial ripples spread once more as he pounced towards the strongest soul-devouring nightmare. The netherworld fire lizard and the soul-eating dark nightmare finally realized that their target was not the broken crystal. The 2 strange beasts roared in unison, their furious attack sweeping towards Xiao Han like a tidal wave. However, Xiao Han's figure disappeared again just before their attack landed. The next instant, he appeared above the soul-devouring nightmare's head. Shadow Avatar. A shadow clone identical to him instantly materialized, fearlessly facing the soul-devouring nightmare's head-on attack. Xiaohan's true form, however, held his hands together as if they were swords, with the power of the chaotic green lotus martial soul and the power of the eternal night monarch martial soul converging at his fingertips. Chaos Annihilation Azure Lotus Swordfinger. This move was a preliminary attempt to combine the artistic conception of Azure Lotus Eternal Nightstrike with the Chaos Annihilation Azure Lotus, and to integrate the artistic conception of Azure Lotus Swordsong and Annihilation Divine Fist at his fingertips. A thin but extremely refined gray sword aura, carrying the dual characteristics of purification and destruction, silently pierced towards the shimmering scarlet eyes of the soul-devouring nightmare. The soul-devouring nightmare instinctively sensed an extreme danger, its massive shadowy body twisting wildly in an attempt to evade. But the shadow avatar's fierce attack ultimately delayed it for a mere moment. Laugh. The gray sword energy pierced one of the soul-devouring dark nightmare's eyes with unparalleled precision, and violent energy instantly erupted at its core. Hiss. The soul-devouring dark nightmare let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body trembling violently as if it were about to disintegrate. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. A cold glint flashed in Xiaohan's eyes, and his figure moved like lightning, closing in once more. Fist of Destruction Star Rift. The punch struck like a falling star, slamming hard into the wounded eye of the soul-devouring nightmare. Bang! This time, the soul-devouring nightmare could no longer hold on. Its massive shadow body exploded like a punctured balloon, turning into the purest shadow energy that scattered in all directions, leaving only a dark crystal core that shimmered with an eerie light. Having dealt with the strongest soul-devouring dark nightmare, the remaining netherworld fire lizard was no longer a threat. Xiaohan activated his dual martial soul domains, combining the Azure Lotus Swordsong and the Annihilation Godfist, and after a fierce battle, successfully killed it. Call. Xiaohan let out a long breath and quickly put away the 3 extremely high-quality beast cores. He glanced at the dark crystal floating above the altar, his eyes burning with desire. Without the slightest hesitation, he leaped onto the altar, slowly reaching out to touch the rhombus-shaped crystal that exuded endless allure. The instant your fingertips touched the crystal. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of information, like a bursting dam, suddenly rushed into Xiaohan's mind. Among them were even more profound and mysterious subsequent cultivation techniques from the Shadow Void scripture. Not only that, but there were also more ancient memory fragments about the origin of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul, which were clearer and more shocking than those obtained in the Black Mist Forest ruins. Chapter 100 Martial Master Realm, 5th Level. The dark crystal wasn't cold to the touch, instead, it radiated a strange warmth. Immediately afterward, a torrent of information rushed into Xiaohan's mind without warning. Before he could fully savor this unexpected surprise, the crystal had already transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his brow. The next moment, the Shadow Void scripture began to operate wildly on its own, and an unprecedented desire burst forth from the depths of its body, forcefully pulling at the torrent of information. At the same time, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul appeared uncontrollably. Its originally somewhat illusory form became visibly solid, with the shadow runes engraved on it flickering and greedily absorbing the energy dissipating from the surroundings. Xiaohan forced himself to calm down and simply sat cross-legged on the altar, clenching his teeth. Countless fragmented images flashed through my mind, ancient, vast, and profound. These were the deeper mysteries originating from the Shadow Void scripture, and fragments of the origin memories of the Eternal Night King's martial spirit? The amount of information is simply too vast to digest all at once. All he could do was circulate his cultivation technique, guiding that extremely pure energy from another dimension, part of it into his martial soul, and part of it to temper his body. The meridians were experiencing waves of tearing pain, but they were quickly repaired under the nourishment of energy, becoming more resilient and expansive. This feeling of pain intertwined with rebirth is simply intoxicating. I don't know how much time has passed. It may have been just a moment, or it may have been several hours. In a sudden moment, Xiaohan's consciousness jolted. He saw an endless darkness dotted with countless points of light, each emanating an aura similar to this alien space, and they were connected by invisible threads, forming an unimaginably vast network. The alternate dimension he inhabited was merely an insignificant node within this giant network. And the core of this giant net is actually the legendary secret of the origin of twin martial souls. The thought flashed through his mind only for a moment before his entire being was once again occupied by the surging energy within him. The aura of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul grew stronger and stronger, majestic and domineering, as if a sleeping monarch was about to open his eyes and look down upon the world. Xiaohan felt the power within his body accumulating, breaking through an invisible barrier. Boom! A deep, booming sound emanated from his body, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted. The turbulent energy flow around the altar was swept away by this aura. It's done! Xiaohan suddenly stood up, feeling the surging power within his body. Every cell was filled with explosive vitality. The physical body became more refined and resilient, with every inch of flesh seemingly containing explosive power, and the slightest movement felt like tearing through the air. The spiritual energy vortex within his dantian expanded several times over, and the purity of the spiritual energy increased by a whole level, becoming vast, boundless, and endlessly vital. Soul power surged, perception range increased dramatically, thoughts became clearer, and thinking became more acute. Is this the power of a fifth-level martial master? Xiaohan clenched his fist, a confident smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. His understanding and mastery of the Shadow Void scripture has reached a whole new level. With a thought, one's figure can easily blend into the surrounding shadows, as if born a part of darkness, with a stealth ability far superior to before. As he tried to activate close to the ends of the earth, his perception of spatial nodes became clearer. Some previously vague and obscure points suddenly became clear, and the distance of spatial jumps increased by at least 30%, while the energy consumption was less, making it more flexible to use. He even had a vague feeling that, if he wanted, he could briefly affect the spatial stability of a small area around him. Although it was only a very weak influence, it was enough to play an unexpected role at a critical moment. Within his sea of consciousness, the phantom of the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul almost materialized, wearing a shadow crown symbolizing monarchical power, a night cloak adorned with stars, and holding a void scepter, exuding majesty and mystery. Its Shadow Overlord characteristic has been greatly enhanced, and the efficiency of Shadow Devour has skyrocketed. What used to take several breaths to devour and refine energy can now be done in almost an instant. Meanwhile, the still nascent, Eternal Night domain, has become more stable, its coverage area has expanded slightly, and the power of suppression and control within the domain has also significantly increased. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul also benefited greatly from the nourishment of this pure energy. The lotus petals were so moist they seemed to drip with water, and every vein on each leaf exuded an indescribable charm, its life force so intense it was almost palpable. Within the body, two completely different forces, one as deep as an eternal night and the other as vibrant as a blue lotus, seemed to be quietly plucked by an invisible string, forming an indescribable resonance. When combined, things go smoothly and as desired. Martial Master Realm, Level 5. Xiaohan stretched his body, and his joints made a series of soft, crisp sounds. With that kind of strength, if placed among the core disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy, they could easily rank in the middle to upper ranks. He silently assessed the situation, and considering his own hidden tricks, he was confident that he could hold his own against even seasoned veterans at the 7th or 8th level of the Martial Master realm. A chill ran through him, a lingering fear of the soul-devouring blood curse. Those scoundrels who can't stand the light of day. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of ruthlessness. If I catch you again, I'll teach you a lesson you won't believe. Once his thoughts returned to the present, he began to plunder this core area. The dark crystal was naturally the biggest find. Besides that, there were also a number of high-quality dark attribute spiritual materials scattered around the ruins of the altar, as well as several stones that felt heavy in the hand and seemed to have spatial fluctuations flowing inside. These were all rare treasures that were hard to find in the outside world. Xiaohan accepted these unexpected joys without any hesitation, rolling up his sleeves. Only after confirming that nothing had been missed did he begin to clean up the traces he had left behind. With a flick of the sleeve, a wisp of dust, everything must be spotless. Although this place is not a safe haven and ordinary people cannot easily enter, being more careful will always prevent trouble. He raised his head and looked at the sky, unique to this secret realm, that was forever twisted and swirling. Professor Lin, I have returned this generous gift to you in its entirety, and even doubled it back. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of mockery. In the next instant, the shadow void scripture within his body suddenly reached its peak, and the abundant spiritual power brought by his newly broken through to the 5th level of martial master cultivation surged towards his legs. So close yet so far, the ultimate activation. Buzz. He tapped his toes, and a visible ripple spread through the space in front of him, more solid than ever before. The figure flashed and disappeared completely from the spot, as if it had never existed. Chapter 101 Disguising Strength. This spatial jump, in terms of both distance and speed, far exceeded his previous limits. After several consecutive long-distance spatial jumps, Xiaohan felt the scenery before his eyes change rapidly. The suffocating chaos was finally left far behind, replaced by the familiar, dusty spiritual energy fluctuations of the wilderness. He did it. Several extremely dangerous space jumps sent him out of that distorted little world. He glanced back. The place was as calm as if nothing had happened, but he knew that danger lurked beneath the surface. Without a moment's hesitation, he identified the direction, and in a flash, he disappeared into the distant horizon. Several days later, the familiar outline of the Imperial Capital Academy came into view. He slowed down, deliberately keeping his aura at the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Master realm, even exuding a sense of exhaustion after a forced boost. The realm of the 5th level is now a hidden blade. This trip to the secret realm was incredibly fruitful, resulting in the transformation of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, the refinement of the Shadow Void scripture, and a breakthrough in cultivation level. But the sudden murder and the highly trained killer served as a constant reminder that the outside world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. If it weren't for having enough cards to play and a bit of luck, all that would be left now might be a handful of yellow earth in the wilderness. He is now undoubtedly seen as easy prey by many. The best disguise is to make them think he is still struggling to hold on. On the way back, they bypassed the bustling trade routes and avoided areas frequented by martial artists. The power of shadow and space became the best cover, and his figure moved through the wilderness and dense forest, almost indistinguishable from a shadow. Images from the secret realm flashed through his mind from time to time: the powerful beasts, the scarred man burning his life force to cast a secret spell, and the power and secrets contained within that dark crystal. All of these will become nourishment for his progress. The Imperial Academy lies ahead. It is a temporary haven, but also the new epicenter of the vortex. The real test may have only just begun. A few days later, a figure appeared looking somewhat disheveled in the courtyard area reserved for core disciples of the Imperial Capital Academy. His clothes were torn in several places, stained with dust and faint bloodstains. His face was pale and he looked exhausted. He looked as if he had just narrowly escaped death. Xiao Han. Xiao Han is back. A voice suddenly rang out, tinged with surprise. The news spread incredibly fast, like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping through Class 0 and spreading throughout the entire academy. The attention this prodigy received within the academy had already reached its peak, as he won the academy's grand competition with the skill of a 3rd-level martial master and then took on a dangerous mission in a secret realm outside the school. Various speculations have emerged regarding his experience in that small, otherworldly secret realm. I heard that secret realm is incredibly chaotic, and even high-level martial masters have a slim chance of dying if they go in. He's really lucky to have come out alive. I bet he was hiding in some corner, trembling with fear, and only sneaked out when the secret realm was about to close. TCH, luck is also a part of ability, you're just jealous. Amidst the various discussions, most people still believe that Xiao Han was lucky or escaped by chance. After all, his disappearance wasn't for very long, and to achieve a significant improvement in such a dangerous secret realm was almost impossible in their eyes. The courtyard area in the core sequence attracted many people's complicated gazes. Luo Bing glanced at him from afar, and in addition to the original hostility and resentment, there seemed to be an unspeakable doubt. She could sense that Xiao Han seemed a little different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. Her aura remained at the peak of the 4th level of the martial master realm, even more ethereal than before. Yet, deep within her occasionally raised eyes, something seemed to linger, something that made her heart tremble, a fleeting, elusive sight. Was it just her imagination? Luo Bing frowned, suppressing this strange feeling deep within her heart. Xia Yubing walked over quickly, her beautiful face showing obvious concern, and her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Han, are you all right? You look like, are you badly injured? She reached out her hand, as if to help him up, but then felt it was inappropriate, so she hesitated in mid-air and withdrew her hand. Xiao Han forced a slightly pale smile, coughed lightly twice, and then waved his hand. Thank you for your concern, Senior Xia. I suffered a minor injury, but it's nothing serious. I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. His breathing was slightly rapid as he spoke, as if it would be difficult for him to say more. His miserable appearance, as if he might cough up blood again at any moment, secretly relieved many people who were originally wary of him. See? Even a grand champion would be badly injured in that hellish place. The previous speculations about him possibly gaining a tremendous opportunity have faded considerably. Just being able to come back alive is already a stroke of good fortune. He had just returned to his private courtyard and tossed aside the tattered clothes he had deliberately kept on, stained with blood and dust. Before he could even sit down properly, a message from his mentor, Lin Xingxia, arrived. A cold, clear thought rang in his mind, concise and to the point. Come see me immediately. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. This mentor has a really keen sense of smell. He quickly washed up, changed into a clean but ordinary school uniform, deliberately left his disheveled hair unkempt, and made himself look somewhat disheveled before slowly walking toward Lin Xingxia's courtyard. It was still that familiar bamboo grove, serene and elegant. The bamboo leaves rustled, and the stream murmured. Lin Xingxia, dressed in a simple long dress, was leisurely sipping fragrant tea, her figure as beautiful as a painting. Upon seeing Xiao Han enter, her clear, phoenix-like eyes scrutinized him closely, as if trying to see through him from head to toe. "I'm back." Lin Xingxia put down her teacup, her voice calm and unreadable. "This student greets instructor Lin." Xiao Han bowed respectfully, but inwardly he was on guard. This instructor's insight was far beyond that of ordinary people. If he hadn't pushed the dark shadow void scripture to its limit and perfectly concealed his aura after the breakthrough, he probably would have been exposed. "Sit down." Lin Xingxia pointed to the stone bench opposite her. Xiao Han sat down as instructed, but dared not straighten his back, hunching slightly, showing signs of exhaustion and weakness. "Tell me, what did you gain from this trip to the secret realm?" Lin Xingxia picked up her teacup, gently stirred the floating leaves, and asked seemingly casually. Xiao Han was already prepared. Upon hearing this, he sighed, his face showing a mixture of lingering fear and bitterness. He then began to recount the pre-prepared explanation. "Master, please forgive me, that secret realm, it's simply not a place for humans to stay." He began to describe in detail the chaos and danger in the secret realm, deliberately exaggerating its horror. Spatial rifts are everywhere, and students have almost been swept into them several times, leaving no trace of their bodies. The strange beasts inside are far more powerful than those recorded outside. They are not only strong but also fearless. Some even know how to use combined attacks. Students have survived by the skin of their teeth, relying only on the life-saving techniques taught by their instructors and a bit of sheer luck. He focused on describing how he was chased by a group of windblade wolves, equivalent to the 6th or 7th level of martial master, with nowhere to run or hide, how he accidentally swallowed an unknown poisonous insect in the swamp, almost causing his intestines to burst, and how, while trying to avoid a giant spider comparable to a martial grandmaster, he panicked and fell into a hole, narrowly escaping death. As for the gains, Xiao Han gave a wry smile and spread his hands. "My strength is weak. It's a miracle that I survived in that environment. Most of the time I was hiding or running for my life. I just happened to stumble upon a few old healing herbs. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have made it this far." He paused, then fumbled in his pocket and took out a small, dusty cloth bag. He opened it and found several wilted-looking herbs inside, one of which was broken in half. The student risked his life to obtain a strange beast core. Its grade seemed decent, but in the chaos of escaping, he lost it somewhere. He pounded his head in frustration. What a huge loss! His vivid and dramatic account of his tragic experience, coupled with his current extremely weak appearance, was quite reasonable. After all, it would be strange if someone who entered at the 3rd level of martial master and came out at the peak of the 4th level, covered in injuries, could have gained anything earth-shattering. Chapter 102. Be extremely careful. Lin Xingxia listened quietly, picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and showed no emotion on her face. She only spoke slowly after Xiao Han finished speaking, her voice flat. "A narrow escape from death, a lucky breakthrough? Xiao Han, your luck is truly much better than others." Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat, but he still wore a bitter smile. "I also think this time it was a fluke. If I hadn't had a flash of inspiration at the last moment, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have made it back." Lin Xingxia put down her teacup, the bottom of which lightly touched the table, making a crisp sound. "There are some things you don't want to say, and I won't force you. But you must remember that from the moment you won the university competition and revealed your twin SSS plus martial souls, you have been standing at the forefront of the storm." Xiao Han lowered his head and said in a slightly lower voice, "This student understands." "Understand? Do you really understand or not? Did the people who ambushed you find any clues?" Lin Xingxia asked. Xiao Han shook his head and answered honestly, "Their faces were all covered, and they were incredibly ruthless. I was so focused on running away that I didn't have time to check who they were. However, they seemed particularly interested in my martial spirit and cultivation techniques." He skillfully steered the conversation toward those who openly coveted the property. Lin Xingxia nodded, seemingly unsurprised. With such a treasure, it was only a matter of time before someone targeted you. Those people are probably forces that have become greedy for your special martial soul or your mysterious inheritance. Their methods will only become more covert and ruthless. Although the academy will do its best to protect you, the capital is a complex place with many powerful forces at play. There are some hidden attacks that the Academy cannot guard against. You must be extremely careful in your future actions. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. I will certainly keep it in mind. Xiao Han replied respectfully on the surface, but his fingers, hidden in his sleeve, curled slightly. Lin Qingxia's words confirmed his earlier judgment. It seems that the forces targeting him are far more complex and powerful than he imagined. The information revealed in the mentor's words suggested that behind this ambush, there might be some entities that even the university finds troublesome. You've completed the training mission given to you by the Academy this time, Lin Qingxia said, changing the subject. Go back and rest well to consolidate your cultivation. You can continue to use the university's resources. If you encounter any problems that you cannot solve, you can come to me. Yes, student takes his leave. Xiao Han bowed again and slowly withdrew from the courtyard. As he walked out of the bamboo forest, Xiao Han glanced back at the quiet little courtyard, paused for a moment, and then continued walking forward. The road ahead may not be so easy. Back in the core area exclusive to Class 0, Xiao Han's appearance, barely holding on after going through hardships, immediately attracted countless inquiries. There was undisguised curiosity, incredulous scrutiny, deep apprehension, and naturally, a touch of schadenfreude and contempt. Those scrutinizing glances, of all kinds, almost burned holes in him, trying to envelop and dissect him. Luo Bing stood not far away, her delicate face still expressionless. She merely gave a cold snort, and on her usually expressionless face, besides the inherent hostility and resentment, there was something else that was hard to fathom. She could sense the faint weakness emanating from Xiao Han, but her intuition told her that this person seemed even more unpredictable than before he left. Shirley, on the other hand, was more reserved. He only glanced at the distance before looking away, leaving it impossible to guess what he was thinking. There was surprise at his survival in the perilous secret realm, relief at his miserable state, and perhaps even a sense of shared sorrow as a fellow corps member. Xiao Han didn't even bother to twitch an eyebrow at the various stares and walked straight through the crowd. His mindset now is no longer that of the boy who first entered the capital's academy and needed to prove himself with victory after victory. The opinions of these people were not worth mentioning to him. He walked straight to his independent cultivation cave, which was protected by multiple arrays. A faint light flashed at his fingertips as he activated the highest level of defensive restrictions. Xiao Han casually waved his hand, and the last restriction fell. The stone gate was completely sealed, and the last glimmer of light was swallowed up. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, the tension vanished, and he relaxed completely. The feigned weakness on her face had vanished, replaced by an almost tangible sharpness that could not be concealed. His aura also rose accordingly, and the previous feeling of being forcibly elevated in realm disappeared. The pressure of the 5th level of Martial Master was extremely heavy, almost solid, and genuine. Damn it, pretending to be a grandson is no easy task, Xiao Han muttered under his breath, rubbing his stiff cheeks. A flash of blue light appeared at his fingertips, and several more even more concealed soundproofing and anti-spy array patterns disappeared into the surrounding stone walls. He then felt at ease and sat down cross-legged. The futon was warm and had a familiar feel to it. The secret of creation and heaven and the scripture of shadow and void. The two techniques started operating almost simultaneously. The slight blockage left by the previous trip to the secret realm, especially that life-threatening spatial jump, was now completely cleared. The spiritual energy within his body was no longer weak, it had now gathered together, its power surging, emitting a low roar as it flowed through his meridians. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul gently unfolded, its abundant life force spreading out, seeping into every inch of its bones and flesh, and those minor injuries healed at a perceptible speed. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul emitted a dark and profound radiance, exuding a sense of solemnity and majesty as it reigned supreme. It actively drew in the already abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the cave, along with the dark attribute treasures it had plundered from the secret realm. These treasures became its nourishment, greedily devoured and refined. Within the Dantian, the spiritual energy vortex was much larger than before, and every drop of spiritual energy was so condensed that it was almost impossible to dissolve. Its strength is steadily increasing. Only after the surging spiritual energy within his body was completely tamed and all the minor hidden dangers were eliminated did Xiao Han slowly stop his practice, but he did not stop there. His mind sank into a more profound place, the sea of consciousness. The dark crystal he obtained from the altar in the chaotic alternate dimension was far more valuable than simply helping him break through. The subsequent chapters of the Shadow Void scripture are even more profound and mysterious, and have already been imprinted on his soul. Each character exudes the endless mystery of shadows and emptiness, drawing one into its depths. Xiao Han was completely absorbed in it, dissecting each word and savoring every detail. So, the power of shadow can be used in this way. Xiao Han muttered to himself, his fingertips tracing an arcane path in the air. TSK, this is interesting. He tapped his head. As for capturing these spatial nodes, it's not just about brute force. Chapter 103 is inherently incompatible. The gains from this period of seclusion go far beyond this. His use of shadow power was no longer as clumsy as it had been at the beginning. With a thought, the surrounding shadows moved as if they were extensions of his body. If he wished, he could seemingly disappear into it at any time, leaving no trace. The so close yet so far footwork, through new insights into the techniques, has also reached a new level. The once blurry nodes in space are now as clear as the lines on a palm. His attention was more focused on the next 3 moves of the Destruction God Fist. Star Split. Return to the Ruins. Annihilation. These 3 techniques are increasingly profound and ruthless, each more powerful than the last, no longer simply an outpouring of power, but the ultimate interpretation of the word annihilation. The resolute cleavage of the shattered star, the all-encompassing return to the void, and the annihilation that brings an end to everything. Xiao Han joined his fingers together, mimicking the sword cultivator's manner, and infused the essence of the return to nothingness into them. A barely perceptible yet extremely concentrated aura of destruction gathered at his fingertips, seemingly swallowing up all the surrounding light and taking away all life. This kind of infiltration and disintegration. He stroked his chin, and a thought popped into his head. The chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul governs life and purification. Its Azure Lotus sword chi is invincible and possesses the power of purification. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, on the other hand, wields shadow and void, ever-changing and unpredictable. If we use the purifying power of the Azure Lotus to guide and unravel the disintegration within the intent of the Annihilation Fist, and then use the shadow void power of the Eternal Night King for cover and unleash. Once the thought popped into my head, it grew uncontrollably. He carefully mobilized the pure life force of the Chaos Green Lotus, attempting to initially merge it with the domineering destructive intent of the Destruction God Fist. One was extremely yang and pure, the other extremely yin and domineering. They were inherently incompatible. Bang! Another soft thud was heard as unstable energy exploded at his fingertips, slightly louder than the previous one. Xiao Han's brows twitched slightly. He could sense that in that brief moment just now, the 2 completely different forces, though clashing violently, had also briefly achieved a delicate balance. At that point of equilibrium, a terrifying power far exceeding any of his current single martial arts techniques was quietly brewing. This has potential, he muttered to himself. This failure, however, confirmed his direction. Although it was still far from true success, it was undoubtedly a completely new path. In the days that followed, Xiao Han became completely immersed in the fervor of cultivation. The cave dwelling contained mountains of top-tier cultivation resources prepared for the core disciples. The calming and tranquilizing incense, its fragrance almost solidified, was so intense that it seemed to solidify into a tangible substance. He drank the chi-gathering liquid, which accelerated the recovery of spiritual power, like water. He also generously applied the 100 refined stone milk, which could temper his physical body, all over his body. With the accumulation of massive resources, the spiritual power within his body became increasingly refined, and his control over the 5th level of the martial master realm became more and more proficient. During breaks in his cultivation, the figures of those who had ambushed him in the secret realm would inexplicably surface in his mind. Their teamwork, their martial arts techniques, and their ruthlessness in wanting to kill him at all costs left a deep impression on him. The lowest level is Martial Master Level 5, and the leader is at the peak of Martial Master Level 8, and he's even recklessly burning his life force to cast some kind of soul-devouring blood curse. This kind of extravagance is not something that some insignificant family can produce. He carefully recalled the opponent's fighting style, trying to find some clues. Those people were ruthless, and their moves carried a chilling and sinister aura, clearly indicating that they were highly trained assassins. The Su family? The Wang family? Or one of the others I outshone in the academy competition? He pondered silently, then quickly dismissed the idea. These families might have motives, but their methods didn't seem to match those of the assassins. It seems that those who are eyeing me are far more than those who are openly aware of it. A sense of heaviness settled in his heart. His mentor Lin Xingxia's warning was particularly clear at this moment. The waters of the capital were even more murky than he had anticipated. Although I deliberately suppressed my cultivation level in this secret realm, only revealing the peak of the 4th level of Martial Master, I'm afraid it still couldn't fool some people with ulterior motives. Next time, if we run into similar trouble again, perhaps it's time to open their eyes and let them see what a real surprise is. While hiding your weaknesses may reduce trouble, sometimes it's necessary to show your teeth to keep those lurking rats in the gutter quiet. Otherwise, you'll just be seen as easy to bully, and the trouble will never end. The Academy's mission is a good training ground. He was somewhat looking forward to testing the results of his hard work during this period, as well as the nascent power of fusion. Inside the cave, the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost dripping with water. On the spirit-gathering futon, Xiaohan's body trembled slightly. An aura far more powerful and vast than before, like a sleeping ancient beast awakening, slowly circulated within his body before quietly receding without revealing itself. Martial Master Realm Level 5, completely stabilized. He opened his eyes and felt the almost liquid ocean of spiritual energy within his dantian. Its power was far greater than when he was at the peak of the 4th level. With a slight thought, the profound mysteries of the Shadow Void scripture came into play. There was no longer any barrier between him and the Eternal Night Monarch. Martial soul devouring and refining energy was accomplished almost instantly. He even had the illusion that, if he wanted, his body could completely blend into the smallest shadows around him, becoming almost one with the space. Shadow binding. Xiaohan spoke softly, making a loose clenching motion with his right hand. The shadows in the corner of the cave suddenly came to life, and several jet-black chains, gleaming with an eerie light, shot out and precisely wrapped around a boulder several feet away that served as a target. The power of shadow flowed along the chains, emanating strong resilience and a hint of corrosiveness. The surface of the boulder even emitted a soft sizzling sound and puffs of black smoke. Not bad. Imprisoning ordinary martial artists at the 7th or 8th level should buy us a breath or two of space. He was quite satisfied with this newly mastered minor control technique. It often proved surprisingly effective in the ever-changing battlefield. He turned his gaze to the other side, where some discarded beast skeletons brought back from the secret realm were displayed. He took a deep breath, slowly clenched his right fist, and the intent of the Destruction God fist surged within his heart. Without making a huge fuss, Xiaohan gently placed his fist on a hard beast bone. The instant the fist made contact with the beast bone, an invisible yet extremely destructive force seeped in. The beast bone, which was strong enough to withstand several attacks from an ordinary martial arts master, turned gray and fragile at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if all the vitality and energy structure within it were being disintegrated and devoured in an instant. Snap! With a soft sound, the animal bone turned into a handful of dust, which fell down in a flurry. Chapter 104. What if this were used to trick people? Xiaohan's eyes gleamed even brighter. This power of returning to nothingness could not only destroy life force, but also temporarily disintegrate energy structures. If it were used on an opponent's protective spiritual power or domain, he could already imagine the horrified expression on the enemy's face. The world within reach. His figure swayed slightly, leaving a faint afterimage in place, and in the next instant, he silently appeared at the other end of the cave. The entire process was smooth and natural, with minimal spatial fluctuations. In the past few days, he has incorporated his understanding of space from the Shadow Void scripture into his footwork, which has not only increased his maximum jump distance again, but also made his perception and control of spatial nodes more refined. He even tried to concentrate his spiritual energy at his fingertips and gently tap the air. Buzz! A tiny but clearly visible ripple appeared in the space in front of his fingertips, spreading out like water. Although the scope was extremely small and the impact was extremely short-lived, this undoubtedly proves that he has taken a substantial step forward in his ability to interfere with space. If this were used to trick people, Xiaohan stroked his chin, revealing a kind smile. Not to be outdone, the chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul, guided by its thoughts, channeled strands of pure Azure Lotus spiritual power into the sword intent of the Azure Lotus sword song. It pointed its fingers like a sword, and with a casual slash, a streak of Azure sword energy shot forth. This sword energy was slightly different from the previous ones. In addition to its original sharpness and vitality, the sword also had a touch of pure purification light. Where the sword energy swept past, the residual impurities in the air caused by cultivating the power of shadow were instantly purified. Breaking through evil, breaking through illusions, breaking through defenses. It should be surprisingly effective against those with energy shields or certain special constitutions. Xiaohan was very much looking forward to this. The purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus was the nemesis of all filth and evil spirits, and when integrated into offensive martial arts techniques, its power would naturally be even greater. The connection between his twin martial souls became increasingly close as his realm improved and his understanding of their respective powers deepened. The boundless vitality and purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus, and the shadowy void and devouring power of the Eternal Night King, formed a wondrous balance and complement within his body. Xiao Han now had a clearer idea of how to integrate the Chaos Domain and the Eternal Night Domain. He vaguely sensed that the true fusion of the two domains might not just be an aggregation of power, but could also give rise to a completely new and terrifying power that surpasses both of them. However, this cannot be rushed. Xiao Han knew very well that the complete fusion of domains required a higher level of cultivation as support, as well as a deeper opportunity. You have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. After cleaning up the traces inside the cave, Xiao Han adjusted his aura. The surging spiritual power of the 5th level of Martial Master realm receded like a tide, cleverly compressed and disguised layer by him using the secret method of the Shadow Void scripture, and finally stabilized at the peak of the 4th level of Martial Master realm. He even deliberately created the illusion that his foundation was slightly unstable, as if he had just broken through not long ago. Only after doing all this did he nod in satisfaction. Yes, keeping a low profile is the best policy. The heavy stone door slowly opened, letting in blinding sunlight. Xiao Han squinted, adjusting his eyes to the light, and strolled out of the cave. He still looked slightly tired and weak, and there seemed to be little change compared to when he entered the cave a few days ago. However, those eyes, which occasionally flashed with a deep and sharp light, inadvertently revealed a chilling sharpness, like a lurking beast that might reveal its ferocious fangs at any moment. Xia Yubing had just turned the corner of the bluestone path when she almost bumped into someone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Xiao Han. Xiao Han? You've emerged from seclusion? She looked him up and down. This guy had been in seclusion for some time. In the core ranks, many people were whispering among themselves, saying that he must have suffered a setback in the secret realm and was too injured to get up. Judging from his appearance, his face was somewhat pale and his steps were a little unsteady. Is the recovery all right? Xia Yubing asked tentatively, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Xiao Han forced a slightly tired smile and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Xia. I've rested for a few days and I'm fine now." As he spoke, his aura remained that of a peak 4th level martial master, yet he still showed signs of weakness, as if his vital energy had not yet been fully restored. Xia Yubing gave a soft hum, but in her heart she felt that something was off about this guy, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Am I overthinking things? It's good that you're all right. She composed herself and added, the academy has been relatively peaceful lately, but you should still be careful. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Xiao Han cupped his hands in greeting, his attitude as always. After saying goodbye to Xia Yubing, Xiao Han strolled leisurely toward his mentor Lin Xingxia's courtyard. He still looked exhausted, staggering as if a strong wind could blow him away. Only he himself knew that every step he took, seemingly random, actually conformed to some mysterious rhythm, and the fluctuations in the surrounding space were suppressed to the extreme. His fingertips unconsciously traced a line in the air, creating a barely perceptible ripple that vanished instantly, like a drop of water falling into a deep pool, leaving no trace. The meaning of returning to the void should be quite effective in dismantling those energy structures. The power of the chaotic green lotus and the eternal night king within his body had become perfectly integrated with each breath, without any further stagnation. The sword intent of the Azure Lotus Sword Song also contains something indescribable, seemingly capable of cleansing away all impurities, and perhaps having a miraculous effect against certain special individuals. As for the close at hand, far away movement technique, after incorporating the understanding of space from the Shadow Void scripture, the maximum jump distance has increased significantly, and the sensitivity to spatial nodes has also become much more acute. These things, of course, need not be told to outsiders. He even deliberately suppressed his surging 5th level Martial Master spiritual power, disguising it as the peak of the 4th level of Martial Master, and even created the illusion of an unstable foundation. The key is to develop stealthily and cautiously. Before even reaching Lin Xingxia's courtyard, the central square of the university was already bustling with noise, the clamor reaching the sky. A huge light screen floated in mid-air, each word on it heavy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Top-tier mission, clearance and resource competition in the Red Ridge Mountains. Below, there was a dense crowd of heads, and gasps filled the air, creating chaos. Mission location, the newly discovered Red Ridge Mountains on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Mission objective, 1. To wipe out the horde of monstrous beasts entrenched in the Red Ridge Mountains and eliminate potential threats. 2nd, to explore and contest a newly discovered rare energy crystal vein within the area. Specific details will be announced separately. Mission difficulty rating, extremely high. Participants, all students in Class 0, and some outstanding students in the key class. The academy will send mentors to accompany and protect them, but the mentors will not directly participate in the core area battles or resource allocation. Mission rewards, a massive amount of academy contribution points, access to exchange for higher level cultivation techniques and martial arts skills from the Star Pavilion, rare pills and magic weapons, and even a chance to obtain mysterious rare treasures that allow you to break through your current cultivation level. The announcement was like a bombshell dropped on the entire capital's academic institutions, instantly causing an uproar. My goodness! The Red Ridge Mountains? Where did they come from? A newly discovered place? A high-pitched voice cut through the noise of the crowd, filled with disbelief. Extremely difficult. All those monsters from Class 0 have to go out, and the instructor has to come along? What level is that beast tide? It's going to cause a huge upheaval. Another rough voice was filled with shock and a hint of excitement. A reward. Look at the reward. A treasure for breaking through a major realm. Damn, if I could get my hands on this, my life would be worth it. Among the crowd, many students from Class 0 were already rubbing their hands together, and the air was filled with a restless fighting spirit and an irrepressible desire. For them, this kind of mission is a high-stakes business, but also a ladder to instant success, where risk and opportunity coexist to the extreme. Chapter 105: The System Issues Another Mission. Below the mission announcement, there is a prominent supplementary note. This mission requires students to form teams of at least 3 to participate. The Academy does not mandate specific teams, but encourages strong teams among students in Class 0 to maximize the mission completion rate and student safety. Xiao Han was facing the light screen in his cave, going through the newly released notice word by word. Red Ridge Mountains, newly discovered, energy crystal mine. These words circled in his mind. He felt that this matter was not so simple. The border, the beast horde, the rare mineral veins, all these things together seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. Especially with its frighteningly high difficulty rating and the setting where the mentor is there but doesn't do anything, there's probably a lot more to it than meets the eye. Just as he was pondering this, that voice, which was all too familiar to him, suddenly popped into his head. Ding! The host is facing a critical decision. The God-level choice system has been activated. Option 1, follow the trend and join a super team formed by the top 3 students in the core sequence such as Long Outyin, Yi Wuchen, etc. With their strength and influence, you can reliably complete the mission and obtain the Academy's basic rewards. Additional rewards: 10 Qi stabilizing pills and 1 grade 3 martial arts experience scroll. Mission risk, low. Option 2, take a risky approach and either assemble or join a marginalized team that no one believes in, or that may even be considered cannon fodder. The mission will be fraught with unknowns and enormous risks, but if you can turn the tide, you will have the opportunity to uncover the deeper secrets of the Red Ridge Mountains. Bonus rewards: 1 special exploration permit for the core area of the Red Ridge Mountains, and 1 random rare cultivation technique fragment. Mission risk, extremely high. When he heard the system finish reading, the corners of his mouth inexplicably turned up. Should we choose one option? Or is it a safer bet? When did he ever walk that road? Wouldn't that be like sending a starving wild animal to chew on grass roots? Strengthening essence pill? Rank 3 martial arts scroll? To be honest, these things are of little use to him right now. The rewards from Option 2, the exploration permit for the core area of the Red Ridge Mountains, and the random rare cultivation technique fragment are all incredibly tempting. The core area is often where treasures are hidden. Fragments of cultivation techniques might just give one of his signature skills a boost. High risk? If the risk is low, where does the big benefit come from? I choose Option 2, he said to himself without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Host has completed selection. The God-level selection system kindly reminds you, there's a reason why marginal teams are marginal. Please keep your eyes open when choosing teammates. After all, it's not the godlike opponents you should fear, but, you know what I mean. The system's tone suggested a desire to stir up trouble. Xiao Han ignored it, stood up, and walked to the entrance of the cave. He pushed open the heavy stone door, and the sunlight outside dazzled his eyes. The Red Ridge Mountains. He took a breath, and he could almost smell the anxiety and restlessness of the other trainees around him because of the mission. But he felt quite calm, even a little expectant. Those who are watching him from the shadows will surely not let this opportunity pass them by, right? Perfect timing. He also wanted to see just how much of a surprise those guys who thought they were pretty amazing would be to the skills he had been secretly accumulating over this period of time. As for teammates, he didn't specifically look at anyone, but just glanced at the figures outside who were rushing by or huddled together discussing in hushed tones. A fringe team? That might be interesting. As soon as the mission announcement was posted, the entire Class 0, and even the top classes, became agitated. Those who were already outstanding and had strong family backgrounds acted swiftly, immediately starting to form cliques. The top few in the core ranks, like Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, were surrounded by layers of people, all wanting to curry favor with them. Before long, several teams that looked intimidating emerged, quite impressive, making those around them envious. Xiaohan, the newly emerged top-ranked member of the core group and a rising star, should theoretically be a highly sought-after prize by all parties at this time. To everyone's surprise, he didn't make a move at all. He neither tried to curry favor with those seemingly powerful teams nor mentioned forming his own. He strolled leisurely around the cave and training ground, as if this major event that could turn the academy upside down had nothing to do with him. His calm demeanor was baffling to everyone. What is Xiaohan up to? He wouldn't be planning to go alone, would he? That's incredibly daring. Did you get injured in the secret realm last time? Haven't you recovered yet? I think he's just putting on airs. He's the core player, so it's normal for him to act a bit high-handed. During this period, there were indeed some students who were ranked lower in the core sequence, or top students in key classes who thought they were good, who mustered up the courage to come to him and try to invite him into the team. Senior brother Xiao, although our team doesn't have any particularly outstanding members, our teamwork is excellent. If you were to come, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, said a student from the top class enthusiastically. Xiaohan smiled and replied politely, thanks, I have other plans. He refused decisively and without any hesitation, leaving the already anxious inviters leaving dejected. Those watching were even more bewildered. Just as everyone was speculating about which strong team Xiaohan would join, or whether they would form a top team, an even more jaw-dropping piece of news caused an uproar in Class 0. Xiaohan had actually joined a team they had never even heard of, a team that was arguably the worst in Class 0. The people in this team, compared to the dazzling geniuses of Class 0, are really not enough. Captain Zhang Dali is at the 4th level of Martial Master. His martial soul is a B-grade defensive Earth Bear. He is honest, but a bit clumsy in combat. Team member Li Min is at the 4th level of Martial Master. Her martial soul is a C-level support type Sweet Rain, which can heal and buff, but its effectiveness is limited in head-on confrontations. She is also a bit timid. Team member Wang, who is at the 4th level of Martial Master. His martial soul is a B-grade speed type Phantom Raccoon. He can run fast, but his attack power is lacking. He's also a bit slippery and not aggressive enough. These three were typical marginal figures in Class 0, with mediocre abilities and no special background. In the past, when the Academy organized missions, they were often the last to barely form a team, or were the ones left over by other teams. When Xiaohan calmly walked up to the three men and expressed his willingness to join their team, not only were Zhang Dali and the other two dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost, but all the students around who heard about it were also petrified on the spot. Chapter 106: New Teammates. After a brief silence, a cacophony of discussion and uproar erupted. Did I hear that right? Xiaohan joined Zhang Dali's team? Are you kidding me? Has he gone mad? Isn't that just self-degradation? TSK, what a waste of talent. Instead of clinging to the coattails of figures like Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, they insist on helping the poor? I think he's lost his mind. Just wait, he'll be crying during this Redridge Mountains mission. Mockery, ridicule, incomprehension, schadenfreude, all sorts of voices were heard. Some students who were initially wary of Xiaohan now looked at him with disdain. Luo Bing glanced at him from afar, a sneer playing on her lips, as if she could already foresee Xiaohan's humiliating defeat during the mission. Xiaohan seemed oblivious to the commotion from the outside world. He simply looked calmly at his three new teammates, who were at a loss because of his arrival. The team's meeting point was a secluded corner. Zhang Dali rubbed his large, fan-like hands together, his face flushed red, and stammered, "Senior brother Xiao, are you sure you want to join us? Our team, our strength is a bit." He was too embarrassed to say the words, "We're at the bottom." Li Min nervously clutched the hem of her clothes, her head bowed, her voice barely audible. "Senior brother Xiao, you must have chosen the wrong team?" In her view, someone like Xiaohan should be from a completely different world than them. Wang, whose eyes flickered, his heart filled with mixed emotions. How could this ruthless man have taken a liking to their impoverished existence? Was there some kind of conspiracy? Or perhaps this man simply had a penchant for this kind of life and enjoyed experiencing it firsthand? Xiao Han glanced at the three men, his expression calm. Their strength was indeed lacking, their martial souls weren't top tier, and even Li Min's C-rank support martial soul seemed somewhat conspicuous in Class 0. The system's words, "I'm not afraid of God-like opponents, I'm afraid of, you know what I mean," flashed through his mind. However, he didn't care. "You found the right person," Xiao Han said, his voice calm and even. "Now that we're a team, we just need to cooperate with each other." He offered no explanation for his choice, nor did he try to calm the three men's anxieties. In his view, none of that mattered. This team was merely a cover for his actions, a springboard for obtaining system rewards and exploring the deeper secrets of the Rebirth Mountains. As for his teammates' abilities, when has Xiao Han ever needed to rely on his teammates to carry him? As long as they don't hold us back or fail us at crucial moments, we should already be grateful. Of course, if he really becomes a bad teammate, he wouldn't mind cleaning him up as well. Seeing Xiao Han's resolute attitude, Zhang Dali and the other two looked at each other, still filled with doubt and unease, but they could only grit their teeth and accept the fact. However, the way they looked at Xiao Han was filled with awe and distance, as if they were handling a fragile treasure, afraid of accidentally offending this great god. A team formation that seemed utterly absurd to outsiders was thus finalized. The Imperial Capital Academy's large-scale mission was a grand undertaking. Dozens of teams composed of students from the Zero class and the Elite class, under the unified command of the Academy's leadership and their instructors, departed from the capital and headed towards the newly discovered Red Ridge Mountains on the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Various flying magical artifacts and spirit beast mounts streaked across the sky, creating a spectacular scene. Among them, Xiao Han's team was undoubtedly the most inconspicuous, yet also the most attention-grabbing. Their mounts were the most ordinary winged horned horses, uniformly assigned by the Academy. They were not fast and their appearance was unremarkable. The team members were even more perplexing: a kind and honest tank, a support who didn't seem to have much combat ability, and a shifty-eyed agility attacker who didn't look like a capable fighter. Xiao Han, who was leading the group, still looked like a peak 4th level martial master with a slightly weak aura. He crossed his arms, leaned against the broad back of the horned horse, and half closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. TSK, so that's the team Xiao Han chose? He really has a discerning eye. First in the core sequence, is that all? You must have had your brain kicked by a monster. Just wait and see. If this kind of team enters the Red Ridge Mountains, it probably won't even last 3 days on the outskirts. Many strong teams passed by, their contemptuous attitude and undisguised sneer were practically a public execution. Xiao Han didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Zhang Dali and the other two felt their faces burning with embarrassment, wishing they could bury their heads in the wildebeest's mane. After several days of rapid travel, the group finally arrived at their destination, the Red Ridge Mountains. As its name suggests, the mountain is a strange dark red color, with jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. The stench of sulfur and blood in the air assaulted my senses, making me feel nauseous. Deep within the mountains, the roars of strange beasts echoed from time to time, each roar revealing a ferocious intent to devour their prey. The Academy's arrangement was simple and direct. The top teams led by Long Outyen and Yi Wuchen would head straight for the central part of the mountain range, tackling the toughest challenges and reaping the greatest benefits. As for Xiao Han and his group, who were just there to make up the numbers, they were naturally destined to clear out the smaller monsters on the periphery, euphemistically called clearing obstacles and ensuring a way out. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. Zhang Dali and his two companions were seething with resentment, wanting to curse, but dared not utter a word of complaint and could only swallow their pride and accept it. After all, they were the weaker ones. Xiao Han didn't care. The outskirts? Perfect. To avoid attracting attention too early, and also to allow him to first investigate the ins and outs of the Red Ridge Mountains. The four of them urged their wildebeests on and carefully stepped into the outer area of the Red Ridge Mountains. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the surrounding air suddenly became heavy. A whoa! A mournful wolf howl shattered the silence. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of dark red shadows, moving so fast they left only after images, pounced out from behind the dense forest and rocks on both sides, surrounding the four people in the blink of an eye. These beasts resembled giant wolves, their dark red armor exceptionally sturdy, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Their stark white fangs protruded, dripping with saliva, and their scarlet pupils were filled with bloodthirsty madness. Red armored wolves. Wang Hu's face turned pale with fright, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, at least 30 or 40 of them. Most of them are at the 3rd level of martial master, and the leaders are probably close to the 4th level. Red armored wolves are notoriously difficult to deal with in the outer areas. Individually, they may not be top tier, but their sheer numbers and cunning teamwork make them a formidable force. A group of them is a headache for anyone. Stop panicking. Zhang Dali roared, his large, fan-like hands clenching into fists as he suppressed his fear. Wang Hu, you fucking roam and hold them off. Li Min, get your health up to the max and prepare your healer. I'll tank the front line. Before he finished speaking, his profound energy surged within him, and he roared, Thick Earth Bear, come out here. Chapter 107. Someone could fall at any moment. His body swelled several sizes, and a thick layer of earthy yellow aura appeared on his body, making him look like a real humanoid bear, standing at the very front of the group. Words of sweet rain. Li Min's voice trembled as she hurriedly activated her martial spirit. Pale green light specks flew from her fingertips, sporadically landing on Zhang Dali and Wang Hu. Unfortunately, these scattered green lights had little effect on the current crisis. Awah! Several crimson armored wolves at the third level of Martial Master roared and transformed into several crimson afterimages, rushing towards Zhang Dali from different directions. They have a clear division of labor, some charge straight at the front, while others specialize in attacking the flanks. Their sharp claws tear through the air with a piercing shriek. Bear shock! Zhang Dali roared, his eyes bloodshot, and slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! A shockwave, tinged with the tan color, exploded from the center of his fist, forcefully repelling the several red armored wolves directly in front of him. However, the wolf pack was too numerous, and more of the red armored wolves cunningly bypassed the edge of the shockwave, slipping through the gaps in his defenses, their target Wang Hu and Li Min behind them. Wang Hu activated his Phantom Raccoon martial spirit, leaving a series of blurry shadows as he dodged and weaved among the wolves' claws. His speed was fast enough, but his attacks were like scraping a scathing wound. His claws scratched at the red armor wolf's tough fur, often only managing to generate a few sparks, and were completely ineffective in causing any real damage. Within moments, he was surrounded by the wolves and forced to defend himself, his body instantly covered in several bloody welts. Li Min was already so frightened that her pretty face turned deathly pale. Apart from mechanically releasing faint healing light, she couldn't do anything else. The faint green light fell on Zhang Dali and Wang Hu, but it was almost negligible in the face of their ever-growing wounds. Even with Zhang Dali's strong defense, the thick earth bear couldn't withstand this kind of relentless attack. Dozens of red armored wolves charged forward relentlessly, their frenzied attacks causing the yellowish-brown aura around his body to flicker and rapidly dim. His arms and thighs were instantly marred by deep, bone-revealing claw marks, from which blood gushed, staining the ground crimson. Put! A more ferocious Martial Master level 4 crimson armor wolf found an opening, its sharp claws tearing through the earthy yellow aura on Zhang Dali's shoulder and fiercely clawing into his flesh, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Brother Dali! Li Min cried out. Damn it! These beasts! Zhang Dali grimaced in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, as he cursed angrily. The so-called teamwork had vanished completely. The three players' lack of combat experience was starkly magnified, quickly scattering them as they fought individually, utterly trapped in a passive and defensive situation. Formation? It had long since collapsed. Someone could fall at any moment. Wang Hu was in a particularly bad state. He desperately tried to shake off the pursuit of a red armored wolf at the 4th level of the Martial Master realm, but the beast was exceptionally cunning. With a flick of its tail, the steel whip-like wolf tail lashed hard against the back of his leg. Thump! Wang Hu staggered and half-knelt on the ground, watching helplessly as several red armored wolves pounced on him with their blood-red mouths wide open, their foul-smelling saliva almost dripping onto his face. It's over. He felt a chill run through him. A close call. Xiao Han, who had been standing silently at the back of the group and almost forgotten, moved. There were no warning signs whatsoever. Xiao Han's figure vanished into the dappled shadows of the trees and rocks, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Zhang Dali, Wang Hu, and Li Min were completely unaware of his disappearance during the fierce battle, let alone capturing any afterimage. The next moment, a detached black shadow appeared without any warning behind the Martial Master level 4 crimson armor wolf that was about to bite Wang Hu's throat. Bang! A muffled thud, suppressed to the extreme, was so heavy it made one's heart race with unease. There were no fancy moves, no dazzling spiritual light. Only one fist, an ordinary-looking fist, yet it carried an aura of annihilation capable of destroying everything, and it accurately imprinted itself on the back of the head of the crimson armor wolf at the 4th level of the Martial Master realm. Snap! The crimson skull, harder than refined iron, cracked under that fist with a sickening cracking sound. Before the ferocious martial master level 4 Crimson Armor Wolf could even utter a whimper, its massive head exploded into a cloud of blood, mist, and bone fragments with a poof, splattering red and white all over Wang Hu. One punch. With just one punch, he instantly killed a Crimson Armored Wolf at the 4th level of Martial Master. This sudden turn of events left Zhang Dali and his two companions, who were locked in a fierce battle, and the surrounding pack of red armored wolves momentarily stunned. Xiao Han's figure, however, did not pause for a moment. He moved like a ghost among the dozens of red armored wolves, each appearance accompanied by a muffled crack of bones breaking and a red armored wolf falling to the ground. His fists seemed to possess a terrifying power that could annihilate everything. Whether it was a Crimson Armored Wolf at the 3rd level of Martial Master or a Crimson Armored Wolf at the 4th level of Martial Master with thick hide, they were all fragile and vulnerable under his fists. Often, 1 or 2 punches are enough to cleanly and decisively take down an opponent. The entire process was smooth and efficient, without the slightest delay. In less than a minute, the dozens of red armored wolves that had been so arrogant and had driven Zhang Dali and his companions into a corner were now all turned into cold corpses, lying haphazardly on the ground, with a thick, nauseating smell of blood filling the air. Xiao Han stood amidst the wolf corpses, his clothes unstained by a single drop of blood, his aura calm and deep. Crushing a group of ants is no more than that. Silence. A deathly silence. Zhang Dali was still in the punching position, his mouth wide open enough to fit a duck egg, his facial muscles completely frozen, his expression filled with disbelief. My jaw feels like it's about to dislocate. Wang Hu slumped to the ground, the short blade in his hand clanging against the stone surface, sending sparks flying. He stared at the wolf carcasses scattered on the ground, then turned to look at Xiao Han, his throat feeling as if it were stuffed with sand, so dry he couldn't utter a single syllable. Li Min covered her mouth tightly with her small hand to prevent a scream from bursting from her throat. She froze completely, her mind blank, with only that blood-soaked, demon-like figure remaining. First in the core sequence? Peak 4th level of Martial Master? That was all they knew about Xiao Han before. They even wondered if this guy had some kind of problem, or suffered some kind of shady injury, which was why he had condescended to team up with them, a bunch of newbies. Ridiculous. The scene before them made their faces burn with embarrassment. Their previous ridiculous guesses now seemed utterly foolish. Is this something a peak 4th level Martial Master would do? This is clearly a primordial behemoth wearing human skin. That unpredictable movement, that devastating punch, that indifferent slaughter of a wolf pack with a flick of the finger. With this kind of combat power, let alone a 4th level Martial Master, even an ordinary 7th or 8th level Martial Master would have to kneel down. Gulp. Zhang Dali swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The trepidation and unease he felt earlier had been completely crushed, leaving only a deep-seated awe and a chilling fear that sent shivers down his spine. What kind of monster is this guy? After the red armored wolf incident, the way Zhang Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu looked at Xiao Han completely changed. If before it was awe and unease stemming from the prestige of being the number 1 in the core sequence, now it was heartfelt, pure submission to an absolute powerhouse. Without a doubt, Xiao Han took control of the team. All 3 of them carried out Xiao Han's decisions without question, whether it was to leave them to stand by or to deal with the beast corpses. Wang Hu even volunteered to scout ahead, and although his scouting skills were insignificant compared to Xiao Han's, his enthusiasm was unprecedented. Chapter 108 is too strong. Unbelievably strong. Senior brother Xiao, where do we go next? Zhang Dali asked cautiously, afraid of disturbing Xiao Han's thoughts. Xiao Han glanced at the rudimentary map distributed by the academy. The marked safe routes and suggested activity areas seemed utterly ridiculous to him. His eternal Knight Monarch martial soul and the mystical system within him had already provided far deeper guidance. Ignore the map, just follow me. Xiao Han said calmly, without any intention of explaining. The 3 men were startled and dared not ask any more questions, silently urging their wildebeest to follow. Thus, this marginal squad, which was destined to be cannon fodder in the eyes of others, began to deviate from the route planned by the academy and ventured deeper and more dangerous into the heart of the Red Ridge Mountains. The further you go, the more terrifying the beasts you encounter become. The Crimson Rock Python, a 5th level Martial Master, and the 3-eyed Demon Ape, a 6th level Martial Master, were considered formidable opponents by the students of Class 0, but they were like chickens and dogs in front of Xiao Han. Often, just as Zhang Dali activated his thick earth bear, martial spirit and prepared to withstand the attack, Wang Hu's figure would blur away, and Li Min's words of sweet rain would barely land before the battle was over. Xiao Han's movements were strange and unpredictable, moving like a ghost through the horde of strange beasts. He rarely even uses his martial spirit. He can resolve battles precisely and efficiently simply by relying on his seemingly ordinary fists or the occasional wisp of cyan sword energy he strikes with his fingers. That fist, imbued with the intent of destruction, seemed capable of annihilating life with every strike. That seemingly gentle azure lotus sword energy possessed a terrifying penetrating power that could purify and dispel illusions. Gulp! When Xiao Han smashed the skull of a martial master level 6 peak, earth-splitting demon bear, with another punch, the raging giant bear collapsed to the ground before it could even let out a scream. Wang Hu swallowed hard, his eyes almost worshipping Xiao Han. That's incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. Is this really the strength that a peak 4th level martial master can possess? Even the top geniuses in the core sequence, such as Long Outyan and Yi Wuchen, would never have such terrifying combat power when they were at the 4th level martial master, capable of crushing opponents of the same level or even killing opponents several levels higher. Zhang Dali and Li Min were already numb. Their initial shock, then disbelief, and now complete indifference made it seem perfectly normal for Xiao Han to do anything outrageous. The atmosphere in the team also changed from the initial tension and oppression to a somewhat eerily relaxed one. Because they discovered that as long as they followed Xiao Han, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. On this day, the four of them arrived at the entrance to a narrow and precipitous canyon. The canyon is flanked by dark red cliffs hundreds of meters high, sheer and rugged, covered with jagged rocks, with only a few drought-resistant, twisted plants stubbornly growing there. The canyon is dimly lit, with gusts of cold wind that howl like ghosts and wolves. Senior brother Xiao, something feels off here. Wang Hu shivered. Although his B rank, Phantom Raccoon, martial soul wasn't strong in combat, it was quite sensitive to danger. Without him saying anything, Xiao Han had already noticed something was wrong. As soon as he stepped into the canyon, Xiao Han's Eternal Night Monarch martial soul trembled slightly. It's not a yearning, it's a warning. This feeling is somewhat similar to the ambush I experienced in the secret realm of another dimension. There's danger ahead. Xiao Han's expression was calm, but his words carried an undeniable chill. He looked into the deep canyon. There are quite a few of them, and they're not weak. They could be a group of strange beasts, or people. People? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali and the other two's expressions all changed. In the Red Ridge Mountains, sometimes, one's own kind can be far more dangerous than a strange beast. Find a place to hide and conceal your presence completely, Xiao Han ordered in a deep voice. Without my order, do not make a sound or move. His tone left no room for negotiation. Yes, senior brother Xiao. The three of them dared not delay and quickly found a hollow nearby that was hidden by boulders and bushes, and nimbly hid inside. Once Xiao Han confirmed that they were safely hidden, he suddenly activated the Shadow Void scripture. With a flicker, he vanished into the shadows at the canyon entrance, his presence instantly disappearing without a trace, indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Even if a martial grandmaster came, he wouldn't be able to find his whereabouts without careful investigation. The steep cliffs on both sides of the canyon cast large, heavy shadows. Using this as cover, Xiao Han silently slipped into the depths of the canyon. It moved at incredible speed, yet landed without making a sound. Every movement was perfectly in sync with its surroundings. They traveled stealthily for about a kilometer. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a relatively wide valley. Upon seeing the situation inside the valley, Xiao Han's heart sank slightly. Dozens of enormous lizard-like creatures were lazily perched in the valley. These monitor lizards are covered in thick, dark brown scales that are exceptionally hard. Their limbs are strong and powerful, covered with sharp claws, and a long, thick tail swings frequently, creating gusts of fierce wind. They exude a cruel and bloodthirsty aura. Mountain Monitor Lizard. The thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. A powerful, gregarious beast, renowned for its thick hide, immense strength, and superhuman abilities. A quick glance suggests that there are at least 20 or more monitor lizards in this group. Furthermore, the aura emanating from each of them firmly indicated that they were at the 6th level of the martial master realm. What made Xiao Han even more solemn was that in the very center of the giant lizard swarm, there was a huge creature lying there. That giant beast was twice the size of its counterparts. Its scales were a darker color, almost jet black, and it had a menacing single horn sticking out of its head. The pressure it exuded was clearly at the peak of the 7th level of the martial master realm. Without a doubt, this is the king of this group of mountain monitor lizards. A group of thugs at the 6th level of the martial master realm, plus a lizard king at the peak of the 7th level. This force was enough to wipe out most of the academic teams that entered the Red Ridge Mountains. However, that's not all. Shao Han's gaze swept subtly over the towering cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The warning from the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul didn't just come from the swarm of lizards below. In the seemingly calm crevices and shadows of the rock walls, he faintly sensed several subtle fluctuations of energy. Although these auras were well concealed, they still could not escape his keen perception of shadows in space. As expected, there are others. Shao Han sneered inwardly, his eyes deep. Is it a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Or is this a trap set for certain targets? In either case, this is a good opportunity for Shao Han. Without the slightest hesitation, he made a decision instantly to strike first. Instead of waiting for unknown variables, it's better to take the initiative and control the situation. Shao Han quietly activated the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, and an invisible nascent domain silently spread outwards from him towards the valley. Chapter 109. Shao Han moved. The already dim canyon seemed to have its light stripped away even more in an instant, becoming even more distorted and dark, with visibility greatly reduced. The mountain monitor lizard seemed to sense something and began to stir restlessly, emitting low growls. At the same time, Shao Han's mind stirred, and the shadow binding secret technique was activated silently. Several invisible chains, formed from pure shadow power, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, quietly coiled around the legs of the few martial master level 6 mountain giant lizards closest to him. Roar! Several mountain giant lizards, entangled by the shadow chains, immediately sensed something was wrong and let out a roar of alarm and anger, trying to break free. This sudden turn of events immediately caused a stir among the entire monitor lizard swarm. The Lizard King, at the peak of the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, suddenly raised its head, its crimson giant eyes fixed on the direction of the shadow where Shao Han was, and let out a deafening roar, its terrifying pressure instantly sweeping out. Just before the giant lizard horde went completely berserk, Shao Han made his move. Bang! The shadow beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and his figure shot out like an arrow, no, faster than an arrow. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, it rushed straight towards the largest Lizard King. The air was torn apart by his high-speed movement, producing a piercing sonic boom. Almost at the same moment, Shao Han suddenly appeared, from the shadows on the other side of his original hiding place, a shadow avatar, with an aura and figure almost identical to his quietly emerged. It also rushed towards the few ordinary giant lizards next to the Lizard King at an astonishing speed, instantly attracting the attention of most of the giant lizards. Die! Shao Han's icy voice seemed to come from the deepest abyss. He leaped high into the air, his right hand clenched into a fist. On his arm, the power of shadow and the intent of destruction flowed and merged wildly, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Fist of Destruction. This punch, perfectly aimed and carrying a world-destroying force, slammed into the enormous head of the Lizard King, which was about to retaliate. The ambush within the canyon began instantly. Within the canyon, Shao Han's true form was like a black lightning bolt, carrying the heart-palpitating destructive intent of the Destruction God Fist, his fist aimed directly at the head of the Mountain Lizard King. At the same time, his shadow avatar, which remained in place, moved in sync, its figure elusive, rushing into the ordinary mountain lizard swarms like a ghost. In an instant, the roars and crashes of the lizards rose and fell, though the avatar did not kill them. However, it successfully attracted the attention of several Martial Master Level 6 giant lizards, buying Shao Han's main body a precious moment. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Shao Han's seemingly ordinary fist slammed solidly into the Lizard King's head, which was as hard as rock. A terrifying destructive force erupted instantly, and the thick scales on the Lizard King's head, which it was so proud of, shattered like rotten wood struck by a battering ram, sending dark red blood mixed with shattered bone fragments and brain matter flying everywhere. Roar! The Lizard King let out a piercing, agonizing roar, its massive body trembling violently, the sound echoing throughout the entire canyon. Its crimson eyes were filled with rage and resentment, and a violent aura swept out like a hurricane. But anyone could see that this punch had already caused it a fatal blow. On the other side, the Shadow Avatar, relying on the eerie footwork of close at hand and far away and a portion of the shadow power granted by the Eternal Night King's martial soul, easily maneuvered amidst the siege of several giant lizards at the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. Sometimes it would transform into a wisp of green smoke to evade the claws, and sometimes it would condense into a shadowy short blade, leaving shallow scratches on the giant lizard's thick scales. Although it could not cause fatal injuries, it successfully restrained them, preventing them from supporting the dying Lizard King. Just as Shao Han was about to step forward and finish off the Lizard King, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Buzz buzz buzz. From the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, hundreds of meters high, a dozen extremely sharp long-range attacks suddenly burst forth without warning. The menacing arrows, coated with a dark green poison and shimmering with runic light, were energy beams that tore through the air. Like a viper's tongue or a death scythe, they blocked all of Xiao Han's escape routes from extremely tricky angles, aiming directly at his back and head. The timing was so precise, and the intent so malicious, it's outrageous. Humph, finally willing to show yourself, huh? Xiao Han's lips curled into a cold smile. The warning from the eternal night monarch martial soul had already made him wary of these lurking birds of prey. In the blink of an eye, his chaotic azure lotus martial soul was activated instantly. A hazy yet holy azure halo emanated from his body, quickly forming a protective barrier around him that resembled a blooming lotus flower, azure lotus protection. Jingle bells! Most of the poison arrows and runic beams slammed into the azure lotus guardian, producing a piercing metallic clang and a muffled thud of energy annihilation. The azure lotus aura fluctuated violently, yet stubbornly blocked this sudden and deadly sneak attack. Xiao Han's figure cleverly used the shockwave from the attack to twist at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding several attacks with exceptionally strong penetrating power. Roar! The Lizard King, severely injured and on the verge of death, seemed to sense this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It suddenly opened its blood-red maw, gathering all the remaining demonic power and life essence within its body, and spat out a dark green demonic energy ball the size of a human head, emitting a strong corrosive poison, carrying an aura of destruction, and viciously blasted towards Xiao Han. The sneak attack on the cliff and the Lizard King's desperate counterattack instantly put Xiao Han in a dangerous situation of fighting on two fronts. However, Xiao Han showed no sign of panic. He joined his left fingers like a sword, a flash of azure light appearing at the tip. Azure Lotus Sword Chi, condensed to its extreme and imbued with the power of purification and dispelling illusion, pierced the darkness like a ray of dawn, striking the core of the demonic energy sphere with unparalleled precision. Sizzle! The internal structure of the demonic energy sphere was instantly destroyed, and the violent energy was detonated prematurely, greatly reducing its power. In the end, it was easily neutralized by the residual power of the green lotus protecting Xiao Han's body. At the same time, Xiao Han's right hand once again condensed the Destruction God Fist. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw a punch from a distance. The powerful Destruction Fist intent was like a leech, instantly locking onto the Lizard King's life essence and completely annihilating its remaining vitality. The once arrogant Lizard King, at the peak of the 7th level of the Martial Master realm, crashed to the ground with a thud and fell silent. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed and even the Lizard King had been cleanly killed by the enemy, the ambush troops on the cliff finally stopped hiding. More than 10 figures dressed in uniform black clothes and with their faces covered with black veils emerged from the shadows of the rock wall. They were all imposing and fierce, with the lowest level being the 5th level of Martial Master. The two leaders even had the aura of the 7th level of Martial Master, which was comparable to the Lizard King who had just been killed. Chapter 110, Let It Remain Here Forever. Zheng Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu, who were hiding behind a boulder in the distance, were already stunned and terrified by the series of sudden changes that had occurred before their eyes. From Xiao Han's proactive attack, instantly killing the Lizard King, to his head-on clash with the ambush from the cliffside, the entire process was so fast that they could barely react. Only now did they truly understand just how vast the gap was between themselves and Xiao Han. That was a battle on a completely different level. At the same time, he felt a cold sweat for Xiao Han. These men in black who suddenly appeared were clearly up to no good. TSK, what an unexpected surprise. The leader, a burly man in black with a hoarse voice, had his eyes, hidden behind a black cloth, fixed on Xiao Han and the faintly visible phantoms of the Chaos Green Lotus and the Eternal Night Monarch martial souls behind him. His eyes were filled with undisguised greed and fervor. Kid, your twin martial souls are of pretty high quality. Taking you down is far more valuable than any of the bullshit secrets in this crappy canyon. Xiao Han brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group of uninvited guests. His tone was icy and mocking. You bunch of cowardly rats, do you even dare to covet my things? Just then, the familiar system notification sounded in Xiao Han's mind again. God-level choice activated. Option 1, sensing danger, lead Zheng Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu to break through the encirclement immediately and seek protection from the Academy's instructors. Reward, 1 life-saving talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman allows instantaneous Earth, a technique that allows one to travel 1,000 miles underground, making them difficult to track below the Martial King level. Option 2, you choose the path to hell, choosing the path to heaven. Slay all the ambushers and extract the secrets of the Reedridge Mountain Canyon from their mouths. Reward, Special Eye Technique, Illusion Seeing Eye, can see through illusions, perceive energy nodes and enemy weaknesses, highly effective against formations and restrictions. Reedridge Canyon Core Area Map Fragment. Looking at the two options presented by the system, a cold glint flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. Breakthrough? That wasn't his style. Wouldn't it be a waste not to accept all these resources that were offered to him so readily? I choose option 2, Xiaohan silently recited in his mind. Almost the instant he made his choice, a powerful confidence and soaring fighting spirit burst forth from him. Since you want to stay so much, then stay here forever. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaohan suddenly moved. The power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul was quietly activated, and an invisible nascent domain spread rapidly from him, like ink dripping into clear water. The canyon, which was already somewhat dim due to the obstruction of cliffs, seemed to have all the light completely sucked away in an instant, plunging into absolute darkness where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Xiaohan's figure blended perfectly into the darkness he had created, and his aura completely disappeared. The next moment, a chilling killing intent suddenly locked onto the burly leader who was at the 7th level of the martial master realm. Within the canyon, the real carnage has only just begun. Within the canyon, the moment the light is stripped away, it transforms into a one-sided slaughterhouse. The absolute darkness created by the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul was nothing short of apocalypse for these blood fiend hall assassins who were accustomed to relying on sight. Their senses were suppressed to the extreme, and their hearing and sense of smell became dull and unreliable amidst the chaotic energy fluctuations and the thick stench of blood. Ah! My eyes! I can't see anything! Help! Where is he? Put! Screams, the clash of weapons, and the screech of blades piercing flesh rose and fell in waves. Xiaohan was like a death god blending into the darkness. Each flash of "so close yet so far" was accompanied by the fall of an assassin. His figure flickered erratically in the darkness, and the assassin's chaotic attacks couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. In just a few breaths, apart from the two leaders who were at the 7th level of martial master, all the other men in black had died, and the thick smell of blood permeated the canyon. Damn it! Come out and fight me fair and square if you dare, the black-clad leader roared, wildly swinging his battle sword, sending gusts of wind flying, but it was all in vain. The other leader, a martial arts master at the 7th level with a slightly more effeminate aura, appeared more composed. A strange dark red protective shield appeared on his body, firmly protecting him as he vigilantly sensed his surroundings. Upright and honorable? Why bother with such formalities when dealing with you shady rats? Xiaohan's icy voice seemed to come from all directions at once. The next moment, the effeminate leader felt an extremely sharp force lock onto him. He felt a chill run down his spine and was about to react when several extremely condensed cyan sword energies, like living fish, silently emerged from the darkness. They bypassed his supposedly foolproof defense at an incredible angle and precisely struck several key points of his blood-light shield. The first move of Azure Lotus Sword Soam Lotus Movement. Snap! The tough blood-red shield shattered instantly, and the effeminate leader's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, a fist imbued with the power of returning to nothingness was already imprinted on his dantian. Bang! Fist of destruction. The Yin Yao leader was struck as if by lightning. His dantian was instantly destroyed by the terrifying destructive power, and all his cultivation vanished. He collapsed softly to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. At the same time, Xiaohan's shadow avatar entangled the burly leader. Although he could not defeat him, he also kept the leader busy. After Xiaohan dealt with the Yin Yang leader, he appeared behind the burly leader in a flash, and with the same destruction god fist, severely injured and killed him. Ding! God-level choice mission completed. Rewards: Special Pupil Technique, Insightful Eye, automatically fused, 1, Red Ridge Canyon Core Area Map Fragment, already sent to system space. As the system notification sounded, Xiaohan felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and then the world before him seemed to change completely. The darkness remained, but he could clearly see the free-floating energy particles in the air, sense the subtle energy fluctuations of objects, and even perceive the chaotic blood and chi and the violent emotional ups and downs within the captured Yin-type leader. Speak, who are you? What are you doing in this canyon? Xiaohan walked up to the effeminate leader whose cultivation had been crippled, his voice devoid of any emotion. The effeminate leader coughed up blood, her eyes flashing with venom. We are from the Blood Fiend Hall. A marrow of earth veins has been born deep within this canyon. Those who know what's good for them will get lost, or else. Xiaohan's insightful eye clearly captured that when the other party mentioned the earth vein spirit marrow, his emotions did not fluctuate much, which meant it was true. Otherwise what? Xiaohan pressed. Chapter 111 Martial. Martial sect? The leader suddenly grinned maliciously, otherwise, you will all die. Stronger deacons from the hall have already entered the depths of the canyon. Your strength is nothing more than a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Before he could finish speaking, a surge of violent energy suddenly erupted within him, as if he intended to detonate his remaining blood and soul to commit suicide. Want to die? Did you get my permission? Xiao Han sneered, and a green lotus sword aura shot out from his fingertip, instantly piercing through the man's brow and extinguishing his last breath. After looting the spoils, Xiao Han activated his insightful spiritual eye to carefully observe the entire canyon. This sight made him frown slightly. The energy fluctuations deep within the canyon were indeed unusually intense, clearly indicating the presence of treasure. On the cliff face, at several locations where the ambush troops had previously hidden, some extremely subtle spatial markings remained, seemingly indicating some form of teleportation or location tracking. Furthermore, a faint, yet powerful, aura, far stronger than that of the 7th-level martial master assassins, lingered, extremely difficult to detect without the insightful eye. It seems that the Blood Fiend Hall has big ambitions and many backup plans. Just as Xiao Han was pondering, a sudden change occurred. Boom! At almost the same time, two completely different, yet equally terrifying, energy fluctuations erupted at the canyon entrance and deep within the canyon. Several terrifying pressures, far exceeding those of the martial master realm, descended upon the small canyon like Mount Tai crashing down. One of these pressures, in particular, carried a chilling ferocity and savagery, clearly reaching the martial grandmaster realm. Martial sect? Hiding in the distance, Zheng Dali, Li Min, and Wang Hu trembled under the oppressive force, their faces ashen. A martial grandmaster, someone they wouldn't even dare to look up to normally, was now experiencing firsthand the terror of such a figure. It's over, they're doomed this time. He. Thank you all for helping to get rid of these unsightly insects. This earth vein essence, my Blackwater serpent tribe has reserved it. A cold and eerie voice, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, came from the depths of the canyon. Accompanied by the sound, the phantom of a giant snake, tens of meters long and covered with fine black scales, appeared and disappeared in the mist deep in the canyon. Its two scarlet eyes, the size of lanterns, radiated a ferocious light that seemed to prey on its prey. This oppressive aura was emanating from that martial grandmaster. However, before the Blackwater Serpent Tribe's demon sect could revel in their triumph for long, another aged yet equally majestic and domineering voice resounded through the sky from the direction of the canyon entrance. Humph! Blackwater Serpent? What arrogance! This place is the territory of my Dragon Kingdom Federation. How dare you, a mere alien race, run rampant here? The Earth Vein Essence belongs to my Dragon Kingdom. As soon as the words fell, an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in the standard attire of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association, stepped into the canyon from the entrance, his feet treading on the void. With each step he took, golden runes flashed beneath his feet, and his terrifying aura was in no way weaker than that of the demon sect of the Blackwater Serpent Tribe. Another martial grandmaster. The demonic martial arts masters of the Blackwater Serpent Tribe and the human martial arts masters of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association faced off across the narrow canyon. Their terrifying auras clashed violently in the air, producing a hissing sound that visibly distorted the surrounding space, making it seem as if it might shatter at any moment. Rocks tumbled down the cliff face, and the entire canyon trembled violently as the two powerful figures confronted each other. Xiao Han's expression also turned serious. He realized that he and Zhang Dali, those three burdens, were currently caught in the middle of the two major martial arts factions, making them the weakest and easiest to eliminate. He quietly activated his insightful eye, quickly analyzing the strength composition of both sides and their possible escape routes. Behind the demon patriarch of the Blackwater Serpent Tribe, there were still several powerful demonic auras faintly visible, while behind the elder of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association, there were also several powerful Martial King realm experts with formidable auras. The muddy waters are getting deeper and deeper. Just as Xiao Han was frantically searching for a way to escape, the insightful eye, while observing the direction of the core area of the canyon where the Earth Vein Essence was located, suddenly detected an extremely faint yet incredibly familiar fluctuation. This fluctuation was actually from the same source as the Eternal Night King martial soul within his body. It was concealed by the earth-shattering aura of the two martial grandmasters and the intense energy fluctuations of the Earth Vein spiritual marrow itself. If it weren't for the miraculous power of the insightful eye, it would have been impossible to detect. The exact location of this shared fluctuation is right at the edge of the area indicated by the canyon core area map fragment that the system rewarded. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Fortune favors the bold. While the earth vein essence is indeed precious, the mysterious fluctuations that originate from the same source as the eternal Night King's martial soul are undoubtedly more alluring to him. That might be an opportunity even more important than the earth vein essence. A bold idea instantly took shape in his mind. Taking advantage of the moment when the two major martial sects were locked in a standoff and their attention was drawn to the earth vein essence, they infiltrated the core area to find the source of that wisp of the same origin fluctuation. A glint flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. He took a deep breath and transmitted his voice to Zhang Dali and the other two who were trembling in the distance. Listen to my command later. I will create chaos. You take the opportunity to break through to the entrance of the canyon. Run as far as you can and don't look back. Having done all this, his gaze once again fell upon the core of the canyon shrouded in thick fog and terrifying energy. There, he found the answer he longed for. Within the canyon, words are superfluous. Demon, prepare to die. The Dragon Kingdom elder's hair and beard bristled as he roared, his body radiating golden light. His immense spiritual power transformed into a gigantic golden hand that blotted out the sky, slamming down with overwhelming force towards the Blackwater Serpent Demon sect. Ga, old man, you think you can stop me? The Blackwater Serpent Demon sect let out a shrill laugh. Its serpent body, which was dozens of feet long, suddenly swayed, and black demonic energy rolled in the sky, condensing into a more solid black serpent phantom. It opened its blood-red maw, its fangs menacing, and fiercely met the golden giant palm. Boom! A deafening roar erupted in the canyon. The instant the golden giant hand collided with the black phantom serpent, a terrifying energy shockwave spread wildly outwards like a tsunami. Mountains crumbled, dust filled the sky, countless boulders tumbled down the cliffs, and the entire canyon shook violently, as if the end of the world had arrived. The saying goes, when a martial sect expert is enraged, a million corpses lie in wait and blood flows for thousands of miles. This is no exaggeration. Now! Break out at all costs. Take these pills and defensive talismans. A cold glint flashed in Xiaohan's eyes as he gave a death order to Zhang Dali and the other two, who were already terrified. At the same time, he threw out several healing pills and a low-level defensive talisman that had been seized earlier. Zhang Dali and his two companions felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They took the pills and talismans and fled desperately towards the outer edge of the canyon. At this moment, no mission or treasure was more important than their own lives. The moment Xiaohan gave the order, he moved silently. When the Shadow Void scripture was activated to its limit, the power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul perfectly concealed his aura. His entire being seemed to transform into the most inconspicuous shadow, clinging to the dark corner of the cliff, rapidly stealthily moving towards the direction of the same source fluctuation that the insightful spiritual eye had already locked onto. Chapter 112: A Sudden Change. In the center of the canyon, the battlefield between the two martial grandmasters stirred up a storm, with energy raging and every wisp of residual energy capable of easily tearing through the defenses of a martial master. Xiaohan's figure moved along the edge of the battlefield, each time like dancing on the edge of a knife, fraught with danger. Several times, destructive energy turbulence almost swept past his body. He used the close to the ends of the earth footwork to its fullest extent when facing life and death, and his chaotic green lotus martial soul spontaneously emitted a green light to protect his body. Only then did he barely avoid it. Otherwise, he would have been crushed into dust by that terrifying power. On the other side, Zhang Dali and his two companions ran for their lives. They had only gone a few hundred meters when a dark shadow flashed in front of them. Several Blackwater Serpent tribe demons who had patrolled the area blocked their way. These demons were all at the martial master level. Upon seeing the three of them, their eyes flashed with ferocity, and they let out a piercing screech as they pounced. Damn it, let's fight these beasts. Wang Hu's eyes were bloodshot, and he unleashed his B-grade speed martial spirit at full power, trying to buy Zhang Dali and Li Min a moment. However, a snake demon at the fourth level of the martial master realm moved faster than Wang Hu, its foul-smelling claws aimed straight for Wang Hu's vital back. Wang Hu, watch out behind you. Li Min's voice was choked with tears. In the blink of an eye, a thin yet terrifyingly refined cyan sword aura shot out from nowhere, ignoring the barrier of space, and silently pierced through the snake demon's forehead with a soft plop. The snake demon's forward lunge froze instantly, its life force rapidly fading, and it fell straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Dali and Li Min's legs were still trembling, and Wang Hu was also covered in cold sweat, having narrowly escaped death. They looked in the direction from which the sword energy came with suspicion and uncertainty. There was only the devastating scene of the two martial grandmasters fighting fiercely, and they could not find any trace of the person who had come to their aid. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaohan was also on the edge of the energy storm, but he still managed to use his insightful eye to accurately control the battlefield and forcibly divert a wisp of his mind at the critical moment to unleash this Azure Lotus Sword Chi at its maximum range. Having landed a successful blow, his face paled slightly. The sword strike had taken a heavy toll on him. However, these three mobile meat shields can't just kick the bucket so soon. After a close call, Xiaohan finally reached the edge of the area indicated by the map fragment. The fluctuation that resonated faintly with the Eternal Night King's martial spirit pointed directly to the entrance of an ancient cave, which was completely obscured by rocks and thick vines. At the entrance of the cave, a very faint energy barrier was faintly visible, almost imperceptible. Xiaohan dared not be careless. He activated the insightful eye to its fullest extent, and the energy flow trajectory of the cave entrance restriction and every weak point clearly appeared in his vision. He held his breath, extended his fingers, gathered his inner spiritual power, and carefully channeled in a little shadow power, precisely placing it on several key points of the restriction. A barely audible cracking sound rang out. The moment the restriction was lifted, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A dark aura and spatial primordial energy, far surpassing any previous senses, surged forth from the cave without warning, whipping up a storm of sand and stones. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming and terrifying suction force came from the depths of the bottomless cave, threatening to devour everything. The Dragon Kingdom elders and the Blackwater Serpent Demon sect, who were engaged in a fierce battle in the canyon, paused for a moment almost simultaneously, as they both sensed the sudden and domineering fluctuation of origin. The two simultaneously ceased their attacks, both gazing towards the cave with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. This aura stirred within them a sense of unease and greed. Xiaohan had no time to react. The terrifying suction force seemed to have targeted him specifically, directly affecting his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. He, along with the surrounding rubble and dust, was instantly sucked into that bottomless, dark cave, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Ding! Host has been detected to have come into contact with a high concentration of primordial shadow source crystal. The evolution path of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul has branched out, and a god-level choice has been triggered. In the final moments before being sucked into the cave, Xiaohan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of the two martial grandmasters who had been locked in a life or death struggle, their faces simultaneously displaying a complex expression of shock and greed. They seemed to have instantly reached some kind of tacit understanding, abandoning their battle and transforming into two streaks of light, rushing towards the cave at the same time. Xiao! Boss Xiaohan! Zhang Dali, Wang Hu, and Li Min, who had just escaped death, saw a terrifying burst of light erupt from the direction where Xiaohan had disappeared. Immediately afterward, the two martial grandmasters rushed in that direction as well. The three looked at each other, extremely anxious but powerless. Was Boss Xiaohan dead or alive? Xiaohan felt a sudden darkness engulf him, his body uncontrollably plummeting into the endless depths of darkness. All he could hear was the system's cold, familiar notification sound, and fragmented information about the primordial shadow source crystal flashing through his mind, one of the primordial crystals that constituted the laws of shadow and space, containing unimaginable power. Immediately afterwards, two extremely tempting, yet also extremely dangerous, choices for martial soul evolution clearly appeared in his consciousness. Ahead lies a tremendous opportunity that could elevate him to the top, or a death trap even more terrifying than that of the two martial grandmasters. Xiaohan's heart, as it plummeted, became unusually calm. The real excitement is just beginning. The feeling of weightlessness was ever present, and Xiaohan struggled to maintain his posture as he plummeted. The wind howled in his ears, and he was surrounded by complete darkness. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul within him was trembling violently, as if injected with adrenaline, conveying an almost greedy desire and an uncontrollable excitement. Clearly, the allure of the so-called primordial shadow crystal far exceeded expectations. The cave was deep and seemed to have no end. As he went deeper, Xiaohan felt the energy around him becoming increasingly viscous. That was not ordinary spiritual energy, but rather primordial shadow and spatial energy so pure it was almost liquefied, wisps of it, cool yet boundless. On the stone wall, within the vision of the insightful eye, countless ancient and obscure runes flickered, as if silently telling long-forgotten secrets buried by time. Just then, a cold system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A divine choice has been triggered. A phantom interface popped up in Xiaohan's consciousness, with a background of a slowly rotating rhomboid crystal phantom that seemed to be formed from endless darkness and shattered stars that was the primordial shadow source crystal. Option 1, absorb with caution. the host may choose to absorb the overflowing edge energy of the primordial shadow source crystal to slowly strengthen the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul, with a 70% chance of breaking through to the 6th level of the martial master realm, and a slight increase in spatial control. Reward: a bag of system brand fast-acting healing sunflower seeds. Supposedly, cracking them can speed up wound healing, but they're a bit tough on your teeth. Option 2, a daring gamble. The host will completely immerse the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul in the core of the primordial shadow source crystal, undergoing a near-death fusion evolution. Success will result in a radical transformation of the Eternal Night Monarch, unlocking a new form and powers, and with a very high probability of comprehending forbidden divine abilities related to the primordial shadow. Failure will result in the martial soul disintegrating, the host's immediate death, and the system will play funeral music and consider whether to recycle the martial soul. Chapter 113: It's All or Nothing. Rewards: unknown rank martial soul evolution guaranteed SSS plus or higher, mysterious divine ability, dark realm descent, incomplete, and a 3 incense sticks lighted for you by the system voucher can be used to make a wish to the system during your next reincarnation, but its fulfillment is not guaranteed. Looking at the thoughtful description of option 2, especially the line, "The system will play funeral music for you and consider whether to recycle it," Xiaohan's lips twitched slightly. This damn system, it still has that familiar feel, the same cheap and shameless attitude. But his mind was perfectly clear. Option 1 seemed safe, the reward was decent, and those tooth-wasting sunflower seeds sounded rather unique. But such an opportunity was incredibly rare. To merely dabble in it would be a waste. Moreover, with the insightful eye activated to its limit, 2 terrifying auras rapidly approached the cave entrance like leeches. The Dragon Kingdom Elder and the Blackwater Serpent Demon sect clearly wouldn't let such a rare treasure slip by. His time was running out. Xiaohan's gaze pierced through layers of darkness, and finally, at the deepest part of the cave, he saw a fist-sized, dark and deep rhomboid crystal, as if it had been formed by the fusion of countless crushed stars with the purest darkness. It floated there silently, radiating a kind of throbbing and fatal attraction from the depths of the soul primordial shadow crystal. System: I choose option 2. It's all or nothing. Xiaohan's eyes hardened instantly, without the slightest hesitation. He wanted to leap over the dragon gate and ascend to the heavens in one step, not to eke out a living surrounded by powerful enemies. Ding! Host has chosen a high-stakes gamble. Commendable courage, but pathetic intelligence. The fusion process between the Eternal Night King martial soul and the primordial shadow source crystal has begun. Please prepare for your soul to be torn apart. Good luck, though I doubt you'll need it. The system's comment, though late, arrived, but Xiaohan had no time to pay it any mind. With a thought, the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul within him emitted an excited buzz, transforming into a solidified dark shadow, and resolutely lunged towards the primordial dark shadow source crystal that exuded both deadly allure and endless danger. Buzz! The moment the Eternal Night Monarch's martial soul touched the source crystal, an indescribable torrent of terrifying energy, like the waters of the ancient Styx River bursting its banks, instantly and completely engulfed it. Ugh! Xiaohan felt as if his soul had been thrown into a high-speed meat grinder, or as if it had been pierced by countless red-hot steel needles at the same time. The excruciating pain originating from the very core of his soul almost made him faint on the spot. His consciousness swayed wildly in the agony, like a small boat in a raging storm, in danger of capsizing at any moment. At the same time, at the cave entrance, 2 angry shouts rang out like thunder, shaking the entire cave and causing rocks to tumble down. How dare you, you brat! Leave the treasure behind. The Dragon Kingdom Elders and the Blackwater Serpent Demon sect have already arrived. The terrifying pressure from the 2 martial sect realm experts is like 2 invisible mountains, pressing down fiercely, causing the space inside the cave to distort and groan under the unbearable weight. Xiaohan endured the excruciating pain that seemed to penetrate to the bone, his jaw clenched so tightly that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He had only one thought in his mind: faster. Faster. The instant the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul merged with the primordial shadow source crystal, it formed a massive, constantly writhing dark purple energy cocoon, enveloping Xiaohan and the source crystal within. He had to complete this life or death evolution before the 2 martial grandmasters broke free of this energy cocoon. Inside the energy cocoon, the phantom of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul began to undergo earth-shattering changes under the violent and pure primal power of the primordial shadow source crystal. Its size was rapidly expanding and contracting, sometimes twisting into bizarre shapes, sometimes coalescing into an even more solid and majestic outline. A terrifying aura far exceeding the SSS plus grade was frantically brewing and rising within this energy cocoon. The laws of shadow and space within the cave were completely stirred up by this newfound power, emitting profound resonances. Boom! Boom! From the direction of the cave entrance, the sounds of two martial grandmasters' ferocious attacks could already be heard. The surface of the energy cocoon also began to shake violently. A race against time, a do-or-die situation. Inside the energy cocoon, Xiaohan's consciousness seemed to be thrown into an endless purgatory. Every inch of the soul is being torn apart and crushed, and then forcibly reshaped by an incomparably domineering force. The pain that originates from the deepest part of life is far beyond what physical torture can compare to. Under the violent energy surge of the primordial shadow source crystal, the Eternal Night King's martial soul is undergoing a complete rebirth. The blurry phantom of the monarch crumbled inch by inch, and in its place emerged a more majestic and solid imperial form, as if it were about to trample the real dark night and the boundless void under its feet. The majesty emanating from its brows had already surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. Outside the cave, the two martial grandmasters had already stopped fighting. The primal fluctuations emanating from the dark purple energy cocoon, and the astonishing resilience it displayed, deeply shocked them. The Dragon Kingdom Elder's face was ashen, while the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect's scarlet snake eyes gleamed with undisguised greed and suspicion. They could both clearly sense that the exotic treasure inside the cocoon, or rather, the intruder, was undergoing some kind of incomprehensible transformation. "Old man, something's wrong with this kid. He seems to be forcibly fusing with that rare artifact." The Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect broke the silence first, his voice hoarse and cold. "If we hesitate any longer, we might not even get a sip of soup. Why don't we join forces, break open this damned shell first, and then we can fight for what's inside based on our abilities?" The Dragon Kingdom Elder frowned, feeling uneasy about the ever-increasing aura within the cave. He glanced at the demon sect and coldly snorted, "Fine. But if you dare to play any tricks after emerging from your cocoon, don't blame my pure yang palm for being merciless." "Hee, no problem, no problem." A brief agreement was reached, and the two martial arts masters were no longer retained. The Dragon Kingdom Elder's body burst with golden light, and a fierce Vajradharma image vaguely appeared. The vast pure yang spiritual power gathered in his palm, transforming into a giant axe that split the heavens and earth, and he slashed down angrily. The Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect was also filled with demonic energy. The true form of the serpent, which was tens of feet long, roared to the sky. A black demonic breath, which was condensed to the extreme, roared out like the water of the Styx River that destroys all things. Boom! The combined attack of martial sect experts was incredibly powerful. The entire cave shook violently, and rubble rained down like rain. The dark purple energy cocoon trembled violently, its surface instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it were about to completely collapse at any moment. However, just as the cracks began to spread, a purer and deeper force of shadow and space surged out from within the cocoon, rapidly repairing the wound as if it were alive. After the golden light and black energy raged, the energy cocoon actually withstood this devastating blow, though its light dimmed slightly. Chapter 114. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Inside the cocoon, the transformation of Xiaohan's soul and the Eternal Night King's martial soul has reached a critical point. Under the baptism of the primordial shadow source crystal, his understanding of the laws of shadow and space is increasing at an incredible speed, reaching an unprecedented and profound realm. At this moment, the quality of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul broke through the shackles of SSS Plus and took a solid step towards that legendary and ethereal higher realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul has successfully fused with the core fragment 1-3 of the primordial shadow source crystal, resulting in a significant leap in quality. The new form, Eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo, has begun to awaken. Unlock your exclusive domain, Eternal Night Void Realm, prototype. Complete the innate supernatural power, Descent of the Dark Realm, beginner level. Note, due to the host's forced fusion, only a portion of the Eternal Night Void Emperor's power can currently be unleashed. This power can be further replenished by absorbing more source crystal fragments or through special opportunities. The system's cold notification tone sounded like heavenly music to Xiaohan at that moment. As the notification ended, an unprecedented and boundless power, like a bursting dam, instantly filled every corner of his body, nourishing his parched soul. The previously blurry phantom of the Eternal Night King solidified completely at this moment, transforming into a young emperor wearing a 12-tasseled dark star crown and a void dragon robe woven from thousands of stars, with eyes so deep they seemed capable of devouring all things in the universe. He merely stood there, yet he exuded an unparalleled pressure that commanded the heavens and earth to submit and all living beings to kneel in worship. Just as Xiaohan was experiencing this transformative change, the edge of the insightful eye's field of vision subtly detected an extremely subtle fluctuation. In the shadows behind the Dragon Kingdom Elder and the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect's attack on the energy cocoon, a blurry figure stood silently, its aura more profound and dangerous than that of the two martial grandmasters. The figure was surrounded by a faint aura of bloodlust, and was none other than the deacon mentioned by the scarred man from the Blood Fiend Hall earlier, a genuine martial grandmaster with an unfathomable aura. This Blood Fiend Hall steward had a pair of hawk-like eyes that flashed with ruthlessness and calculation. Like the most patient hunter, he lurked in the shadows, not making the slightest move despite the strange changes in the cave. He was clearly planning to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Inside the energy cocoon, Xiaohan sensed the initial completion of his martial soul's transformation and the presence of a hidden third-party force. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Not only has his strength increased dramatically, but more importantly, after fusing with a portion of the primordial shadow source crystal, he has gained preliminary control over the shadow and spatial laws within this cave. This place is about to become his domain. Crack! Crack! Under another round of even more ferocious joint attacks from the Dragon Kingdom Elders and the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect, the tough dark purple energy cocoon finally succumbed to its strain. The cracks on its surface spread rapidly like a spider web, emitting a teeth-grinding cracking sound. It's done! Upon seeing this, the Dragon Kingdom Elder and the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect members simultaneously revealed uncontrollable joy, believing that the earth-shattering treasure was about to be obtained. However, just as the energy cocoon shattered into countless points of light, an imperial pressure far more terrifying, purer, and more domineering than the combined power of the two of them suddenly erupted from the shattered core of the cocoon, like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, and ruthlessly swept across the entire cave. The joy on the faces of the Dragon Kingdom Elders and the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect members instantly froze, replaced by boundless horror and disbelief. Amidst the swirling shadows and fragments of spatial energy, a tall, slender figure slowly emerged. Xiaohan's black hair was disheveled, and his clothes fluttered slightly in the aftershocks of energy. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, it seemed as if countless stars were being born and dying in a cycle. He simply stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the horrified Dragon Kingdom Elder, the ferocious Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect member, and the Blood Fiend Hall steward hidden in the deeper shadows. The three of you have been waiting for a long time. Xiaohan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of each of the powerful figures, carrying a hint of mockery and a chilling coldness. A new storm has arrived. The moment Xiaohan appeared, there were no earth-shattering fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, but an invisible yet vast pressure emanated from him. It was not merely a simple pressure of aura, but an absolute crushing force originating from the level of life and the very essence of his martial soul. The newly awakened, eternal Night Void Emperor, martial soul Pseudo quietly floated behind him. The blurry yet majestic Imperial Phantom, with its eyes opening and closing, seemed to contain the annihilation of stars and the reincarnation of the universe. A terrifying aura that transcended mortal understanding swept towards the Dragon Kingdom Elder and the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect like a tide. The Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect, which was the first to be hit, suddenly stiffened its massive serpent body, its scarlet vertical pupils contracted to needle size, and its scales trembled slightly uncontrollably. It clearly sensed a deep-seated tremor and fear emanating from Xiaohan, as if an ant were looking up at a dragon. The pressure from the superior made its proud demon sect cultivation seem so insignificant. No. Impossible. The Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect member screamed, his voice sharp and piercing with extreme shock. How could a mere martial master possess such power? This is absolutely impossible. The Dragon Kingdom Elder's face was also ashen, his deep eyes filled with solemnity and disbelief. He too felt that chilling pressure, but what alarmed him even more was the aura emanating from Xiaohan, obscure, ancient, and powerful far beyond what ordinary martial artists could possess. He realized that the changes occurring in this young man had far exceeded his expectations and control. The Blood Fiend Hall steward, hidden in the deeper shadows, also suddenly narrowed his hawk-like eyes. He was also taken aback by Xiaohan's current demeanor, but unlike the fear of the other two, a more intense and burning greed flashed deep in his eyes. The secrets this kid possessed were probably even more tempting than the earth vein essence, or even the primordial shadow source crystal itself. Seniors, and the friend who has been hiding behind me, thank you for protecting me just now. I am very grateful. Xiaohan spoke calmly, his voice tinged with a subtle hint of mockery. His gaze swept over the bewildered Dragon Kingdom Elders and the agitated Demon Sect members, finally casting a meaningful glance at the hiding place of the Blood Fiend Hall deacon. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohan's mind stirred slightly. In an instant, an invisible wave quietly spread out from him. The light within the entire deep cave seemed to be instantly extinguished by an invisible giant hand, plunging it into an even deeper darkness than before. The air seemed to thicken, and space began to distort slightly. Wisps of extremely faint void power and shadow power intertwined, transforming into invisible constraints that quietly acted upon the three martial grandmasters. Chapter 115: A slap to Shao Han's head. This is the prototype of the Eternal Night Void Realm. Although it is only a prototype, and its influence range and suppression power are still very weak, it has a miraculous effect in this cave that is already filled with shadows and spatial energy. The Dragon Kingdom Elder, the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect member, and the Blood Fiend Hall Deacon all felt their bodies slightly stiffen at almost the same time, and the circulation of their spiritual energy was also slightly hindered. "You brat, you're asking for death." The Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect member, being the most irritable, was the first to attack. It roared, and its enormous serpentine tail, tens of meters long, carrying a foul-smelling gale, tore through the air like a black iron whip, viciously lashing at Shao Han. Wherever it passed, the rock walls shattered. Faced with this devastating attack, Shao Han remained calm and composed. His figure swayed, his footwork becoming increasingly mysterious. The close-at-hand, distant-at-heaven technique had already incorporated newly comprehended fragments of spatial laws, making it even more unpredictable and elusive. The snake's tail barely grazed the hem of his clothes, while he himself appeared like a wisp of smoke, instantly several feet away. At the same time, he pointed his fingers like a sword, and a wisp of jet-black light, condensed to the extreme, flashed by, carrying a heart-palpitating aura of annihilation, and pointed with unparalleled precision at the middle section of the snake's tail, where the demonic power was slightly stagnant after being drained. A simplified application of the Dark Realm Descent skill, Shadow Annihilation Finger. Put. With a soft sound, the incredibly tough snake scales, strong enough to split stone tablets, were pierced by this inconspicuous black finger beam, exploding into a fist-sized wound. What horrified the demon sect even more was that an extremely pure shadow power, like a maggot clinging to a bone, frantically eroded its flesh and demonic power along the wound, bringing waves of excruciating pain. Roar! The Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect roared in pain, its serpent body thrashing wildly, turning the cave into a mess. Seeing this, the Dragon Kingdom elders no longer hesitated. He let out a low shout, and golden light surged around him. The previously formed pure yang giant palm reappeared. This time, the palm print was more solid and its power was even greater than before. A majestic divine might that suppressed all evil emanated from it and slammed down on Shao Han. Shao Han's lips curled up slightly. Inside this cave, he fused with a portion of the primordial shadow source crystal, gaining initial control over the shadows and spatial laws here. With a slight thought, and aided by the faint influence of the nascent, eternal night void realm, and his familiarity with the cave space, he nimbly dodged and weaved within the narrow cave, like a fish swimming through water. The giant golden hand narrowly missed his clothes several times, but it could never truly pinpoint his location. During this time, Shao Han would occasionally flick a wisp of green lotus sword energy from his fingertips, or unleash a fist wind containing the intent of destruction. Although he could not cause any substantial damage to the Dragon Kingdom Elder, he successfully diverted some of his energy. Just as Shao Han was dealing with the two martial grandmasters, the Blood Fiend Hall Steward who had been holding back finally made his move. He seized the moment when Shao Han was forced back by a palm strike from the Dragon Kingdom Elder and his figure was slightly unsteady, and his whole body transformed into a blurry blood-red afterimage, silently darting out from the shadows. With 5 fingers forming a claw, the fingertips flashing with a cold, bloody light, it aimed straight for Shao Han's back. "Young man, hand over the secrets you possess, and this steward may spare your life." A cold and ruthless voice boomed in Shao Han's ears. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Shao Han's aura suddenly changed, and he said sharply. Faced with the combined attack of 3 martial grandmasters, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he advanced instead of retreating. In the blink of an eye, a shadow avatar identical to him instantly separated from his body and met the Blood Fiend Hall Steward's deadly blood claws. At the same time, Shao Han's true form suddenly spread his arms wide. A darkness far more intense and pure than before suddenly spread wildly outwards from him, devouring all light. Dark Realm Descends area of effect activated. Buzz. In an instant, the entire cave was plunged into absolute darkness, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. In this pseudo-dark realm dominated by Shao Han, the Dragon Kingdom Elders, the Blackwater Serpent Demon Sect, and the Blood Fiend Hall Deacons all felt that their vision, hearing, and even spiritual perception were suppressed to the lowest point. Their pride and joy at their martial grandmaster level strength was significantly weakened in this eerie darkness. In contrast, Shao Han was completely unaffected, moving freely and his aura blending perfectly with the darkness. "What the hell is this?" The roar of the Blackwater Serpent demon sect shook the cave, and its demonic breath sprayed wildly, but its target remained unknown. The Dragon Kingdom Elder's expression was solemn. He pushed his pure yang spiritual power to its limit, and golden light surged from his body, but it was quickly swallowed up by the thick darkness, all in vain. Xiao Han's lips curled up. Under the insightful eye, this darkness was meaningless to him. Every change in the spiritual energy circulation within the three martial grandmasters, and the trajectory of each attack, was clearly imprinted in his mind. He is the master of this darkness, the ultimate hunter. When the close at hand, far away technique was used to its fullest extent, the ghostly figure moved silently between the three martial masters. The Dragon Kingdom Elder unleashed a palm strike in anger, originally aimed at the location Xiao Han sensed, but unexpectedly, the palm wind whistled and slammed into the massive body of the Black Water Serpent demon sect. The Blood Fiend Hall Steward launched a sinister claw attack. Xiao Han's figure swayed, and the sharp claw wind narrowly missed him, striking a weak point in the cliff marked by the insightful eye. Boom! Awah! The Blackwater Serpent demon sect was in pain, and its already enraged state went completely berserk. It no longer cared who its opponent was and turned around to unleash a thick beam of demonic light at the Dragon Kingdom Elder. You beast, how dare you! The Dragon Kingdom Elder was both shocked and furious, and hurriedly dodged. Puff! At the cliff where the Blood Fiend Hall Steward struck, the ancient restriction suddenly erupted, and a tiny spatial rift abruptly opened and closed. The deacon groaned, staggered, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered a hidden loss. The three martial grandmasters were furious. But there's just no way to deal with that slippery kid. In the darkness, they could only fight on their own, wary of each other, and conflicts broke out from time to time, creating a chaotic scene. Chaos is exactly what Xiao Han wants. The time has come. The subtle control over space in the eternal night void realm was quietly activated. So close yet so far has reached its peak. Xiao Han's figure transformed into a blurry afterimage, rushing straight into the depths of the cave. There, a hidden spatial node, marked by both the insightful eye and map fragments, was emitting a faint fluctuation. That's where the path to survival lies. You brat, don't run away. The Dragon Kingdom Elder was the first to react, his angry shout echoing throughout the cave. Where do you think you're going? Roared the Blackwater Serpent demon sect. Leave the treasure behind, the Blood Fiend Hall Steward's voice was shrill. Three terrifying auras erupted simultaneously, locking onto the location Xiao Han was about to arrive at, one after the other. A devastating tidal wave of attacks swept in. The spot where Xiao Han had stood was instantly shattered by various energies, and the rocks turned into dust. But it was too late. Xiao Han's figure had already appeared in front of that spatial node. Without the slightest hesitation, pure shadow power and newly comprehended spatial law power surged from his palm and poured into the node. Buzz! The node shone brightly, and an unstable, distorted portal of light rapidly formed in front of him. Xiao Han stepped into the portal of light, and his figure began to distort and blur. He turned halfway around, looked at the three furious faces at the cave entrance, and said mockingly, "I will remember the hospitality of the three seniors today. One day, I will repay you tenfold." Chapter 116 Breaking Boundaries and Teleporting, Soul Devouring reappears. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of light closed completely. Xiao Han's aura also vanished completely. I'm so angry. The Blackwater Serpent demon sect was furious, its tail whipping wildly, causing the cave walls to rumble and rocks to tumble down. The Dragon Kingdom Elder's face was so black it could ooze ink, and he didn't utter a single word. His intimidating aura made the entire cave tremble. The Blood Fiend Hall Steward stared intently at the spot where Xiao Han had disappeared, and after a long while, he let out a cold snort. Three martial grandmaster level experts went to great lengths, even joining forces, and what was the result? All their efforts were in vain. Not only did Xiao Han steal the primordial shadow source crystal, but he probably also looted all the remaining treasures in the cave long ago. Looking at the messy, almost completely leveled cave, they were furious, but there was nothing they could do about Xiao Han. Xiao Han, that kid, successfully escaped, and his strength has increased significantly. However, he also completely offended these three powerful martial arts masters with intimidating backgrounds and terrifying strength. His future path will definitely be more exciting and more dangerous. The dark, twisted gate of light, like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowed Xiao Han whole. The power of space was tearing him apart. Even though he had a sense of the laws of space now, he was still dizzy and his internal organs felt like they had been displaced. I don't know how much time passed, but the feeling of being torn apart suddenly disappeared. Xiaohan felt a sudden lightness in his body, and then with a thud, he fell heavily onto the hard stone ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of bloody saliva in a disheveled manner, shook his still dizzy head, and quickly looked around. This is a mountain range I don't recognize at all. A chaotic and violent spiritual energy filled the air, and everywhere there was a desolate and primal sense of danger. Unlike the Red Ridge Mountains, where the spiritual energy is relatively pure and abundant, the spiritual energy here seems to have been polluted by something and is particularly unstable. Finally escaped. Xiaohan breathed a long sigh of relief. The pressure from those 3 old martial grandmasters still makes me uneasy when I think about it now. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully outmaneuvered and escaped from the pursuit of 3 martial grandmaster level experts, and has achieved the initial awakening of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul and the Eternal Night Void Emperor pseudo form, exceeding the hidden conditions. System rewards are being calculated. Rewards: 1 boundary-breaking compass. A special item that allows short-distance travel between known spatial nodes, consumes a large amount of resources, use with caution. 1 soul fusion pill. A top-grade pill that accelerates the perfect fusion of the martial soul and the body, stabilizing and boosting cultivation level. No side effects, and increases the comprehension of the close at hand, far away movement technique to the peak of minor completion. A series of system notifications immediately jolted Xiaohan awake. The embarrassment and unpleasantness from the previous escape vanished instantly. Boundary-breaking compass? Soul-melting pill? Close at hand, distant horizon has also been upgraded. Xiaohan's eyes lit up with joy. Any one of these rewards would be a godsend. Especially the soul fusion pill. He swallowed the primordial shadow source crystal, and his realm increased rapidly, but his foundation was still a bit unstable. He also hadn't fully controlled the newly awakened power of the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul. This pill was just the right solution. He dared not linger in this place, so he quickly used his divine sense to explore and found a relatively secluded cave. After hastily setting up a few warning formations, Xiaohan immediately sat down cross-legged and swallowed the glowing soul fusion pill without a second thought. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, transforming into a gentle yet powerful strange energy that instantly flowed throughout his body. Xiaohan quickly concentrated his mind and simultaneously activated the creation heaven reaching technique and the shadow void scripture. The 2 divine skills were like 2 high-speed machines, frantically refining the power of the elixir and guiding that strange energy to sort out his meridians, which were somewhat disordered due to the surge in power. More importantly, the medicinal power of the soul fusion pill is helping his newly awakened, Eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial soul to fuse more deeply with his soul and body. The deeper the fusion, the more proficient Xiaohan became in controlling the prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm. The Dark Realm Descent skill, which was previously only barely usable, can now be used much more easily. The imperial aura emanating from the very source of his martial spirit gradually subsided, no longer bursting out uncontrollably as it had when he first awakened. Several hours later, Xiaohan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them before disappearing. The aura within his body had completely stabilized at the peak of the 5th level of the Martial Master realm, and it was the kind of peak with an incredibly solid foundation, only a tiny bit away from the 6th level. The newly acquired power has been initially mastered. We should examine those map fragments. Xiaohan took out several pieces of tattered animal hide that he had found on the Blood Fiend Hall assassins and pieced them together. He activated the insightful eyes, his eyes gleaming with azure gold light as he carefully examined the map. The map is made of very old materials, and the patterns drawn on it are quite strange. Under the observation of the insightful eye, some marks that were originally very blurry gradually became clear. These markers eventually pointed to a huge circular valley deep within this unfamiliar mountain range. Inside the valley, there seemed to be a place marked with special symbols, resembling the entrance to an ancient altar or ruins. Could it be that those Blood Fiend Hall people, besides chasing me, are also related to the place this map points to? Xiaohan wondered to himself. He took out the boundary-breaking compass. This compass is about the size of a palm, completely black, and covered with incomprehensible runes. Xiaohan tried channeling a little spiritual energy into it, and the pointer on the compass wobbled slightly before finally pointing in a blurry direction the location of the circular valley marked on the map. It seems there really is something in that valley. Xiaohan put away his compass and decided to go take a look. Fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, the connection between the primordial shadow crystal and his Eternal Night Monarch martial soul gave him a vague feeling that there might be something he needed in that valley. Having made up his mind, Xiaohan quietly left the cave and, following the directions of the map and compass, made his way towards the valley. Just as he had sensed, most of the strange beasts in this mountain range had indeed mutated. They are not only stronger than other beasts of the same level, but also have more bizarre attack methods, and they exude an unsettling, chaotic aura. On the way, he encountered a giant mutated toad, the size of a small mountain, covered in dark green pustules, which was at the 6th level of the Martial Master realm. The venom spewed by that giant toad can even corrode rocks. Even a Martial Master at the 7th level would have a headache if they encountered it. Xiao Han merely swayed, dodging the venom like a shadow under the faint influence of the nascent, eternal night void realm. Immediately, a solid azure lotus sword aura shot out from his fingertip, accurately piercing the demon core hidden inside the giant toad's head. They encountered another group of mutated demon wolves, their bodies engulfed in eerie blue flames and moving with terrifying speed. There were dozens of them, all of them possessing the strength of a martial master at the 4th or 5th level. Chapter 117: The Unyielding Spirit. Xiao Han didn't even draw his sword with a thought. He suddenly activated Dark Realm Descent. The area within 100 meters instantly turned pitch black. The demon wolves howled in terror in the darkness, bumping into each other wildly. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was like a king of the night, calmly moving through the wolf pack. Every time the wind from the Destruction God Fist swept across, several demon wolves were reduced to a cloud of blood mist. After several exchanges, Xiao Han was well aware of his rapidly increasing strength. He easily crushed ordinary mutated beasts. A few more days passed. Xiao Han finally reached the outer edge of the circular valley shown on the map. He completely concealed his aura. They lay hidden behind the ridge, completely silent. Ahead, the entrance to the valley was blocked by a layer of light gray mist. Divine senses cannot penetrate it. Xiao Han's senses, however, detected several hidden yet powerful auras at the edge of the mist. Some of them even possessed the cultivation level of the initial stage of Martial Grandmaster. As expected, they set a trap, and it was quite a grand affair. Xiao Han understood. These people are clearly not after ordinary beasts. Their target was mostly him, or something in the valley. He immediately activated the Eternal Night Void Emperor, Pseudo-Martial Soul. The fluctuations in the surrounding space were crystal clear to him. The so close yet so far movement technique is displayed. Xiao Han quietly bypassed several of the visible sentry posts. He acted without making a sound. Soon, a hidden pass appeared. A patrol of warriors appeared in front of him. These people were dressed in matching dark gray outfits. Their actions revealed a well-trained and fierce demeanor. On their chests were embroidered the two hideous, blood-red characters Soul Devourer, Blood Fiend Hall. They're like a persistent ghost. Xiao Han's murderous intent surged. The Blood Fiend Hall not only did not give up, but instead sent even stronger forces. There might even be a Martial Grandmaster level expert in charge. His mind raced. A cold glint flashed across his face. Instead of waiting for the other party to come to you, take the initiative. Let's find out more about these people first. Let's find out what the cats are doing here. Xiao Han moved almost imperceptibly. He deliberately made some soft, rustling sounds on a rocky slope. At the same time, the faint aura of a 5th-level martial master spread out. Who? At the pass, a man wielding a long knife shouted a stern question. This person's aura has reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. He was a minor leader of the Blood Fiend Hall. The man had barely finished shouting when he abruptly turned his head toward the direction from which Xiao Han had made the noise. Gotcha. After you. The petty leader grinned maliciously, without the slightest hesitation. He took the lead, followed closely by 7 or 8 Blood Fiend Hall assassins who pounced on him menacingly. Xiao Han pretended to be flustered and turned to run away. He led the patrol towards a more complex area, filled with boulders and ravines. Seeing that Xiao Han seemed to be struggling to run, the leader's smugness grew even stronger. He urged his men, quickly. Encircle him. Don't let him escape. Just as the Blood Fiend Hall team was about to complete their encirclement and thought victory was in their grasp, Xiao Han, who was fleeing ahead, suddenly stopped. He turned around, a mocking smile spreading across his face. Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly emanated from beneath Xiao Han's feet. The prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm suddenly unfolded. The intense darkness instantly engulfed the area within 100 meters. The viscous void energy intertwined, forcibly severing the connection between the Blood Fiend Hall team members. Immediately following, the Dark Realm descends. Ah! My eyes! What the hell is going on? What the hell is this place? Screams and gasps filled the air. Although these Blood Fiend Hall assassins are usually fierce, most of them are only at the mid-level of martial master. How could they withstand Xiao Han's series of deadly attacks in his rage? Xiao Han moved through the darkness. With his insightful eyes, he could see the position and movements of every enemy perfectly. The close-at-hand, far-away footwork unfolds, with each flash of movement accompanied by the fierce punches of Destruction God Fist or the chilling swordlight of Azure Lotus Sword Song. In just a dozen or so breaths, this elite patrol team of the Blood Fiend Hall, led by a martial master at the 9th level, was annihilated by Xiao Han with swift and decisive methods. Not a single survivor was left. Xiao Han walked to the still warm body of the minor leader. The soul-searching power of Insightful Eye is activated. A jumble of chaotic fragments of memories flooded into his mind. A moment later, Xiao Han's expression turned even colder. As expected, they came to hunt me in the primordial shadow crystal. There's actually a Blood Fiend Hall Protector stationed in this valley. The Blood Fiend Hall Protector's cultivation level is at least in the mid to late stage of the martial grandmaster realm. The dangers within this circular valley far exceeded his expectations. Xiao Han showed no sign of backing down. On the contrary, his competitive spirit was completely aroused. The mysterious connection between the primordial shadow source crystal and the eternal night monarch martial soul, along with the guidance from the map fragments, convinced him that the opportunity hidden in the valley was extraordinary. Now that we're all here, there's no reason for us to go back empty-handed. Xiao Han changed his mind about forcing his way in. He activated his newly acquired concealment techniques, using the subtle spatial manipulation of the Eternal Night Void Emperor, Pseudo. His figure gradually faded away, silently stealthily moving towards the core of the Blood Fiend Hall's encirclement. The closer you get to the valley, the more bizarre the energy fluctuations in the air become. Xiao Han carefully parted the last layer of dense vines and crept to the edge of the circular valley cliff. The scene before him shook him to his core. At the bottom of the valley, a vast open space suddenly appeared. In the center of the open space, a dark stone platform stands majestically, ancient and covered with the marks of time. Above the stone platform hangs a crystal the size of a head. That crystal was blood red, eerily unsettling. Bang! Bang! The crystal pulsated rhythmically, and with each pulsation, it emitted a terrifying energy shock. This power directly triggered the Eternal Night Monarch martial soul within Xiao Han's body, and the martial soul unexpectedly conveyed an almost greedy desire. Great stuff! Xiao Han's heart burned with excitement. He was just about to activate the Insightful Eye to investigate the origins of the blood-red crystal. A sudden change has occurred. You scoundrel! Get out here and become this protector! A furious roar, carrying with it a powerful divine sense, exploded from the depths of the valley, the sound waves rolling and making the entire valley hum. Xiao Han froze. A terrifying killing intent, chilling to the bone, instantly locked onto him. That oppressive aura was so heavy it almost solidified the air, making people feel suffocated in their chests. Before the whistle had even faded, dozens of blood-red figures suddenly shot out from various hidden corners within the valley. Shadows loomed, blades gleamed coldly, and sword energy crisscrossed. These Blood Fiend Hall lackeys worked in perfect coordination, instantly weaving a killing net that rushed towards Xiao Han's hiding place from all directions. A chilling murderous aura soared straight to the heavens. Oh! Faced with this seemingly hopeless situation, Xiao Han showed none of the panic that everyone had expected. Instead, a very soft, sarcastic laugh escaped his throat, carrying a profound meaning. He didn't back down. There's no way they're going anywhere. Instead, Xiao Han calmly and slowly emerged from the shadows beside the cliff. And so, he calmly exposed himself completely to the attack range of all the Blood Fiend Hall assassins. Chapter 118 Sudden Outburst. Within Xiao Han's body, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted, far exceeding the previous probing, vast and boundless. The imperial aura of the Eternal Night Void Emperor Pseudo, along with the chilling shadows and void power, actually rivaled the iron-faced guardian, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial sect realm, and did not fall behind. Deep in the valley, beside the stone platform, a figure shrouded in ferocious blood-red armor exclaimed in surprise, "It's you?" The iron-faced guardian clearly recognized Xiao Han, and his tone was one of surprise. How long has it been? This kid's aura has surged to this level. The initial shock was quickly overwhelmed by an even stronger killing intent and greed. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell. Xiao Han, hand over the primordial shadow source crystal, and this protector will grant you a quick and painless death. The iron-faced protector's voice was hoarse, exuding an undeniable domineering authority. His response was a sudden attack from Xiao Han. So noisy. Before the words had faded, Xiao Han's figure had already become blurry. The so close yet so far footwork, enhanced by the nascent form of the eternal night void realm, transformed into fleeting shadows, instantly leaving countless afterimages amidst the encirclement of dozens of elite assassins from the Blood Fiend Hall. These assassins, the weakest of whom were at least at the 5th or 6th level of the Martial Master realm, and many of them were at the 7th or 8th level, were ridiculously slow-witted in front of Xiao Han. Puff! A flash of cyan sword energy, and a 7th level Martial Master assassin clutched his throat and collapsed in disbelief. The purifying power of the Chaos Green Lotus instantly robbed him of his life force. Bang! The wind howled from the punch. An assassin at the 8th level of the Martial Master realm, who attempted to ambush Xiao Han from behind, was struck in the chest by a fist containing the true meaning of destruction before he could even touch Xiao Han's clothes. He exploded, his flesh and blood flying everywhere. Xiao Han moved with impunity, and every time he made a move, a Blood Fiend Hall elite would perish. The Night King's eerie footsteps, the Chaos Lotus's sharp purification, and the Annihilation Fist's domineering destruction intertwined in his hands to create highly efficient slaughter. "How dare you, you brat!" the iron-faced guardian roared, his blood-red figure shooting out. His withered claws extended, the fingertips flashing a chilling dark red light, and a thick stench of blood and resentment permeated the air. Blood Soul Claw. 5 blood-red claw shadows, each several meters long, tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, blocking all of Xiao Han's escape routes. Wherever the claws passed, rocks silently turned to dust, vicious and domineering. Xiao Han did not take the bait. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, his body gliding gracefully backward. Using the cliff face and vines, he skillfully changed direction, narrowly avoiding the Blood Soul Claw's direct attack. Rumble! The Crimson Claw shadow landed where he had stood, blasting open 5 bottomless pits, sending debris flying through the air. While dealing with the iron-faced guardian, Xiao Han's insightful eyes operated at high speed, allowing him to see through the entire scene. He soon discovered a strange phenomenon. Whether they were ordinary Blood Fiend Hall assassins or the iron-faced guardian, during certain lulls in the battle, they would release a barely perceptible amount of their own blood energy, which would silently flow into the pulsating blood-red heart crystal above the stone platform in the center of the valley. Each time blood and chi flowed in, the blood-red heart crystal beat more powerfully, then fed back a purer and more malevolent blood energy that merged into their bodies, making their attacks more ferocious and their aura colder. "I see, this thing is an amplifier, and also a blood-sucking pump." Xiao Han understood. Ding! Host has been detected to have knowledge of the Blood Fiend Hall's sacrificial ritual. God-level selection system activated. Option 1, concentrate your firepower and fight the iron-faced guardian to the death. It's all or nothing. Upon successful defeat, you can seize the core of his cultivation technique. Reward, Blood Fiend Technique Fragment, 3 top-grade healing pills. Option 2, take a risky gamble and strike at the heart of the problem. Destroy the strange, blood-red heart crystal, triggering its energy backlash and severely injuring the Blood Fiend Hall members. Reward, 1 mysterious soul jade, and a chance to evolve into the insightful eye, low probability. Xiao Han glanced at the blood-red heart crystal, a slight smile playing on his lips. A direct confrontation with the iron-faced guardian? That old guy is skilled in the Blood Fiend demon art, and his skin is thick and tough. If we really fight to the death, even if I win, I'll be badly injured. Besides, who knows if he has any other tricks up his sleeve? System, I choose option 2. It's all about the thrill. The thought flashed through my mind. On the battlefield, Xiao Han faced increasingly ferocious attacks from the iron-faced guardian, gradually finding himself overwhelmed and in grave danger. "Kid, let's see how long you can hide." The iron-faced guardian grinned maliciously, his attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Bloodthirsty palm prints piled up one after another, and the air seemed to be dyed dark red, with a stench filling the air. Each palm strike carried the power of a landslide, aiming to crush Xiao Han into dust. Xiao Han dodged and weaved amidst the storm of attacks, his figure elusive, seemingly in grave danger, yet always managing to evade a fatal blow by the slightest margin. The iron-faced guardian unleashed another Blood Fiend seal, its immense force sealing off all of Xiao Han's escape routes. Just as the palm print was about to touch Xiao Han's head, Xiao Han's figure twisted strangely, sliding out at an angle that completely defied common sense, just along the edge of the palm wind. At the same time, a terrifying aura far exceeding the previous one suddenly erupted from Xiao Han's body. The aura was deep and vast, as if it connected to an ancient and desolate void. Not good. The alarm bells rang in the iron-faced guardian's mind, and a strong sense of crisis instantly seized his attention. This kid has been hiding his true strength. Xiaohan crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the power of the eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo within him, surged forth without reservation, pouring entirely into his palms. An extremely deep darkness slowly condensed and compressed in his palm. Within that darkness, countless imperceptible spatial rifts appeared and disappeared, spewing terrifying fluctuations that sent shivers down one's spine. It was as if that was not the power of the human world, but a declaration of annihilation from the depths of the netherworld. Void Dark Annihilation / With a low shout, Xiaohan thrust both palms forward. A jet-black blade of light, condensed to its extreme and seemingly capable of devouring everything in the world, burst forth from the void. Where the light blade passed, visible ripples appeared in the space, causing it to slightly distort and deform. All the attacks launched by the Blood Fiend Hall assassins along the way, whether they were sword flashes, fist winds, or palm strikes, melted silently the moment they touched this dark blade of light, like ice and snow meeting the sun. This blade of light ignored all obstacles on the material level. Its target is not the iron-faced protector who is right next to it. Instead, it shot straight toward the center of the valley, onto the stone platform above the still eerily pulsating blood-red heart-shaped crystal. How dare you! The iron-faced guardian, his eyes blazing with fury, let out a hysterical roar that shook the entire valley. He wanted to defend and stop it, but the speed of the dark light blade was too fast, faster than his reaction limit. It's too far away to reach them. He never dreamed that Xiaohan's real target was actually the core that the Blood Fiend Hall was refining here, the Blood Fiend Source Core. This kid is incredibly audacious, he actually wants to destroy their foundation. Put. A soft sound, like a sharp blade piercing rotten leather. The all-consuming void annihilation struck the blood-red heart crystal with perfect precision. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected, no deafening roar. Only a muffled, mournful cry, as if a heart had been pierced, echoed eerily in the valley. Immediately afterwards, the blood-red heart crystal suddenly trembled violently. The countless intricate crimson patterns covering the surface of the crystal suddenly shone to their fullest extent, as bright as a blood-red sun. However, this intense light lasted only a moment before fading away even faster, until it fell into complete silence. A terrifying power, more than 10 times more violent than the bloodthirsty energy previously fed back from the crystal, completely spiraled out of control. Like a flood bursting its banks, it surged and swept in all directions with a deafening roar. Ah! No! My power! My life force! Help! Protector, save me! Chapter 119, A Good Opportunity. In an instant, shrill screams echoed through the valley, rising and falling incessantly. All members of the Blood Fiend Hall who were channeling their own blood and energy into the Crimson Heart Crystal and drawing evil power from it, whether ordinary assassins or elite experts, suffered the most direct and terrifying energy backlash at this moment. The Blood Fiend power within them instantly went berserk, clashing violently with their own chi and blood, severing their meridians and severely damaging their internal organs. Those weaker assassins quickly withered away, unable to even utter a scream, turning into dried corpses, their life essence completely absorbed by the out-of-control crystal. Even the elites at the 7th or 8th level of the Martial Master realm were not faring well. They all coughed up blood, their auras visibly weakened, and their strength plummeted instantly. Even worse, some had their meridians ruptured by the violent energy, collapsing to the ground convulsing. The iron-faced guardian was the first to be targeted. He had the closest connection to the Crimson Heart Crystal, and thus suffered the most severe backlash. A terrifying suction force emanated from the crystal, causing the bloodthirsty power within the body to surge forth like a flood. Pooah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the iron-faced guardian's aura plummeted from the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial Ancestor realm to the early stage of the 1st level of the Martial Ancestor realm, and it continued to decline. The skin beneath the armor was visibly shriveled. Inside the valley, there was a cacophony of howling ghosts and wolves. It was a living hell. A great opportunity. Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat. The Dark Realm descends. A deep darkness once again enveloped this chaotic land. Xiaohan activated the Phantom Eye, traversing the darkness and precisely and efficiently reaping the Blood Fiend Hall members who were severely injured but not yet dead due to the backlash. In his eyes, these guys were all mobile storage devices. Dropping equipment was a given. You little beast. This protector will tear you to pieces. The iron-faced guardian had disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and let out a beast-like roar. He suppressed his injuries and the deadly suction force, and recklessly burned his own life essence. A violent and desperate aura soared into the sky, clearly intending to drag Xiaohan down with it. Just as the tension was building and the iron-faced guardian was about to launch a desperate attack, an aura several times more terrifying and chilling than that of the iron-faced guardian at his peak slowly rose from the depths of the valley, behind a hidden altar shrouded in blood mist. A hoarse, aged, yet playful voice slowly echoed through the valley. He. What a piece of trash. You can't even handle a mere brat. You old dog have completely disgraced the Blood Fiend Hall. Before the words were finished, an old man dressed in a magnificent purple-gold robe, with a withered face and eyes that flickered with eerie green flames, walked slowly out from behind the altar, his hands behind his back. With each step he took, the temperature in the valley dropped a fraction. The nauseating smell of blood in the air became even stronger. The terrifying pressure emanating from him was clearly the peak of the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm. This old monster had been hiding in the shadows all along, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. Deep within the valley, behind a hidden altar shrouded in blood mist, the figure in the purple-gold robe appeared, and a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of the iron-faced guardian at his peak enveloped the entire valley. The air solidified, and even the light became viscous. The heavily injured iron-faced guardian's face turned deathly pale the moment he saw the newcomer's features, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Great elder. Fear and despair overwhelmed him instantly. The purple-robed elder's pupils, which flickered with eerie green flames, didn't even linger on the iron-faced guardian, as if he were just an insignificant ant. His withered face turned to Xiaohan, scrutinizing him and the blood-red heart crystal, the blood soul source crystal, which, though damaged and cracked, still exuded a deadly allure. A greedy and sinister smile spread across his lips. He. Junior, you've given this old man a truly enormous surprise. A hoarse, grating laugh echoed through the valley. Not only do you possess the aura of the primordial shadow source crystal, but you've also managed to disrupt my meticulously planned blood sacrifice ritual and intercept the blood soul source crystal's nourishment. Very good, excellent. He paused, a mocking glint in his eerie green eyes. Hand over all your secrets, including the clues to the primordial shadow source crystal and this blood soul source crystal, and I might make an exception and not turn you into a blood puppet. I'll take you as the lowest ranking blood slave. How about it? Blood slaves? Xiaohan sneered inwardly, but his face remained solemn. Peak of the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm. This old monster's strength has already exceeded his current ability to cope. Today, it seems we are truly facing a life or death situation. But Xiaohan, had he ever feared death? The more desperate the situation, the more his inherent ruthlessness and indomitable spirit were ignited. The twin martial souls within his body quietly began to operate, with the vitality of the Chaos Green Lotus and the domineering power of the Eternal Night Void Emperor surging within, ready to deliver a world-shaking blow at any moment. Ding! The host is facing a desperate situation, and the special fluctuations of the blood soul source crystal resonate with the mysterious soul jade. The evolution opportunity of the insightful spirit eye has been fully activated. Evolution conditions: absorb sufficient pure soul energy and, using the mysterious soul jade as a catalyst, fuse with the soul essence dissipated from the blood soul source crystal. The system notification sounded in my mind, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. The long-awaited system is back online. The purple-robed elder clearly had no patience to wait for Xiaohan's gratitude. Seeing him remain silent, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It seems you don't know what's good for you. Before he finished speaking, his withered, chicken claw-like hand reached out from afar. In an instant, the blood-red aura in the valley gathered wildly, and a giant blood-red hand, several meters in size, materialized out of thin air. Countless wronged souls seemed to wail between the palm lines, and with a terrifying, suffocating power, it slammed down towards Xiaohan. This palm strike sealed off all the space around Xiaohan, its power so great that it seemed to crush him and the ground beneath his feet into dust. Xiaohan's pupils contracted sharply as he pushed the close to the world footwork to its limit. The figure transformed into a blurry shadow the instant the blood-red palm print landed, narrowly escaping the edge of the print. Boom! The blood-red palm struck empty air, leaving a terrifying palm print several meters deep on the ground. The gust of wind stung Xiaohan's cheeks, his blood surged violently, and a metallic taste rose in his throat. The aftershocks alone are already so terrifying. The peak of the 6th level of the martial sect realm is indeed beyond my current ability to contend with head-on. Xiaohan's thoughts raced, but his attention inadvertently fell on the mysterious soul jade in his storage space, which had been dormant since the system reward. At this moment, this warm and smooth soul jade, upon contact with the special fluctuations emitted by the blood soul source crystal, actually heated up slightly, and a faint shimmering light seemed to flash across its surface. The feeling was like a hungry baby smelling the fragrance of breast milk. An incredibly bold, even insane, idea instantly took shape in Xiao Han's mind. Chapter 120 Fortune lies in peril. Fortune favors the bold. Once Xiao Han made up his mind, he made no further hesitation. His body suddenly twisted, and he charged towards the stone platform in the center of the valley, towards the blood soul crystal covered in cracks. The mysterious soul jade in his palm was already scalding hot. Ha! You're courting death. The purple-robed elder was slightly taken aback at first, then a cold smile full of utter contempt appeared on his lips. In his eyes, Xiao Han's actions were nothing more than a desperate struggle, a wishful thinking attempt to seize the source crystal. The attack suddenly became fierce, and a blood-red streak tore through the air, heading straight for Xiao Han's back, determined to crush this ignorant brat and the blood soul source crystal together. In the blink of an eye. Just as the purple-robed elder's blood-red finger strike, powerful enough to pierce metal, was about to touch Xiao Han's back. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with determination. He swiftly reached out with his right hand and pressed the scorching hot mysterious soul jade into the largest crack in the blood soul source crystal. The original power of the eternal night monarch martial soul was now unleashed, flowing wildly into the blood soul source crystal through the soul jade. Buzz! A strange, distant, and desolate buzzing sound suddenly echoed throughout the valley. The moment the mysterious soul jade came into contact with the blood soul source crystal, two extremely intense beams of light, one black and one red, suddenly erupted, instantly illuminating the entire valley as bright as day, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Immediately, a soul energy storm, far purer and more powerful than the previous refinement by the blood fiend hall, swept wildly in all directions, with the soul jade and source crystal at its core. This soul storm was so pure that it strongly rejected any physical or energy attacks. The purple-robed elder's blood-red finger wind, which he was determined to win, melted away silently as soon as it touched the edge of the storm, failing to advance even an inch. What? The purple-robed elder's expression changed drastically. At the eye of the storm, Xiao Han's soul was enduring unimaginable tearing pain. His eyes were tightly closed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Under the frenzied impact and nourishment of this pure soul energy, the phantom eye automatically reached its peak. He saw that the faint golden light deep within his pupils was rapidly expanding, evolving into two dazzling golden vortexes. Indescribable, excruciating pain assaulted his consciousness wave after wave, as if countless fine needles were relentlessly pricking him. Beyond the excruciating pain, an unprecedented sense of clarity and understanding quietly arises. Amidst the soul storm, Xiao Han clearly sensed that his soul power was rapidly growing stronger and solidifying at an astonishing speed. The originally illusory soul is now being forged and refined, transforming into some kind of immortal substance. Phantom Seeing Eye evolves into Void-Penetrating Divine Eye. In an instant, a massive amount of information about the void-piercing divine eye flooded into Xiao Han's mind. It perfectly inherits the characteristics of the Eye of Truth, which can see through illusions and understand the trajectory of energy, and adds true vision to see through the essence of all things in a short time, and preliminary soul intimidation to directly intimidate and attack the opponent's soul with the power of the eye. What is this? The purple-robed elder was both shocked and furious. He was horrified to discover that this sudden soul storm was actively stripping away the mental imprint he had previously left in the blood soul source crystal to control it, and even generating a suction force that wanted to drag his soul in as well. Just then, Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes. The eyes were no longer the usual black and white, but two deep golden vortexes slowly rotating, seemingly flowing with the mysteries of the birth and death of the universe. Penetrating Eye's true vision, activate. In an instant, Xiao Han's vision pierced through appearances. Beneath the seemingly powerful aura of the purple-robed elder, his soul essence, due to years of cultivating evil arts and devouring the essence of others, was already impure and riddled with fine cracks, as fragile as a magnificent porcelain vase about to shatter. Fatal weakness. Now is the time. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao Han suppressed the strange sensation of his soul transformation and gambled all his surging soul power, concentrating it all in his pupils. Combined with the soul intimidation of the newly formed, penetrating divine eyes, he launched his long-planned soul attack. An invisible and intangible soul shriek crashed straight into the consciousness of the purple-robed elder. Ah! Caught off guard, the purple-robed elder felt a violent jolt to his head, his soul nearly shattered, and stars flashed before his eyes as he let out a shrill scream. His aura suddenly weakened, and streaks of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Great opportunity! Xiao Han acted swiftly, taking advantage of his illness to kill him, taking advantage of his illness to run away. He grabbed the blood soul source crystal, which had begun to fuse with the soul jade and whose radiance had dimmed slightly. It felt cool to the touch, but the soul power contained within it still made his heart pound wildly. Using the still unresolved soul storm as cover, and relying on his newly acquired, penetrating eyes, to keenly perceive spatial fluctuations, Xiaohan instantly locked onto a spatial node on the cliff where the energy was weakest, which he had previously seen through with true vision. So close yet so far. A thrilling time travel adventure. Xiaohan's figure transformed into a phantom, leaving a faint trace in place, before instantly disappearing into that spatial node without a trace. You little beast! I will grind you to dust. After a brief moment of distraction, the purple-robed elder unleashed a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. His eyes were bloodshot, and although his breath was much weaker, his ferocity remained undiminished. However, just as he was about to give chase with all his might, a series of tearing pains from the depths of his soul caused him to sway violently and almost fall over. He could only watch in vain as the spatial node slowly closed, and Xiaohan's aura completely disappeared from this world. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the purple-robed elder's face turned ashen, his resentment and unwillingness almost bursting forth from his chest. Today, all of his Blood Fiend Hall's elite troops were wiped out here. The blood soul source crystal he had guarded for many years was snatched away right before his eyes, and his own soul was severely damaged. He truly lost both his wife and his army. The purple-robed elder staggered, forcibly suppressing another mouthful of metallic taste rising in his throat, his face even more ashen than that of a vengeful ghost. Throughout his life, he had schemed and plotted countless times, but he had never suffered such a tremendous loss. The Blood Fiend Hall's century-old foundation was almost destroyed in an instant. And all of this was because of an unknown, inexperienced child. Xiaohan. The purple-robed elder gritted his teeth, squeezing out these two words through gritted teeth, each word seeming to be coated with deadly poison. I will remember you. The chilling sound echoed for a long time in the empty valley, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Xiaohan felt dizzy and disoriented, his body being torn apart by violent spatial turbulence. The spatial node he saw through with his insightful eyes was, after all, not a stable teleportation channel. The violent spatial force tore at his body, and even though he was now physically strong, he felt excruciating pain, and his bones groaned. Chapter 121: The Powerful Backlash. The power of the chaotic azure lotus martial soul surged within his body, its verdant vitality attempting to mend the jagged cracks. The eternal night void emperor's pseudo-martial soul also desperately maintained a faint sliver of spatial stability, trying to alleviate the tearing pain. Even so, when he was violently thrown out by the distorted portal and slammed onto the cold, hard mountain rocks, Xiaohan's vision went black, and he almost fainted. Puff! A mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs and flesh spurted out. Xiaohan's face was deathly pale, and his spiritual energy was completely depleted. The newly evolved, penetrating void divine eye was now experiencing needle-like pain due to the previous forced activation, and even his vision was beginning to blur. He struggled to sit up and looked around. This is a completely unfamiliar, wild mountain range, with ancient trees reaching for the sky and miasma rising and falling. In the distance, the intermittent roars of monsters can be faintly heard, filled with a primal and unsettling danger. Without time to think it over, Xiaohan first checked the biggest gain of this trip, the blood soul source crystal that had begun to merge with the mysterious soul jade. The source crystal floated in his palm, its dark red light flickering erratically. The soul energy contained within it was as vast as the sea, yet also incredibly violent. Previously refined by the purple-robed elder, and then intercepted and disrupted by Xiaohan, his pure soul essence is now constantly dissipating from it. Even worse, a powerful backlash is surging forth from within the source crystal, threatening to erode his very soul. Oh no! Xiaohan's heart trembled violently. Just then, the mysterious soul jade, which he had been tightly clutching in his hand and which was now attached to the crack in the blood soul source crystal, suddenly emitted a soft and deep dark light. This dark light possessed a peculiar suction power, actively drawing in all the violent soul essence that had escaped from the blood soul source crystal. What surprised and delighted Xiaohan even more was that, after being transformed by the soul jade, these soul essences turned into pure and gentle soul power, which slowly fed back to him, allowing him to absorb it gradually and greatly reducing the backlash from the blood soul source crystal. This soul jade. Xiaohan was shaken to his core, his joy almost uncontrollable. This thing was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure. Not only could it aid in soul cultivation, but it could also save his life in crucial moments. Ding! Host made a decisive move in a moment of crisis, snatching food from the jaws of death and achieving a last-ditch counterattack. The insightful eye has successfully evolved into the penetrating eye, unlocking the prototypes of true vision, seeing through the essence and soul intimidation, shaking the soul. Ding! Special reward issued, soul-devouring bead X1, a one-time consumable item that can forcibly devour a portion of the target's soul power to nourish oneself. It has remarkable effects on soul bodies or divine souls. Use with caution. The system notification sounds rang out one after another. Xiao Han had no time to delve into the mysteries of the penetrating void divine eye, or the purpose of the soul-devouring pearl. He suddenly looked up, his expression changing drastically. Roar! Awu! Several powerful and ferocious auras of demonic beasts, like hungry wolves that have smelled blood, quickly surrounded us from all directions. Clearly, it was the energy fluctuations emanating from the blood soul source crystal that attracted them, and some of the auras were even stronger than those of early or mid-stage martial grandmasters. Damn it! Xiao Han cursed inwardly. It was like going from one wolf's den to another tiger's lair. He forcefully suppressed the churning blood and the stinging sensation in his soul, quickly returning the blood soul source crystal and the mysterious soul jade to his storage space, leaving only a faint trace as bait. Penetrating Eye's true vision, activate. Within his pupils, pale golden vortexes swirled silently. In an instant, the world around him completely changed in his perception. The veins of plants, the internal structure of rocks, the flow of energy, everything became crystal clear, leaving nothing hidden. He endured the stinging pain and quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the best place to hide and retaliate. Extending my perception, several hundred meters to my left and front, beneath an extremely steep stone wall, faint energy fluctuations distorted the light, creating a nearly imperceptible blind spot. Without the true vision of the penetrating eyes, it would have been impossible to detect. A natural illusion array? There seemed to be spatial fluctuations inside. Xiao Han's thoughts stirred slightly. Without further hesitation, he grabbed a few healing pills and chi-restoring pills from his storage ring, swallowed them in one gulp, and then activated the close-at-hand, far-away footwork, his figure transforming into a blurry shadow as he raced towards the illusion array area. The eternal Night Void Emperor's martial soul's subtle perception of space, combined with the penetrating Eye of Truth's ability to pierce through illusions, allowed him to quickly find the weakness in the illusion array. Just as Xiao Han staggered into the illusion array and disappeared in front of the stone wall, a deafening roar came from behind. Roar! A giant ape, 5 zhang tall, covered in dark red fur, with blood-red eyes, suddenly pounced out of the forest. It exuded a terrifying aura of a peak 3rd-level martial grandmaster, clearly deeply attracted by the aura of the blood soul source crystal. It was none other than one of the overlords of this mountain range, the blood-eyed demon ape. The blood-eyed demon ape twitched its nose, sniffing the alluring scent lingering in the air, before finally focusing its attention on the stone wall where Xiao Han had disappeared. Its enormous, fan-like hand slammed fiercely onto the natural illusion array with immense force. Boom! The illusion array shook violently, rippling outwards, but it did not immediately collapse. At that moment, Xiao Han, who had just entered the illusion array, felt the scene before him change. Behind the stone wall lay the entrance to a deep, bottomless cave. From the depths of the cave, a faint tremor of spatial power could be heard. An ancient teleportation array? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Before he could observe carefully, the light of the illusion array behind him flickered rapidly, and with a muffled bang, it was broken open by the furious blood-eyed demonic ape with brute force. A tall, imposing figure blocked the cave entrance, its blood-red, ferocious eyes flashing with greed and bloodlust as it stared intently at Xiao Han, or more accurately, at the source of energy on Xiao Han that it perceived as something it desperately craved. A formidable enemy lies in their path ahead, while an ancient teleportation array, its fate uncertain, looms behind them. Xiao Han secretly regulated his breathing, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. To heal peacefully, he had to kill this beast first. His mind raced, and he tried to activate the nascent soul deterrent of the penetrating Eye of Truth. Buzz! An invisible soul shock spread out from him, instantly enveloping the blood-eyed demon ape. Ha! The blood-eyed demon ape's hill-like body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of confusion and pain flashing in its crimson eyes, and its frenzied movements halted. Although its soul was far more resilient than that of a human martial artist of the same level, Xiao Han's soul intimidation still made it feel uneasy. Now! Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han flipped his right hand, and the newly acquired soul-devouring bead was already in his palm. He mustered all his remaining strength and hurled the jet-black bead, which exuded a strange, captivating aura, at the blood-eyed demon ape. You beast, try this fresh one. Woohoo! The soul-devouring pearl transformed into a streak of dark light, imprinting itself precisely on the blood-eyed demon ape's brow. The next moment, the bead suddenly unleashed an unimaginable suction force. The blood-eyed demon ape's massive body convulsed violently, its enormous, bell-like crimson eyes instantly filled with endless terror and excruciating pain, letting out an extremely shrill scream. Chapter 122 Breakthrough. The pale red mist was forcibly extracted from the 7 orifices of the demonic ape and surged into the soul-devouring pearl like a madman. The ape's aura visibly weakened, its ferocity vanished. The soul-devouring pearl absorbed this soul power, its dark light intensified, and it trembled slightly with a buzzing sound. Immediately, a stream of pure soul energy, following an unseen connection, flowed into Xiao Han's mind between his brows. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout Xiao Han's body. The soul, which had previously been torn apart by the intense stimulation of the penetrating void divine eye, was now greatly nourished, and its spirit was invigorated. A great opportunity. Xiao Han suppressed his injuries and weakness, pushing the remaining spiritual energy in his body to its limit. The prototype of the eternal night void realm has been unveiled with a thunderous roar. Endless darkness and an aura of nothingness enveloped an area of several tens of meters in radius. The blood-eyed demon ape's movements suddenly froze, and its senses were greatly weakened. Dark Realm Descent was activated, and the light was completely swallowed up. This place has turned into absolute darkness, so dark that you can't see your hand in front of your face. Roar! The blood-eyed demon ape sensed something was wrong and roared and struggled frantically, but it had already lost the initiative. Xiao Han's figure flickered uncertainly in the darkness, the power of the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul and the Eternal Night Void Emperor Martial Soul quietly circulating. He made a difficult attempt to merge the annihilation intent of Destruction God Fist with the purifying and sharp sword intent of Azure Lotus Sword Zone. Break! A low shout. Xiao Han pointed his fingertip at the massive head of the blood-eyed demon ape in the darkness, which was slightly sluggish due to the injury to its soul. A fleeting glint of light, a blend of cyan and dark gold, appeared at the fingertips. Within that light, there was the vitality and purification of the blue lotus, the desolate and domineering nature of destruction, and the profound emptiness of the eternal night. Put. The blood-eyed demon ape's skull, harder than refined steel, was easily pierced by this bizarre attack. A burst of violent energy exploded within his brain, instantly destroying any life force. Ah! The demonic ape let out a final, unwilling cry, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Before its death, the demon core inside its body became extremely unstable, flashing with destructive light, and it even tried to self-destruct its demon core and perish together with Xiao Han. Don't even think about it. Xiao Han's penetrating eyes had already discerned the trajectory of energy circulation within the demon core. He moved swiftly and appeared at the location of the demon ape's dantian. He concentrated the power of the dual martial soul intent at his fingertips and applied it with perfect precision to the demon core. Snap! A soft sound. The demon core energy that was about to erupt became chaotic for a moment, and then quickly subsided. Xiao Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a fist-sized demon core that shimmered with a rich, fiery red light. It is of excellent quality, reaching the peak of the 3rd level of the martial sect realm. I dare not delay. Xiao Han immediately and skillfully set up several concealment and defense formations at the entrance of the deep cave. This place is completely isolated from the outside world. After doing all that, he plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. His face was unusually pale, and he had almost no spiritual energy left. After a brief moment of rest, Xiao Han focused his mind on his storage space. He took out the blood soul source crystal that had initially fused with the mysterious soul jade. He sat down cross-legged, placed the peculiar crystal between his palms, and began to refine it with all his might. The refining process was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Within the blood soul source crystal, amidst the vast soul energy, there were also countless mixed resentments and the sinister aura of the blood fiend Hall's techniques. These things are constantly impacting Xiao Han's soul. The mysterious soul jade emits a pure and gentle power, attempting to purify these negative energies. Two forces clashed violently within him, sometimes like fire and water, sometimes like needles clashing against wheat awns. If it weren't for the powerful devouring and transformation properties of his Eternal Night Void Emperor, Martial Soul, which forcibly absorbed those violent and chaotic energies, and the constant cleansing power of the Chaos Green Lotus Martial Soul, he would probably have already suffered a mental breakdown and gone mad on the spot. Even so, Xiao Han still endured indescribable pain. It felt as if his soul was being crushed and reassembled time and time again, causing him unbearable pain. Amidst the perilous refining process, his newly evolved, penetrating void divine eye was quietly undergoing a transformation. The divine eye continuously absorbs the pure soul power fed back from the blood soul source crystal and soul jade. With a clearer and more profound vision, one can perceive deeper levels of energy flow and patterns of laws. The power of soul deterrence is also rising. He vaguely sensed that some new ability was being nurtured deep within his pupils. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Deep inside the cave, Xiaohan's eyelids suddenly opened. In an instant, 2 pale golden rays flashed by, and the air inside the cave seemed to become a little crisper. He opened his palm. A brand new precious jade lay quietly in the palm of his hand. The jade body is a deep black and red color, with a mysterious radiance flowing on its surface, and countless stars seem to twinkle inside. The purity and vastness of the soul energy contained within it far surpasses that of the previous blood soul source crystal, and it is gentle and mild, allowing for complete control. Soul source jade. Xiaohan muttered to himself, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips as the surging, growing soul power within his sea of consciousness rose. This precious jade directly propelled his soul realm to a new height, approaching the true realm of a martial king. With the qualitative change in his soul power, the aura of the eternal Night Void Emperor, martial soul became increasingly condensed and profound, exuding an indescribable majesty. Its exclusive domain, the eternal Night Void realm, has expanded its coverage area by nearly double, and its power is now vastly different from before. Moreover, the aftershock of this pure energy broke through the barrier of his cultivation in one fell swoop. Martial Master Level 6. Xiaohan looked inward at himself, feeling the torrent of spiritual energy surging and roaring through his meridians, and a strong surge of emotion filled his chest. The gains from this retreat far exceeded his expectations. After a brief moment of joy, Xiaohan's attention quickly shifted to the end of the cave. There, an abandoned ancient teleportation array stands silently. He focused his mind, quietly activating the penetrating divine eye, to examine every detail of the formation with all his might. Under the divine gaze, the originally blurry array patterns gradually became clear. Countless extremely mysterious runes intertwined and created a complex pattern far exceeding his expectations. A subtle, ancient, and weathered charm emanated from the formation. What chilled him even more was that, deep within this formation, he vaguely sensed that the other end it connected to was an extremely distant region. Moreover, that region gave him an extremely uneasy premonition, as if it were full of unknown dangers. Just then, Xiaohan's heart sank. The true vision of the penetrating eye penetrated the surface structure of the formation and went deep into the subtle details of the formation's foundation. There, in some inconspicuous corners, several runes were conspicuously imprinted. The aura emanating from these runes was cold and malevolent, exactly the same as the Blood Fiend Hall's techniques. Could it be? Xiaohan's brows furrowed instantly, a strong sense of crisis washing over him. He immediately thought of the purple-robed elder of the Blood Fiend Hall, whose strength was unfathomable. If the other party has mastered some special secret technique, it is not impossible for them to track us down by following these marks. Or perhaps, the seemingly unclaimed ancient teleportation array is actually involved in some unknown collusion with the Blood Fiend Hall. Chapter 123 The Voidwalker. As Xiaohan was pondering, Lin Qingxia's emergency bronze token in his storage bag unexpectedly became hot. A faint blue light flickered, and a broken, blurry cry for help came out, its source pointing directly towards the Imperial Capital Academy. Professor Lin? Xiaohan's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed instantly. Something's happened at the Imperial Academy. Instructor Lin is in danger. A difficult choice was suddenly placed before him. Is it a risky move to activate this unknown ancient teleportation array and embark on a life or death space jump? Or should we try to leave as soon as possible, cross the endless wilderness, and return to the Dragon Kingdom? Ding! God-level selection system activated. Option 1, Desperate Leap. Repair and activate the ancient teleportation array before you to perform an unknown spatial jump. Risk, extremely high, you may encounter a spatial storm or be teleported to a perilous place. Reward, small fragment of spatial law insight. Chance to obtain the Voidwalker title significantly increases the safety and efficiency of spatial travel. Option 2, a safe return. Abandon the ancient teleportation array, gather resources, and find a safe path back to the Dragon Kingdom. Risk, high, the journey is long, fraught with monsters, and there is a possibility of being hunted by the Blood Fiend Hall. Rewards, 3 advanced concealment talismans perfectly conceals the aura of those below the Martial King realm for 1 hour, 1 9-turn life extending pill, a sacred healing elixir. The system's voice will intervene in a timely manner. The urgent distress signal transmitted through the bronze token weighed heavily on his heart. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom was rife with undercurrents, and Instructor Lin had always taken good care of him. The risks of the ancient teleportation array were too great, he couldn't gamble on it, nor could he afford to. I choose option 2, a safe return. Xiao Han made a quick decision without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards: 1 advanced concealment talisman perfectly conceals the aura of those below the Martial King realm for 1 hour, 1 9-turn life-extending pill, a sacred healing elixir. The system's voice will intervene in a timely manner. The urgent distress signal transmitted through the bronze token weighed heavily on his heart. The capital of the Dragon Kingdom was rife with undercurrents, and Instructor Lin had always taken good care of him. The risks of the ancient teleportation array were too great, he couldn't gamble on it, nor could he afford to. I choose option 2, a safe return. Xiao Han made a quick decision without the slightest hesitation. Ding! Mission complete. Rewards: 1 advanced concealment talisman perfectly conceals the aura of those below the Martial King realm for 1 hour, 1 9-turn life-extending pill. The system sound disappeared. A talisman shimmering with mysterious light and a fragrant pill have appeared in Xiao Han's palm. I need to get out of this godforsaken place as soon as possible, and while I'm at it, let's test out my newfound power. He carefully put away the healing elixir and turned his attention to the outside of the cave. He planned to first use the penetrating eye to explore the surroundings and find a safe way to leave this desolate mountain range, while also testing just how powerful the newly refined soul source jade and the upgraded penetrating eye really were. As soon as they stepped out of the deep cave, a strong stench of blood and a malevolent aura assaulted their senses. As expected, a number of powerful monsters had gathered outside the cave. They were drawn here by the shockwaves from the previous battle and the aura emanating from the blood soul crystal, lingering there, exuding greed and violence. Perfect timing. Xiao Han's lips curled into a sinister smile. Instead of concealing his aura, he fully unleashed the power of a 6th-level martial master. In the pitch-black night, this aura was undoubtedly a bright beacon, instantly capturing the attention of all the demonic beasts. Awah! A mournful wolf howl tore through the night sky. A dark blue shadow moved so fast it became blurry, carrying a chilling aura and a powerful soul impact, rushing straight towards Xiao Han. This is a lithe and agile demon wolf with dark blue fur. It is a martial grandmaster level 4 demon beast known for its speed and soul attacks, the ghostly demon wolf. It treated Xiao Han as a late-night snack. You're the one. Xiao Han neither dodged nor avoided, but instead advanced. The soul source jade between his brows, which was a fusion of the mysterious soul jade and the blood soul source crystal, suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Buzz! A surge of soul power, far more powerful and vast than before, and extremely pure, burst forth like a river bursting its banks, frantically pouring into his eyes. Penetrating eye of divine power, activate. In an instant, he clearly perceived that the invisible and intangible soul impact of the ghost wolf was nothing more than a chaotic and disordered flow of energy in his vision. Too weak. Xiao Han uttered a low shout. For the first time, he actively activated the immense soul power of the soul source jade, fully empowering the penetrating void divine eye, and unleashing its evolved eye technique soul storm. Boom! A soul storm, invisible to the naked eye, swept wildly in all directions, with Xiao Han at its core. This storm was invisible, yet it contained a terrifying will to crush all souls, and wherever it passed, space was slightly distorted. The soul impact that the ghost wolf was so proud of was as fragile as paper in the face of this soul storm. It was instantly crushed, torn apart, and then completely annihilated. Ah, woo! The ghostly wolf let out a shrill, twisted howl. Its soul felt as if it had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. The intense pain caused its massive body to convulse wildly in mid-air, and black blood seeped from its 7 orifices. That ferocity was instantly swallowed up by endless fear. In just a moment, this ghost wolf, at the 4th level of the martial sect realm, suffered severe damage to its soul under the impact of the soul storm, and its aura became extremely weak. It's over. Xiao Han spoke calmly, and with a swift movement, he was already beside the ghost wolf's body, which was stiff from the intense pain. The annihilating fist intent of a destruction god fist is concentrated at the fingertips and casually pointed out. Puff! The ghost wolf's hard skull shattered with a crack, and the violent force of the punch instantly extinguished all its life force. A powerful demonic beast at the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm was easily killed without even taking a single blow from him. If word got out about such strength, it would probably shock everyone. The soul source jade combined with the penetrating void divine eye is incredibly powerful. Xiao Han felt the still abundant soul power within his body and stretched his limbs with satisfaction. Over the next few days, Xiao Han advanced towards the outer edge of the wilderness mountains. Relying on the true vision of the penetrating eyes, he accurately avoided a large number of unnecessary conflicts and terrifying groups of monsters far beyond his current level. Occasionally, they would encounter some foolish monsters, which served as practice for them, allowing them to hone their newly acquired powers. In the process, they also collected a considerable amount of demon core materials, filling their pockets. A few days later, in a secluded mountain valley, Xiao Han's penetrating eyes unexpectedly detected abnormal fluctuations. This place appears unremarkable on the surface, but upon closer inspection, it reveals traces of a formation concealed by skillful techniques. The Blood Fiend Hall's stronghold? He felt a chill run down his spine. He carefully broke through the outer disguise and quietly sneaked in. Sure enough, this was a secret stronghold of the Blood Fiend Hall. The stronghold was indeed small in size, but its internal structure was quite complex, with crisscrossing passages and numerous stone chambers. Along the way, he encountered several more groups of guards. Some were gathered in small groups gambling and boasting, while others were dozing against the walls, their snores rising and falling. Unfortunately, these guards were no different from clay chickens and earthen dogs in his presence. Xiao Han moved through the stronghold like a ghost, sometimes brushing past the other party without them noticing. Sometimes, with a casual flick of the finger, the guard would strike an inconspicuous acupoint on the other's body, causing him to stiffen and collapse limply to the ground, unable to utter a sound, his face still bearing the expression from a moment before, looking quite comical. Chapter 124 Blood Escape Across 10,000 Miles. Inside the stronghold, Xiao Han carefully examined the Blood Fiend Hall's secret intelligence. The unusual records of place names and personnel changes along the Dragon Kingdom's borders set off alarm bells in his mind. I unexpectedly acquired a jade slip containing a secret escape technique called Blood Escape Across 10,000 Miles, which is a really good thing. Unfortunately, the jade slip was incomplete, containing only half of the cultivation method and a few scattered insights into cultivation. This desolate mountain range has probably become the territory of the Blood Fiend Hall, Xiao Han thought to himself. That old dog in purple robes is probably casting some kind of net outside, waiting for me to walk right into it. The thought of this made the hairs on his body stand on end, and he dared not relax even for a moment. He did not rush to leave, but instead calmed down and activated the penetrating eye of divine power. Within his field of vision, everything was clearly visible. Combined with the descriptions of the Blood Fiend Hall's techniques that he had found, he began to study them with all his might, attempting to complete the book Blood Escape 10,000 Miles. This secret technique is sinister, but its use of spatial power is indeed exquisite and unique. If I could extract its essence and integrate it into my close-at-hand, far-away movement technique. Xiao Han's heart was burning with excitement. If he succeeded, his survival and maneuvering skills would definitely reach a new level. Several more days passed. Xiao Han's understanding of blood escape across 10,000 miles is deepening day by day. Although he is still unable to fully unleash it, he can barely simulate some of its unique spatial fluctuations. He figured it was about time to leave this boundless, wild mountain range. With this thought in mind, he planned to take out the communication jade talisman to contact the outside world and inquire about the situation at the Imperial Capital Academy, especially whether his mentor, Lin Qingxia, was safe and sound. Right now. The bronze token given to him by Lin Qingxia in his arms suddenly trembled violently again without warning. Buzz. 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 The blue light on the surface of the bronze token surged wildly, instantly projecting a blurry, swaying light screen. Within the light screen, Instructor Lin Qingxia, dressed in red, had glaring bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, and her breathing was already extremely disordered. She was being relentlessly attacked by several men in black. Those men in black were all dressed in the same uniform, and they exuded a chilling aura that made one's teeth ache. The location where the battle took place was dimly lit, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a forbidden area deep within the Imperial Capital Academy. The men in black coordinated perfectly, each strike a deadly move, targeting Lin Qingxia's vital points. What made Xiao Han's heart clench even more was that the movement techniques used by one of the men in black were 7 or 8 parts similar to the Blood Escape 10,000 Miles technique that he had recently comprehended. Blood Demon Hall. Xiao Han clenched his teeth, and these two words were squeezed out one by one from between his teeth, almost with a strong smell of blood. However, before he could think about it further, a terrifyingly powerful aura suddenly erupted from the black-clad leader in the scene. The oppressive aura was fleeting, yet so clear that it made his very soul tremble. It was eerie, violent, and filled with deathly silence and evil. This aura was exactly the same as that of the purple-robed elder, but its power was far beyond what ordinary martial masters could compare to. A martial king? No, he might even be stronger. Xiao Han's mind went blank, and he was completely stunned. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Just then, the screen suddenly trembled, as if forcibly interfered with by an invisible force, instantly turning into a blinding white before completely dissipating. The brilliance on the bronze token quickly faded, but its surface became scorching hot, almost burning his skin. Instructor Lin. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force, an uncontrollable rage and killing intent burning fiercely within him. Something truly terrible had happened at the Imperial Capital Academy. And the Blood Fiend Hall's influence had infiltrated to such an extent that even a powerhouse of this caliber had been mobilized. We must get back as soon as possible. Just as he made up his mind, a faint, almost imperceptible spatial fluctuation suddenly flashed across the ground beneath his feet. Xiao Han's expression changed drastically, and he instantly activated the penetrating void divine eye to its maximum. Beneath his feet, an extremely subtle crimson rune mark quietly lit up, like a leech clinging to a bone, emitting faint spatial ripples and precisely locking onto his location. Tracking imprint activated. The purple-robed elder's pursuers, or rather, some more terrifying being, had already locked onto his whereabouts through some means. A life or death chase has begun. The moment the crimson runes beneath his feet lit up, a terrifying will far surpassing that of the purple-robed elder, carrying an intense aura of blood and death, pierced Xiao Han's senses like billions of steel needles. It was as if a pair of invisible, giant crimson eyes had traversed the endless void, locking onto him firmly. Pursuers. The Blood Fiend Hall's top experts, peak martial kings, and possibly even higher. They came so fast. Xiao Han's heart trembled violently, and the shadow of death instantly loomed over him. At the critical moment, without the slightest hesitation, he moved his divine sense, and the advanced concealment talisman, rewarded by the system, shattered instantly. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread out from Xiao Han, as if his figure, aura, and even all connections with this world were completely erased and vanished into thin air. The clinging feeling of being locked on was temporarily severed. 1 hour. Xiao Han knew very well that this was only temporary. The fragments of blood escaped 10,000 miles that he had plundered from the Blood Fiend Hall stronghold flashed rapidly through his mind. Every word became the deepest imprint, colliding and merging wildly with the deep penetrating eyes, keen observation of spatial fluctuations and the spatial mysteries of a world apart. We have no choice but to gamble. Thousands of miles behind them, that terrifying aura, like a primordial beast unleashed from its dam, was rapidly approaching at an alarming speed. A resolute glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He slammed his storage bag, detonating dozens of unstable, one-time-use attack jade talismans and several violent high-level alien beast crystal cores that he had scavenged from the secret realm. Rumble. A devastating energy storm suddenly erupted, shattering mountains and turning vegetation to ash within a radius of several miles, creating a destructive vacuum. The raging energy turbulence swept in all directions, perfectly concealing his next move. At the heart of the explosion and chaos, Xiao Han forcefully activated the soul source jade between his brows, unleashing a surge of immense soul power that poured into his newly formed, Eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial soul. He formed hand seals and chanted incantations, each syllable carrying a mysterious power capable of tearing through space. Void Blood Shadow Escape. This is not the complete blood escape 10,000 miles, but rather an incomplete variant of the escape technique that he forcibly activated by combining his own knowledge, but which is more in line with his own power. Sizzle. The space in front of him was torn open like fragile cloth, creating an unstable, blood-red rift. The backlash from the imperfect escape technique struck instantly. Xiao Han coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his meridians were writhing in excruciating pain. But in a flash, he disappeared into the blood-red rift and vanished from the spot. Almost immediately after he fled, a streak of crimson light tore through the sky and descended upon the site of the explosion. As the light dissipated, it revealed a gaunt old man in a scarlet robe, his face withered, his eyes gleaming with a cruel, eerie light. He was one of the 3 vice leaders of the Blood Fiend Hall, his cultivation unfathomable. The old monster in the blood-red robe swept his sinister gaze across the wrecked ground, his nostrils twitching as he sensed the faint spatial fluctuations and a very faint smell of blood lingering in the direction Xiao Han had fled. Chapter 125 Thrown into the Depths of the Dead Zone. He. Little insect, you're still too green to play such tricks in front of me. The eerie laughter was cold and grating. The old monster in the blood robe swayed, and a more solid and faster burst of bloodlight erupted. The complete and flawless blood escape technique. He followed Xiao Han's scent and relentlessly pursued him. At this moment, Xiaohan is struggling to traverse an extremely unstable spatial passage. Each jump was accompanied by a violent tremor. The spatial fragments cut into his body, and he coughed up blood uncontrollably. The life force of the Chaos Green Lotus and the remaining medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions life-sustaining pill circulated wildly within his body, barely suppressing his injuries and preventing them from worsening. Insightful eyes, operating at full capacity. The crimson streak of light behind them was rapidly approaching at a breathtaking speed. That oppressive force almost crushed his soul. Too strong. They're not even in the same league. Xiaohan felt a bitter taste in his mouth, but his survival instinct drove him even more frantically. Just as they were about to be overtaken, a region radiating extreme danger suddenly appeared ahead. The laws governing space there are extremely distorted and chaotic. Countless tiny spatial cracks arise and disappear, forming a natural spatial turbulence wasteland. The lost realm of death. Information about this forbidden area in the wild mountains flashed through Xiaohan's mind. It is said that even ordinary Martial King-level experts risk getting lost or even perishing if they venture in. A bold and crazy idea took shape in his mind in an instant. Just before rushing into the lost realm, Xiaohan suddenly activated the remaining spiritual power within his body. He deliberately left behind a relatively clear trace of the void blood shadow escape, carrying a strong bloody scent. At the same time, he threw a tattered piece of clothing, stained with a lot of his own blood, into the depths of the dead zone. Having done all this, he pushed his insightful eyes ability to precisely detect weak points in space to its limit. The martial soul of the eternal night void emperor actually resonated slightly with the surrounding void energy. This is it. At the edge of the raging energy of the lost realm, he managed to find a barely perceptible, hidden spatial rift, only wide enough for one person to pass through. It was extremely dangerous, but he plunged right in. Boom! Almost the instant he disappeared, the blood-red light transformed from the old monster in the blood robe arrived. The distinct smell of blood and the spatial fluctuations perfectly misled him. Without hesitation, the blood-robed old monster plunged headlong into that chaotic and turbulent lost realm. Roar! You damned little bastard! Countless chaotic spatial blades, void traps appearing out of nowhere, and a distorted gravity field. Even the blood-robed old monster, with his formidable strength, was thrown into disarray by this sudden turn of events. His protective aura of blood was being sliced with a hissing sound, and his speed of advance suddenly decreased. A roar of extreme rage echoed through the mountains and forests, and he was temporarily trapped in this desolate place. On the other side, Xiaohan tumbled out of the hidden spatial rift in a disheveled state. He was covered in blood, his bones were broken in many places, and his spiritual energy had long been exhausted. But at least I survived. A sense of relief swept over me. For now, we've shaken them off. He dared not delay for the slightest and immediately sat down cross-legged. He circulated his cultivation technique, frantically refining the remaining medicinal power of the 9-turn life-extending pill to repair his dilapidated body. It took him a long time to recover some of his strength. After determining the direction, he realized that although he had escaped tens of thousands of miles, he was still in the buffer zone between the wild mountains and the border of the Dragon Kingdom. We must enter the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible and head to the Imperial Capital Academy. Just then, the bronze token given to him by his mentor, Lin Xingxia, in his arms began to vibrate violently again without warning. Buzzing. The token shone brightly, projecting a picture. The image is much clearer than before, but it is still shaking violently. In the scene, Lin Xingxia, dressed in fiery red, is now bleeding from the corner of her mouth and her breath is weak. The blood-red chains were menacing, tightly binding Lin Xingxia and confining her to the massive blood-red altar. The altar runes were bizarre and exuded a nauseatingly evil aura, almost solidifying into a tangible form. Several figures with profound and imposing auras stood around the altar like ghosts, each exuding a chilling pressure. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin Xingxia's mouth as she strained with her last ounce of strength, a flickering blue light gathering at her fingertips as she painstakingly touched a key rune node on the altar. Every move she made was filled with a do-or-die determination. The situation is extremely critical. Time is of the essence and there is no room for delay. The medicinal effects of the 9-turn life-extending pill are rapidly diminishing. Xiaohan's horrific wounds had mostly healed, and his shattered internal organs had been largely repaired. However, the aftereffects of forcibly activating the void blood shadow escape are like a maggot clinging to a bone, relentlessly entangled. He was experiencing sharp, needle-like pains that erupted from his meridians from time to time. The enormous depletion of his soul's essence had left him extremely weak and listless. Xiao Han suppressed his churning blood and managed to catch his breath. Despite being physically and mentally exhausted, his determination to save his master remained as firm as a rock. Not a moment's delay. With a thought, the power of the newly awakened, eternal Night Void Emperor, pseudo-martial soul quietly flowed. His figure suddenly became ethereal, as if merging into the night itself, transforming into the most inconspicuous shadow, silently and stealthily moving along the ground. The penetrating eyes have already been activated to their fullest extent. Under true vision, any subtle energy fluctuations in life force within a radius of several miles are clearly visible and nowhere can be hidden. What Xiao Han saw along the way made his heart sink. Teams of well-equipped and menacing Blood Fiend Hall members are conducting a massive, all-encompassing manhunt in the mountains, arranged in a fan-shaped formation. These people are all skilled killers, and their teamwork is excellent. They are clearly the elite of the elite. Some teams were even personally led by Blood Fiend Hall deacons who were at the martial grandmaster level. That undisguised, chilling killing intent almost froze the air. It seems that the old monster in the blood-red robe is truly enraged. He has given a death order to find him at all costs. The defense capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom's borders have also been raised to an unprecedented level. The number of military patrols has increased several times over. Squads of soldiers in standard armor, their faces grim and menacing, patrolled back and forth along the border. High in the sky, sharp-edged fighter jets occasionally roared past, emitting ear-piercing sonic booms. The air was thick with tension, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. The Blood Fiend Hall's rampant activities on the border have clearly crossed the bottom line of the Dragon Kingdom's leadership. Tensions have already reached a breaking point between the two sides, and a major battle could break out at any moment. Xiao Han felt as if he were walking on thin ice, taking every step with extreme caution. He made full use of the characteristics of the Shadow Void scripture in his new martial soul, turning into an inconspicuous shadow several times right under the patrol team's noses, either running close to the ground or blending into the shadows of the trees, narrowly avoiding the scans of energy detection beams. In the end, he managed to break through several tight blockades without any serious danger and successfully infiltrated a border town called Blackstone City within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Blackstone City is named after a special black and hard mineral that is abundant there. This place is located on the border, a melting pot of all sorts of people, a typical chaotic place. Xiao Han found a secluded corner, quickly changed his appearance, and put on a simple disguise. Subsequently, using the low-level deacon token he had looted from the Blood Fiend Hall stronghold, along with some previously established clandestine channels, he easily contacted anonymous liaison points on the underground dark web. He spared no expense in purchasing the latest intelligence on the imperial capital's universities. More importantly, he also obtained an electronic map marking the most secretive and fastest route to the capital. Chapter 126. Something really big has happened. Beep. The personal terminal emitted a sharp, short beep, a stark contrast to its usual gentle tone. This was the highest level of encryption alert. Xiao Han swiped his finger across the screen, and a deep blue light illuminated his instantly solemn face. The intelligence was displayed line by line. He glanced at the first few words, and his pupils contracted sharply. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. A major incident has occurred at a university in the capital. The intelligence was chilling, every word carrying an ominous air. A vice principal of the academy, who was usually respected, was actually a mole of the Blood Fiend Hall who had been lurking for many years. This fiend had already launched a blatant attack, gathering a large number of experts dispatched by the Blood Fiend Hall. The operation was extremely swift, and taking advantage of everyone's unpreparedness, they forcibly took control of several core restricted areas within the academy. "You old traitor, you've been hiding it well." Xiao Han gritted his teeth. The contrast between the usually kind face of the vice principal and the zhengning, meaning ferocious or hideous expression in the intelligence report made him feel nauseous. He always talked about the safety of the academy during meetings. He was a complete hypocrite. The information on the screen continued downwards, and a line of text made his breath catch in his throat. His fingers, gripping the terminal, turned white from excessive force. Instructor Lin Xingxia fiercely resisted, attempting to sabotage the Blood Fiend Hall's important scheme. Ultimately, outnumbered, she was forcibly suppressed. Currently, her fate is unknown. Professor Lin Xiaohan's throat bobbed, and Lin Xingxia's slightly cool but always resolute face seemed to flash before his eyes. If anything were to happen to her, a surge of anger welled up in his chest, and the veins on his temples throbbed faintly. At the end of the intelligence report, the bold, scarlet words sent a chill down his spine. The young master of the Blood Fiend Hall, young Master Blood, has secretly arrived in the capital and is personally overseeing the academy. Blood Prince. Xiao Han was familiar with this code name. Rumor had it that although young, this man was extremely cunning and ruthless, the most troublesome among the younger generation of the Blood Fiend Hall. He had actually come to the Imperial Capital Academy? The Blood Fiend Hall's ambitions this time were far greater than anticipated. Xiao Han suddenly stood up straight. The blood-red words on the terminal screen were extremely glaring. We must get back to the university immediately. He clenched his fist suddenly, his knuckles making a soft cracking sound. Blood Fiend Hall, Blood Prince, very well, it's time to settle all the old and new scores. Their scheme is aimed directly at the ancient secrets hidden beneath the dragon locking well, a forbidden area within the academy. This person's strength is unfathomable, far surpassing the blood-robed old monster we encountered earlier. Time is of the essence. Xiao Han made a quick decision and, following the map, found an underground transportation line leading to the capital. He was on a maglev train specifically designed for illegal human smuggling. Inside the carriage, the stench of sweat, blood, and cheap alcohol was overwhelming and nauseating. The passengers were mostly desperados or shady cargo. The environment is harsh, but the speed is incredibly fast, and it can avoid most official checkpoints. The train sped through the dark underground tunnel. 2 days and 1 night of bumpy travel. Xiao Han finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital, a place still brightly lit and bustling, yet rife with undercurrents. He didn't head straight for the troublesome academy in the capital. Instead, he found a temporary place to stay. He used a secret method known only to Su Linglong to send a unique signal: the person has returned, provide immediate assistance. At this moment, in the secret chamber of the Su family, Su Linglong, dressed in an elegant long dress, was frowning as she dealt with the many urgent matters concerning her family caused by the turmoil in the capital. Suddenly, a specially made sensing jade talisman trembled slightly, and a pattern unique to her and Xiao Han appeared on it. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Beneath that cool demeanor, a mix of surprise, worry, and relief flashed through her mind, but she forcibly suppressed them in an instant. She quickly regained her composure and decisiveness, and issued a secret family order to mobilize the most secretive force of the Su family hidden in the capital, arranging for trusted confidants to meet Xiao Han at a Su family secret estate in the capital. Under the cover of night, Xiao Han evaded numerous eyes and ears and successfully arrived at the heavily guarded secret manor. Deep within the manor, in an elegant and quiet room, Xiao Han met Su Linglong. After a few days apart, she had lost some weight, and her beautiful face showed undisguised anxiety and worry. But when Xiao Han appeared safely, her tense body relaxed slightly without her noticing. You're finally back. The slight tremor in Su Linglong's voice disappeared immediately. Without time for pleasantries, she went straight to revealing more detailed and brutal inside information. The mole within the academy is Executive Vice Principal Wang Daoming. Su Linglong's tone turned cold. This man is incredibly cunning and has already completely sided with the Blood Fiend Hall. Instructor Lin is indeed trapped by them, right at the bottom of the academy's first forbidden area, the Dragon Locking Well. That place has been transformed by the Blood Fiend Hall into an extremely terrifying blood sacrifice array. A blood sacrifice formation? Xiao Han's pupils shrank sharply. Based on the intelligence we have received, Su Linglong continued, the Su family, the military, and the forces within the academy loyal to the Dragon Kingdom all want to retaliate immediately, but Wang Daoming and the Blood Fiend Hall are far too well prepared. They threaten the lives of many students and instructors in the academy, and with the mysterious Blood Prince and several Martial King-level elders from the Blood Fiend Hall in charge, we were hesitant to launch a full-scale attack for the time being. Xiao Han clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned slightly white from the excessive force. Su Linglong looked at him, her voice lowered slightly. Xiao Han, that Blood Prince is targeting Instructor Lin. He wants to use Instructor Lin's SSS-level Extreme Ice Phoenix martial soul power, combined with the Earth Vein Dragon energy accumulated for thousands of years under the Dragon Locking Well, to perform some kind of evil ritual that can greatly enhance his own strength and even help him break through a certain major realm. Time is probably running out. The atmosphere in the quiet room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it was impossible to see through. Xiao Han changed into the special stealth suit prepared by Su Linglong. This suit was made of rare materials and could isolate him from divine sense detection and energy fluctuations to the greatest extent. With a swift movement, he disappeared into the deep shadows beneath the bustling nightscape of the capital, his target the Imperial Academy, a place whose defenses had been raised to the highest level and which had now become a den of dragons and tigers. Su Linglong stood by the window, watching that resolute figure disappear into the night. He immediately turned around and acted swiftly, mobilizing all available resources of the Su family to create chaos around the academy, hoping to give Xiaohan a chance to infiltrate and fight for his life. In the capital's academic academy, between the shadows of night and reality, a figure silently moves about. Xiaohan's newly awakened, eternal night void emperor, pseudo-martial soul grants him the profound ability to walk through the void. The latest internal defense map and secret passage information of the academy provided by Su Linglong were clearly presented in his mind. He was an invisible blade, piercing straight into the heart of the academy, the dragon-locking well. At this moment, the universities in the capital city appear relaxed on the outside but are actually very strict on the inside. Under Xiaohan's penetrating eyes of the void, the Blood Fiend Hall experts who were hiding in the shadows of buildings, behind flower beds, and even blending into the night, as well as the controlled academy guards, had nowhere to hide. Their souls emanated a faint, blood-red, evil light, cold and lifeless. The only way to the locking dragon well is through darkness and twists and turns. The air was filled with the stench of blood and strange energy fluctuations. Suddenly, around the corner ahead, four powerful auras exploded out. The leader, dressed in the robes of an academy instructor, had a sinister face. He was none other than Zhao Wuji, a veteran martial arts master who had betrayed the academy. Beside him stood three black-clad assassins from the Blood Fiend Hall, all late-stage martial grandmasters, their killing intent palpable as they stared intently at their surroundings. "Be on guard. This place cannot be lost." Zhao Wuji's voice was hoarse. Before he finished speaking, Xiaohan stepped out from the shadows above them. The terrifying aura of the peak 6th level of Martial Master Realm erupted with a thunderous roar. "Who is it?" Zhao Wuji looked up in shock. Chapter 127 sweeps out. The prototypes of the Eternal Night Void Realm and the Chaotic Life Domain instantly overlapped and descended. Darkness and vitality twisted and intertwined, and a terrifying pressure pressed down like a mountain. The four martial grandmasters froze instantly, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. "Kill!" Xiaohan's voice was icy cold. His figure split in two. His shadow avatar, wielding refined azure lotus sword chi, unleashed a rain of swordlight, directly attacking the three Blood Fiend Hall assassins to confuse their senses. His true body, however, shot like an arrow, instantly appearing before one of the Blood Fiend Hall assassins and unleashing the Destruction God Fist, infused with the Return to Nothingness Fist intent, without any flashy moves. Bang! The assassin, a late-stage martial grandmaster, didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. At the same time, the Soul Source Jade, formed by the fusion of Blood Soul Source Crystal and Mysterious Soul Jade, suddenly shone brightly between Xiaohan's brows, and an invisible soul storm swept out. Ah! The traitorous mentor Zhao Wuji and the remaining two Blood Fiend Hall assassins felt as if their souls were being pierced by thousands of steel needles, experiencing excruciating pain. Their souls were instantly severely damaged, and their movements became completely stiff. In the blink of an eye, the Annihilation Fist delivered two more punches, and the remaining two Blood Fiend Hall assassins followed in their companions' footsteps. Xiaohan grabbed Zhao Wuji by the neck, whose soul was injured and whose face showed fear. The golden light of the penetrating eye burst out, and he used the soul-searching secret technique without hesitation. A moment later, Zhao Wuji's eyes rolled back, and he died completely. Xiaohan's face was ashen, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. From Zhao Wuji's chaotic memories, he obtained more detailed and cruel information about the interior of the Dragon Locking Well. Instructor Lin Qingxiao's extreme ice phoenix essence was being forcibly stripped away to activate an evil blood sacrifice array. The ritual had reached a critical moment, and every minute of delay would increase the danger to Instructor Lin. Damn it! Xiaohan was extremely anxious. Without further hesitation, he took out a restriction-breaking jade talisman, given to him by Su Linglong and specially made by the Su family's array master, and pressed it hard against the entrance of the Dragon Locking Well, in front of him, which was shrouded in energy light. The jade talisman shone brightly, and a strange wave spread out. The multiple warning arrays at the entrance and the evil restrictions set up by the Blood Fiend Hall instantly became disordered and ineffective, revealing a deep and bottomless well entrance. Xiaohan leaped in. Inside the well, a nauseating stench of blood, a venomous aura of curses, and the raging energy of the earth's veins assaulted the senses. The well walls were coated with a thick layer of blood that seemed to still be writhing, covered with twisted, blood-red runes, forming a natural purgatory that constantly drained the life force and spiritual energy of any intruder. Xiaohan's body was radiant with the light of the chaotic azure lotus martial soul, and its holy purifying power isolated him from most of the evil energy's erosion. The Eternal Night Monarch martial soul allowed him to feel completely at ease in the shadows and deathly aura of this place. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Insightful Eyes is operating at full power, constantly dodging or instantly breaking through deadly traps and blood fiend guards hidden in the shadows with fingertip sword energy. Finally, the view opened up before him. He had reached the bottom of the dragon-locking well. A massive underground cavern, the size of several football fields, came into view. In the center of the cavern stood a towering altar of bones, hundreds of feet high. The altar was entirely constructed from the skeletons of countless strange beasts and humans, its surface flowing with viscous blood, exuding an overwhelming evil aura and endless resentment. At the top of the altar, dozens of thick, blood-red energy chains, like venomous snakes, tightly coiled around a familiar figure. Instructor Lin Xingxia. She was bound to the top of the bone altar in a humiliating manner, her body covered in blood. Her once bright and beautiful face was now as pale as paper, and her breath was so weak that it seemed she would be extinguished at any moment. But in her phoenix eyes, an indomitable flame still burned, her gaze fixed intently on the scene below. Behind her, the phantom of her extreme ice phoenix martial soul emitted mournful cries, its primordial power being frantically drained by a massive crimson vortex above the altar, its light dimming. Below the altar, a young man dressed in an elaborate and luxurious blood-red robe, with a handsome face but an eerie air, sat cross-legged. His hands formed strange hand seals, and his body was surrounded by blood-red light as he controlled the entire blood sacrifice array. He was none other than the young master of the Blood Fiend Hall, young Master Blood. Beside him stood 4 Blood Fiend Hall elders, clad in blood-red armor, their auras as deep and unfathomable as the ocean, all of them Martial King realm experts. Xiaohan clenched his fist so tightly his nails almost dug into his palms, a torrent of rage and killing intent churning within him. Just as he was preparing to seize the opportunity to launch a ruthless attack, the Blood Prince, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes, which gleamed with cruelty and madness, curled into a mocking and cold smile. His gaze seemed to pierce through endless void and shadows, landing precisely on Xiaohan's hiding place. The rat hiding in the shadows has been watching for so long it's time for it to come out and get some fresh air. The Blood Prince's voice carried an eerie magnetism, yet it was chillingly cold. The scent of the primordial Shadow Source Crystal and Blood Soul Source Crystal on you is truly exciting to me. Xiaohan's pupils suddenly contracted, realizing that he had been completely seen through. He no longer concealed himself, stepping out from the shadows. His aura, unleashed at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial Master realm, surged skyward without reservation. The terrifying pressure of his twin SSS plus martial souls, like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, collided violently with the extremely malevolent aura emanating from the Blood Prince. Divine Eye of Penetration, golden light burst forth, and Xiaohan's voice, icy and chilling, echoed throughout the Crimson Cave, young Master Blood? Today, this place will be your burial ground. Release Instructor Lin, and I'll let you die a quick death. The air froze instantly, and a murderous aura surged forth. A rescue battle, with a disparity in strength so vast that it was utterly hopeless, exploded completely at the bottom of the blood-red inferno, the dragon-locking well. The Blood Prince licked his thin lips with his scarlet tongue, his smile airy and cruel. I've laid a trap here, using the Earth's dragon energy as a furnace and this lowly wench's extreme ice phoenix essence as a catalyst to burn this dragon-locking well. But it's not just to refine her. My true purpose is you, Xiaohan. The primordial Shadow Source Crystal and Blood Soul Source Crystal on your body, I'm determined to have them. It turns out, everything was a shocking trap set for him. His mentor, Lin Xingxia, was nothing more than bait to lure him into a trap. You're courting death. Xiaohan's chest blazed with fury, and his killing intent burst forth as if it were a tangible substance. The aura of a martial master at the peak of the 6th level was now unleashed without reservation, like a slumbering ancient beast suddenly awakening. The Chaos Azure Lotus shone brightly, brimming with life force. The Eternal Night Void Emperor Pseudo radiated black light, his imperial pressure permeating the air. The nascent Chaos Domain and the nascent Eternal Night Void realm instantly overlapped, a distorted force field enveloping all directions. Annihilation. Azure Lotus. The Void Fist intent of Destruction God Fist and the purifying Sword Chi of Azure Lotus Sword Song transformed into 2 destructive torrents, rushing forward relentlessly towards the Blood Prince above the altar. Chapter 128. Even a grain of rice can shine? Even a grain of rice can shine? Behind the Blood Prince, a blood-armored Martial King sneered and stepped forward along with 3 other Martial Kings. For vast, sea-like blood fiend domains suddenly opened up, overlapped and merged, transforming into a viscous, tangible blood-red sky curtain, easily neutralizing Xiaohan's 2 earth-shattering attacks. The Blood Prince's lips curled into a mocking smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, as his terrifying cultivation at the mid-stage of the Martial King realm erupted like a torrent. Behind him, a terrifying phantom of a martial spirit, hundreds of feet tall and composed entirely of countless twisted and wailing blood-red skulls, slowly emerged. SSS rank, Blood Prison Forest. The extremely evil bloodlight almost solidified and instantly pressed back. Xiao Han's dual-domain nascent form was violently shaken like a candle in the wind in the face of this power, almost collapsing. Put! Xiao Han was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body staggering backward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The difference in strength was like an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Han. At the top of the altar, Lin Qingxiao witnessed this scene, and her beautiful eyes instantly turned blood red. She sensed that Xiao Han was in dire straits, and a resolute determination to perish together welled up from the bottom of her heart. Screech! A shrill, high-pitched cry, filled with endless grief and indignation, echoed throughout the cave. Lin Qingxiao had forcibly burned the essence of her extreme ice phoenix martial soul. A pure, icy blue phoenix shockwave, imbued with her resolute will, crashed into the massive crimson vortex and the blood sacrifice array. Boom! The blood sacrifice formation trembled violently, and the operation of the crimson vortex even paused slightly. The four martial king elders also groaned, and their blood fiend domains fluctuated momentarily. Xiao Han's pressure eased dramatically, granting him a precious moment to catch his breath. Looking at Lin Qingxiao on the altar, her aura utterly depleted, even the phantom of her extreme ice phoenix martial soul almost transparent, he felt as if an invisible hand were gripping his heart tightly. A violent and resolute emotion raged within his chest. God-level selection system activated. Option 1, burn 3/10 of your dual martial soul essence to forcibly unleash a fragment of the void blood shadow escape technique. There is a 70% chance of escaping with Lin Qingxiao, but your cultivation level will drop afterward, and your foundation will be severely damaged. Reward, 3 life-saving jade talismans, 1 grade 9 healing pill. Option 2, use the Chaos Azure Lotus Martial Soul to activate the dragon energy of the Dragon Kingdom's earth vein sleeping beneath the dragon locking well, and forcibly devour the filthy death energy of the blood sacrifice array with the Eternal Night Void Emperor Martial Soul. The chance of survival is slim. Success will break the array and grant the dragon veins recognition and nourishment, potentially leading to an unknown transformation of the martial soul. Failure will result in the annihilation of both body and soul. Rewards, temporary dragon vein luck, a fragment of the Chaos Creation Scripture Earth Scroll, and an evolution opportunity for the Eternal Night Void Emperor martial soul. I choose option 2. Xiao Han roared to the sky, his voice hoarse, yet filled with a madness and determination that showed no regret even in the face of death. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Fortune favors the bold, and Xiao Han never believed in fate, only in himself. He slammed his palm onto the cold, hard ground, and his chaotic azure lotus martial soul began to operate wildly. A profound power of life and affinity with the earth emanated from his palm, like invisible roots, reaching towards the dormant, majestic dragon vein deep beneath the dragon locking well, attempting to connect with that supreme power. At the same time, the illusory image of the Eternal Night Void Emperor's martial soul behind him suddenly opened an invisible giant maw, frantically devouring the dense blood fiend death energy generated by the blood sacrifice array and the huge blood-colored vortex above the altar. A decisive move. Roar! In an instant, a dragon's roar, seemingly from the ancient primordial era, vast, majestic, and furious, faintly echoed from the depths of the dragon locking well. The entire bottom of the dragon locking well began to tremble violently, countless fragments of stone fell down, and even the hard rock walls cracked with jagged fissures. The light of the blood sacrifice array flickered wildly, like a candle in the wind, its glow uncertain. Blood Prince's expression changed drastically for the first time, a look of horror and disbelief flashing in his eyes. "You brat! How dare you disturb the slumber of the dragon vein? Madman! You're courting death!" The terrifying backlash of dragon energy and the chilling, bone-chilling corrosive power of blood fiend death energy surged towards Xiao Han from both the ground and above. His whole body trembled violently, blood gushing from all 7 orifices, and fine beads of blood seeping from his skin. His body seemed to be torn apart by these two extremely opposing forces. But the madness and determination in his eyes did not diminish but increased. He clenched his teeth and held on desperately. Just as Blood Prince's face darkened, preparing to disregard the backlash of the Great Formation and eliminate Xiao Han, this variable, completely a violent explosion and shouts of battle suddenly came from the direction of the entrance to the dragon locking well. The chaos created by Su Linglong and the experts of the Su family outside has finally escalated, successfully attracting the attention of a martial king elder beside the altar. The elder frowned and said to the Blood Prince, "Young master, I'll go take a look." He then transformed into a streak of bloodlight and rushed towards the entrance. 1 out of 4 is gone. The dragon's roar from underground grew clearer, and the dragon veins' rage seemed to intensify. The blood sacrifice array began to stagnate noticeably, and the speed of the crimson vortex's rotation slowed down. Xiaohan clearly felt a vast, boundless, and incomparably pure golden dragon energy being painstakingly drawn from the depths of the earth by his Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul and slowly injected into his body. At the same time, the filthy death energy devoured by the Eternal Night Void Emperor's martial soul began to give back an extremely faint but incomparably pure fragment of void origin after being transformed by the martial soul. On the altar, Lin Qingxiao weakly opened her eyes and looked down at the figure below, covered in blood but still standing upright like a spear, surrounded by golden dragon energy and the power of the dark void. Her beautiful eyes flashed with deep shock, worry, and a strange emotion that she herself did not realize. Bathed in the golden dragon energy and the dark power of the void, Xiaohan was not torn apart. Instead, his injuries began to slowly heal under the dual nourishment of the Chaos Green Lotus and the dragon energy. His aura, instead of decreasing, increased. A terrifying pressure far exceeding that before began to slowly emanate from his body, seemingly showing a power to rival the Blood Prison Forest martial soul. The Blood Prince's eyes were extremely sinister. He felt an unprecedented threat. A flash of crimson light appeared in his hand, and a ferocious spear, entirely formed from pure blood, slowly took shape. The spearhead gleamed with a chilling light, its killing intent locked onto Xiaohan. No matter what tricks you play, before me, you will only face death. Today, no one in heaven or on earth can save you. Before he finished speaking, the blood-red spear shot out, carrying a terrifying power that could pierce through everything, and went straight for Xiaohan's brow. The crimson spear emerged like a venomous dragon from its lair, carrying the power to pierce through the void, and stabbed straight at Xiaohan's brow. At the critical moment, the earth vein dragon energy within Xiaohan's body, which was forcibly linked by the Chaos Green Lotus, and the fragments of void origin that were frantically devoured and transformed by the Eternal Night Void Emperor's martial soul, erupted like two ignited torrents. Boom! Chapter 129 You Bastard! A terrifying shockwave, far exceeding the 6th level of the Martial Master realm, exploded outwards from Xiaohan, actually slightly slowing down the momentum of the blood-red spear for a moment. Under the impact of this immense power, his cultivation bottleneck shattered instantly, like paper. Martial Master Realm, 7th level. Golden dragon energy and pitch-black void power intertwined and cleansed wildly within his body. On the petals of the chaotic Azure Lotus martial soul, wisps of mysterious pale golden dragon patterns appeared, each unfolding seemingly stirring the pulse deep within the earth. The illusory image of the Eternal Night Void Emperor's martial spirit behind him became even more solid. In his dark eyes, there seemed to be a river of stars flowing. A faint imperial majesty caused the surrounding bloodthirsty aura to retreat in fear. The effect of "Dragon Vein Luck Blesses Me" was quietly triggered. Xiaohan felt an unprecedented and wonderful connection between himself and the land beneath his feet, and even the entire locked dragon well area. He seemed to be able to clearly sense every breath of the mighty dragon vein deep underground, and with every move he made, he seemed to be able to draw upon a wisp of the immense power of the earth vein for his own use. At the same time, a flood of profound information about the creative scripture of heaven and earth scroll fragment poured into his mind like a tidal wave. Countless insights into the application, bearing, protection, and even destruction of the earth's power instantly elevated his understanding of power to an unbelievable level. Break! Xiaohan let out a long roar that shook the surrounding area. His eyes flashed with alternating golden and black light as he advanced instead of retreating in the face of the approaching blood-red spear. The Chaos Azure Lotus martial soul swayed gently, drawing upon the earth's dragon energy. In an instant, an incredibly solid golden dragon shadow roared out, its scales clearly defined and its dragon might vast, swirling around and protecting Xiaohan. At the same time, the prototype of the Eternal Night Void realm of the Eternal Night Void Emperor martial soul suddenly expanded several times in size, thanks to the surge in cultivation and the support of the void origin fragments. The thick, inky darkness instantly enveloped Blood Prince and the 3 remaining blood-armored martial kings beside him. In the darkness, space distorted, perception became disordered, and even light was swallowed up. You bastard! Die! One of the blood-armored martial kings closest to Xiaohan was both shocked and furious to see Xiaohan break through in the middle of the battle. He roared and his blood-red battle blade stirred up a huge wave of blood. Together with another martial king, they attacked from the left and right, determined to kill Xiaohan on the spot. Xiaohan's lips curled into a cold smile. He was no longer the same naive man he once was. Roll! He clenched his left fist, and on the tip of his fist, the pitch-black return to nothingness fist intent and the pale golden dragon vein power were perfectly integrated. Faintly, there was also a trace of the profound meaning of the Chaos Creation Scripture Earth Scroll added to it. The punch was simple and unadorned, but it seemed to cause the earth veins at the bottom of the entire dragon locking well to tremble. Bang! The martial king, along with his sword, was sent flying backward by Xiao Han's punch. The bones in his arm cracked with a teeth-grinding sound, and he spat out blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. The attack of the other martial king was swallowed whole by the golden dragon's shadow surrounding Xiao Han. With a dragon's roar, the blood-red sword light shattered inch by inch. With just one move, two experts at the early stage of the martial king realm were injured and forced to retreat. Blood Prince's pupils constricted, a glint of unprecedented madness and ferocity flashing in his eyes. He stared intently at Xiao Han, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Bastard. You think you can turn the world upside down just because you've broken through? Today I'll show you what true despair is. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a fist-sized, blood-red, heart-shaped crystal from his pocket. The crystal was covered with strange blood-red patterns, emanating a nauseating evil aura and a vast life essence, and it even faintly resonated with his own, blood prison forest, martial soul. Blood God's sacrifice to the heart. Blood Prince's eyes were bloodshot, and he swallowed the blood-red heart crystal in one gulp. Gulp! In an instant, the veins all over his body bulged out like writhing dragons, thick blood beads seeped from his skin, and his bones made a cracking sound as if they could not bear the weight. A powerful, evil, violent, and chaotic aura, several times stronger than before, erupted from his body. Mid-stage Martial King Realm. Late-stage Martial King Realm. His cultivation level soared to the peak of the late-stage Martial King Realm in the blink of an eye, just one step away from entering the 9th level of the Martial King Realm. Clearly, he used some extremely vicious forbidden technique, and the price he paid was absolutely terrible. On the altar, Lin Qingxia's breath was extremely weak, but she still managed to maintain her last bit of clarity. Seeing Xiao Han risk his life to save her, fighting valiantly and even breaking through in the face of death, a complex and indescribable light flashed in her beautiful eyes, which were slightly dimmed due to weakness. When she saw the Blood Prince devour the evil crystal and his aura surge, the last trace of hesitation in her heart completely vanished. She clenched her teeth, and a trickle of crimson blood seeped from her pale lips. Xiao Han. She called out weakly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet carrying a resolute determination to burn everything away. At this moment, the almost transparent extreme ice phoenix martial soul within her body suddenly burst into flames. It wasn't ordinary spiritual energy burning, but the most core and fundamental element, the phoenix true flame. A tiny, yet pure, ice-blue flame, devoid of any impurities, emerged from between her brows, transforming into a stream of light that ignored the barriers of space and shot directly toward the swaying chaos green lotus martial soul in front of Xiao Han. Purify the evil spirits, survive. This was Lin Qingxia's last thought. The phoenix true flame, upon contact with the chaos green lotus, showed no rejection whatsoever. Instead, it instantly merged into the lotus, like a swallow returning to its nest. In an instant, a miracle occurred. The pale golden dragon vein energy that originally lingered on the petals of the chaotic azure lotus, together with the icy blue phoenix true flame that had been integrated, and the dark void power emanating from the eternal night void emperor martial soul within Xiao Han's body, actually produced a mysterious and wondrous resonance. Xiao Han felt the invisible barrier between his two martial souls quietly melt away at this moment. Chaos, eternal night, dragon's might, phoenix flame, for terrifying powers that were completely different yet subtly compatible intertwined, collided, and merged within his body in an unprecedented way. It was as if a completely new form of power, surpassing the limits of his previous understanding, was about to be born. Die. Blood Prison Demon Myriad Soul Devouring Spear. Blood Prince wouldn't give Xiao Han the chance to slowly experience this transformation. He had already seized the opportunity to push his surging power to its limit. The spear in his hand, formed from essence blood, had now grown to 100 feet in size. Countless twisted and howling phantoms of vengeful spirits were wrapped around the spear, emitting a shrill shriek that made people tremble. This attack almost burned up all the power he had gained after devouring the heart crystal, and even overdrawn a portion of his life essence. Chapter 130: A Single Finger Strike. The crimson spear pierced through the nascent eternal night void realm that Xiao Han had hastily set up, tore apart the golden dragon shadow that was coiling and guarding it, and, carrying endless resentment and an aura of destruction, fiercely stabbed toward Xiao Han's brow. At the critical moment, the soul source jade, between Xiao Han's brows, which had been dormant, suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light, forming an indestructible soul barrier. Clang! The spear tip collided with the golden light, producing a deafening roar. The tip of the blood-red spear was forcefully blocked, unable to advance an inch. However, an extremely insidious, blood soul curse seal, seemingly capable of eroding the very essence of the soul, clung to Xiao Han's soul like a maggot, penetrating the defensive gaps of that soul barrier and fiercely imprinting itself into the depths of his soul. Ugh! A pain far exceeding that of physical trauma swept over Xiao Han's entire soul like a tidal wave. It felt as if millions of ants were gnawing at his soul, causing him to let out a painful groan, and his vision blurred. But he endured the excruciating pain, and the madness and determination in his eyes grew even stronger. He clearly felt that the newly generated chaotic energy within his body, which combined the powers of chaos, eternal night, dragon might, and phoenix flame, had accumulated to a critical point. Give me. Condensate. Xiao Han roared and concentrated all of this unprecedented and terrifying power, which even he himself could not fully control, into the tip of his right index finger. In an instant, his fingertip shone brightly, with 4 colors of light green, black, gold, and blue flowing and shifting. Faintly, it seemed as if a chaotic green lotus was blooming on it, and a blurry void emperor figure sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, with a golden dragon coiled around its body and an ice blue phoenix spreading its wings and crying mournfully. Chaotic Emperor Dragon Eternal Night Phoenix Flame Finger. One finger pointing. There was no earth-shattering display, only a faint, almost invisible stream of 4-colored light, which seemed to pierce through the barrier of space and silently imprinted itself on the core rune node of the blood sacrifice array. Click, click, click. The seemingly indestructible core runes of the blood sacrifice array, under the faint 4-colored light, revealed countless cracks like a spider web, and then shattered inch by inch into dust. The blood-red chains binding Lin Xingxia also broke in response. A glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Taking advantage of the moment when the Blood Prince's aura was disordered due to the backlash of the forbidden technique and the breaking of the formation, he moved like lightning and rushed onto the altar. He picked up Lin Xingxia, who was already in a deep coma and barely breathing, and carried her in his arms. Withdraw. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han, carrying Lin Xingxia, turned around and rushed out of the locked dragon well. You brat! Don't even think about escaping. The Blood Prince's furious roar came from behind, mixed with the shouts of the other 3 martial king elders, and 4 figures full of killing intent were in hot pursuit. Xiao Han activated the close at hand, far away footwork to its limit, and his figure flashed through the narrow well passage in a few steps before he was close to the entrance of the dragon locking well. Just then, a clear, cold shout accompanied by a sharp sword light came from the entrance. Frozen Forbidden Zone. Holding an ice blue long sword, Su Linglong's pretty face was frosty. The phantom of her SSS-level Extreme Ice Phoenix martial soul spread its wings and soared high around her. The powerful cold air instantly turned the entire entrance area into a snowy wonderland, effectively blocking the pursuit of Blood Prince and others. Behind her stood 2 composed elders of the Su family, both at the early stage of the martial king realm. They flanked her, watching the Blood Fiend Hall members who had charged out with predatory eyes. As Blood Prince looked at Su Linglong and the others who had suddenly appeared, the ferocious smile on his face became even more twisted. He suddenly pulled out a blood-red jade pendant from his pocket and crushed it violently. Little girl from the Su family, do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? He licked his lips, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. Blood Fiend Hall's lads, the capital, it's time for a celebration. A heavy, unyielding sense of foreboding instantly enveloped the hearts of Xiao Han, Su Linglong, and everyone else. At the exit of the dragon locking well, icy air clashed violently with the aura of blood. Xiao Han carefully handed the weak Lin Xingxia to Su Linglong, his pale face devoid of any color. Su Linglong supported Lin Xingxia, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety and lingering fear. The 2 sides were on the verge of battle, the air so heavy it seemed almost dripping with tension. The Blood Prince licked his lips with his scarlet tongue, and the last glimmer of light on the blood-red jade pendant he had just crushed in his hand completely dimmed. He let out a piercing laugh like an owl. Hee, Xiao Han, and that little girl from the Su family, did you think this was over? He spread his arms wide, his expression crazed. The blood-spirit myriad gu array that I laid out in the Imperial Capital Academy, and even throughout the entire capital, has been fully activated. Before long, this place, along with the bustling capital outside, will become a true wasteland, and all living beings will become nourishment for us. If you don't want to die, immediately hand over Xiao Han and that woman. The 2 martial king elders of the Su family changed their expressions drastically. Both of them were experienced and could clearly sense that extremely sinister energy fluctuations were spreading like a plague throughout the capital, causing people to feel uneasy. Xiao Han activated his penetrating void divine eye to its fullest extent, and in his field of vision, the entire underground of the imperial capital seemed to transform into a giant blood-red spiderweb. Countless crimson threads, finer than a strand of hair, sprouted from every dark corner, spreading wildly, intertwining and converging, connecting to energy nodes hidden deep within the Earth's veins, emanating a nauseatingly evil aura. At that very moment, the immense power within Xiao Han, brought by the dragon vein luck, rapidly receded like a tide. His cultivation level plummeted from the brief 7th level of martial master to the peak of the 6th level. Even more critically, the blood soul curse seal, forcibly imprinted deep within his brow, suddenly activated. Well, an indescribable, excruciating pain, like a million steel needles piercing his soul, caused Xiao Han to groan. His body swayed uncontrollably, his face instantly turning ashen, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. The pain far surpassed any physical injury, threatening to tear his very soul apart. Boom! Kill! Those beasts from the Blood Fiend Hall, let's fight them to the death. Just then, deafening shouts of battle and roars of energy suddenly erupted from all over the Imperial Capital Academy. It turned out that many instructors who still had a conscience and were loyal to the academy, as well as those students whose blood was still hot, could not bear the Blood Fiend Hall's atrocities within the academy. Seeing the evil array being activated, they spontaneously organized themselves and fearlessly attacked the areas controlled by the Blood Fiend Hall, attempting to destroy those blood-colored energy nodes. Strengths and weaknesses of martial spirit light shone throughout the academy, like sparks in the dark night, faint yet carrying an indomitable will. Seeing this, the Blood Prince's eyes flashed even brighter with ferocity, and he scoffed at the resistance of these ants. With a casual flick of his finger, a condensed blood arrow shot out like a venomous snake, accurately striking a college instructor in the distance who was desperately attacking a formation's auxiliary eye.